Chapter 0 Prologue. In the deep of night, above the enchanted forest, a radiant arc resembling a shooting star swiftly traversed the darkened sky. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the luminous streak subtly revealed the silhouette of a woman. The woman, unsteady in her descent, plummeted from the heavens toward a wooden abode nestled within the woods. With a resounding crash, she broke through the roof and landed inside. Ning Yuchen, who had been peacefully slumbering in bed, was jolted awake, staring in bewilderment at the woman who had unexpectedly fallen into his room. Draped in a gown of phoenix hues, her silver hair framed her striking crimson eyes, while her complexion was as fair as freshly fallen snow. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with lips resembling cherry blossoms, rendering her a vision of ethereal beauty. Her enchanting visage was adorned with a blush that resembled a tender pink haze, and her captivating eyes shimmered with the essence of spring waters, exuding an irresistible allure. Even for Ning Yuchen, who had encountered countless celestial beings and enchantresses, he found himself momentarily spellbound, unable to tear his gaze away. Judging by the celestial attire she wore, it was clear that she hailed from a sacred realm in the heavenly domain, suggesting her noble lineage. Could it be that a secluded sanctuary had been discovered? Had a celestial realm sent forth agents to hunt him down? That seemed unlikely. He had remained hidden here for nearly a century, and his concealment strategies should have been foolproof. Moreover, the celestial realm should lack the audacity to confront him. Surely, this was merely a coincidence. What to do? Should he eliminate her and quietly dispose of her remains? He certainly did not wish to expose his identity. As Ning Yuchen pondered how to deal with this unexpected visitor, the woman's enchanting gaze was fixed intently upon him. The youth before her possessed a countenance as refined as jade, with an elegant charm that emanated an indescribable aura. She had not anticipated encountering such a striking young man in the mortal realm. No, this was not the moment for such thoughts. She must flee immediately to seek a remedy for the poison, or she would be unable to suppress it any longer. Feeling the insidious poison within her intensifying, spreading throughout her being and eroding her senses, Luo Ruiying's complexion flushed with a delicate hue, her beautiful eyes becoming increasingly entranced, while her lips exhaled waves of intoxicating fragrance. Luo Ruiying struggled to rise, yet her body felt alarmingly weak. Just as she managed to stand, her legs gave way, and she inadvertently tumbled into Ning Yuchen's embrace as he sat upon the bed. What was happening here? Was this a ruse? A celestial trap? To dispel any misunderstandings and uphold his virtuous demeanor, Ning Yuchen spread his hands wide, avoiding any contact with Luo Ruiying's delicate form. He merely gazed down in astonishment at her increasingly alluring and peculiar expression. Having once been the demon lord of the infernal realm, he quickly recognized that Luo Ruiying was afflicted with the notorious 1,000 demonic lust poison. This vile toxin was concocted from various lust-inducing herbs of the demon realm, combined with the seductive secretions of the black serpent, the venom of the lustful dragon, and the essence of the nine-tailed fox, among other bewitching creatures. The poison encompassed a myriad of lustful afflictions and was deemed incurable. Once ensnared by the 1,000 demonic lust poison, if one could not engage in carnal pleasures within a limited time frame, the poison would inevitably erupt, leading to demise. It appeared that the woman before him had reached the brink of her endurance in the embrace of Ning Yuchen. Luo Ruiying felt the insatiable heat within her body, the venomous desires overwhelming her senses, rendering her weak and powerless. As she inhaled the robust masculinity emanating from him, she could not suppress the instinctive swallow, her entire being aflame with desire. Lifting her enchanting gaze to Ning Yuchen's handsome visage, she delicately pressed her lips together, a decision forming within her heart. At this juncture, she had no choice but to seek the antidote through this man's body. It was indeed an unavoidable circumstance. With a flick of her wrist, several ethereal ropes shot forth, binding Ning Yuchen's limbs, positioning him on the bed in a vulnerable Da shape. Her slender fingers removed the golden hairpin from her head, allowing her silvery hair, as lustrous as the Milky Way, to cascade down her back. With a gentle touch, she let her celestial gown slip away, the fabric falling to the floor, unveiling a breathtakingly alluring figure before Ning Yuchen's eyes. What was happening? Was he being violated? What should he do? Should he resist? He found himself in a state of urgent confusion. This was his precious first experience. Although he had dominated the realms for centuries, he had never engaged with a woman before. Adhering to the principle that women would only hinder his sword-drawing speed, he had kept his distance from all. Now, suddenly pinned beneath a woman, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, far more intense than when he faced the celestial realm. He could easily free himself from the ropes, yet such an action would surely lead to her demise, the result of the venom's eruption. While he was not particularly virtuous, the thought of a beauty like her perishing in such a manner was undeniably regrettable. Furthermore, her death could expose his identity and bring about complications. Well, he might as well consider it a good deed. Although being bound in such a manner felt peculiar, as he did not possess such inclinations. Luo Ring exhaled a fragrant aroma, biting her silver teeth as she leaned down onto Ning Yuchen. In the next moment, her expression shifted painfully, her delicate features contorting in agony as she emitted a soft, enticing moan. After a brief respite, the painful cries within the room ceased, replaced by a symphony of alluring chirps and sighs. Under the influence of the venom, the sounds of passion echoed throughout the room for 3 continuous days and nights, and on the morning of the 4th day, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes, awakening to find herself naked, sprawled across Ning Yuchen's chest. The room was in disarray, and the bed beneath them had collapsed at some point. The two lay entwined on the floor, completely bare. As memories of their passionate escapades flooded her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson, soon overshadowed by a wave of melancholy. She had surrendered herself to this mortal man. Lifting her beautiful eyes to gaze at the slumbering Ning Yuchen, a flicker of coldness crossed her expression as she gradually raised her delicate hand. As an empress of the celestial realm, she found herself in the mortal world. Having lost her virtue to an ordinary man, such a matter must never be revealed. However, after a moment of hesitation, Luo Ring ultimately exhaled softly and relinquished her hand. He had been compelled by her, acting against his own will, and had even saved her life. How could she repay kindness with malice? Moreover, they had shared a bond akin to that of a married couple. With a weary body, Luo Ruiying rose, gracefully donning her celestial gown. Before parting, she approached Ning Yuchen once more, casting a gentle glance in his direction, and sighed softly. The realms of the celestial and the mortal are distinct. This is but a fleeting dream. We shall pretend we have never met. With that, she lightly touched her toes, vanishing from the room in an instant. But the moment she disappeared, Ning Yuchen opened his eyes, sitting up with a resigned smile playing on his lips as he whispered, "Is it merely a dream?" Very well then. He had awakened long ago, uncertain of how to face Luo Ruiying, and had merely feigned sleep. Seeing her depart silently was indeed as he had wished. Thus, she would continue her existence as a celestial maiden, while he would go on living his secluded life, each undisturbed by the other. Gazing around the disheveled room, Ning Yuchen scratched his head. It seemed that things had escalated rather excessively. He wondered how she was faring. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted in alarm. Oh no, he had forgotten to take precautions. Yet, she was a celestial being with considerable cultivation. It shouldn't be so easy for her to conceive a celestial child. Moreover, upon her return, she would surely employ her celestial powers to prevent pregnancy. There was no reason for him to worry. Chapter 1. Mother takes you to find your father 10 years later, in the Demon Domain Forest. Amidst the towering mountains, a wooden house stands prominently within the expansive woodland. In the courtyard, Ning Yuchen lounges in a rocking chair, donning a pair of self-made sunglasses. He holds a glass of freshly squeezed celestial fruit juice, exuding an aura of languid contentment. As the rocking chair gently sways, he basks in the warmth of the sun, savoring the simple pleasures of life. Indeed, this is the essence of living. Each day unfolds at his leisure, waking naturally without disturbance, free from the burdens of school or work, and devoid of conflict. When hunger strikes, he feasts on the celestial fruits, herbs, and spiritual medicines of his own cultivation. In his spare time, he enjoys fishing in the lake where he has nurtured his aquatic companions. Life is blissfully carefree, in stark contrast to his previous existence filled with strife and relentless battles across realms. This tranquil life is the one he has longed for. Yet, a subtle dissatisfaction lingers. He has lived here alone for over a century, and the solitude has begun to weigh on him. This world lacks mobile phones and entertainment. The monotony of daily routines over 100 years has grown somewhat tiresome. Although a few creatures can converse with him, their fear of him renders their company rather uninteresting. This inevitably leads Ning Yuchen to recall that enchanting dream from a decade ago. Over the years, whenever boredom strikes, he finds himself reminiscing about that fateful night. The profound growth he experienced then is indelibly etched in his memory, making it difficult to forget. Could it be that his centuries of solitude have left him yearning for companionship? Ning Yuchen ponders this notion. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why he has been so unable to shake off the memories of that night. At the time, his sole intention was to save the woman's life, wishing to avoid intruding upon her secluded existence, and he had not given it much thought. Yet now, it haunts him relentlessly. Alas, he does not even know her name and is unlikely to encounter her again. Shaking his head, he dismisses these thoughts and closes his eyes. Having chosen a life of seclusion, he resolves not to dwell on such matters. At that moment, Ning Yuchen suddenly opens his eyes wide. Someone is approaching. His keen senses detect not one, but two figures making their way toward him. It is indeed rare for anyone to reach this secluded place. How intriguing. He has lived in solitude for a century, with only that woman intruding upon his peace a decade ago. No one else has ever found their way here. A smile curves at the corners of his mouth as he claps his hands, causing the barrier surrounding his wooden abode to dissipate. He is eager to discover the purpose of their visit. Amidst the dense forest, a woman of exquisite grace and beauty walks gracefully through the trees. Her complexion appears somewhat pale, and she bears an air of fatigue. On her back rests a delicate little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, whose features resemble that of a charming doll. The little girl sported a cascade of lustrous black hair, her cherubic face adorned with delicate features and bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with curiosity as she gazed around the woods. In a sweet, melodic voice, she turned to the woman beside her and inquired, "Mother, where are we going? Didn't you say you wanted to see father?" With a gentle and affectionate smile, Luo Ruiying glanced back at her daughter. Although her face bore a warm and loving expression, a flicker of sorrow and concern danced in her eyes. A decade had passed, and she had never imagined that one day she would return to the mortal realm with a child in tow, in search of that man from that fateful night. Strangely, despite having navigated her way through the woods based on her memories for quite some time, she could not find the wooden cottage she once knew. Had he already departed? It was quite possible. For an ordinary mortal, 10 years could feel like an eternity. He might have moved on, perhaps even married elsewhere. As these thoughts weighed heavily on her heart, her anxious demeanor became increasingly evident on her face. What would she do if she could not find him? Really? Mother, are we going to find father? Hearing that they were searching for her father filled Luo Hongye with immense joy, and she pressed her face close to her mother's, repeatedly asking, "Yes, we are going to find father." Seeing her child so exuberant, Luo Ruiying could not bear to shatter her dreams and smiled in agreement. Yet, deep inside, she herself harbored uncertainties about whether they would ever locate Ning Yuchen. Once her joy subsided, a profound question arose in the little girl's mind, and she tilted her head while nestled on her mother's back, asking, "Mother, didn't you say father passed away when I was born?" Luo Ruiying was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Ever since Luo Hongye began to understand, she had often tugged at her mother's sleeve, inquiring about her father's whereabouts. Luo Ruiying had once deceived her, claiming that her father had tragically died at her birth. Now, to suddenly assert they were on a quest to find him felt rather peculiar. "Hongye, actually, your father hasn't he completely passed away?" After much contemplation, Luo Ruiying could only conjure this excuse to explain. Luo Hongye blinked her large, innocent eyes and genuinely believed her mother's words, innocently asking, "So, father is still alive, right, mother?" "Yes, exactly," Luo Ruiying hastily affirmed. Just as she thought she had managed to evade further questioning, Luo Hongye continued, "Then why hasn't he father come to find me and mother? Does it mean he doesn't want us anymore?" As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Luo Ruiying was taken aback and quickly pulled Luo Hongye into her embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her. "No, my dear Hongye, how could your father ever want to abandon you? He's actually been seriously injured and has been hiding here to recover." Not revealing the truth to Yi was motivated by a desire to shield her from worry. This was the most suitable excuse that Luo Ruiying could muster. She could not possibly confess that her father was entirely unaware of her existence. Luo Hongya harbored no doubt regarding Luo Ruiying's words. She immediately stifled her tears. Her small face etched with concern. Was their father truly untroubled? It's all right, it's all right. Luo Ruiying reassured her with a gentle smile. At that moment, Luo Ruiying abruptly halted, her expression transforming into one of grave seriousness, her keen gaze scanning the surrounding woods. There was the unmistakable presence of a demonic beast, and it appeared formidable. When she had visited a decade prior, she had been oblivious to the existence of such powerful creatures in this vicinity. Given her current state, she was uncertain whether she could confront them. With one hand tightly clasping Luo Hongya, she reached for the celestial sword at her waist, poised to respond to any sudden attack. However, in the next instant, the faint aura of the demonic beasts vanished entirely, as if they had scattered in flight, leaving no trace behind. Why had the presence dissipated so suddenly? Had they sensed her aura and fled in fear? As Luo Ruiying pondered this, a quaint wooden cabin suddenly materialized not far from her. How peculiar. She had not noticed its presence moments ago. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Despite the confusion swirling within her, the sight of the familiar cabin from her memories brought an involuntary smile of delight to her face. She had found it. This was the place. Chapter 2. I never claimed I wasn't responsible. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongya, approached the wooden cabin with a heart laden with trepidation and complex emotions. Gently, she knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened slowly. May I inquire who this young lady is seeking? Ning Yuchen asked with a smile at the threshold. For some inexplicable reason, gazing at the woman before him stirred a sense of déjà vu within him. As she beheld the familiar visage from her memories, Luo Ruiying pursed her lips slightly, lowering her gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, she tentatively parted her lips and asked, You don't remember me, do you? Ning Yuchen scrutinized the young girl once more. With her ink-black hair and crimson eyes, she possessed an enchanting beauty. It felt so familiar. Yet, he struggled to recall who she was. He had encountered countless beauties throughout his life, making it difficult to place her identity. Moreover, he had secluded himself here for quite a while, so it was reasonable to believe that no one should recognize him. Miss, may I ask, who are you? After ruminating for a moment without finding a match in his memory, Ning Yuchen awkwardly inquired, seeing that Ning Chongli genuinely did not recognize her. A mix of anger and disappointment washed over Luo Ruiying's face, prompting her to scold him in a delicate yet fierce tone. You heartless wretch. Not only had he taken away her innocence, but she had also gone to great lengths to protect this child. After finally escaping from the celestial realm, she sought him out, only to find that he did not recognize her at all. She understood that, for mortals, 10 years might be sufficient to forget many things. Yet, she could not help but feel a swell of disappointment and anger at Ning Yuchen's complete oblivion. Ning Yuchen was momentarily taken aback by her accusation. To be fair, since his arrival in this world and becoming the unparalleled demon lord over the past centuries, he had not engaged in a single romantic relationship. How could he be labeled a heartless man? This was utterly absurd. A blatant slander. Miss, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. Are you certain you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Ning Yuchen asked once more, convinced that the woman before him must have confused him with another. Luo Ruiying, observing that Ning Yuchen truly seemed unable to recall her, let out a resigned sigh. Cradling the child in her arms, casting him a sorrowful glance, she stated, She is your daughter, and you must take responsibility for both of us. Oh. Ning Yuchen was astounded. This revelation was utterly shocking. Had he suddenly and inexplicably become a father? He looked down at Luo Hongya, who resembled a delicate doll, timidly stealing glances at him. The little girl was charming and lovely, evoking an inexplicable sense of closeness and familiarity. He found himself fond of her at first sight. Yet, the sudden declaration that she was his child left him utterly bewildered. Aside from that fateful night a decade ago, he had not been involved with any woman at all. Upon this realization, Ning Yuchen suddenly comprehended something, pointing at Luo Ruiying in astonishment as he inquired, You are the fairy from that night. Seeing that Ning Yuchen had finally recalled, Luo Ruiying shyly nodded. With this affirmative response, Ning Yuchen's mouth fell agape in further astonishment. No way. It truly is her. The aura of her cultivation had diminished significantly compared to before, presenting an entirely different caliber. Her once resplendent silver hair had transformed into dark tresses, leaving him unable to reconcile her with the woman from that night despite lengthy contemplation. Ning Yuchen found it utterly incomprehensible. After a single night of passion, the fairy from yesteryears had returned a decade later with a child, expecting him to take responsibility. A dignified fairy from the celestial realm, possibly a saintess or empress of a holy land, had come to the mortal world seeking him. What perplexed him even more was the well-known axiom that the higher one's cultivation, the lesser the probability of conceiving a celestial fetus. Some celestial lords toiled for years with multiple partners to achieve such a result. How could he have been so ensnared? Moreover, as a cultivator, she could have employed her celestial power to prevent conception at any moment. He had assumed that following that night, Luo Ruiying would certainly take measures to avoid bearing a celestial fetus, given her status as a fairy. Yet, astonishingly, she had indeed nurtured a celestial fetus for years and had given birth to and raised the child. Is she truly my child? Ning Yuchen hesitantly asked, still finding it hard to believe. He merely sought confirmation, though he already harbored suspicions within. However, as soon as the words slipped from his lips, he instantly regretted the inquiry. It seemed an inappropriate question. As anticipated, upon hearing Ning Yuchen's words, Luo Ruiying's brows knitted tightly, her expression turning extremely grim as she angrily retorted, "Humph. If you do not wish to take responsibility, I shall leave with the child. But do not insult me or my child." With that, she resolutely turned to depart, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes. Luo Hongya, nestled upon Luo Ruiying's shoulder, gazed intently at Ning Yuchen with her wide eyes, and, in a charming tone, asked her mother, "Mother, does father not want us?" Upon seeing Ning Yuchen, Luo Hongya inexplicably felt a sense of closeness. Naturally timid, she felt no fear towards Ning Yuchen, believing he must be the father she had longed for. Her words struck a profound chord within Ning Yuchen, sending a tremor through his heart. As a supreme being of the demon realm, he was certainly not the type to abandon his wife and child, devoid of responsibility. He could provide, and he would take on the burden. With a swift stride, Ning Yuchen caught up to Luo Ruiying, firmly grasping her arm. "Wait, I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. Humph, let go of me. I no longer require your responsibility." With a surge of indignation, Luo Ruiying felt a tempest of emotions rising within her, prompting her to attempt to shake off Ning Yuchen's grasp. In her concern for his mortal vulnerability, she deliberately tempered her strength, exerting only the lightest pressure. Yet, even with such restraint, her efforts were insufficient to free herself from his hold, which could easily overpower that of a grown man. Before she could register her surprise, a sudden sweetness filled her throat, and she instinctively covered her mouth as a violent cough erupted from her. Cough, cough, cough. A crimson stain appeared in the palm of her hand, and her delicate features paled further. "You are injured," Ning Yuchen exclaimed, gripping her wrist with a fierce intensity that transformed his expression into one of icy severity. I am fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying stammered, her attempts to escape proving futile as she found herself devoid of strength. As she took a faltering step forward, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed into Ning Yuchen's embrace, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Mother, mother!" Luo Hongya cried out, desperately clutching Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yuchen swiftly encircled Luo Ruiying's waist, drawing her tightly against him, while with his other arm he gathered Luo Hongya into his embrace as well. In a gentle and reassuring tone, he comforted her. "Do not worry. With your father here, your mother will be safe." Chapter 3. Father has missed our home every night. Within the wooden cabin, Ning Yuchen gently laid Luo Ruiying upon the bed, his hand delicately pressing against her pulse, his expression growing increasingly icy. After a century, the flicker of murderous intent ignited within him once more. Upon closer examination, he discovered her condition was far worse than he had anticipated. Her meridians were severely damaged. Her celestial bones had been extracted. Even her heart was gone. She was clinging to life with a mere artificial heart. Numerous wounds marred her back, oozing faintly with blood. That she had endured until now was nothing short of a miracle. A pang of guilt welled up in Ning Yuchen's heart, softening the gaze with which he regarded Luo Ruiying. He could only speculate about the tribulations she had faced in the celestial realm over the past decade. yet it was evident that her journey had been fraught with hardship. Otherwise, a once mighty celestial emperor would not have descended to such depths. In her most desperate hour, she had sought him out with her child, and he had nearly turned them away. Ning Yuchen tenderly caressed Luo Ruiying's cheek, channeling his spiritual energy to shield her frail form. Preserving her life posed no challenge for him. However, with her meridians damaged and her celestial bones and heart lost, restoring her to her former pinnacle of power would prove arduous. Luo Hongya, filled with concern, perched at the edge of the bed, silent tears cascading like pearls, bravely stifling her sobs. "Come here, my daughter." Ning Yuchen softened his austere visage, offering a warm smile as he beckoned Luo Hongya closer. He yearned to call her name, but awkwardly realized he did not even know his daughter's name, let alone that of his wife. Timidly, Luo Hongya took small, hesitant steps toward Ning Yuchen, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon him, her soft voice calling out, "Father." That single utterance nearly melted Ning Yuchen's heart. With a surge of emotion, he swept the petite Luo Hongya into his embrace, gently stroking her charming little head. "My daughter, what is your name?" "Luo Hongya," she replied, her voice sweet and tender. "Luo Hongya," Ning Yuchen echoed softly, committing the name to memory, then smiled as he reassured her, "Do not worry, your mother is safe now. No more tears, all right?" Luo Hongya nodded vigorously, yet her face was still etched with concern as she gazed at Ning Yuchen, asking, "Father, are you hurt?" Ning Yuchen was taken aback by the question. He could hardly recall the last time he had been injured. It felt like a distant memory, long forgotten. "Mother said that you do not come to find us because you are gravely wounded and cannot visit us. Is that true?" Luo Hongya's hopeful eyes were fixed on Ning Yuchen, awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen immediately understood that Luo Ruiying must have concocted some excuse to deceive their daughter. With a helpless smile, he played along with the pretext, saying, "Indeed, Father has been here tending to his injuries, which is why I couldn't visit Yi. I miss our dear Yi so much. Once I see her, my wounds will heal instantly." "Really? You won't abandon Yi and Mother, will you?" Luo Hongya inquired with an innocent, joyful smile. A wave of affection washed over Ning Yuchen as he held Luo Hongya a bit tighter, gently stroking her little head, assuring her, "Never. From now on, Father will always be by your mother and Yi's side, protecting you both." Luo Hongya gleefully nestled against Ning Yuchen's chest, clutching his clothing tightly. She had finally found her father. "Yi, tell me about where you and Mother lived before. How was your daily life?" Ning Yuchen asked with a smile. Though his expression concealed deeper intentions, he was determined to uncover the truth of what had transpired over the last decade. Who had the audacity to sever his wife's celestial bones and heart, leaving her in such a state? Luo Ruiying naively believed that Ning Yuchen was merely curious about her and her mother's past, and she began to recount her story with unbridled enthusiasm. Ever since she could remember, she had mostly lived in a small cupboard. Her mother had told her it was a game of hide and seek, urging her to stay quiet and hidden. It was only when her mother returned that she would be taken out to be with her. However, one day, after hiding in the cupboard for several days without her mother coming to find her, boredom overwhelmed her, and she couldn't resist sneaking out, only to be discovered by others. Consequently, she found herself imprisoned in a dark iron cage. Alone in the darkness, she felt an overwhelming fear. Sometimes, some people would come to see her, but they only berated her as a worthless child. Those individuals appeared terrifying, and she despised them, curling up in the corner. Eventually, her mother came back, opened the dark cage, and took her away. Yet, no matter where they went, they were relentlessly pursued by many. Those villains had hurt her mother. Yi detested them. At this point, Luo Hongya raised her small, indignant face, expressing her anger. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen's face turned icy, his heart seething with rage. How audacious was the celestial realm to bully his wife and daughter? From Luo Hongya's words, he could surmise the nature of her experiences. Luo Ruiying had secretly given birth to Luo Hongya, hiding her from everyone to avoid detection, and had tricked her into playing hide and seek. Eventually, when discovered, she was forced to break free from her prison and escape the celestial realm with Luo Hongya. They must have endured countless hardships along the way. Ning Yuchen longed to storm the celestial realm at that very moment and annihilate those who had harmed his beloved wife and daughter. Regrettably, Luo Hongye was unaware of her exact location within the celestial realm, only knowing it to be a vast and beautiful palace. Such magnificent halls and ethereal abodes were ubiquitous in the celestial world, making them nearly impossible to locate. Perhaps, should one annihilate the entire celestial realm? It was not an implausible notion. Merely the indignation of his precious daughter being labeled as a baseborn provided ample justification. "Father, you appear quite fearsome." Luo Hongye observed the murderous countenance of Ning Yuchen, withdrawing her head in trepidation, speaking in a timid manner. "Do not fear, my dear Ye. I am merely contemplating how to deal with those wicked individuals who torment you. Would it please you if I sought retribution on your behalf?" Ning Yuchen swiftly suppressed his murderous intent, revealing a warm and amiable smile. "Very well. Father must also avenge mother. Those scoundrels continuously bully her." Luo Hongye nodded, her small fists clenched in indignation. "Rest assured, none of those villains shall escape," Ning Yuchen assured her, ruffling Luo Hongye's hair with a smile. His mind already devising a plan of action. It seemed a journey from the mountains was imminent. At that moment, lying upon the bed, Luo Ruiying's brows fluttered slightly as she gradually opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber. Chapter 4. My wife is quite charming, mother. Luo Hongye swiftly leapt into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying tenderly caressed Luo Hongye's head, her eyes filled with affection and warmth. Ning Yuchen offered a faint smile before rising to prepare medicine. By the time he returned, Luo Hongye had already fallen asleep in Luo Ruiying's arms. "Come, it's time to take your medicine." Ning Yuchen sat at the edge of the bed, holding the medicinal concoction in one hand while gently assisting Luo Ruiying to sit up with the other. The weakened Luo Ruiying struggled to sit upright, relying on Ning Yuchen for support. "By the way, what is your name?" Luo Ruiying, leaning against Ning Yuchen, inquired weakly and somewhat shyly. Though she had brought her child to seek this man's responsibility, she realized she did not know his name. "Ning Yuchen. And you, my wife?" Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. "Mother, my wife." Upon hearing the term of endearment, a faint blush crept onto Luo Ruiying's pale cheeks, and her expression grew awkward. She felt quite unaccustomed to such a title. Once a sovereign empress, she found it strange to be addressed in this manner. "Is it not appropriate? We share the bonds of marriage and have a child together. Should you not be called my wife? You may also refer to me as your husband," Ning Yuchen stated nonchalantly, his confidence unwavering. Since she belonged to him, henceforth she would be his wife. Although it was somewhat sudden, he felt a strange delight in suddenly having a wife and becoming a father. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words to counter him, ultimately acquiescing to Ning Yuchen's term of endearment. After all, she feared her time was limited. So why not indulge him for a few days as his wife? However, she found it utterly impossible to call him husband. "Your Imperial Majesty, I am Luo Ruiying." Habitually, she instinctively began to refer to herself as Your Imperial Majesty, but softly corrected herself to reveal her name. She was no longer the Empress of the Celestial Realm. From this moment on, they truly became acquainted. Ning Yuchen smiled gently, scooping a spoonful of medicine, blowing on it to cool, and then bringing it to Luo Ruiying's lips. "My dear wife, it's time to drink your medicine." Luo Ruiying hesitated, not immediately opening her mouth to take the medicine. Instead, she gazed at the sleeping Luo Hongye in her arms, her expression contemplative. She then looked up at Ning Yuchen, solemnly instructing, "If I am no longer here, I entrust this child to you." She wished to take this opportunity, while her injuries were stable, to entrust everything to Ning Yuchen. She was acutely aware of the severity of her own wounds. With her meridians damaged and her heart taken, mere earthly remedies would be utterly ineffective in healing her. Therefore, whether she took the medicine or not, it made little difference. "Very well, I understand. Now, please drink your medicine," Ning Yuchen said dismissively, eager to encourage Luo Ruiying to take her medicine promptly. Luo Ruiying's admonitions were utterly futile, as she felt no adverse effects after consuming the medicine. Noticing Ning Yuchen's nonchalant response, her brows furrowed in displeasure and disappointment. She was in a state of preparing for her final affairs, yet he appeared completely unconcerned. "Did you even hear?" she began, only to be interrupted as Ning Yuchen seized the opportunity to thrust a spoonful of the medicinal broth into her mouth. The concoction he had painstakingly prepared was exceedingly rare, even in the realm of immortals, and its efficacy dissipated swiftly, rendering it too precious to waste. As the medicine was forcefully administered, Luo Ruiying initially felt anger rise within her, But then something extraordinary occurred. She sensed a surge of potent medicinal energy coursing through her body, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Her injuries began to mend almost instantaneously, and even her internal meridians were rapidly restored. What kind of potion was this? How could it possess such incredible potency? Even in the celestial realm, she had never encountered a brew so rich in medicinal power. How could such precious herbs exist in the mortal world to concoct this elixir? What is this medicine? She could not help but inquire. Oh, it's merely some wild yam I casually gathered in the mountains, he replied, somewhat sheepishly. Come, don't waste it, drink it while it's warm. Ning Yuchen felt a twinge of guilt as he continued to spoon the broth to her lips. It was indeed challenging to explain how a mere mortal had managed to create such a wealth of rare celestial herbs. Luo Ruiying was skeptical. How could an ordinary forest possibly yield such extraordinary wild yam? The flavors she detected hinted at multiple varieties of celestial herbs aged for millennia. However, to avoid wasting the precious effects, she temporarily set aside her inquiries and obediently opened her mouth to consume each spoonful of broth he offered. It was her first experience being cared for in such a manner, and by a mortal at that. Ning Yuchen relished the process of feeding her, finding an unexpected joy in the act. Luo Ruiying gently parted her delicate lips to receive the spoon, eagerly savoring every drop, leaving nothing behind. To her surprise, feeding could indeed be quite enjoyable. She caught the glint of Ning Yuchen's gaze and, puzzled, raised an eyebrow, asking, is something the matter? It's nothing. I just find my wife to be quite enchanting, Ning Yuchen candidly complimented. Wow, what impudence. The directness of his words caught Luo Ruiying off guard, and she felt her cheeks flush, the effects of the medicine amplifying her reaction. She bit her lower lip and lowered her gaze. Had it been in the past, she would have scolded him fiercely for his audacity and imposed some form of punishment. Yet, at that moment, a strange sensation stirred within her. She was not particularly angry. My dear wife, may I inquire about what transpired? After feeding Luo Ruiying another bite, Ning Yuchen seized the opportunity to inquire. If he could glean any clues from her, it would certainly ease his path. Luo Ruiying's expression turned somber as she resolutely shook her head. Please, do not ask about this matter any further. The less you know, the better. Otherwise, it could be perilous for you. She wished to keep Ning Yuchen from becoming entangled in her affairs. Even if he were to learn the truth, what could he possibly do? She sensed no trace of cultivation or spiritual power within him. How could an ordinary mortal dare to confront the forces of the celestial realm? Her silence was a protective measure, aimed at shielding him from danger. Despite understanding that Luo Ruiying would likely withhold information, Ning Yuchen couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only he could ascertain which celestial faction was involved, he could strike with precision. The celestial realm sprawled endlessly, filled with countless sacred sites, divine palaces, and hidden clans. Searching for answers would be a daunting task. It seemed he would have to venture into the celestial realm himself. After administering the potent medicine, Ning Yuchen gently laid Luo Ruiying back on the bed, tucking her in alongside Luo Hongya. The moment she consumed the powerful elixir, she quickly succumbed to fatigue, drifting into a deep slumber as her body continued to absorb its effects. With a tender caress to her cheek, Ning Yuchen felt a pang of sorrow before rising and stepping outside. In one graceful leap, he transformed into a dark divine rainbow, soaring into the clouds above. The barrier between the human world and the celestial realm shattered at that instant. After a century's passage, celestial realm, I have returned. Chapter 5. That man has returned. In the eastern celestial realm, at the Ascension Gateway, towering Ascension Gates, each several dozen feet high, stand majestically upon the clouds of the celestial world, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. This location marks the boundary between the mortal realm and the celestial realm, serving as the first destination for those who ascend from the human world. Each region of the celestial realm possesses a similar Ascension Gateway, functioning as a reporting station for celestial affairs. Whenever an individual from the lower realm ascends, the gates will automatically swing open. A group of guards, clad in celestial armor, gathered nearby the gates, engaging in lively conversation and drinking merrily. Did you know? Hundreds of years ago, the supreme ruler of the demon realm, Yi Machen, led a vast army to assault our celestial realm. The entire celestial domain united in a tumultuous clash, unleashing a storm of bloodshed. The chaos was so profound that the sun and moon lost their brightness. and the celestial realm nearly succumbed to the onslaught of that demon lord, Ning Yuchen. Even the combined efforts of dozens of celestial emperors were unable to subdue him. After devastating a significant portion of the celestial realm, that demon lord reluctantly retreated with his forces. This marked the third war between the celestial and demon realms and remains the most catastrophic event in the history of our celestial domain. A rather portly captain of the guards animatedly recounted the legendary battle over a century ago. The other guards listened intently, captivated by his tale. In recent times, the celestial realm has experienced an unprecedented period of tranquility, devoid of any turmoil. The daily duties of guarding the gateway not only felt futile, but also unbearably tedious. By the way, what became of that demon lord? Why have we heard no news of him lately? Has he perished? One of the guards raised a hand, curiosity evident in his voice. The others shared the same question, eagerly awaiting the captain's response. The captain, puffing out his belly, replied with a sense of pride. It is said that after his confrontation with several celestial emperors, the demon lord returned to the demon realm, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Some speculate that he sustained grave injuries and met his demise. The demon realm has deliberately suppressed the news, fearing disclosure. Hence the absence of any updates regarding that demon lord. Ah, I see. It seems our celestial realm has proven superior after all, exclaimed another guard. Could the demon realm's minions ever compare to our celestial domain? Ha ha. The group burst into laughter, reveling in their pride. By the way, you still haven't described what that demon lord looks like. After their laughter subsided, another guard inquired with curiosity. Just as the captain was about to respond, the ascension gate suddenly activated, producing violent tremors. What is happening? Why is the gate reacting so intensely? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. All the guards stood in stunned silence, quickly rising to investigate. They had never witnessed such a tumultuous disturbance at the gates before. It is as if someone is forcefully breaking through the celestial gate to ascend to the divine realm. Who possesses such audacity to intrude upon the celestial domain? All the guards stood ready, their long spears pointed unwaveringly at the celestial gate. Moments later, the gate became overloaded, and a brilliant light erupted, enveloping the area in a dense mist. A figure emerged from the swirling fog, stepping gracefully through the shattered entrance of the celestial gate. The guards, witnessing someone capable of shattering the gate for the first time, were left aghast, their mouths agape in astonishment. Upon seeing the figure, they swiftly raised their weapons and surrounded him. The stout head guard bellowed in anger. Who dares to trespass into the celestial realm and vandalize the gate? As the mist dissipated, Ning Yuchen's silhouette came into view. He surveyed his surroundings, stretching languidly, as if awakening from a long slumber. It had been far too long since he last roamed the celestial realm, nearly losing his way. Over a century had passed, yet the celestial realm remained unchanged, as if frozen in time. The structures he had once dismantled had been restored. How delightful. Head guard, should we apprehend him? The guards eyed Ning Yuchen with predatory intent, inching closer. However, the stout head guard stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, his face a mask of terror, as though he had encountered a specter. It is him. That man. He is not dead. He has returned. Noticing the head guard's peculiar demeanor, a nearby guard leaned in, whispering, "Sir, what troubles you? Everyone awaits your command. Shall we seize him?" "Seize." The stout head guard stuttered in fear, unable to finish his sentence. Before he could gather his thoughts, a fellow guard nodded in understanding and promptly directed the others to advance. The head guard commands, "Capture him." The guards surged forward, weapons drawn. Ning Yuchen cast a cold glance at them. With a mere flick of his sleeve, dark flames engulfed the guards, reducing them to ashes before they could utter a sound. Though he had little desire for violence, he would show no mercy to those who dared provoke him. What? The commanding guard stood in shock, realizing that only he and the stout head guard remained. The stout head guard finally found his voice to complete his unfinished thought. "Capture. Capture you. You great-headed ghost. He is the supreme being of the demon realm." The guards were immediately paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Ning Yuchen was taken aback. After more than a century, someone still recognized him. "You know me? Your esteemed name has long been renowned throughout the celestial realm. I had the fortune of encountering you over 100 years ago." The stout head guard stammered, trembling as he knelt before Ning Yuchen. Ning Yuchen nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. It has been too long since I visited the celestial realm. May I ask, where is the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace? Yonder. In that direction. The stout head guard quivered as he raised a shaky hand to point the way. Not a trace of concealment dared he exhibit. To him, the smile upon Ning Yuchen's countenance resembled the beckoning of death itself. He merely wished for his demise to be as devoid of agony as those guards who had just departed. Thank you. Ning Yuchen expressed his gratitude to the portly head guard before transforming into a dark, ethereal streak, soaring towards the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. As they beheld Ning Yuchen's retreating figure, the stout head guard and another attendant collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, the Qianghua Celestial Palace, stands majestically atop the celestial realm, adorned with resplendent palaces that shimmer with golden brilliance, creating a scene of grandiose splendor. This is indeed one of the 9 pinnacle powers of the celestial realm, the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yuchen arrived above the vast expanse of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace and bellowed, "Old relic, surely you are not yet deceased. If you still draw breath, come forth and confront me." His words, amplified by a demonic resonance, reverberated throughout the entire palace, causing all within to feel as though their minds were shattering. Many clutched their ears in agony, collapsing to the ground. Those with lesser cultivation even bled from their orifices, fainting on the spot. The sudden upheaval startled every soul within the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Who dared to utter such insolence towards the palace in the celestial realm? What audacious youth dares to intrude upon the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace and treat its inhabitants with such disdain? Chapter 6. How has he returned again? A middle-aged man, adorned in golden robes and emanating an air of grandeur, bellowed fiercely as he soared from the main hall of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, hovering before Ning Yuchen. Upon encountering Ning Yuchen, Tiandao Chongrong furrowed his brow slightly. The individual before him appeared strikingly familiar, reminiscent of someone he could not quite place. "Who are you? Where's that old fellow, Tiandao Wentian?" Ning Yuchen inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Tiandao Chongrong with a perplexed expression. It had been far too long since he last visited the celestial realm. Had the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace undergone a change in leadership? His haughty demeanor, imperious even within the celestial realm, left few brave enough to address those of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace in such a manner. The more Tiandao Chongrong beheld him, the more a sense of familiarity washed over him, until he gradually recalled Ning Yuchen's true identity, his expression shifting abruptly. "It is you, the supreme of the demon realm, Yi Machen." Tiandao Chongrong's countenance was one of astonishment, his eyes filled with dread, as the deep-seated fears he had harbored for over a century surged forth once more. More than 100 years prior, he had witnessed a glimpse of the demon sovereign. Compared to the formidable presence from that time, the current Ning Yuchen appeared benign, akin to an unremarkable mortal, which was why he had not recognized him immediately. Indeed, there are still those in the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace who remember me. However, you are mistaken on one point. I am the former supreme of the demon realm. Now in retirement, Ning Yuchen corrected with a gentle shake of his finger. "Yi Machen, you dare to trespass into the celestial realm, disturbing our peace and injuring my heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, truly believing us to be easy prey." Despite his trepidation, Tiandao Chongrong, now the palace master, steadied himself and scolded Ning Yuchen, his brow knitted in disapproval. Ning Yuchen's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. "The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased. Do you in the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace consider yourselves formidable once more? It seems the last time the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace was dismantled was not thorough enough." "Humph, Yi Machen, do you genuinely believe that the celestial realm has remained unchanged over these past 100 years? I have ascended to the rank of celestial emperor, driven by the desire to one day avenge the destruction of my heavenly Tao Imperial Palace from a century ago." Tiandao Chongrong's countenance turned frosty, and with a furious roar, an overwhelming aura of a celestial emperor erupted forth, soaring into the heavens. The colossal pressure shattered the palatial structures within 100 miles, leaving countless individuals prostrate on the ground, struggling for breath. Those with even a modicum of power could only manage to raise their heads slightly, applauding the might of their palace master. Truly, our palace master is unparalleled, a prodigy of the younger generation. In merely over a century, he has risen from celestial sovereign to celestial emperor. This is my first time witnessing the palace master in his full glory. How magnificent and commanding he is. Within the celestial realm, the strength of the palace master is indeed among the most formidable. The lord of the imperial palace has been enraged. It is time to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Ning Yuchen let out a helpless sigh, raising his deep, dark eyes to cast a glance at Tiandao Chongrong. With a mere wave of his hand, a colossal, pitch-black, demonic hand tore through the void and descended upon Tiandao Chongrong's head. This immense hand overshadowed nearly half of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. All the denizens of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, including Tiandao Chongrong, trembled uncontrollably, rendered utterly immobile. With a thunderous crash, the entire celestial realm quaked as a significant portion of the Tiandao Imperial Palace was reduced to dust. Tiandao Chongrong, crushed beneath the weight of the demonic hand, coughed up blood, his body embedded in the ground, feeling as though his bones had shattered. His expression rife with horror and dread. How could this be possible? He had already ascended to the rank of Celestial Emperor. Why was he so utterly powerless against the Demon Lord, akin to a mere chick? One move, and he nearly lost his life. Clearly, the lessons of past defeats had been forgotten. It seems that the Tiandao Imperial Palace no longer holds any purpose. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ning Yuchen strolled through the air, calling out indifferently towards the depths of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Old man, I know you are not dead. If you do not emerge now, I shall flatten your Tiandao Imperial Palace, leaving not a trace. I will count to 3, 1. As his words lingered in the air, a green rainbow soared forth from the depths of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, closely followed by several other rainbows of varying hues. An elder with an ethereal demeanor and a 3-foot-long white beard hastily arrived before Ning Yuchen, accompanied by several celestial emperor-level elders from the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Wonderful! The ancestor of Tiandao has emerged from seclusion. Additionally, several elders have concluded their retreats and returned. Now, there is no need to fear that fellow. Could he truly stand against the entirety of the Tiandao Imperial Palace alone? Beneath the Tiandao Imperial Palace, countless disciples gazed upward with anticipation towards the ancestor and the elders in the sky. They represented not only the genuine strength of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, but also one of the pinnacle powers of the celestial realm. Old man, you have finally deigned to show yourself, Ning Yuchen remarked with a faint smile at Tiandao Wentian, the ancestor of Tiandao. Tiandao Wentian turned his gaze towards Ning Yuchen, his pale eyes trembling, his expression more ashen than that of Tiandao Chongrong. This harbinger of death was truly not dead. Moreover, how had he returned? Which wretched soul had summoned him back? Recalling the cataclysmic battle between celestial beings and demons over a century ago, Tiandao Wentian shuddered involuntarily. If given the choice, he would prefer to mobilize the full strength of the Imperial Palace to confront the other 8 factions of the celestial realm rather than encounter this demon lord again. Upon hearing the commotion within the Tiandao Imperial Palace and Ning Yuchen's voice, he had a foreboding sense that he was the one who had come. Initially intending to avoid confrontation, he feared that if he did not emerge now, the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace might be obliterated. Why, old man, have you brought so many with you? Are you preparing to contest with me? By sheer coincidence, after more than a century of inactivity, I find it a fitting moment to warm up, remarked Ning Yuchen with a radiant smile. The two conversed as if they were intimate friends. Yet every utterance sent a chill down Tiandao Wentian's spine. Without the slightest hesitation, Tiandao Wentian hurriedly shook his head, offering a sycophantic grin. Tiandao Wentian has encountered the Demon Lord. Surely the Demon Lord is jesting. How could my Tiandao Imperial Palace dare oppose such a formidable being? The disciples of Tiandao Imperial Palace gazed in shock at Tiandao Wentian, their faith crumbling in an instant. Is this truly the venerable figure they had known, one who commanded respect and was resolute in his words? To see him grovel and smile so obsequiously, might the Demon Lord consider sparing my humble descendant? Tiandao Wentian cast a glance at Tiandao Chongrong beneath the Demon Lord's grip, relieved to see him still alive, thus adopting a demeanor of utmost courtesy. Once, dozens of celestial emperors had united and failed to subdue this Demon Lord. It was unnecessary for his Tiandao Imperial Palace to provoke him. If the palace were to be destroyed, it could simply be rebuilt. As long as the foundational essence remained intact, Ning Yuchen, with a flick of his arm, caused the towering demon hand to dissipate into the ether. Ancestor, you must seek justice for my Tiandao Imperial Palace. Having narrowly escaped death, Tiandao Chongrong rushed to Tiandao Wentian's side, pointing at Ning Yuchen to voice his grievances. In response, he received a sharp, resounding slap. Slap! You foolish wretch! For your offense against the Demon Lord, I sentence you to a century of seclusion in the Forbidden Grounds. Tiandao Wentian was visibly irate. Tiandao Chongrong still harbored intentions of confronting the Demon Lord, seemingly eager for the destruction of Tiandao Imperial Palace. He possessed no sense of awareness whatsoever. If he had the capability to act, why would he need to grovel? Tiandao Chongrong was sent flying 100 meters, dazed and bloodied at the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe that his usually doting ancestor would unleash such fury upon him. A century ago, Tiandao Chongrong had been shielded from danger, never having faced the Demon Lord directly, thus remaining ignorant of his true prowess. Conversely, Tiandao Wentian, having experienced the peril firsthand, understood that the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace could never match his might. This slap and punishment were, in essence, a means of saving him. I hereby announce the removal of Tiandao Chongrong from the position of Palace Master of Tiandao Imperial Palace. He shall be cast into seclusion for a century. Bring him away. Chapter 7. I believe you are inadequate. Several guards advanced and dragged the seated Tiandao Chongrong away. Ning Yuchen observed this with a smile, remaining silent. This was merely a fade for his benefit. His visit to the Tiandao Imperial Palace was for business, not to obliterate it. Otherwise, he would have long since dispatched Tiandao Chongrong with a single strike. To what do we owe the honor of your presence at our Tiandao Imperial Palace? Tiandao Wentian inquired courteously, bowing respectfully. At that moment, he merely wished to hasten the departure of this harbinger of death. As long as this figure remained, a weighty pressure loomed over him. Countless disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Their ancestral figure was one of the preeminent powers in the Immortal Realm. Never had he shown such deference to anyone. Yet here he was, bowing low before the Demon Lord, even going so far as to punish the current Palace Master, Tiandao Chongrong, by confining him to the Forbidden Grounds. I come today to request a favor from the Tiandao Imperial Palace, Ning Yuchen stated calmly. What does the Demon Lord command? Tiandao Wentian asked, bewildered. What matter could compel this Demon Lord to re-emerge in the mortal realm after a century? I require you to collaborate with the other 8 major forces in the Immortal Realm to uncover all information regarding a woman named Luo Ruiying, particularly concerning her family's power and background. Do you understand? Ning Yuchen articulated the purpose of his visit. It would be far more efficient to enlist the assistance of locals in the Immortal Realm rather than searching aimlessly for an indeterminate duration. Tiandao Wentian was taken aback to learn that Ning Yuchen's return to the Immortal Realm was merely to inquire about a woman and her family background. Might this woman have offended you, Demon Lord? If so, the Tiandao Imperial Palace is willing to act on your behalf. Tiandao Wentian's eyes narrowed, a hint of menace lacing his words. Ning Yuchen slowly shook his head, though his gaze radiated a cold intensity. That is unnecessary. Simply provide me with the relevant information. The rest I shall handle myself. I understand, Tiandao Wentian responded, shaken yet resolute. I shall notify the various sects across the immortal domains to seek the information you require. Feeling the chilling intent emanating from Ning Yuchen, Tiandao Wentian's heart sank. He inwardly cursed the forces behind Luo Ruiying. Cursed be those who provoke the likes of this harbinger of death. Why did they choose to offend him, putting me in this precarious position? Ning Yuchen, without lifting a finger, already felt the urge to eliminate any opposition. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. If I do not receive the information I seek, the Tiandao Imperial Palace will cease to exist, Ning Yuchen declared, leaving behind a foreboding statement. With that, he transformed into a streak of dark light and vanished from above the Tiandao Imperial Palace in the blink of an eye. The time of departure seems to have lingered for quite a while. It is imperative to return swiftly. My wife and the others may soon awaken. The Heavenly Tao, upon witnessing Ning Yuchen's departure, exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be engulfed by sorrow and apprehension at the thought of his return in 3 days. Should he fail to acquire the information he seeks, there would be no doubt that he would obliterate the Heavenly Tao Palace from the realm of immortals. For, with that individual's terrifying prowess, it is indeed within his capabilities. All disciples of the Heavenly Tao Palace, heed my command. Immediately relinquish all cultivation practices. Every one of you shall venture to various celestial domains in search of intelligence concerning a certain Luo Ruiying. Investigate all individuals bearing the surname Luo. Furthermore, notify the Wujideo Palace and other celestial factions to assist in this pursuit. Inform them that the Demon Lord has returned. Yes, we shall act in accordance with the venerable name of our ancestor. For the first time, the disciples of the heavenly Tao Palace beheld such gravity and tension, sparing no effort as they transformed into radiant streaks, dispersing across the celestial realms. In a fleeting moment, the news of the Demon Lord Yimachen's return reverberated throughout the entire realm of immortals. What? The Demon Lord Yimachen has returned to the realm of immortals. Is the demon realm poised to invade us once more? This is dire. Hurry, inform the ancestor. Alas, the ancestor has already departed. Upon hearing of the Demon Lord's return, the entire realm of immortals was instantly thrown into turmoil, with countless individuals unable to find solace. As a pervasive atmosphere of fear enveloped the skies above, this night in the realm of immortals was destined to be one of insomnia. Simultaneously, within a shadowy palace in the demon realm, several figures were seated around a massive round table, their distinct demonic eyes gleaming with sharp radiance. The Demon Lord has manifested. I always knew that the illustrious Demon Lord could not possibly be dead. However, why has the Demon Lord not returned to the demon realm? What could be the purpose of his appearance in the realm of immortals? Why was there no summons for us to join the fray? I shall take my forces and storm the realm of immortals. Do not act rashly. Reports indicate that the Demon Lord has long since departed from the realm of immortals. Regardless, possessing news of the Demon Lord makes matters considerably simpler. Search. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we shall unearth the Demon Lord. In the human realm, within the forest of beasts, in a humble cabin, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes while reclining on the bed. After consuming the celestial medicine, she had slept through the night and could distinctly sense that her internal injuries had nearly fully healed. Although her cultivation could not be restored, her physical wounds were fundamentally mended. All that remained was to engage in careful recuperation for a few more days. She had not anticipated the existence of such miraculous celestial medicine in the human realm. A wave of astonishment and delight washed over Luo Ruiying. Noticing Luo Hongya, curled up in her embrace and still in slumber, she tenderly caressed the child's head with affection. She had prepared herself to bid farewell to this child at any moment. Now, she could continue to remain by the child's side. Luo Ruiying did not disturb the slumbering Luo Hongya. She gently propped herself up and surveyed the room, yet found no trace of Ning Yuchen. Just as she was about to rise in search of him, the door creaked softly open. Ning Yuchen entered, carrying a steaming pot of medicinal porridge. Upon noticing Luo Ruiying awake and leaning against the headboard, he greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, my dear. Wake up and enjoy the porridge." "Did you rise early just to make porridge?" Luo Ruiying inquired, glancing through the window at the hazy outdoors, shrouded in morning mist, with the sun yet to fully ascend. "I took a stroll outside first and decided to prepare some porridge along the way," Ning Yuchen replied. He approached the bedside, seated himself at the edge, scooped up a spoonful of the porridge, blew on it gently, and brought it to Luo Ruiying's lips, reminiscent of last night's medication ritual. "I am quite all right now. I can manage on my own," Luo Ruiying stated, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such intimate feeding. Last night, her injuries had rendered her incapable, but now that she was on the mend, she wished to take the porridge herself. However, Ning Yuchen denied her this opportunity, withdrawing the spoon as her hand reached out, declaring firmly, "No, your body has yet to fully recover. I shall feed you. I assure you, I am really fine now," Luo Ruiying explained. "No, I believe you are not quite ready. Here, open wide," Ning Yuchen insisted, once again bringing the porridge to her lips with a warm smile. Luo Ruiying felt a swell of frustration within her. It seemed he was deliberately intent on feeding her. Chapter 8. This is far more interesting than being a demon lord. Luo Ruiying, unable to resist Ning Yuchen's kind intentions, shyly parted her crimson lips to accept the spoonful of medicinal porridge. Despite being over 400 years old, she felt like a child being fed. The fact that her benefactor was merely a mortal made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She could hardly face anyone if this were to spread. As she chewed the porridge, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. The porridge melted in her mouth, filling her senses with the rich fragrance of herbs intertwined with the essence of the ingredients. A warm sensation coursed through her body, nourishing her meridians. This porridge was not ordinary. It contained numerous celestial herbs and spirit medicines, along with the exquisitely tender silver chow spirit fish, which bore no unpleasant taste. She had often indulged in it within the celestial realm and recognized it immediately. The silver chow spirit fish not only healed lingering injuries within her body, but also unblocked her meridians, replenishing her internal spiritual energy. Even in the celestial realm, such fish were seldom seen. Yet, here she was, in the mortal world, savoring porridge made with silver chow spirit fish. The taste was simply delightful. "Did you make this porridge?" Luo Ruiying asked, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, is it delicious?" Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. "It is," Luo Ruiying instinctively responded, only to immediately shake her head. This was not the time to ponder its taste. The pressing question was why there existed silver chow spirit fish in the mortal realm. "Where did you acquire the fish for this porridge?" There's a pond not far behind the house, and I caught the fish there." "You caught them from the lake?" Luo Ruiying gazed at Ning Yuchen with skepticism. The silver chow spirit fish thrived in conditions that were exceedingly demanding, requiring an abundant spiritual essence to survive. Otherwise, they would perish in an instant. How could they possibly exist in a mortal lake? She doubted his honesty. First, he had mentioned celestial herbs, and now silver chow spirit fish. How could such rare treasures exist in this small forest? "My dear, I have not deceived you. I truly caught them from the lake. If you do not believe me, I can take you to see for yourself shortly," Ning Yuchen explained earnestly, meeting her scrutinizing gaze. He spoke the truth. The celestial herbs were gathered from the mountains, planted by him a century ago. The silver chow spirit fish were indeed from the lake, but he had raised them there himself. Very well. Seeing that Ning Yuchen seemed genuinely truthful, Luo Ruiying refrained from further questioning. Although her heart was filled with doubts, she resolved to trust his words. After all, he was merely a mortal. It was improbable that he could conjure such celestial herbs or silver chow spirit fish from thin air. She would personally verify the matter later. "My dear," Ning Yuchen said as he continued to spoon the medicinal porridge toward her lips. Luo Ruiying opened her mouth, consuming the porridge, gradually casting aside her previous concerns. The two individuals engaged in affectionate feeding, blissfully unaware that a small creature had awakened, its round eyes fixed upon their actions. When Luo Ruiying noticed Luo Hongya staring at her just as she was being fed another bite, her cheeks flushed crimson, and in her fluster, she choked momentarily, coughing a few times. To be seen by the child in such a vulnerable state was utterly mortifying. "Cough, cough, Yi, you're awake." Luo Ruiying composed herself, reaching out to pick up Luo Hongya, although the rosy hue on her face had yet to fade. "Father is feeding mother." "Just as mother feeds Yi," Luo Hongya observed, glancing at Ning Yuchen before looking up at Luo Ruiying with a smile. Luo Ruiying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and shot a playful glare at Ning Yuchen. It was all his fault. She had insisted she could feed herself, yet he had insisted on personally attending to her. Now the child had witnessed it all. Ning Yuchen, however, found himself drawn to Luo Ruiying's captivating demeanor. Unable to resist stealing another glance at her mildly irritated expression, he realized that even when a woman was upset, she could possess an endearing quality. "Father, Yi also wants to be fed by father," Luo Hongya declared, perceiving nothing inappropriate in her parents' actions. Rather, she felt delighted. Opening her small mouth and stretching her neck in anticipation of being fed, Ning Yuchen gently ruffled Luo Hongya's little head and scooped up another spoonful of medicinal porridge to feed her. This rare concoction was a nourishing boon for the growing Luo Hongya. Luo Ruiying squinted her eyes joyfully, puffing out her chubby cheeks as she gently swayed in her embrace. In a sweet, childlike voice, she exclaimed, "Delicious. Father's cooking is better than mother's." At that moment, Luo Ruiying felt a pang of embarrassment and despondency. Had her previous meals truly been unappetizing? As an empress of the celestial realm, surely it was reasonable not to excel in the culinary arts. Yet, to hear that she fell short compared to an ordinary mortal, even in cooking, filled her heart with a profound sense of defeat. "If it's delicious, then Yi should eat more," Ning Yuchen responded, pleased to hear his child's delight, as he once again lifted the spoonful of porridge to Luo Hongya's lips. Unbeknownst to him, his heart brimmed with pride and satisfaction, a fulfillment surpassing even the conquest of a celestial emperor. All those years spent honing his culinary skills had not been in vain. He had unwittingly prepared for this moment. It was indeed a stroke of serendipity. Noticing the forlorn expression on Luo Ruing's face, Ning Yuchen found it amusing and brought the porridge to her mouth. "My dear, it's your turn." Luo Ruing felt as though she were being treated like a child, intensifying the melancholy on her face. Nevertheless, seeing Luo Hongye gazing at her with eager anticipation, she silently opened her mouth and accepted the medicinal porridge being offered. One cannot help but admire that he indeed seems to surpass her, if only by a fraction. Observing Ning Yuchen as he diligently fed them while neglecting his own meal, Luo Ruing could not refrain from inquiring, "Are you not eating?" "I am not hungry. You and the child should eat," Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. He relished the act of feeding, for as the demon lord, he could easily forego sustenance indefinitely. Any meal he partook was merely a matter of indulgence. Unbeknownst to Luo Ruing, Ning Yuchen bore the notorious title of Demon Lord. She regarded him simply as an ordinary mortal. She had heard that in the human realm, food was especially precious, particularly for those impoverished families dwelling in the mountains, who might even resort to gnawing on tree bark. A glance around the room confirmed a lack of provisions, leading her to believe that Ning Yuchen was sacrificing his own needs for her and the child, which deeply moved her. With a sudden resolve, she seized the remaining medicinal porridge from Ning Yuchen's hand, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she scooped some to offer to his lips. I have eaten enough along with ye, the rest is for you." As a former empress of the celestial realm, she found herself willingly feeding a mortal, a statement that might seem incredulous to many. Yet, it was a gesture of gratitude for his kindness. Furthermore, he was her husband, and such an act felt entirely reasonable. Ning Yuchen was slightly taken aback by Luo Ruing's initiative to feed him. After a gentle smile, he opened his mouth to accept her offering. While he had experienced being fed before by his subordinates, this sensation was entirely different, infinitely more enjoyable than during his reign as the Demon Lord. Chapter 9. My dear, your preference is sufficient. The three of them joyfully fed each other, cherishing the serene morning hours together. After finishing the medicinal porridge, Luo Ruing felt that her body had sufficiently recuperated, gradually regaining her strength. Thus, she expressed to Ning Yuchen her desire to take a stroll outside. As this would soon become her home with the child, she wished to ensure that the place was adequately secluded and safe. Additionally, she was eager to verify the existence of the celestial herbs and spiritual medicines that Ning Yuchen claimed were gathered from the back mountain. Curious and skeptical about the possibility of such rare celestial herbs thriving in the mortal realm, Luo Ruing, now fully healed, was keen to explore. Naturally, Ning Yuchen was more than willing to accompany her. As they stepped out of the wooden cabin, Luo Ruing meticulously surveyed her surroundings. The cabin was nestled in a spacious clearing among the woods, enveloped by dense trees on all sides. Gazing upwards, towering mountains loomed around them, rendering it a relatively hidden location. The only drawback was its isolation, with no signs of civilization in sight, no towns or inhabitants nearby. Yet for Luo Ruing, this solitude posed no issue. If she could spend her remaining days in such seclusion, it would not be a bad fate at all. "My dear, allow me to show you the back mountain." Ning Yuchen extended his hand invitingly. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ruing placed her hand in his, while cradling Luo Hongye in her other arm. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the back mountain. As they ventured into the woods of the back mountain, an extraordinary scene unfolded before them. Divided by two towering trees, the inner side was lush and verdant, revealing a myriad of shimmering celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. In stark contrast, the outer side resembled an ordinary forest, where only commonplace weeds and shrubs grew. The sheer disparity astounded Luo Ruing. Within the same grove, two entirely different worlds coexisted. Ning Yuchen, with a gentle smile, led Luo Ruing across the boundary of the two majestic trees. The moment they crossed, Luo Ruing distinctly felt as if she had passed through an invisible barrier. On the inner side of the barrier, countless celestial herbs flourished, their numbers in the tens of thousands, while the air was thick with visible spiritual energy, sparkling like countless stars, a breathtaking sight, brimming with vitality. It felt as though she had immersed herself in this ethereal dust, her entire being bathing in the spiritual essence of the world. Luo Ruing's exquisite eyes widened in astonishment. The density of spiritual energy here rivaled that of the celestial realm. No wonder such an abundance of rare celestial herbs could thrive. It was utterly incredible. How could such a place exist in the mortal world? After the initial shock, a profound question arose in Luo Ruiying's mind. From the sensation of crossing into the boundary, it seemed that this was a barrier established by some esteemed predecessor, nurturing the celestial herbs with spiritual energy. The barrier established here is specifically designed to seal and gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing energy to enter but not escape. While humans and beasts can freely come and go, the ability to create such a vast gathering barrier suggests that the practitioner possesses considerable skill. Strangely, the individual has only set up a gathering barrier without any defensive measures, displaying a complete lack of caution. Could it be that this senior is not at all worried that their meticulously arranged medicinal garden might be exploited by others or beasts? Luo Ruiying is utterly perplexed. Who could this senior be that has established such a medicinal garden in the human realm? My dear, I did not deceive you, did I? All these herbs were gathered from here, Ning Yuchen proudly introduced to Luo Ruiying. This medicinal garden is a result of his transplantation of numerous celestial herbs. Having sown tens of thousands of seeds and dedicating a century to nurturing this vibrant expanse of celestial herbs. Luo Ruiying nodded, finally convinced of Ning Yuchen's words. Unexpectedly, the back mountain of the wooden cabin happens to be this medicinal garden. His fortune is remarkable, allowing him to discover the garden of some esteemed elder. Luo Ruiying's curious gaze drifted over a plethora of celestial herbs, her eyes sparkling with delight. Many of these herbs, even during her time in the celestial realm, were exceedingly rare. The millennium-old heavenly blood lingji, the ice cicada herb, the drunken immortal flower. Goodness, even the seven-colored glazed flower is present. Approaching a resplendent flower, she was filled with astonishment. The flower, a splendid fusion of 7 colors, radiated a shimmering glaze, with hues flowing across the petals like liquid, stunningly vibrant. The 7-colored glazed flower has the effect of cleansing the marrow and solidifying one's foundation. Consuming it ensures that future cultivation progresses at an astonishing pace, rendering most bottlenecks almost trivial to overcome. Even in the celestial realm, countless immortal sects seek out the 7-colored glazed flower for their offspring. Yet here lies a perfectly intact specimen. Luo Ruiying glanced at the adorable and docile Luo Hongya in her arms, wanting to reach out and pluck the 7-colored glazed flower, but she hesitated. Though she longed to give it to Luo Hongya, she could not proceed. This might be a precious celestial herb intentionally cultivated by the esteemed elder, and taking it would surely offend them. Just as Luo Ruiying hesitated, Ning Yuchen stepped forward and plucked the 7-colored glazed flower, presenting it to her. My dear, this is for you. You. How could you possibly pick this flower? Luo Ruiying's face turned pale with shock. This is the 7-colored glazed flower. Once picked, it cannot survive for 3 days, after which it will wither away. Even if the roots remain, who knows how long it would take to regrow into another 7-colored glazed flower. This is a disaster. In contrast to Luo Ruiying's anxious panic, Ning Yuchen remained calm and composed. My dear, do you not desire this flower? I find myself in a quandary, unsure of how to express my thoughts to Ning Yuchen. He is but a mere mortal, oblivious to the worth of this exquisite flower, which is entirely understandable. Moreover, he plucked it solely for my sake. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with me for not noticing sooner. Since you, my beloved, cherish it, that is sufficient. Ning Yuchen once more extended the 7-colored glass flower toward me. In comparison to the joy of my beloved wife and the future of our child, this singular flower holds little significance for him. With a gentle sigh, I accepted the 7-colored glass flower and fed it to Luo Hongya. At this juncture, since the flower has already been plucked, there is no turning back. Even if she refrains from consuming it, it would merely go to waste. Should the esteemed elder come seeking reparation, I shall devise a way to atone with some celestial treasure. Upon consuming the 7-colored glass flower, Luo Hongya radiated a dazzling spectrum of light, which gradually faded, leaving her skin as smooth and flawless as jade. This is merely the initial effect. The true potency of the elixir will gradually manifest throughout her meridians and bones. After finishing, Luo Hongya pouted and, with a touch of petulance, remarked to Ning Yuchen and me, Father, Mother, this is not tasty. I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at her words. After all, this is the seven-colored glass flower, coveted by countless souls in the celestial realm. Yet, my child dares to express disdain for its flavor. Chapter 10. He is merely a mortal. Do not hold it against him. Father has found you something delicious. Ning Yuchen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's little head and skillfully approached a dense thicket of vines. The vines were adorned with glistening grapes that sparkled like crystals. Each grape was the size of a child's palm, translucent and with the flesh clearly visible. What are these crystal grapes? So many. Luo Ruiying gazed in astonishment at the vast expanse of lush crystal grapes, thriving so splendidly. Although crystal grapes are commonly seen in the celestial realm as a regular fruit, their flesh is rich in juice and possesses the ability to restore one's spiritual energy. In the mortal realm, each vine of crystal grapes must be exceedingly precious and rare. This expansive vineyard of crystal grapes reshaped her understanding of celestial fruits in the mortal world. Ning Yuchen casually plucked a grape and fed it to Luo Hongye, asking with a smile, "Is it delicious?" "So sweet." Luo Ruiying grinned as she savored the crystal grape. In his delight, Ning Yuchen picked an entire bunch of crystal grapes and fed them one by one to Luo Hongye. Luo Ruiying initially intended to intervene, considering this could potentially belong to a senior's medicinal garden. They had already unwittingly taken the seven-colored glazed flower. Taking more celestial herbs or fruits seemed rather inappropriate. Yet, seeing how joyous Luo Hongye was, and with the father and daughter so engrossed, she found it difficult to voice her concerns. Surely, that senior would not mind if they consumed a few of these crystal grapes. Luo Ruiying reassured herself internally. Just then, as Ning Yuchen prepared to eat a grape himself, Luo Ruiying's expression turned anxious, and she quickly grasped his arm. "You cannot eat." Although the spiritual energy contained within the grape juice was minimal, it could be lethal for a mere mortal without any cultivation. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Ning Yuchen looked puzzled. Why couldn't he eat what he had grown? But in the next moment, he recalled that in Luo Ruiying's eyes, he was indeed a mortal and should refrain from consuming such celestial fruits. He usually indulged in them by the pound. Yet now he could not partake even in a single one. Otherwise, she might uncover the truth, and he could inadvertently reveal his identity. Though somewhat regretful, he felt a sense of joy seeing Luo Ruiying's anxious demeanor for his sake. To maintain the facade, Ning Yuchen feigned ignorance and inquired, "My dear, why can't I eat?" Luo Hongye, with wide eyes, curiously looked at Luo Ruiying, as if questioning why she could eat while her father could not. "Because these fruits are celestial. If you consume them, it could be dangerous. Many things here should not be eaten directly. You must promise me that you will not carelessly consume anything from this place in the future," Luo Ruiying warned Ning Yuchen with a serious expression. Ning Yuchen felt astonished that she had managed to survive in this place until now. It was one thing to expend a considerable amount of spiritual energy by boiling various celestial herbs into medicinal porridge for breakfast. Had she consumed them directly, she would likely have perished long ago. "Thank you for your concern, my dear," Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, unsure of why she was so worried about him. Perhaps it was because this fellow was the father of her child. In her hands, another adorable little one, holding crystal grapes, overheard Luo Ruiying's words and was nearly moved to tears. "Mother, is Yuchen in danger?" she whimpered. "Yuchen won't eat too much anymore. Woo woo woo. Don't cry, dear. Everything will be fine as long as you don't overindulge," Luo Ruiying quickly reassured, gently patting Luo Hongye's back to comfort her. "Really?" Luo Hongye asked with tear-filled eyes. "Indeed. Mother will ensure that Yuchen remains safe," Luo Ruiying softly consoled her. With her unique bloodline and constitution, Luo Hongye was naturally unharmed. Gradually, she ceased her sobbing and nestled comfortably in Luo Ruiying's embrace. Her soft voice filled with anticipation. "Then, can Yuchen still eat?" "Of course. Yuchen can eat as much as she desires." Luo Ruiying was about to respond when Ning Yuchen, with a doting smile, interjected. He took another crystal grape and fed it to Luo Hongye, who instantly transformed from fearful to joyous. Luo Ruiying, both exasperated and affectionate, offered a slight smile. "Well, as long as the child is happy." After feeding Luo Hongye, Ning Yuchen picked another grape and brought it to Luo Ruiying's lips, still wearing that tender smile. Her cheeks flushed as she slightly parted her lips to accept it. It seemed she was gradually becoming accustomed to being fed, under Ning Yuchen's guidance. The trio savored their way along the path, sampling every edible celestial fruit and herb they encountered. Most of the time, Ning Yuchen was the one feeding the mother-daughter duo. Before long, they arrived at a vast lake. The water was crystal clear, rippling gently, with sunlight sparkling upon its surface. Occasionally, a few silver-scaled spirit fish leaped from the water. As Luo Ruiying approached the lakeside, she could feel an exceptionally rich and pure spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, she realized the entire lake was composed of natural spiritual liquid. Such a massive natural spiritual lake was exceedingly rare. Even a single sip could significantly enhance one's cultivation. No wonder so many silver-scaled spirit fish thrived here. The wonders of this medicinal herb garden were truly overwhelming, leading her to ponder the identity of the extraordinary predecessor who had cultivated this land. Not far from the spiritual lake lay an expansive field, divided into several zones, each flourishing with a variety of crops that looked particularly enticing. Luo Ruiying, her eyes wide with astonishment, stepped into the cultivated fields and casually picked a stalk of rice. Inhaling its fragrance, the rice in her hand was crystal clear, imbued with a faint spiritual energy that gently permeated her senses. This rice was nourished by spiritual liquid. Did you cultivate this? She turned to Ning Yuchen and inquired. The robust growth of the plants surely indicated a need for regular irrigation with spiritual liquid. A common person would never squander such precious resources on mere crops. That esteemed elder would never engage in such a wasteful act of using pure spiritual liquid. It must be Ning Yuchen, who resides nearby. Ning Yuchen nodded with pride, his chest swelling with satisfaction. My dear, isn't my harvest splendid? This is the grain I have meticulously cultivated. In pursuit of culinary delights, he had intentionally sown a variety of crops. Observing Ning Yuchen's eager expression, awaiting praise, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel her cheeks twitch slightly, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. That was invaluable natural spiritual liquid. To think he used it for growing food. It was an utter squandering of resources. With a resigned sigh, Luo Ruiying repeatedly reminded herself that he was but a mere mortal, unaware of the rarity of spiritual liquid, and thus she could not hold it against him. Chapter 11. A husband who would not consume you. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongya, wandered through the enchanting medicinal herb garden with a gaze full of curiosity. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Ning Yuchen's mind, prompting him to discreetly stroll to a nearby open meadow. Initially intended for cultivating crops, he now envisioned a new idea. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, thousands of seeds scattered like raindrops across the meadow. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the meadow instantly blossomed into a riot of colors, blanketing the landscape with a vibrant tapestry of flowers. The floral expanse erupted in bloom, filling the air with a rich fragrance that wafted for miles. Drawn in by the intoxicating scent, Luo Ruiying found herself captivated, gazing in awe at the resplendent sea of flowers before her. When a gentle breeze passed, it stirred a flurry of colorful petals to dance around her. Luo Hongya joyfully leaped from Luo Ruiying's embrace, frolicking into the flower patch. How do you like it, my dear? Ning Yuchen inquired, strolling over to Luo Ruiying with a smile. Turning to him, Luo Ruiying wore an expression of disbelief. Did you cultivate all of this? Ning Yuchen nodded affirmatively. Luo Ruiying was taken aback. Such a breathtaking floral sea. How long must it have taken to cultivate? He gently guided her to sit amidst the blossoms, where they could relish the soothing breeze and the captivating aroma. Ever since escaping from the celestial realm, Luo Ruiying had remained on edge, anxious that pursuers might reappear. At this moment, however, her taut nerves began to relax ever so slightly. With delicate fingers, she brushed aside the wisps of hair that the wind had tousled against her cheek, a crescent-shaped smile gracing her lips, revealing her extraordinary beauty. She called out softly to Luo Hongya, who was playing nearby, "Be careful, little one. Don't run too fast or stray too far." Ning Yuchen gazed, entranced, at Luo Ruiying's exquisite profile, an unfamiliar sensation stirring within him. Unable to resist, he gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. He had encountered countless fairies and enchantresses before, yet none had evoked such feelings in him. Could it be that she was his first woman, now his wife? Startled by the sudden embrace, Luo Ruiying's body trembled slightly, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful eyes, yet she offered no resistance. Though her body tensed with nervousness, she knew she could easily break free with her current celestial cultivation. However, She refrained, concerned about inadvertently harming Ning Yuchen, for mortals were fragile in comparison to cultivators. Moreover, she harbored no disdain for him. On the contrary, she found no reason to look down upon him for being an ordinary man. Although she had once reproached him for taking her body, now that the child had been born, they could truly be considered husband and wife. It was only natural for spouses to embrace one another, wasn't it? Ning Yuchen observed Luo Ruying's body, rigid and tense as if made of wood, and couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "My dear, relax. I promise I won't bite you. I'm not nervous at all." His words instantly rendered Luo Ruying blushing, and she glared at Ning Yuchen with a playful indignation. How dare this mere mortal tease her? Unfazed by her sulking glare, Ning Yuchen found her anger particularly endearing, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Luo Ruying, her chest heaving with indignation, turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Ning Yuchen any longer. This insufferable fellow knew well she was a practitioner of cultivation, yet dared to toy with her like this. Had it been anyone else, she would have long since dispatched him with a single strike. Meanwhile, as Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruying enjoyed their moment alone, Luo Hongya, hidden among the flowers, spotted a vividly colored butterfly fluttering gracefully by. Having never seen a butterfly before, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she scampered after it with small, eager steps. Unbeknownst to her, she had ventured to the edge of the flower patch, where the butterfly finally settled on a blossom. Curiously, Luo Hongya leaned closer, wishing to touch it, but the startled butterfly flitted into the thicket. "Wait, little butterfly," she called, dashing after it, only to find that it had vanished among the trees, surrounded by an eerie silence in the dense woods. Fear gripped Luo Ruying's heart as she realized she had strayed too far from her parents. Just as she resolved to return, a massive, dark figure loomed behind her, casting a shadow over her petite frame. Turning around, she beheld a colossal dragon, its scales glinting like razor-sharp blades, peering out from the thicket. The dragon's obsidian vertical pupils fixated on Luo Hongya, its eyes gleaming with surprise and greed, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth. "Look what I've discovered. A human. It has been so long since I savored the taste of one. The night is not as delectable." Trembling in fright, Luo Hongya took a step back, stumbling and falling to the ground. With a wail, she burst into tears. "Wah! Mama! Daddy!" Her cries immediately caught the attention of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruying. Unable to locate Luo Hongya, Luo Ruying's expression turned frantic as she swiftly darted toward the source of the sound. "Ha ha ha! Calling for your parents is futile. Submit, and allow me to feast upon you. Do not worry, you shall feel no pain." The dark-scaled dragon opened its gaping maw, ready to devour Luo Hongya. In that dire moment, Luo Ruying shot forth like a bolt of lightning, her sword slicing across the dragon's entire face. "Begone, monster! What do you intend to do to my child?" Luo Ruying grasped her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Luo Hongya, her delicate face frozen with a frosty glare directed at the formidable Xianlin dragon before her. Blood streamed down from a wound on her face as the dragon, in pain, fixed a furious gaze upon her. "Cursed human, how dare you mar my visage? Here, apart from that esteemed being, none would dare to affront me so." With that, the Xianlin dragon unleashed a multitude of steel blades from its body, an overwhelming aura of spiritual power erupting forth from within. The Xianlin dragon, a creature of celestial stature, represented the pinnacle of demonic beasts. Luo Ruying's eyes widened with a mixture of astonishment and vigilance. This dragon was a being of unparalleled might in the human realm. She never anticipated its presence here. Could it have been lured by the essence of the celestial herbs and fruits? She should have been more cautious. A wave of self-reproach washed over her. It was her negligence that nearly placed the child in peril. In her previous strength, a single stroke of her sword could have vanquished the Xianlin dragon effortlessly. Yet now, her power had dwindled to merely that of a mortal. Engaging the dragon in battle was not guaranteed to end in defeat. But she feared she could not safeguard Luo Hongya's well-being simultaneously. What to do? Should she simply flee with the child? As Luo Ruying pondered her course of action, Ning Yuchen's figure emerged slowly from behind her. Upon seeing him approach, panic flared within her. This was dire. Had she been alone with Luo Hongya, she would have possessed sufficient confidence to escape unscathed. But with Ning Yuchen accompanying her, their chances of evading the Xianlin dragon's clutches diminished significantly. Luo Ruiying found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 12. Just be cautious in the next life, take the child and go. I will hold it back. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruiying whispered her instructions to Ning Yuchen. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. By allowing Ning Yuchen to escort the child away, she could devote herself entirely to confronting the formidable Xianlin giant dragon. Ning Yuchen, however, did not acknowledge Luo Ruiying's words. Instead, he gently lifted the terrified Luo Hongye from the ground, softly patting her back in an effort to comfort her. Do not cry, my dear. Father and mother are here. Everything will be all right. Luo Hongye ceased her sobbing, curling up in Ning Yuchen's embrace, seeking solace. He tenderly stroked her head before lifting his gaze to the Xianlin giant dragon. Upon seeing Ning Yuchen, the dragon's expression transformed into one of sheer terror, its imposing aura dissipating in an instant. It was him. That child is his child. It was over. I am doomed. The Xianlin giant dragon turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Its colossal form darted through the treetops, moving with astonishing speed. Luo Ruiying stood in bewilderment. How could the once ferocious Xianlin giant dragon suddenly retreat? Was it possible that even in its original form, it could move so swiftly? Observing its fearful demeanor, could it have been intimidated by her presence? Luo Ruiying was left perplexed, but this seemed the only plausible explanation. Regardless, the dragon's retreat brought her a sense of relief. Is everything all right, dear? Luo Ruiying sheathed her sword and hurried to check Luo Hongye for injuries. Fortunately, the child had merely stumbled and twisted her ankle, with only a slight scrape to show for it. Just as Luo Hongye had calmed down, she once again wept as she leaped into Luo Ruiying's arms. Wah! Mother! Shoo! Do not cry. Mother is here, Luo Ruiying cooed. Gently rocking Luo Hongye, she felt a pang of guilt for the fright the child had endured. Had she been more vigilant, perhaps this dangerous situation could have been averted. Let us return home. It is too perilous here, Luo Ruiying suggested to Ning Yuchen. The child, having been frightened, was not inclined to continue their outing. Encountering other beasts could pose a significant danger. My dear, please take the child home first. I must clear out the pests near the orchard, Ning Yuchen instructed softly, turning to stroll into the woods. Luo Ruiying wished to call out to him, urging him to disregard the pests, as the presence of beasts indicated a perilous environment. A mere mortal would find themselves in grave danger should they encounter any beast. However, in the blink of an eye, Ning Yuchen had vanished into the forest. Above the mountainous terrain, a massive shadow streaked swiftly across the sky. The Xianlin giant dragon, desperately flapping its wings, turned its head in terror to glance back. He inadvertently offended that esteemed individual. Remaining in the demon realm forest was utterly untenable. If he lingered any longer, his demise was assured. Where are you headed? At that moment, as the azure scale dragon turned its head, a chilling voice resonated from the front. The voice, akin to the grim salutation of the Grim Reaper, enveloped the azure scale dragon in an icy dread. Master, this is a misunderstanding. I truly did not realize she was your child. The azure scale dragon halted before Ning Yuchen, its colossal form kneeling in supplication. It's of no consequence, just be more cautious in your next life. With a gentle clasp of his hand, Ning Yuchen instantaneously contorted and compressed the azure-scaled dragon's massive body. Master, ugh, the azure-scaled dragon attempted to plead further, yet its once resilient form was reduced to a sphere no larger than a palm. You frightened my daughter, made her weep. For you to perish in such a manner is actually a mercy. Ning Yuchen regarded the spherical remnant of the azure-scaled dragon with indifference. Then with a sweep of his hand, transformed it into ashes. He projected his voice around him, calling, Chaos Bull Demon, Titan Giant Ape, Sky-Devouring Divine Python. Come forth. The sound was not loud, rippling outward like a gentle wave from Ning Yuchen's core. Before long, 3 figures hastily converged from different directions to stand before him. Master. The trio bowed respectfully, hands clasped in greeting, their heads bowed, sweat cascading down their foreheads, not daring to meet Ning Yuchen's gaze. They understood profoundly that the figure before them was not someone they could provoke lightly. Once, within the depths of the demon realm forest, nearly 100 demon kings thrived, but after his arrival, only 4 remain. No, now merely 3. They had witnessed Ning Yuchen effortlessly crush the azure-scale dragon before their eyes. Sensing that Ning Yuchen was not in a particularly cheerful disposition today, The group felt a palpable trepidation, their legs trembling in fear. They dreaded that should he grow displeased, they too might meet a similar fate. They couldn't fathom how that wretched azure-scale dragon had managed to provoke this esteemed individual. What a perilous predicament they found themselves in. The group couldn't help but silently curse the now-deceased azure-scaled dragon. Ning Yuchen cast a cold gaze over them and spoke in a measured tone. My wife and daughter have recently returned. The azure-scaled dragon not only frightened my daughter, but nearly devoured her. Thus, I took his life. That scoundrel dared to lay a hand upon your daughter, master. He deserves nothing less than 1,000 deaths, exclaimed the Titan giant ape with a mane of silvery hair, raising a furious fist. Indeed, had I known, I would have dispatched him myself without your command, master. The Chaos Bull Demon, a robust figure nearly 2 meters tall, concurred angrily. A woman, slender as a water serpent, nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, yes, master, you've done well to eliminate him. That was indeed a mercy. It seems that all of you unanimously agree with my decision to eliminate him? Ning Yuchen inquired. Indeed. The 3 demon kings responded in unison. That is reassuring. I was genuinely concerned that you might frighten my daughter or pose a threat to her. Tell me, should I also consider eradicating you all? Ning Yuchen smiled faintly, his words spoken lightly, devoid of any hint of murderous intent. Yet, to the ears of the 3 demons, his words struck like a thunderclap, leaving them icy with dread. With a thud, the 3 demons hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling as they pleaded for mercy. My lord, spare us. Even if you gave us 10 lives, we would never dare to offend you or your family. Ning Yuchen appeared contemplative, remaining silent. The 3 demons, frozen in place, awaited his decision in anxious anticipation. Each passing second felt interminably long for them. This could very well be their final moments in this realm. After a prolonged silence, Ning Yuchen addressed the 3 demons. Remember your words and keep a close watch on your subordinates. Should any demon frighten my daughter, prepare to vanish from existence. With that, Ning Yuchen vanished from his spot in an instant. Yes, the 3 demons remained crouched on the ground, too fearful to move, until a considerable time had passed before they cautiously lifted their heads. Only after confirming Ning Yuchen had truly departed did they exhale a sigh of relief, filled with the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. From now on, they vowed never to approach that wooden cabin again. It was far too terrifying. Chapter 13. Truly only for the children. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Ning Yuchen sensed a graceful figure rushing toward him. He smiled faintly and swiftly descended from the air, opting to stroll leisurely through the woods. Moments later, Luo Ruiying appeared before him, her demeanor fraught with urgency. Thank heavens, I finally found you. Relief washed over her as she saw Ning Yuchen unharmed. However, witnessing his nonchalant and carefree demeanor ignited a spark of irritation within her. Concerned about the potential presence of other beasts nearby, she had first escorted Luo Hongya home before hurrying to find him. Yet, here he was, exhibiting an air of tranquility, utterly devoid of any sense of impending danger. With a hint of reproach, Luo Ruiying shot Ning Yuchen a glance and admonished, next time, do not go meddling with any insects. It is perilous around here. Is my dear wife so worried about me? Ning Yuchen feigned ignorance, a playful glint in his eyes. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she glared at him with mock annoyance. I merely wish for the child not to lose her father. Is it truly just for the child? Ning Yuchen leaned closer, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. The two stood mere inches apart, their gazes locked, and a single step could bridge the distance between them. Luo Ruiying's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, prompting her to step back slightly, her face blushing even deeper. Yet, she stubbornly glared at Ning Yuchen. This rogue, even at such a moment, still found amusement in teasing her. How could she, a dignified empress from the celestial realm, allow a mere mortal to toy with her? Really, it is only for the child, she declared, flustered yet resolute. Now come back with me. With a huff of indignation, she turned to leave. Observing her haughty and agitated figure, Ning Yuchen smiled faintly. Lowering his gaze, an idea struck him, and he gently twisted his right foot, feigning injury. My dear, it seems I have inadvertently injured my foot, he lamented, taking a couple of tentative steps while addressing Luo Ruiying, who was ahead. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying turned back, her expression shifting to one of alarm. She hurriedly returned to Ning Yuchen's side and knelt to inspect his right foot. The bone was indeed fractured, The injury, quite severe. Just moments earlier, he had appeared perfectly fine while walking. Why did you wait until now to mention it? You are utterly careless. What if I hadn't come looking for you? Luo Ruiying chastised him, her eyes filled with concern. With such a grievous injury, should they encounter a beast in the woods, his survival would be gravely jeopardized. I am truly sorry for causing you worry, Ning Yuchen said, his heart warmed by Luo Ruiying's genuine concern, a smile permanently etched on his face. Luo Ruiying found herself with no other choice. After gently bandaging and securing Ning Yuchen's injured foot, she turned her back to him and crouched down. Come on, I'll carry you back. There were undoubtedly many powerful magical beasts lurking in the vicinity. The safest and quickest way was for her to bear Ning Yuchen on her back. Ning Yuchen, revealing a mischievous grin at the success of his scheme, unceremoniously sprawled onto Luo Ruiying's back, wrapping his arms around her graceful neck. Her back radiated warmth, accompanied by a delicate and enchanting fragrance. He pressed his cheek against her, relishing the moment. Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush slightly, yet, considering Ning Yuchen's injury, she chose to remain silent. With a sudden leap, she swiftly navigated through the trees towards the wooden cabin. In just a few breaths, Luo Ruiying had returned to the cabin, gently placing Ning Yuchen on the bed. Daddy, I was so worried about you. Upon seeing Ning Yuchen back, Luo Hongye dashed into his embrace, nuzzling her cheek against him. You've made our little Hongye anxious. Ning Yuchen fondly tightened his hold on Luo Hongye, affectionately ruffling her hair. He hadn't returned with them, causing this little one unnecessary worry. Luo Ruiying watched this heartwarming scene with a smile, her heart filled with contentment. After advising Ning Yuchen not to wander about recklessly, she turned and left the cabin. She needed to return to the medicinal herb garden to gather some herbs to concoct a healing ointment for Ning Yuchen. Additionally, she had to carefully survey the area for any magical beasts and set up a protective barrier around the cabin. A mere wooden cabin offered little security. There weren't even any preemptive warning measures in place. How that fellow managed to survive here for so long was beyond her comprehension. Should they encounter a magical beast, it would likely spell their doom. It was her responsibility to safeguard this home. The medicinal herbs in the garden were plentiful, and Luo Ruiying quickly gathered the necessary ingredients. Subsequently, she commenced a thorough inspection, ensuring that there were no traces of magical beasts within a 50-mile radius of the wooden cabin. After surveying a considerable distance, she began to feel increasingly perplexed. Not a single magical beast was to be found. She couldn't even sense the slightest trace of their presence. Previously, she had detected numerous beasts. How could they have vanished so suddenly? There was an expansive medicinal herb garden here, rich with spiritual energy and fragrance. How could it fail to attract any magical beasts? This was utterly illogical. Moreover, the earlier presence of the Shenlin dragon had also completely disappeared. How strange. This unusual situation made Luo Ruiying furrow her brows. Nevertheless, the absence of magical beasts was, in a way, to her advantage, sparing her the trouble of dealing with them. Seizing the opportunity, she buried spirit stones at various points 50 miles away, forming a protective array with them. The spirit stones connected, creating a vast barrier that enveloped the entire area surrounding the wooden cabin. After the formation of the barrier, it transitioned from a faint hue to transparency, making it exceedingly difficult to discern its presence even upon close inspection. With this accomplished, Luo Ruiying felt a considerable sense of relief. Although the barrier she had erected, given her current cultivation, was not particularly formidable, it was certainly sufficient to obstruct anyone below the divine realm. As Luo Ruiying returned home, the night had gradually deepened. Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongye, father and daughter, were engaged in playful antics, enjoying a game of lifting each other up. Upon noticing Luo Ruiying's arrival, they both greeted her in unison. Mother is back. Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded. Her beautiful eyes surveyed the surroundings of the room, and after a moment's hesitation, she blushed and inquired, How do you bathe here? Since her escape from the celestial realm several days ago, she had not had the opportunity to cleanse herself. In the celestial realm, she had adhered to a daily bathing routine without fail. The prolonged absence of a bath had become an arduous ordeal for her. She could forego food and drink, but bathing was an absolute necessity. However, upon careful inspection, she found no wooden tubs for bathing within the room, nor any designated space outside for heating water. This left Luo Ruiying in a quandary about how to proceed with her desire to bathe. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's wish to bathe, Ning Yuchen instantly perked up. My dear, you wish to bathe. I know of a splendid place. Chapter 14, just a bit stressed. Having gone several days without a bath, I yearn for a cleansing wash. Luo Ruiying shyly nodded and eagerly inquired. Where is this splendid place you speak of? My lady, if one traverses southwest from the back mountain for about 2 to 3 li, there lies a cliff with a hot spring, Ning Yuchen replied, cradling Luo Hongye with a smile. A hot spring. The mere mention of it made Luo Ruiying's eyes sparkle with delight, her face unwittingly revealing a glimmer of anticipation. She had initially thought that a simple hot bath would suffice, considering this place could not compare to the divine palaces of the celestial realm. Yet, she never imagined there would be a hot spring nestled within these woods. Ning Yuchen nodded affirmatively. That hot spring was something he had specifically unearthed. The purpose of their secluded existence here was to savor life. Hence all essentials must be at hand. After all, the esteemed former demon lord should not be denied such comforts. Let us go, my dear. Mother will take you for a bath. Luo Ruiying joyfully accepted Luo Hongye from Ning Yuchen's embrace. My lady, may I join you? Ning Yuchen asked earnestly, his expression grave. He had never yearned for anything as much as this. Alas, Luo Ruiying promptly and decisively refused him. No. Blushing, she clutched Luo Hongye and swiftly vanished from the spot. Ning Yuchen was left alone in the room, shaking his head in disappointment, pondering whether to follow her. Was it not a perverse act to spy on one's wife bathing? Yet, upon reconsideration, surely a husband watching his wife bathe could not be deemed depraved. In the woods, Luo Ruiying soared with excitement, holding Luo Hongye close. The little one, gazing up with wide eyes, innocently asked, Mother, why can't father join us for the bath? He must be so lonely at home. This. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of how to explain. Though she had accepted Ning Yuchen as her husband, it did not imply she was ready to reveal everything to him. The thought of them both naked in the bath made her cheeks flush, and she quickly shook her head. Even during her time as the Empress of the Celestial Realm, she had never permitted any maidservants to attend to her in the bath, let alone share it with a man. Under Luo Hongye's puzzled gaze, Luo Ruiying forced a smile and offered an explanation. Because your father has hurt his foot and cannot manage. But mother can carry father here, just like she carries me. Luo Hongye innocently persisted. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for a rebuttal and opted for another explanation. Tonight, mother wishes to focus solely on bathing you, so father cannot accompany us. Is that so? Luo Hongye sighed with regret. Seeing that Luo Hongye seemed to accept this explanation, Luo Ruiying quickly nodded. Yes. Mother must wash Yi thoroughly. It will take a long time. Luo Hongye's small face appeared contemplative. After a moment of silence, she raised her head and resolutely said to Luo Ruiying, Mother, then Yi one tea wash. Let mother and father wash together. Cough, cough, cough. At these words, Luo Ruiying nearly stumbled and fell from midair. This child next time. Next time, mother will wash with your father, all right. For tonight, mother will help Yi get clean first. Unable to persuade Luo Hongye otherwise, Luo Ruiying had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Well, very well then, next time, Yi can wash with mother and father, all right? Luo Hongye looked up at Luo Ruiying with hopeful eyes. Okay, what else could Luo Ruiying do? She could only smile wryly and acquiesce. Hopefully, in a few days, the child would forget. As they conversed, Luo Ruiying leaped onto a cliff. Upon the cliff, the trees were dense, with a narrow path leading deeper into the woods. Following the path, within a short while, a steaming hot spring, vast enough to span several meters, appeared before them. There really is a hot spring. Luo Ruiying exclaimed in delight, first helping Luo Hongye remove her clothes before placing her into the hot spring. Mother, the water is so warm, come down quickly. Luo Hongye splashed joyfully in the spring, waving her hand towards Luo Ruiying on the shore. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, lifting her hand to gracefully remove her celestial gown and undergarments. Her exquisite, graceful figure, with flowing black hair cascading down, was bathed in the silvery moonlight. Standing amidst the rising mist, hazily visible, a certain someone hiding among the trees couldn't help but stare in a daze. After careful consideration, Ning Yuchen decided to follow discreetly. However, do not misunderstand. He was not there to spy. He was there to protect Luo Ruiying and her daughter in secret. Should anything happen, he would be ready to intervene at a moment's notice, right? Just as Luo Ruiying was about to step into the hot spring, She suddenly turned her head sharply to look behind her, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Was it her imagination, or did she feel a gaze lingering upon her? She had set up a barrier within a 50-mile radius. No beasts or other individuals should be able to enter. Could it be that guy? Lo Ruiying's first thought was Ning Yuchen, but she quickly shook her head in denial. She had just arrived with Lo Hongya, and with Ning Yuchen's injury, he could not possibly catch up. It couldn't be him. It must just be her imagination, not dwelling on it further. Lo Ruiying submerged herself in the warm embrace of the hot spring, her face betraying a look of comfort and contentment. In an instant, it seemed as though life had returned. Luo Hongya gracefully swam into Luo Ruiying's embrace, settling before her as she tenderly wiped her body and hair, her face alight with joy. Ning Yuchen perched silently on a branch, resting his chin in his hand as he observed the mother and daughter bathing in the hot spring. A smile of contentment gracing his features. His heart was devoid of any extraneous thoughts. However, when Luo Ruiying rose from the hot spring, Ning Yuchen found himself unable to stem the flow of blood from his nose. After centuries without shedding blood, he was once again injured in such an unexpected manner. Nearly half an hour later, a contented Luo Ruiying returned to the wooden cabin with Luo Hongya after their bath, with her hair cascading down her shoulders. Still damp and glistening, it fell gracefully to her waist, her delicate features radiating a rosy hue. Ning Yuchen, witnessing this, inadvertently recalled the alluring scene he had just glimpsed, causing blood to flow from his nose once more. Why are you bleeding? Luo Ruiying approached Ning Yuchen with concern etched on her face, fearing he might be concealing some other injury. For the first time, Ning Yuchen awkwardly turned his head away, explaining, I am perfectly fine, do not worry. It is merely a bit of heat. Chapter 15, A Husband's Habit of Sleeping in the Nude. How fragile mortals are. Just a little heat, and so much blood has been shed. Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe away Ning Yuchen's nosebleed, then knelt down to grasp his right foot. She extracted various herbs from her bosom, chewed them, and applied the crushed mixture directly to the broken limb. Finally, she bandaged it securely. These celestial herbs possess remarkable healing properties for injuries and fractures. They require no special preparation. Merely chewing and applying them suffices. You should refrain from moving about carelessly for the next few days. Your foot will heal in 2 days. There is no need for concern, Luo Ruiying reassured him. This was largely thanks to the abundant herbal garden in the back mountains. Otherwise, she would have had no means to treat Ning Yuchen's broken foot. Thank you, my lady, Ning Yuchen replied with a grateful smile. In truth, if he so wished, he could restore his foot to its original state in an instant. Yet, being cared for by his beloved, he found no urgency in hastening his recovery. Luo Ruiying felt a bit shy from his gratitude. Her cheeks flushed as she said, It's getting late, you should rest early. Oh, how delightful. Upon hearing the mention of sleep, Luo Hongya joyfully leaped onto the soft couch, burying her head in the bedding. Peeking out, she looked expectantly at Luo Ruiying and said, Mother, let us sleep together. Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yuchen sitting on the edge of the bed and shyly replied, Hongya, the bed isn't very spacious. Would you mind sleeping with father tonight? Mother can sleep below. Luo Hongya had already climbed onto the bed, her desire to sleep with her meant sharing a bed with Ning Yuchen. She had never shared a bed with any man, and though he was her husband, she felt unprepared for such intimacy. This home belonged to Ning Yuchen, and since he was injured, she certainly wanted to offer him the bed. She couldn't bear the thought of Luo Hongya sleeping on the ground beside her, so she reluctantly allowed the two of them to share the bed. Doesn't mother want to sleep with father? Hongya wishes to sleep with both mother and father. Luo Hongya's face fell, her large, innocent eyes gazing at Luo Ruiying with disappointment. Faced with Luo Hongya's hopeful gaze, Luo Ruiying could no longer refuse and, with a resigned smile, agreed, all right. Mother will sleep with you and father. Ning Yuchen immediately cast an approving glance at Luo Hongya, secretly giving her a thumbs up. Well done, my precious daughter. Luo Hongya's face lit up with a cunning smile. Luo Ruiying shed her outer garments, donning a form-fitting, delicate white silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful, alluring figure. You should sleep inside, Luo Ruiying said shyly, pointing to the inner side of the bed. This way, with the child in between, she felt less anxious. All right, Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. He did not hasten to climb onto the bed. Instead, he stood up and removed his outer garment. However, Beneath it, he wore no night clothes, leaving only a pair of white underpants on his form. A robust, graceful physique, smooth and fair, with almost no blemishes, was laid bare before Luo Ruing's eyes. What a perfect figure! Luo Ruing found herself momentarily entranced by the sight. Could this truly belong to an ordinary mortal hunter? How could it be so flawless, exuding such a sense of strength? Was it perhaps due to years of hunting in the mountains and consuming various celestial herbs and spirit medicines that granted him such a physique? Luo Ruing mused within her heart. This conjecture seemed plausible. Celestial herbs and spirit medicines inherently possess the ability to eliminate impurities from the body. Coupled with his years spent living in the wilderness, it was not surprising he had developed such a form. "My dear, what are you staring at?" Ning Yuchen teased, observing Luo Ruing's dazed expression. Awakened from her reverie, Luo Ruing suddenly realized she had been staring at a man's body, and her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly turned her head away, demanding, "Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" It is customary for me to sleep bare," Ning Yuchen replied innocently. "Be bare? Sleeping? No, that's unacceptable," Luo Ruing exclaimed, her face a mixture of panic and shyness. "Why not?" Ning Yuchen inquired, puzzled. "The child is still here," Luo Ruing stated, biting her red lips and glaring at him. Ning Yuchen's expression shifted to one of understanding as he smiled knowingly and nodded, silently donning his clothes. "If the child is present, I understand. Very well, I shall dress." Luo Ruing's delicate face was filled with confusion. What did he comprehend? Luo Hongya, seated on the bed, gazed curiously at Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing. "Why can't mother allow father to sleep without clothes?" Ning Yuchen ruffled Luo Hongya's small head, then climbed onto the bed, lying down on the inner side and enveloping her in his embrace. Holding her petite figure was akin to cradling a doll. Luo Ruing gently extinguished the oil lamp in the room and lay on the bed, wrapping her arms around Luo Hongya from behind. The room fell into a deep silence, shrouded in darkness as Luo Hongya, cradled by both Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing, succumbed to slumber, a blissful smile gracing her face. Luo Ruing quietly watched her sleeping daughter, a sweet smile emerging as she tenderly caressed her cheek. Since the birth of Luo Hongya, to shield her from discovery, she had often hidden her away in the wardrobe, even fearing to share a peaceful night's rest with her. After escaping the celestial realm, they had been relentlessly pursued day and night. Finally, she could allow this little one to enjoy a restful sleep. Luo Ruing reflected, filled with contentment. At that moment, in the darkness, a hand unexpectedly grazed her back. Luo Ruing was startled but quickly identified the source of the hand. On the bed, besides herself and the child, there was another person. The bed was already small, barely accommodating space for three to lie down comfortably. Both Luo Ruing and Ning Yuchen were sleeping on their sides, embracing Luo Hongya, and were in close proximity. A slight stretch of the head would allow their foreheads to touch. How had Ning Yuchen's arms suddenly crossed over Luo Hongya to encircle her waist? Luo Ruing, taken aback, lifted her head to quietly observe Ning Yuchen. She found him breathing steadily, his expression serene, seemingly deep in slumber. Had he unintentionally brushed against her in his sleep? A sigh of relief escaped her lips. The moment Ning Yuchen made contact, her heart raced violently, startling her. Just as she began to relax, Ning Yuchen's foot soon crossed over her body, his arm tightening around her waist. Unable to restrain herself, Luo Ruing cast an exasperated glance at the sleeping Ning Yuchen. How could this fellow have such poor sleeping posture? Chapter 16. The Empress of the Celestial Realm decides against action. The following morning, Luo Ruing gently opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a strikingly handsome face hovering before her. The slumbering Ning Yuchen was so close that she could even feel the faintest whisper of his breath. One of his arms served as a pillow for Luo Hongya, who lay nestled between them, while the other hand rested upon Luo Ruing's waist. Additionally, one of his feet had been draped over her throughout the night. Luo Ruing furrowed her brows slightly, her hand forming a delicate fist, as she contemplated giving this man, whose sleeping posture was utterly atrocious, a proper reprimand. Countless times during the night, she had attempted to shift Ning Yuchen's foot from her body, only for it to return almost instantaneously. After much wrestling, she ultimately resigned herself to the situation. As if that were not enough, his hands were equally restless. Luo Ruing hesitated for a moment, her fist clenched tightly, but ultimately relented. She decided to let him off this time. After all, he was asleep and not acting with intent. Moreover, she had managed to enjoy a rare peaceful night's rest with the child. With gentle care, she moved Ning Yuchen's hand and foot aside. Quietly rising from the bed, biting down on a hairpin, she sat on the edge of the bed, gathering her hair into an elegant style. Stealing a glance, Ning Yuchen discreetly opened his eyes, admiring the delicate curve of Luo Ruiying's back, unable to suppress a smile. She looked truly enchanting while arranging her hair. Upon completing her hairstyle and turning to face him, Ning Yuchen quickly shut his eyes once more, observing the peaceful smile gracing his lips even in slumber. Luo Ruiying felt a mix of curiosity and amusement. What delightful dreams could he possibly be having to evoke such joy in his sleep? Looking down, she noted that Luo Hongye's small face also bore a sweet smile, prompting her to chuckle softly. The child was just like her father, with a heart full of affection. Luo Ruiying cast a fond glance at the two slumbering figures before quietly dressing and making her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Though she could easily forego food and drink, the child was still young, and Ning Yuchen was merely a mortal man. As a devoted wife, it was her duty to care for both of them. While Luo Ruiying busied herself, Ning Yuchen crouched at the doorstep, holding the waking Luo Hongye as they brushed their teeth together. Although Luo Hongye did not quite understand the purpose of this activity, she gleefully imitated him, wielding the slender brush with curiosity. Luo Ruiying shot a curious glance at the pair at the door, shaking her head in mild exasperation. She wondered what lessons he was imparting to their child, but seeing the joy on their faces, she decided it was best to let it be. After a short while, Luo Ruiying had prepared an entire spread of delicious dishes. She called out to the two still frolicking outside, "Time to eat." "Yay, mother, I'm coming," Luo Hongye cheered, riding atop Ning Yuchen's shoulders, a flower adorning his head. Now, behave yourself," Luo Ruiying remarked, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of Ning Yuchen with the flower perched atop his head. She hurriedly lifted Luo Hongye from his shoulders. Ning Yuchen remained unfazed, his heart inexplicably elated as he took his seat at the table. The dishes before him were crafted from crops and herbs harvested from the elixir garden. Concerned that his constitution might not withstand the potency of stronger spiritual herbs, Luo Ruiying had chosen primarily those of lesser age, which would pose little risk even for mortals. Such thoughtfulness was commendable, though in truth, he could have consumed anything without consequence. Little Luo Hongye, too young to sit independently, nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, her head buried in her bowl, her face smeared with rice grains. With tender affection, Luo Ruiying produced a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, then took the initiative to feed her bit by bit. "Come, eat more, my dear. You have worked hard." Ning Yuchen served dishes into the bowls of both Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying. A subtle smile graced Luo Ruiying's lips as she offered a dish to Ning Yuchen. You too, my cooking may not be exquisite, but do try." Luo Ruiying intended to place the food into Ning Yuchen's bowl, yet to her surprise, he leaned forward and took a bite directly. After tasting, a smile illuminated his face as he complimented, "My dear's culinary skills are truly remarkable, exceeding my expectations." This was Ning Yuchen's genuine sentiment. He had not anticipated that Luo Ruiying, a celestial being from the Immortal Realm, would possess such culinary prowess. She was already embodying the virtues of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. As the act of feeding transitioned into direct mouth-to-mouth feeding, a faint blush adorned Luo Ruiying's cheeks. How could he possibly have taken her chopsticks along with the food? Observing this scene, Luo Hongye lifted her head, her mouth agape, and in her innocent voice exclaimed, "I want some too." All right. Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, feeding a morsel to Luo Hongye. Ning Yuchen, with equal affection, took turns feeding her as well. Luo Hongye welcomed each bite, her cheeks puffed, and a radiant smile plastered across her face. Luo Ruiying gazed upon the tranquil and blissful scene of their family gathered around the table, a satisfied smile blooming on her face. This was a feeling she had never experienced even during her reign as empress, if only she could remain here forever. In seclusion with him and their child, then perhaps relinquishing her title as the Empress of the Immortal Realm would be a small price to pay. Outside the borders of the Demon Domain forest, for figures congregated, their eyes fixed intently upon the vast expanse of the forest. "Old ghost, are you certain they are hiding within this Demon Domain forest?" inquired a man clad in a green robe. His brow furrowed as he turned to a hunchbacked elder with a speckled visage beside him. Ha ha ha. Does the esteemed sword immortal Lu doubt the prowess of my ghostly soul-tracking technique? The old ghost cackled, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he cradled a puppet resembling a terrifying infant. The ghostly infant puppet clutched a strand of hair in its mouth, its gaze fixed intensely on the depths of the demon domain forest. The old ghost's soul-tracking abilities were known far and wide. As long as one can obtain a certain object from a person, one can pinpoint their location from miles away. It seems that the maiden from the celestial realm is indeed hiding within this forest of demons. A robust man with a bare upper body let out a hearty laugh. The depths of the demon domain forest are teeming with countless demon kings. If she truly is concealed there, it may prove quite challenging to bring her back. A scholar, adorned in traditional attire, frowned slightly and remarked, "Is the lord of the Confucian palace truly fearful?" The sturdy man shot a mocking glance at Su Sheng. Su Sheng furrowed his brows, casting a sharp gaze toward the man. Humph. If the lord of the martial god temple is unafraid, why should my Confucian palace tremble? Absurd. So, Lord Su, do you wish to engage in a contest with me? Wu Kuang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on Su Sheng, exuding a fierce and overwhelming aura. Su Sheng, unwilling to show weakness, released an equally formidable presence. Enough. The purpose of our gathering is not to compete in a contest of strength. Let us not forget the mission that brought us here. Lu Jian interjected, positioning himself between Su Sheng and Wu Kuang, his expression stern and commanding. Upon hearing this, both Su Sheng and Wu Kuang immediately reined in their energies. Compared to their rivalry, they had an exceedingly crucial task at hand, to capture the mother and daughter duo named Luo Ruying and Luo Hongya, by any means necessary. Chapter 17. Who else has arrived? Lu Jian, Su Sheng, Gui Fu, and Wu Kuang. The four of them are the esteemed leaders of the most powerful sects in the world. They can be regarded as the pinnacle of cultivation within the mortal realm, merely one step away from breaking through their boundaries and ascending to immortality. The singular purpose that has drawn these four together is a promise made by a certain esteemed individual from the higher realms. Should they capture Luo Ruying and her daughter, who have fled from the celestial realm, they will not only be aided in their ascension, but also granted direct entry into an immensely powerful faction. The temptation of joining such a formidable force upon ascension is unparalleled. They have already acquired information regarding Luo Ruying and her daughter. Luo Ruying, once an empress of the celestial realm, is now gravely injured, her cultivation having plummeted below the level of a celestial being. For these four supreme powerhouses, this task presents no challenge whatsoever. Let us proceed swiftly and decisively. It would be ideal if the target cooperates, but if not, we shall eliminate her without hesitation. Remember, the girl must not be killed. She is to be brought back alive. With a stern expression, Lu Jian transformed into a radiant streak of light, dashing into the depths of the demon domain forest. Confronting a celestial being is exceedingly simple for him. The other three exchanged glances, each wearing a smug smile, and swiftly followed suit, becoming streaks of light in pursuit. Moments later, the four of them arrived at the heart of the demon domain forest. While the periphery was teeming with numerous beasts, occasionally besieged by reckless creatures, an unsettling silence enveloped them in the depths. Renowned as the territory of hundreds of demon kings, entry into this domain is often a death sentence. Yet, they had yet to encounter even a single demon king. The stillness was unnaturally eerie. Hovering in midair, the four surveyed their surroundings, but not a soul was in sight. Gui Lao, quickly employ your ghost infant puppet to track their precise location, Lu Jian urged, furrowing his brow at Gui Fu. Without specific coordinates, locating two individuals within the depths of the forest would prove exceedingly arduous. Gui Fu's grotesque visage contorted into an awkward smile as he bashfully admitted, "My ghost infant puppet can only sense the vicinity. The exact position remains elusive." TSK. The famed soul-chasing ghost infant puppet is not as impressive as claimed, Su Sheng remarked with disdain. Gui Fu merely chuckled awkwardly, refraining from retorting. Wu Kuang, seemingly having made a discovery, descended into the thicket and stumbled upon a leaf stained with a trace of dried blood. His acute sensitivity to the scent of blood enabled him to detect even the faintest hint. Upon his arrival, he had sensed an unusual odor of blood in the air. Wu Kuang plucked the bloodied leaf and savored it, his expression gradually shifting to one of exhilaration. Truly, the blood of a celestial maiden possesses a flavor unlike any other. The aroma is truly making me unbearably ravenous. As Lu Jian observed Wu Kuang's fervent excitement, a look of disdain spread across the faces of the onlookers. It is rumored that this fellow has a penchant for blood, particularly that of the strong. Each time he slays someone, he partakes of their life essence. Yet it is precisely due to him that the whereabouts of Luo Ruiying have finally been uncovered. At the very least, one thing is certain: that woman must be hiding within this forest of demons. Once this is established, locating her becomes merely a matter of time. Let us search separately. Whoever discovers her first will signal. Lu Jian instructed the other three. Although they were displeased with Lu Jian's commanding tone, they refrained from voicing their discontent and silently dispersed. After all, the orders of that esteemed figure from the upper realm took precedence. Should they fail to bring back Luo Ruiying and her daughter, not only would their ascension to the celestial realm be thwarted, but they could also incur the wrath of that upper realm master and face annihilation. In a certain cavern, the Chaos Bull Demon, Titan Giant Ape, and Devouring Sky Serpent silently observed as Lu Jian and his companions separated. More intruders have arrived. Their reckless rampage through my forest of demons is utterly intolerable. Should we not take it upon ourselves to handle those individuals? The Titan Giant Ape indignantly proposed to the other two. Are you out of your mind? What if they are also under the command of that esteemed master? You have witnessed the demise of Xianlin, have you not? The Devouring Sky Serpent responded in terror. The mere thought of Ning Yuchen's visage sent shivers down her spine. The Chaos Bull Demon and Titan Giant Ape fell silent. If this were a century ago, they would have rushed to eliminate those intruders without a second thought. But now, they dared not take such risks. It was not fear of the four, but of that master. Let us simply pretend we did not see them. Indeed, let us go and play cards. Very well. The three of them, in complete agreement, linked arms and retreated into the cavern. Among demon kings, territorial disputes are typically fierce and unforgiving. Who could have imagined that three demon kings would coexist so harmoniously? Meanwhile, after parting ways with Lu Jian and the others, the ghost husband wore a cunning smile and discreetly retrieved the ghost infant puppet, hastening towards the direction indicated by the puppet's gaze. His ghost infant puppet, of course, possessed the ability to track specific locations. The reason for not informing Lu Jian and the others was, of course, to claim the glory for himself. If he could single-handedly capture Luo Ruiying and her daughter to present to that esteemed figure from the upper realm, he would undoubtedly receive a lavish reward. Perhaps he might even realize his dream of ascending to the celestial realm. At that point, eliminating the other three sects would be a trivial matter. With such thoughts, the ghost husband could hardly contain the grin threatening to split his face. Before long, the ghost husband's expression grew solemn. He halted, fixing his gaze ahead and slowly extending his withered hand. The palm rested as if pressed against an imperceptibly transparent barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. A barrier. I found it. The ghostly figure tilted his head, a wild and ecstatic grin spreading across his face. The presence of this barrier indicated that she was indeed within. Such a diminutive barrier could not impede my progress. As my palm met the barrier, a surge of viscous black liquid began to emanate. The liquid cascaded down the barrier, swiftly eroding it and creating a substantial breach, as if it were melting away. The ghostly figure effortlessly crossed the threshold, entering without so much as a whisper. Taking advantage of the fact that those foolish individuals remained oblivious, he hastened onward. Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin, as he playfully tussled with Luo Hongya, Ning Yuchen suddenly furrowed his brow, a frown of displeasure forming on his face. Yet another intruder, and one who dared to disrupt the barrier his beloved wife had painstakingly established. Did they not realize that he loathed any interruption to the precious moments spent with his wife and child? Chapter 18. Today, you shall meet your demise. Outside the wooden cabin, after finishing her meal, Luo Ruiying stepped out of the room, cradling the neatly arranged dishes. Looking down at the pile of soiled utensils, she furrowed her brow and initially resorted to cleaning them in a manner akin to an ordinary person. However, realizing the inefficiency of her method, she swiftly harnessed her spiritual power to levitate all the dishes along with the cleansing water into the air, causing them to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, every item was impeccably cleaned, with the dirty water expelled. Subsequently, Luo Ruiying applied the same technique to chop firewood and wash clothes, completing all tasks in mere minutes. With her hands placed on her hips, she nodded in satisfaction, internally praising herself. Although this was my first endeavor in such chores, I must admit I am rather impressive. From now on, I shall handle these tasks, allowing that fellow to enjoy a bit more ease. At that moment, a disconcerting, raspy voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that an immortal from the celestial realm would stoop to performing such menial tasks? Luo Ruiying turned abruptly to see a hunched old man approaching, and a wave of alarm surged through her. Someone had breached the barrier she had established. She had failed to detect it. The intruder appeared to be a formidable being at the pinnacle of divine power. It seemed he had come specifically for her. Having fled here, was she still not to be spared? A tumult of anger and despair swirled within Luo Ruiying as she clenched her fists. All she desired was a tranquil existence, yet that seemed to be but a distant dream. Pray tell, will the celestial maiden accompany me willingly, or shall I be compelled to escort you myself? The sinister figure extended his hand, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing the grass and trees beneath him to wither instantaneously, the earth darkening ominously. He radiated a thick, noxious miasma. Luo Ruiying's expression turned contemplative, her heart wavering. If it were only him, she might still be able to vanquish him here. However, engaging in battle would undoubtedly endanger her child and the others. At that inopportune moment, within the cabin, Luo Hongya, with her little legs scampering joyfully, approached Luo Ruiying, seeking a hug. Upon spotting the sinister figure, the child instinctively recoiled behind Luo Ruiying in fright. Meanwhile, Ning Yuchen strolled leisurely from the cabin and stood beside Luo Ruiying, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the old man. The old man's eyes gleamed with delight upon seeing Luo Hongya. The esteemed figure from the upper realm had specifically ordered for this child. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find not only Luo Ruiying and her daughter, but also another man. The intelligence reports had made no mention of a man. The man exuded no trace of spiritual energy. He appeared to be merely a lowly mortal, of no consequence. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that the proud celestial maiden, having descended to the mortal realm, would so readily seek the company of a man? The old man, recognizing the wooden cabin as Ning Yuchen's abode, could not resist mocking them. The union of celestial beings and mortals is indeed a most ludicrous affair. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow deeply, suppressing her anger as she spoke solemnly. I will return with you, provided you release the child in him. After much contemplation, Luo Ruiying ultimately resolved to sacrifice herself to protect her child and Ning Yuchen. Though her heart ached with reluctance, she felt there was no alternative. Even if she were to vanquish the adversary before her, the denizens of the celestial realm would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. The next foe would be even more formidable. What awaited her was an unending cycle of flight and peril. She could not continue to flee with her child, nor could she involve Ning Yuchen in this turmoil. If her sacrifice ensured the safety of her child and Ning Yuchen, she would gladly accept it. Mother, mother! Whoa, don't leave me, mother! Hearing Luo Ruiying's intention to depart willingly, Luo Hongya burst into tears, clutching her skirt tightly. Luo Ruiying gazed down at Luo Hongya, her eyes brimming with love and sorrow, her own eyes misting with tears. If only she could avoid leaving her child. Such a poignant display of maternal affection. Rest assured, celestial maiden, if you accompany me, the girl must also come along. As for the man, I shall dispose of him with ease. The ghostly husband interjected with a sinister chuckle. You. At these words, Luo Ruiying's delicate features turned icy, her fury bubbling to the surface as her nails dug into her palm, drawing blood. Despite her concessions, they still refused to spare her child and husband. She bent down to lift Luo Hongya, placing her into Ning Yuchen's embrace. Her solemn gaze softened by a flicker of tenderness. Leave this to me. You take the child and flee into the woods. Promise me. Do not let the child be harmed. Once I've dealt with this, I will follow and find you. If you do not hear from me for a long while, do not wait any longer. With that, Luo Ruiying did not grant Ning Yuchen the chance to respond. She rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against his. This was their first kiss in a state of mutual awareness. Ning Yuchen's eyes widened in surprise. My husband, I entrust the child to you. As their lips parted, Luo Ruiying whispered tenderly in Ning Yuchen's ear. This was her first time addressing him in such a manner, likely to be her last. Their time together had been less than 3 days. Despite his occasional shortcomings, he had treated her and the child with great kindness. The child had taken a liking to him as well. Her heart had already accepted him as her husband. Thus, in this moment of parting, she mustered the courage to call him by this name, truly entrusting Luo Hongye to him. Ning Yuchen felt a mix of joy and helplessness. Why did this feel like a final farewell? Hurry, take the child and go. Luo Ruiying summoned a gust of wind, propelling Ning Yuchen and the child into the air, where they landed safely in the woods of the back mountain. To think one could escape from my grasp is rather naive. With a flick of his sleeve, the ghostly husband unleashed 4 puppets, neither human nor ghost, exuding a dense miasma as they raced towards the back mountain. Luo Ruiying could not allow these puppets to pursue unchecked. She swiftly drew her celestial sword and leapt to intercept them, shattering 1 puppet with a gleaming strike. The remaining 3 puppets swiftly bypassed her, disregarding her entirely. Anxious, Luo Ruiying moved with lightning speed, unleashing 3 fierce arcs of sword light with her celestial blade. The luminous strikes cleaved through the puppets, severing them at the waist. Seizing the opening, the ghostly husband struck down heavily with his poison palm from behind Luo Ruiying. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she endured the excruciating pain, yet she still managed to shatter the other 3 puppets. No matter the cost, she could not allow any puppet to escape her vicinity, for if they did, both Ning Yuchen and her child would be in grave peril. Cackling, she resolved to endure the ghostly husband's blow, determined to annihilate his puppets. It seems you hold them dear. Fear not, for once I eliminate you, not one will escape. The ghostly husband reveled in a sinister smirk, sensing victory in his grasp. With her injuries and poison, he felt assured of his triumph. The dream of ascension to immortality was within reach. Luo Ruiying's expression turned frigid, her gaze resolute and brimming with murderous intent as she positioned her sword before the ghostly husband. Is that so? Then today, you shall surely meet your demise. Chapter 19. Father cast a spell for Yi Yi in the heart of the forest. Ning Yuchen gently fell to the ground, cradling Luo Hongye in his arms. Not far away, a fierce battle was unfolding near a wooden cabin, with flashes of sword light and swirling black mist visible to the eye. This little girl, truly, always willing to sacrifice herself to protect her child. Ning Yuchen rose to his feet, pondering how to discreetly eliminate these oblivious pests without revealing his identity. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he was a sworn enemy of the celestial realm. Luo Ruiying, being from the celestial realm, would undoubtedly alter her perception of him if he were to act openly. He feared she might take the child and leave his side, hence he must not reveal his identity just yet. Wah, Daddy, please don't leave Mommy behind, okay? Yi doesn't want to leave Mommy. Luo Hongye whimpered, her big eyes red with tears as she pleaded with Ning Yuchen. Be good, my darling. Don't cry. Daddy promises you, your mother will be safe. I will never abandon her, Ning Yuchen said, his heart aching as he wiped the tears from Luo Hongye's face, soothing her gently. Yet, a cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. For having made my daughter cry, not one of these wretches shall leave here alive. Is what you said true? Luo Hongye asked earnestly, her crying subsiding. Ning Yuchen smiled and nodded. How could Daddy ever lie to Yi? Then, Daddy, let us hurry to find Mommy, Luo Hongye exclaimed eagerly. As her words faded, a deep voice suddenly resonated from the woods ahead. Where are you two going? Wu Kuang emerged slowly from the shadowy thicket, a mocking expression on his face as he regarded Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongye. His gaze primarily fixated on Luo Hongye, revealing a gleaming row of steel teeth in a broad grin. I knew that old ghost was trying to steal the glory. Fortunately, I had the foresight to follow him discreetly. This will be an effortless victory, ha! Wu Kuang laughed exultantly, then extended his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Yuchen. Kid, hand that child over to me. I promise to make your death swift. Luo Hongye, frightened, instinctively shrank closer to Ning Yuchen, her timid eyes searching his face as if afraid he might truly abandon her and give her to this brutish villain. Sensing her fear, Ning Yuchen offered a gentle smile, stroking the back of her head. He leaned down and softly whispered in her ear, Yi, close your eyes and cover your ears for a moment, will you? Daddy is going to cast a spell for you. Okay. Luo Hongye's eyes were filled with curiosity, yet she obediently closed them, her small hands covering her ears. Very obedient, Ning Yuchen remarked with a smile. his gaze shifting towards Wu Kuang, whose expression had abruptly turned icy, as if he were staring at a corpse. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a chill coursed through Wu Kuang's entire being, invoking a sense of dread that he had not felt in an eternity. How could a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation, instill such fear within him? It was inconceivable. His proud ego would never allow such a humiliation. He resolved to crush the individual before him mercilessly. How dare this insignificant insect gaze at him with such audacity? Seeking death, Wu Kuang bent his legs and, in a burst of speed, transformed into a blur, appearing instantaneously before Ning Yuchen. His formidable iron fist, fierce as a blade, surged towards Ning Yuchen's face, a blow potent enough to shatter his skull. Yet, with a resounding thud, the anticipated explosion of cranium did not occur. Instead, his seemingly unstoppable punch was effortlessly intercepted by a slender hand. Wu Kuang stood in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though he had not exerted his full strength, the force behind his strike was sufficient to split mountains, yet this so-called mortal had easily thwarted it. This individual was certainly no ordinary person. Wu Kuang's expression shifted to one of terror as he realized that Ning Yuchen was undoubtedly a concealed practitioner, possessing strength that matched his own. "Who are you?" Wu Kuang stammered, attempting to retract his hand, only to find that no matter how hard he strained, his fist remained firmly grasped by Ning Yuchen. Ning Yuchen's eyes were filled with disdain and murderous intent. He chose not to respond to Wu Kuang's query, instead calmly stating, "I do not wish for my daughter to witness the brutality of bloodshed, so I shall grant you mercy. You may vanish from this world." With that, Ning Yuchen's grip on Wu Kuang's hand suddenly ignited with a surge of pitch-black flames. The dark flames swiftly spread along Wu Kuang's arm, consuming him entirely. Wu Kuang began to disintegrate, his flesh and bones melting away, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail of despair. His very soul was seared by the torment of the black flames until, moments later, nothing remained of him. Concerned that Wu Kuang's agonized cries might frighten Luo Hongye, Ning Yuchen cast a soundproof barrier, enveloping Wu Kuang within. The entire ordeal transpired within mere seconds, and Wu Kuang was erased from existence, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. As Ning Yuchen released his hold on Luo Hongye's ears, she slowly opened her eyes, curiously surveying her surroundings, yet no trace of Wu Kuang could be found. She looked up questioningly at Ning Yuchen. "Father, where did that big bad guy go? Did you use magic to make him disappear?" Ning Yuchen smiled gently, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Father, you are amazing. Please don't tell anyone else about how you made the bad guy vanish." Ning Yuchen knelt down, setting Luo Hongye on the ground, and said, "Not even your mother?" Luo Hongye tilted her head, inquiring with a hint of confusion. You mustn't tell your mother." Ning Yuchen nodded, which only deepened Luo Hongye's perplexity. "Why can't I tell mother, father?" Because father wishes to share a little secret with Yi Yi. This is a secret between father and Yi Yi, and secrets must remain undisclosed to others." Ning Yuchen cleverly fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's bewilderment vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. "Father and Yi Yi have a little secret. Yi Yi knows it. Yi Yi won't tell mother or anyone else." "Oh, our Yi Yi is so obedient." Ning Yuchen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's cheeks. "Indeed, children are easily swayed. Yi Yi, be a good girl and wait here for a moment. Father will go assist your mother in dealing with the bad guys, and I shall return shortly." Ning Yuchen brought Luo Hongye to a tree, where he conjured a protective barrier around them. Luo Hongye nodded obediently but expressed her concern. "Father, be careful when dealing with the bad guys." Ning Yuchen responded with a confident and reassuring smile. "Fear not, for no one in this world is a match for your father." Chapter 20. Before that, I shall kill you first on the other side, outside the wooden cabin. Luo Ruiying, afflicted by the miasma, desperately attempted to slay the ghostly husband. Yet, the poison continued to spread within her body, rendering her increasingly feeble, and her vision gradually blurred. Ha! It appears the daughter of the celestial realm is not so formidable after all. Should you continue to forcefully wield your internal spiritual energy, the miasma will consume you entirely, leading to a putrid demise from within. The ghostly husband proclaimed with a triumphant smile. Noticing the green hue creeping onto Luo Ruiying's face, her once formidable presence now diminished. He realized the miasma had begun to take effect, Luo Ruiying posed no threat to him any longer. Humph. Before that, I shall kill you first. With great effort, Luo Ruiying steadied her weakened form, taking a determined step forward, and once again lunged at the ghostly husband with her sword. For a peak divine realm warrior to pursue a mere mortal carrying a child is indeed a trivial task. For the safety of Ning Yuchen and the child, she must eradicate this foe here, even if it meant sacrificing herself in the process. The ghostly husband was taken aback as Luo Ruiying swiftly approached, her sword radiating a fierce light directed at him. It was the first time he had witnessed someone so thoroughly afflicted by miasma, daring to recklessly wield their spiritual power. This madwoman truly intended to take him down with her before her end. At the moment Luo Ruiying's sword light descended, the ghostly husband was enveloped by the miasma. The sword light sliced through the fog, yet his figure had vanished. The miasma she had severed continued to expand, engulfing her entirely, with thick, invisible poison encircling her from all sides. Hastily, Luo Ruiying covered her mouth and nose, her gaze scanning the obscured miasma. She sensed that the ghostly husband lurked within the mist. Swish! A figure darted swiftly through the haze. Found you. Luo Ruiying's eyes gleamed with determination, and at the moment the figure reappeared, her celestial sword unleashed a spirit-slicing strike. The brilliant sword light cleaved the figure in two. Success! Luo Ruiying rejoiced. But in the next instant, a hand suddenly emerged from the mist, launching an attack from behind. Luo Ruiying sensed the danger immediately, pivoting to block with her sword, only to be met by another hand that struck heavily against her abdomen. Poof! Luo Ruiying coughed up blood, propelled backward from the miasma, clutching her abdomen as she collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha! You've been deceived, my celestial lady. The ghostly husband sauntered out from the miasma, a cruel and triumphant grin plastered on his face. Behind him trailed dozens of reanimated corpses he had transformed into puppets. The one that struck Luo Ruiying was merely one of his puppets, while the bait she had slain was also but a puppet. His principle was clear. He would never expose himself to danger. If he could utilize puppets and miasma, he would refrain from taking personal risks. Luo Ruiying, with her sword plunged into the ground, strained to rise, her complexion now a deep green, yet her gaze remained resolute as she fixed her eyes upon the ghostly husband. My lady, cease your futile struggles and surrender gracefully. I assure you that your demise will not be as grotesque as you might fear. Perhaps you could become my cherished puppet, a vessel of my own design. The specter gazed hungrily at Luo Ruiying's enchanting figure, his lips curling in greedy anticipation. His thirst was not for her beauty, but for her corporeal form. Typically, those of celestial stature who fell victim to his miasma would swiftly succumb, their bodies rotting away. Yet, Luo Ruiying showed no signs of decay, her celestial constitution far surpassing that of any ordinary being. The esteemed figure from the upper realm had declared that Luo Ruiying's fate was inconsequential. She might even be bestowed upon him, an ideal candidate for crafting his beloved puppet. Luo Ruiying turned her gaze toward the shadowy woods behind her, a flicker of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Before resolutely fixing her stare upon the specter, a radiant golden aura surged around her, her ebony hair transforming into a lustrous silver, while her crimson eyes sparkled with brilliant gold. Goddess Luo, she cried, and a magnificent figure emerged behind her, towering and clad in resplendent golden armor. The figure opened her luminous eyes and raised her celestial sword high, launching an unassuming strike toward the specter. The specter felt an unprecedented sense of dread emanating from the apparition, the descending blade sending a chill down his spine. The sword's radiance blazed forth, a torrent of light that left no room for escape. The specter hastily commanded all his puppets to shield him, enveloping himself in a barrier of miasma. Soon, the radiant blade obliterated all the puppets, rendering the miasmic shield he had conjured nearly ineffective, and it too was cleaved asunder. A piercing scream echoed amidst the brilliance of the sword. The luminous energy stretched for miles, leaving a path of devastation, the ground marred by an astonishing chasm. After unleashing this formidable strike, Luo Ruiying could no longer maintain her stance, collapsing to her knees, propping herself up with the sword. The exertion of channeling the divine power of the goddess had drained her essence, the miasma now infiltrating her being. A tormenting pain surged within her, yet a tragic smile graced her lips. Her child, and she should be safe now. Alas, She may never see them again. Just then, a voice filled with despair echoed, "Indeed, you are the daughter of the celestial realm. I nearly met my end." The specter, bloodied and battered, emerged from the chasm, his gaze towards Luo Ruiying now filled with malice and vengeance. Had he not summoned the celestial treasure, the divine silkworm armor, in time to shield himself, he would have perished beneath that strike. Even his precious armor had been shattered by that single blow. It was clear that when facing a celestial being, even one whose powers had waned to mere mortal levels, one must never let their guard down. When Luo Ruiying beheld that the ghostly husband had not perished, astonishment washed over her. He is still alive? What should I do? In her current state, she could scarcely muster the strength to wield a second sword, let alone take action. However, it appeared that the ghostly husband was not in a significantly better condition than she. Perhaps there still existed a chance to strike him down. Otherwise, once he regained his breath, Ning Yuchen and the child would be in grave peril. Just as Luo Ruiying prepared for one final desperate effort, a more disheartening event transpired. Two figures soared through the sky above. Su Sheng and Lu Jian looked down upon the ghostly husband, their expressions brimming with mockery and derision. "Old ghost, did I not mention that upon discovery, you should send a signal first? Surely you do not intend to claim all the glory for yourself?" It seemed that not only had he failed to enjoy the spoils, but he had also been thoroughly chastised. Faced with Su Sheng and Lu Jian's scornful taunts, the ghostly husband seethed with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. Given his current injuries, it was utterly impossible for him to subdue Luo Ruiying alone. There was no telling that these two might seize the opportunity to eliminate him while he was weakened. Upon seeing Su Sheng and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying's heart sank further into despair. These two were allies of the ghostly husband as well. Chapter 21. You have touched the scales of the divine. What to do? She could no longer fend off the two fully empowered celestial beings. Luo Ruiying felt as though her heart had turned to ash. At this moment, the miasma had nearly spread throughout her body, and she could hardly endure the excruciating pain within her organs, lacking even the strength to raise her sword. Even delaying for a moment seemed impossible. This lady must be the celestial maiden Luo Ruiying, personally assigned by that esteemed figure from the upper realm. Indeed, her beauty was extraordinary. But what of her child? Su Sheng's gaze fell upon Luo Ruiying, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yet upon noticing she was alone, he couldn't help but frown and turn to inquire of the ghostly husband. The task bestowed upon them by that esteemed figure was to bring both Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye back. It had been specifically instructed that Luo Hongye must be returned alive, indicating her significance far surpassed that of Luo Ruiying. Under Su Sheng's interrogative gaze, the ghostly husband felt a surge of irritation, pointing towards the woods behind Luo Ruiying and impatiently stating, "A mortal man has taken the girl and fled into the woods. You not only nearly fell to a woman of celestial realm, but also allowed the child to escape before your very eyes." The legendary corpse puppet demon seemed to have been somewhat overestimated. Lu Jian cast a cold glance at the ghostly husband, openly mocking him. He was quite displeased with the ghostly husband allowing the child to flee. "You." "Humph." The ghostly husband was infuriated, yet could only let out a cold snort, choosing to swallow his pride. He was currently severely injured and dared not provoke Su Sheng or Lu Jian. First, eliminate this woman, then swiftly pursue the child. Lu Jian unsheathed his spiritual sword, unleashing a radiant beam that surged towards Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying stared helplessly as the sword light approached, unable to lift her own celestial sword, facing the imminent threat of death. Just as the sword light was about to reach her, a figure suddenly appeared silently before her. Clad in a black cloak, the figure was turned away from her, rendering their features indistinguishable. The cloaked figure merely extended a finger and lightly tapped the sword light, causing it to dissipate in an instant. This scene astonished everyone present. A strike from the pinnacle of celestial realm was so effortlessly neutralized. Lu Jian furrowed his brows deeply. Renowned as the foremost sword immortal, he possessed unparalleled mastery over swordsmanship, unmatched by any in the world. Yet, he had been met with such a humiliating counter. Heavenly sword, Gale's destruction. Lu Jian summoned all his spiritual power, his fierce aura akin to an invisible sword piercing towards the heavens. He unleashed a sword beam, dozens of feet long, swirling with tempestuous winds. Ning Yuchen again raised a finger, gently tapping the tip of the sword beam, and it dissipated like a gentle breeze. The crowd was once more left in profound shock. The ghostly husband and Su Sheng both understood the terrifying might of Lu Jian, yet before the individual standing before them, they found themselves utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. Lu Jian could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, his face etched with disbelief. The formidable strike he unleashed, capable of splitting mountains and parting seas, had been effortlessly neutralized. "Who on earth are you?" Lu Jian questioned incredulously. Ignoring him, Ning Yuchen turned his attention to Luo Ruiying. His visage concealed behind a mask resembling a malevolent specter, he had no fear of being recognized. Upon witnessing her pallid complexion, marred by the agonizing affliction of toxic miasma, his heart ached profoundly. Truly, why must she persist in her stubbornness? Ning Yuchen tossed a luminescent pill imbued with spiritual energy into Luo Ruiying's hands, his voice resonating with age-old wisdom. "This elixir will purge the poison from your body and aid in your recovery. Consume it swiftly." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Luo Ruiying replied without hesitation, promptly ingesting the pill. The rich potency of the elixir coursed through her, swiftly eradicating the toxins within her, alleviating the searing pain that had ravaged her being. The efficacy of the medicine was astonishing. Seeing Luo Ruiying regain her vitality and her injuries mitigated, Ning Yuchen felt a sense of relief. But his gaze turned towards the ghostly figures, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. The terrifying malevolence sent shivers of dread through the ghostly assembly, rendering them utterly immobile. This was a fear they had scarcely ever encountered. Could there truly exist an individual whose murderous aura instilled such profound terror? Who was he indeed? Such thoughts raced through the minds of the ghostly figures, who had never before heard of such a formidable presence. Ning Yuchen extended his hand towards the ghostly figures, his palm subtly twisting. In the next moment, their bodies and limbs began to contort involuntarily. The sound of cracking bones echoing ominously as excruciating agony compelled the specters to emit blood-curdling screams. "Ah, please, esteemed elder, spare us." Without pause, Ning Yuchen continued his grim task, twisting the ghostly figure into a grotesque shape, the brutality of its demise unequivocally horrifying, its very essence unraveling into nothingness. This spectacle left Lu Jian and Su Sheng utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of their own, a figure of comparable renown, had perished in such a manner? Ning Yuchen then turned his gaze toward Lu Jian and Su Sheng, a chilling sense of impending death enveloping them. "Wait, why do you intend to strike us? Have we wronged you in any way?" Su Sheng called out urgently, a profound instinct telling him that even in unison, he and Lu Jian were no match for the man before them. "My reason for ending your lives is quite simple. You have touched upon my forbidden scales." Ning Yuchen responded coldly. "Forbidden scales?" Lu Jian and Su Sheng exchanged bewildered glances. What had they done to provoke such ire? This time, Ning Yuchen chose not to elaborate further. His palms converged, forming a lethal blade, and he swung decisively towards Lu Jian. Lu Jian was struck with astonishment, hastily raising his sword to shield himself. An intangible sword aura severed the spiritual sword in his grasp, piercing straight through his body. How could this be possible? Lu Jian maintained his stance, disbelief etched on his face, when a slender line appeared across his neck, blood gushing forth and cascading from the heavens. A generation's sword immortal had thus perished. Lu Jian's soul could not even escape his corporeal form, being cleaved in two along with his body. At that moment, Su Sheng was gripped by terror to the utmost degree. When his gaze fell upon Ning Yuchen, he was drenched in cold sweat, swiftly discarding a celestial talisman. The talisman erupted in radiant light, and in an instant, Su Sheng's figure vanished. When he reappeared from the skies, he was already 1,000 miles away. Yet, he dared not linger even for a moment, transforming into a divine rainbow and racing towards the distance. His instincts urged him to flee at once. Otherwise, he would meet his demise. He should never have succumbed to the temptations of the beings from the upper realm, harboring dreams of ascending to the immortal world. Now, not only were those dreams shattered, but also his life, painstakingly cultivated over centuries, was at stake. Remorse flooded his heart, and a singular thought echoed in his mind: escape swiftly. For this, he did not hesitate to unleash his most precious life-saving talisman, the 1,000-mile divine escape. Ning Yuchen, observing Su Sheng's flight, did not rush to pursue, but instead turned to stand before Luo Ruiying, placing his hand gently upon her forehead, ensuring her safety. He finally felt at ease. This intimate gesture startled Luo Ruiying, prompting her to hastily retreat a step and distance herself, clasping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue." Witnessing the black-robed figure effortlessly annihilate the ghostly husband and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying discerned that this individual was certainly not a cultivator from the mortal realm. From the words that grazed the reverse scales, she had already surmised his true identity. Chapter 22. This senior is quite kind. This individual is undoubtedly the esteemed elder who established the medicinal herb garden within these mountains. The reverse scale he mentioned refers to the precious garden he created. The miasma from the ghostly husband and the sword aura from Lu Jian nearly obliterated the herb garden, prompting the elder to appear suddenly and unleash his wrath upon them. Luo Ruiying speculated inwardly. Ning Yuchen, unaware of Luo Ruiying's thoughts, mistook her retreat for fright caused by his earlier actions. He spoke gently. "The miasma within you has been eliminated. Your injuries will mend with a few days of rest." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Luo Ruiying expressed her gratitude with a slight bow. Although the elder had acted without mercy, she was surprised to discover he was actually quite gentle and kind-hearted. Seizing the opportunity while the elder remained present, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before candidly stating, "Esteemed elder, I have something I must confess to you." "Yes? What is it?" Ning Yuchen inquired with curiosity. Luo Ruiying's face flushed with guilt as she replied, "Esteemed elder, my husband and I inadvertently stumbled upon your medicinal herb garden and collected a considerable number of elixirs. I also picked the 7-colored glass flower. If possible, I would like to exchange some celestial treasures with you as a form of apology. Should you wish to punish me, I am prepared to accept any consequences, but please do not hold my husband accountable. He is merely a mortal with no intent to offend." After speaking, Luo Ruiying felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she discreetly observed the elder's reactions. She was deeply concerned that the random harvesting might provoke his ire, and that he might retaliate against them. After all, the herb garden was his reverse scale. Truth be told, even if she offered all the celestial treasures she had left, they would pale in comparison to the value of that 7-colored glass flower. As Luo Ruiying anxiously awaited his response, Ning Yuchen let out a light chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. You may harvest whatever you desire from the garden. Those so-called celestial treasures of yours are of no use to me. It would be better for you to keep them." It seemed Luo Ruiying had mistaken him for a certain elder who had planted the herb garden. However, this misunderstanding proved beneficial, sparing him the need to concoct any alternative explanations. Furthermore, the fact that she continued to express concern for him, willing to shoulder the blame alone, moved him deeply. Upon hearing she could pick whatever she wanted without any need for exchange, Luo Ruiying was left utterly astonished. Many of those herbs were of considerable value. Was she truly allowed to harvest at her leisure? The fact that she had taken the 7-colored glass flower did not seem to anger him in the slightest. There wasn't even a hint of surprise, as if he had known all along that she had taken it. This esteemed elder truly was quite kind. "May I inquire your name, esteemed elder? If fate allows, I shall surely pay my respects in the future." Luo Ruiying once again bowed deeply in earnest gratitude. However, as she lifted her head, there was not even a shadow of a figure before her. That elder had vanished as silently as he had arrived. Perhaps he was a reclusive master who preferred to keep his identity concealed. Luo Ruiying did not dwell on it for long. Once she settled herself, she could not help but feel grateful that she had survived, though she had long resigned herself to the possibility of sacrifice. When Lu Jian's sword energy nearly struck her down, she felt an undeniable sense of reluctance and despair. The images of that man and the child involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Indeed, she did not wish to leave them so abruptly. Oh, she must hurry to find them. Otherwise, encountering other beasts in the forest would be perilous. Remembering the fleeing Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongya, her heart raced, and she dashed towards the woods. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Luo Ruiying, Ning Yuchen swiftly appeared outside a cave, coldly transmitting his voice within, "Come out, all of you." In the next moment, a cacophony erupted from the cave, and 3 figures swiftly emerged, one of them sliding to kneel before Ning Yuchen. "Master, you are looking for us." The sky-devouring python stammered, a cold sweat trickling down its brow. How little time had passed. Yet they had already been summoned by Ning Yuchen twice. This was enough to frighten them to death. They had been enjoying their card game, but upon hearing his voice, their spirits nearly fled. Gazing upon Ning Yuchen's frost-laden visage, they fell silent, quaking in fear. They could only wonder which fool had provoked this formidable being. Ning Yuchen regarded them with a detached expression and inquired, "What were you doing just now?" "Reporting to you, my lord, we were playing cards." The chaotic magic bull replied weakly. It was merely a card game. Surely it did not warrant such a severe reprimand. Playing cards? Someone has intruded into the demon domain forest, disturbing my peace. And you choose to play cards here? Do you truly not comprehend why I have kept you? Ning Yuchen's brow furrowed slightly, his tone far from gentle. His words sent chills through the gathered crowd, prompting them to hastily bow and plead, "My lord, you misunderstand. We thought those individuals were also your subordinates." The chaotic magic bull and its companions felt utterly wronged, wishing to weep in their distress. The Xianlin giant dragon had perished for striking at those it should not have, and now, having learned their lesson, they had remained hidden in the cave, only to face repercussions upon their release. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Ning Yuchen showed no intention of further reprimanding them. Instead, he pointed towards the direction in which Su Sheng had fled, his gaze cold as he stated, "One individual escaped in that direction. You know what to do." "Understood. We shall eliminate him. For disturbing your peace, let him face 1,000 deaths." The chaotic magic bull immediately assured, thumping its chest with conviction. The others nodded in agreement. Ning Yuchen cast a glance at the crowd, his voice devoid of emotion as he declared, "I intend to survive. If he perishes, you need not return alive either. Do you comprehend?" "Understood." The group nodded obediently. "Then why are you still kneeling here? Should you allow him to escape, do not expect to return. Simply await my pursuit." Ning Yuchen regarded the three who remained seated, his brow furrowing as he spoke coldly. Had he not been so eager to reunite with his wife and daughter, he would never have entrusted the task of capturing him to these three. The three chaos demonic bulls snapped back to reality, hastily rising from the ground. Overwhelmed by fear, their legs trembled, nearly causing them to stumble, which prompted another frown from Ning Yuchen. Could they truly manage this task? Perhaps it would be wiser to release his apostle instead. Under Ning Yuchen's scrutinizing gaze, the three chaos demonic bulls swiftly transformed into radiant arcs of light, racing into the distance with all their might, for their very lives depended on it. Once they had vanished from sight, Ning Yuchen turned his attention to the other side of the forest. It was time for him to hasten back to his beloved daughter and wife, lest he be discovered, which would spell disaster. Chapter 23. What the hell? Speak up. Night Chun, every night? Once the danger had subsided, Luo Ruing hurriedly dashed into the forest, searching for the figures of Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongya. In her anxious quest through the thicket, she called out loudly. Soon, the rustling of leaves ahead broke the silence. Ning Yuchen emerged from the woods, cradling Luo Hongya in his arms. Upon seeing them both unharmed, Luo Ruing let out a breath of relief, her tense heart finally at ease. "Mother! Mother!" Luo Hongya exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks like a torrential flood, reaching out her delicate arms towards her. As Ning Yuchen approached Luo Ruing, she instinctively extended her arms to take Luo Hongya, holding her tightly in an embrace, gently caressing her back and whispering soothingly, "Mother is here, dear Yi. Do not cry." Overwhelmed with gratitude at being reunited with her child and husband, Luo Ruing's eyes misted with tears, nearly succumbing to joy. Ning Yuchen stood nearby, observing this tender scene, a smile gracing his lips as he opened his arms wide, seemingly inviting her to step into his embrace. Luo Ruing lifted her gaze, casting a mildly reproachful look at Ning Yuchen, and asked, "I instructed you to take the child away, yet here you are returning with her. What if something had happened?" This moment, which she had anticipated would be a heartfelt reunion, had instead turned into a reprimand. Despite her apparent joy, Ning Yuchen, frozen in place with his arms outstretched, could only awkwardly accept her scolding, unable to explain that he had known all along that the danger had passed. "It is my fault, but how could I abandon you for the sake of the child?" "Yes, Yi will not leave mother," Luo Hongya chimed in, her childish voice unwavering. Luo Ruing felt a twinge of emotion, deeply touched, yet she shot another glare at Ning Yuchen. She understood that both he and Luo Hongya had returned out of concern for her, just as she could not bear to part from them. However, she would never place them in harm's way. If there were to be another occasion, she would insist they leave while she bought them time. Fortunately, a skilled elder had intervened this time. Otherwise, the consequences of Ning Yuchen returning with the child would have been dire. Her self-sacrifice to buy them time had nearly been in vain, which was part of the reason for her frustration. Next time, do not do this. It is far too dangerous. I will forgive you this time. Yes, I understand, my lady. Ning Yuchen replied, feigning compliance with a smile, continuing to open his arms to Luo Ruiying. In response to Ning Yuchen's dismissive tone, Luo Ruiying pouted in dissatisfaction. After a brief moment of hesitation, she stepped forward, embracing Luo Hongye tightly against his chest. Observing his eager expression, she conceded to the moment, allowing this embrace as a token of their long-awaited reunion. Ning Yuchen instinctively wrapped his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist, pulling her closer. With her cheek pressed against his chest, a faint blush adorned her face. Yet, she remained silent, tacitly accepting his actions. It was the first time someone had held her in such a manner, and she found an unexpected warmth and solace in his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, fatigue from overexerting her spiritual energy enveloped her, leading her to drift into a peaceful slumber, still cradling Luo Hongye. Meanwhile, Luo Hongye, too, nestled into her mother's arms, finding comfort in sleep. Observing the two sleeping figures, Ning Yuchen smiled with a mix of affection and concern, gently caressing Luo Ruiying's cheek. Despite his own limitations, she insisted on pushing herself, recklessly exhausting her spiritual energy to perform celestial arts beyond her capacity. Such actions could jeopardize her foundation. A careless mistake could cost her the remnants of her cultivation. Fortunately, he was there to protect her. Ning Yuchen infused his spiritual energy to safeguard Luo Ruiying's meridians and, with a swift motion, returned to their dwelling, laying the mother and daughter gently upon the bed and tucking them in. He then took a seat beside the bed, watching over them. At that moment, a voice reached him. "Sir, we have captured the person you wanted." Upon receiving the news, Ning Yuchen's expression hardened, glancing at the sleeping pair before vanishing from the room once more. In a dimly lit cave within the demon territory forest, muffled cries of anguish echoed from the depths. MMM. Su Sheng found himself bound tightly to a stone pillar, a wooden stick wedged in his mouth, enduring a relentless barrage of blows. The once elegant scholar now bore the marks of his torment, bruised, tattered, and utterly disheveled. "Speak. Who sent you here?" boomed the chaos demon bull, its massive fist raining down upon Su Sheng. "Damn it. Will you talk or not? Stubborn as a mule. I've punched you dozens of times. Yet you refuse to utter a word. Step aside, let me have a go." The Titan giant ape rolled up its sleeves, taking over the chaos. Its massive fists landed heavily on Su Sheng, each strike causing the pillar to tremble and the cave to shudder. "Let us see how tough you are. Still not talking?" After several blows, Su Sheng coughed up blood, tears welling in his eyes as he struggled to emit muffled sounds of protest. As one of the most formidable beings in the mortal realm, he now found himself shedding tears of anguish. After employing the 1,000-mile divine escape talisman to flee, he believed he had successfully eluded his pursuers. However, to his dismay, the three demon lords pursued him with relentless fervor, as if driven mad by their obsession. Ultimately, he was cornered, compelled to confront them, and tragically defeated, captured in the process. Subsequently, they silenced him and brought him to this cavern. Without a moment's hesitation, they subjected him to severe interrogation. He yearned to plead for mercy, to divulge all he knew and beg for his release, yet his mouth was sealed shut, rendering him unable to utter a word. The two demon lords continued to mercilessly beat him, seemingly oblivious to his condition. He truly was in a state of profound despair, unable to voice his suffering. Meanwhile, the devouring sky python observed silently from the side, regarding the chaos demon bull and the Titan giant ape with a look of incredulity. Were these two fools genuinely unaware of his inability to speak, or was it a deliberate oversight? Although the devouring sky python recognized the situation, it refrained from offering any warning, driven instead by a desire for vengeance. The arrival of these detestable beings had nearly resulted in their reprimand from that esteemed individual, putting their lives at grave risk. Thus, they were due for a more thorough beating, as it was insufficient to merely satiate their anger. Chapter 24. You must not die now, or I will end you." The Titan ape delivered several blows to Su Sheng, while the Chaos Demon Ox eagerly prepared for its turn. What began as an interrogation had devolved into a contest of who could make Su Sheng speak first. If this continued, Su Sheng might very well perish. The sky-devouring divine python swiftly intervened, declaring, "Enough. If you continue this, he will die. If we kill him, that esteemed individual will not spare us. I have already sent a message to him. He is likely on his way. We shall decide how to handle this once he arrives." Upon hearing this, the Chaos Demon Ox and the Titan ape trembled in fear and reluctantly ceased their assault. Instead, they turned their attention to Su Sheng's injuries, genuinely concerned that he might inadvertently slip away from them, which would spell their doom. The Chaos Demon Ox grabbed Su Sheng by the collar, glaring with its large, bell-like eyes, and menacingly warned, "Listen here. You must not die now, or I will be the one to end you. Do you hear me?" With that, the Chaos Demon Ox delivered 2 resounding slaps to Su Sheng's face, rousing him from his near unconsciousness. With a face swollen and bruised, Su Sheng nodded tearfully, his mind racing with speculation about the identity of the esteemed individual mentioned by the 3 demon kings. Each of these powerful beings stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm, their strength rivaling his own, marking them as some of the most formidable entities in existence. He had heard whispers of several demon kings in the forest of demons, renowned for their terrifying power, yet he had not anticipated their unquestioning obedience to another. Who could command such powerful demon kings? And why had they targeted him without provocation? Su Sheng's thoughts immediately leapt to the mysterious figure in the black robe, who had effortlessly dispatched both Gui Fu and Lu Jian. A shiver of fear coursed through him. If it were that enigmatic individual, everything would make sense. Only he could compel these demon kings to submit so readily. At that moment, Ning Yuchen sauntered into the cave, hands behind his back, appearing without any pretense of disguise. Upon seeing Ning Yuchen, the Chaos Demon Ox and the others quickly knelt, bowing their heads in submission. "We greet you, esteemed one." Su Sheng gazed intently at Ning Yuchen, his expression a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The young man before him seemed barely in his 20s, strikingly handsome, yet Su Sheng sensed no trace of cultivation from him. Nevertheless, he emanated an air of aloof superiority that commanded respect. Had he not been bound to the pillar, Su Sheng might have found himself bowing as well. Ning Yuchen surveyed the near-unconscious Su Sheng and furrowed his brow, addressing the Chaos Demon Ox and the others. "Why does he appear on the brink of death? Have you inflicted torture upon him?" "And no, esteemed one," they stammered. "When we captured this fellow, he fought desperately against us, and we may have applied more force than intended. We assure you, we did not strike him even once," the chaotic demon Ox solemnly assured, his demeanor unflinching and breath steady. Both the sky-swallowing divine python and the Titan giant ape cast astonished glances toward him, taken aback by his unwavering conviction. Observing the barely conscious Su Sheng, Ning Yuchen chose not to pursue the matter further. He strode forward, his cold gaze fixed upon Su Sheng, and removed the stick lodged in his mouth, inquiring, "Speak. Who are you, and who sent you?" "Esteemed senior, I am Su Sheng, the current master of the Confucian Palace. I inadvertently trespassed here and undoubtedly offended you. I hope you can forgive me. In the future, I shall offer rich reparations to atone for my transgression. I am asking who sent you. Do you not comprehend?" Ning Yuchen's eyes narrowed, his hand gripping one of Su Sheng's arms with a gentle squeeze, instantly shattering it into fragments. "Ah!" Su Sheng let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing forth from the wound. The chaotic demon Ox and his companions, kneeling nearby, trembled involuntarily. Lowering their heads, even further their actions were still far more lenient compared to the Master S. "I will ask once more, who sent you?" Ning Yuchen's voice turned icy again. It was a certain esteemed figure from the upper realm. He concealed his identity. I have never seen his visage. He merely instructed me to assist him in bringing the mother and daughter, Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, to him, and he would help us ascend to the Immortal Realm. That is all I know. I beseech you, senior, to spare me this time." Su Sheng, enduring excruciating pain, shouted with a pale face. He understood that the individual before him was no benevolent soul and dared not hesitate any longer. "How do you contact this person?" Ning Yuchen coldly inquired. "We have no means to reach him. It was he who sought us out," Su Sheng weakly replied. Ning Yuchen frowned in displeasure, contemplating the prospect of directly capturing this individual. It seemed far more challenging than anticipated. Now, tell me about your origins, he pressed on, demanding the identities of Su Sheng and the 3 others he had slain. Realizing that Wu Kuang had also perished at Ning Yuchen's hands, Su Sheng felt compelled to disclose everything without reservation. I am Su Sheng, master of the Confucian Palace. Lu Jian, master of the Qing Foam Sword Sect. Wu Kuang, master of the Martial God Hall. Gui Fu, master of the Human Puppet Ghost Cave. The sects to which they belonged were among the foremost in the world, standing alongside the 4 great sections 3 days prior. The 4 had fortuitously encountered a mysterious visitor who requested their collaboration to retrieve Luo Ring and Luo Hongya. The promise of assistance in ascending to the Immortal Realm and introductions to esteemed sects therein proved too tempting to resist, especially given that they were merely tasked with capturing a celestial maiden of the heavenly human realm. Thus, they readily accepted the proposition. Subsequently, they arrived at the Demon Domain Forest, following the trail of the vengeful spirit. What transpired thereafter? Senior, I have divulged all that I know. I beseech you, spare me. I, from the Confucian Palace, am willing to serve you. Su Sheng implored, his countenance marked by terror. Ning Yuchen smiled faintly, as shadows beneath his feet crept towards Su Sheng, from which a swarm of dark golden insects emerged, crawling onto his body. What? What are these creatures? Ah, please, stop. Senior, I beg you cease this. Ah. Su Sheng felt relentless bites all over his body, as countless insects burrowed into him, gnawing at his very essence. The excruciating pain and overwhelming dread compelled him to wail for mercy. In a short while, Su Sheng was entirely engulfed by the insects. His cries swiftly faded, and his struggles ceased. When the insects retreated from the stone pillar, nothing remained upon it. From the outset, Ning Yuchen had no intention of sparing any of them, including Su Sheng's wife and children, nor their sect. Chapter 25. Master, no more can be injected. After consuming Su Sheng, a swarm of insects surged towards the trembling chaos magic cattle. And Master, your little creatures are crawling over. The 3 chaos magic cattle screamed in terror, huddling together. They were uncertain if they could withstand even these insects. Ning Yuchen waved his hand, and the insects that were about to reach the chaos magic cattle immediately turned around and returned to his feet, burrowing back into his shadow. These insects were soul-eating worms from the demon realm, capable of devouring all things, but they had a particular fondness for items imbued with spiritual power. Anything containing spiritual energy would be consumed entirely. What was most terrifying was that these soul-eating worms initially hatched with the strength of the spirit realm, yet, through continuous consumption, they could elevate their cultivation. Ning Yuchen's batch of soul-eating worms had even devoured numerous celestial remains of immortal emperors, and now each one surpassed the cultivation of the chaos magic cattle. If he had not intervened, it would have taken mere moments for the 3 chaos magic cattle to be entirely consumed. Seeing the insects summoned back, the chaos magic cattle felt an immense sense of relief. They had nearly feared that the master would take the opportunity to eliminate them as well. Ning Yuchen had intentionally allowed the soul-eating worms to approach the chaos magic cattle to frighten them, ensuring they would be more obedient. I have tasks for you, Ning Yuchen said as he approached the chaos magic cattle, gazing down at them with an indifferent expression. Master, please command us. We are willing to serve you. The sky-consuming divine python spoke first, his voice resolute. The chaos magic cattle and the titan giant ape followed suit, bowing in agreement. Ning Yuchen was pleased with their obedient demeanor. He raised his hand, and a dark spiritual energy enveloped their bodies, lifting them into the air. And Master, the sky-consuming divine python inquired, perplexed. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy forcefully flooded into their bodies, leaving no room for defense. The terrifying energy continuously infused their meridians, filling their spiritual seas, and the bottleneck they had endured for over a century began to gradually break apart. Ah, Master, I am full. No more can be injected. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Spiritual energy surged wildly into their meridians, expanding them to the brink of bursting. The sky-consuming divine python and others felt a mix of pain and ecstasy as the energy surged within them, truly experiencing a blend of suffering and pleasure. If you wish to break through, endure it properly, Ning Yuchen remarked, frowning slightly at the sky-consuming divine python's cries. Why did it sound so peculiar? Upon hearing this, the sky-consuming divine python and the others gritted their teeth and persevered. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The master was forcibly aiding them in breaking through to the divine realm, entering the immortal realm. Accompanied by 3 thunderous roars that echoed towards the heavens, the members of the swallowing heaven divine python surged with spiritual energy, emanating a magnificent aura that radiated like stardust. This signified their successful transcendence into the realm of immortals. Had it not been for Ning Yuchen's protective barrier surrounding the cave, isolating them from the world's rules, their ascension would have undoubtedly provoked a tremendous heavenly tribulation. While the tribulation itself posed no significant threat, the commotion it would create could attract the attention of Luo Ruiying and others in the world. Most importantly, his wife and child were peacefully sleeping. What if the thunder disturbed their slumber? Having successfully broken through to the immortal realm, the swallowing heaven divine python basked in the cleansing of their spiritual power, their faces reflecting a sense of comfort and satisfaction. Once they returned to the ground, the chaotic demonic bull opened its eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within them, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its being. At that moment, it sensed that there were no rivals left in the world, until Ning Yuchen's voice resonated beside them once more. Do you feel invincible now? Indeed, the chaotic demonic bull instinctively replied, but as it regained its composure, its face turned pale with fright, hastily shaking its head as if to dismiss the thought. No, no, no. How could I possibly compare to you, my lord? Even with my breakthrough into the immortal realm, I believe I would not survive half a second in your presence. We owe our achievements today entirely to your generous bestowal of opportunity, my lord. The swallowing heaven divine python and the titan giant ape quickly echoed, their hearts brimming with joy. They had never anticipated receiving such immense fortune from this esteemed figure. Had they attempted to break through on their own, who knows how long it would have taken to succeed. Yet this esteemed master had forcibly utilized spiritual energy, assisting them in their ascension within mere moments. His strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. The group felt both fear and profound reverence towards Ning Yuchen. With a wave of his hand, 3 immortal artifacts were presented to the chaotic demonic bull and its companions. A crimson battle axe, a pair of dazzling gauntlets that sparkled like gemstones, and a serpentine sword. My lord, what is this? The 3 gazed at the artifacts before them, their eyes wide with desire, nearly inscribing the word one upon their faces. These were exceedingly rare immortal artifacts. The resplendent celestial light radiating from them indicated their high rank. They had roamed the demon domain forest for centuries and had never even glimpsed an immortal artifact before. Ning Yuchen regarded them with a calm demeanor, stating, "The task I entrust to you is to ensure the safety of my wife and child during my absence. Your cultivation levels are insufficient, which is why I assisted you in your breakthrough to the immortal realm, and I bestow these 3 immortal artifacts upon you as well." By aiding the chaotic demonic bull and its companions in their ascension and granting them immortal artifacts to enhance their power, he essentially welcomed them as his loyal subordinates. In times of necessity, they could be summoned to aid him. However, should their strength remain too feeble, they would serve little purpose. However, even if they have ascended to the realm of immortals, their strength pales in comparison to that of his former subordinates. The Chaos Demon Bull and the others were expressions of disbelief. The master so readily bestowed an immortal artifact upon them. Once the shock subsided, joy surged among them as they hurriedly bowed and pledged their loyalty. Thank you, esteemed master, for your generous gift. We are willing to dedicate our lives and limbs to protect the lady and the young princess. The Chaos Demon Bull stood tall, fist clenched against his chest, solemnly declaring, "From this day forth, your lady and child shall be regarded as my own." Ning Yuchen felt something amiss in those words. Narrowing his eyes at the Chaos Demon Bull, the Chaos Demon Bull, sensing he had misspoken, hastily clarified, No. What I meant was, I will regard your lady and child as my own." That still seems somewhat incorrect. Ning Yuchen silently approached the Chaos Demon Bull, a smile adorning his face. Then, with a resounding thud, he delivered a punch to the bull's head, causing half of his body to plunge into the ground. Although aware that the foolish bull likely did not intend to say it that way, he could not help but strike him. The sky-swallowing python and the titan great ape exchanged pitying glances at the unconscious Chaos Demon Bull, realizing that even after entering the realm of immortals, he remained so utterly defenseless before their master. Chapter 26. Your ancestor will not return in the western regions, within the eerie realm of the puppet ghost cave. A grand edifice, grotesquely constructed from various remains, loomed ominously against the sheer cliff face. Surrounding this cliff were countless caverns, each serving as the abode of a practitioner of the puppet ghost cave. The cliffs were riddled with a multitude of these hollows, with numerous cultivators darting between them in swift flight. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the moon hung high, shrouded by dense clouds. Ning Yuchen's silhouette silently ascended above the puppet ghost cave, gazing down upon this esteemed sect perched upon the precipice, softly murmuring to himself, "Let it begin here." He was a man of principles. Should anyone dare to harm those dear to him, he would show no mercy. Having injured his wife and attempted to bring harm to his child, the four great sects of this world were fated to be erased from existence. While he could entrust the task to the Chaos Demon Bull and her companions, their efficiency would inevitably be lacking. Thus, Ning Yuchen resolved to take matters into his own hands for a swift resolution, as he had much to accomplish at the next location. He raised his arm high, and a small flame flickered to life in his palm. This flame rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant into a colossal fireball, measuring several dozen feet in diameter. The fireball blazed with the intensity of the sun, warping the very air around it as fiery tendrils danced across its surface. Its radiant light illuminated the entire night sky. The temperature surrounding the puppet ghost cave surged dramatically, prompting the practitioners within to sense the anomaly. They emerged from their caves, gazing upward in astonishment. What is happening? Is it dawn? I could have sworn I just closed my eyes. Why is the sun so close today? No, wait. Look. That is a person. Someone is wielding celestial magic. Upon recognizing Ning Yuchen's figure, the residents of the puppet ghost cave were struck with fear, their faces turning pale. The sheer power of the magic he wielded was terrifying. If that fireball were to descend, it would obliterate the entire cave. Several figures swiftly leaped from the main hall of the cave, hastening to Ning Yuchen's presence. May we inquire, esteemed elder, who you are and why you visit our humble abode at such a late hour? If you have matters to discuss, might you first temper your celestial arts? The elders of the puppet ghost cave approached Ning Yuchen with utmost respect. As they drew near, they could feel the overwhelming heat emanating from the fireball in his grasp, nearly suffocating them with its oppressive aura. Sweat drenched their bodies, and their skin began to scorch under its intensity. Most alarmingly, the fireball continued to swell. Esteemed elder, we beseech you to enlighten us on how we may have offended you. We implore your forgiveness, and upon the return of our ancestor, he shall personally offer his apologies. The esteemed elder of the human puppet ghost cave, Guake, respectfully clasped his hands and spoke, his thoughts racing with the determination to delay until the return of the ancestral master. Otherwise, this fireball was potent enough to obliterate the entire human puppet ghost cave. Ning Yuchen cast a cold, disdainful glance at the assembly, allowing them to grasp their fate, and spoke calmly, "Your ancestral master shall not return. From this day forth, the human puppet ghost cave will cease to exist in this world." What? The members of Guake gasped in horror at these words. Their ancestral master, Gui Fu, had been slain, and this individual before them truly intended to annihilate their entire sect in one fell swoop. "Attack! Stop him!" Guake bellowed. Several elders simultaneously unleashed their life-bound treasures in an assault against Ning Yuchen. With a dismissive air, Ning Yuchen raised one hand high with the fireball, while the other rested behind him, his stance unwavering. Suddenly, several fire dragons erupted from the fireball, hurtling towards the crowd. A cacophony of screams erupted as the fire dragons engulfed them, along with their life-bound treasures, rendering them utterly defenseless. With a series of anguished cries, the esteemed elders of the top sect were reduced to mere ashes. The disciples of the human puppet ghost cave stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. They belonged to one of the most prestigious sects in the world, each elder possessing divine-level cultivation, yet they had been annihilated without a semblance of resistance. As realization dawned upon them, panic ensued, and they scattered in all directions. Ning Yuchen casually released the fireball, which swiftly engulfed the entirety of the human puppet ghost cave, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Before the fireball could fully descend, the searing heat had already turned countless individuals to ash. With a resounding crash, when the fireball made contact, the human puppet ghost cave was instantly dissolved, along with everything within a 100-foot radius. What remained was an unfathomable abyssal pit. Heat surged from the pit, the lingering intensity enough to deter any nearby beings from approaching even slightly. Thus, the human puppet ghost cave vanished from existence. Simultaneously, the Confucian palace of the eastern continent was reduced to rubble by a barrage of celestial lightning. The Qingfeng sword sect of the central continent was obliterated by a single strike, leaving behind only a vast chasm where the sect once stood. The martial god temple of the southern continent met a similar fate, completely crushed beneath an imposing mountain, replaced entirely by the towering peak. In the span of a single night, the four great sects of the world were utterly annihilated. Three soul avatars soared back to Ning Yuchen from various locales, reintegrating into his being. Just then, dozens of bolts of celestial lightning struck Ning Yuchen without warning under the night sky. Each bolt carried the power to rend the very fabric of reality. This was the punitive constraint of the rules of the mortal realm, a manifestation of the balance of the heavenly way. Within the mortal realm, one's cultivation could ascend no higher than the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Even beings from the 6 realms who entered the mortal plane were compelled to suppress their powers. Should one exert strength beyond the peak of the celestial realm, the heavenly way would unleash celestial lightning to obliterate them. Ning Yuchen's display of power has transcended the pinnacle of celestial beings, and upon being sensed by the heavenly Tao, annihilation swiftly followed. However, this comes with an absolute prerequisite. The might of the heavenly Tao must surpass that of the individual in question. Should that individual possess a cultivation level that instills no fear of the heavenly Tao's authority, then such rules and checks hold no sway over them. This is exemplified in Ning Yuchen's case. Faced with dozens of celestial lightning strikes, Ning Yuchen has long since grown accustomed to such phenomena. Almost every time he engages in combat, the heavenly Tao feels compelled to administer a couple of strikes upon him, as a customary practice. Enveloping himself in a dark, ethereal shield of spiritual energy, he withstood the onslaught of the celestial lightning, which failed to shatter even the barrier. It was only after the celestial lightning had ceased that Ning Yuchen leisurely retracted his shield, perhaps due to simultaneously manifesting his spiritual clones and employing four celestial techniques. He sensed that this bout of celestial lightning was considerably more potent than before. Yet, it still fell slightly short of its full potential. After vanquishing the 4 major sects, Ning Yuchen gazed skyward, transforming once more into a divine rainbow that soared into the clouds. It was time to return to the celestial realm for a visit. Chapter 27. Until next time in the celestial realm, within the Hall of Heavenly Tao, ever since Ning Yuchen casually obliterated a significant portion of the palace, the disciples of the hall have been preoccupied with gathering intelligence across various domains while simultaneously engaging in the reconstruction of their esteemed abode. Rumors have circulated that the demon lord, Immortal, is expected to visit the hall soon, leaving its inhabitants in a state of trepidation. Ning Yuchen descended gracefully from the skies, striding confidently towards the main hall as if returning home. Following his previous display of power, the disciples recognized him immediately, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they hastily retreated. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon witnessing Ning Yuchen ascend the jade steps, panicked and scurried into the hall, shouting, "Elder Ancestor, the demon lord has returned." In a flurry, Tiandao went in, and the elders swiftly emerged to greet him at the entrance. "Welcome, demon lord." Preferring brevity, Ning Yuchen dismissed any pleasantries and directly entered the main hall, taking a seat and nonchalantly reaching for the fruits laid out on the nearby table. Since he had chosen to conceal his identity while accompanying Luo Ruiying, he had abstained from indulging in celestial fruits. Seizing the opportunity while he was away from her, he intended to relish them while he could. The elders, eager to expedite the departure of this formidable figure, approached him and bowed, ready to report on their recent findings. "Demon Lord, we have conducted a thorough investigation regarding the woman, Luo Ruiying, and the forces behind her, alongside other factions within the celestial realm. It appears that Luo Ruiying is the daughter of a power called the Luo Shrine in the Beiming Divine Domain. However, we have uncovered no information regarding her presence in the realm. She departed from the Luo Shrine over a century ago, and her whereabouts remain unknown, even within the shrine. There are no leads concerning her." As Tiandao Wentian concluded his report, he cautiously observed Ning Yuchen's expression, fearful of disappointing him with their findings. They had nearly scoured the entirety of the celestial realm, and this was the most substantial intelligence they could procure. Ning Yuchen, resting his chin on one hand, appeared contemplative, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. He was indeed dissatisfied with the outcome of the investigation, but did not burden Tiandao Wentian and his companions with his discontent. He recognized their earnest efforts and understood that this limited information was all they could provide. At least they had identified the faction behind her, which was a modicum of useful intelligence. Well then, I appreciate your hard work, Ning Yuchen said as he rose, gathering the celestial fruits into his possession before making his way toward the hall's exit. He waved goodbye to Tiandao Wentian and the others over his shoulder. Seeing him depart, the elders felt immense relief, their faces lighting up with joy. We are more than willing to alleviate any concerns for the demon lord. Is that so? It is rare to find such thoughtfulness. I shall seek your assistance again next time, Ning Yuchen replied. Ning Yuchen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to Tiandao Wentian with a smile, fully aware that the latter's words were mere formalities. Deep down, the other party likely wished he would refrain from returning. The more the case, the more he felt compelled to seize the opportunity to visit frequently. Upon hearing this, Tiandao Wentian's face twitched slightly, his expression akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly, wishing he could deliver a couple of slaps to himself. Why did he have to utter those extra words? To be targeted by the demon lord was nothing short of perilous. The elders behind Tiandao Wentian wore expressions of despair, unable to scold their ancestor openly. Ancestor, why did you have to say that extra line? He actually took it seriously in the beaming celestial realm. Within the hall of the goddess, the layout was intricate, with buildings arranged in a staggered manner. In the center stood a towering statue of a goddess, 100 feet tall. The statue depicted a lady in armor, brandishing a sword, her head held high, with the sword pointed forward, exuding an aura of valiance reminiscent of a formidable woman. At that moment, the hall of the goddess was filled with an atmosphere of fear and anxiety. Everyone was on edge, and many had already fled the hall. This unrest was sparked by recent rumors circulating in the celestial realm about the return of the supreme demon, Yuchen, who was specifically seeking a woman named Luo Ruiying. And that very Luo Ruiying belonged to their hall of the goddess. The crowd surmised that Luo Ruiying must have offended the demon lord, leading him to pursue vengeance, sparking panic and unrest. Little did they know, the very person they feared had already arrived after departing from the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Ning Yuchen swiftly ascended above the hall of the goddess. The scale of the hall was insignificant compared to the Tiandao Imperial Palace, barely qualifying as a third-rate celestial sect in the realm. It was indeed a rarity for such a modest sect to produce an emperor like Luo Ruiying. Regrettably, they did not know how to cherish her. What to do? Annihilate them directly? Ning Yuchen gazed down at the hall of the goddess, his expression momentarily troubled. While obliterating them would be a simple task, as effortless as a mere slap, it was, after all, his wife's family. If he were to wipe them out entirely, it would mean the destruction of his wife's entire lineage. Such an action seemed rather inappropriate after much contemplation. Ning Yuchen ultimately decided to probe the situation before making a final decision. In an instant, he vanished from the sky. Within the hall of the goddess, in a study, a composed middle-aged man sat, engrossed in a book. Just then, as the flickering light in the room danced gently, Luo Tianya's pupils constricted, and a look of horror crossed his face. He had sensed that someone was standing behind him in the shadows. As a celestial lord, he had failed to detect the presence of this individual. Had the other party not chosen to reveal their aura, he might never have noticed at all. Realizing the situation, Luo Tianya gently closed the book and set it aside, turning slightly to greet the presence without looking back. Esteemed guest, know it is truly an honor for our hall of the goddess to receive a late-night visit from the demon lord. Considering the formidable prowess of the visitor, along with the recent uproar surrounding the rumors of the demon lord, Luo Tianya immediately discerned the identity of the individual. Ning Yuchen, no longer concealing his presence, swaggered forth from behind Luo Tianya, took a seat in front of him with a nonchalant demeanor. Luo Tianya showed no inclination to resist, nor did he contemplate calling for assistance, for he understood that in the face of the demon lord, the entirety of the Luo Divine Hall possessed no capacity for even the slightest defiance. Is the demon lord here to annihilate my Luo Divine Hall? Luo Tianya inquired candidly, as if he had already braced himself for the impending confrontation. That hinges on your forthcoming responses, Ning Yuchen replied, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his hand, his cold gaze fixated on Luo Tianya. This statement indirectly suggested that there might still be room for negotiation, igniting a flicker of hope within Luo Tianya. He proactively offered his apologies, saying, "I am unaware of how my daughter has offended the esteemed demon lord. The Luo Divine Hall is willing to make amends." "Oh, she has not offended me. Rather, it is you who have transgressed against me," Ning Yuchen retorted coldly, pointing a finger at Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya furrowed his brow in confusion, racking his brain to fathom how his Luo Divine Hall could have possibly wronged the demon lord. After all, this was their very first encounter. Chapter 28. This is indeed his esteemed father-in-law. I humbly request the esteemed demon lord to clarify, Luo Tianya inquired with confusion. After pondering for a long while, he genuinely could not recall any offense against the demon lord. "I ask you, did you send someone to pursue Ruing?" Ning Yuchen asked, his gaze sharp and voice cold. Luo Tianya's brows furrowed deeply, his expression increasingly perplexed. "Is the demon lord jesting? Ruing is my daughter. Why would I send someone to kill her? Was it not his directive?" Ning Yuchen felt a wave of confusion as he scrutinized Luo Tianya closely. Observing his steady demeanor and puzzled countenance, he seemed unlikely to be lying. Could it be that the one pursuing Luo Ruing was not from the Luo Divine Hall? At this moment, Luo Tianya began to explain. "Although I am unaware of why the esteemed demon lord seeks my daughter, she was taken away over a century ago by a certain faction. Since her abduction, I have not seen her again, nor has she returned to the Luo Divine Hall." "What is the name of the faction that took her?" Ning Yuchen pressed, his voice firm. "If it were not the Luo Divine Hall, it must surely be the faction that abducted her." Luo Tianya shook his head. "I do not know who they are. I only know that their power is immensely formidable, far beyond what our Luo Divine Hall could contend with. Even the ice mist sacred domain of the northern underworld would not dare to offend them lightly. They claimed that my daughter possesses extraordinary talent, potentially destined to become an empress, and after bestowing numerous benefits upon our Luo Divine Hall, they took her away. The Ice Mist Sacred Domain is indeed one of the top sects among the 9 divine domains, renowned alongside the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. If even the Ice Mist Sacred Domain does not dare to act rashly, it can only indicate that it is the ancient hidden clans of the Immortal Realm that have been concealed for centuries. These ancient beings typically remain hidden in some corner of the Immortal Realm, surfacing only in the event of a cataclysm, and generally do not involve themselves in worldly matters. Yet, they have issued a pursuit order for Luo Ruing. The Immortal Realm is vast, reputed to encompass the essence of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, being 100 times the size of the mortal realm. Locating those ancient clans would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if found, it may not necessarily be the clan pursuing Luo Ruing. Ning Yuchen's face displayed a distinctly displeased and impatient expression. His wife's situation was even more complicated than he had imagined. However, the fact that his wife garnered the attention of those ancient beings also speaks to her extraordinary talent. Otherwise, she would not have caught the eye of those long-hidden clans. Seeing Ning Yuchen's displeasure, Luo Tianya mustered his courage to ask with concern, "Might the esteemed demon lord have encountered my little girl? How is she faring?" Through their conversation, he sensed that the demon lord indeed seemed to come seeking justice, yet it felt as though he was also here to advocate for Luo Ruing. Moreover, it appeared that the demon lord should be acquainted with his daughter. It sounded as though his daughter was still being pursued. As a father, over a century ago, he had no choice but to relinquish his daughter for the sake of the family's future, a decision that has since become his greatest regret. Now, he remains utterly oblivious to whether she is alive or dead. Upon hearing Luo Tianya's inquiry, Ning Yuchen snapped back to reality, hastily retracting his legs and sitting upright. The haughty demeanor he previously wore was replaced by a warm and amiable smile, tinged with a hint of deference. Initially, he had approached with the intention of dismantling the Luo Divine Hall, exuding the imposing aura befitting a former demon lord. However, upon realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly moderated his stance. After all, the other party was his wife's father, his esteemed father-in-law. He had been sitting with his leg crossed and his chin resting on his hand, a gesture far too disrespectful. It was imperative to leave a good impression. At this moment, Ning Yuchen felt an immense relief that he had refrained from rashly annihilating the entire Luo Divine Hall. Had he truly done so, it would have led to catastrophic repercussions. Clearing his throat, he said, "You need not worry, my esteemed lord of the Luo Divine Hall. Your daughter is quite well." The shift in his demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous attitude. Luo Tianya, bewildered and cautious, wondered how this demon lord's demeanor had changed so abruptly, startling him in the process. "Your Excellency, there is no need to address me as Demon Lord. It feels rather distant. My name is Ning Yuchen. You may call me Yuchen." Before Luo Tianya could finish his sentence, Ning Yuchen raised a hand to interrupt, wearing a beaming smile. This only served to heighten Luo Tianya's unease. The Demon Lord was asking him to address him by his name? Such a situation had never occurred in the entire celestial realm. Who would dare to call the Demon Lord by his given name? Yuchen? Luo Tianya cautiously ventured, to which Ning Yuchen responded, "Yes. Please, go ahead, Lord of the Luo Divine Hall." He smiled contentedly, feeling that the bond between son-in-law and father-in-law had grown a tad closer. However, he was not yet ready to disclose his relationship with Luo Ruoying. It was prudent to wait until she accepted his identity before finding an opportune moment to reveal their connection. Luo Tianya was apprehensive of Ning Yuchen's suddenly ingratiating demeanor. Yet his greater concern lay with his daughter, Luo Ruoying. He steeled himself to inquire, "You must have seen my daughter, correct? I am anxious to know how she is and where she might be." "She is doing exceptionally well. There is no need for you to worry. As for her whereabouts, I cannot disclose that information at this time." Ning Yuchen contemplated, deciding against revealing anything about Luo Ruoying. He wished to spare Luo Tianya any further anxiety, even if it meant withholding the truth about Luo Ruoying's current plight. On one hand, he feared that Luo Tianya would worry even more upon learning of her association with him. Now was not the right moment for such revelations. On the other hand, revealing such information could potentially incite a crisis of annihilation for the Luo Divine Hall. Should the enigmatic hidden clan behind Luo Ruoying seek to annihilate the Luo God Temple, it would be an effortless endeavor. Luo Ruoying is acutely aware of this reality. Hence, even in her flight, she harbors no intention of returning to the Luo God Temple, not even to exchange a fleeting farewell. This is out of fear that the mysterious clan might discover her whereabouts and bring ruin upon her family. Thus, she resolutely chose to escape into the mortal realm. Luo Tianya, still unsettled, yearned to inquire further, yet Ning Yuchen denied him that opportunity, vanishing like a wisp of smoke before his very eyes. Now that he had ascertained the pursuit was not sanctioned by the Luo God Temple, remaining here had become futile. Uncovering the true mastermind behind this ordeal would prove challenging. For now, he could only await the adversary's next move. The theft of his wife's celestial bones and heart would not go unpunished. Luo Tianya, watching Ning Yuchen depart, found no solace in his absence. Instead, his expression grew grave. How could Ruoying possibly be acquainted with the demon sovereign? Did the demon sovereign specifically traverse to the celestial realm to inquire about her? What had transpired? Why was she being hunted? An instinct within Luo Tianya insisted that his daughter, Luo Ruoying, was embroiled in some perilous predicament. No, he could not remain passive in the face of this calamity. With a solemn visage, Luo Tianya called out loudly toward the outside, "Come forth." Chapter 29. The unawakeable Ning Yuchen in the depths of the night, within the enchanted forest, in a quaint wooden cabin. Luo Ruoying gradually stirred from a prolonged slumber due to the exhaustion of her spiritual energy. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Luo Hongye curled up in her embrace. Gazing at the serene countenance of the peacefully sleeping girl, a wave of tranquility washed over Luo Ruoying, and a tender smile graced her lips as she gently caressed Hongye's cheek. Just as she was about to search for Ning Yuchen, she suddenly realized that a pair of arms were tightly wrapped around her waist. Startled, her heart raced, and a hint of panic crossed her face. Turning slightly, she discovered Ning Yuchen was the one holding her in his slumber. To her bewilderment, it was not Luo Hongye nestled in the middle, but rather herself. They were lying side by side, their bodies intimately close. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his body against her back, as well as the gentle warmth of his breath brushing past her ear. This proximity was overwhelming. Luo Ruoying felt her cheeks flush as she attempted to gently pry Ning Yuchen's hands away from her waist. Unfortunately, his grip was too firm, and she found herself unable to free herself. How could this man sleep so soundly while holding her so tightly? With a playful glare directed at Ning Yuchen, she tried to wriggle out of his embrace. However, with Luo Hongye resting in her arms, she was cautious not to disturb the sleeping child, which restrained her movements considerably. Consequently, she remained ensnared in Ning Yuchen's hold, their bodies brushing against one another, igniting a warmth within her. At that moment, Ning Yuchen's foot found its way onto her body, drawing them even closer together. In the darkness, the hands around her waist suddenly squeezed gently, causing Luo Ruiying's face to turn crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably, nearly letting out an exclamation. Fortunately, she managed to cover her mouth just in time, stifling any sounds that might be misconstrued. The child was still asleep in her arms. She could not afford to make any peculiar noises. This man, his sleeping posture is utterly unreasonable. His hands are far too unruly. Embarrassment and anger welled up within Luo Ruiying. Yet she felt unable to forcibly extricate herself from Ning Yuchen's embrace. Left with no other choice, she blushed deeply and softly called out, Yuchen. Yuchen, wake up. After several attempts to rouse him, she received no response. This man was truly in a deep sleep, utterly unresponsive, resigned to her fate. Luo Ruiying allowed Ning Yuchen to continue holding her as he slept. Let him hold her, as long as he refrained from any further indiscreet actions. And so, with her hands resting atop Ning Yuchen's arms around her waist, she nestled closer into his embrace, surrendering to sleep once more. In the realm of dreams, a subtle smile graced Ning Yuchen's lips. As dawn broke, the morning sun streamed through the cracks in the window, illuminating the room. Wife, wife, a tender voice called out softly in Luo Ruiying's ear as she remained in her slumber. As Luo Ruiying slowly opened her drowsy eyes, she was startled to find a handsome face inches from her own, prompting her to instinctively lean back. The memories of Ning Yuchen's restless behaviors from the previous night flooded her mind, and a hint of reproach flickered across her features, her cheeks slightly flushed. This rascal had caused her a sleepless night. In truth, she had slept quite soundly. Ning Yuchen smiled gently, sitting at the edge of the bed as he reached out to tenderly touch her forehead, softly inquiring, "My dear, does your body still ache?" "It's already fine." His gentle concern enveloped Luo Ruiying in warmth, and though she initially intended to scold him, she swallowed her words. Never mind. It was no fault of his that he had been asleep. "My dear, I have prepared medicinal soup for you." Ning Yuchen brought a bowl of nourishing broth, as he usually did, and held it to her lips. This time, Luo Ruiying did not stubbornly insist on feeding herself. Instead, she obediently opened her mouth to accept the spoonful, for only by restoring her health could she avert the potential dangers that lay ahead. With unwavering dedication, Ning Yuchen continued to feed her. Although he could effortlessly heal all her injuries, he refrained from doing so. On one hand, it might arouse her suspicions. Brewing medicinal porridge was one thing, but revealing elixirs would expose his true identity. On the other hand, he found her delicate and endearing, appearing so vulnerable in her weakened state. It also granted him the opportunity to care for her. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of medicine, Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment before speaking to Ning Yuchen. "Yuchen, let us gather our belongings and leave this place." This was not a fleeting thought. It was a well-considered decision. The pursuit of the ghost husband and his companions had reached this location, indicating her position was likely compromised. Soon, they might send even more formidable enemies. With her current cultivation, she couldn't withstand the ghost husband and his ilk, let alone stronger adversaries. The most prudent course of action was to depart swiftly before the enemy arrived. Ning Yuchen understood Luo Ruiying's intentions and concerns. While her worries were entirely unfounded, he nodded in agreement with her wishes. He had chosen to lead a secluded life here, savoring the joys of ordinary days. Now that he had a wife and child, wherever they went, he would follow. Once they had conferred, they began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Luo Ruiying possessed a spare spirit ring. Though it was empty, it served perfectly for storage. With a simple wave of her arm, most of the room's items were seamlessly absorbed into the ring. "Oh, my dear. How impressive." Ning Yuchen applauded. "Leave anything that needs to be packed to me," Luo Ruiying replied with a smile. What seemed merely a simple act of organizing the spirit rings brought an inexplicable joy to her heart after receiving praise from Ning Yuchen. Upon waking, Luo Hongye also took small, joyful steps around the room, tirelessly assisting in tidying up. "My dear, I shall step outside to arrange some things, he declared. Very well, she replied. Ning Yuchen cast a gentle smile at the mother and daughter duo, casually inventing an excuse to exit the room. He then discreetly summoned the trio of chaos demon cattle. I must temporarily depart from this place, he informed them. You have two options. Either remain here to oversee everything, or accompany me. The choice is yours. Ning Yuchen spoke to the three with a calm demeanor. Allowing them to stay behind to guard his abode and medicinal garden was indeed a viable option. Disguising their identities while secretly safeguarding Luo Ruiying and her daughter was equally advantageous. The three exchanged glances, their decision already formed in their hearts. Master, please permit us to remain by your side. We pledge our lives to serve you. Had it been before, they would have undoubtedly chosen to stay in the demon domain forest, continuing their reign as demon kings. However, after the recent event that enabled them to break through their cultivation and bestowed upon them celestial weapons, their resolve had shifted. Though remaining by their master's side was fraught with danger and trepidation, it simultaneously presented an unparalleled opportunity. Chapter 30. The husband is actually quite afraid of heights in the heart of the forest. Luo Ruiying soared gracefully through the treetops, cradling Ning Yuchen in her arms, while Luo Hongye was snugly wrapped in a swaddling cloth on her back. In her quest to swiftly and efficiently escape the woods, Luo Ruiying opted to hold Ning Yuchen in a princess carry, gliding effortlessly above the foliage. Ning Yuchen initially wished to be set down, preferring a leisurely journey beneath the trees. However, the comfort of being held was too delightful to resist, and thus he abandoned the thought. As Luo Ruiying hurried onward, her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, ever watchful for potential enemies or lurking beasts. Strangely, while she had sensed numerous beastly presences prior to her arrival, now there was nary a trace of them to be found. It appeared as though the creatures had vanished. Even when she detected their presence from afar, it would dissipate before she could approach. Without exerting any overwhelming pressure, merely her proximity caused the beasts to flee in haste. This peculiar phenomenon left her puzzled. Mother, father, are we leaving this place again? Luo Hongye inquired, peering up from her perch on Luo Ruiying's back, a hint of reluctance lacing her voice. Since their departure from that darkened place, Luo Ruiying had taken her to many locations, each visit brief. This time was no different. Yet, with father present, she found herself truly fond of the little wooden cabin nestled in the woods. Ning Yuchen gently patted Luo Hongye's head in a comforting gesture, whispering, "Little Yi, your mother and I are taking you on a trip. There will be plenty of delicious food and exciting activities." Exciting, delicious. Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her face lighting up with eagerness. Will little Yi be able to eat? Of course. Our little Yi can eat as much as she desires. Ning Yuchen assured her with unwavering confidence. Yay, then I want to travel with mother and father, Luo Hongye exclaimed, her joy radiating as she danced with delight. Luo Ruiying looked at the father-daughter duo with a mix of exasperation and affection, leaning in to whisper to Ning Yuchen. You spoil her too much. Is that a bad thing? Or are you feeling a touch of jealousy, my dear? Ning Yuchen teased, glancing at Luo Ruiying with a playful grin. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glare. That is not what I meant. What are you even thinking? Always so nonchalant with your flirtations. I might just drop you from the sky. As if reading her thoughts, Ning Yuchen smirked and suddenly wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing closer. Luo Ruiying gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. What are you doing? My dear, I must confess that I have a profound fear of heights. Ning Yuchen stated earnestly, his demeanor serious. Upon uttering these words, he exhibited a pained expression, closing his eyes and resting his head against Luo Ruiying's bosom. Ah, so soft, so fragrant. Could it be that this fellow truly harbors a fear of heights? Why had he never mentioned it before? Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced down at the man in her embrace, her heart filled with skepticism. After flying for so long without a word, he suddenly claimed to feel dizzy and fearful of heights. Luo Hongye gazed curiously with wide eyes at Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. From the very beginning, father had been whispering sweet nothings to mother. With the child's unwavering gaze upon them, Luo Ruiying felt reluctant to push Ning Yuchen away from her embrace. What if he genuinely felt dizzy from his fear of heights? Perhaps I should let you down for a moment to rest, Luo Ruiying inquired with concern. There's no need, my dear. This position is quite comfortable, Ning Yuchen replied without opening his eyes. Luo Ruiying. Suddenly, She felt that he must be feigning this discomfort. Yet at that moment, Ning Yuchen quietly opened his eyes and revised his statement. My dear, perhaps you should let me down for now. Huh, all right. Luo Ruiying hastily descended from the air, her concern resurfacing. Are you all right? I'm fine. My only desire is to use the restroom, Ning Yuchen said, scratching his head sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed once more as she timidly asked, do you want me to accompany you? Huh. Ning Yuchen's eyes widened in shock. What did she mean by that? He had merely sought a casual excuse to distance himself from her momentarily, yet she offered to accompany him to the restroom. Luo Ruiying realized her words might have led to a misunderstanding and hurriedly clarified, I didn't mean it that way. Please, do not misconstrue my intent. I was merely concerned about the presence of beasts in the woods and worried for your safety alone. So that was the case. What a startling revelation. Ning Yuchen finally understood, nearly believing that his dear wife was unexpectedly bold. Do not worry, my dear, I can manage on my own. Just remain here with the child and await my return. I shall be back shortly. Ning Yuchen smiled, waving his hand as he swiftly disappeared into the thicket. Although Luo Ruiying still harbored some concern, she felt it inappropriate to follow him. After sensing the surroundings for any signs of beasts or monsters, she obediently waited in place. Once alone in the woods, Ning Yuchen's smile faded and his brow furrowed. He detected a familiar aura that had lain dormant for over a century. That presence was lurking 100 miles ahead, seemingly lying in wait for them. The chaotic demon bull trio may not even stand a chance against one another. It appears he must take matters into his own hands. The thing he despises most is being disturbed during his precious moments with his wife and children. Forced to leave the warm embrace of his beloved, you are all doomed. Ning Yuchen instantaneously appeared in the forest 100 miles away, coldly addressing the surroundings. Come out. All of you. The woods remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Humph, too afraid to show yourselves? Then allow me to assist. Ning Yuchen's expression turned serious as he reached into the void. The void, reminiscent of a mirror, cracked open as his hand penetrated, shattering the surrounding emptiness. With a firm grip, Ning Yuchen slowly pulled a man, his face adorned with strange black patterns, from the fissure in the void. The man's expression was one of sheer terror as he struggled in vain, unable to believe that he could be discovered while hiding in the void. Chapter 31. My wife is still waiting for my return. In haste, with a swift crack, Ning Yuchen abruptly snapped the man's neck. His gaze, icy and penetrating, fixed ahead as he calmly uttered, Come out, lest I drag you out one by one. This time, from the depths of the forest and the void, several distorted spirals emerged, revealing individuals adorned with the same eerie patterns as the deceased man. The onlookers fixated their eyes on Ning Yuchen, their expressions rife with trepidation. They could not discern this man's cultivation level. His form emitted not a trace of spiritual power, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, he had effortlessly extinguished a being of divine rank. The intelligence had been flawed. It was said that they were merely to confront a gravely injured woman of the celestial realm, whose cultivation fell short of divine rank. Who on earth is this man? Ning Yuchen did not hasten to eliminate these individuals, for he had inquiries of his own. Considering your affiliation with the demon realm, I shall grant you an opportunity. Reveal your purpose for being here and who has orchestrated your presence. From the peculiar, sinister black markings on their faces, coupled with the manner of their emergence from the distorted void and the unmistakable aura of the demon realm surrounding them, it was evident that these individuals were indeed denizens of the demon realm. Ning Yuchen was all too familiar with their essence yet. He had not anticipated the demon realm's involvement. Humph. Since you are aware of our origins, prepare to meet your demise. Attack. Ethereal demonic wolves. The leader, clad in black, bellowed, prompting the surrounding figures in dark attire to chant incantations in unison. Once more, the void twisted into spirals. From the abyss sprang forth dozens of pitch-black, colossal ethereal demonic wolves. Their fur flowed like flames of black, their crimson eyes thirsting for blood, revealing sharp fangs in a menacing snarl. Each ethereal demonic wolf possessed peak divine rank cultivation. In the human realm, even a handful of these creatures would be deemed sovereigns of their domain. Slay him. The foreboding leader grinned sinisterly, commanding the ethereal demonic wolves. The pack surged forth as shadows, racing towards Ning Yuchen with lethal intent. Yet Ning Yuchen remained unmoved, casting a cold glance at the onrushing wolves, murmuring softly, "Pierce through." As his words fell, the ground erupted with countless sharp spears. The spears, stained a dark crimson as if soaked in blood, bore the remnants of dried gore upon their shafts and tips. A forest of spears stood erect, their gleaming points glinting ominously, emanating a chilling aura that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of ethereal demonic wolves, each of divine rank, were all impaled by the spears, suspended mid-air like grotesque specimens. Blood flowed incessantly from the spears. Pooling upon the ground below, the leading man stood in shock, his pupils trembling, expression one of utter disbelief. Dozens of spectral greedy wolves were more than sufficient to conquer any territory in the world, yet in an instant, they were all annihilated by the man before them. Ning Yuchen, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly stepped over the towering spear-like thorns, advancing towards the leader. "Quick, stop him!" the leader shouted. But none responded to his desperate call. When he turned to look, he realized that his subordinates had, unbeknownst to him, been impaled by spears in midair. The only reason he survived was that this man had deliberately spared him. "Though I know not what you have done, your failure to strike me down just now is your greatest blunder. Come forth." Spectral Wolf King, the denizen of the demon realm, sliced open his palms, forming a blood spell with his own dripping essence, forcibly summoning the Spectral Wolf King. A spectral greedy wolf, several times larger than its ordinary kin, emerged from the blood array, exuding a terrifying aura of ferocity and rage. The summoning was successful, and a triumphant smile spread across the demon's face. This Spectral Wolf King possessed the cultivation of an immortal, making it one of the most formidable beings in the entire human realm. Although the realms of immortal and celestial were merely one step apart, an insurmountable chasm lay between them. "Kill him," the demon commanded, pointing at Ning Yuchen with fury. The Spectral Wolf King lunged, opening its enormous maw to devour Ning Yuchen whole. Yet, Ning Yuchen did not even cast a glance. With a casual swipe of his hand, he struck the air. Instantly, the massive wolf's head was crushed, and it fell lifeless to the ground. "Ah!" The demon was momentarily stunned, his previous smug smile frozen on his face. The immortal-grade Spectral Wolf King was so easily slain. Who on earth is this man? This power must far surpass that of the human realm. Suddenly, thunderous celestial bolts descended from the heavens without warning, striking Ning Yuchen. In an instant, his location was reduced to a bottomless pit, enveloped in swirling dust. The punishment of the heavenly Tao had fallen. The demon's face broke into another triumphant grin. Feeling a sense of relief, he believed that, having been struck by the celestial lightning, Ning Yuchen must have been reduced to ashes. However, as the dust gradually settled, Ning Yuchen emerged unscathed, approaching him with an unfazed demeanor. Could it be that there exists a person who remains unscathed after enduring the punishment of the heavenly Tao? As Ning Yuchen drew nearer, the demon's heart filled with dread. Just as he reached for something in his bosom, an invisible blade severed his arm. "Ah!" The demon screamed in agony. In his fallen hand, tightly gripped, was a pitch-black talisman stone. With a flick of his finger, Ning Yuchen summoned the stone into his grasp. A communication stone. He was all too familiar with this talisman from the demon realm. The one in his hand could be used to urgently call for rescue. As long as this communication talisman is crushed, even if separated by two realms, the person on the other side will receive the message for help. "Do you wish to summon someone?" Ning Yuchen said, gazing down at the demonic figure prostrating on the ground. Despair gripped the demon as the talisman was seized from him. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Ning Yuchen tossed the communication talisman back into his hands and urged, "Speak quickly. My wife is waiting for my return. I am pressed for time. I will handle it all at once." "Humph. You said it. Do not regret it." The demon grinned malevolently, mocking Ning Yuchen for his profoundly foolish gesture. How utterly stupid to willingly grant an enemy the opportunity to call for aid. "Lord Yizhuang, please descend to the mortal realm. Inflict the most terrifying punishment upon those who offend our demon realm." The demon shattered the talisman in his grasp and shouted towards the heavens. "Who dares to offend our demon realm?" In an instant, the void twisted and spiraled once more, and a towering figure, clad in pitch-black armor and exceeding 3 zhang in height, stepped forth from the abyss. His imposing stature, coupled with a fearsome aura, exuded an overwhelming presence. Of course, this was only true for others. Ning Yuchen gradually floated into the air, locking eyes with Yi Zhuang, and spoke with an air of indifference. It is I. Chapter 32. Have you made your move? Then it is my turn. Upon witnessing the arrival of Yi Zhuang, the Demon Realm man hastily struggled to crawl beneath his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Yuchen, his voice brimming with fury. Lord Yi Zhuang, it is he who has slain my kin from the Demon Realm. He has offended our race. What a worthless creature, unable to deal with even a mere ant. Yi Zhuang cast a scornful glare at the Demon Realm man, kicking him aside with a flick of his foot, before raising his gaze towards Ning Yuchen, his expression one of utter disdain. To him, the humans of the mortal realm were merely insignificant insects, easily crushed beneath his heel. For your transgression against the Demon Realm, you shall atone with your life. Not wishing to squander time, Yi Zhuang opened his mouth wide, a brilliant beam of light rapidly coalescing within. Annihilate this ant. Demon obliteration. With a thunderous roar, the beam erupted forth from his mouth. The terrifying pressure of his spiritual energy tore the void asunder, upheaving the very earth, as if the force of destruction sought to obliterate everything in its path. This single strike was sufficient to annihilate an entire city. In an instant, Ning Yuchen was completely engulfed by the beam. Yi Zhuang let out a dismissive snort, convinced that Ning Yuchen had perished within the onslaught of his attack. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he noticed the horrified expressions of his subordinates, who were gazing fearfully behind him, as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Zhuang furrowed his brow, following the gaze of the Demon Realm man. The next moment, his face mirrored the same expression of shock as the Demon Realm man. Ning Yuchen stood unscathed in midair, having fully endured the demon obliteration. Not only was he uninjured, but even his garments bore no signs of damage. How is this possible? Yi Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. That was his full power strike, capable of being unleashed in the mortal realm. Despite the constraints imposed by the laws of the human world, it was still a full-force attack worthy of a celestial being. You bear the surname Yi and can wield demon obliteration. Are you a member of the First Legion of the Demon Realm, from the Yi family? Ning Yuchen calmly adjusted his disheveled attire and inquired nonchalantly at Yi Zhuang. Indeed, I am the commander of the First Legion of the Demon Realm, Yi Zhuang. Yi Zhuang replied proudly, lifting his chin. The title of commander of the Demon Realm's Legion was a prestigious rank, one capable of commanding tens of thousands. Ning Yuchen continued with an air of indifference. Is the demon general of the First Legion still that fellow, Yi Tianxin? Yes. Yi Zhuang answered without much thought. Did he summon you here? Ning Yuchen's gaze sharpened, pressing further. If he were to discover that it was that Yi Tianxin who orchestrated this, he would surely not let him off easily. It was not Lord Yi Tianxin who summoned me, but, no, wait. Why should I answer your questions? Just as Yi Zhuang instinctively prepared to respond, he suddenly realized. Why should he honestly answer this ant's inquiries? Moreover, listening to his words, it seemed he possessed a profound understanding of their demon realm. He could even deduce the legion to which he belonged. Who are you to dare demand answers from me? Defeat me first, then we shall converse. Although it was perplexing why Ning Yuchen survived his devastating attack unscathed, Yi Zhuang firmly believed he had employed some extraordinary means to evade harm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain unharmed. This time, he took matters into his own hands, swiftly appearing before Ning Yuchen, drawing a large blade from his back and aiming a fierce strike directly at him. The fierce sword energy surged downward from the heavens, cleaving into the ground and carving a wide chasm. However, the anticipated scene of severing Ning Yuchen in two did not unfold. The seemingly terrifying strike was instead firmly grasped by Ning Yuchen's fingertips. With just 2 fingers, he caught the full force of the blow. Yi Zhuang's eyes widened in astonishment once more. Had it truly been so long since he last visited the human realm? When did the human realm harbor such formidable power? Have you finished your move? Now it is my turn. Ning Yuchen applied a gentle yet firm pressure with his fingers, producing a crisp sound as Yi Zhuang's large blade was effortlessly snapped in two. Yi Zhuang stared dumbfounded at the broken weapon in his hand, disbelief etched across his face. This was a celestial artifact personally bestowed upon him by Lord Yuchen, so easily shattered. Could it be that Lord Yuchen gifted him a counterfeit? In that instant, Yi Zhuang began to question the authenticity of the blade he held. Otherwise, how could an artifact of such reputed strength be so effortlessly broken? Ning Yuchen raised his palm, directing it toward Yi Zheng. Hastily, Yi Zheng assumed a defensive posture. Though he was astounded by Ning Yuchen's prowess, he felt no overwhelming fear. For in the human realm, all were subject to the constraints of heavenly law, and one's cultivation could not exceed that of the celestial realm. Even as a celestial king, he was bound by these limits. The man before him could only employ techniques of equal cultivation. Even if he could not defeat him, he too would be unable to overcome him. Yi Zheng was resolute in his conviction. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. An invisible force began to twist his limbs. This power was formless yet potent. Even with all his effort, it proved futile. His limbs contorted, bones cracking audibly, and his demonic armor was directly twisted apart. The excruciating pain forced Yi Zheng to emit a heart-wrenching wail. Since ascending to the celestial king realm and becoming a commander of countless demons, he had never felt such helplessness and terror. The power wielded by the man before him completely transcended the expected strength of the celestial realm. The constraints of heavenly law had no effect on him. How could this be possible? He had never heard of anyone capable of disregarding heavenly rules. Speak. Who sent you here? Ning Yuchen slowly stepped through the void until he stood before Yi Zheng, his tone indifferent as he inquired. Yi Zheng hesitated, contemplating whether to respond, his form twisting increasingly into irregular shapes. I do not even know who that person is. When he approached me, he merely instructed me to assist him in a task, to kill a woman in the human realm and take away a child. He promised that upon completion, he would grant me a secret elixir to transcend the realm of the immortal emperor, so I acquiesced. Beyond that, I know nothing. In that moment, Yi Zheng finally grasped the terror emanating from Ning Yuchen. Such power was beyond the capabilities of a mere immortal king like himself. The acute pain from his contorted body, coupled with overwhelming fear, compelled Yi Zheng to cry out in panic. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen released his grip, halting the torment he had been inflicting on Yi Zheng. He realized that Yi Zheng would not dare to deceive him. Out of consideration for his previous subordinate, he decided to spare Yi Zheng this time. Regrettably, he still acquired no valuable information. The individual behind this operation was exceedingly cautious, never revealing himself. Irritated, Ning Yuchen furrowed his brow and addressed Yi Zheng. Return to the demon realm. Should you dare approach again, prepare to vanish. Otherwise, the entire demon realm will be unable to shield you. Just as Ning Yuchen was about to turn back to Luo Ruiying, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. What an audacious claim. Chapter 33. The demon lord loves whomever he chooses. I shall not be among them suddenly. The void behind Yi Zheng tore apart, and a figure stepped through the rift with deliberate grace. Dressed in an ornate black robe, with a high ponytail and long, dark hair cascading down to his ankles, his stern visage exuded a hint of wicked charm. This individual was none other than the 3rd Legion's demon general of the demon realm, Yi Tianxin. With a terrifying cultivation level on par with that of an immortal emperor, Yi Tianxin was undeniably one of the most formidable beings even within the demon realm. Upon seeing the arrival, Yi Zheng was filled with immense joy and hurriedly crawled to the feet of Yi Tianxin, his distorted form betraying his eagerness. My lord Yi Tianxin, you must take my side. This individual has not only offended our demon race, but has also shown disdain for you and the demon realm. With the formidable presence of his superior, Yi Zheng felt a renewed sense of confidence, convinced that the man before him was doomed. Yi Tianxin did not immediately cast his gaze upon Ning Yuchen, but rather glanced down at Yi Zheng, frowning as he reprimanded. What are you doing here? I do not recall granting you permission to descend into the human realm. I beseech your forgiveness, my lord Yi Tianxin. Yi Zheng dared not divulge the truth, that he had been incited by a mysterious figure to come to the human realm to kill someone. Instead, he stammered and ultimately confessed his wrongdoing. Seeing Yi Zheng's unhesitating admission, Yi Tianxin coldly remarked that upon returning to the demon realm, he would face punishment. And he did not inquire further. It was not uncommon for individuals from various realms to trespass into others' domains, and the demon realm was no exception. Yi Tianxin assumed that Yi Zheng and his companions were simply causing a ruckus in the human realm. At that moment, he was searching for traces of the demon lord and had sensed the aura of Mo Yin. Out of curiosity, he approached, only to overhear Ning Yuchen's audacious proclamation. Yi Tianxin was incensed at the thought of Yi Zheng's group being defeated by a mere human. His anger stemmed not solely from Yi Zheng's unauthorized descent into the human realm, but primarily from the disgrace of losing. The demon realm placed great emphasis on honor and dignity. A defeat was tantamount to a humiliation for the entire realm. This, more than anything, incensed Yi Tianxin. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. Even in the event of defeat or death, it would simply be a matter of lacking the requisite strength. However, Ning Yuchen's final words were exceedingly arrogant, prompting him to reveal himself. He was eager to discern who possessed the audacity to act so presumptuously. Even the 9 celestial domains would not dare claim that the entire demon realm could not protect a human. Yi Tianxin's gaze turned towards Ning Yuchen, his expression momentarily stunned, revealing confusion. He then furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes widening gradually, and his countenance growing increasingly complex. It was a blend of surprise and fear that danced across his features. "Ah, it has been a long time, Yi Tianxin," Ning Yuchen said with a disdainful smile, greeting Yi Tianxin with a casual familiarity. This provoked Yi Zheng, who struggled to rise and bellowed at Ning Yuchen in fury. "You audacious fool! Who do you think you are to dare call the name of Lord Yi Tianxin so directly? Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with our Lord of the Night. You have offended my realm, and today shall be your last, young rascal. Isn't that so, Lord of the Night?" With the confidence that came from the presence of the Lord of the Night, Yi Zheng spoke with unparalleled arrogance, casting a reverent glance towards him. However, contrary to expectations, the Lord of the Night's expression darkened severely. He seized Yi Zheng by the collar and forcefully gripped his face, nearly crushing his skull. Leaning in dangerously close, he glared at him with a murderous intensity and coldly stated, "What the hell are you babbling about? Do you wish to bring about my demise? Do you even comprehend who stands before you, you fool? Why, yes, it is you, Lord of the Night." Despite the pain that threatened to split his skull, Yi Zheng stammered in confusion, struggling to remain silent. "I am not referring to myself, you idiot." Furious, the Lord of the Night forcefully drove Yi Zheng's head into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. With this blow, Yi Zheng was left gasping for breath. At that moment, he still could not fathom why the Lord of the Night was punishing him with such fury. He had never witnessed his master's expression of such sheer terror before. The Lord of the Night seemed utterly afraid of the man before him. Even the black-clad man who had narrowly escaped death wore an expression of bewilderment. The formidable Lord of the Night, who commanded the demon realm, was experiencing fear in the presence of this man. Releasing Yi Zheng, the Lord of the Night cast him aside, and, placing his left hand over his right chest, bowed respectfully with elegance toward Ning Yuchen, saying, "Lord of the Night, I pay my respects to the demon sovereign." The Lord of the Night was filled with profound self-reproach and shame. It was hard to believe that he had failed to recognize the demon sovereign at first glance. He had even spoken disrespectfully to the demon sovereign. Moreover, his subordinate had seemingly acted against the demon sovereign. This was an utter disgrace for one who held the title of the chief military demon. Yi Zheng and the black-clad man were both utterly astonished, staring blankly at Ning Yuchen. This man before them was the demon sovereign, who had vanished from the demon realm for over a century. There could be no mistake. Only that esteemed individual could compel the great Lord of the Night to bow so low. No one else in the entire demon realm held such a distinction. Upon realizing this, Yi Zheng and the black-clad man hurriedly knelt on both knees, bowing their heads in a trembling manner, saying, "We pay our respects to the demon sovereign." At this moment, both Yi Zheng and the black-clad man felt utterly despondent, filled with regret. They had dared to act against the demon sovereign. Such an act was an unforgivable sin in the demon realm. Ning Yuchen waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain, saying, "Do not address me in such a manner. I am no longer the demon sovereign. But, demon sovereign, you remain our realm's one and only demon sovereign. We have been searching for you, awaiting your return to the demon realm. The realm cannot exist without you. Please, return with me." The Lord of the Night lifted his head, his expression urgent as he implored Ning Yuchen. In their quest to locate Ning Yuchen, they have tirelessly searched for over a century, all in hopes of welcoming back their esteemed demon lord. After my departure, could it be that no new demon lord ascended to the throne? Hearing that the celestial knight and others have been relentlessly seeking him, Ning Yuchen inquired with perplexity. The demon realm has always revered strength, with countless individuals aspiring to seize the title of demon lord. Even he, in days gone by, had to vanquish many foes to claim the supreme position of the demon realm. Logically, upon his departure, it would seem that numerous contenders would covet the title of Demon Lord. The celestial knight nodded solemnly, his expression as frigid as ice, and replied, "Indeed, after your departure, there were those with nefarious intentions who sought to ascend to the position of Demon Lord. We have eradicated many of these miscreants. They are utterly unworthy of even casting a shadow upon your esteemed title." Ning Yuchen was left speechless. Did this not imply that the demon realm had gone a full century without a demon lord after his exit? He had assumed someone would have taken his place long ago. He had already prepared himself for a tranquil retirement, savoring the remainder of his days. "Demon Lord, we are all eagerly awaiting your return. Please, you must accompany me back to the demon realm," the celestial knight earnestly implored once more. Ning Yuchen, however, disdainfully waved his hand, resolutely declining. "No. Any one of you can assume the role of Demon Lord. Whoever the Demon Lord favors may take the position. I shall not be a part of it." "Why?" the celestial knight asked, utterly bewildered. Ning Yuchen's face broke into a hopeful smile as he gently replied, "Because I now have far more pressing matters to attend to." Chapter 34. The dangers of excessive loyalty and zeal among subordinates, more important matters. Night Sky God repeated in perplexity, his heart filled with confusion. What could possibly outweigh becoming the supreme ruler of the demon realm? Moreover, he had witnessed a smile of happiness from the demon lord that had never been seen before. Could it be that the demon lord possessed such a smile? Was this truly the same demon lord he had come to know, having been discovered? Ning Yuchen felt no need for concealment. He cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "I intend to care for my wife and daughter. I have no time to be the demon lord any longer. Do not seek me out again." What? Upon hearing these words, a tempest of shock surged within Night Sky God, his face reflecting utter disbelief as he questioned whether he had misheard. The demon lord had actually married, and had children as well. This was inconceivable. Throughout his reign, the demon lord had never shown interest in women, and to suddenly learn of a child was beyond comprehension. During the 100 years of seclusion, he had even fathered a child. If this news were to spread throughout the demon realm, it would undoubtedly cause a monumental uproar. Dazed, Night Sky God inquired, "Is this truly the case, my lord?" Ning Yuchen smiled and nodded, feeling an inexplicable joy akin to that of a proud father sharing the delight of a newborn daughter. As the affirmation settled in, Night Sky God's astonishment gradually transformed into elation, and he hurriedly offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, my lord, on your marriage. A little princess. I shall promptly relay this exhilarating news to the denizens of the demon realm. Preparations will be made to warmly welcome the demon lord and the little princess back to the realm." With that, Night Sky God eagerly prepared to broadcast the news throughout the demon realm. Ning Yuchen swiftly raised his hand to halt Night Sky God, casting a perplexed glance his way as he firmly asserted, "I have already stated that I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. I wish to live a secluded life with my wife and daughter. I shall not return. You need not seek me out again. I do not wish for anyone to disturb the tranquility of my life with my wife and daughter. Do you understand?" If Night Sky God were to announce this throughout the demon realm, it would surely shatter the peace he longed for. But, Night Sky God hesitated, wanting to continue persuading, but was halted by Ning Yuchen's icy gaze. "No buts. Have I been gone so long that you can no longer comprehend my words?" In that moment, Ning Yuchen regained the familiar aura of the demon lord, causing cold sweat to bead on Night Sky God's forehead as he dared not defy Ning Yuchen's wishes and obediently fell silent. "Now that you understand, be gone swiftly. My wife has been waiting for a long time. She must be anxious. I must return promptly." Ning Yuchen waved his hand, preparing to turn away and return to Luo Ruying's side. Yet, Yi Tianxin's expression was filled with curiosity. Whenever the subject of the demon lord's wife and child arose, the demon lord would display an unprecedented softness. The demon lord had changed, just as Ning Yuchen was about to leave. Yi Tianxin finally regained his composure, recalling a matter of utmost importance. He was still unaware of why his subordinate had offended the demon lord. This was no trivial matter. "Demon lord, please wait. May I inquire if my subordinate has indeed offended you?" Yi Tianxin's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening, a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloping the surroundings. Piercing like needles into the marrow, He did not question how Yi Zheng had offended Ning Yuchen. Rather, he directly asked if an offense had occurred. For any reason. Offending the Demon Lord was tantamount to rebellion, a capital offense unforgivable in the Demon Realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Zheng and the man in black involuntarily shivered, their hearts turning to ash. Ning Yuchen turned back, nonchalantly stating, "Although they did indeed act against me, I shall spare them for your sake. It is my subordinate's fault. How could I allow them to offend you, Demon Lord? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please, Demon Lord, punish me." Yi Tianxian knelt on one knee, bowing his head in confession. "How many times must I tell you? I am no longer the Demon Lord. I bear you no grudge. Just leave and do not disturb my life," Ning Yuchen urged, his countenance one of disdain. No matter how many times he reiterated this, Yi Tianxian seemed to regard him as the Demon Lord still, leaving Ning Yuchen feeling quite helpless. The excessive loyalty and fervor of his subordinates was not entirely beneficial. Seeing that Ning Yuchen had no intention of punishing him, Yi Tianxian boldly thrust his hand into his own chest. The offense against the Demon Lord must be borne. Even if the Demon Lord does not pursue it, I cannot simply forgive myself. Ning Yuchen gazed at Yi Tianxian in silence. While he understood his subordinate's character, witnessing him unhesitatingly pierce his own chest left him speechless. The denizens of the Demon Realm were truly stubborn. Even when he did not pursue the matter, they insisted on forcing themselves to endure punishment. It was always like this. Ning Yuchen began to suspect that perhaps everyone in the Demon Realm harbored a hidden masochistic tendency. After inflicting punishment upon himself, Yi Tianxian's icy gaze turned towards Yi Zheng and the man in black, raising his hand as a dark beam of light consumed and obliterated the man in black. Then, he directed his palm towards Yi Zheng. As the commander of the First Legion, he bore the responsibility for his subordinate's offense against the Demon Lord and must face punishment. As for Yi Zheng and the others who had acted against the Demon Lord, their fate was sealed. Yi Zheng was well aware of this, silently closing his eyes, uttering no pleas for mercy. Upon discovering that Ning Yuchen was the Demon Lord, he had already surmised his fate. As the night sky deity was about to strike, Ning Yuchen interjected, saying, "Enough, enough, let him be." Considering that Yi Zheng was unaware of his identity from the outset and posed no threat to my wife and child, I shall grant him forgiveness this time. My lord, he has offended you. Night sky deity furrowed his brow slightly, his hand still poised, seemingly unwilling to easily absolve Yi Zheng of his transgressions. He was merely acting under orders. Even if you were to slay him, it would serve no purpose. I shall not pursue this matter further. Just spare him, Ning Yuchen stated calmly. Very well, I shall heed the Demon Lord's command. I shall let you off this time. Night sky deity reluctantly lowered his hand. His intention had been to execute Yi Zheng, but since the Demon Lord had spoken, he begrudgingly allowed Yi Zheng to escape this time. Moreover, he intended to extract some intelligence from Yi Zheng regarding who dared to incite the denizens of the Demon Realm against the Demon Lord. Having narrowly evaded disaster, Yi Zheng hastily bowed in gratitude to Ning Yuchen, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." Just when he believed his demise was imminent, the Demon Lord had personally interceded on his behalf, filling Yi Zheng's heart with immense gratitude. I am leaving now. Remember, do not disturb me again. After addressing the situation, Ning Yuchen chose not to linger, swiftly departing after leaving his parting words. Night sky deity watched Ning Yuchen leave with a heavy heart, yet relieved to have finally located the whereabouts of the Demon Lord. He must quickly convey this news to others. Chapter 35. The Lady is Right. In the forest, Luo Ruiying was playfully engaging with Luo Hongya while awaiting the return of Ning Yuchen. Suddenly, an overwhelming spiritual pressure emanated from 100 miles away, and a devastating beam of light flashed before her eyes. This beam was infused with a potent demonic aura. A demon had descended into the human realm. It appeared to be embroiled in a battle with an unknown adversary, and it seemed unlikely that it was seeking her out. Nevertheless, lingering in this vicinity was ill-advised. Shortly thereafter, a celestial thunderbolt descended from the clear sky, its roar echoing throughout the heavens. The annihilation of the heavenly Tao? Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes narrowed, her countenance turning grave. The emergence of demons indicated that this place had become perilous. Moreover, the ongoing battle had provoked the heavenly Tao's retribution, suggesting that their cultivation surpassed the constraints of the human realm's heavenly Tao. They must depart post-haste. Without further delay, Luo Ruiying ventured into the thicket, searching for Ning Yuchen's figure. Yuchen? Yuchen. After a thorough search yielded no sign of him, and her consciousness detected nothing, Luo Ruiying's expression grew frantic, leading her to call out desperately. Her greatest fear was that Ning Yuchen might have encountered some misfortune. Fortunately, after several shouts, Ning Yuchen emerged slowly from the other side of the trees. Seeing him, Luo Ruiying exhaled a sigh of relief and approached him, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach. Where have you been? You didn't respond at all. I'm sorry, my lady. I wandered a bit too far and got a little lost. Ning Yuchen sheepishly scratched his head. After carefully inspecting him and finding no harm, Luo Ruiying felt reassured. As long as you're fine, let's hurry along. Demons have appeared ahead, and they are formidable. It's not safe. We should take another route. All right, as you wish, my lady. Ning Yuchen cheerfully stepped before Luo Ruiying, arms wide open, ready to receive a princess carry. However, this time, Luo Ruiying, her cheeks slightly flushed, turned away. I'll carry the child. I'll just give you a piggyback instead. Hey! Ning Yuchen let out a disappointed sigh. He had been prepared to sink into his wife's tender embrace, only to be relegated to resting on her back. In that moment, he regretted ever leaving her arms. All of this was due to Yejing and his companions. Had they not arrived, he wouldn't have had to part from his wife's warm embrace. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of regret for letting that fellow Yejing off so easily. What a loss. With a heavy heart, Ning Yuchen settled onto Luo Ruiying's back. Holding Luo Hongye in one arm, while carrying Ning Yuchen on her back, Luo Ruiying leapt gracefully into the air, altering their course as they continued to soar beyond the forest. As Ning Yuchen lay against Luo Ruiying's back, he could feel the warmth radiating from her and the faint, enchanting fragrance of her cascading hair, a scent that was utterly intoxicating. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently lift her silky hair, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its fragrance. The strands flowed through his fingers, exquisitely smooth and delicate. Luo Ruiying, sensing Ning Yuchen's actions, felt her cheeks flush slightly and inquired, "Why are you playing with my hair?" This fellow was certainly not being discreet from behind. "Your hair has a delightful scent, and I find it quite appealing," Ning Yuchen candidly praised. Luo Ruiying, feeling somewhat bashful from the compliment, said little more and allowed him to caress her tresses. Luo Hongye, curious, climbed onto her shoulder and grasped her hair. Ning Yuchen playfully teased Luo Hongye with the tips of her hair, scratching her ear, which elicited a cascade of giggles from the little one. This father-daughter duo. What did they think her hair was? Luo Ruiying sighed, yet a smile lingered on her lips. The earlier tension and unease dissipated like mist in the wake of Luo Hongye's laughter. After some playful moments with Luo Hongye, Ning Yuchen recalled Luo Ruiying's earlier mention of the demon clan and tentatively asked, "My dear, you spoke of the demon clan. What do you think of their kind?" Luo Ruiying was taken aback by his sudden inquiry, her expression turning serious as she replied without hesitation, "The demons are ferocious and brutal, committing unspeakable evils. They are particularly warlike, revering only the strong. They frequently invade other realms, causing unrest wherever they go. Their passage leaves nothing but corpses and desolation in flames. They are a truly malevolent and savage race." Ning Yuchen remarked, "Perhaps, my dear, the demons are not as terrible as you believe." His heart was heavy with conflicting emotions, attempting to defend the demon clan. While Luo Ruiying's words held truth, they reflected an era long past. The demon realm had changed significantly since he unified it. Nonetheless, it seemed the outside world clung to its established perceptions of the demon clan. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow, earnestly cautioning Ning Yuchen, "You have not encountered the demons, so your understanding is limited. Their brutality surpasses your imagination. They show no mercy to anyone, even their own kind, especially that legendary new sovereign of the demon realm, Yimachen. It is said that when he unified the demon realm centuries ago, he nearly eradicated half of those who resisted him, an act of extreme cruelty. Following that, he led the demon army to invade the celestial realm, and that war nearly obliterated half of it. This speaks volumes about the innate savagery of the demon sovereign. The demons revere him as their lord, and every demon follows suit. If you encounter any demon, you must flee far away. Do not entangle yourself with them. There is not a single good soul among them." Ning Yuchen, feeling the weight of her words, merely nodded. "You are right, my dear. I shall remember." Hearing the lofty praise from Luo Ruiying, Ning Yuchen could not help but experience a slight twitch of his face, ultimately managing a forced smile in agreement. Fortunately, she had merely inquired tentatively. Had she truly discovered his identity, the consequences would have been dire. The last celestial demon war was instigated by the celestial realm. Yet everyone insisted that the demon realm had initiated the invasion. He found himself unable to elucidate this to Luo Ruiying. Even if he were to divulge the truth, it would not only expose his identity, but she likely would not believe him either. In Luo Ruiying's embrace, Luo Hongye curiously raised her head and asked, "Mother, are all those demons bad?" "Indeed, they are all wicked. They possess long, sharp fangs, sporting 2 horns atop their heads and several eyes upon their faces. Their favorite delicacy is children like Yu Yi." Luo Ruiying replied with a grave expression. "Woo woo woo, Yi is not tasty." This declaration frightened Luo Hongye, prompting her to hastily retreat into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Observing this, Luo Ruiying revealed a cunning smile, as if her plan had succeeded. Gently stroking Luo Hongye's back to reassure her, "As long as you behave and stay close to your mother and father, you shall be safe." Yi will be obedient." Luo Hongye nodded sweetly, her voice soft and tender. Luo Ruiying smiled in satisfaction, but suddenly noticed Ning Yuchen behind her, gazing intently into a mirror. Curiously, she asked, "Why are you staring at the mirror so intently?" "It's nothing, just checking to see if I appear frightening." Ning Yuchen replied, putting away the mirror, internally relieved. Thankfully, he lacked long fangs, horns, and multiple eyes. Chapter 36. The young lady is too kind-hearted. After nearly half an hour of swift travel, Luo Ruiying, accompanied by Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongye, finally departed from the treacherous expanse of the demon domain forest. The journey proved far more fortuitous than anticipated, with not a single beast encountered along the way. Concerned that prolonged flight might overwhelm Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongye, Luo Ruiying decided to alight and rest for a moment. Just as they settled down, the distant sound of galloping hooves began to echo, growing closer with urgency. Ning Yuchen was hardly surprised. He had sensed the presence of a disturbance ahead. The cultivation levels of those approaching were notably low, leading him to believe they were not specifically in pursuit of his wife and child. Thus he refrained from acting hastily. Upon sensing the approach of others, Luo Ruiying's nerves tensed, fearing an assassination attempt. She instructed Ning Yuchen to keep a close watch on Luo Hongye while she ventured forth to investigate. Concealing her aura, she soared to a sturdy branch of a great tree, observing the scene below with keen interest. On the road beneath her, 2 riders sped by. One was a youthful girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, with an exquisite countenance, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a valiant spirit that rivaled that of any man. The other was a middle-aged man with a square jaw, bearing numerous wounds and bruises all over his body. Trailing behind them was a group of masked assailants clad in dark garments, wielding sharp blades as they pursued relentlessly through the thicket. The disparity in strength between the 2 parties was starkly apparent, yet both lacked significant cultivation, with the highest level being merely at the martial spirit realm. Luo Ruiying quickly deduced that these individuals were not in search of her, but rather entangled in an unfortunate encounter with assassins. As the pursuers closed in, the middle-aged man urged the girl, "Miss, you must flee. I will hold them off." "No, Uncle Zhang, we must escape together. The capital of Nanli is just ahead." Qi Yuan protested with a delicate yet determined voice. Zhang He, the steward of the Qi family who had accompanied her since childhood and served as her personal guard, was someone she could not bear to watch sacrifice himself merely to buy her time. None of you shall escape." One of the assailants leaped into the air, hurling dozens of flying daggers towards Qi Yuan and Zhang He. The daggers flew with astonishing speed, leaving the 2 no opportunity to evade. Instinctively, Zhang He lunged forward, enveloping Qi Yuan with his own body to shield her from the lethal projectiles intended for her. In the ensuing chaos, they tumbled from their horses, while the 2 steeds were struck down by several daggers, collapsing lifelessly. Uncle Zhang, are you hurt?" Qi Yuan exclaimed. Concern etched across her face as she gazed at Zhang He, who had shielded her at the cost of his own safety. Zhang He, wounded by several daggers and weakened from prior injuries, managed a feeble reply. "Miss, do not worry about me. You must flee." "Flee? Where do you intend to run?" A dozen figures clad in black descended, encircling Qi Yuan and Zhang He, their bloodied blades slowly advancing towards the two. Upon realizing the dire situation, despair filled Zhang He's heart. Escape was no longer a possibility given his current condition. Qi Yuan gazed at the encroaching black-clad assailants, her expression showing no hint of fear. Armed with her sword, she rose and surveyed the crowd, mentally preparing herself for the impending doom. The black-clad individuals exchanged glances, their expressions laced with mockery, seemingly unfazed. A mere girl from the spirit connection realm dared to challenge them? How absurd. One of the black-clad men stepped forward, disdainfully beckoning Qi Yuan. Enraged, she swung her sword towards him, only to have it effortlessly avoided, turning her attack into a mere jest. Truly, the Qi family's waste of a daughter thinks she can resist? They laughed. Her talent is lacking, but her beauty is quite striking. I wonder what flavor this Qi girl possesses. The black-clad man's lewd gaze roamed over Qi Yuan, contemplating stripping her of her garments for the amusement it would bring. The others around him joined in with scornful jeers. Qi Yuan's face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth, striking out at the black-clad man once more. He sidestepped her attack, effortlessly disarming her and sending her crashing to the ground with a kick. Clutching her abdomen, despair and bitterness washed over her. Her cultivation was woefully inadequate against these assassins, rendering her nothing more than prey. Not resisting anymore, the black-clad man taunted as he approached Qi Yuan, his sword slicing through her clothing. Miss. Zhang He, prone on the ground, attempted to rise but was pinned down by another assassin's foot. Helpless, he could only watch as Qi Yuan faced imminent violation, surrounded by the lewd laughter of the black-clad assailants. Unable to bear the sight, he shut his eyes tightly. Suddenly, the raucous laughter ceased, prompting Zhang He to open his eyes once more. To his astonishment, a stunningly beautiful woman stood before Qi Yuan, sword in hand. The renowned beauty of Nanli City, who had always outshone others, now paled in comparison to this newcomer. Even Qi Yuan, despite being a woman herself, was momentarily entranced, marveling at the extraordinary beauty before her. As she regained her senses, Qi Yuan was startled to find that the black-clad man who had threatened her lay lifeless on the ground, pierced through the heart by a single strike. When had this woman appeared? How had she dispatched him so swiftly? The newcomer, with a cold gaze, surveyed the remaining black-clad figures and issued a chilling warning. If you do not depart immediately, you shall not leave at all. After observing for a while, Luo Ruiying ultimately resolved to intervene and rescue Qi Yuan and Zhang He. Although she was initially reluctant to involve herself further, she could not tolerate the despicable methods employed by the black-clad assassins. Not far from Luo Ruiying, in a patch of grass, two heads, one large and one small, peered out, stealthily observing her. These were none other than the father-daughter duo, Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongya, who had quietly followed her. Ning Yuchen watched as Luo Ruiying considered sparing the black-clad assassins and shook his head in disapproval. His wife was still too kind-hearted. Were it up to him, he would have dealt with them swiftly and decisively. Allowing these individuals to escape would inevitably lead to future troubles. Although a swarm of mosquitoes poses no real threat, merely requiring a few swats, they can become quite bothersome when buzzing persistently around one's ears. Luo Hongya, gazing at the encircled Luo Ruiying, raised her little head to look at Ning Yuchen and asked with concern, "Father, are those bad guys going to bully Mother?" Ning Yuchen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongya's hair and reassured her, saying, "Do not worry, my dear. Those ruffians cannot possibly bully your mother." Chapter 37. A naturally gentle soul. As the group of dark-clothed figures regained their composure, they temporarily overlooked Zhang He, swiftly directing their blades towards Luo Ruiying. Observing this, Luo Ruiying let out a soft sigh, her brow furrowing as a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Since they chose not to depart, they could hardly blame her. The black-clad assassins exchanged glances and leapt into the air, brandishing their swords towards Luo Ruiying. Remaining steadfast, Luo Ruiying gracefully arced through the air as the assassins closed in, a silver crescent of sword light flashing by in an instant. Once she sheathed her celestial sword, the assassins simultaneously erupted in a bloom of crimson in midair, plummeting to the ground. Concealed nearby, Ning Yuchen had already raised his hand to shield Luo Hongya's view. Such a bloody spectacle was not meant to frighten his daughter. If his wife were to learn of it, she would undoubtedly be furious. With her eyes covered, Luo Hongya turned her head, her innocent voice filled with confusion. "Daddy, Your hand is blocking my view. Night can't see. Ning Yuchen smiled, coaxing Luo Hongya. Now, darling, let's play a little game. Close your eyes and let us see who can keep them shut the longest, shall we? All right. Daddy, have you closed your eyes too? Hearing it was for a game, Luo Hongya, without a hint of doubt, tightly shut her eyes. Of course, I have, Ning Yuchen chuckled. Yet, he had not truly closed his eyes. The naive Luo Hongya remained blissfully unaware. On the other side, Qi Yuan stood spellbound, her gaze fixated on Luo Ruying's graceful figure, filled with admiration for her elegance and formidable prowess. How astonishing! With but a single strike, she has slain several masters of the martial spirit realm. Moreover, she is incredibly beautiful. As another woman, Qi Yuan felt a profound sense of self-doubt when comparing her appearance and cultivation to Luo Ruying. After sheathing her celestial sword, Luo Ruying approached Qi Yuan, bending slightly to extend her palm. Are you unhurt? And no, I'm fine. Thank you for rescuing me, elder sister. Qi Yuan grasped Luo Ruying's hand, rising with heartfelt gratitude. Elder sister. Luo Ruying momentarily froze at this address. She was no longer a young girl. She was even older than her own grandmother. Seeing the astonishment on Luo Ruying's face, Qi Yuan hastily waved her hands in apology. I'm sorry. Did I offend you? She instinctively called Luo Ruying elder sister, captivated by her youth and beauty, but now realized that such familiarity was perhaps too forward. After all, they were strangers. With a gentle smile, Luo Ruying slowly shook her head. It's quite all right. It's merely a form of address. Then, may I continue to call you elder sister? Qi Yuan asked eagerly. Luo Ruying did not refuse, merely nodding slightly. Wonderful. May I inquire your name, dear sister? Qi Yuan exclaimed joyfully, her hands dancing as she grasped Luo Ruying's. I am called Luo Ruying, she replied in a calm tone. Are you also heading towards the southernly capital, Sister Luo? Qi Yuan inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The southernly capital is the closest and most renowned city in this vicinity. Those who appear around here are generally bound for that destination. Luo Ruying, intending to seek a town for seclusion, nodded in agreement with Qi Yuan's words. Indeed, my husband and I, along with our child, are preparing to travel to the southernly capital. Husband? A child? Sister Luo, you are married? Qi Yuan exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape. Given Luo Ruying's appearance, she could hardly fathom that she was already a married woman. However, it is indeed difficult to gauge a cultivator's age based on looks alone. Yet, one wonders which fortunate man was able to wed a woman as exquisite as Sister Luo. Luo Ruying's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and nodded again. It was her first time publicly acknowledging her marital status. Just as Qi Yuan was about to continue her inquiries, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the thicket behind Luo Ruying. Qi Yuan immediately furrowed her brows, gripping her sword with vigilance. Luo Ruying turned her head as well, but she had already sensed the arrival of someone and made no move. Emerging from the thicket was Ning Yuchen, cradling Luo Hongya, a charming smile gracing his face. My dear, it has been too long since you returned. I was worried about you, so I brought Yi along, he said. Qi Yuan gazed at the unexpectedly appearing Ning Yuchen, momentarily entranced. Her initial wariness vanished entirely in that instant. She had never encountered a man of such striking features. His face bore a gentle, approachable smile, and he exuded an effortless grace, a poised demeanor, yet possessed a calm and steady temperament. He clearly appeared to be a very tender-hearted individual. Qi Yuan had initially wondered which man was so fortunate to win Luo Ruying's heart. Upon seeing Ning Yuchen, she suddenly realized that they were indeed a match made in heaven, a couple of great talent and beauty. Standing together, they exuded an inexplicable resemblance of a married couple. Why did you bring Yi along? Luo Ruying reproached Ning Yuchen with a slight glare as he approached with the child. With a wave of her arm, she hurriedly covered the bodies surrounding them. This scene was not one that the child should witness. Luo Ruying reached out to take Luo Hongya from Ning Yuchen's arms, relieved to see her eyes tightly shut. Yi, you may open your eyes now. No, mother, came the child's firm reply. Why not? Luo Ruying asked, puzzled. Yi is playing a game with father, seeing who can keep their eyes closed the longest. Luo Hongya replied earnestly. Upon hearing the words, Luo Ruying immediately discerned that it must be Ning Yuchen's ploy to deceive Luo Hongya into closing her eyes, and she cast a disapproving glance at him. That fellow had undoubtedly kept his eyes wide open throughout the entire ordeal. Nevertheless, It was fortunate that the child had not been exposed to the gruesome scene. You may open your eyes now. Your father has lost. Really? That means I have won. Luo Hongye exclaimed, opening her eyes and joyfully raising her arms. Suddenly, she noticed Qi Yuan, who was gazing intently at her from beside Luo Ruiying, and she quickly shrank timidly into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Don't be afraid. She is not a bad person, Luo Ruiying gently reassured, stroking the little one's back. She turned to Qi Yuan with an apologetic expression, saying, I apologize. Hongye is a bit shy. And no, it's all right. It seems I startled her. Qi Yuan hurriedly averted her gaze, feeling remorseful. She had not intended to frighten Luo Hongye, but she simply could not help herself. The sight of both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen had left her utterly captivated, and to her surprise, their child was equally adorable. She was as exquisite as a delicate porcelain doll, charming and petite. She simply could not resist stealing a few more glances. Luo Jia, my uncle Zhang and I are also heading back to Nanli City. Why not accompany us? Qi Yuan proposed, assisting the injured Zhang He as she spoke. Not far ahead lies our abandoned carriage. As a token of gratitude, allow me to give you a ride. Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment before deciding not to decline. They were already close to Nanli City, and it would be prudent to travel by carriage to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Chapter 38. Indeed, it is truly terrifying. Nanli City, the capital established at the border of the Xianyan Kingdom adjacent to the Demon Realm Forest, was initially constructed to fend off the onslaught of demonic beasts from the frontier. Despite its location as a border town, the prosperity and expanse of Nanli City are on par with, if not surpassing, that of the capital of Xianyan Kingdom. One could even assert that it eclipses the capital in certain respects. The Demon Realm Forest is home to countless demonic beasts, with nearly 100 demon kings alone. The myriad of lesser demonic creatures is beyond counting, and the mountains are abundant with various celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, making it a rich resource for cultivation. This place serves as a trial ground for countless cultivators, as well as the prime location for acquiring materials from demonic beasts and harvesting celestial herbs. Naturally, this allure has drawn innumerable cultivators, resulting in a large congregation of them. The thriving trade in demonic materials and celestial herbs has also attracted many merchants to settle here, further enhancing Nanli City's prosperity. Both mortals and cultivators have made their homes here, and the Qi family, to which Qi Yuan belongs, is one of the two oldest merchant clans in Nanli City. Inside the carriage, upon learning that Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying were not from Xianyan Kingdom, Qi Yuan animatedly began to explain to them about Nanli City and her Qi family. Her expression radiated pride, yet when she mentioned the Qi family, a shadow of melancholy crossed her face. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and a voice called from outside, Miss, we have arrived. Sister Luo, we have reached our destination. This is Nanli City. Qi Yuan smiled faintly, concealing her earlier gloom, and rose to draw back the curtain. The carriage had stopped in a queue outside the city gate of Nanli City, and beyond the curtain lay a bustling throng of people. The dense crowd was waiting to enter Nanli City, affirming Qi Yuan's words. Indeed, Nanli City was remarkably vibrant. Numerous cultivators sped past the carriage, soaring over the city gates and into the city. Soon, Ning Yuchen's carriage also passed through the gates and entered the city. As they stepped onto the streets of the capital, a cacophony of vendors' calls filled the air, and the bustling crowds surged to and fro, painting a scene of lively extravagance. Luo Hongye, captivated by the clamor outside, leaned against Luo Ruiying, her large eyes curiously peering through the carriage window. Having always been hidden away or confined, she had never witnessed such a multitude or vibrant spectacle before. Staring in awe at her surroundings, she timidly exclaimed, Mother, Father, so many people. Indeed. Shall we take a stroll outside, my dear? Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Luo Hongye's hair. Upon reflection, she realized she had never taken Luo Hongye to see the outside world. Yes, Luo Hongye joyfully nodded. Thank you, Miss Qi, for your escort. Since we have arrived in the city, we shall take our leave. Luo Ruiying lifted Luo Hongye and stood, preparing to bid farewell to Qi Yuan. Will you not come to my home for a visit, Sister Luo? I am eager to express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness, Qi Yuan inquired, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Luo Ruiying gently shook her head, declining the offer with grace. Thank you for your kind gesture, Miss Qi. We plan to reside temporarily within the city and must seek a suitable place for the children, so we shall not impose. Perfect. I am quite familiar with the residences in Nanli City. Allow me to guide you, Sister Luo, and I shall also introduce you to the local specialties of the area. Chi-Wan exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully. Ning Yuchen squinted slightly, casting a discreet glance at Chi-Wan. This young girl certainly possesses a warm enthusiasm. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Ruiying finally nodded in agreement, recognizing the advantage of having a knowledgeable guide. Seeing her consent, Chi-Wan beamed with delight and whispered to Zhang He to depart ahead of them. Although Zhang He initially appeared hesitant, he ultimately acquiesced. Once Ning Yuchen and the others alighted from the carriage, Zhang He drove off alone back to the Qi residence. Come, Sister Luo, let me take you for a stroll. There is no place in Nanli City that I do not know, Chi-Wan proclaimed confidently, patting her chest. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongya, followed closely behind Ning Yuchen and Chi-Wan. Along the way, countless eyes were fixed upon Luo Ruiying. With her extraordinary grace and breathtaking beauty, she was an enchanting sight. A radiant figure gracing the streets. What a stunning woman. Such exquisite beauty is rarely seen in this world. Her ethereal demeanor could well belong to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The little girl in her arms appeared equally delicate and charming. Could she be her daughter? Surely not. And that man accompanying her, could he be her husband? I cannot accept this. What right does that fellow have to embrace such a beauty? Is it merely because he is more handsome than I? The crowd murmured in discontent, expressing their deep regret. A few audacious individuals eyed Luo Ruiying with lecherous intent. Yet, Luo Ruiying showed no hesitation. Her brows furrowed, and a fierce aura emanated from her, striking fear into those who would dare to provoke her, leaving them reeling. In an instant, the onlookers comprehended that this stunning woman was a formidable practitioner. No one dared to make further advances. Chi-Wan gazed at Luo Ruiying with admiration as she continued to lead the group through the bustling streets. Suddenly, a peculiar occurrence caught everyone's attention. Many cultivators, as well as idle mortals in the nearby inns, were engrossed in discussions about a singular topic. Their expressions were grave, and hushed murmurs filled the air. Have you heard? The four great sects that pride themselves on their superiority, the Confucian Palace, the Martial God Hall, the Puppet Ghost Cave, and the Qingfeng Sword Sect, were all obliterated overnight. Who does not know of this? The news has spread across all 18 states. Who possesses the extraordinary capability to obliterate the four great sects overnight? It is truly terrifying. It is said that the four sect leaders fortuitously departed from their respective sects, and to this day, no news has emerged. The surrounding crowd engaged in incessant discussions, with debates growing increasingly fervent. This incident has abruptly shaken the entire realm. The mastermind behind this act leaves no trace, rendering the entire affair an enigmatic puzzle. The world is left in fear and trepidation. Chi-Yuan, who had been in the Demon Domain forest for several days, was taken aback upon first hearing this news, her astonishment rendering her speechless. She couldn't help but exclaim, "The four great sects have been annihilated overnight. This is simply too dreadful. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, do you think this could be true? If it is indeed possible for one to annihilate the four great sects in a single night, that individual's cultivation must be truly formidable." Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement, her heart echoing the sentiment. The human realm is indeed a place where hidden talents abound. Ning Yuchen also concurred with a nod. Indeed, it is exceedingly terrifying. Chapter 39. My husband is not someone you can humiliate. Chi-Yuan led Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying as they traversed several streets, providing enthusiastic commentary on the distinctive features of each thoroughfare. This was the most bustling commercial street in Nanli City, where wealth could procure anything one desired. Although this street was also a commercial hub, it lacked the liveliness of the previous one, offering more accessible prices and a friendlier atmosphere. There was also Tianbao Street, a marketplace for spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and materials from various magical beasts. With a stroke of luck, one might even stumble upon some magical beast pets. Due to Luo Ruiying's formidable cultivation, Chi-Yuan took the opportunity to showcase Tianbao Street to her companions. Within Nanli City, no cultivator was unaware of this renowned street. The avenue was adorned with an array of peculiar low-tier magical artifacts, yet many were either damaged or counterfeit. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying glanced briefly at the wares, their interest swiftly waning. To them, These items were scarcely worthy of the term junk. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their musings. "Oh my, who do we have here?" "It's the young lady of the Qi family." As Qi Yuan strolled with Ning Yuchen, a few figures approached, blocking their path. The leading man was clad in lavish garments, adorned with various ornaments and artifacts, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, his demeanor filled with disdain and arrogance. Accompanied by dozens of attendants, his presence was undeniably imposing. Upon his arrival, the vendors around them turned pale, hastily retreating. Everywhere he tread, obstacles were either kicked aside or trampled underfoot, his conduct nothing short of brazen. The onlookers dared not voice their anger. Even those of considerable cultivation remained silent. For the man was none other than Zhang Li, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the two major trading houses in Nanli City. The Zhang family currently commanded nearly 60% of the commercial avenues in Nanli, with innumerable cultivators eager to curry favor. They had also employed numerous cultivators as guards, including several formidable beings of the celestial spirit realm. Rumors suggested their influence was vast and unfathomable, rendering them a force to be reckoned with in all of Nanli City. From a distance, Zhang Li spotted Qi Yuan and was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected presence. She asked back. Despite his surprise, he quickly masked it with a condescending smile as he approached her. Upon his arrival, Qi Yuan's countenance darkened, her expression icy as she boldly declared, "Humph, seeing me return. Are you disappointed?" "Not in the least. In fact, this makes things far more interesting," Zhang Li retorted, unabashedly acknowledging the assassination attempt as the Zhang family's doing, wearing an expression that dared her to challenge him. Qi Yuan had initially expected Zhang Li to at least feign ignorance, but to her astonishment, he boldly admitted the truth. Such audacity! Anger surged through Qi Yuan, her fists clenched tightly as she contemplated taking action. However, upon noticing the multitude of guards behind Zhang Li, she begrudgingly relinquished the thought. Zhang Li was evidently confident that Qi Yuan posed no threat to him, his expression growing increasingly arrogant as he leaned closer. Whispering with a smirk, "Soon, the Qi family will vanish from Nanli City. It would be prudent for the young lady to consider how to make a living thereafter. The Huayula is currently seeking recruits. I could certainly introduce you. With your esteemed name, you would undoubtedly become the star attraction there." "You." Qi Yuan's face paled with rage, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her sword at her waist. The guards behind Zhang Li immediately drew their swords in unison. "Miss Qi, engaging in violence within the city is a violation of the law," Zhang Li remarked, raising a hand to signal his men to sheath their weapons. His demeanor mocking as he regarded Qi Yuan, showing no regard for her presence. After considerable deliberation, Qi Yuan ultimately released her grip, abandoning the notion of drawing her sword. With her current strength, she could not even best a single guard behind Zhang Li, let alone harm him. "That's more like it," Zhang Li said with a triumphant smile, his gaze drifting to Luo Ruiying, who was cradling Luo Hongya. He had noticed Luo Ruiying's unparalleled beauty even from a distance, and upon closer inspection, he was utterly captivated. She was truly a vision of ethereal grace. Ignoring Ning Yuchen, who stood beside Luo Ruiying, Zhang Li approached her, adopting a courteous demeanor as he inquired, "This young lady seems unfamiliar. I do not believe we have crossed paths in Nanli. May I know your name?" "I am Zhang Li, son of the Zhang family in this city. I possess some influence and resources here, and if it pleases you, I would like to make your acquaintance." Ning Yuchen, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, struggling to suppress the urge to strike Zhang Li down. How dare he attempt to undermine him in front of her? If not for Luo Ruiying's presence, he would have lost all composure. "Leave," Luo Ruiying coldly retorted to Zhang Li. From their first encounter, she had felt an intense aversion to Zhang Li's arrogant demeanor and his sordid pursuit of beauty. Zhang Li's expression faltered, his arrogance momentarily shaken, yet he quickly regained composure, offering a dismissive chuckle. He had encountered many women with fierce tempers, some even more formidable than Luo Ruiying. However, those women, like her, had just arrived in Nanli City and were unaware of his machinations. Nor did they comprehend the formidable influence of the Zhang family. Once they witnessed his tactics, did they not all obediently find themselves in his bed, yielding to his whims? Qi Yuan, observing Zhang Li's leering approach towards Luo Ruiying, instinctively positioned herself in front of Luo Ruiying, admonishing Zhang Li, Do not even think about laying a hand on Sister Luo. She already has a husband and child, so abandon your delusions. Leave at once. A husband and child. Jiang Li's gaze shifted to the little one in Luo Ruing's arms, then turned to Ning Yuchen beside her, his expression still replete with disdain. This pretty boy? Ning Yuchen suppressed his rising ire, his hand behind his back itching to swat this insufferable fly. It had been ages since the Celestial Emperor dared to speak to him in such a manner. Luo Ruing's elegant brows knitted together, her charming countenance turning frosty as she stepped forward, cradling Luo Hongye, and coldly declared, "My husband is not someone you can humiliate." With that, a powerful aura emanated from Luo Ruing, sweeping towards Jiang Li and his entourage. Chapter 40. Rendering his third leg useless, the crowd surrounding Jiang Li was taken aback, instantly sensing a formidable aura that was far beyond their capacity to withstand. The overwhelming pressure knocked them to the ground. Just as Luo Ruing was about to impart a profound lesson to Jiang Li, a figure suddenly leaped out from an unknown location, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Li and his entourage. This was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, with sharp eagle-like eyes and a hooked nose. He extended his withered hands, strenuously attempting to shield against the force radiating from Luo Ruing, retreating several steps, nearly losing his balance. What an impressive display of power. This young lady appears to be quite youthful, yet possesses cultivation at least on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Esteemed young lady, my son meant no offense. I hope you can overlook this matter, Zhao Zhuahao said courteously, clasping his hands in respect as he addressed Luo Ruing. He recognized that her strength likely eclipsed his own, rendering him uncertain of his ability to confront her. Luo Ruing furrowed her delicate brows, retracting her imposing aura, and replied calmly, "Are you his protector?" A protector, as the term suggests, is typically a personal guard assigned by prominent families to ensure the safety of their exceptional offspring. Such guardians generally remain concealed until their charge is in peril. Luo Ruing did not expect someone as despicable as Jiang Li to have a protector. Evidently, the Jiang family wielded considerable influence. Zhao Zhuahao nodded, acknowledging his role as protector. "Young master, this matter cannot be overlooked. Quickly seize her." Jiang Li, trembling with indignation after having fallen, pointed at Luo Ruing, his voice filled with rage. He had never before suffered such humiliation in Nali City. "Young master, the family head awaits your return. Should you keep him waiting too long, he may become displeased," Zhao Zhuahao advised, turning to Jiang Li, fully aware of his master's character. He knew he would not relent easily. Thus, he leaned closer and whispered, "Young master, that woman is not to be trifled with. If you desire her, I will find a way to bring her to you in the future. Let this matter rest for now." Jiang Li, his expression dark and brooding as he gazed at Luo Ruing, was unwilling to let the matter go. However, upon hearing Zhao Zhuahao's assurance of future acquisition, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, and he licked his lips. "Very well, I shall temporarily spare this woman. When she falls into my grasp, I will make her pay dearly. Let us depart." Jiang Li shouted angrily to his retinue as he rose. Before leaving, he cast a lingering, meaningful glance at Luo Ruing. "A married woman, is it? That adds to the allure." Zhao Zhuahao feigned an apologetic smile towards Luo Ruing before following Jiang Li out of sight. "Apologies, Sister Luo and Brother Ning, for causing you discomfort." Qi Yuan bowed deeply, expressing her contrition to Luo Ruing. Jiang Li had clearly come to target her. Had she not insisted on following, Luo Ruing and the others would not have been entangled in this predicament. Although Luo Ruing felt helpless, she still shook her head, indicating that it was of no consequence. Were it not for her consideration of Luo Hongye and Ning Yuchen, she would have readily eliminated Jiang Li due to his vile gaze. If matters could simply conclude here, so be it. However, should he dare to offend again, she would show no mercy. "Let us depart," Luo Ruing called to Ning Yuchen as she turned away. Yet, she was met with Ning Yuchen's foolish grin, gazing at her with unrestrained delight. "What is the matter with you?" Luo Ruing asked, astonished. "My dear wife, nothing is amiss. I am merely overjoyed that you have once again referred to me as husband," Ning Yuchen said, leaning closer to her with a smile. Although he had been quite irate moments ago, hearing Luo Ruing declare, "My husband is not someone you can humiliate," filled his heart with indescribable joy. This was but the second time after she had urged him to flee with their child that she had addressed him with such endearment. remembering her earlier words. Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush. In her ire against Jiang Li's derogatory reference to Ning Yuchen as a pretty boy, she had inadvertently blurted out those words. Reflecting upon it now, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, between a married couple, such terms of endearment were quite normal, were they not? Was he truly so elated by a single phrase? Qi Yuan stood by, observing the tender exchange between Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, silently marveling at the depth of their affection. Yet, there seemed to be a hint of youthful innocence in their bond, despite the fact that they already had a child. "Will you address me as husband like that in the future, my dear?" Ning Yuchen inquired, clinging to Luo Ruiying's side with a smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, and she softly murmured, "If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall endeavor to do so." It was still somewhat embarrassing for her to call Ning Yuchen husband so freely. Yet, seeing him so jubilant, she could not bring herself to refuse, instead shyly deferring it to later. Once she grew accustomed to it, she would naturally adapt her address. Ning Yuchen smiled faintly. Though a touch of regret lingered, he was not hasty, taking her hand in his as they strolled down the street. There was no rush. The days ahead were plentiful. Luo Ruiying held their child in one arm, while allowing Ning Yuchen to grasp her other hand, creating a scene of warmth and unity among the three of them. Qi Yuan, trailing behind, felt somewhat hesitant to intrude. Was she not a bit superfluous in this moment? As the family passed by the street, they brushed shoulders with three figures adorned with broad-brimmed hats. The trio sat at a stall, their backs to Ning Yuchen and the others, indulging in their meal. As Ning Yuchen's party walked past, the faces of the three great demon kings of the demon domain emerged from beneath their hats. Indeed, they were the three chaos demon bulls who had been stealthily following Ning Yuchen, ever ready to await his command. They had witnessed everything that transpired just moments ago. Upon witnessing Jiang Li's insolence towards Luo Ruiying, daring to refer to them as young white-faced lords, they were nearly driven to madness. They genuinely feared that their master might become enraged and obliterate the entire Nanli city. The swallowing sky divine python feigned consumption of food, diverting its gaze from Ning Yuchen, and coldly communicated through sound transmission, "Master, shall we eliminate those who dared to offend you just now? Spare the one named Jiang Li. Merely incapacitate his third leg. Eliminate the others. Remember to create minimal commotion. Do not disturb my outing with my wife and child." Ning Yuchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied with a tone that suggested he was simply relaying an ordinary request. Upon receiving the directive, the three Chaos Demon Bulls silently rose from their positions at the stall and made their way towards Jiang Li and his group. They pondered the reasoning behind their master's peculiar wish to merely cripple that individual instead of taking his life. Upon reflection, they surmised that their master likely intended to deal with him personally, and a sense of sympathy began to well up for Jiang Li. To perish at their hands would at least offer him a swift end. However, facing their master was an entirely different ordeal. Chapter 41. A command from the master. You must die? As Jiang Li returned to the Jiang residence, his expression was dark, his brows furrowed, and his countenance was one of displeasure. Never before had he felt so humiliated. It was one thing to be frightened by a woman, but he found himself utterly powerless against her. Damn it! The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Just then, a ball rolled to his feet. Looking up, he saw a delicate little girl rushing towards him, attempting to retrieve the ball from the ground. Did this young master permit you to take it? Jiang Li stepped firmly on the ball, narrowing his eyes as he coldly addressed the little girl. The girl stood frozen in fear, unsure of what to do, and mustered the courage to timidly point at the ball, saying, "Big brother, this is my ball. Can you give it back to me?" "Your ball? Do you not realize that your ball has sullied this young master's shoes?" Jiang Li's tone was harsh as he forcefully crushed the ball beneath his foot, then mercilessly slapped the little girl across the face. He was already in a foul mood, and this ignorant child became the target for his frustration. The girl was sent flying several meters away, her face red and swollen, blood streaming from her mouth and nose. As she lay on the ground sobbing softly, "Whoa, mother, mother!" Seemingly unsatisfied, Jiang Li strode towards the little girl. Behind him, a group of attendants wore expressions of mockery and sycophantic flattery. "Young master, your skills are impressive. Your cultivation must have improved significantly. Of course, he is the young master of the Jiang family, exceptionally gifted, the foremost individual in Nanli City, nay, in the entire world. The onlookers, witnessing Jiang Li's cruelty towards a mere child, were filled with indignation, their fists clenched in frustration, yet helpless to intervene. It was hard to believe that a cultivator would take pride in tormenting a little girl. Despite Jiang Li's poor cultivation, that slap could very well endanger the girl's life if she did not receive timely aid. What a despicable beast! Jiang Li reveled in the awe that surrounded him and took pleasure in the sycophancy of his attendants, standing tall and proud before the little girl, raising his foot high. Seeing that Jiang Li showed no signs of relenting, truly intending to end the girl's life, a young woman clad in pale blue could no longer restrain herself. She grasped the hilt of her sword and stood to intervene, only to be held back by a companion beside her. Su-yi, do not act rashly. He is Jiang Li of the Jiang family. Even within our Nali Academy, it is unwise to provoke the Jiang clan. The forces behind the Jiang family are formidable. Are we to simply stand by and watch this scoundrel murder that young girl? Su-yi retorted sharply to her companion. If, as cultivators, we cannot uphold the principles of saving lives and promoting righteousness, then what is the purpose of our cultivation? Her companion was rendered speechless, unable to counter her argument. As Su-yi and his companion engaged in a dispute, a woman rushed to Jiang Li's feet. Kneeling before him with her child cradled in her arms, weeping as she pleaded, "Young Master Jiang, the child is innocent and did not mean to offend you. Out of your great mercy, please spare her." Jiang Li furrowed his brow, initially inclined to kick the woman aside, only to notice her still-present beauty and a hint of allure that sparked a lewd grin upon his face, prompting a change of heart. Leaning closer to her, his lascivious gaze roamed over her form as he wickedly smiled. "If you wish for me to spare her, it depends on your sincerity." Sincerity? The woman murmured in confusion. Coming from a modest background, she possessed neither wealth nor anything of value to catch Jiang Li's eye. It was not until his depraved whisper caressed her ear that her complexion turned pale. "Madam, for your child, you would do anything, wouldn't you?" He had never been interested in married women, disdainful of second-hand goods, especially one with only a modicum of beauty. Yet, recalling the enchanting Luo Ruiying he had just encountered ignited a restless stir within him, inciting a sudden curiosity to sample the taste of a married woman. The woman stood in despair, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Individuals of her ilk could hardly withstand the lewd tyranny of the Jiang family. Noticing her silence, Jiang Li seized her forcefully, intending to drag her away. At that moment, the middle-aged man, the child's father, rushed over, his tattered clothing and gnarled hands indicative of a laborer's toil. Upon seeing his daughter on the ground, tears streamed down his face. And upon witnessing Jiang Li grasping his wife, he hurriedly knelt, pleading, "Young Master Jiang, please spare them. They have done nothing wrong. If punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me. Get lost. Do not disturb my enjoyment." Jiang Li kicked the middle-aged man aside, pulling the woman with him. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su-yi drew his sword, ready to intervene. Just as he unsheathed his weapon, a ghostly figure darted past the guards behind Jiang Li at an astonishing speed. Did something just pass by us?" The guards exchanged puzzled glances. But in the next instant, their bodies erupted along the fissures, cleaved into several pieces. Blood gushed forth, showering down like rain. Everyone stood frozen, bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. In an instant, all of Jiang Li's guards had been slaughtered. Murder, murder! The onlookers, horrified, scattered in all directions. Su-yi and his companions, equally stunned and confused, turned to see a figure clad in a conical hat, her graceful form accentuated by a serpentine waist, standing resolutely amidst the rain of blood, wielding a sinuous serpent sword. This person was formidable. Instinctively, Su-yi and the others felt a profound fear towards this enigmatic figure. They could not even capture the silhouette of this person. The devouring heavenly python, wielding an immortal sword, advanced slowly towards Jiang Li, who had already been so terrified that he fell to the ground, shouting frantically, "Zhao, Elder Zhao, please save me." Zhao Zhuahao leaped forward to shield Jiang Li, his expression filled with dread as he gazed at the mysterious woman before him. He inquired, "Might I ask who you are? Why do you lay hands on the Jiang family?" Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Zhuahao's forehead as his gaze remained fixed on the devouring heavenly python. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented terror, one that surpassed even his earlier encounter with Luo Ruiying. He had been secretly observing Jiang Li. Yet he failed to notice any movement from this individual. There was no time to react. Everyone had perished beneath her sword. Such prowess indicated that her cultivation was far beyond his own. It is worth noting that he was a practitioner of the transformation into Immortality Realm, one of the most distinguished cultivators in the entire southern province. The devouring heavenly python, uninterested in banter with Zhao Zhuahao, fixed her icy serpent eyes upon him and coldly pronounced his death sentence. By the decree of my master, you shall die? Chapter 42. I shall begin anew. Who, pray tell, is your esteemed master? Zhao Zhuahao inquired, his brows furrowed in confusion. Why, without reason, would one set their sights upon the Jiang family? Despite his contemplation, he could not fathom who might dare to target the Jiang clan. Although the Jiang family had many enemies, he could not recall any capable of commanding such formidable prowess. How dare you presume to know the name of my master? The heaven-swallowing serpent's countenance hardened, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Zhao Zhuahao's heart quaked in fear as he discreetly formed hand seals. While he may not match the strength of the being before him, they were in the heart of Nanli City, a place teeming with cultivators. If he could merely delay the confrontation, aid would soon arrive. This task, perhaps, was not insurmountable. As Zhao Zhuahao pondered his strategy against the heaven-swallowing serpent, a powerful hand suddenly clasped his head from behind. Startled, he barely had time to react before. With a sickening squelch, his skull was crushed like a watermelon. Blood erupted, splattering onto the motionless figure of Jiang Li, who sat helplessly on the ground. Such incessant chatter. It vexes me. The chaos demon bull disdainfully tossed aside Zhao Zhuahao's lifeless body, wiping its hands clean. Surrounding figures, including Su Yi, were rendered speechless. They had heard of Zhao Zhuahao. He was a genuine cultivator of the transformation realm. Yet, he had been utterly oblivious to the arrival of the burly man behind him, meeting his demise as effortlessly as one might squash an insect. Jiang Li gazed up at the robust form of the chaos demon bull, his eyes wide with terror. Paralyzed by fear, with Zhao Zhuahao, his greatest ally, now deceased, he no longer possessed the arrogance he once held, instead appearing as a pitiful, trembling wretch. The chaos demon bull lowered its gaze upon Jiang Li, revealing a sinister smile. It is your turn now. I recall my master specifically instructed me to treat you with particular care. Spare me. Someone please save me. Jiang Li screamed in desperation, a stream of yellow liquid seeping from beneath him. Su Yi's companions stood frozen, instinctively grasping their weapons, yet none dared to step forward. They understood that the two figures before them, capable of slaying a transformation realm cultivator with a single blow, were beyond their ability to confront. Only Su Yi, summoning her courage, drew her sword and leaped forth. As a student of Nanli Academy, she felt a duty to protect the reputation of her institution. Even though she wished for Jiang Li's demise, she could not simply watch as the killer struck him down. Just as Su Yi prepared to intervene, another figure descended from above, positioning themselves before her. Clad in a conical hat, they acted with remarkable speed, swiftly grasping her neck. Despite Su Yi's desperate struggles, she was utterly powerless against her opponent. Even her long sword failed to pierce their formidable body. A wave of dread washed over her heart as despair tightened its grip. Who could this person be? Was she destined to perish here today? The master had instructed her to avoid creating a commotion, for it might disturb him. Do not kill those who are not the target, cautioned the devouring sky serpent to the Titan Great Ape, who was poised to strike. The Titan Great Ape suddenly recalled Ning Yuchen's admonition and, with a swift motion, flung Su Yi away without delivering a fatal blow. As the devouring sky serpent approached Jiang Li, a woman and a middle-aged man clutched their child tightly, sitting on the ground with fear etched on their faces. The devouring sky serpent paid them no mind and directly confronted Jiang Li. I beg you, spare me. Whatever amount they offered you, I will pay 10-fold. No, 20-fold. 100-fold. Jiang Li, seeing no one daring to aid him, cried out in terror, attempting to bribe them. The devouring sky serpent cast a cold glance at Jiang Li and said nonchalantly, proceed. Understood. The chaos demon bull stomped heavily on Jiang Li's feet, producing a sickening crunch as his legs were crushed beneath the force. The sound of shattering bones mingled with anguished cries, creating a haunting symphony of despair. The master instructed you to disable his third leg, not to shatter both of his legs. The devouring sky serpent sighed. casting an exasperated look at the Chaos Demon Bull. Is that so? Heh heh heh. My apologies, I forgot. Let me try again. The Chaos Demon Bull raised its massive foot once more, aiming precisely at Jiang Li's groin. A deep imprint was left in the ground as the impact resonated. This time, Jiang Li could barely muster a sound. His face turned pale, and he fainted, blood gushing forth from his wounds. Mission accomplished, let us depart. The devouring sky serpent glanced at the unconscious Jiang Li and addressed the Chaos Demon Bull and the Titan Great Ape. The three figures transformed into shadows and vanished without a trace. Soon after, the city guards and a throng of cultivators arrived late on the scene. By the time they reached the site, it was a gruesome tableau of carnage. Moments later, alarm bells rang throughout the city, sending waves of panic through Southernly City. Countless guards and cultivators pursued the assailants, yet none could uncover the whereabouts of the trio. Not long after, within the Jiang family estate, the unconscious Jiang Li was carried back inside. Upon seeing his son lying there, half alive, the family patriarch, Jiang Zhen, trembled with rage. His eyes dark with fury as he pointed at Jiang Li. Who did this? Who dares to harm my precious son to such an extent? Who? Jiang Zhen's heart ached, for Jiang Li was his only child, whom he had always cherished and never dared to chastise. Now, however, he finds himself with shattered legs, crushed at the very core of his existence. This is destined to render the Jiang family extinct. Jiang Zhen's furious roar resonated, causing the surrounding attendants to tremble in fear, their heads instinctively bowing, silenced by his wrath. Observing the lack of response from his subordinates, Jiang Zhen continued to bellow in anger. A bunch of useless wretches. What purpose do you serve? Find the culprit. Scour the entire city of Nanli, if you must. Yes. The attendants hastily departed from Jiang Zhen's presence. After their exit, a man clad in a pristine white lotus robe, with a delicate demeanor, slowly emerged from the hall. The fact that he had bested the formidable Zhao Lao, who had transcended to the realm of transformation, indicated that this individual was far from ordinary. Even if the head of the Jiang family were to turn the city of Nanli upside down, it would likely yield little. Your Excellency, the Holy Envoy. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Zhen was compelled to temper his fury, greeting the man with deference. He then, with a hint of reluctance, inquired, Is it truly your intent for me to let the perpetrator go unpunished? Certainly not, the Holy Envoy replied with a slight smile. I merely wish for you, the head of the Jiang family, to prioritize the mission of the church. Once the commerce war concludes and the Jiang family secures full control of Nanli, I shall undoubtedly report your merits to the Lord of the Church, advocating for your cause. Jiang Zhen pondered for a moment, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. His expression momentarily hardening as he responded, With the Holy Envoy's presence, there is no doubt that this commercial war shall succeed. Once the Jiang family has dominion over Nanli, we shall wholeheartedly assist the Holy Lotus Church. I earnestly hope that, upon our success, the church will avenge my son. Chapter 43. The Grace of a Lady While Eating on the Other Side. After a winding journey, Qi Yuan led Ning Yuchen and Luo Ring through an extraordinary alley. The streets were lined with an array of delectable snacks, and the mingling aromas nearly engulfed the entire thoroughfare, wafting enticingly through the air. The bustling street was filled with throngs of people, many accompanied by their wives and children. This was the most vibrant and lively food street in the capital of Nanli. Here, in addition to the unique culinary delights of Xuanqian, the flavors of various other kingdoms could also be savored. As Qi Yuan walked ahead, she enthusiastically introduced the surroundings to Ning Yuchen and the others. Initially, she presumed that formidable cultivators like Luo Ring might not be particularly interested in such trivial snacks. However, upon reaching the food street, Luo Ring deliberately slowed her pace. Having been born in the celestial realm, she had always consumed celestial fruits and drank from spiritual springs, rarely encountering the snacks of the mortal world. In the celestial realm, one never needed to cook to sate hunger. They solely relied on the essence of the heavens and earth to nourish their bodies. Even children born in the celestial realm needed only to consume celestial fruits and elixirs. Nestled in Luo Ring's embrace, Luo Hongye gazed around with wide, curious eyes, nearly drooling with anticipation. As they passed a stall adorned with candied fruit, Luo Hongye's attention was utterly captivated, her little mouth agape in wonder. Noticing this, Ning Yuchen smiled indulgently and approached the stall, raising two fingers. "Excuse me. Could I have 2 skewers, please?" "Certainly." The stall owner responded with a cheerful grin, promptly handing over 2 skewers of candied fruit, adding a compliment. "Sir, you are truly fortunate. Your wife and child are as beautiful as flowers." "Indeed. I feel incredibly fortunate to have such a lovely wife and a charming child," Ning Yuchen replied, his spirits lifted by the owner's sincere praise. In his elation, he decided to purchase everything at the stall. Luo Ruiying, standing behind him, couldn't help but blush and cast a disapproving glance at Ning Yuchen. "You receive a compliment, and you buy out the entire stall. Here, Hongya, indulge yourself." Ning Yuchen, cradling a generous bundle of candied skewers, extended one towards Luo Hongya. The candied fruit consisted of pieces of fruit strung together and coated in a layer of hardened syrup. Luo Hongya's wide eyes seemed to sparkle with desire, but she turned to her mother, sweetly asking, "Mother, can I eat this? Your father bought it especially for you. Go ahead and enjoy it." Luo Ruiying replied, recognizing the longing in her daughter's expression and smiling affectionately. Having once been unable to lavish love on her child, her greatest wish now was for her little one to live a carefree and joyful life. Without hesitation, Luo Hongya reached out her chubby little hand to grasp the candied fruit from Ning Yuchen, eagerly popping it into her mouth. Concerned about the possibility of the bamboo skewer pricking her child, Luo Ruiying deliberately took the fruit candy from Luo Hongya's hand, removed the candy from the skewer, and gently fed it to her. Luo Hongya's round, cherubic face beamed with a radiant smile. Just as Luo Ruiying was feeding her, another string of fruit candy unexpectedly appeared near her lips. Raising her brows, Luo Ruiying looked up to see Ning Yuchen holding another string of fruit candy, offering it to her with an enchanting smile. "My dear, this string is for you." "For me?" Luo Ruiying felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. As a former empress of the celestial realm, indulging in such trivial mortal treats seemed somewhat inappropriate, especially when being fed by Ning Yuchen. Under his eager gaze, she brushed aside a few strands of hair that had fallen onto her cheeks. Her face slightly flushed and delicately opened her lips to accept the candy. After all, no one knew her true identity. A little indulgence wouldn't hurt, would it? Her graceful and light movements, coupled with her bashful yet stunning beauty, captivated Ning Yuchen, who couldn't help but gaze at her for a moment longer before exclaiming, "My dear, you are truly beautiful when you eat." "Ahem, what nonsense are you saying?" Luo Ruiying coughed slightly, covering her mouth, and shot Ning Yuchen a playful glare. His sudden compliment made her feel flustered. "I speak no falsehood. Ask Yi if you don't believe me. Yi, does your mother look good when she eats?" Ning Yuchen turned to ask the little one in Luo Ruiying's arms. "Beautiful, mother, is the most beautiful," Luo Hongya exclaimed, raising her hands while munching happily. The bustling crowd around them made Luo Ruiying feel even more embarrassed as she blushed and shot another glare at Ning Yuchen. The father-daughter duo only added to her discomfort. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, who was watching from the side, felt a mix of embarrassment and envy. Luo Jie and Ning Ji's relationship is truly wonderful. Only then did Luo Ruiying remember that Qi Yuan was beside her. Slightly embarrassed, she offered the fruit candy in her hand and asked, "Would you like some?" No, thank you, Luo Jie." Qi Yuan quickly declined, shaking her head with a smile. She then turned to Luo Hongya in Luo Ruiying's arms and said, "If little Yi likes to eat, I know many other delicious things. How about I buy some for you?" She had never encountered a child as exquisite, adorable, and well-behaved as Luo Hongya. From the very first glance, there was an inexplicable fondness. Luo Hongya typically only felt secure with Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen and was fearful of strangers. When Qi Yuan spoke to her, she instinctively shrank closer to Luo Ruiying. But upon hearing about delicious treats, she couldn't resist stealing a glance at Qi Yuan and timidly inquired, "Really, truly?" "Indeed, it is true. My dear sister would never deceive adorable little children." Upon encountering the delicate and endearing figure of Luo Hongya, Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed. At last, she was willing to engage in conversation. "Little Yi is simply delightful. I am overwhelmed with the desire to pinch her chubby cheeks. I long to scoop her up and plant a kiss on her." Observing Qi Yuan's exuberance, Ning Yuchen felt an urge to remain vigilant regarding this girl. After all, there was a possibility she might whisk his child away, ultimately succumbing to Qi Yuan's vivid descriptions of delectable treats. Luo Hongya fell into temptation. Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongye as they strolled along the street, indulging in a feast. Whatever captured Luo Hongye's curiosity, Ning Yuchen would unhesitatingly purchase for her. Qi Yuan also took the initiative to buy various snacks to share with Luo Hongye. Candied hawthorn, glutinous rice cakes, baked pancakes, tofu pudding, buns. They nearly sampled every delicacy along the street. The bond between Qi Yuan and Luo Hongye had indeed drawn a little closer. After traversing a significant portion of the street, the trio found a stone bench to rest. It was not due to fatigue from walking, but rather because they were laden with an abundance of snacks, ready for Luo Hongye to savor at her leisure. At that moment, Luo Hongye sat nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, holding a bun larger than her own face, happily taking bites. Luo Ruiying, with a blend of helplessness and affection, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from her mouth. Just then, a distant clamor erupted, the alarm bells resonating throughout the city. The guards within the city hurriedly rushed toward the commotion. Breathless individuals who had escaped recounted the dire situation to the onlookers. Just moments ago, 3 mysterious figures had attacked Jiang Li and his companions. In the blink of an eye, all of Jiang Li's group had been slain. Only Jiang Li seemed to have miraculously survived. Chapter 44. This should be sufficient. What? Someone actually dared to attack Jiang Li of the Jiang family in the capital of Nanli City. The surrounding crowd was utterly astonished, their mouths agape at the revelation. The Jiang family wielded immense power in Nanli City, instilling fear in all, yet someone audaciously attempted an assassination. Qi Yuan was equally taken aback upon hearing the news. Jiang Li was surrounded by dozens of guards at the martial spirit level and a guide at the spirit transformation level. How could they all have been slain? As far as she knew, no one in Nanli City possessed such formidable capabilities. Qi Yuan's heart was filled with shock and confusion, but soon she couldn't help but smile with delight. She never expected the Jiang family and Jiang Li would meet such a fate. Surely, his usual arrogance and brutality had offended the wrong individuals. Truly, he reaped what he sowed. Luo Ruiying, upon hearing the news, displayed no change in her demeanor. She was utterly indifferent to such matters, merely wishing that the chaos in the city would not disrupt her forthcoming life. Let us go, it's getting late. We should select a residence, she said, cradling Luo Hongye in her arms and addressing Ning Yuchen. Having roamed around the city, it was time to find a suitable place to settle down. What kind of house do Sister Luo and Brother Ning prefer? Qi Yuan, acting as their guide, inquired. As the daughter of the Qi family's trading house in Nanli City, she was well-versed in the various shops and rental properties throughout the area. Each location had a steward from her family responsible for it, so once Luo Ruiying expressed her preferences, she could quickly find a fitting option. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruiying replied, "If possible, I hope for a relatively quiet place." She had no extravagant demands for her dwelling. What mattered most was that her family could be together. Qi Yuan pondered briefly and soon summoned a steward from her family who managed property sales. The steward led Qi Yuan, Luo Ruiying, and the others to a rather secluded residence in the capital of Nanli City. The street in front of the courtyard was deserted, with a few trees sparsely dotting the entrance, and a gentle stream flowed behind the yard, creating a serene and pleasant atmosphere. Upon entering the courtyard, they found it spacious and bright. Besides the master bedroom, the rear courtyard included several auxiliary rooms, a kitchen, and a dedicated bathing area. The entire estate was nearly comparable to a small mansion. This place is quite nice, though it seems a bit too large, Luo Ruiying mused. For just the 3 of them, it felt rather extravagant. Although she had lived in far more spacious and luxurious accommodations in the celestial realm, she now had to consider various practicalities as a married woman. Residing in such a grand estate with just 3 people would inevitably seem wasteful. Moreover, the upkeep and maintenance of such a large property could prove burdensome. Most importantly, such an expansive residence would likely incur considerable expenses. Ning Yuchen surveyed the surroundings and also found the residence appealing. He took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying's arms and inquired with a smile, "Do you like it here?" "Yi." In a realm where love flourishes, little Night nestled in Ning Yuchen's embrace, her laughter resonating like a sweet melody. "I truly adore this place with both a mother and a father," she declared joyfully. "Our little Night is truly obedient." Ning Yuchen affectionately teased as he gently pinched her small nose, then turned to Luo Ruiying, suggesting, "My dear, shall we consider making this our home? Isn't it rather expensive here?" Luo Ruiying whispered, pulling Ning Yuchen aside. It was unexpected for the Empress of the Celestial Realm to contemplate financial matters one day. All her treasures, including her celestial ring, had been seized during her escape, leaving her with little more than her skills and capabilities. However, Ning Yuchen had never been troubled by monetary concerns. Purchasing the entirety of Nanli City would be a mere trifle for him, let alone this modest residence. Fear not, my dear. I assure you, I possess a modicum of wealth, Ning Yuchen proclaimed, patting his chest, his expression radiating confidence. This revelation surprised Luo Ruiying. She had assumed that a recluse like him would be devoid of riches, as few affluent individuals would willingly choose a life of seclusion in the wilderness. Good sir, we are quite pleased with this residence. What is its price? Ning Yuchen inquired of the steward. The steward, smiling broadly, approached and asked, May I inquire if you intend to stay temporarily or purchase outright? To buy, Ning Yuchen replied without hesitation. Luo Ruiying quickly interjected, There's no need to spend excessively. A temporary stay will suffice. Their journey to Nanli City was primarily to evade impending threats, and they might need to relocate soon, rendering an extravagant purchase unnecessary. Rest assured, my dear, it will not require much. Ning Yuchen reassured her with a smile, amused by her newfound frugality, which lent her the charm of a demure and prudent wife. Should you wish to purchase the entire estate, the cost would be 200,000 taels, the steward informed them, holding up 2 fingers. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yuchen retrieved a small pouch from his robe and tossed it into the steward's hands. This should suffice. Curious, the steward opened the pouch, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld an array of rare and resplendent gemstones. Each gem, unique in hue and shape, was a coveted rarity, many of which he had never encountered before. Donning a pair of specialized glasses for examining gems, he scrutinized one closely, his expression shifting to one of sheer disbelief. The purity of this material, if fashioned into jewelry, could escalate the price manifold. The steward, having spent a lifetime in the Qi family business, had never before laid eyes on such flawless gemstones. The value of this small pouch far exceeded the 200,000 taels. Qi Yuan, having approached, recognized the gems as well, her upbringing in the commerce world granting her an understanding of their worth. Upon witnessing the entirety of the exquisite gems in the hands of the old steward, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she cast a bewildered glance towards Ning Yuchen. It turned out that Sister Luo's husband was indeed a scion of a wealthy family. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, these gems are more than sufficient to cover the cost of this residence, yet Qi Yuan cannot accept them. Qi Yuan took the entire bag of gems and returned it to Ning Yuchen. Sister Luo saved my life. Let this residence serve as my humble token of gratitude for her benevolence. That simply cannot be. Luo Ruiying attempted to decline, but Ning Yuchen interjected, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he inquired of Qi Yuan. If I am not mistaken, Miss Qi, you seem to have a request? After Qi Yuan had witnessed Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess, her demeanor transformed into one of exceptional warmth. While part of this enthusiasm stemmed from admiration and gratitude, Ning Yuchen discerned hints of hesitation in her expression. It appeared that Qi Yuan's eagerness was motivated by a pressing matter she wished to entrust to his wife. At Ning Yuchen's words, Luo Ruiying turned her gaze towards Qi Yuan. Realizing that her intentions had been unveiled, Qi Yuan no longer concealed her purpose. She solemnly bowed and earnestly beseeched Luo Ruiying, I indeed have a matter to ask. Sister Luo, I implore you to save the Qi family. Chapter 45, A Modicum of Understanding. The salvation of the Qi family? Is that so? Luo Ruiying inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed. The Qi family is on the verge of being ousted from the capital of Nancheng. Qi Yuan replied, her gaze lowered, her expression somber. In a few days, there will be a commercial competition between the Qi and Zhang families. This contest will determine the ownership of various street markets within the capital of Nanli. Once, the Qi and Zhang families held dominion over 50% of the city's markets. But in recent years, the Zhang family, bolstered by formidable backing, has relentlessly expanded, forcibly seizing the Qi family's enterprises. Now, less than 30% remains under our control. How do you expect me to save the Qi family? What do you wish me to do? Luo Ruiying asked. I implore you, Sister Luo, to represent the Qi family in the commercial competition. Qi Yuan earnestly requested. Conflicts frequently arise between commercial entities, and when disagreements escalate, they can lead to bloodshed or even annihilation. Consequently, a new method for resolving disputes was established: the commercial competition. When insurmountable conflicts arise, one party may challenge the other to a contest. Each family wagers their stakes and nominates a representative to compete. The losing party must fulfill their wager to the victor. This system significantly mitigates the potential for clandestine violence between rival businesses. The proposal originated from the Treasure Merchant Alliance, a coalition formed by countless businesses, ostensibly for mutual support and development, while also mediating conflicts and maintaining stability within the alliance. To ensure fairness, representatives from the Treasure Merchant Alliance typically oversee the competitions. This particular contest was initiated by the Qi family as a desperate bid against the Jiang family. Driven by years of oppression, they sought to reclaim their former status. However, those initially willing to fight on behalf of the Qi family either suddenly withdrew or met with untimely demises. After witnessing Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess, Qi Yuan resolved to solicit her assistance. She had initially hesitated to involve Luo Ruiying in the Qi-Jiang conflict, considering the formidable forces behind the Jiang family. Yet, with no alternatives left, she found herself compelled to seek Luo Ruiying's aid. Very well, I shall fight on behalf of the Qi family. Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. This decision served as a gesture of gratitude for the residence she had received, and she felt that allowing someone like Jiang Li to continue gaining power in the city would jeopardize the peace and happiness of its inhabitants. Thus, she was willing to assist Qi Yuan in overcoming this dire challenge. Wonderful. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her burdensome worries alleviated significantly. Do not mention it. I shall consider this mansion as a reward, remarked Luo Ruiying, shaking her head. Sister Luo, I have a request I would like to entrust to you. Would you take me on as your disciple? I can offer you additional compensation. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment, her expression torn, yet she spoke to Luo Ruiying with hopeful eagerness. From the very first glance at Luo Ruiying's elegant and resplendent figure, she had been deeply captivated. Although her family had been merchants for generations, she had always harbored a dream of cultivating her path to enlightenment. Luo Ruiying did not anticipate that Qi Yuan wished to become her disciple. After a moment of surprise, she shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to take on a disciple. She had chosen to reside here to lead a peaceful life, and the thought of accepting a disciple was far from her mind. Moreover, she was still being pursued, and she was reluctant to involve anyone else in her troubles. Very well, I apologize for disturbing you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan's countenance fell significantly after the rejection. Since childhood, she had sought many cultivators to become her mentor, only to be turned away each time. The reason being her childhood injuries, which had left her with lingering damage that blocked her meridians, rendering her incapable of effective cultivation. Qi Yuan believed that Luo Ruiying must have discerned her issues and deemed her incapable of cultivating due to her insufficient aptitude, which led to the refusal. Sister Luo, if a person's meridians are damaged, does that mean they are doomed to a lifetime without the hope of cultivating the path? Qi Yuan asked, lifting her gaze toward Luo Ruiying with a hint of reluctance. Luo Ruiying could see who Qi Yuan referred to, and, though her heart ached, she answered earnestly, the meridians are the conduits through which cultivators absorb and circulate the spirits of heaven and earth. They form the foundation of cultivation. Without the ability to absorb the spirits of heaven and earth, and without the circulation of spiritual energy within oneself, true cultivation becomes impossible. One's entire network of meridians is akin to the pathways to immortality. The more expansive and unobstructed your meridians are, the further you may travel on your path of cultivation. Is that so? Indeed, it seems I am destined to be devoid of the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Qi Yuan's spirit dimmed further upon hearing this. In truth, she was not particularly surprised. She had long been aware of this reality, merely seeking one last affirmation to quell her lingering hopes. Then, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave. Just as Qi Yuan prepared to turn and depart, a light chuckle resonated from behind her. While damaged meridians indeed hinder cultivation, could they not be restored? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan froze in place and turned around in astonishment to face Ning Yuchen. She understood this principle, of course. But how many people in the world could restore damaged meridians? She had never even heard of anyone capable of doing so. Yet, Ning Yuchen's words suggested that he might possess the means to help her restore her meridians. Ning Gu, can you truly help me recover my damaged meridians? Hope ignited within Qi Yuan's heart, and she gazed at Ning Yuchen with eager anticipation. Ning Yuchen, with a humble demeanor, spoke with a sense of modesty. Beside him, Luo Ruiying gazed at Ning Yuchen with a hint of surprise. It turned out he possessed medical skills capable of healing damaged meridians. Such a remarkable ability. In her former capacity as an empress, she could have effortlessly healed Qi Yuan's old injuries, yet now she found herself powerless. Meanwhile, this mere mortal seemed to possess a solution. Upon further reflection, it did seem rather plausible. As Ning Yuchen had prepared medicinal porridge and remarkably effective healing soups during her time of injury. Perhaps he truly understood the art of medicine? Ning Gij, please tell me what I should do. Do I need to prepare any medicinal herbs? Qi Yuan eagerly inquired, leaning closer to Ning Yuchen, her eyes filled with anticipation. She had never felt such excitement before. Ning Yuchen smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "You need not prepare anything. Just follow me inside and remove your clothes. I will administer a few acupuncture needles for you." Chapter 46. This is absolutely not peeping. Upon hearing Ning Yuchen's words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Is it really now? Qi Yuan's face instantly flushed crimson as she bashfully lowered her head. Although she understood that Ning Yuchen did not mean it in that way, the thought of disrobing in front of an unfamiliar man still left her feeling quite embarrassed. Luo Ruiying furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Yuchen, clearly displaying her displeasure. Only then did Ning Yuchen realize that his previous remark might have been inappropriate. He hurriedly approached Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye, and explained, "My dear, please don't misunderstand. I meant to use the silver needles to open her meridians and clear her channels. I certainly understand. I am not misunderstanding anything," Luo Ruiying replied with a light huff, turning her head away. "Ning Yuchen, you certainly seem to be acting rather upset, my dear. Are you angry?" Ning Yuchen leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, his shoulder brushing against hers, as he smiled and inquired, "I am not angry. Do not mistake me for a capricious and unreasonable woman." Luo Ruiying shot him a sidelong glance and took Luo Hongye from his embrace, stating coolly, "Do you not possess the ability to heal her meridians? Go assist her." Noticing that Luo Ruiying appeared to be sulking, Ning Yuchen inexplicably felt a sense of delight. After responding affirmatively, he approached Qi Yuan. "Miss Qi, please follow me." With that, Ning Yuchen led the way into the room. Qi Yuan's face was flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she quickly followed him inside. This was a rare opportunity. Regardless of whether Ning Yuchen could truly heal her damaged meridians, she had to give it a try. This might be her last chance to embark on the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Once inside, Qi Yuan stood frozen, entirely at a loss as to what to do. Meanwhile, Ning Yuchen had already seated himself cross-legged on the bed, addressing her. "Why are you still dawdling? Come over here. Just turn your back to me and remove your clothing." "Oh," Qi Yuan replied, her heart racing as she nervously climbed onto the bed, slowly shedding her garments while facing away from Ning Yuchen. The act of undressing before a stranger was undeniably mortifying for her. However, for the sake of her future endeavors in cultivation, she resolved to endure her embarrassment and gradually exposed her back. In stark contrast to Qi Yuan's bashfulness, Ning Yuchen appeared remarkably calm and composed, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Even as he gazed upon her fair back, he felt no stirrings of interest. In terms of both figure and appearance, Qi Yuan was far inferior to Luo Ruiying. There was no way he could be intrigued. He had encountered numerous enchanting women. Only in the presence of his wife did he find genuine interest. Ning Yuchen retrieved a set of silver needles from his robe and spread them before him, deftly selecting a few fine needles and swiftly piercing them into the meridians on Qi Yuan's back. In truth, whether Qi Yuan disrobed or not mattered little to him. In his eyes, he could distinctly perceive the flow of meridians within each individual, even the state of their dantian, regardless of any clothing. The sole reason for urging Qi Yuan to remove her garments was to prevent Luo Ruiying from harboring any suspicions. If he could accurately pierce the delicate meridians without requiring her to undress, it would indeed be rather exaggerated and could easily provoke doubt. In reality, he needed no silver needles at all. With merely his fingers, he could heal Qi Yuan's meridians. The few needle pricks were merely for the benefit of Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan to observe. As Ning Yuchen inserted a silver needle into Qi Yuan's back, a slight sting caused her to involuntarily emit a soft moan. "Ah, Meanwhile, outside the room, Luo Ruing stood at the door, cradling Luo Hongya, her lips slightly pursed, a visage of discontent clouding her features. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable unhappiness lingered in her heart. Turning her gaze inward, she hesitated, torn between her desire to discern the situation within and her sense of propriety. As a dignified empress of the celestial realm, it was unbecoming to engage in such peeping behavior after all. The two were merely tending to wounds. There was nothing to fret over. Mother. What are father and that sister doing? Luo Hongya inquired, lifting her head to gaze at Luo Ruing with innocent curiosity. Fear not, my dear. Father is merely aiding that sister in her recovery, Luo Ruing replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, in the next moment, a faint moan emanated from within, causing Luo Ruing's eyes to widen in surprise. In an instant, she darted to the window, stealthily peering through a crack to assess the happenings inside. Her intention was solely to satisfy her curiosity regarding their well-being. This was not an act of peeping, just a fleeting glance. Luo Hongya, nestled in her mother's embrace, blinked her wide eyes, filled with innocent perplexity. What is mother doing now? Inside the room, with each needle that Ning Yuchen placed, Qi Yuan felt a subtle sting, followed by a wave of warmth across her back, prompting her to release another soft moan. This reaction rendered Ning Yuchen somewhat embarrassed and hesitant to continue. Miss Qi, please refrain from uttering such peculiar sounds, lest my wife misconstrue matters also. Try not to tense your body too much, Ning Yuchen remarked, holding the silver needle in bemusement. He had already sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him through the window, even if Luo Ruing believed him to be merely a mortal. Such an unabashed gaze would be noticed by anyone. Yet, she herself seemed oblivious to the scrutiny. I apologize, I shall endure. Brother Ning, please continue. Qi Yuan's face flushed crimson as she tightly covered her mouth. She too recognized that the sounds she had made were indeed rather strange. Yet, she found herself powerless. With each needle piercing her skin, a fleeting twinge of pain was inevitably followed by an overwhelming warmth and an indescribable sense of comfort. She was exerting considerable effort to restrain herself. Ning Yuchen sensed that if this continued, his wife would soon burst through the door in a frenzy. Consequently, he seized the remaining silver needles and swiftly inserted them all into Qi Yuan's back in one precise motion. This time, despite her firm resolve, Qi Yuan could not suppress a cry of anguish. Her face twitched in pain as her weakened body leaned helplessly against the bed. After a considerable moment, Qi Yuan gradually regained her composure, only to discover that Ning Yuchen had removed all the silver needles from her back and tidied up, preparing to leave the bedside. Brother Ning, are you not continuing? I can endure, Qi Yuan asked anxiously, mistakenly believing that Ning Yuchen had stopped early out of concern for her endurance. Ning Yuchen smiled faintly and replied, Continue? It has already concluded. Qi Yuan looked perplexed, then attempted to circulate her internal spiritual energy. To her astonishment, the flow of energy within her body was smooth and unimpeded, unlike the discomfort she had previously experienced. Her meridians had truly returned to their original state. Is this real? Qi Yuan's eyes widened in delight. Disbelief etched across her face. She had indeed recovered. The Qi family had expended countless treasures and sought various renowned physicians, all of whom had been helpless. Yet this man before her had accomplished what they could not with just a few needles. The swiftness of the transformation was utterly astonishing. It felt as though she had merely received a few simple injections, and miraculously, all was well again. It was as if she had just inquired whether the treatment had begun, only to be informed that it was already over. Chapter 47. Generations of Healers, Saving Lives. Thank you, Brother Ning, Qi Yuan exclaimed, her heart brimming with gratitude as she leapt from the bed, eager to express her thanks to Ning Yuchen. However, a graceful figure swiftly interposed herself before him. Miss Qi, your attire, Luo Ruing gently reminded her. Only then did Qi Yuan realize she was still clad in a sheer, form-fitting white garment, nearly committing an indiscretion in front of Brother Ning. Hastily, she covered herself. Her cheeks flushed. My apologies, Sister Luo, it was unintentional. Qi Yuan stammered, quickly retreating to don her proper clothing. During this time, Luo Ruing cast a disapproving glance at Ning Yuchen, who could only manage a wry smile and shrug, feeling unjustly accused. He had neither acted nor looked inappropriately. Once Qi Yuan was properly attired, Luo Ruing approached her and took her pulse for a thorough examination. The results left her momentarily astonished. Qi Yuan's meridians were indeed unblocked. How had he accomplished such a feat? With just a few silver needles, he had successfully restored her entire network of channels. Truly remarkable. Initially, she had believed Ning Yuchen to be merely an ordinary hunter from the mountains. But witnessing him effortlessly wield wealth and heal others with a few deft strokes of needles was nothing short of astonishing. Thank you, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. Qi Yuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude once more, recognizing that Luo Ruiying had saved her life, while Ning Yuchen had rekindled her hope for cultivation. Her heart overflowed with boundless appreciation for both of them. There is no need for such gratitude. Although your meridians have been restored, they still require careful nurturing for a few days to fully recover. Here is a prescription along with some necessary materials. Follow the prescription and take the medicine at regular intervals over the next few days, and you will soon be back to your former self. Ning Yuchen said with a gentle smile, producing some rare herbs and a prescription from his bosom, placing them into Qi Yuan's arms. As Qi Yuan glanced at the prescription and the precious herbs, her eyes widened in shock. These were exceedingly rare medicinal herbs. Each one held significant value. The prescription was unlike anything she had ever seen, but her intuition assured her of its validity. It appeared to be a formula for nurturing her meridians. The worth of this single prescription far exceeded that of the entire estate, yet he had so casually bestowed it upon her. Brother Ning, may I truly accept these precious items? Qi Yuan stuttered in disbelief, overwhelmed by their immense value. Ning Yuchen nodded with a smile. You need these herbs and the prescription now. Since I have given them to you, use them as you see fit. Thank you so much, Brother Ning, Qi Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain her emotions as tears welled in her eyes, deeply touched by his generosity. With these medicinal herbs and prescriptions, not only has she gained hope for her cultivation, but the Qi Family Chamber of Commerce has also found new prospects. Brother Ning, may I ask you a question? Why are you so kind to me? After expressing her gratitude, Qi Yuan inquired with a hint of confusion. She had merely encountered Ning Yuchen by chance outside the city, their meeting being entirely fortuitous, yet she received assistance beyond her wildest dreams. It is simply because you have been kind to my daughter, bringing her joy. And that is all there is to it, Ning Yuchen replied with a gentle smile. The aid he provided Qi Yuan, as a reward for bringing happiness to his daughter, was utterly inconsequential. This reasoning was entirely unexpected for Qi Yuan. She had only wished to please Luo Hongya by purchasing some snacks. Yet Ning Yuchen had gone so far as to heal her meridians and bestow upon her precious and rare medicinal materials and prescriptions. Such generosity far surpassed anything her Qi family could offer. Indeed, he and Sister Luo were extraordinary. Initially, she had thought Ning Yuchen was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any aura of spiritual energy. Now she realized that he was a true divine healer. Moreover, he hailed from a remarkably affluent background, displaying remarkable generosity. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Sister Luo. Goodbye, Brother Ning. After accepting the herbs and prescriptions, Qi Yuan solemnly bowed to Ning Yuchen and Luo Ring before departing the residence with a light-hearted step. She could hardly wait to return home and study the prescription. Once Qi Yuan had left, Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow and turned to Ning Yuchen, asking, Why have I never heard that you are skilled in medicine? The tone and demeanor of Luo Ruiying made Ning Yuchen feel as though his secret stash of money had been discovered, and he was being questioned by his wife. This unexpected pressure weighed heavily on him, even more so than when facing dozens of celestial emperors. My dear, you never asked, so I never mentioned it, Ning Yuchen said, slowly moving closer to Luo Ruiying with a charming smile. Well, Luo Ruiying continued to scrutinize Ning Yuchen with a discerning gaze, further questioning. Then why have you chosen to live in seclusion in the mountains? Well, Ning Yuchen's mind raced, formulating a plausible explanation in a fraction of a second. To be honest, my dear, I was born into a very affluent family with numerous relatives, all of whom have been doctors for generations, dedicated to saving lives. However, due to unfortunate circumstances, I became disheartened and chose to retreat into the mountains. As Ning Yuchen spoke passionately, almost to the point of tears, Luo Ruiying's doubts dissipated upon hearing this revelation, and her expression softened considerably. She had not expected him to have such a poignant and touching past. I apologize for asking about this. Luo Ruiying expressed her regret. It's quite all right, I no longer mind. As long as you are no longer upset with me, that is all that matters, Ning Yuchen reassured her. Ning Yuchen, seizing the moment, wrapped his arm around Luo Ruiying's delicate waist, gazing at her with tender affection as he spoke. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bashfully turned her head away. I am not angry, she protested. Really? Was it not someone who sulked at the window while I was tending to Miss Chi's injuries? Ning Yuchen tightened his embrace around Luo Ruiying, a teasing smile gracing his face. I wasn't sulking, she stammered. I was merely concerned that something might go awry. Caught in the act of eavesdropping. Luo Ruiying defended herself with a face flushed in embarrassment. At that moment, Ning Yuchen drew closer to her, their bodies nearly touching, save for the presence of Luo Hongye in his arms. Leaning in near her ear, he exhaled a warm breath and whispered, My dear, I am not only proficient in the healing arts, but I also possess considerable skill in massage. After a day of toil, allow me to ease your burdens. Chapter 48. Truly, the darling of her father. With that, Ning Yuchen lifted Luo Ruiying and made his way towards the bed. Wait, hold on. Luo Ruiying's expression turned frantic, yet she hesitated to resist forcefully, fearing to hurt Ning Yuchen. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself placed on the bed. My dear, please remove your clothing and turn over, Ning Yuchen whispered softly into Luo Ruiying's ear. He took Luo Hongye from her embrace and gently set the tiny one down at his feet. Luo Ruiying's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she anxiously inquired, Why must I undress for a massage? Because I intend to apply some medicinal liquid to you, which is very effective in alleviating physical fatigue. My dear, you may rest assured to entrust your body to me, Ning Yuchen stated earnestly. No, Luo Ruiying exclaimed in a frightened tone. It certainly did not seem like a proper massage. Sigh, if you truly do not wish for it, then so be it. Ning Yuchen sighed lightly, his demeanor visibly despondent. This made Luo Ruiying feel a sudden pang of guilt. Ning Yuchen only wished to provide her comfort with his massage, and her outright rejection seemed to waste his good intentions. I still need to tidy up the room, just for a little while. Luo Ruiying blushed deeply, her voice barely above a whisper in concession. It was merely a massage. He was her husband after all, and it was only natural for him to touch her body. There was no need for her to resist so fervently. Perfect. Leave it to me, my dear. Ning Yuchen responded with uncontainable excitement upon hearing Luo Ruiying's agreement, completely dismissing his earlier disappointment. Luo Ruiying felt a sudden sense of betrayal. This man had feigned his despondence, hadn't he? However, it was too late to take back her words. Turning her back to Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruiying slowly loosened the satin ribbon at her waist. Her ethereal gown slipped down slightly, revealing the delicate curves of her back, her skin as soft as newly fallen snow. At this moment, she wore only a fitted, white floral bodice. Shyly glancing at Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruiying gradually laid down on the bed. Just for a little while, we agreed. Not a problem. Ning Yuchen replied enthusiastically, his hands already coated with the medicinal liquid. His palms gently pressed against Luo Ruiying's back. His hands glided over her smooth skin, the cool, silky medicinal liquid spreading across her back. His fingers alternated between firm pressure and gentle kneading. Luo Ruiying closed her eyes in bliss, unable to suppress a soft, alluring moan as her waist was kneaded. Realizing her reaction, she quickly covered her mouth, her face burning with embarrassment. How could she produce such sounds? The child is still by the bedside. It is all this fellow's fault. Who would have thought his massage techniques were truly remarkable, with every stroke across her skin inducing an unparalleled comfort. As his fingertips glided over her back, an electrifying sensation coursed through her body. Although immensely pleasurable, Luo Ruiying bit down hard on her silver teeth, stifling any sound. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, she softly uttered, It's enough. My dear, we have only just begun. Ning Yuchen slightly increased the pressure in his hands. A wave of warmth enveloped Luo Ruiying's delicate form, not painful in the slightest, but rather unexpectedly exhilarating. Unbeknownst to her, she became enraptured, allowing Ning Yuchen's hands to roam freely over her body. Moments later, a charming blush adorned her cheeks, her red lips heaving with soft, heated breaths, her expression enchanting. Ning Yuchen found himself lost in a trance, seemingly having gone a bit too far. Yet, his wife looked so enticing in this state. Instinctively, he leaned closer to Luo Ruiying's cheek. Her heart raced violently, yet she slightly lifted her head. This signified her lack of intent to refuse. Ning Yuchen experienced an unprecedented flutter of emotions, cautiously drawing nearer. Just as their lips were about to touch, the voice of Luo Hongya suddenly pierced the air. Daddy only plays with mommy. I want to play with daddy and mommy too. Luo Hongya, with her round, cherubic face, stretched her hands towards Ning Yuchen, bouncing excitedly. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ring returned to reality, frozen at a fist's distance apart. They exchanged glances, and Luo Ring shyly turned her face away first. Ning Yuchen felt a deep sense of regret. My little treasure, if only you had come a moment later. The perfect moment had slipped away. Clearing his throat, Ning Yuchen hastily bent down to scoop up Luo Hongya, who wore an adorably pitiful expression. He reassured her, all right, let us play together. Giggling, he began to tickle her underarms, causing her to burst into laughter and squirm in his embrace. The earlier sense of grievance vanished in an instant. After Luo Ruing dressed, she looked at the joyful scene of father and daughter, a tender smile gracing her lips as she joined in. The three of them frolicked on the bed until evening, completely forgetting about tidying up the house. When they finally remembered, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing exchanged helpless smiles. They then got up to begin cleaning the courtyard, with Luo Hongya very thoughtfully helping them. Thanks to Luo Ruing's capabilities, the entire residence was soon spotless. All the furniture gracefully floated back to its rightful place. Luo Hongya tiptoed as she placed the last small candle on the table, turning her head with a joyful expression to Luo Ring and Ning Yuchen, inquiring, "Is everything clean now? Did you help father and mother?" "Of course, you did wonderfully," Luo Ruing replied with a warm smile, stepping forward to embrace Luo Hongya in praise. Although with her petite stature and limited strength, Luo Hongya could hardly be of any significant help, her understanding and eagerness to assist were commendable. Delighted by the compliment, Luo Hongya nestled deeper into Luo Ruing's embrace, her joy evident. Noticing the sweat glistening on Luo Hongya's brow, Luo Ruing gently suggested, "You've worked up quite a sweat. My dear, shall we go take a bath now?" "Yes, I love bathing with you, mother," Luo Hongya exclaimed with glee, then immediately turned to Ning Yuchen. "Father should join us. I want to bathe with both you and mother." Luo Ruing. Ning Yuchen. At this unexpected declaration, both Luo Ring and Ning Yuchen froze momentarily, exchanging bewildered glances. In that instant, Ning Yuchen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy within, secretly exclaiming, "Truly, she is her father's little treasure." Chapter 49, Why Are You Touching the Front? Luo Ruing came to her senses and quickly offered an awkward smile to the little girl in her arms, Luo Hongya. Bathing together with Ning Yuchen and being completely honest with each other was something she was not yet prepared for. "Hey, why can't we, mother? You clearly promised that next time you would accompany me and father for a bath." Luo Hongya's eyes sparkled with innocence, but disappointment crept into her expression as she sensed her mother's hesitation. Luo Ruing, not wanting to let Luo Hongya down, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She scrambled to find a plausible excuse, explaining, "My dear, it's not that your mother is unwilling to bathe with you and father. I truly wish to join, but our bathtub is simply too small to accommodate three of us." She had taken a glance at the bathroom while tidying up earlier, and the bathtub was indeed modest in size, making it quite cramped for three people. This was one of the reasons she had to decline. However, as soon as Luo Ruing finished speaking, Ning Yuchen vanished in an instant. Moments later, he returned with a broad smile, giving a thumbs up. "Fear not, my dear. I have just discovered a larger bathtub in another room and have already replaced it." Luo Ruing blinked in astonishment. "Really? Is that true?" She had checked every room while organizing, and there had been no sign of a larger bathtub. Had she overlooked it? "If you doubt me, you may see for yourself." Ning Yuchen replied with a grin. How could he let such a rare opportunity to bathe with his wife and child slip away? With a mix of skepticism and hope, Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongya into the bathing area. To her amazement, the previously modest bathtub had vanished, replaced by one so large it resembled a small pool, dominating the entire room. "Indeed, there is a supersized bathtub. But when did you manage to change it?" "That was extraordinarily quick." She gazed at Ning Yuchen, her expression one of shock as she noticed his proud and expectant smile. It dawned on her that perhaps he had been preparing for this all along. What was she to do now? It seemed there was no longer any reasonable excuse to refuse. Luo Ruing stood frozen, her mind racing yet unable to conjure another reason to decline. Luo Hongya gleefully pointed at the grand bathtub, turning to her mother with a beaming smile. Mother, it's so big here. You can bathe with father and me, yay? Lo Ruiying could only manage a bittersweet smile, turning to see that, at some point, Ning Yuchen had already removed his clothing, draped in nothing but a pristine pair of undergarments. Her robust and graceful physique was laid bare. Why have you suddenly shed your clothes again? Luo Ruiying exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. She had not even noticed when he had stripped himself bare. My dear, what are you saying? Of course, one must undress to bathe. Ning Yuchen replied with a righteous air. Come now, you should join me in disrobing. I have already prepared the water. With that, he stepped into the bath, immersing himself in the steaming water. He had spent mere moments transforming the bath, laying it with self-heating stones that continuously generated warmth. Just pouring in water would soon turn the bath into a veritable hot spring. Luo Ruiying was utterly taken aback by how swiftly Ning Yuchen had prepared everything. She hadn't even had a moment to concoct an excuse while the water was heating. Mother, I want to join in the fun, Luo Hongya exclaimed, pointing eagerly at the bath. With a soft sigh, Luo Ruiying abandoned her search for excuses and, after helping Luo Hongya out of her clothes, placed her into the water. As soon as she entered the bath, Luo Hongya joyfully splashed about. Ning Yuchen took her small hand, encouraging her to try swimming in the water. With her little feet kicking enthusiastically, she reveled in the delight. Ning Yuchen turned to Luo Ruiying and playfully asked, Aren't you coming, my dear? Standing at the edge of the bath, Luo Ruiying watched the joyful father-daughter duo. After a moment's hesitation, she finally pursed her lips and, turning her back to Ning Yuchen, began to shed her garments. Having just endured the sticky sensation of medicinal liquid on her back, she could no longer bear it and decided not to hold back any longer. As her ethereal dress fell to the ground, a figure of exquisite grace was revealed before Ning Yuchen's gaze. At that moment, Luo Ruiying was clad only in her undergarments and a delicate bodice, her ample, snowy skin exposed to view. The sheer, loose-fitting bodice did little to conceal her strikingly elegant form. Ning Yuchen found himself entranced, his eyes wide and unblinking. His wife was truly breathtaking. Whether it was the steamy atmosphere of the bathing room or her overwhelming shyness, Luo Ruiying's cheeks took on a delicate blush. Glistening droplets of water cascading down her face, rendering her even more enchanting. She playfully shot Ning Yuchen a reproachful glance, gathered her hair, and, with her arms shielding her chest, slowly lifted her delicate foot to step into the bathwater. As she settled into the warmth, Luo Ruiying appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy, distancing herself from Ning Yuchen, though her beautiful eyes frequently darted his way. Ning Yuchen observed all of this with quiet amusement, his heart light with mirth. His wife is truly adorable. As a sovereign of the celestial realm, she remains so bashful, as if she has never gazed upon a man's form. She often steals curious glances. When her eyes met Ning Yuchen's, Luo Ruiying hastily averted her gaze, pretending to look at Luo Hongya as she called out, Hongya, come here, and your mother will help you bathe. All right, Luo Hongya replied cheerfully, splashing through the water to stand before Luo Ruiying. With practiced grace, Luo Ruiying began to wash Luo Hongya's hair. Sitting quietly before her mother, Luo Hongya closed her eyes, a content smile gracing her face. Just as Luo Ruiying was tending to Luo Hongya's hair, Ning Yuchen had quietly approached from behind her. When Luo Ruiying sensed his presence, she turned around in haste and stammered, What are you doing? My dear, do not move. I shall wash your hair, Ning Yuchen said, leaning close to her back. He gently removed the hairpin from her hair, allowing her long, lustrous locks to cascade like ink across the water's surface. With tender care, he took a strand of her hair in his hands, meticulously combing through it. The silky strands felt exquisite, akin to satin, irresistible to the touch. Seeing that Ning Yuchen was genuinely focused on combing her hair, Luo Ruiying's tension eased, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she surrendered to his gentle ministrations. In her heart, she playfully chided, Honestly, I hadn't planned on washing my hair today. In the bath, while Luo Ruiying washed Luo Hongya, Ning Yuchen lovingly combed her hair. The three of them nestled harmoniously in the water. Suddenly, a pair of hands brushed against Luo Ruiying's back, causing her to tense up like a startled deer, exclaiming, What are you doing? I am merely washing your back, my dear. No, it's fine. I can manage on my own. Luo Ruiying protested vigorously. Yet, Ning Yuchen's hands had already found their way to her back, and the air was filled with playful protests echoing throughout the bathing chamber. Wait a moment. I thought you were just washing my back. Why are you touching the front? Chapter 50. The Lord of Demons is married. In the demon realm, within the magnificent hall of the demon god, Huihong, 12 demon generals sat in solemn silence around an opulent round table, each displaying an air of despondency and disappointment. There was still no news of the Lord of Demons. I have dispatched individuals to infiltrate the celestial realm, yet there remains no sign of the Lord of Demons. Ever since he made a singular appearance in the celestial realm, no further information has emerged. Alas, where could the Lord of Demons have gone? The gathered demon gods exchanged their findings from recent searches, and without exception, the results yielded nothing. The Lord of Demons, it seemed, had concealed himself so effectively that locating him was an arduous task. They had been searching for him for over a century. Just when there seemed to be a lead, they found themselves at a dead end once more. The demon gods could not help but feel a sense of discouragement. Among them, a robust man resembling a war chariot, scarred and radiating a wild aura, spoke up. I have heard that the Lord of Demons visited the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace twice. Why not let me storm the celestial realm and interrogate that old coot? Tiandao Wentian. Such an act would once again ignite the war between celestials and demons. You fool. Do you truly believe that all the ancient ones in the celestial realm have perished? A radiant woman with golden hair, her fingers continuously twirling a golden halo, shot a disdainful glance at the burly man. Let us fight then. What is there to fear? Is the famed queen of the severed head, Qi Huan, afraid? The burly man retorted with ire. You think I am scared? You were still in your infancy when my name echoed throughout the celestial realm. In the demon realm, the most intolerable insult was to be branded as weak or cowardly, for such words tarnished their honor. Upon hearing the mockery from the man known as Quangqiu, Qi Huan's hair stood on end in fury, and she rose, ready to strike. Quangqiu, equally unwilling to back down, slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces, and stood up in a rage. The two glared at each other, tension thick in the air. The other demon gods remained unfazed, accustomed to such displays of aggression. A few attendants of the hall skillfully brought in a new table, placing it at the center of the assembly. Enough. With the Lord of Demons absent, are you all becoming increasingly unruly? How many times must I remind you not to destroy the tables? A chilling voice echoed from the darkness, causing Quangqiu and Qi Huan to change their expressions, reluctantly returning to their seats. A graceful and ethereal woman emerged from the shadows, her presence exuding elegance. Lady Left Protector. Upon her arrival, the others respectfully greeted her. She was Yuqing, one of the two great protectors of the demon realm, holding a status second only to the Lord of Demons, serving as both his guardian and the leader of the demon realm. In the demon realm, many affairs are personally overseen by her. During the absence of the demon lord, the entire realm is maintained under her governance. Her power and status surpass those of the 13 demon generals. With her serene and ethereal gaze, Yuqing surveyed the assembly, only to notice one seat unoccupied. She furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, where has Night Sky gone? Why has he not attended the Demon Gods Conference? I believe I heard he ventured to the human realm in search of clues regarding the Demon Lord. Another woman, poised and dignified, remarked. This woman possessed a chilling beauty. Her complexion like jade, her expression devoid of warmth, and her unfeeling eyes revealing no trace of emotion. A long blade, over 2 meters in length, rested upon her shoulder. Fetch him back. The Demon Gods Conference cannot proceed without him. Upon hearing that Night Sky was seeking clues about the Demon Lord, Yuqing's frown softened, and she commanded with authority. No need. I have returned. At that moment, Night Sky emerged slowly from the shadows, respectfully greeting Yuqing. Night Sky. You must understand the significance of the Demon Gods Conference, Yuqing said, her tone tinged with reproach. She then noticed his chest wound, and her brows knitted in concern. You are injured. The others, equally astonished, wore expressions of disbelief. Night Sky, being the commander of the first Demon God Legion among the 13, was renowned for his formidable strength. It had been ages since anyone had witnessed him wounded. Glancing at his injury, Night Sky dismissed it nonchalantly, stating, It is merely a trifling wound. A punishment I have imposed upon myself. Punishment? Yuqing asked, perplexed. Who in the demon realm could punish Night Sky? Without replying, Night Sky placed his hand over his heart and reported earnestly to Yuchen, esteemed left guardian. I have encountered the Demon Lord. In an instant, all eyes in the room fixated on Night Sky, and excitement surged through the assembly as they rose in unison, bombarding him with questions. What? You have seen the Demon Lord. Speak. Where is the Demon Lord now? How is the Demon Lord? Has the Demon Lord returned? Where did you meet the Demon Lord? Amidst the cacophony of inquiries, Night Sky scarcely had a chance to respond. Silence. Fortunately, Yuchen intervened, calming the restless crowd. In the Demon Realm, only she had the authority to command the 13 demon gods. With a swift motion, Yuchen approached Night Sky, her gaze piercing as she urgently asked, Have you found the Demon Lord? Yes. Where is the Demon Lord? The Demon Lord is currently hidden in the human realm. In the human realm, Yuchen murmured softly. It turns out that the Lord of Demons has been hiding in the human realm all along. The others exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of what their lord had ventured into the human world for. Is the Lord of Demons not returning with you? Yuchen inquired, casting a displeased glance at the figure behind Yi Tianxin. This was the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. The Lord of Demons has chosen not to return with his subordinates. Yi Tianxin replied with a hint of helplessness. Then you must bring the Lord of Demons back, even if it means binding him. Yuchen admonished with indignation. They had finally discovered the whereabouts of the Lord. Should he escape again, who knows when they would find him anew? The subordinates dare not defy the Lord of Demons. Yi Tianxin reiterated, resigned to the situation. In the entire demon realm, aside from Yuchen, no one else would dare to speak to the Lord in such a manner. Setting aside the question of defiance, he was simply not a match for the Lord of Demons. Yuchen was acutely aware of this, and her frustration stemmed not from blame towards Yi Tianxin, but rather from the fear of missing this opportunity to welcome the Lord back, not knowing when another chance would arise. Quickly tell me where the Lord of Demons is. I shall seek him out personally. Yuchen demanded of Yi Tianxin. Lord Left Guardian, the Lord of Demons has instructed us not to disturb his current life. Yi Tianxin hesitated before responding. Why? Does the Lord of Demons truly intend to forsake the demon realm? Yuchen's face reflected profound disappointment as she clenched her fists in resentment. The Lord had uttered such words, and if she were to pursue him further, it would be tantamount to defiance. The other demon gods also bowed their heads in sorrow. Yet, Yi Tianxin's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued. The Lord of Demons has not abandoned us. He simply has more pressing matters at hand. More pressing matters? What could possibly be more important than the entire demon realm? The crowd asked, their expressions filled with confusion. Yi Tianxin gently closed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his stern features, before revealing a momentous announcement. The Lord of Demons has wed. Chapter 51. The Demon Lord has tied the knot. The announcement made by Night Sky God regarding the marriage of the esteemed Demon Lord left everyone present utterly astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. It is important to note that during his reign, their revered Demon Lord had never shown an inclination towards the fairer sex, nor had he exhibited the slightest interest in women. Yet now, they were informed that their most respected Demon Lord had taken a wife. Is this truly the case? Night Sky God, even the typically composed and aloof Yuchen could not contain her excitement as she pressed Night Sky God for confirmation. The others, too, were intently focused on Night Sky God, awaiting his response. How could I dare deceive the Left Guardian? This matter was conveyed to me directly by the Demon Lord himself. Night Sky God replied with solemnity and certainty. Yuchen was momentarily taken aback. Then, unable to restrain her joy, she covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. How wonderful! Truly, how wonderful! The Demon Lord has finally awakened and is willing to marry. I am profoundly moved. For hundreds of years, she had longed for this moment. The Demon Lord has finally settled down. From the very beginning, she had devoted herself to supporting the Demon Lord, aiding him in unifying the demon realm and eliminating all opposition. Together, they had ascended to the celestial realm, enduring the trials of the celestial demon war. And even after the battles ceased, she remained steadfastly by his side, offering her unwavering assistance. Under the Demon Lord's rule, the demon realm flourished as never before, and her heart's sole remaining desire was to witness the Demon Lord marry and continue his lineage. However, the Demon Lord appeared to have little interest in women, focusing entirely on the enhancement of the demon realm and the pursuit of greater power. She had once selected 30,000 beautiful maidens from the demon realm to enrich the demon lord's harem, only to have him disperse them the very next day. And she had received a reprimand from him, which left her quite troubled. The continuation of the demon lord's lineage was of utmost importance to the demon realm. Now, upon hearing the news of the demon lord's marriage, her excitement and joy knew no bounds, her tears flowing freely, as if a dam had burst. The others, like Yuchen, either wiped away their tears or wore expressions of contentment. Night Sky God himself was deeply touched, brushing away the tears from his eyes. Even those who were typically aloof were moved by the moment. They had awaited this occasion for so long. If outsiders were to witness the scene of the high-ranking officials of the demon realm shedding tears, they would likely be utterly astonished. These formidable figures, known for their ruthless reputations, were now displaying such vulnerability. Congratulations to the Left Guardian. The demon realm joyfully welcomes the demon lord's bride. After the initial wave of emotion, the crowd began to extend their heartfelt congratulations to Yuchen. As for the reason why Ning Yuchen's marriage warranted their congratulations to Yuchen, the explanation was quite simple. Once, someone inquired how Yuchen perceived the Lord of Demons. With a face full of affection and admiration, she replied, "The Lord of Demons possesses unparalleled strength, yet he does not exhibit the brutality of his predecessors. Instead, he embodies reason and wisdom, striving to transform the chaotic state of the demon realm, filled with boundless tolerance and love for its denizens. I have followed the Lord of Demons since my youth, witnessing his ascent to the pinnacle of the demon realm. He is the sole sovereign in my heart, my king, my child. I would devote everything to serve the Lord of Demons." Indeed, this woman referred to the Lord of Demons as her child. Yet, she is undoubtedly the only one in the demon realm qualified to make such a claim. Yuchen's identity is quite unique. She serves as the Left Protector, second only to the Lord of Demons, overseeing all affairs of the demon realm, while also acting as the Lord's personal attendant, responsible for his daily needs. Additionally, she is the only one daring enough to incessantly present various suggestions and requests to the Lord of Demons regarding matters of marriage. She has not hesitated to urge him in front of others on multiple occasions. If he returns late, she demands to know his whereabouts. When the Lord is reluctant to rise, she forcibly rouses him. The Lord of Demons is particularly lenient with her. Referring to her as mother is not an exaggeration, although she appears to be younger than the Lord himself. The Lord of Demons' marriage signifies the resolution of a matter of utmost importance in Yuchen's heart. As the crowd's excitement began to settle, Night Tangshan announced yet another thrilling piece of news. Esteemed Left Protector, not only has the Lord of Demons married, but he is now also nurturing a child. What? A child already? Why was this not mentioned earlier? How old is the child? Is it a prince or a princess? Yuchen eagerly grasped Night Tangshan's collar, her emerald-like eyes brimming with joy and excitement. Others were equally thrilled, all eyes fixed on Night Tangshan. The Lord of Demons mentioned it is a little princess. However, I have not seen her with my own eyes, so I am unsure of her age, Night Tangshan replied. Truly useless. Yuchen disdainfully released Night Tangshan's collar. How could such an important matter go unspoken? Without knowing the child's age, how could she prepare appropriate clothes and gifts? Nevertheless, upon learning that the Lord of Demons had welcomed a child, Yuchen felt overwhelming joy. The Lord of Demons has an heir. Perhaps in the future, she could assist the little princess. Quickly, spread the news of our realm's new princess. From this day forth, let the demon realm hold a grand celebration. Yuchen promptly instructed everyone. She was determined to announce the arrival of the little princess throughout the entire demon realm. However, the Night Celestial God voiced his dissent. Lord Left Protector, I do not concur with this course of action. Why is that? Moon Qingyu inquired, her brows knitting in displeasure. The Night Celestial God's expression hardened, growing increasingly grave as he recounted how his subordinate, Night Jun, had been incited by a mysterious figure to assault the wife and daughter of the demon sovereign. Upon hearing this revelation, Moon Qingyu and the gathered assembly were engulfed in an atmosphere of chilling dread, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping the entire demon god palace in an instant. Moon Qingyu's countenance turned frostbitten as she effortlessly crushed the round table, shattering it into fragments, the very air quivering in response. How audacious! How dare anyone lay a hand on the wife and the little princess of our demon realm? Very well, find them. Bring them forth to me. Should I discover who is responsible, death shall be a mere fantasy for them. Night Celestial God, your subordinate, Ning Yuchen, has transgressed against the demon sovereign. The crime is worthy of death. Yet, as the demon sovereign has personally chosen to pardon him, we shall let it be. Remember, there shall be no next time. You and your subordinate alike. Moon Qingyo's emerald eyes glinted with cold light, her terrifying aura utterly overwhelming those present, rendering them powerless, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Yes, this subordinate understands. The Night Celestial God responded with solemnity, bowing deeply. He felt a profound sense of guilt and shame for his subordinate's offense against the demon sovereign. Even if Moon Qingyu were to slay him in retribution, he would harbor no resentment. Moon Qingyu then slightly tempered her murderous intent, promptly abandoning her plan to inform the entire demon realm of the little princess's situation, not knowing the identity of the assailant. Publicizing the matter could potentially bring trouble to the demon sovereign. Information regarding the little princess is not to be disclosed to anyone. Since there are those bold enough to strike against the wife and the little princess, I shall not idly stand by. However, one individual timidly raised their hand and spoke. But the demon sovereign has instructed us not to disturb his life. Moon Qingyo's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied, I understand. The demon sovereign's command must not be defied. As long as we do not disrupt the demon sovereign's existence. I have my own methods. Chapter 52. The husband's hands are slightly cold. In the courtyard, Luo Ruiying sat at a stone table, her knees resting on a ball of yarn, and her hands wielding knitting needles, wholly absorbed in the art of crafting a sweater. Several days had passed since their relocation to Nanli City, and with the onset of winter, the city had been blanketed in heavy snow, causing the temperatures to plummet. Inspired by a sudden whim, she resolved to knit a sweater for Luo Hongye herself. Although she could easily employ her spiritual power to expedite the process, she felt that something essential would be lost. Thus, she chose to engage in the task manually. She also intended to knit one for him as well. However, once she began, she found that the endeavor was more challenging than she had anticipated. As the Empress of the Immortal Realm, her pride would not permit her to abandon the task lightly. Instead, it ignited a fierce competitive spirit within her, solidifying her determination to complete the sweater by her own hand. After all, if she, as the Empress, could master the art of cooking, how could knitting a sweater possibly defeat her? While consulting the illustrated tutorial that Qi Yuan had provided, she attempted to follow its guidance. In recent days, Qi Yuan had often visited, bringing various items, including this knitting guide. As a novice in this craft, Luo Ruiying struggled with the technique, frequently glancing back at the instructions and mirroring the steps with her hands. Meanwhile, Ning Yuchen was playing in the courtyard with Luo Hongye, who had never seen snow before. The sight of the softly falling flakes filled her with joy and excitement, her small feet crunching in the snow with delightful sounds. Father, is this snow? She asked, cupping a handful of snow in her palms, her large, innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. Yes, my dear Yi, this is snow. Do you like it? Ning Yuchen gently picked up Luo Hongye from behind and seated her in his embrace, affectionately asking her. I do, Luo Hongye replied, tilting her head up to reveal a crescent-like smile. My daughter is truly adorable. Ning Yuchen could not resist reaching out to lightly rub her cherubic face, prompting her to giggle with innocent delight. Yi, let father teach you how to build a snowman. What is a snowman, father? Luo Hongye inquired, her eyes wide with wonder. A snowman is simply taking the snow in your hands and shaping it into a person. Okay, father will show you how. With that, Ning Yuchen stood and began to roll snowballs in the courtyard. In a short while, he had crafted 2 spheres, one large and one small. He placed the smaller snowball atop the larger one, adorning it with a cheerful face. Tada, this is a snowman, and this one is for you, Yi. Oh, father, you are amazing. Luo Hongye clapped her hands in delight, inspired to begin rolling her own snowballs on the ground. I want to make a snowman just like father's. However, given her petite stature, it was evident that she could not replicate a snowman of Ning Yuchen's size. Ning Yuchen naturally joined in the frolic. The father and daughter duo rolled snowballs together in the courtyard. Luo Ruiying watched as the two playfully pushed their snowballs past her, a helpless yet affectionate smile gracing her lips. Before long, Luo Hongye and Ning Yuchen collaboratively built a large snowman. However, Luo Hongye did not stop there. She eagerly began to form another snowball. Yay, Do you wish to continue making snowmen? Ning Yuchen asked with a chuckle, surprised by Luo Hongye's enthusiasm for snowman building. We have a snowman for father and Ye, but we still need one for mother. Luo Hongye replied joyfully. This unexpected response took Ning Yuchen completely by surprise. And even Luo Ruiying, who was diligently knitting nearby, paused in astonishment. The two exchanged knowing glances, both smiling with pride. Ye truly is a sensible child. Very well, father will assist Ye. Ning Yuchen continued to help Luo Hongye create another snowman. 3 snowmen stood proudly in the courtyard, 2 large ones flanking a smaller one in the center, each holding a stick, resembling a chain of hands. After finishing the snowman, Luo Hongye gleefully stood before them. Ning Yuchen noticed her little hands were flushed from the cold, and with a pang of tenderness, he enveloped her in his embrace, gently holding her hands. Given Luo Hongye's constitution, she felt no chill within, though her hands were merely a bit red from the frost. Father, your hands are so warm. Luo Hongye exclaimed, nestled in Ning Yuchen's arms, feeling the warmth radiate from his palms into her body. Because father must keep Ye warm. Ning Yuchen replied with a light chuckle, casting a glance at the elegant Luo Ruiying sitting nearby, a sudden idea sparking in his mind, his lips curling into a smile. Ye, shall we go to mother to warm up? Luo Hongye nodded enthusiastically. Ning Yuchen quietly carried Luo Hongye to stand behind Luo Ruiying, taking her cool little hand and slipping it into the nape of Luo Ruiying's neck. Startled, Luo Ruiying turned to face the mischievous father and daughter, playfully glaring at Ning Yuchen. Oh, you rascal. As she felt Luo Hongye's chilly hand, she willingly took her from Ning Yuchen's arms, settling her in her own embrace and tucking her small hand within the warmth of her clothing. Mother is warm inside too, Luo Hongye exclaimed, snuggling against Luo Ruiying. Ning Yuchen had initially intended to play a harmless prank on the focused Luo Ruiying, but was taken aback when she actively embraced their child, her hand inadvertently drifting beneath her clothing. My dear, Ning Yuchen softly called from the side. Luo Ruiying looked up, puzzled at his tone. Actually, my hands are a bit cold too, Ning Yuchen said earnestly. Luo Ruiying was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks gradually tinged with crimson. With an exasperated glance, she pointed towards the room, saying, there is a fire in the hearth. You should place your hands near it. This man, so frivolous. Alas! Ning Yuchen, upon hearing this, shook his head in disappointment. He had anticipated this outcome. His wife seemed somewhat biased. Why could the child immerse their hands, yet he could not? Luo Ruiying cast a furtive glance at Ning Yuchen, the corners of her mouth curving into a sly smile as she extended her hand. It would take too long to approach the hearth, you should hold my hand instead. Ning Yuchen, upon hearing her words, swiftly cooled his palms in secret, then clasped Luo Ruiying's hand with both of his. He regretted his earlier comment. Indeed, his wife was so considerate. Earlier, in his attempt to warm Luo Hongye's hands, he had already warmed his own. Now, in order to hold his wife's hand, he had to cool them down once more. Otherwise, his ruse would be revealed. As his hands enveloped Luo Ruiying's, she immediately sensed a chill emanating from him. How had his hands grown so cold? Hadn't she just heard someone say they were warm? Luo Ruiying pondered this with curiosity but dismissed it, channeling her energy to warm Ning Yuchen's hands. He cradled her hand and pressed it against his cheek, a look of contentment adorning his face. His wife's hands were warm and soft. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Chapter 53. Only adults are terrifying. Is someone here? Luo Ruiying gently warmed Ning Yuchen's hand, cradling Luo Hongye as she rose to open the door. Outside the entrance stood 2 men and a woman. One of the men was broad-shouldered with a handsome, rugged face, adorned with a charmingly silly smile. The other gentleman had long, pale hair and a strikingly refined appearance. The lady, with a figure as slender as a water snake, possessed an extraordinary beauty. Dressed in simple garments, they stood at the threshold, their faces radiant with smiles as they bowed and addressed Luo Ruiying. We greet you, madam. The trio were none other than the Chaos Demon Bull, Titan Giant Ape, and Devouring Heaven Serpent from the forest of the Demon Realm. Until now, they had not fully transformed, remaining in their semi-demon forms. This was their first complete transformation into human guise before her. And madam, Luo Ruiying was taken aback, gazing at the 3 of them. She had no recollection of ever meeting them. How could they suddenly refer to her as madam, just as she was about to inquire whether they had mistaken her for someone else? Ning Yuchen approached from behind, smiling as he said, "You have arrived." Upon seeing Ning Yuchen, the three bowed and greeted him. "We greet you, young master." "Young master? Do you know them?" Luo Ruiying turned her head, puzzled. Ning Yuchen nodded and explained, "My dear, they were once servants in my household. Since we plan to stay here for a while, I summoned them to assist you with household chores. You may freely command them regarding any matters in the home." The visit from the Chaos Demon Bull trio had been prearranged by Ning Yuchen. Previously, he had concocted a fabricated backstory to justify their presence, thereby enabling him to reasonably integrate them into the household as guardians, while also managing domestic tasks. This way, his wife would have more free time. Luo Ruiying felt no particular need for additional servants, believing she could handle everything herself. However, upon learning that they were former servants of his family, she contemplated for a moment and chose not to reject them. After all, there were plenty of vacant rooms in the house. Leaving them unoccupied would be a waste. "Please, come in," Luo Ruiying said with a gentle smile as she stepped aside to allow the Chaos Demon Bull trio into the courtyard. Luo Hongya, nestled in her embrace, remained as timid as ever, stealing shy glances at the three newcomers. "Hello, young lady." The devouring heaven serpent raised a hand and enthusiastically greeted Luo Hongya. This was their future little princess. No mistakes could be afforded. They must cultivate a favorable relationship. "Hello, elder brother and sister." Although frightened by strangers, Luo Hongya was always polite to those who approached her with warmth and friendliness, responding softly and bashfully. The voice resonated deeply within the hearts of the three guardians of the celestial serpent, leaving them utterly astounded. What on earth was this child? It was their first encounter with Ning Yuchen's daughter, a sight they had previously dared not gaze upon for long. How remarkably well-mannered and courteous she was. Could she truly be the offspring of that formidable figure? The mere recollection of Ning Yuchen sent shivers of dread coursing through them. Yet, before them stood Luo Hongya, so petite and endearing, her timid demeanor igniting an instinctual desire to cradle and protect her. She was the antithesis of her esteemed parent. Of course, such thoughts were kept strictly to themselves. Should the master ever catch wind of their musings, their fates would be sealed. Upon entering the courtyard, Luo Ruiying guided the three guardians to three adjacent rooms. "This will henceforth be your quarters," she announced. "Yes, madam," the trio replied with a respectful bow. Although they had never served as attendants before, the news that Ning Yuchen wished for them to masquerade as his servants prompted them to spend the night poring over numerous treatises on the etiquette of servitude. They had even discreetly observed the behavior of servants in affluent households to ensure their performance was flawless, leaving no room for error. "By the way, I still do not know your names," Luo Ruiying inquired playfully once the rooms were arranged. Even though she had once reigned as empress within the celestial palace, she made it a point to familiarize herself with the names of her handmaids. She treated her attendants with kindness, seldom holding grudges, even when mistakes were made. Each servant was met with the respect they deserved. Upon being asked their names, the three guardians found themselves momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Oh no, they had not even considered what they would call themselves. After hiding away in the demon domain forest for centuries, their sole focus had been on cultivation, leaving no thought for such trivialities. Seeing the trio's sudden bewilderment and their inability to articulate their names, Luo Ruiying's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Isn't it merely a name? Why must it take so long to decide?" The guardians, sensing Luo Ruiying's growing suspicion, hurriedly fabricated names. I am called Meng Niu. I am Bai Yuan. The servant is called Kai Shi. Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, Kai Shi." Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, finding the names oddly peculiar. The guardians swallowed hard, their hearts racing in trepidation. If they mismanaged this, that formidable figure would certainly flay them alive. Fortunately, Ning Yuchen stepped forward just in time to clarify. "My dear, they are actually named Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se." "Oh." Luo Ruiying nodded with a smile, her doubts dissipating. It turned out it was merely a matter of dialect that led to her misunderstanding. She thought it strange that their names would be so unusual. The trio of Kai Se breathed a sigh of relief. These would be their new identities, bestowed upon them by their esteemed master. Ning Yuchen cast a fleeting glance at Kai Se and the others, instantly sending them into a state of panic. Drenched in sweat and trembling, would the master be angry? "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Luo Ruiying inquired, noticing their bodies quivering slightly. "We are fine, my lady. It's just, the weather has turned chilly," they stammered. "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "I shall fetch you some clothing," Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, placing Luo Hongye into Ning Yuchen's embrace before turning to retrieve the garments. The trio felt deeply touched. Their lady was so kind, yet the master was undeniably fearsome. "Daddy, will these brothers and sisters be staying here from now on?" Luo Hongye asked softly from Ning Yuchen's arms. "Yes, they have been summoned by father to keep you company," Ning Yuchen replied soothingly. "Do not be afraid, my dear. If they dare to bully you, just inform father." As he spoke, his gaze turned coldly toward Kai Se and the others, a warning unspoken yet clear. Should they cause his daughter any distress, they would vanish without a trace. The three of them, already trembling with fear, collapsed to the ground in a state of utter dread. When Luo Ruiying returned with the clothing and saw the trio quaking on the floor, her confusion deepened. While the weather had indeed turned cold with the snowfall, was it truly so frigid as to invoke such terror? Chapter 54. Indeed, you are doomed. After receiving the garments from Luo Ruiying, Meng Niu and the others commenced their duties as attendants. They first meticulously cleaned every nook and cranny of the estate before chopping firewood and boiling water, exhibiting an unparalleled diligence. However, apart from Kai Se, both Meng Niu and Bai Yuan displayed a considerable lack of skill, clumsily mishandling various items from time to time. Yet, Luo Ruiying seemed indifferent to their blunders, encouraging them to take a break from their labors. At that moment, the trio stood in the courtyard, exchanging wide-eyed glances with Luo Hongye, who was crouched on the ground, shaping a snowball. They had been assigned by Ning Yuchen to entertain Luo Hongye. Yet they were utterly at a loss regarding how to engage with a child. They were more adept at violence than play, and this task was indeed a challenge for them. "Kai Se, think of something," Bai Yuan whispered to Kai Se, beseeching him. The three had embraced the new names bestowed upon them by Ning Yuchen. "If I had a solution, would I still be standing here idle?" Kai Se retorted, casting a hopeless glance at Bai Yuan and Meng Niu. He found little utility in their presence. Although Luo Hongye felt a trace of trepidation, she mustered her courage. Recalling her father's assurance that they were not villains, she raised her snowball and adorably inquired, "Brother, sister, shall we build a snowman together?" "Yes, yes, yes." The trio eagerly nodded like chicks pecking at grain, thrilled by this rare opportunity for interaction. They would gladly undertake any task, even mucking out a latrine, for the chance to engage with her. Seeing their enthusiastic response, Luo Hongye beamed with joy and began rolling a snowball on the ground, employing the technique taught by Ning Yuchen. First do this, then that, and then. Meng Niu and the others knelt beside her, assisting in the creation of the snowball, occasionally showering her with praise. "Wow, miss, you are incredible. Truly remarkable. You are so gifted, far more clever than us." Ning Yuchen, seated beside Luo Ruiying, could not suppress a bemused expression. The overt flattery of these three was painfully evident, and only someone as naive as Hongye could be oblivious to it. Nevertheless, seeing the child's delight made it tolerable. Luo Ruiying, resting her chin on her hand, smiled serenely as she watched Luo Hongye play, her heart warmed by the joy of having more companions. However, she soon noticed that someone beside her was inching closer, their body pressing against her own. "What are you doing?" Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yuchen, her tone laced with curiosity, expecting him to retreat. She was taken aback when he leaned even closer, resting his shoulder against hers. This unexpected gesture startled Luo Ruiying slightly. Suddenly feeling fatigued, the husband expressed a desire to rest his head on his wife's shoulder. Ning Yuchen closed his eyes and leaned against Luo Ruiying's shoulder with a gentle smile. Although he derived great joy from accompanying the child, he occasionally yearned for moments of intimacy with his spouse. With Meng Niu and the others entertaining Luo Hongye, it was a rare opportunity for the couple to relish their solitude together. Once Luo Ruiying composed herself, she cast a playful glare at Ning Yuchen and remarked, "If you are tired, you should return to the room to rest." However, Ning Yuchen candidly replied, "I prefer to stay here with you." His words caused a faint blush to grace Luo Ruiying's cheeks, prompting her to refrain from further comment. Instead, she discreetly admired Ning Yuchen's serene visage as he rested. If this was his desire, she would indulge him. After all, resting on her shoulder was nothing of great consequence. Thus, the two figures sat quietly in the courtyard. Inside, with the assistance of Meng Niu and his companions, 3 additional snowmen had emerged, standing proudly behind the original trio. Luo Hongya pointed at the newly crafted snowmen and exclaimed, "These are for my older siblings." It dawned on Meng Niu and his friends that Luo Hongya intended to include them in her snowman making, stirring their hearts with a profound sense of gratitude. The young lady truly regarded them as part of her family. Kaisei could hardly contain the urge to scoop up little Luo Hongya and shower her with affection. Yet, the thought of her being the daughter of an adult restrained her impulse. After constructing the snowman, Luo Hongya engaged in a snowball fight with Meng Niu and his companions. Her petite stature and lack of strength rendered her snowballs soft and fluffy, lacking any real impact. The projectiles barely reached her friend's feet, often disintegrating in midair. Nevertheless, Luo Hongya reveled in the playful atmosphere. Meng Niu and the others retaliated with their own snowballs, though they would never dare to actually strike Luo Hongya. Even with tenfold courage, it was not within their intentions. Most of the snowballs were purposely thrown near Luo Hongya, avoiding any contact, all while feigning expressions of regret. However, Meng Niu became increasingly absorbed in the game, and in a moment of spontaneity, he hurled a snowball that landed squarely on Luo Hongya's small face, covering it in snow. Kaisei, Bai Yuan, Meng Niu. The scene froze in time, the only sound being the howling wind and swirling snow. At that moment, Meng Niu gasped and covered his face, his expression reminiscent of the renowned painting The Scream. The heart feels as if it is trapped in a frigid, snow-laden landscape, cold and desolate. Meng Niu stiffly turned his head to gaze at Kaisei and Bai Yuan, his expression frozen in a semblance of inquiry. Am I doomed? Even without uttering a word, Kaisei and Bai Yuan discerned the unspoken question etched upon his face and solemnly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, your fate is sealed. Instantly, despair washed over Meng Niu, his visage reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness. It was over. At this very moment, he sensed the end of his life approaching. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying took note of Luo Hongya's snow-covered face and moved to her side, brushing the snow from her delicate features. Surprisingly, Luo Hongya did not weep, but instead wore an expression of blissful innocence, her face adorned with a silly grin. The snowball in Meng Niu's hand was not compact nor forceful, thus Luo Hongya felt no pain from it, seeing that she was neither hurt nor aggrieved. Ning Yuchen decided against chastising Meng Niu. Uncertain of Ning Yuchen's intentions regarding his fate, Meng Niu's mind raced with thoughts of how he might vanish from this world. Once the snow was cleared from her face, Luo Hongya joyfully summoned Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, let us play together." The trio, united as one, delightedly engaged in their snowy escapade, with father and mother assisting their beloved child. "Very well," Luo Ruiying replied with a tender smile. What followed was a spirited snowball fight, a 3-against-3 engagement. However, Meng Niu and his companions dared not retaliate. Whether it was Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruiying, or Luo Hongya, none possessed the courage to hurl snowballs in their direction. Before long, the three were engulfed in a flurry of snowballs. Rather than a mere snowball fight, they resembled moving targets in a whimsical game. Chapter 55. Naturally, household finances are managed by the mistress as the merriment of snow play filled the courtyard. A sudden knock echoed at the door once more. Kaisei proactively approached and opened it. Outside stood Qi Yuan, holding a selection of snacks, ready to greet. When she was taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar woman standing before her. Am I at the wrong door? My apologies. It seems I've made a mistake," Qi Yuan said awkwardly, slightly bowing her head with a sheepish smile. Kaisei offered no further comment, merely nodded gently and closed the door once more. Who is it? Upon Kaisei's return to the main hall, Luo Ruiying, noticing her solitary presence, inquired curiously. "Madam, it was someone who knocked by mistake," Kaisei replied with a bow. "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying acknowledged, dismissing the matter without further thought. Outside, Qi Yuan turned away in confusion, meticulously surveying the surroundings and the courtyard, her brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. This is indeed the right house. I've been here so frequently. How could I possibly have gone wrong? Resolute, Qi Yuan approached and knocked on the door once more. Allow me. This time, Luo Ruiying called out to Kaisei, rising to open the courtyard door herself. Ruiying. Upon seeing Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan greeted her with a bright smile. I knew it. How could I possibly have made a mistake? I could navigate my way here with my eyes closed. Please, come in. Qi girl, Luo Ruiying responded warmly, having anticipated Qi Yuan's arrival, as Kai Sei was unfamiliar with her. Then I shall not impose, Qi Yuan said politely, nodding as she entered the house. Upon entering, she spotted Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei, who had just opened the door for her, and inquired curiously, Ruiying, who are these three? They are the former attendants of my husband, Luo Ruiying explained. Qi Yuan nodded kindly at Meng Niu and the others. It was only natural for someone from a wealthy and distinguished family, like Brother Ning, to have several attendants. However, she was taken aback by their striking appearances. The men were handsome, and the women beautiful. Even among attendants, they stood out remarkably. Sister Qi, Luo Hongya, cradled in Ning Yuchen's arms by the hearth, greeted sweetly upon seeing Qi Yuan. During this time, Qi Yuan had visited often, always bringing treats that delighted Luo Hongya, fostering a growing closeness between them. Little Yi, Qi Yuan exclaimed, her face lighting up with a blend of affection and delight as she gently pinched Luo Hongya's chubby cheeks. The baby's soft, plump face was utterly irresistible. The three bystanders, Kai Sei, could not help but display expressions of envy. How infuriating! They, too, longed to affectionately pinch the young lady's cheeks. Here, take these delicacies. Allowing Yi Yi to indulge her whims, Qi Yuan finally handed the snack bag to Luo Hongyi, as if it were a reward for services rendered. Thank you. Sister Qi, Luo Hong, Yi exclaimed joyfully as she eagerly accepted the bag of treats, promptly sharing it with Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. Father, mother, let us enjoy this together. If Yi likes it, she should eat to her heart's content, but do not overindulge, Luo Ruiying said with a tender smile. Ning Yuchen, however, opened his mouth wide, allowing Luo Hongyi to feed him. After all, it was his daughter feeding him. How could he refuse? Seeing Luo Hongye's delighted demeanor, Qi Yuan's face blossomed with a satisfied smile as she moved to sit aside. Kai Sei swiftly brought her a cup of tea. Thank you, Qi Yuan said, taking a sip, only to suddenly recall the pressing matter at hand, nearly lost in the charm of Luo Hongye's antics. From her bosom, Qi Yuan produced a low-tier spirit ring and handed it to Ning Yuchen. Brother Ning, during this time, following the prescription for the healing liquid you provided, my Qi family has attempted to refine some for auction at our merchant house. This is 50% of the profits from the auction. From now on, each month, my Qi family will return 50% of the profits from the refined healing liquid to you, Brother Ning. Upon receiving Ning Yuchen's prescription, Qi Yuan had rushed back to her family, instructing her subordinates to research it overnight. They discovered that this prescription was for a rare elixir capable of nourishing meridians and spirit energy. Moreover, the required materials were not overly demanding, and the refining method was remarkably simple and efficient, with a high success rate. Her family scoured documented alchemical formulas, but found no record of this miraculous healing liquid. Such a tonic, known for its ability to nourish meridians, was immensely sought after by cultivators. Once refined and sold, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among countless practitioners. As anticipated, the Qi family first attempted to refine several batches of the healing liquid, which were then auctioned at their house. Each batch fetched exorbitant prices. Numerous cultivators flocked, eager to bid. The once dull Qi family merchant house was suddenly revitalized, bustling with activity. Just a simple prescription had breathed new life into the Qi family business. Qi Yuan felt a profound gratitude towards Ning Yuchen and insisted on coming to express her thanks, returning what belonged to him. However, Ning Yuchen, unbothered by the meager amount of spirit stones, gently declined, saying, "There is no need. I did not intend to seek any reward for providing that prescription." Qi Yuan, with a serious expression, firmly insisted, "That won't do. My Qi family has already owed much to you, Brother Ning, and how could we monopolize the profits from that prescription? Brother Ning, you must accept it." "Very well. If you insist, I shall accept it." Ning Yuchen pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to accept the sum of spirit stones. He considered it a transaction that the Qi family's trading company could readily accept. Moreover, it would be prudent to reserve these spirit stones for future household expenses. "My dear, I entrust these spirit stones to your care." Ning Yuchen directly handed the spatial ring containing the spirit stones to Luo Ruiying. "Me?" Luo Ruiying inquired, perplexed as she received the ring. "Indeed, the family's assets naturally fall under your management," Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. "Very well. Should you require anything, Do not hesitate to inform me. Luo Ruiying acquiesced as she accepted the spatial ring. The notion of managing household wealth in such a manner felt rather novel to her. Qi Yuan observed the affectionate exchange between Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, her expression revealing a hint of conflict. What troubles you, Miss Qi? Ning Yuchen inquired. Noticing her demeanor, after a brief moment of hesitation, Qi Yuan spoke, Sister Luo, tomorrow marks the commerce competition. I have heard that the Jiang family has invited a formidable expert at the celestial realm. If danger arises, you must forfeit immediately. Although Qi Yuan harbored hopes for the Qi family's victory, her foremost desire was to shield Luo Ruiying from harm. Losing for the Qi family would merely result in their withdrawal from Nanli City. Upon hearing this, both Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying could not help but smile lightly. They had initially thought her concerns were of greater significance. Miss Qi, fret not. If it is merely the celestial realm, I should be more than capable of handling it. Luo Ruiying stated with unwavering confidence. Even against a being of the divine realm, she felt little apprehension. A mere celestial realm opponent would pose no threat to her. Chapter 56. This couple is indeed extraordinary. The following day, the snowfall had slightly abated, leaving a thick blanket of snow that enveloped every eave and street corner, transforming the entirety of Nanli City into a pristine winter wonderland. Beneath the Grand Martial Arena, a throng of spectators gathered, eagerly anticipating a momentous competition of rare significance. Today, the esteemed merchant guilds of the Qi and Jiang families were set to engage in a pivotal contest. The victor would seize the opportunity to dominate the commerce of Nanli City, while the vanquished might face perpetual exclusion from the guilds. The spectators buzzed with excitement, whispering amongst themselves in anticipation of this historic moment for Nanli City. Who do you think will triumph in this guild contest between the Qi and Jiang families? One inquired. I believe it is likely to be the Jiang family. Another replied. If the Jiang family gains further influence, Nanli City may very well fall under their control. Indeed, the Jiang family has been exploiting their exclusive supply of body-refining elixirs, inflating prices exorbitantly. They even pressure us to sell the materials we procure from hunting ferocious beasts at significantly lower rates. Lamented another. If the Jiang family were to monopolize the guilds, how would we survive? We toil daily in the beast domain forest, risking our lives for mere pittance. The Qi family must not falter. Among the crowd, the overwhelming majority harbored a fervent hope for the Qi family's victory. This contest was not merely a matter between two merchant guilds. It held profound implications for the livelihoods of countless cultivators throughout Nanli City. The Jiang family, wielding their formidable influence, had long engaged in the unscrupulous practice of acquiring materials and herbs at low prices only to sell them at exorbitant rates, causing widespread dissatisfaction and hardship. Fortunately, the Qi family stood as a counterbalance, conducting business with equitable pricing that benefited the populace. Should the Qi family falter, the future for the residents of Nanli City would surely become grim. Yet, many spectators viewed the Qi family's chances of success with a sense of pessimism. It will be arduous for the Qi family to overcome the Jiang family. I've heard that the Jiang family has dispatched an exceptionally powerful elder to support them. One said to possess heavenly human realm cultivation. Heavenly human realm. Goodness. What hope does the Qi family have? Even if they were to sell all their assets, it is unlikely they could afford to recruit a heavenly human level expert. Sighed a spectator. As the crowd expressed their collective dismay, the Qi family made their entrance, led by the venerable patriarch Qi Rongchang, who approached the arena accompanied by Qi Yuan and a retinue of family officials and guards. With nearly a century of history in Nanli City, the Qi family stood as one of the oldest merchant guilds, renowned for their fair dealings and reasonable prices. Upon their arrival, the Qi family garnered enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers. Elder Qi, do your best. Elder Qi, you must not lose. I firmly believe in the Qi family guild. You must persevere. In response to the supportive shouts from the crowd, Qi Rongchang's face broke into a broad smile, repeatedly nodding in acknowledgement of their encouragement. With the assistance of those around him, Qi Rongchang slowly approached the already arrived Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen. This was the first occasion Qi Rongchang had encountered the three members of the Ning family, and his aged eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Ever since Qi Yuan returned to the Qi family, he had been regaled daily with tales of Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen, praising them profusely and with great enthusiasm. Initially, He had paid little heed to her words until he learned of Luo Ring's formidable prowess in vanquishing numerous cultivators of the spirit martial realm with a single sword strike. Subsequently, Ning Yuchen had healed Qi Yuan's meridians and gifted her the invaluable formula for the healing essence elixir. At that moment, Qi Rongchang was firmly convinced that the Qi family had encountered benefactors of great significance. He had long wished to express his gratitude in person, but had refrained upon hearing from Qi Yuan that the couple preferred not to be disturbed frequently. Now, upon finally witnessing them with his own eyes, Qi Rongchang was even more assured in his beliefs. Having spent a lifetime in commerce, he possessed a discerning eye for character. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an ethereal grace that hinted at an extraordinary background. Although the man appeared only handsome and refined, anyone capable of healing damaged meridians and producing such a precious elixir formula could not be ordinary. This couple was undoubtedly remarkable. The elder Qi Rongchang, head of the Qi family, felt fortunate to have met them. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance to the Qi family. He respectfully acknowledged Luo Ruying and the others. There is no need for such formality, head of the Qi family. My assistance to the Qi family is merely a transaction with Miss Qi, Luo Ruying replied, cradling Luo Hongye gently. I understand. Such kindness will be forever etched in the hearts of the Qi family. Regardless of the outcome today, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to seek the Qi family's aid. We will be more than willing to assist, Qi Rongchang asserted. He was no fool. A mere residence valued at 200,000 taels could not entice Luo Ruying to extend her hand for the Qi family's sake. It was clear that her intervention stemmed from witnessing the Qi family's plight and her disapproval of the Jiang family. The Qi family naturally felt immense gratitude. At that moment, as the discussions unfolded, the members of the Jiang family had also arrived. As Jiang Zhen and his entourage appeared, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to either side, retreating far away, a stark contrast to the reception of the Qi family. Ignoring the onlookers, Jiang Zhen strode directly towards the Qi family, flanked by the members of the Jiang family and a pallid, delicately featured man clad in white lotus garments. Even Jiang Li, who had lost 3 legs but had regained consciousness after days of intensive care, was wheeled over. Upon spotting the Qi family, a mocking smile crept across Jiang Zhen's lips as he approached, taunting, "Old Qi, I see you are still alive. It's truly delightful to see you in such good health." Qi Rongchang discerned the sarcasm in Jiang Zhen's tone and, casting a cold glance, retorted without hesitation, "I am in excellent health. You should be the one to step into the coffin first. I may not even have the chance to follow." In the past, when the Jiang family first arrived in Nanli City, they were merely a small trading association, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy several times. It was the benevolent Qi family that acquired them, integrating them into their branch. Subsequently, with the robust support of the Qi family, they gradually flourished anew. However, little did they anticipate that the now thriving Jiang family would re-establish their own commerce association, completely disregarding past kindness and relentlessly encroaching upon the territory of the Qi family, nearly forcing them out of Nanli City. Witnessing the Jiang family members, Qi Rongchang lamented his decision to take in this ungrateful wolf. Jiang Zhen, feeling a surge of indignation, let out a disdainful snort and continued, "After so many years, old Qi's words remain as piercing as ever, unchanged from the past. Out of consideration for our former ties, I advise you to concede willingly. Today, the defeat of the Qi family is inevitable. Surrender now and relinquish the remaining jurisdiction over the street shops. With your family's assets, you may still have a chance to enjoy a peaceful twilight. Why risk everything? The contest of commerce has yet to commence, so how can you be so certain of our defeat? Are you perhaps afraid of the Jiang family?" Qi Rongchang's expression was resolute, refusing to yield. Even if it meant losing everything, he would not relent. Observing the Jiang family's arrogance, Qi Yuan could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, declaring, "If you wish to swallow the Qi family's commerce association, you should wait until you have actually won." Chapter 57. It can't be him. Unaware of their folly, this is a predicament of their own making. From this day forth, the Qi family shall vanish from Nanli City. Jiang Zhen's expression turned icy as he prepared to leave, but was suddenly halted by Ning Yuchen's voice from behind. "Wait a moment." Jiang Zhen paused, furrowing his brow in confusion as he turned to face Ning Yuchen. "Who are you?" I am merely an ordinary house husband. It is my wife who represents the chief family in the business competition." Ning Yuchen stepped forward, a light laugh escaping his lips. Jiang Zhen cast a disdainful glance at Luo Ruiying, who was cradling Luo Hongya, and sneered maliciously. "Is that so? I advise you to ensure your wife forfeits gracefully. Otherwise, after today, you may find yourself eternally separated from her." Ha ha. The crowd behind Jiang Zhen erupted into raucous laughter. A young man responsible for pushing Jiang Li boldly teased Luo Ruiying. "With such captivating beauty, it would be a pity to see you wither away. Why not join the Jiang family to enjoy wealth and splendor? In my opinion, marrying a mortal as a cultivator is rather ludicrous. Why not marry me instead? I will treat you well." "Indeed, young Master Jiang speaks wisely. Perhaps we could also bask in the glory." Jiang Gan, the eldest son of Jiang Ming, Jiang Zhen's brother, waved his hand extravagantly. He had followed Jiang Li since childhood, learning nothing of merit, and his licentious nature rivaled that of Jiang Li. His notorious reputation for perversion even overshadowed Jiang Li's, while Jiang Li coerced women through various means. Jiang Gan delighted in toying with them before discarding them to his subordinates. Even the wives he took would be cast aside once he grew bored, under the pretext of rewarding his men. Countless women, unwilling to endure such humiliation, chose to end their own lives. "You are Jiang Gan, are you not?" Ning Yuchen's eyes turned frigid as he absorbed these words, his heart seething with rage. No one dared to insult his wife and child in such a manner. Concealing his hand from Luo Ruiying's view, he clenched it into a fist. In the next moment, the brazenly grinning Jiang Gan suddenly began to bleed from his 7 orifices. "What?" Jiang Gan, bewildered, touched his nose and the blood flowing from his eyes, still not comprehending what had transpired. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The blood splattered onto Jiang Li, who sat in a wheelchair, causing him to scream in terror. What is happening?" This scene startled everyone present. The Jiang family members recoiled in fear, utterly bewildered by Jiang Gan's sudden demise. As Luo Ruiying's expression turned solemn, she promptly placed Luo Hongya into Ning Yuchen's embrace and stepped forward to investigate. The moment she glanced at the scene, her countenance shifted dramatically, her delicate features filled with astonishment. Jiang Gan's internal organs were completely destroyed. His body had suffered a severe distortion and compression in an instant. Who could it be? Someone had silently struck down Jiang Gan without her detecting even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuations. She had failed to perceive the assailant's actions. Luo Ruiying surveyed the surrounding crowd, yet found no suspicious individuals. "Darling, what on earth has happened?" Ning Yuchen inquired beside Luo Ruiying, feigning terror. It was crucial to maintain the act, otherwise he risked arousing his wife's suspicions. Initially, he had intended to eliminate all those from the Jiang family who had mocked him. But such actions would likely prevent the day's commercial competition from proceeding, and he could also find himself under suspicion from Luo Ruiying. Those matters would have to be postponed. "Someone has taken action against him, yet I remain unaware of their identity," Luo Ruiying said gravely, her heart burdened with a sense of powerlessness and dread. If the assailant were to target Ning Yuchen, she had no means of intervention. Fortunately, it seemed they were not there for her. The members of the Jiang family, overwhelmed with shock, struggled to regain their composure. Jiang Zhen approached Chen Rou, whispering with lingering fear, "Holy Envoy, who could have done this?" Chen Rou shook his head, his expression equally astonished, for he too had detected no anomalies. His gaze shifted toward Ning Yuchen. Jiang Gan had suddenly collapsed after uttering those words. Could it be? No, it couldn't possibly be him. There were no signs of spiritual energy emanating from him, nor any indication of him having made a move. The true culprit must be someone else. Seeing that Chen Rou also failed to identify the assailant, Jiang Zhen anxiously suggested, "Holy Envoy, should we postpone today's competition?" "Unnecessary. The assailant seems to have no intention of striking again and has likely departed. We shall proceed with the competition as planned." To swiftly secure control over 40% of the streets in Nanli City, lest we invite further complications, Chen Rou asserted resolutely. Jiang Zhen dared not contradict Chen Rou's decision. Though apprehensive, he could only follow through with the established plan. The Jiang family members silently carried away Jiang Gan's remains. Although this unexpected incident passed, it lingered in the hearts of all present. Ning Yuchen turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhen and articulated his intent, master of the Jiang family, during this commercial competition. The Qi family and the Jiang family wagered their claim over 40% of the streets in the city, correct? Might we alter the terms of our wager? What? Has the Qi family had a change of heart? Jiang Zhen retorted, believing that the Qi family wished to withdraw once a wager is signed. There is no room for regret. Ning Yuchen slowly shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he spoke. No, no, no. Master Jiang has misunderstood. What I mean is quite the opposite. The wager must include the remaining 20% of the street jurisdictions belonging to your Jiang family. What? You expect my Jiang family to include all our street jurisdictions in this wager? On what grounds? Your Qi family wishes to wager less than 40% of the street jurisdictions against my Jiang family's 60%? How absurd. Is there truly such a favorable circumstance in this world? Jiang Zhen scoffed derisively. What if the Qi family were to additionally put forth the formula for the healing elixir as part of the wager? Ning Yuchen suggested with a light chuckle. This statement instantly changed Jiang Zhen's expression, causing a flicker of hesitation. Recently, the Qi family had profited immensely from the healing elixir, inciting envy within the Jiang family. The Jiang family had attempted to purchase a share, but failed to procure all the necessary ingredients for the formula, rendering them unable to replicate the elixir. If they could acquire that formula and dominate the entirety of Nali City, the healing elixir would belong solely to the Jiang family. The price would not be dictated by others. Yet, wagering the entirety of the Jiang family's assets in Nali City made Jiang Zhen proceed with caution. Your Excellency, do you have confidence in defeating that woman? Jiang Zhen leaned closer to Chen Rou and whispered. Chen Rou's eyes remained fixed on Luo Ruiying, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, I have a 99% certainty, came Chen Rou's affirmative response, delighting Jiang Zhen, who immediately turned to agree to Ning Yuchen's modification of the wager. Very well. My Jiang family agrees. Ning Yuchen smiled slightly and turned to Qi Rongchang, the head of the Qi family, and politely inquired, I hope you would be amenable to my audacious alteration of the wager on behalf of the Qi family? As you say, sir. Qi Rongchang showed no sign of displeasure at Ning Yuchen's unilateral alteration of the wager by incorporating the precious formula. For the Qi family had no grounds for dissatisfaction. The formula was granted to the Qi family by Ning Yuchen, and thus the decision rested in his hands. Moreover, Luo Ruiying was willing to fight on behalf of the Qi family, which the Qi family was already exceedingly grateful for. My Qi family also consents. Qi Rongchang called out sternly to Jiang Zhen. With Han Guangji, the representative of the Treasure Merchant Association stationed in Nali City, as a witness, the Qi and Jiang families pressed their handprints anew, amending the wager. This esteemed representative would also serve as the witness and judge for this merchant association competition. Han Guangji collected the contract of the wager and announced to both the Qi and Jiang families, in the name of the Treasure Merchant Association, this competition will be conducted with absolute fairness and justice. The contest shall disregard life or death, continuing until one party is either slain or surrenders. If there are no further objections from the Qi and Jiang families, the competition shall officially commence. Chapter 58. She must hurry home to care for the child. As more spectators gathered around the arena, the excitement among the onlookers grew palpable. News of the Qi and Jiang families altering their wager had ignited anticipation for the outcome of their contest, with both families staking everything they possessed in Nanli City. On the stage, the members of both the Jiang and Qi families retreated, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chen Rou standing resolutely in the center. A boundary shimmered into existence around the circular arena, enveloping the entire space. The battles between cultivators were fraught with peril, particularly when involving those of advanced prowess, whose strikes could unleash formidable forces that might inadvertently affect the surroundings. Thus, utmost caution was paramount during contests held within the city. Ning Yuchen sat calmly with Luo Hongye in his lap, attentively observing the proceedings, while Qi Yuan sat beside him. Her expression was one of anxious concern as she fixated on Luo Ruiying, her hands tightly clasped together in trepidation. Meanwhile, Luo Hongye lifted her small head to gaze at her father, her face etched with worry. Father, is mother going to fight that bad person again? Indeed. But do not fret, my dear. Your mother is exceptionally formidable. Ning Yuchen reassured her with a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. He was acutely aware of his wife's capabilities. She had nearly felled a peak celestial realm cultivator with a single strike, let alone this mere peak human realm adversary. In the unlikely event that anything should go awry, he could intervene discreetly without anyone noticing. He would never allow Luo Ruiying to suffer even a scratch. Seated beside Ning Yuchen, Qi Yuan felt a pang of guilt. She hoped fervently for Luo Ruiying's victory, yet was equally troubled by the prospect of her sustaining injury. If Luo Ruiying were to be harmed due to her influence, she would be consumed by remorse, unable to face Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongya ever again. On the stage, Chun Ro gazed confidently at Luo Ruiying, spreading her arms wide in a welcoming gesture. Come, let me see what you can do. No sooner had the words left her lips than Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed, and in an instant, her figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint golden afterimage. What? When Chun Ro regained her composure, she found Luo Ruiying's icy crimson gaze piercing into her own. The celestial sword at her waist was drawn, its resplendent golden light illuminating Chun Ro's face. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, and the playful confidence on Chun Ro's face morphed into sheer terror as her mouth fell agape. How swift! Is she truly of the human realm? With a swift motion, the golden sword light cleaved through Chun Ro's form, blood erupting in a crimson spray. Luo Ruiying harbored no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She aimed to conclude this confrontation decisively. After all, she needed to hurry home to attend to her child. With a cough, Chun Ro spat blood, swiftly retreating a step to create distance between them, and hurled several thunderstorm primordial pearls from her hands. The power of the heavenly thunder mixed origin pearl is immense. Each orb encapsulates a tremendous force of compressed heavenly thunder, forged through the harnessing of celestial lightning. They are exceedingly rare treasures. The explosive might of the heavenly thunder is sufficient to annihilate a cultivator of the transformation Immortal Realm with a single strike. Yet, he cast forth a dozen of these pearls in one swift motion. These had been one of his prized weapons, long preserved and reluctantly withheld from use. Little did he anticipate that this insufferable woman would possess such formidable strength, compelling him to unleash his full power without reservation. A dozen heavenly thunder mixed origin pearls floated around Luo Ruiying, encircling her entirely. Heavenly thunder. Explode. Chun Ro raised her fingers, furiously issuing the command. Instantly, the pearls flickered with lightning, detonating in a spectacular explosion. In response, Luo Ruiying remained composed, her celestial sword elegantly reversed, plunging into the ground. The sword's aura rippled outward, enveloping her in a translucent golden mirage. Boom, boom, boom. The simultaneous explosions of the heavenly thunder mixed origin pearls were nothing short of astounding. The entire arena was shattered into countless fragments, reduced to ruin. Spectators nearby instinctively recoiled, retreating in terror. A dense cloud of dust enveloped the arena. All held their breath, anxiously fixated on the scene before them. Chun Ro clutched her bleeding chest, a sinister smile of triumph spreading across her face. The power of the heavenly thunder mixed origin pearls would surely leave her opponent gravely wounded, if not dead. However, as the dust began to settle, Luo Ruiying emerged. Sword in hand, her exquisite and ethereal form unscathed before the eyes of the crowd. There was not a single tear in her garments or celestial gown. How could this be possible? Chun Ro's astonishment was palpable, questioning how it could be that the center of such a thunderous assault remained untouched. Below the arena, members of the Qi family exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with smiles of reassurance. Ning Yuchen, from start to finish, wore a light-hearted grin. Luo Ruiying, now nearly fully healed, wielded celestial techniques that were unparalleled in the heavenly realm. Those few small orbs could hardly inflict harm upon her. Moreover, the celestial sword in her grasp radiated a brilliant golden light, its movements like shadows of brilliance, and at rest, it emanated an ethereal glow, truly extraordinary. Had it not been for Chun Ro donning a low-tier celestial armor from the outset, she would have undoubtedly been cleaved in two from the very first strike. In stark contrast, the expressions on the faces of the Jiang family were grim. The Holy Lotus cult's esteemed envoy possessed peak celestial prowess. How could he be rendered defenseless before that woman? What had happened to the promised 99 chance of victory? Zhang Li's countenance was equally dark, now crippled, unable to walk for life, and stripped of his very essence. His frustration and fury intensified. He blamed all his misfortunes on Ning Yuchen and his family. It was their encounter that had delayed him that fateful day, leading to the assassination that had wrought his current plight. Prior to the competition, he had specifically instructed Shenrou to publicly humiliate Luo Ruiying. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected and overwhelmingly one-sided. Shenrou proved to be no match for Luo Ruiying, which left the members of the Jiang family in disbelief. At that moment, Shenrou noticed the Luo Shun immortal sword in Luo Ruiying's hand, and his expression turned to one of profound shock. That was undoubtedly an immortal sword. It was no wonder it effortlessly cleaved through the Xianyun immortal armor he wore. He had initially felt confident of victory, relying on the Xianyun immortal armor and the heavenly thunder primordial pearl. Yet, he had not anticipated that his opponent wielded such a remarkable sword. Shenrou's already pale complexion became even more ashen due to excessive blood loss, and his expression darkened to an extreme gloom. "Your Excellency, the Sane Envoy, what are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate him." Jiang Li, in a fit of rage, bellowed at Shenrou on the arena. With the most crucial element lost, he had lost interest in Luo Ruiying. All he desired was to witness her demise. Furthermore, this contest was pivotal for the Jiang family's future in Nanli City. There could be no room for error. Shenrou's face twisted with malevolence at being shouted at by a mere waste. Once he secured victory and returned, he would eliminate this useless member of the Jiang family. Had it not been for his meddling, he likely would not have had to contend with Luo Ruiying today. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to lose this contest. With a grimace of hatred, Shenrou retrieved a lotus seed from his bosom and placed it in his mouth, a ghastly smile spreading across his pallid face. "Oomph, you have forced my hand." Chapter 59, A Swift Decapitation, ah? Upon consuming the lotus seed, a formidable surge of ferocious spiritual energy erupted from Shenrou, propelling her to a level that indicated she had preliminarily stepped into the realm of the celestial deity. The members of the Jiang family, seated nearby, could not suppress their expressions of delight. This momentum signified that the Holy Envoy was genuinely serious. "Quickly, eliminate her, Holy Envoy," Jiang Zhan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, disregarding his status as the family head. He yearned for a swift victory, to seize control over the entirety of Nanli City, wishing to avert any further complications. As the rampant energy gradually subsided, Shenrou cast a menacing glance at Luo Ruiying, a smirk of triumph dancing upon her lips. "You have done well to force me to this point, but this is where it ends. Even if you wish to surrender now, it is too late." Consuming the sacred lotus seed had enabled her to forcibly breach the celestial deity realm, a move that would severely compromise her foundational strength. It implied that future breakthroughs to the celestial deity realm would be exceedingly challenging for her. This was her final trump card and the reason behind her bold assertion of a 99% chance of victory before the contest commenced. Yet, she would not have chosen this path unless absolutely necessary. Since she had been driven to such extremes, she would not easily forgive Luo Ruiying. However, just as Shenrou finished speaking, a radiant golden light filled Luo Ruiying's eyes, and the ethereal form of the goddess of Luo appeared behind her. With a swift motion, she closed the distance to Shenrou, her cold gaze fixed upon her as she wielded her celestial sword with precision. Simultaneously, the divine manifestation behind her unleashed a strike of its own. This time, Shenrou perceived Luo Ruiying's movements, yet she misjudged her strength. Shocked, she attempted to erect a barrier of spiritual energy, raising her sword to defend herself. However, Luo Ruiying's celestial sword effortlessly severed the weapon from her grasp, the golden blade gliding across her neck. Even the arena's protective barrier was cleaved by the sword's brilliance. Stunned, Shenrou stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. How could this be possible? Had she truly been defeated? What was this woman's true nature? With such speed and swordsmanship, could she genuinely be of celestial deity cultivation? Shenrou could not fathom it, and he would no longer have the opportunity to comprehend. As Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword, a clear chime resonated, and Shenrou's head tumbled from his shoulders. The arena descended into an eerie silence. Shenrou was dead. The Jiang family had actually lost. That peak celestial deity powerhouse had been slain before this woman in but 2 strikes. Had she not forcibly broken through to the celestial deity realm just moments ago, yet could not withstand that one sword. The spectators were left in stunned disbelief. Many had been certain that the Jiang family would secure victory, yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Following a brief moment of shock, The Qi family erupted into jubilant cheers. We have won. The Qi family has triumphed. Splendid. Elder Qi, we have emerged victorious. As the Qi family cheered, the rest in the audience also offered their congratulations and exuberant applause to them. This was indeed the outcome that most had longed to see, a result that echoed the collective hopes of the crowd. Luo Ruiying gracefully descended from the arena and made her way towards Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongya. Ning Yuchen, cradling Luo Hongya, approached Luo Ruiying, intending to offer his wife a heartfelt embrace for her efforts. However, he was taken aback as another figure swiftly leaped into Luo Ruiying's arms before him. Sister Luo, thank you so much. You are truly amazing, Qi Yuan exclaimed, holding Luo Ruiying tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face in overwhelming excitement. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Having exerted herself once more to summon the power of the goddess Luo, her spiritual energy was entirely depleted. Fortunately, owing to her previous experience dealing with the ghostly husband, and given that Chun Ro's cultivation was not exceptionally formidable, she managed to avoid excessive depletion of her internal energy this time. My dear, you have worked hard, Ning Yuchen said with a light smile as he approached Luo Ruiying, still holding Luo Hongya. He cast a disapproving glance at Qi Yuan, who was still clinging to Luo Ruiying. This girl truly has taken my place. She has no sense of the atmosphere at all. Luo Ruiying, feeling a sense of pride, accepted Luo Hongya from Ning Yuchen's hands. As a former empress of the celestial realm, if she could not handle even a mere peek in the realm of mortals, all her years of cultivation would have been in vain. Just as the family of three prepared to depart, a furious shout erupted from behind. Wait. I do not acknowledge the results of this contest. Cheating. She must have employed some despicable means. Otherwise, how could she possibly triumph over the esteemed envoy? Jiang Zhen, nearly beside himself with rage, pointed an accusing finger at Luo Ruiying, unable to reconcile himself with such an outcome. Luo Ruiying's victory in the contest signified that, from this moment, the Jiang family would lose all jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli City. The entire city would henceforth belong to the Qi family. All of Jiang Zhen's painstaking efforts would be rendered futile. What? The Jiang family cannot accept defeat. Planning to renege? Qi Yuan remarked with a triumphant sneer directed at Jiang Zhen. She had awaited this moment for a long time. Finally, she would no longer have to endure the oppression of the Jiang family. I will never accept the results of this contest. Jiang Zhen glared fiercely at Qi Yuan, his eyes filled with a predatory rage that seemed ready to devour her whole. Members of the Jiang family and their guards rushed in, brandishing weapons and surrounding the Qi family. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. At that moment, Han Guangji slowly descended from the air, positioning himself between the Qi and Jiang families, his gaze icy as he addressed Jiang Zhen and his kin. The Merchant Association's contest has concluded. Surely the Jiang family does not intend to violate the rules established by the Treasure Merchant Association. Han Guangji's formidable presence radiated power, causing the Jiang family to stagger back in shock. The contest, witnessed by the Treasure Merchant Association, was undeniably fair and just. The actions of the Jiang family have blatantly defied the regulations of the Treasure Merchants Association. The members of the Jiang family were taken aback, their expressions betraying their trepidation. They had never anticipated that Han Guangji possessed the cultivation level of a celestial being. Moreover, the Treasure Merchants Association spans across the globe, its influence formidable and not to be trifled with by a mere family like the Jiangs. The onlookers, long discontented with the Jiang family's arrogant demeanor, were now incensed by their defeat and the subsequent attempt to renege on their commitment. They rallied in support of the Qi family, standing resolutely behind them. The Jiang family had already lost. Did they still intend to resort to violence? To go back on their word would tarnish the reputation of the association. Begone. The Jiang family instantly became the target of scorn, akin to a despised rat scurrying through the streets, with cries of condemnation echoing around them. Clenching their fists in rage, the Jiang family members turned away in disgrace, their heads hung low. With representatives of the Treasure Merchants Association present, and facing the ire of the crowd, they could not afford to act out. Just wait. One day, I shall make every one of you regret this. Jiang Zhen seethed inwardly. Today was nothing short of a humiliation for the Jiang family. Qi Rongchang, seasoned and triumphant, could not resist calling out to Jiang Zhen as they departed. I kindly request that the head of the Jiang family prepares the street jurisdiction contract by tomorrow and delivers it to my chief family. Jiang Zhen was infuriated, his anger nearly bursting forth, but he refrained from responding as he left, resembling a stray dog in haste. Chapter 60. She has arrived? Once the members of the Jiang family had departed, Qi Rongchong turned to Luo Ruiying, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Fairy Luo, for your assistance. Our Qi family will forever cherish this kindness. Had it not been for your intervention on our behalf, the Qi family would likely have ceased to exist in Nali City after today. The members of the Qi family were filled with profound appreciation for Luo Ruiying. Old Master Qi, you are too polite, Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile. Fairy Luo, would you and young Master Ning consider visiting our Qi family as guests? I have already instructed my servants to prepare a grand feast to express our gratitude, Qi Rongchong invited with a warm smile. Given Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess and Ning Yuchen's extraordinary talent, either attribute would be enough to earn the Qi family's admiration. Establishing a good rapport with such a powerful cultivator, capable of effortlessly slaying even the peak of the celestial realm with a single sword strike, was undoubtedly wise. Sister Luo, please come to our home for a visit so that we may express our gratitude, Qi Yuan eagerly chimed in. Faced with the Qi family's heartfelt invitation, Luo Ruiying exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Yuchen, their understanding unspoken. She gently shook her head, politely declining. Thank you for your kind offer, but my husband and I prefer a quieter life. Moreover, we have already prepared our meal at home, so we do not wish to impose on the Qi family. I imagine you have many matters to attend to today as well. Their retreat to Nali City was primarily for a life of tranquility. Assisting the Qi family was motivated by a desire to reciprocate their goodwill in providing them with a residence and a disdain for the Jiang family, rather than a wish to become too entangled with the Qi family. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's refusal, disappointment flickered across the faces of Qi Rongchong and Qi Yuan, though they did not press further. With the Qi family's recent victory in the commerce competition, they had much to prepare for in seizing their newfound opportunities in Nali City. Ning Yuchen, however, smiled at Qi Yuan and advised, if you have time tomorrow, do come to my home to find me. Both Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying were curious and puzzled, wondering what Ning Yuchen wished to discuss. Nonetheless, Qi Yuan nodded in agreement, responding, all right, Brother Ning. Without further explanation, Ning Yuchen took Luo Ruiying's hand and departed. As he suddenly grasped her hand tightly, Luo Ruiying felt a moment of surprise, her heart inexplicably stirred. The sensation of being led by him was unexpectedly pleasant. After regaining her composure, Luo Ruiying reciprocated by holding Ning Yuchen's hand. The trio slowly left under the watchful eyes of the crowd, who respectfully parted to clear their path. Many recognized Luo Ruiying as the stunning woman they had seen days prior. Now, having witnessed her true strength, no one dared to show her any disrespect. After all, she was a formidable being capable of slaying the pinnacle of the celestial realm with a mere sword. Killing them is no more challenging than slaughtering chickens. Hand in hand, the two strolled back to their residence. Along the way, Luo Ruiying noticed a considerable pile of luggage at the entrance of the vacant houses next door, which had previously been unoccupied. Numerous servants were bustling in and out, suggesting that the houses had indeed been sold. Overnight, it seemed that all the nearby properties had changed hands, a rather remarkable occurrence for such a secluded locale. Yuchun, it appears we have new neighbors next door. I shall take some items to greet them shortly. Despite the arrival of new neighbors potentially disrupting their previously tranquil existence, Luo Ruiying resolved to adhere to the customary practice of amicable neighborly relations and extend a greeting to the newcomers. Ning Yuchen, of course, had no objections. However, just as he was about to agree, he caught sight of the door to the neighboring house swinging open, revealing an exceedingly familiar figure. Dressed in simple attire, the night sky deity emerged, carrying belongings as if he were an ordinary mortal. Upon spotting Ning Yuchen, a faint smile graced the night sky deity's stern visage, accompanied by a subtle nod in acknowledgement, yet he uttered not a single word, as if merely exchanging pleasantries with a new neighbor. Ning Yuchen stood frozen in disbelief. What is going on? That must be the night sky deity. I cannot be mistaken. Though he conceals himself perfectly, I can still discern his hidden prowess. Witnessing the night sky deity extend a gesture of goodwill, Luo Ruiying reciprocated with a courteous nod. The night sky deity, however, chose not to engage further. continuing to carry his belongings into the house as if he were a stranger. "Let me fetch some fruit to greet him," Luo Ruing suggested, preparing to return home for a token of hospitality. But Ning Yuchen, alarmed, quickly intervened. "My dear, that is not advisable." "Huh? Why not?" Luo Ruing gazed at him, puzzled. It was the first time she had seen Ning Yuchen appear so anxious and agitated. My dear, it would suffice for you to stay home with Yi. I shall personally procure some fruit to extend our greetings. Allow me to handle this matter." Ning Yuchen explained with an awkward smile, while gently urging Luo Ruing back to their doorstep. If Luo Ruing were to encounter the night sky deity, and perchance discern any hints about his identity, or if the night sky deity were to inadvertently reveal his true nature, that would be disastrous. "Very well. I shall leave it to you," Luo Ruing conceded, albeit still somewhat baffled by Ning Yuchen's sudden eagerness to visit the neighbors. Nevertheless, she took Luo Hongya and returned home. Once Luo Ruing had entered the house, Ning Yuchen swiftly vanished, reappearing within the night sky deity's abode, standing before him. "Greetings, Master Demon Lord." The night sky deity promptly ceased his tasks, placing a hand over his heart, bowing respectfully as he inquired. Ning Yuchen wore a stern expression, his brows furrowed, clearly displeased. He questioned with a sharp tone, "What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from intruding upon my life?" "I dare not," replied Yuchen with utmost respect. "Then hasten to gather your belongings and return to the demon realm. You are forbidden from appearing before me again," Ning Yuchen commanded, intent on dismissing him. However, unexpectedly, Yuchen did not comply. Instead, he spoke up, "My lord, it is with great reluctance that I must inform you of my inability to obey. We are tasked with safeguarding your esteemed wife and the young princess, ever ready to heed your commands and protect them. Rest assured, we shall disguise our identities and bring you no trouble whatsoever." Ning Yuchen, taken aback by Yuchen's defiance, was about to raise his hand to discipline him and personally send him back to the demon realm. Yet, as he lifted his hand, he belatedly grasped the meaning behind Yuchen's words. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by we? Are there others besides you?" Yuchen lowered his gaze and respectfully responded, "Indeed. In addition to myself, other commanders and leaders of various legions, along with the Imperial Guard and Shadow Guards, have been ordered to disguise their identities and lie in wait throughout the city. We stand ready to serve you, my lord." Ning Yuchen was left in a state of astonishment. Who issued such orders? "My lord, it was the left protector who commanded this. Could it be that she has also arrived?" Chapter 61. Are you three the newly adopted pets of the great demon lord? As time rewinds to the duration of the Merchant Guild's competition, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing have already departed, leaving Ming Niu and the others to naturally assume the responsibility of guarding the home. Even in Ning Yuchen's absence, they diligently cleaned every corner of the house. Only after they had completed their task did the three of them gather idly on the steps of the courtyard, clutching feather dusters and cloths as cleaning tools. "How long do you think it will be until the lord and the lady return with the young miss?" Bai Yuan inquired curiously, directing his question towards Meng Niu and Kai Se. Though the lady's cultivation is merely at the celestial realm, her internal spiritual energy is remarkably profound. "I suspect she will return shortly," Kai Se replied nonchalantly, arms crossed and legs casually crossed as well. She had once caught a glimpse of Luo Ruing secretly employing her spiritual energy to wash clothes, and the faint golden energy that emanated bore an unusual pressure that left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. In a life-and-death struggle, she was uncertain if she could triumph over Luo Ruing, indicating that the lady's prowess was anything but ordinary. Meng Niu, brimming with arrogance, pounded his chest and declared, "I know not when the lady will return. However, if the Lord were to permit me, I could easily crush those people with a single slap. Foolish Niu, you ought to temper your bravado. If you expose your identity and jeopardize the Lord's plans, he will not spare you. Let us not forget how you struck the young miss with a snowball. The Lord has yet to hold you accountable for that. You should be grateful to have made it this far," Kai Se chided, casting a disapproving glance at Meng Niu. At times, she genuinely feared that this foolish ox would inadvertently reveal his identity, and if the Lord pursued the matter, both she and Bai Yuan might also face consequences. Upon mentioning Ning Yuchen, the prideful expression on Meng Niu's face instantly faded, and he shrank back like a wilting flower, displaying an unusually meek demeanor. The thoughts of his recent mishaps, where he clumsily damaged things, made him tremble slightly. What if the Lord grew weary of him and decided to dispose of him outright, rather than pondering when the Lord and Lady would return? I find myself sympathizing more with the Jiang family. Of all the people to provoke, they chose to cross the Lord. The thought of Ning Yuchen's terrifying nature stirred a sense of pity within Kaisei for the Jiang family. Given the Lord's temperament, it was clear he would not let the Jiang family off easily. It was likely that within a few days, the Jiang family would vanish from existence. Bai Yuan nodded in full agreement. A few days? That is far too long. If the Lord wished, he could obliterate the Jiang family this very moment. Yet, it seems he does not desire such an immediate outcome, Kaisei remarked with a hint of indifference. The fact that Ning Yuchen had not ordered them to eradicate the entire Jiang family suggested one thing. He had not yet decided on their immediate disappearance. For annihilating them would be a matter of moments. Just as the three were engaged in their idle chatter, a gentle knock echoed from the courtyard gate. Is someone there? Is the master back? The three of them, Kaisei, were taken aback, quickly rising to their feet and feigning diligence in their tasks, sweeping the floor, wiping the tables. Yet, their hearts were rife with confusion. Logically, the master and mistress would not return home without a trace. Why was there not a whisper of sound? Soon, the courtyard door creaked open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman with an ethereal grace, who stepped lightly into the yard. Her enchanting eyes surveyed the surroundings with keen interest as she softly murmured, "Is this the secluded abode of the Demon Lord? After searching for over a century, I have finally found it." Meng Niu and the others exchanged puzzled glances before silently ceasing their actions. "Oh, we thought it was the master returning. And you startled us." They were relieved to find it was not the master. Meng Niu, unable to contain his displeasure, exclaimed, "Hey, who are you? Do you not know it is impolite to enter someone else's home uninvited?" In recent days, aside from Qi Yuan, no one else had visited their home. Upon seeing a stranger, Meng Niu instinctively assumed she was lost and sought to expel her. Kaisei hastily intervened, fearing Meng Niu would provoke trouble. He approached the elegant figure of Yu Qingyu with courteous intent, asking politely, "May I inquire whom you seek?" "The master and mistress are currently not at home." "Oh, not home," Yu Qingyu murmured, her expression tinged with disappointment. Yet, having waited for over a century, she could afford to wait a little longer. During this time, she wished to learn more about the current life of the Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu continued to stride into the courtyard, her beautiful eyes curiously scanning the area, disregarding Meng Niu and the others. This behavior caused Kaisei to furrow his brow slightly. Who was this person, so brazenly self-assured? If not for wanting to avoid troubling the master, he would have already thrown her out. As Yu Qingyu made to enter the main hall, the three of them could no longer restrain themselves, positioning themselves in front of her and asking with displeasure, "May we ask who you are?" Entering someone's home without permission is rather rude, don't you think? Hearing this, Yu Qingyu halted her steps and turned her calm, beautiful gaze upon them, leaving them utterly astonished as she spoke. "Sky-devouring serpent, chaotic demon bull, titan giant ape. I did not expect remnants of ancient beast bloodlines to still exist in the human realm, though your strength seems a bit lacking. Have you only recently entered the realm of immortals?" Kaisei and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. This woman had seen through their disguise at a glance. They had already attained the peak of cultivation in the human realm, having entered the realm of immortals. Even Luo Ruiying had failed to unveil their true identities. Yet this unexpected visitor had perceived them instantly. Despite the absence of any visible aura of cultivation, she was undoubtedly extraordinary. The expressions of Kaisei and his companions suddenly grew serious as they exchanged glances, resolutely taking action without hesitation. Hearing that someone had been persistently attempting to assassinate the lady and the young miss, they speculated that this woman might be the one. With their master absent, it was their duty to protect the household. They decided to subdue her first. As the trio charged forward, Yu Qingyu's demeanor remained utterly unchanged. She simply uttered two words, "Get down." In an instant, Kaisei and his companions felt a jolt in their minds, as if their bodies had been seized by an unknown force, compelling them to drop to the ground without a moment's hesitation. Their bodies were utterly unresponsive to their commands. This was not a result of any pressure exerted through spiritual power, as she emitted no aura of spiritual energy. Rather, her words seemed imbued with an inexplicable charm that controlled their movements, leaving them with no will to resist. This was the second individual they had encountered since meeting Ning Yuchen who instilled such a profound sense of fear and helplessness in them. Yu Qingyu stood before Kai Sei and his companions, looking down upon them with a slight furrow in her brow, expressing mild disdain as she remarked, "So weak. Are you 3 new pets adopted by the Demon Lord?" Demon Lord. Pets. Kai Sei, in a daze, lifted his head in confusion. Was the Demon Lord she spoke of that esteemed figure? Despite being formidable beings in their own right, classified as celestial beings, they were referred to as pets by this woman. However, considering that esteemed figure's strength, perhaps it was not entirely inappropriate to label them as such. Chapter 62. My wife has been deceived. After parting ways with Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruiying entered the courtyard, cradling Luo Hongya in her arms. Upon noticing the wide-open gate, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. She initially thought that Kai Sei and the others had forgotten to shut it. However, as she stepped further inside, the exquisite and enchanting figure of Yu Qingyu caught her eye, revealing that someone had indeed arrived. Casting a glance at Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruiying turned her attention to Kai Sei and the other 2, who were sprawled on the ground, and inquired, "What has happened? Why are you lying on the floor?" "Madam, miss, you have returned." Kai Sei stammered, offering an awkward explanation. We accidentally slipped and fell." At that moment, Yu Qingyu silently retracted her command, granting the 3 of them their freedom. They hastily scrambled to their feet, their gazes towards Yu Qingyu filled with an unprecedented wariness. If she had wished to harm them, it would have taken but a mere word. It was quite a remarkable coincidence that all 3 of them had fallen simultaneously. Luo Ruiying, not dwelling on this peculiarity, redirected her gaze towards Yu Qingyu and asked, "And who might this lady be?" Since Luo Ruiying returned with Luo Hongya in her arms, Yu Qingyu's eyes had been fixated upon them, her beautiful gaze gradually revealing boundless delight and affection. She must be the wife of the Demon Lord, the lady of the Demon Realm. Such a breathtakingly beautiful visage, perfectly complementing the Demon Lord. And the adorable little one in her arms must be the little princess of the Demon Realm. Truly, she is exquisite and charming, reminiscent of the Demon Lord in his youth. How delightful! Yu Qingyu could hardly suppress a smile, a hint of joy breaking through her typically cold demeanor. In such moments, one ought to maintain an air of elegance and composure. Yet she found it impossible to contain herself. To Luo Ruiying's eyes, Yu Qingyu's smile appeared exceedingly suspicious. This woman had been scrutinizing her and the little Luo Hongya from the outset, her fervent gaze betraying a sense of joy. Could she be? Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow slightly, heightening her vigilance. Unfazed, Yu Qingyu approached Luo Ruiying with graceful, light steps, crossing her feet and gently placing a hand on her chest while slightly bowing, executing an exceedingly elegant greeting. "I have the honor of meeting the madam and the little princess." "Madam, little princess." Luo Ruiying tightened her hold on Luo Hongya, her expression marked by confusion as she stared at Yu Qingyu. Just as Yu Qingyu was about to respond, Ning Yuchen hurriedly returned, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing her. "She has truly come." Ning Yuchen quickly stepped in front of Luo Ruiying and asked, How is it that you are here?" "Yi-chun, do you know this lady?" Before Yu Qingyu could answer, Luo Ruiying interjected with her own question. "My dear, she was once a servant in my household. It has been quite some time since I last laid eyes upon you." In a moment of urgency, Ning Yuchen quickly devised a way to smooth over the conversation. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying carefully scrutinized Yu Qingyu once more. Although she had previously been informed by Ning Yuchen of his distinguished family background, she was taken aback to discover that even his attendant possessed such striking beauty and grace. Initially, she thought that Kai Sei and his companions were already far superior in demeanor and appearance. Yet this young lady's charm and elegance transcended theirs by a considerable margin. Yu Qingyu emanated an air of noble aloofness that seemed entirely unbefitting of a mere maidservant. She was, in every way, a match for her. Intelligent as she was, Yu Qingyu swiftly grasped the reason behind Ning Yuchen's attempt to curtail her speech. It appeared that this lady was still unaware of the true identity of the Demon Lord. From Luo Ruiying, she sensed a faint aura of the celestial realm. She was indeed a being of the celestial world. It was no wonder the Demon Lord sought to conceal his identity. While Yu Qingyu felt some confusion regarding the Demon Lord's choice to wed a maiden from the celestial realm, she held no objections whatsoever. For as long as the demon lord was willing to marry and have children, she would wholeheartedly support his choice of spouse. Regardless of whom he chose, even if it were a pig demon, she would harbor no grievances. Realizing that Ning Yuchen wished to keep his identity undisclosed, Yuqingyu promptly followed his lead and respectfully introduced herself, bowing slightly. I am Yuqingyu, honored to meet you, madam. I have previously served as the young master's personal maid, and at his behest, I have come to assist you and the young miss. My command. Ning Yuchen was taken aback. When had he ever given such an order? Yuqingyu's words implied her intention to remain here. Is that so? Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yuchen, seeking clarification. Ning Yuchen thought to himself that this was troublesome. If she continued to play along with her narrative, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to find an excuse to send her away. Yet, at this moment, he could not outright deny it, lest he struggle to explain himself to Luo Ruiying. With little time for hesitation, Ning Yuchen reluctantly nodded in agreement with Yuqingyu's assertion. Yes, my dear. Indeed, however, I am not accustomed to being attended to. Upon learning that Yuqingyu had been summoned by Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruiying felt her guard begin to lower. Seizing this opportunity from Luo Ruiying's words, Ning Yuchen spoke up. Since you are not accustomed to such service, then I shall have her leave. Upon saying this, he shot a glance at Yuqingyu, silently urging her, leave at once. Yuqingyu, as if oblivious to Ning Yuchen's silent communication, suddenly transformed her previously cold demeanor into one of sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears. She delicately wiped the corner of her eye and lamented, Young master, ever since you departed, I have been searching for you. It brings me such joy to see you again. Yet now, you wish to send me away. I have wandered for so long. And if you do not want me, I have nowhere else to go. Woo-woo. Ning Yuchen. Huh? Ning Yuchen was utterly stunned. He never imagined that Yuqingyu would resort to a ploy of self-inflicted suffering to remain. The president of the demon realm, second only to one and above millions, was putting on a pitiful facade. Had he not been well acquainted with her true nature, he might have almost believed her. This was simply too incongruous. You are not usually like this. Please, do not overact. Moreover, how could you resemble someone who has been wandering for so long? My dear, you must not be deceived by her. Ning Yuchen turned to look at Luo Ruiying, only to be further astonished. He saw that Luo Ruiying's eyes were slightly misty, gazing at Yuqingyu with a face full of sympathy. It's all right, there are vacant rooms at home. Since you've come, let us temporarily stay together. Luo Ruiying stepped forward, gently taking Yuqingyu's hand, speaking softly. Afterward, she shot a fierce glare at Ning Yuchen, as if blaming him for being so heartless. How could he call someone over and then dismiss them so callously? Having spent some time wandering and evading pursuers when she and Luo Hongye entered the human realm, Luo Ruiying resonated deeply with Yuqingyu's plight. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuchen's immediate thought was that it was over. His wife had fallen for it. Come, miss you. Allow me to show you to a room of your liking. Luo Ruiying led Yuqingyu toward the inner quarters. Thank you, madam. Yuqingyu responded with a bow, casting a discreet glance at Ning Yuchen, her lips curling into a victorious smile. Ning Yuchen. Chapter 63, Overly Cautious. From now on, this will be your room. If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Luo Ruiying kindly advised as she accompanied Yuqingyu in selecting a room within the inner courtyard. Thank you, madam, Yuqingyu replied with a slight bow, her every gesture exuding grace and respect. This demeanor only piqued Luo Ruiying's curiosity regarding Ning Yuchen's family background. What kind of lineage could possibly cultivate such an exceptionally courteous maidservant? Ning Yuchen remained closely by Luo Ruiying's side, ever watchful for any peculiar actions or odd remarks from Yuqingyu. With Yuqingyu constantly at Luo Ruiying's side, he found himself deprived of any opportunity to converse with her privately. Moreover, his attempts at communication were entirely disregarded by her, as if she were certain he would not dare act against her in front of Luo Ruiying. At that moment, Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, lifted her head and softly said, Mother, I'm hungry. My dear, please go prepare something for her. Ning Yuchen interjected at the opportune moment. With that, he gently ushered Luo Ruiying out of the room. Very well, then, you two carry on, Luo Ruiying thought. Assuming Ning Yuchen wished to catch up with his attendant after a long separation, and thus she left, cradling Luo Hongye. I shall assist the lady. Yuqingyu expressed her intention to follow Luo Ruiying, but was promptly interrupted by Ning Yuchen. Stay here. I have matters to discuss with you. Once Lo Ruiying was a distance away, Ning Yuchen swiftly closed the door, his brow furrowed, in expression stern as he confronted Yuchen. What are you doing here? To serve the demon lord, as well as the lady and the little princess, she answered with utmost reverence, her hand resting upon her chest. I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. You need not remain by my side. I do not require your service. Leave at once. Ning Yuchen insisted, his countenance grave. With them around, how could he lead a simple, secluded life with his wife and child? Upon hearing this, Yuchen's expression turned solemn as she knelt on one knee, her palm still pressed to her chest. Raising her gaze towards Ning Yuchen, she spoke earnestly, You shall forever be my one and only supreme being in the demon realm. Like the day of our oath, we will always stand by your side. Should you truly wish for us to depart forever, it would require your own hand to end my life. Ning Yuchen's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand lifting gently, causing the space around Yuchen to warp instantaneously. Yet, she remained steadfast, showing no inclination to resist. After a final moment of hesitation, Ning Yuchen let out a resigned sigh and conceded, stand up. At times, he found himself exasperated by the fervent loyalty of his subordinates. It was as though he could not retire, despite his desire to do so. He had clearly instructed them not to seek him out, yet they had persistently pursued him for over a century. He could never truly bring himself to harm such devoted followers. Yuchen was undoubtedly aware of this fact, fully cognizant that he would never resort to violence against her. Thus, he found himself utterly powerless against her. This was what vexed him the most. Thank you, Lord Demon Sovereign, Yuchen said, her lips curving into a gentle smile, as if nothing had transpired, and she gracefully rose to her feet. Pray tell, how many from the demon realm have you brought over? Ning Yuchen settled into a chair nearby, propping his cheek up with one hand, his expression cold and aloof, reminiscent of the formidable demon sovereign of old, as he inquired of Yuchen. Seeing Ning Yuchen exude such an aura of authority filled Yuchen with delight. Reporting to the esteemed demon sovereign, I have summoned all 13 demon gods to descend into the human realm. The 1st, 3rd, and 6th legions are being mobilized, and they shall arrive shortly. The leaders of each legion, along with your shadow guards and the imperial guards, are already making their way into the city. I have arranged for each of them to assume concealed identities throughout the city, ready to serve your every command. We shall ensure the safety of the lady and the young princess. Of course, we will not disturb your life with the lady and the young princess, Lord Demon Sovereign. Ning Yuchen retorted, This is already quite the disturbance to my life. He rubbed his forehead, unable to suppress his frustration. The arrival of all 13 demon gods, along with 3 legions numbering nearly 1 million, not to mention the shadow and imperial guards, hardly resembled a protective force. It bore the semblance of an impending invasion of the entire human realm, and yet they expected him to lead a tranquil life. Minimize personnel movements within the city. All legions must return to the demon realm. Ning Yuchen cast a disapproving glance at Yuchen and issued the order curtly. The scale of her mobilization could easily level the entire human realm. Yuchen hesitated, expressing, Lord Demon Sovereign, would this not compromise safety? It is already sufficiently secure. Perhaps overly so. With you and me present, it is more than adequate, Ning Yuchen replied, exasperated. He believed that his very presence negated the need for any protection. Yet Yuchen had orchestrated such a grand display of reinforcements. Simply having the 13 demon gods, all of whom were of celestial emperor caliber, was already overwhelming. Not to mention Yuchen's own involvement. Upon hearing Ning Yuchen's final words, Yuchen interpreted them as a sign of his trust in her, and she smiled gently, nodding in agreement. I understand. Everything shall be done according to your wishes, Lord Demon Sovereign. For the time being, you may have me remain in your household as a maid. Realizing he could not dislodge Yuchen, Ning Yuchen reluctantly permitted her to stay in his home for the time being. Yuchen is a remarkably astute and earnest individual, even in her presence. It is unlikely that she would intrude upon his life. Moreover, with Yuchen by the side of Luo Ruiying and her daughter, he can feel a greater sense of reassurance. Her existence cannot be compared to that of Meng Niu and the others. I have always been your devoted attendant. Esteemed Lord of the Demon Realm, Yuchen earnestly countered Ning Yuchen's earlier remarks. Ning Yuchen, uninterested in further debate, summoned Meng Niu and the others, instructing them, from now on, in my absence, You shall obey her every command." "Yes, my lord." The three replied respectfully, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. They were already aware of Ning Yuchen's identity as the demon lord and had witnessed Yu Qingyu's formidable prowess, leaving no room for dissent. Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow as she regarded Meng Niu and the others, then turned to Ning Yuchen and inquired, "Esteemed lord of the demon realm, if you are to keep pets, they ought to be of a more formidable caliber. These three are far too weak and utterly ineffectual. They are even inferior to the hellhounds guarding your demon palace. Shall I procure a more suitable batch for you from the demon realm?" Upon hearing this, Meng Niu and the others trembled in fear, their eyes glistening with tears as they gazed at Ning Yuchen. If the Lord were to discard them, would they not be met with dire consequences? Even if they were indeed weak, they surely possessed some utility, did they not? They had learned to wash, cook, clean, chop wood, and start fires. Ning Yuchen looked at Meng Niu and the others with exasperation. They hardly resembled the regal demeanor expected of demon royalty. "Let us keep them. I rather enjoy having them around." "As you wish, esteemed lord of the demon realm." With Ning Yuchen's affirmation, Yu Qingyu did not press the matter further. "Thank you, my lord," Meng Niu and the others exclaimed, their gratitude overflowing in tears. Their lord bore no disdain for them. They had successfully secured their survival once more. Chapter 64. She has always been like this. On the other side, Luo Ruiying sat in the hall, cradling Luo Hongye in her arms, feeding her spoonfuls of porridge while her beautiful eyes occasionally flickered towards the direction of the inner courtyard. Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu had been conversing in the room for quite some time, yet they had not emerged. An instinct whispered to her that the relationship between Yu Qingyu and Ning Yuchen seemed rather unusual. Yet, she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. She felt an urge to sneak a glance, but hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. Had her prolonged stay in the human realm, living an ordinary life, made her prone to such fanciful thoughts? Luo Ruiying gently caressed her cheek, pondering. She had not been one to indulge in such musings before. Perhaps she was simply overthinking. "Mother," Luo Hongye called sweetly, nestled comfortably in Luo Ruiying's embrace, swinging her little feet and looking up expectantly with her mouth wide open, ready to be fed. Luo Ruiying smiled indulgently, dismissing her distracting thoughts, and continued to feed her daughter spoonful by spoonful. Luo Hongye's eyes squinted in delight as she kicked her feet in joy, revealing a smile as charming as a crescent moon. At this moment, Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu stepped out from the inner courtyard. "Father," Luo Hongye called in a soft, melodious voice. Ning Yuchen smiled as he took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying's arms, cradling her affectionately and gently stroking her petite back. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying merely smiled softly, reaching for a handkerchief to wipe Luo Hongye's mouth. Yu Qingyu, witnessing this tender scene, was instantly moved to tears, her face lighting up with a grateful smile. What a heartwarming and blissful moment. She had longed to witness such a scene for many years, and finally, she was able to behold it in her lifetime. Now, even death would hold no regrets for her. She wished to record this moment and project it throughout the demon realm, allowing the entire realm to sing its praises. Noticing Yu Qingyu gently wiping away her tears, Luo Ruiying, perplexed, asked with concern, "Miss you? What troubles you?" "Madam, I am well, merely overwhelmed with emotion." "Overwhelmed?" Luo Ruiying inquired, puzzled. Indeed, witnessing the affection shared between the young master, you, and the young miss fills my heart with indescribable joy. "Thank you, madam." As she spoke, Yu Qingyu bowed deeply to Luo Ruiying. Had it not been for Luo Ruiying, she could not imagine when she might witness the moment of the demon lord marrying and starting a family. Luo Ruiying appeared bewildered, glancing toward Ning Yuchen for clarification. Ning Yuchen, equally at a loss, could only respond with a calm demeanor, "My dear, do not dwell on it. She has always been like this." For Yu Qingyu, who had persistently urged him to marry for decades during their time in the demon realm, perhaps this moment truly resonated with her heart. Slowly, Yu Qingyu approached Ning Yuchen, her typically indifferent gaze now shimmering with tender affection, fixated on the cherubic Luo Hongye in his arms. What a charming and beautiful little princess. Truly, she embodies the splendid genes of the esteemed demon lord. In the future, she shall undoubtedly rival the presence of the demon lord himself. Yu Qingyu, suppressing her eagerness to embrace Luo Hongye, inquired of Ning Yuchen with a tone bordering on pleading, "Young master, may I hold the young lady?" Her gaze was fixed intently on Ning Yuchen, her eyes clearly expressing a desire for an embrace. Ning Yuchen found himself at a loss for words to refuse her. A mere embrace would pose no issue, as long as it does not frighten Yi. Rest assured, young master. Should I startle the young lady, I shall take full responsibility, Yuchen stated with a calm demeanor, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. There is no need to go that far, Ning Yuchen remarked, exasperated. Beside them, Luo Ruiying wore a look of astonishment. The way this Miss Yu spoke of taking responsibility was rather excessive, wasn't it? Nestled in Ning Yuchen's embrace, Luo Hongye gazed at Yuchen with a mix of timidity and curiosity. Ning Yuchen gently handed Luo Hongye to Yuchen, softly advising, Yi, do not be afraid. She is neither a bad person nor a good one. Initially, Luo Hongye was quite resistant, clinging to Ning Yuchen. The only ones she truly trusted were Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, never allowing others to hold her. Even when Qi Yuan wished to embrace her, she instinctively recoiled. However, under Ning Yuchen's soothing words, though still somewhat apprehensive, Luo Hongye exhibited remarkable composure, allowing herself to be gently cradled by Yuchen without struggle or tears. Yuchen held Luo Hongye with utmost care, her face illuminated with incredulous joy. Her hands trembled slightly as she cradled the child, her heart racing with excitement. She was holding the offspring of the demon lord, the little princess of the demon realm. What an honor this was! She resolved then and there to never wash this attire or these hands again. The child resembled the young master perfectly in his youth. Truly, she is my beloved little princess, Yuchen praised softly, her expression tender as she gazed at Luo Hongye. Ning Yuchen shot her a bemused glance and immediately interjected. Wake up, that is mine. If her gentle demeanor were to be witnessed by others in the demon realm, they would scarcely believe it. Is this truly the stern and unyielding leader of the demon realm, known for her merciless punishments? Yuchen appeared oblivious to Ning Yuchen's words, her eyes still sparkling with joy as she meticulously examined every corner of Luo Hongye. By touch and sight alone, she had likely gauged the child's weight and dimensions. Feeling scrutinized, Luo Hongye timidly asked, Sister, are you here to play with Yi too? Sister. If only she could call her grandmother instead. Well, sister is fine too. As Yuchen overheard Luo Hongye's address to her sister, a fleeting disappointment crossed her countenance, yet she swiftly acquiesced to the appellation. Please do not casually alter the hierarchy. Ning Yuchen admonished Yuchen once more, his tone tinged with exasperation. Standing nearby, Luo Ruiying appeared increasingly bemused. She found herself grappling with comprehension, questioning whether she had indeed heard correctly. Grandmother. Did this imply that Miss Yu aspired to assume the role of mother to both her and Ning Yuchen? Was this truly a sentiment appropriate for a mere attendant to express? Yuchen what? Luo Ruiying pondered, seeking an explanation from Ning Yuchen. Yet, Ning Yuchen was at a loss for words, merely stating, My dear, do not take offense. She has always been this way. It was indeed difficult not to take offense, Luo Ruiying silently mused. The aura of Yuchen grew increasingly peculiar in her eyes. Unfazed by her previous remarks, Yuchen solemnly placed her hand upon her chest, responding to Luo Hongye's earlier inquiry. From this moment forth, I shall remain by your side, miss, and that of the madam, devoted to your service. In that instant, she pledged her allegiance to the demon realm before Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. Chapter 65. Uncomfortable nightfall enveloped the room as Luo Ruiying, having finished bathing, sat at the edge of the bed, cradling Luo Hongye in her arms, diligently drying her damp hair. As soon as her hair was dry, Luo Hongye eagerly turned and dove into the warm embrace of the blankets. Aside from indulging in food and play, her favorite pastime was curling up each night between Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. Father, mother, let us sleep, Luo Hongye chimed, peeking her little head out from the covers. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a knowing smile, shedding their outer garments before joining her on the bed. In the cozy confines of a single mattress and shared quilt, the three of them nestled together. Luo Hongye settled comfortably between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen. Before long, lulled by the rhythmic caresses of Luo Ruiying, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Ning Yuchen propped his head up with one hand, gazing tenderly at the sleeping child, then lifted his gaze to the enchanting Luo Ruiying beside him. Noticing his lingering gaze, Luo Ruiying arched an eyebrow in curiosity. Why do you keep staring at me? Because you are beautiful, Ning Yuchen replied sincerely, the compliment slipping from his lips effortlessly. This was the truth in his eyes. Luo Ruiying was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. Her hair, elegantly pinned up, framed her stunning features with a maturity that radiated a womanly charm. When she had been comforting Luo Hongye, she exuded a nurturing warmth that further accentuated her allure. Caught off guard by his sudden praise, a faint blush crept onto Luo Ruiying's cheeks. She shot him an annoyed glance, lowering her head and averting her eyes. This man, really, what was he suddenly saying? It made her feel somewhat bashful. Observing Luo Ruiying's shy demeanor, Ning Yuchen felt his heart flutter even more. Despite being a mother to a toddler, she still possessed the innocence of a youthful maiden, an endearing quality he cherished deeply. Gradually, Ning Yuchen leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, the distance between them diminishing. Though they had been together for some time, their moments of solitude were few. Most of their days were spent in the joyful company of their child. While their bond was undeniably growing stronger, there had yet to be any significant progression. With Luo Hongye peacefully asleep, this was a rare opportunity for them to savor their intimacy as a couple. Just as Ning Yuchen was about to bridge the gap between them and share whispered sentiments of love, Luo Ruiying's unexpected question froze him in place. By the way, Yuchen, was that moon maiden truly your former maid? A jolt of alarm surged through Ning Yuchen. Why is my wife asking this? Has she sensed something amiss? Seeing Ning Yuchen's prolonged silence, Luo Ruiying tilted her head in confusion, only to find him drawn so near that their faces almost touched. Why are you sitting so close to me? She inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. I was merely concerned about the bedding being too thin, fearing that you might catch a chill at night. Hence I thought to huddle a bit closer for warmth. Ning Yuchen replied with utmost seriousness. Is that so? But why is your face so near mine? At that moment, the distance between Ning Yuchen's face and hers was scarcely the width of a fist, making their proximity quite intimate. A nagging suspicion lingered in her mind that his explanation might not be entirely truthful. Ning Yuchen, feeling the awkwardness, cleared his throat and subtly shifted away, lying down once more. Regrettably, he had failed. Luo Ruiying observed the disappointment etched on Ning Yuchen's face and found it amusing. What exactly was he disappointed about? With a gentle motion, Luo Ruiying propped herself up, adjusting the blankets to cover both Luo Hongye and Ning Yuchen more snugly. Given her cultivation, even the coldest weather posed no discomfort to her. Thus it was only natural for her to ensure the children and him were well covered. My dear, you are truly kind, Ning Yuchen expressed, his face illuminating with a satisfied smile as Luo Ruiying personally tucked the covers around him. My wife is so gentle, Luo Ruiying, with a teasing tone, replied. Don't think you can evade my question. You still haven't answered me. Ning Yuchen hesitated. My dear, she was indeed once my personal maidservant. However, after I withdrew from the world, I have not seen her for a long time. He spoke cautiously, devoid of any deception. Moon Qingyu had indeed served him faithfully in the demon realm. Your personal maidservant, Luo Ruiying murmured, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. A hint of ambiguity in her voice. Ning Yuchen felt a lump rise in his throat, cautiously observing her expression for any signs of jealousy. Would she truly be upset? Fortunately, the jealousy he had feared did not materialize. Instead, Luo Ruiying merely expressed her curiosity. Yuchen, your servants seem quite extraordinary. I find myself intrigued about your family background. If it were Ming Niu and the others, it would be one thing. But Moon Qingyu possesses such grace and beauty. How could someone like her be your personal maidservant? It makes me wonder about the kind of lineage that could cultivate such a maid. Moreover, there was an inexplicable feeling she harbored towards Moon Qingyu. Her intuition suggested that the woman was far from ordinary. Yet, without a doubt, they bore no hostility towards her. If anything, they displayed a remarkable level of respect. Noticing Luo Ruiying's curiosity, Ning Yuchen responded with a knowing smile. My dear, what is there to be curious about? If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall personally take you home to see for yourself, and then you will understand. Indeed. Luo Ruiying did not grasp the underlying meaning of Ning Yuchen's words, interpreting it merely as the customary visit a wife makes to her husband's family. As Ning Yuchen's wife, it was only fitting for her to pay a visit to his family. Is there still a large household back home? If I were to return, I would prepare some gifts. There is no need for you to go out of your way to prepare gifts, my dear. When you return, they will be more than delighted. Besides, There are simply too many people. You cannot possibly prepare enough. Ning Yuchen chuckled awkwardly. As the supreme being of the demon realm, all its inhabitants are considered his subjects, and their numbers are indeed considerable. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's curiosity deepened. Just how many people are there in his family? Fearing that Luo Ruiying would persist in her inquiries, Ning Yuchen hastily shifted the topic. My dear, could you lift your head for a moment? Luo Ruiying looked puzzled but complied, slightly raising her head from the pillow. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yuchen placed his arm upon her pillow, smiling as he said, My dear, you may lie down now. Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yuchen's arm, finally understanding his intention. He wished for her to rest her head on his arm. After a moment's hesitation, she gently lay her head upon his arm. As soon as she did, Ning Yuchen curled his arm around her, drawing her close to his chest. Luo Hongye was nestled between them, the three of them tightly huddled together. A slight surprise flickered in Luo Ruiying's heart, and her cheeks flushed, but she shot Ning Yuchen a glance filled with exasperation and did not pull away. How does it feel, my dear? Ning Yuchen inquired with a smile. Too firm. It is rather uncomfortable. Luo Ruiying pouted slightly, expressing her disdain. Is that so? Shall I change my position? Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's words, Ning Yuchen intended to withdraw his arm and adjust his posture. However, Luo Ruiying pressed down on his arm, closed her eyes, and softly said, No need, let it be. It feels just fine. Chapter 66. She has never been pampered like this. On the following morning, Luo Ruiying sat gracefully before the mirror, meticulously arranging her flowing hair, her elegant and delicate figure fully on display. My dear, allow me to assist you. Ning Yuchen whispered softly into her ear, his breath brushing against her cheek. Can you style hair? Luo Ruiying inquired. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, surprised by the question. If you must ask such a thing, it seems you underestimate my abilities. Ning Yuchen replied with a gentle smile, taking the hairpin and comb from Luo Ruiying's hands and skillfully tending to her tresses. Luo Ruiying sat quietly before the mirror, surrendering herself to Ning Yuchen's care. Though his technique was somewhat unrefined, it was surprisingly deft. Before long, he had elegantly arranged her hair and secured it with a pin. Luo Ruiying gazed at her reflection with mild astonishment. Meanwhile, Luo Hongye bounced eagerly at Ning Yuchen's feet. Father, it's my turn now. I want to be styled too. With a chuckle, Ning Yuchen lifted Luo Hongye into his arms, cradling her as he skillfully fashioned two adorable buns atop her little head. Luo Ruiying watched intently. Although the style was unfamiliar, it surprisingly suited her daughter's charm. Just as he finished, a voice floated in from outside the door. Young master, madam, breakfast is ready. Thank you for your hard work, Luo Ruiying replied, scooping up Luo Hongye as she opened the door. Yuqingyu stood poised at the entrance. Upon seeing the delightful hairstyle adorning Luo Hongye, her eyes sparkled with fervent admiration, a wave of desire nearly overcoming her, quickly suppressed. That was close. I almost lost my composure. The little princess is simply too adorable. How I long to hold her like Madame does. As Ning Yuchen entered the dining hall, he was greeted by a table laden with an array of delectable dishes. You can cook? He exclaimed, astonished, sending a discreet message to Yuqingyu. In his memory, she had never been one to cook. I spent 3 days learning after the little princess was born, Yuqingyu replied nonchalantly. This revelation left Ning Yuchen even more taken aback. Was it truly necessary to exert such effort? The president of the demon realm personally learning to cook seemed utterly unfathomable. Luo Ruiying, too, was surprised. After sampling a few bites, her eyes lit up. The flavor is delightful, she remarked, feeding some tender fish to Luo Hongye, who chewed happily, beaming with joy. It's delicious. To receive praise from the young lady is an honor. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day. Hearing Luo Hongye's words, a proud and satisfied smile graced Yuqingyu's face. She would be the first in the demon realm, apart from the esteemed Lord of Demons, to earn the little princess's commendation. The diligent practice during this period has not been in vain. It has been worthwhile. Meng Miao and the other two stood obediently behind Yuqingyu. In the past, Luo Ruiying did not mind their sitting together at the dining table, but now, with Yuqingyu present, they dared not do so. She had warned them that if they behaved in any manner unbefitting their status, she would ensure their disappearance from this world, a threat as terrifying as that of the esteemed master, and even more stringent towards them. Seeing Yuqingyu and Meng Miao standing there, Luo Ruiying smiled and invited them. Please, sit down and eat together. We are merely your servants, madam, and do not possess the right to dine alongside you. Yu Qingyu replied with a serious bow. Luo Ruiying did not expect Yu Qingyu to adhere so strictly to her principles and chuckled. It's fine here. There is plenty of food, and not eating would be wasteful. Madam, we cannot. This is not in accordance with our identity and duties. Yu Qingyu steadfastly declined once more. Luo Ruiying felt somewhat exasperated by Yu Qingyu's obstinacy. Ning Yuchen gently patted Luo Ruiying's shoulder and suggested, My dear, perhaps you should rephrase your request. With that, Ning Yuchen turned to Yu Qingyu and said in a calm tone, You all shall sit down and eat. This is an order. Understood. After a brief hesitation, Yu Qingyu nodded and took her seat. Although she wished to refuse, the command of the demon lord was not to be disobeyed. It was an absolute edict in the demon realm. Thus, she had no choice but to comply. Once Yu Qingyu was seated, Meng Niu and the others cautiously took their places at the table. Luo Ruiying, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to herself, must they all require an order to sit? Her lengthy persuasion seemed futile compared to a single command. Just as everyone was gathered around the table, a loud knock echoed from the courtyard. Ning Yuchen, without needing to guess, knew it must be Qi Yuan arriving. Though he had advised her to come find him today, he did not expect her to arrive so early. Kai Sei rose to open the courtyard door, and indeed, it was Qi Yuan, who had come to visit bright and early. Hello, Sister Luo, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan entered the hall, greeting Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen with enthusiasm and joy. After winning against the Jiang family the previous day, the Qi family had been bustling with activity to consolidate their control over the streets of Nanli City. However, this busyness brought immense joy to everyone in the Qi family. Since yesterday, Qi Yuan had not stopped smiling. Little Yi, Qi Yuan hurried over to Luo Hongya, crouching down to affectionately pinch her round little cheeks. Qi's sister Luo Hongya was so flustered by the attention that she could hardly speak. Sitting a short distance away, Yu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback at Qi Yuan's boldness in affectionately squeezing Luo Hongya's cheeks, her eyes widening in shock, a hint of coldness flickering deep within. She dared to so brazenly manipulate the little princess of the demon realm. It is utterly unforgivable. She has never been subjected to such treatment. My lord demon monarch, who is this woman? May I eliminate her? Rest assured, I shall not cause you or your lady any trouble. I promise. She will depart in peace. Yu Qingyu desperately suppressed the surging intent to kill within her, while simultaneously inquiring telepathically with Ning Yuchen. Her icy gaze fixed intently on Qi Yuan. As long as the demon monarch consents, she would ensure this woman vanished immediately. Ning Yuchen shot a disapproving glance at Yu Qingyu and decisively replied, Absolutely not. To make her disappear merely because Qi Yuan caressed Luo Hongya's cheek is excessive. Moreover, this act stemmed from Qi Yuan's affection for Luo Hongya. Thus it is even less justifiable to take action against her. Qi Yuan, sensing an ominous chill behind her, turned to meet Yu Qingyu's frigid gaze. It was then she realized there was another unfamiliar presence. This sister was not inferior in appearance to Sister Luo. Yet, she appeared quite fearsome. Why did it seem as though she was glaring at her with hostility? Had she committed some grave error? Chapter 67. I do not quite understand either. Hello. Qi Yuan cautiously greeted Yu Qingyu. Greetings. The duties of a servant compelled Yu Qingyu to respond politely. Yet her gaze remained as frigid as ever, fixated on Qi Yuan. This unnerved Qi Yuan, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Who on earth is this woman? She is truly terrifying. Under her stare, Qi Yuan felt as if she were plunging into an ice cavern, her entire being chilled to the bone. Seeking solace, Qi Yuan turned her eyes towards Ning Yuchen, her expression rife with confusion and fear. Miss Qi, this is my family's new attendant, and also my former personal maid. Yu Qingyu, Ning Yuchen briefly introduced. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's curiosity deepened as she scrutinized Yu Qingyu's appearance and demeanor, initially mistaking her for a guest of Luo Ruiying or Ning Yuchen. To her astonishment, she learned that Yu Qingyu was actually Ning's former personal maid. Having grown up in affluence and encountered numerous nobles, Qi Yuan prided herself on her exposure to many distinguished attendants. Yet she had never encountered one as striking and poised as Yu Qingyu. Even if told that she was a princess from a foreign land, Qi Yuan would harbor no doubts. The fact that even the attendants in Ning's household could possess such elegance was astounding. While Ming Niu and his companions were already impressive, Yu Qingyu left her utterly awestruck. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why Yu Qingyu harbored animosity towards her upon their first meeting. Choosing not to dwell on it, Qi Yuan averted her gaze, unwilling to meet Yu Qingyu's eyes any longer. Turning to Ning Yuchen, she inquired, "By the way, Ning Gu, did you summon me for a specific reason today?" "Indeed," Ning Yuchen replied with a slight smile. "Miss Qi, although the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City has now been transferred to the Qi family, it seems the Jiang family has not entirely vanished from the scene?" "Yes," Qi Yuan responded indignantly. "Though the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City now belongs to the Qi family, many business associations still align themselves with the Jiang family. They continue to operate under the Jiang family shops, and their business remains unaffected." Her frustration was palpable whenever the Jiang family was mentioned. Despite the Qi family's successful acquisition of the street jurisdiction, which significantly weakened the Jiang family's influence and affected their business, a considerable number of associations still chose to support the Jiang family. The contracts for the street shops had not yet expired. Having lost their jurisdiction, the Jiang family's shops could still function normally. However, once the contract terms expire, the Qi family could leverage their authority by threatening the street associations that wished to continue operating under the Jiang family. Even if the associations resisted, the Qi family could refuse to renew their contracts, forcing them to close their doors. Yet, until that time arrived, the Qi family found themselves at a standstill against the Jiang family, left with no choice but to attempt to woo or persuade those associations that still supported the Jiang family to join their ranks. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. This was also the source of Qi Yuan's distress since yesterday. One could not simply annihilate the Jiang family outright. Who could predict what underhanded tactics they might resort to next? Ning Yuchen had anticipated this and continued, "If I recall correctly, the Jiang family's primary business revolves around the sale of various elixirs and spiritual liquids?" "Indeed. Over a decade ago, the Jiang family inexplicably acquired a fourth-grade body-refining liquid known as Fire Lotus liquid. This remarkable liquid could refine one's physical constitution, making it highly sought after by countless cultivators. It was through this Fire Lotus liquid that the Jiang family rapidly ascended to prominence. The various business associations under the Jiang family's influence in the city are all engaged in selling this Fire Lotus liquid," Qi Yuan stated earnestly. "Without the Fire Lotus liquid, the Jiang family could not have risen so swiftly, placing my Qi family beneath them. The exorbitant profits from this liquid have led numerous business associations to align themselves with the Jiang family." "A fourth-grade body-refining liquid, you say?" Ning Yuchen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qi Yuan looked on, puzzled. She did not quite understand why Ning Yuchen suddenly inquired about the Jiang family's business. After a brief moment, Ning Yuchen beckoned to Yu Qingyu. "Qingyu, bring me some paper and a pen." "Of course, young master." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qingyu swiftly brought forth the requested items and presented them to Ning Yuchen. He took the pen and quickly enumerated dozens of varieties of celestial herbs and medicinal plants on the paper. Qi Yuan remained perplexed. Beside Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruiying could not help but lean in curiously, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the list of celestial herbs and medicinal plants. This seems to resemble a formula for a certain body-refining liquid. Moreover, it is a recipe for a spiritual liquid I have never encountered before. Having grown up in the celestial realm, she had perused countless medical texts and was familiar with various elixirs and their recipes. Yet this formula listed by Ning Yuchen was entirely new to her. She attempted to carefully contemplate the formula in her mind and was astounded to discover that these celestial herbs and medicinal plants could harmoniously blend together to yield extraordinary results in refining one's physical constitution and meridians. This was at least a seventh-grade body-refining liquid. He was certainly not scribbling aimlessly. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The formula casually penned by Ning Yuchen was indeed for a seventh-grade body-refining liquid. Furthermore, it had never been documented before. Once Ning Yuchen completed the formula, he handed the paper to Qi Yuan, stating nonchalantly, "This is a recipe for a body-refining liquid known as the refining immortal pill. The end product is a pill that dissolves in water to transform into a spiritual liquid for body refinement. As for its grade, it should be at least 7th grade, I suppose. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about it." Seventh grade body refining liquid. Qi Yuan. Upon receiving the paper and initially failing to discern its significance, trembled in astonishment at Ning Yuchen's revelation that she was holding a 7th-grade body-refining liquid formula. This was indeed a recipe for a 7th-grade body-refining liquid. The value of this body-refining liquid is nearly sufficient to seize the entire southern departure city. Ning Yuchen nonchalantly presented it to her. Moreover, he inscribed it so casually on a blank sheet of paper. Upon witnessing Qi Yuan's astonished, gaping expression, Yu Qingyu could not help but find it amusing. She was merely an ignorant insect. This 7th-grade body-refining formula was the lowest concoction that the esteemed Demon Lord could conceive. Should the Demon Lord desire, he could effortlessly produce formulas of the 10th grade or higher. The materials required for the Immortal Refining Pill are not exceedingly difficult to procure. I am confident that, given Miss Qi's family wealth, gathering these materials for large-scale refinement should pose no challenge. Even if the quality of the refined product were subpar, it would still possess efficacy beyond the 5th grade. Upon your return, instruct the Qi family to spare no effort in acquiring all the necessary herbs, even if it means purchasing them from the Jiang family at 10 times the price. Ning Yuchen continued to advise calmly. Qi Yuan clutched the formula in her hand. Blinking in a daze, her gaze gradually brightening, she quickly grasped Ning Yuchen's intent. Brother Ning intends for the Qi family to completely suppress the Jiang family in business using this 7th-grade body refining formula. Chapter 68. Is it your intention for the Qi family to concoct the immortal elixir to undermine the business of the Jiang family, Brother Ning? Qi Yuan inquired, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Ning Yuchen. Precisely, Ning Yuchen affirmed with a subtle nod. Qi Yuan, being the daughter of a merchant family, was not lacking in intelligence. She quickly grasped his intent. Do not hasten to refine and sell until your Qi family has acquired a sufficient amount of materials to avoid arousing the suspicion of the Jiang family. Once adequately prepared, you may commence the refining process. Furthermore, the immortal elixir should not be sold through auction, but rather at a modest price. Do you comprehend the reasoning behind my words, Miss Qi? Ning Yuchen continued. Brother Ning is concerned that selling through auction might elevate the price too high, rendering it unaffordable for most cultivators. Consequently, even if the Qi family successfully markets the immortal elixir and boosts revenue, it would not effectively suppress the sales of the Jiang family's fire lotus essence. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yuan responded earnestly, her heart filled with admiration and astonishment for Ning Yuchen. Brother Ning is willing to sacrifice the precious 7th-grade body refinement liquid for the sake of undermining the Jiang family's business, and yet intends to sell it at a low price. It is evident which option the masses would choose between the exorbitantly priced 4th-grade body refinement liquid and the reasonably priced 7th-grade variant. This strategy will undoubtedly have a profound impact on the Jiang family's business, making it exceedingly difficult for them to sell their accumulated fire lotus essence. Ning Yuchen nodded in approval, acknowledging that Qi Yuan had largely captured his thoughts. However, there remained a crucial element unspoken. Once the Jiang family's business plummeted, the merchant guilds under their influence would be compelled to seek refuge with the Qi family. Even if they chose not to align themselves with the Qi family, their enterprises would struggle to remain operational. At that juncture, the Qi family could forcibly acquire the merchant guilds and shops under the Jiang family's purview at a significantly reduced price. Once the Qi family began selling the immortal elixir, numerous guilds might approach them for collaboration. However, the Qi family should not rush to acquiesce. They ought to wait until these guilds could no longer bear the suspense and voluntarily propose higher profit-sharing arrangements before agreeing. The Qi family should also strive to acquire the Jiang family's shops at the lowest possible cost. Ning Yuchen elaborated further to Qi Yuan. He possessed the capacity to obliterate the Jiang family effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, they could vanish from existence. His reason for refraining from action thus far was not rooted in mercy, but rather a desire to strike when the Jiang family had lost everything. At this moment, Qi Yuan was utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that Ning Yuchen had meticulously devised a comprehensive strategy for the Qi family. Brother Ning, who usually appeared gentle and refined, possessed such remarkable cunning. Although he may not rival Sister Luo in strength, his methods were astonishing. Had he been plotting against the Jiang family since their encounter with Zhongli, even going to great lengths to assist her family, Qi? Although Qi Yuan understood that Ning Yuchen's assistance to the Qi family was merely a strategy against the Jiang family, She could not help but feel immense gratitude in her heart. On the side, Luo Ruiying was equally unprepared for Ning Yuchen's unconventional method of dealing with the Jiang family. However, compared to this unexpected approach, she was far more curious about how he could effortlessly compose a formula for a 7th-grade body refining elixir. Ning Yuchen, how did you come to know the formula for this refining elixir? Luo Ruiying could no longer suppress her curiosity. It was indeed hard to believe that an ordinary mortal could produce a formula for a 7th-grade elixir that she had never even encountered. In response to Luo Ruiying's inquiry, Ning Yuchen had already anticipated this moment. He smiled as he retrieved a notebook from his bosom and handed it to her. My dear, I happened upon this manual containing elixir formulas while wandering in the mountains. He explained, the formula for the body refining elixir is transcribed from this very book. Luo Ruiying, intrigued, accepted the notebook and casually flipped through its pages, only to find herself captivated by the notes recorded within. Each page detailed different elixir formulas. Most appeared peculiar at first glance, yet upon further contemplation, they seemed refreshingly innovative. Many combinations of celestial herbs and spiritual medicines seemed irrational, yet they hinted at extraordinary effects. Clearly, this was the work of a master experimenting with various novel alchemical recipes. Among them were numerous high-grade elixirs. As Ning Yuchen mentioned, the 7th-grade refining elixir was indeed listed within. Even the formula for the meridian-nourishing elixir was documented. This conveniently explained how Ning Yuchen could produce the formula for the meridian-nourishing elixir so effortlessly. At that moment, Luo Ruiying no longer held any doubts about Ning Yuchen. How could an ordinary person possibly concoct so many innovative formulas? It turned out he had stumbled upon this notebook. While this clarified her confusion about how he could casually write a 7th-grade body refining elixir formula, it also sparked a sense of concern within her. The value of this notebook was extraordinary. It had generated numerous novel and more easily concocted elixirs. It must have belonged to the senior who had saved her in the forest. He must be quite anxious now. If the opportunity arises, she would return it to him. Ning Yuchen, this notebook you found must have been left behind by a remarkable individual. Its value is immense and exceedingly rare. Allow me to safeguard it for now. I shall return it to its rightful owner when the opportunity presents itself. Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yuchen. Thankfully, the notebook was undamaged. Returning it to that senior should pose no issues. Ning Yuchen nodded with a smile. Very well, as you wish, my dear. The notebook was merely a draft he had taken notes in. It was of little consequence. However, it served perfectly to dispel his wife's doubts. Without further delay, Ning Yuchen turned to Qi Yuan and advised, Miss Qi, you should return promptly to prepare your family. Yes, Brother Ning. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, Qi Yuan was brimming with excitement. She tucked away the recipe for the immortal refining pill, eager to return and instruct the entire Qi family to commence preparations. The anticipation of witnessing the expression on the Jiang family's faces was almost overwhelming. After securing the recipe close to her heart, she felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. Thus, she discreetly concealed it in various places on her person, yet no matter where she stashed it, a sense of vulnerability lingered. In her possession was not merely a piece of paper, but a recipe of immense value, akin to a treasure worth its weight in gold. If it were to fall into the hands of others, she might not survive to return to the Qi family. After much contemplation, Qi Yuan ultimately resolved to clasp the recipe tightly in her hand, concealing it within the folds of her garment for utmost safety. Brother Ning, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan stepped cautiously through the gate. Once outside, her eyes darted anxiously from side to side, suspicious of anyone who might harbor ill intentions toward her. This behavior only rendered her more conspicuous, as if she were terrified that the world would know of the precious item she carried. Qingyu, send someone to protect her discreetly. Ning Yuchen conveyed to Yu Qingyu. His concerns palpable. TSK. Fine, Yu Qingyu replied, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in her tone. It was clear she harbored a genuine desire to eliminate Qi Yuan. After Qi Yuan's departure, Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yuchen with a puzzled expression. Yuchen, why do you wish to undermine the Jiang family? Since the alteration of the betting agreement at the last trade conference, she had sensed that Ning Yuchen was deliberately targeting the Jiang family. Ning Yuchen glanced back at Luo Ruiying, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, because they have insulted my wife. This revelation sent a slight tremor through Luo Ruiying's heart. So, it was for her sake that he sought to confront the Jiang family. Chapter 69. I have a plan. Days later, in the city of Nanli, snow fell in delicate flurries, swirling gracefully through the air. After a brief pause, the heavens once again unleashed a thick blanket of snow. The atmosphere within Nanli was one of tranquility and peace. Yet the streets buzzed with an exuberance greater than ever before. For the annual celebration of the auspicious snow heralding a bountiful year and the joyful arrival of the spring festival was approaching. Every household bustled with preparations for the festivities, adorning their windows with vibrant paper cuttings for the new year. Brilliant red lanterns hung high, embellishing every alley and thoroughfare. Stalls brimming with seasonal goods dotted the streets. And even the cultivators who resided in Nanli could not help but be swept up in the festive spirit that enveloped the city. However, within the residence of the Jiang family, a heavy gloom pervaded the atmosphere. Recently, the Qi family had begun an extensive acquisition of various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants throughout the city, purchasing them at exorbitant prices. Among the herbs acquired were many that held no real value or efficacy. Numerous cultivators and merchants hastily sold their wares to the Qi family at inflated rates. Jiang Zhen, with his keen business acumen, sensed something amiss with the Qi family's unusual procurement of these herbs. He spent sleepless nights collaborating with various alchemists to analyze the materials purchased by the Qi family. Yet they could not decipher what new elixir the Qi family sought to create. It was no surprise that the Jiang family struggled to unravel this mystery. The formula for the Qi family's immortal elixir was an original invention of Ning Yuchen and was not documented anywhere in existence. Moreover, Qi Rongchang of the Qi family was astute enough to realize that the Jiang family would inevitably catch on. Hence, he had mixed in numerous herbs that were not part of the formula among the large quantities of herbs being acquired. The Jiang family could spend a lifetime in research and still remain in the dark. At this moment, Jiang Zhen sat in the main hall of the Jiang residence. His brow furrowed, hand resting on his forehead, a visage of exhaustion. With the presence of the treasure merchant guild as a witness, he dared not refuse to hand over the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli to the Qi family. Once the Qi family gained control, they immediately began to suppress Jiang's business interests. Many of his associates had already shifted their allegiance to the Qi family. In a desperate bid to counter the Qi family's oppression, Jiang Zhen had been overwhelmed with responsibilities in recent days. Aside from a few stewards and his brother Jiang Ming, the rest of the household were of little assistance. Particularly his son, Jiang Li, had always been known for his frivolous ways, possessing no aptitude for business whatsoever. Now, rendered incapacitated, he sulked at home, lashing out in anger and destroying things, lacking any ambition. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Li was his only son, Jiang Zhen would have gladly expelled him from the Jiang family. The mysterious individual who attacked Jiang Li and subsequently murdered Jiang Gan has yet to be apprehended. The Jiang family remains oblivious to how they have antagonized such a formidable figure, nor do they know if this person will strike again. Following Chun Ro's demise, Jiang Zhen and the rest of the Jiang family have been living in a state of perpetual fear, anxious that the next victims might be themselves, just as Jiang Li or Jiang Gan had been. This psychological torment has left the members of the Jiang family utterly exhausted. With one issue unresolved, another burdensome matter arises, and Jiang Zhen finds himself increasingly troubled and weary. At that moment, Jiang Ming entered the main hall and greeted Jiang Zhen. During this period, he had been tasked with recruiting alchemists to study the healing elixir from the Qi family, as well as acquiring various spiritual herbs. He was also diligently investigating the identity of his son, Jiang Gan's murderer. Upon seeing Jiang Ming, Jiang Zhen's expression brightened, and he promptly inquired, "You're here. Any progress on deciphering the Qi family's elixir formula?" Jiang Ming shook his head slowly, expressing his regret. "Unfortunately, no. The variety of spiritual herbs acquired by the Qi family is vast and exceedingly peculiar. I have consulted over a dozen alchemists in this endeavor, yet we remain unable to uncover their formula." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhen sank into his chair, rubbing his temples in dismay. "If there is no outcome, then why have you come to see me? The Qi family has sent someone again. They wish to purchase our spiritual herbs at 10 times the market price." Jiang Ming stepped forward, producing a list of herbs compiled by the Qi family, and handed it to Jiang Zhen. Without even glancing at it, Jiang Zhen snatched the list and tore it to shreds, shouting in fury, "Tell the Qi family to leave. Otherwise, I shall send their heads back to them." Even if our herbs rot in the warehouse, we shall never sell to the Qi family. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming approached and suggested, Brother, why not raise the price further and sell the herbs to the Qi family? You want me to sell our herbs to the Qi family? Jiang Zhen glared at Jiang Ming, incredulous. Jiang Ming nodded solemnly, stating, Brother, you know we are currently in debt. The Jiang family's primary business relies heavily on the lucrative sale of Fire Lotus liquid. However, the Qi family's commerce has come to dominate the trade in Nanli City, rendering the Jiang family incapable of driving down the prices of the materials required for the Fire Lotus liquid as they once did. The cost of producing the Fire Lotus liquid has significantly increased, and their sales channels have diminished. Recently, they had also ordered a substantial amount of materials from various sources, agreeing to repay a portion of the debt monthly on credit. Furthermore, they are obligated to pay a hefty tribute of spirit stones to the Holy Lotus sect each month. Although the Jiang family appears affluent, their financial liquidity is, in reality, quite constrained. Faced with pressure from the Qi family Chamber of Commerce, the funds for the upcoming month have become insufficient to repay the debts left over from before. If the chambers fail to settle their debts on time, their reputation will inevitably suffer. Once credibility is compromised, future collaborations with other chambers will become exceedingly difficult. Jiang Zhen is acutely aware of this, which only adds to his distress. He had believed that the Jiang family would triumph in the chamber competition, prompting him to procure a substantial amount of materials for the Fire Lotus elixir, even opting for credit purchases. Winning the competition would have allowed the Jiang family to dominate all the chambers and shops in Nanli City, thus swiftly bridging the financial gap. However, he never anticipated such a defeat, leading to the current predicament of the Jiang family. Sighing, he turned to Jiang Ming and inquired about his plans. Since he had suggested selling the medicinal materials, he must have a strategy in mind. Jiang Zhen sighed lightly, glancing at his brother. Jiang Ming was quite astute, and it was their combined efforts that had brought the Jiang family to its present standing. Regrettably, their sons had proven to be rather disappointing. With a slight smile, Jiang Ming shared his thoughts. Elder brother, I have a plan. The medicinal materials acquired by the Qi family are highly likely to be intended for the refinement of the healing essence. Since the healing essence is not a body-enhancing liquid, it will scarcely impact our business. We can take this opportunity to raise the price and sell the materials to the Qi family, while simultaneously ramping up the production of the Fire Lotus elixir. When we sell this batch at a premium, it will sufficiently cover the financial shortfall of our family. Thus, Nanli City will remain firmly under the Jiang family's control. Chapter 70. Trouble at the Manor. Jiang Zhen's expression was contemplative as he pondered the situation, ultimately concluding that it was indeed feasible. He resolved to agree to sell the medicinal herbs to the Qi family, albeit at a slightly elevated price, while also demanding that the Qi family provide the materials for the Fire Lotus liquid to the Jiang family. Jiang Zhen instructed Jiang Ming that once they successfully marketed a substantial quantity of the Fire Lotus liquid, the Jiang family would surmount this crisis and swiftly regain their former glory. As Jiang Ming nodded in understanding and prepared to depart, Jiang Zhen called out from behind. By the way, what is the response from the Holy Lotus sect? The Holy Lotus sect has informed us that their leader intends to visit personally. It shouldn't be long before he arrives, Jiang Ming replied, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Even though the Jiang family currently languished in adversity, they still had the support of the Holy Lotus sect behind them. Once the leader of the sect arrived, the tides would undoubtedly turn in their favor. He was resolute in his intention to uncover the perpetrator responsible for his son Jianggan's death, likely linked to the Qi family or that woman named Luo Ruiying. Excellent. Wonderful, Jiang Zhen exclaimed, his gloom dissipating at the news of the sect leader's impending visit. He stood up excitedly, praising the development. After losing to the Qi family in the merchant competition and witnessing Chun Ro's death in battle, he had immediately sent word to the Holy Lotus sect. This humiliation would not go unavenged. He would ensure that all who mocked and betrayed the Jiang family would come to rue their actions. For now, the Qi family could revel in their triumph, but once the leader of the Holy Lotus sect arrived, the Qi family would soon vanish from existence. Neither the Qi family nor that Luo Ruiying would be spared. Following the Qi family's acquisition of a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs from the Jiang family, the Jiang family too procured considerable materials for the Fire Lotus liquid, engaging numerous alchemists to commence large-scale production. On this day, The Jiang family launched a significant quantity of Fire Lotus liquid across their various shops, further increasing its price. This decision incited widespread discontent among the cultivators. Really? Didn't they just raise the price a few months ago? How can they raise it again? Indeed, this increase is outrageous. 5,000 spirit stones for a bottle of 4th-grade body refining liquid? Have they lost their minds? Given the subpar quality of the Fire Lotus liquid, hastily crafted and inferior, how dare they charge such a price? Refund. It appears the Jiang family is preparing to make a quick fortune and flee. A multitude of dissatisfied cultivators gathered at the entrances of the Jiang family's shops to voice their grievances. However, upon hearing this news, Jiang Jun not only remained unfazed, but wore a brazen smile, leisurely sipping tea alongside Jiang Ming. After a sip, he calmly instructed his subordinates. Pay no heed to those people. Let them shout if they wish. Understood, the subordinate acknowledged before promptly departing. Jiang Jun's ease in this situation stemmed from the fact that such occurrences had transpired numerous times before. It is merely a means for those individuals to vent their frustrations and utter a few curses. Ultimately, they will still need to part with their money for what they desire. In the entirety of Nanli City, only the Jiang family offers the highest grade body tempering liquid. There is no concern about unsold inventory. At that moment, a servant rushed into the hall, visibly anxious and panting, exclaiming, "No, no. This is terrible, master. I am perfectly fine. What could possibly warrant such haste? Your actions lack any semblance of composure." Jiang Jun rebuked angrily as he rose from his seat, slamming the table. "I acknowledge my fault, but indeed, an extraordinary event has transpired." The servant trembled as he knelt upon the ground. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming exchanged grave glances, their brows furrowed in concern. "Speak quickly, what has happened?" The Qi family has suddenly begun selling a body-tempering pill known as the refining immortal pill. The servant stammered in distress. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces filled with alarm. "What? You mean the Qi family has commenced the sale of body-tempering pills?" "Why, yes. It is said that the refining immortal pill is of the 7th grade. The servant replied. "What grade?" Jiang Jun exclaimed, his voice trembling in disbelief as he hastily approached the servant, grabbing his collar to demand answers. "That is a 7th grade pill. It is not mere trinketry. The value of a 7th grade pill is unparalleled, a treasure that is rarely encountered. Such a thing has never appeared in all of Nanli City. And now you tell me the Qi family has produced a 7th grade pill, especially one pertaining to body tempering. It is indeed true, master. I would not dare utter a single falsehood." The servant lamented, his expression forlorn. He had confirmed the news at the earliest opportunity and had rushed back without delay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun appeared as though his spirit had been shattered, staggering back several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Ming hurried to lift Jiang Jun, offering words of comfort. "Elder brother, do not despair. 7th grade pills are not easily crafted. The Qi family will surely be unable to produce them in large quantities. Even if they manage to create some, the price will undoubtedly be steep, making them unaffordable for many. The Qi family's 7th grade body tempering pills may not necessarily impact our sales of Fire Lotus liquid." Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, another servant rushed in, kneeling in a flurry, and exclaimed, "Master, this is dire. Numerous cultivators are demanding refunds for the Fire Lotus liquid they purchased from us. The Qi family shops have all launched the 7th grade body tempering pill, and their prices are equivalent to our Fire Lotus liquid. Everyone is flocking to the Qi family." Moreover, the Qi family dispatched individuals to persuade numerous cultivators who had initially promised to oversee the Jiang family shops to defect to their side. Now, a considerable number of cultivators are causing disturbances within our establishments. What shall we do, my lord? The incessant stream of bad news plunged Jiang Jun into a profound despair, akin to descending into an abyss, leaving him in a state of stupor, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Even Jiang Ming could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. He found it hard to believe that the Qi family would sell their 7th grade body refinement pills at such a low price, and moreover, that they could produce them in bulk. The price of these 7th grade body refinement pills is remarkably low, rendering the Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid utterly incomparable. It would not be long before the market for body refinement liquids would be completely monopolized by the Qi family, while the Fire Lotus liquid, for which the Jiang family had expended vast amounts of materials and funds to refine, would remain unsold. Other cultivators who had purchased it would undoubtedly demand refunds from the Jiang family. It is over, completely over. Jiang Ming collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, both Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming came to a stark realization. The medicinal materials that the Qi family had been aggressively acquiring were not intended for the refinement of the healing elixir, but were specifically for producing the 7th-grade immortal refinement pills. They had been duped. If there had been any breath of hope remaining for the Jiang family after the conclusion of the trade fair, this final glimmer had now been extinguished by their own hands. They had sold a vast quantity of medicinal materials to the Qi family, yet they could not fathom where the Qi family had obtained the formula for the pills. Chapter 71. Gifted to the little princess in the grand city of Nanli, the annual New Year festival has commenced. At the onset of each new year, the city celebrates with a magnificent festival to welcome the arrival of spring. This celebration not only marks the joyous beginning of the year, but also serves as a prayer for favorable weather and family safety in the coming year. During the New Year festivities, Nanli is at its most vibrant, with bustling streets filled with throngs of people and various squares hosting entertaining performances to commemorate the occasion. The streets are lined with an array of stalls, and the air is alive with the sounds of lively crowds and merchants calling out to entice customers. The swirling snowflakes above do little to dampen the spirits of the revelers. Rather, they add a unique charm to the wintry promenade. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying stroll along the street, holding the hand of the adorable Luo Hongya, while Kai Se and his companions follow closely behind with the serene Yuqingyu. The rare opportunity of the New Year festival calls for children to join in the revelry. Luo Hongya is adorned in a New Year sweater hand-knitted by Luo Ruiying, complemented by a snug little cotton coat, her petite figure appearing particularly round and delightful. Her tender hands are held by both Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, as her small feet joyfully leap in the snow. Her bright, sparkling eyes frequently dart around in curiosity, occasionally pointing at something and asking innocent questions. "Oh, look, a toy stall," she exclaims, pointing at a rattle drum displayed prominently. "Father, mother, what is that?" "Oh, that is a rattle drum," replies Ning Yuchen. "If you like it, father will buy one for you." Intrigued by her curiosity, Ning Yuchen smiles and leads her and Luo Ruiying to the stall. "Excuse me, could I?" As he begins to speak to the stall owner, he is taken aback when the proprietor lifts his head. Despite his attempt at disguise, his robust physique and wild visage are unmistakable. Ning Yuchen recognizes him immediately. It is the formidable leader of the 6th Legion of the Demon Realm, the infamous madman of the 6th Demon God seat. "It's you. What are you doing here?" he exclaims, incredulity flooding his senses. Not only is this imposing figure running a toy stall, but it seems utterly incongruous for one of the Demon Realm's most feared entities. The sight of a brawny man, as solid as rock, selling toys strikes an absurd contrast. Upon seeing Ning Yuchen, the wild-faced madman breaks into a radiant smile, his eyes twinkling with recognition. He greets Ning Yuchen with a hearty laugh. "What can I do for you, dear customer?" Ning Yuchen merely gazes at him, speechless. His subordinate, the 6th demon god, is selling toys in the human realm. The absurdity of it all leaves him momentarily stunned. Is this what Yuqingyu meant by arranging for someone to disguise themselves and infiltrate the city? Couldn't they have assigned him a more fitting identity? Ning Yuchen could not help but glance back at the ethereal Yuqingyu, his eyes brimming with questions. Yuqingyu, however, maintained her composed demeanor as a refined maid, as if everything happening around her was of no concern. "Uncle, I want this," Luo Hongya exclaimed, tiptoeing and pointing at the rattle drum in the hands of the exuberant vendor. "Oh my, what a delightful and charming little princess." The vendor's face softened with affection and joy as he presented the rattle drum, a souvenir offered for free. He extended his hand with utmost care, fearing he might frighten Luo Hongya. Winning the favor of the little princess from the demon realm would be the greatest honor of his life. And this windmill is also a gift for the lovely little princess. And this, all for you. The vendor felt that one rattle drum was insufficient, and he began to pluck various toys from his stall, eagerly handing them to Luo Hongya. As long as Luo Hongya was happy, he would gladly part with everything. In fact, that was his utmost desire. However, Luo Hongya could not carry so many. Her hands were already overflowing with an assortment of toys. All right, let's explore elsewhere," Ning Yuchen said, genuinely concerned that the vendor would soon burden Luo Hongye with an entire cart of toys. He quickly took her away. As they departed, Luo Hongye turned back to the vendor, flashing a crescent moon smile and saying, "Thank you, uncle. Oh my, the little princess is truly adorable." He felt immensely honored to have received her gratitude. This would be his greatest glory after becoming a demon god. The vendor waved gently at the retreating Luo Hongye, his face radiant with tenderness. Meanwhile, another group of parents with children approached the vendor's stall, inquiring, "I just heard that the toys here are free. Is that true?" "Huh? Who said they were free? I don't run a charity here. 200 taels each. If you want them, great. If not, then leave." The vendor's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face now a mask of ferocity. Were it not for his disguise for the little princess and the demon lord, he would not deign to serve such insignificant pests. The family was nearly knocked off their feet by the vendor's intimidating presence, and the children were on the verge of tears. The disparity in attitude was stark compared to the previous family. It was as if the heavens and earth had parted. Moreover, even if they were not free, charging 200 taels for a single toy was exorbitant. Clearly, he was a black market trader. Those who had initially intended to approach the stall now retreated in fear. On the other side, after leaving the vendor's stall, Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yuchen with a puzzled expression, asking, "Yuchen, did you not find the stall owner a bit strange just now?" "Strange? In what way?" "Indeed, I did not perceive it," Ning Yuchen endeavored to conceal. To be honest, he found it rather peculiar as well. Luo Ruiying's expression reflected her contemplation. The posture of the stall owner unmistakably indicated prior cultivation. Yet, here was a cultivator selling toys at the marketplace. This seemed rather odd upon reflection. Moreover, the most significant point was that she could not discern the other's level of cultivation. The other's prowess likely surpassed her own. The human realm indeed harbors hidden talents, not to be underestimated. Even a mere toy vendor possesses such formidable abilities. Luo Ruiying entirely attributed the eccentric behavior of the mad prisoner selling toys to personal leisure pursuits. After all, there are numerous cultivators in the world with peculiar hobbies. Perhaps he merely sought to experience the joys of mortal life, just as they, alongside other cultivators, sauntered through the bustling streets. However, there was one aspect of the mad prisoner that left Luo Ruiying in doubt. His excessive warmth towards Luo Hongye was rather alarming. Such fervor compelled her to remain vigilant. She even harbored fleeting suspicions that he might be the sort of demonic cultivator who abducts children. Regardless, it was prudent for her to exercise caution. Having departed, Luo Ruiying chose not to dwell further on the matter, continuing to hold Luo Hongye's hand as they strolled alongside Ning Yuchen, immersing themselves in the festive atmosphere. Soon, the enticing aroma of grilled meat piqued Luo Hongye's appetite. Following the scent, Luo Hongye gazed ahead, where a barbecue stall was bustling with a throng of eager patrons, creating a lively scene. With her wide, curious eyes and slightly agape mouth, she nearly drooled. Ning Yuchen immediately recognized the child's desire for food once more. Chapter 72. 2 grilled sausages. Not spicy. "Yay, do you want to eat?" Ning Yuchen bent down and smiled at Luo Hongye. "Yes, I do." Luo Hongye's big, innocent eyes sparkled as she nodded earnestly. "Yay, you've been eating too many snacks lately." Luo Ruiying, rather than indulging Luo Hongye as usual, spoke seriously. During this period, Qi Yuan had brought a variety of snacks every time she visited Luo Hongye. Although Luo Hongye was supposed to inherit her celestial bloodline, she was still quite young and had been somewhat frail since childhood, which made Luo Ruiying concerned about her health. Mother." Upon sensing Luo Ruiying's apparent disapproval, Luo Hongye stared wide-eyed and looked up at her pitifully. In an instant, Luo Ruiying's heart softened. "My dear, if the child wishes to eat, let her," Ning Yuchen assured Luo Ruiying while holding Luo Hongye's hand. Luo Hongye obediently nodded in agreement. Yes, I won't eat so many snacks from now on." Luo Ruiying shot a glance at Ning Yuchen, exasperatedly saying, "You just indulge her. Isn't that what children are for?" Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. Unable to counter Ning Yuchen's reasoning, Luo Ruiying relented. "Fine, but this is the last time." Luo Hongye immediately nodded, smiling in response. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying led Luo Hongye toward the barbecue stall to queue. Behind them, Yu Qingyu held a paper and pen, jotting down everything that intrigued Luo Hongye. Meng Miao and the others had transformed into a mobile shopping basket, carrying various items of all sizes. When their turn arrived, Ning Yuchen stared in disbelief. There stood Yi Tianxin, clad in an apron, skillfully grilling an array of skewers. "Customer, would you like a skewer?" Yi Tianxin looked up at Ning Yuchen, a slight smile breaking his stern countenance. "What on earth are you doing?" Ning Yuchen couldn't help but transmit his thoughts. "Reporting to the Demon Lord, I am fulfilling my duties." Yi Tianxin replied gravely, continuing his grilling. "Your duty is to sell barbecue." "Indeed, Demon Lord. This is my current guise in the human realm." Yi Tianxin insisted with utmost seriousness. Ning Yuchen was at a loss for words. First, the sixth demon god from the demon realm selling toys. Now the first demon god grilling skewers. Do you not find this incongruous? You are the most esteemed demon gods of the demon realm. Ning Yuchen could easily guess that this was all Yu Qingyu's doing. "It was Qingyu who forced you into this, wasn't it?" "No, my lord of demons," replied Yi Tianxin. "The left guardian merely offered us a suggestion and a choice. It was my own volition to opt for barbecuing." "Why?" Ning Yuchen queried, perplexed. With so many identities to choose from, why must one choose to sell barbecued food? He simply could not comprehend it. Yet, Yi Tianxin provided a compelling response, because the little princess enjoys it. Over the past few days, he had been quietly observing and discovered her fondness for various snacks. Thus, he resolutely embarked on the journey of mastering barbecue, solely to win the little princess's favor. Upon hearing this explanation, Ning Yuchen found himself unable to refute it and silently raised 2 fingers. "2 sausages, please, no spice." "Absolutely." Yi Tianxin's eyes sparkled with determination, his demeanor turning exceptionally earnest as he poured every ounce of skill into each step. The control of heat, the precise mixture of seasonings, all meticulously considered for the little princess's healthy growth, every detail executed with utmost precision. Remarkably, the speed of his hands did not falter in the slightest, nor did it impede the grilling of other patrons. His hands moved like fleeting shadows across the stall, and at that moment, the grill ignited with fervor. Ning Yuchen stood before the stall, utterly astonished. The technique of barbecuing. He was convinced that Yi Tianxin had secretly honed this craft for decades. To his surprise, one of his subordinates possessed such remarkable skills. If the demon god of the First Legion were to change his profession to barbecue, he would undoubtedly find a vast and promising new realm. At that moment, Luo Ruiying, standing beside Ning Yuchen, began to take notice of Yi Tianxin. With his unique and austere demeanor, it was difficult for her to forget him. Wasn't he the new neighbor who had moved in recently? To think he was a barbecue vendor, it was utterly unexpected. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. "Sir, your sausages." Shortly thereafter, Yi Tianxin slightly bowed, elegantly presenting 2 mouth-watering sausages before Ning Yuchen. "Oh, how much?" Ning Yuchen inquired after accepting the sausages. Although he was well aware of the man's true identity, he felt it necessary to pay as a guest. Ding ding ding. Yi Tianxin produced a bell from seemingly nowhere and began to shake it, releasing a series of delightful chimes. The sound instantly captured the attention of nearby visitors, who turned their curious gazes toward him. With a step back, Yi Tianxin tossed a handful of festive confetti into the air and proclaimed, "Congratulations to this group of guests. You are the 1000th patron of the day and are awarded a year of free meals. From now on, you and your family can dine here without any charges." Ning Yuchen. He stared at Yi Tianxin in speechless astonishment. He harbored grave doubts regarding the so-called first 1000 customers, suspecting they were merely fabricated by him. What a coincidence it was. Clearly, he was reluctant to accept his payment and concocted a flimsy excuse. Surrounding onlookers, perplexed yet intrigued, began to applaud, congratulating Ning Yuchen and his family. What extraordinary luck. A whole year of free meals. If I had one, I could feast until his bankruptcy. Alas, why am I devoid of such fortune? Not to mention, I have never won a prize. The person standing behind Ning Yuchen was filled with profound regret. What a pity. That grand prize of a year's free meals was nearly his. As the crowd continued to swell around them, Ning Yuchen promptly took hold of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, leading them away from Yi Tianxin's stall. Remaining any longer would surely attract more spectators. Yi Tianxin, not forgetting to bid them farewell, remarked, "We welcome you to visit us again." Never again, Ning Yuchen thought grimly. What he yearned for was a simple outing to the market with his wife and child. Why was he constantly encountering acquaintances? Darling, yay, let us explore over there, Ning Yuchen suggested, handing each of them a grilled sausage as they strolled towards another part of the street. He resolved to change venues. Luo Hongya blew on her steaming sausage, eagerly taking a small bite, her little face brimming with joy. Observing her relish in the treat, Ning Yuchen couldn't help but smile. You should try it too. It's indeed quite delightful. Luo Ruiying took a delicate bite of her sausage before offering it to Ning Yuchen, her expression tinged with a hint of shyness. Naturally, Ning Yuchen could not refuse such a personal act of affection from his wife. He opened his mouth and gently took a bite, savoring the flavor. Remarkably, this vendor's culinary skills were rather impressive. Chapter 73, Unfamiliar. Esteemed guest, might you be inclined to select a piece of jewelry for your lady wife? Ning Yuchen, accompanied by Luo Ruiying, meandered into a bustling alleyway. After taking only a few steps, a stall owner seated on the ground unexpectedly called out to him. The proprietor, slender and graceful, was veiled, rendering her features indistinct. Nevertheless, she was evidently a woman. Ning Yuchen halted, a slight frown creasing his brow, as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Ning Yuchen leaned closer to the stall owner, quietly inquiring, Qi Huan. Ah, esteemed guest. What are you saying? I am not Qi Huan. Qi Huan, caught off guard, averted her gaze and stammered in defense. Indeed, it must be her. Ning Yuchen concluded with certainty, a look of resignation crossing his face. Despite deliberately changing his surroundings, it seemed as though he was surrounded by familiar faces. A glance down the street revealed numerous acquaintances. Over there, a short-haired man skillfully crafting beef balls with dual tridents, the 7th-ranking demon lord of the demon realm, Luo Sha. And the woman with hair cascading over her face, obscuring her features as she sold wigs, the 5th-ranking demon lord, Fag. Not to mention the fiery-haired girl performing amidst the crowd, the 10th-ranking demon lord, Yin Lily. Moreover, the throng of passers-by included several demon realm guards and legion leaders, encircling him. Even the seemingly harmless children frolicking about were mere disguises from the demon realm. Qingyu, tell me the truth. How many have you stationed in the city? Ning Yuchen could no longer restrain his curiosity and directed a silent inquiry at Yu Qingyu. My lord, per your request, I have retained only the bare minimum in the city. A total of 60,000 are concealed within. 60,000. Ning Yuchen gasped in astonishment. He had deemed 6,000 excessive, yet Yu Qingyu had orchestrated a deployment of 60,000. Furthermore, these 60,000 were primarily elite forces from the demon realm, ensuring that Luo Ruiying remained oblivious to their presence. 60,000 cultivators above the Immortal Realm lurking in Nali City. He was momentarily uncertain whether he resided in the demon realm or the mortal realm. Any single one of these 60,000 could effortlessly dominate any region of the mortal realm. Ning Yuchen found himself at a loss for words. To reprimand Yu Qingyu would be unjust, for she had diligently fulfilled her duties. It was difficult to chastise her. Even if he were to scold her, she would likely present a multitude of reasons to justify her actions. Yuchen, do you know this young lady? Luo Ruiying inquired, observing Ning Yuchen as he leaned closer to Qi Huan, gazing intently at her. Unfamiliar. Both Ning Yuchen and Qi Huan resolutely denied simultaneously, directing their responses towards Luo Ruiying. Is that so? I had thought you were acquainted, Luo Ruiying remarked, momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Yuchen and Qi Huan had just been on the verge of fright. Ning Yuchen was concerned that Luo Ruiying might uncover something amiss, while Qi Huan was terrified of inadvertently revealing the identity of the demon lord. If that were to happen, she knew that Yu Qingyu would undoubtedly be the first to seek retribution against her. One of the 13 demon god seats would likely be lost. Madam, would you care to select a piece of jewelry? Qi Huan chuckled awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at Yu Qingyu behind Ning Yuchen. Only after noticing that Yu Qingyu exhibited no change in demeanor did she breathe a sigh of relief and turn to recommend to Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying had once been the empress of the celestial realm, she held no particular desire for jewelry. Initially intending to decline outright, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the exquisite adornments at the stall, drawing her in as she crouched down to examine them. The jewelry showcased was crafted from rare gemstones and minerals, some of which were entirely unfamiliar to her. Grasping a bracelet, she marveled at its flawless craftsmanship. The intricate design bore no imperfections, and within the bracelet, A kaleidoscope of colors flowed gently, radiantly vibrant. This appeared to be crafted from the 7-colored demon stone, a rare gem exclusive to the demon realm. The purity and artistry of this piece were certainly beyond the abilities of ordinary artisans. She was astonished that someone from the human realm could even sculpt such a stone. "Madam, have you taken a liking to this bracelet?" Chi Huan inquired, noticing Luo Ruing's rapt attention on the piece. It was said that both the mad prisoner and the night sky deity had been graced by the presence of the demon lord and the little princess. Such unparalleled honor could not be overlooked. "Do you fancy this bracelet, my lady?" Ning Yuchen also crouched beside Luo Ruing, smiling as he asked. If she desired it, he would not hesitate to procure it. After all, these were originally his. Luo Ruing gently set down the bracelet, slowly shaking her head. The bracelet was indeed remarkable, but she ultimately decided against it. The material was extraordinary, and its price would be steep. As she prepared to rise and leave, Chi Huan grew anxious and hastily exclaimed, "Madam, please, wait a moment. We are currently holding a free lottery event." "A lottery event?" "Indeed. The lottery is entirely free, with 4 distinct prizes. The Ding prize offers a 50% discount on purchases from this stall. The C prize grants a 30% discount. The B prize provides a 10% discount. And the A prize allows you to select freely, entirely complimentary." Chi Huan enthusiastically presented a box from behind her, filled to the brim with small balls of uniform size. Seeing Chi Huan's eagerness, Luo Ruing hesitated for a moment before reaching into the box to randomly grab a ball. It couldn't take much time to participate in a lottery, after all. Besides, how often does one win a prize? She thought to herself that she would simply draw a ball and then depart. Luo Ruing gently crushed the small ball in her hand, extracting the paper within. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the bold inscription declaring the first prize. Before she could even present the slip to Chi Huan, the latter immediately congratulated her with uncontainable excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, congratulations! You have successfully won the first prize. You may choose any piece of jewelry from my collection, all at no cost." Ning Yuchen, standing silently beside them, cast a speechless glance at Chi Huan. So she knew it was the first prize without even looking, did she? He suspected that the box was entirely filled with first prizes. Luo Ruing was utterly unprepared for the sheer luck of randomly selecting the grand award. Now, to decline would seem a waste of such a fortuitous win. She began to survey the dazzling array of jewelry displayed at the stall, turning to Luo Hongye beside her and inquiring, "Yi, is there anything you fancy?" Clearly uninterested in the jewelry, Luo Hongye merely glanced over and pointed to a carved hairpin shaped like a rabbit. "That rabbit one will suffice for me." Luo Ruing smiled gently and picked up the rabbit hairpin, placing it in Luo Hongye's hair. Meanwhile, Ning Yuchen casually selected a beautifully crafted black and white comb from the stall. "Do you like this comb?" Luo Ruing asked with curiosity. "This is for you, my dear. From now on, I shall be the one to style your hair," Ning Yuchen replied, turning to reveal a charming smile as he handed the comb to Luo Ruing. Her cheeks flushed, and in that moment, a flutter of emotions stirred within her heart. Chapter 74. This time no one can save them. Within the Jiang residence, the exterior was ablaze with light and filled with the sounds of laughter and merriment, while the interior lay shrouded in darkness, eerie and desolate, engulfed in a profound silence. The festive atmosphere was utterly absent, as was any semblance of warmth that a home should provide. With the introduction of the Qi family's immortal refinement pill, the Jiang family had completely lost their grip on power in the capital of Nanli City. Major merchant guilds hastily severed ties, and shops closed their doors one after another. An abundance of fire lotus essence lay neglected in warehouses and stores, unwanted and unvalued. Even at drastically reduced prices, no one was willing to purchase the fire lotus essence. As the Jiang family's reputation had deteriorated significantly and the quality of their product was inconsistent, leading to a complete erosion of trust among the populace. Were it not for the absence of any viable alternatives in Nanli City, the Jiang family would not have been able to act with such impunity. Furthermore, the Qi family's immortal refinement pill boasted a remarkable 7th-tier quality, far surpassing the Jiang family's fire lotus essence by at least tenfold in efficacy. The pricing set by the Qi family for their 7th-tier elixirs was practically a gift. Even if one had to sacrifice everything, they would not hesitate to procure the Qi family's immortal refinement pill, while the Jiang family's fire lotus essence was scarcely desired. even if offered for free. The Jiang family's fortunes had irrevocably waned. Most of their servants had chosen to leave, with only a handful of personal guards remaining, trained by the Jiang family themselves. Jiang Jun sat alone in the dimly lit hall, his face contorted with rage and resentment in the shadows. It was all the Qi family's fault. That woman was to blame. Had she not appeared, the capital of Nanli would have been his to command. The Jiang family would not have descended into such a state. Others might believe that the Jiang family was finished, but in his eyes, they had not yet lost. He still had one final move, which he was certain would lead to victory. Elder brother, the St. Lotus sect leader has arrived. At that moment, Jiang Ming burst into the hall, brimming with excitement, his face aglow with joy. This was perhaps the most uplifting and eagerly anticipated news the Jiang family had heard in days. Quick, please invite her in, Jiang Jun exclaimed, rising with palpable excitement. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a somber voice resonated from the heavens above. There is no need. The sect leader has come personally. A woman clad in a flowing gown adorned with lotus motifs descended gracefully from the sky, her delicate features accentuated by a soft, ethereal beauty. Flanking her were two other enchanting women, one in azure attire and the other in crimson. Upon the sight of the three women, Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming hurriedly approached and knelt on the ground, respectfully greeting, "We pay our respects to the St. Lotus sect leader and the two esteemed envoys." "Rise," Song Yin said, casting a fleeting glance at the kneeling Jiang Jun as she strode into the hall and took her seat. The two envoys positioned themselves closely at her sides. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming trembled as they lowered their heads before Song Yin, scarcely daring to breathe. The Jiang family allied with the Holy Lotus sect, which dispatched a holy envoy to oversee their affairs. In return, the Jiang family was tasked with governing the southernly city, offering a monthly tribute of spiritual stones and integrating willing cultivators into the sect. This was the essence of their collaboration. However, with the demise of the holy envoy Chenro of the Holy Lotus sect, the Jiang family has completely lost its control over the southernly city and is now incapable of delivering this month as tribute. It can be said that the Jiang family has become largely dispensable to the Holy Lotus sect. At this moment, Jiang Jun was consumed with anxiety, fearing the wrath of the Holy Lotus sect and the possibility of being abandoned. If that were to happen, not only would revenge be out of the question, but their very lives could be at stake. Jiang family head, "It has been a while, yet you appear rather unwell," Song Yin remarked coldly, casting a glance at Jiang Jun. Immediately, he fell to his knees, followed closely by Jiang Ming, who also knelt. "We implore you, esteemed leader, to forgive our sins." "Humph, you still dare to speak of forgiveness? Is this how you manage the southernly city as you promised the Holy Lotus sect? Perhaps my decision to support your Jiang family was a grave mistake from the outset. It is the incompetence of your family that demands my mercy." Jiang Jun dared not evade responsibility, pressing his forehead to the ground in fervent supplication for forgiveness. Considering the Jiang family's diligent service over the years, consistently delivering substantial tributes of spiritual stones and personnel, Song Yin reluctantly chose to pardon them this once. "Now, tell me, who dares to oppose the Holy Lotus sect?" she inquired, her eyes icy with fury. Since the destruction of the Southern State Martial God Hall, the Southern State had belonged to her sect. This was a fortuitous opportunity. She had envisioned using the Jiang family to dominate the entire southernly city as a foundation for the sect's expansion, soon allowing the Holy Lotus sect to rule the entire southern state. Yet, she never anticipated the failure of her plans for southernly city. Even her favored subordinate had perished. This grievance must be avenged. Esteemed leader, it is the Qi family. They have somehow procured a remarkably powerful woman. This woman, representing the Qi family, slaughtered the holy envoy of the White Lotus during a trading competition. My son has been incapacitated, and my nephew met a tragic end on the ground. This is undoubtedly the Qi family's doing. Esteemed leader, you must seek justice for the holy envoy of the White Lotus and my Jiang family. Jiang Jin spoke with tears streaming down his face, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. Song Yin furrowed her brow deeply, her displeasure evident. "Humph, this grudge shall be repaid. However, I fail to comprehend. Despite your Jiang family's loss in the trading competition, how could you so swiftly descend to your current plight, given your control over southernly city? Esteemed leader, you are unaware. The Qi family has somehow acquired the formula for the 7th grade refining elixir, the celestial refinement pill. The materials required for this elixir are not only of minimal cost, but they can also be produced in large quantities. The Qi family has monopolized the entire market of Nanli City with their elixir of immortality. The Fire Lotus elixir you provided me is now completely unsellable. Jiang Jin lamented. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the elixir of immortality, the Jiang family would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. A 7th grade body refinement pill formula. Is that truly the case? Song Yin exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she hurriedly pressed for clarification. If my subordinate speaks a single falsehood, I am willing to face the consequences. Jiang Jun immediately bowed his head in assurance. Song Yan's expression grew contemplative, her lips curling into an excited smile. If so, this failure cannot be attributed to the Jiang family. The 7th grade body refinement pill formula, with its low cost and potential for mass production, is an exceedingly rare treasure. It seems her journey here was not in vain. She would gladly accept this 7th grade body refinement pill formula. A glint of determination flashed in Song Yan's eyes as she commanded the 2 guardians beside her, Qinglian Saint Envoy, Honglian Saint Envoy, you 2 shall lead a team to eradicate the Qi family. By tomorrow, I want to see the Qi family erased from existence. As for the woman who killed my Balian Saint Envoy, I shall personally deal with her. Yes, master. The 2 guardians bowed and promptly set off. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming displayed expressions of immense joy. The Qi family and that woman's entire clan were doomed. Han Guangji of the Treasure Merchant Guild had already departed from Nanli City. This time, no one could save them. Chapter 75. It is my duty in the midst of the festival market. The night had deepened, yet the streets remained bustling with lively crowds. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ring strolled hand in hand with Luo Hongye, enjoying a myriad of performances and purchasing various items from numerous stalls. Although they claimed to have bought these items, not a single coin was spent. It was either due to winning a prize or fortuitously coinciding with the store's 20th anniversary, where everything was temporarily free. Some even announced that, due to the festival, all items were complimentary. They visited over a dozen stalls, each with the same generous offer. Luo Ruing couldn't help but feel that the inhabitants of Nanli City were exceedingly warm-hearted and friendly. Even when making losses, the shopkeepers remained cheerful and welcoming. Moreover, it seemed that their luck had been remarkably good today, winning prizes wherever they went. Could it be that the festival had deliberately enhanced the odds of winning? Luo Ruing mused to herself, finding this the only plausible explanation. Trailing behind Ning Yuchen, Yu Qingyu diligently noted Luo Hongye's preferences, yet she remained acutely aware of the interactions between Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing. Although she could not pinpoint the reason, she sensed a peculiar subtlety in the relationship between the demon lord and his lady. This feeling had lingered during their time at home, but amidst the vibrant market ambience, their date became even more palpable. Despite being a married couple, their demeanor was akin to that of courteous acquaintances. It couldn't be said their feelings were lacking. On the contrary, their bond appeared quite strong, yet there was an elusive quality that seemed amiss. In such a lively and extravagant festival atmosphere, it was the perfect occasion for a romantic outing, yet they had not even held hands. Hadn't the demon lord and his lady already borne a child? Why did their interaction resemble that of a pair of first-time lovers? Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow in silent puzzlement. Could it be that the demon lord was shy? Given his centuries of singlehood, it was indeed conceivable for him to feel bashful in his first marriage. While she felt immensely satisfied to witness the day the demon lord took a wife and had children, she still yearned to see more tender moments shared between him and his lady. Ideally, they would remain in a state of blissful romance daily and bear several more little princes or princesses, regardless of how many children her lady bore. She would wholeheartedly embrace the responsibility of nurturing them to become as formidable as the demon lord himself. The mere thought of this filled Yu Qingyu with exuberance, her lips curving into an uncontainable smile. Beside Yu Qingyu, Kai Sei and the others noticed her sudden dazed and blissful expression, sending chills down their spines. They had already witnessed the terrifying side of this woman. What could possibly evoke such a frightening smile from her? Yu Qingyu soon recognized her lapse in composure and hurriedly restored her usual dignified and graceful demeanor. It is not yet a time for merriment. In pursuit of the future of the demon lord and the demon realm, she resolved to discreetly lend her support to the demon lord. All idle personnel, heed my command. An urgent mission awaits. Yu Qingyu conveyed her orders through a subtle transmission that resonated throughout the entire southernly city, reaching all those who lay in wait. In an instant, all the disguised demons, shadow guards, and the commanders of the forbidden army stationed in southernly city received the message, their expressions turning grave and solemn. An urgent mission? It had been an eternity since the demon realm had last encountered such a pressing task. Everyone stood at the ready, awaiting Yu Qingyu's directives. The transmission of sound is a celestial technique that transforms one's voice into a special spiritual force, embedding it within another's mind, where it reverberates back as sound. This faint and peculiar energy is typically challenging to detect, particularly when conveyed by those of superior cultivation, making it even more elusive to the ordinary individual. However, when faced with someone of far greater prowess, the transmission would indeed be perceived. As Yu Qingyu's words echoed, Ning Yuchen instinctively sensed the shift. Turning towards her with a look of confusion, he seemed to inquire what momentous event warranted such an urgent mission. How had he failed to perceive anything amiss? Yet, Yu Qingyu had no intention of elucidating matters to Ning Yuchen, merely offering him a cryptic smile that sent an unsettling shiver down his spine. True to her unspoken intent, the already bustling crowd suddenly swelled, a tide of bodies surging forth. The throng pressed against Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, forcing them into close proximity. In a moment of unforeseen chaos, someone accidentally collided with Luo Ruiying, unexpectedly sending her tumbling into Ning Yuchen's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped an arm around her waist, sheltering her within his hold. Luo Ruiying nestled against his chest, her cheeks flushing with a hint of warmth. The number of people had seemingly multiplied in an instant. Yes, indeed. Be careful, my dear, Ning Yuchen chuckled awkwardly. He cast a fierce glare back at Yu Qingyu. What are you doing? The influx of people and the one who pushed Luo Ruiying were all from the demon realm. Yu Qingyu, her expression unperturbed, replied calmly, I am merely assisting the esteemed demon lord. There is no need for gratitude. It is my duty. I do not wish to thank you. Furthermore, your duties do not encompass this. Ning Yuchen chastised her inwardly. Yu Qingyu, undeterred, retorted with righteous conviction, what are you saying? Esteemed demon lord? Everything concerning you and your lady is a matter of the demon realm, and thus falls under my responsibilities. Though my words may be somewhat presumptuous, you ought to be bolder and more forthright. Your lady would not object. Since my arrival, it seems I have yet to witness you and your lady consummate your union. Ning Yuchen. Silence. This matter is under my own consideration. There is no need for your interference. Ning Yuchen warned Yu Qingyu with a hint of exasperation. Previously, it was tolerable to urge for marriage, but now they are pressing on such matters. Although he too had his thoughts, it is essential to proceed step by step. Understood, replied Yu Qingyu readily. Yet her demeanor suggested she had no intention of relinquishing her stance. Ning Yuchen felt that she had not absorbed his words at all. Luo Ruiying propped herself up from Ning Yuchen's embrace. Noticing the surrounding crowd growing increasingly dense, she bent down to cradle Luo Hongya in her arms to prevent getting separated. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yuchen reached out to grasp Luo Ruiying's hand. When her palm was suddenly held tightly, Luo Ruiying was momentarily startled, but upon realizing it was Ning Yuchen, she felt reassured and gently reciprocated his grip. In such a bustling crowd, holding hands would prevent them from being jostled apart. Observing this from behind, Yu Qingyu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely what she wished to witness. It was time to take the next step. Chapter 76. Is the atmosphere not quite right? Outside the capital of Nanli City, as the clock approaches midnight, a grand fireworks festival is set to commence in celebration of the new year. At this moment, the fireworks convoy has largely assembled on the outskirts of the city, poised to ignite the pyrotechnics when the time arrives. With still a while to go before midnight, those responsible for lighting the fireworks gather together, sharing drinks and laughter in a convivial spirit. Suddenly, several shadowy figures materialize behind them in an instant. Before anyone can react, they are all silently subdued and dragged into the thicket. From the darkness of the trees emerges a stunningly beautiful woman, her expression inscrutable and her demeanor aloof. With a long blade sheathed at her waist, dozens of shadows follow closely behind her, awaiting their next command. The woman raises her arm, and the shadows immediately begin to rearrange and prepare the fireworks. Once everything is ready, Yulian communicates telepathically to Yu Qingyu from a distance. Master Left Guardian, preparations are complete. Meanwhile, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing finally navigate through the throngs of people and arrive at a less crowded street. Even after escaping the bustling crowd, the two seem to share an unspoken understanding, their hands showing no signs of parting. Behind them, Yu Qingyu wears a contented smile, having just received Yulian's message. Excellent. Yu Qingyu steps forward and leans towards Luo Ruing, saying, Madam, I have heard that the New Year's fireworks festival is about to begin. Would you like to see it? The fireworks festival? Doesn't it start after midnight? Isn't it still too early? Luo Ruing responds, puzzled, as she recalls that the festival does not commence so soon. Ning Yuchen's immediate thought is that Yu Qingyu must be secretly planning something behind his back. She clearly hasn't taken his words to heart. In response to Luo Ruing's confusion, Yu Qingyu remains composed and explains, Madam, you may not be aware, but the fireworks festival has been moved up. Is that so? Luo Ruing inquires, intrigued. She had heard that the annual New Year's fireworks in Nanli City are a spectacular sight, unforgettable to all who witness them. Before leaving, Qi Yuan had specifically emphasized that she must not miss the midnight fireworks. Yu Qingyu nods with certainty. Indeed. Then since we are here, let's go see it. Luo Ruing turns to Ning Yuchen with a smile, seemingly seeking his opinion. Since my wife is interested, let us go, Ning Yuchen replies. Though he remains unsure of Yu Qingyu's ulterior motives, he cannot refuse when he sees Luo Ruing's enthusiasm. The couple, carrying Luo Hongya, makes their way to a small hill that has been prepared for viewing the fireworks. From this vantage point, they can not only gaze upon the myriad lights of the city, but also enjoy the splendid display of fireworks against the night sky. As Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing arrived, cradling Luo Hongya, they found the hillside devoid of any presence. It was eerily desolate. How strange it was. Not a soul in sight. Could it be that everyone was unaware of the fireworks festival commencing ahead of schedule? Luo Ruing couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Unbeknownst to her, the area had already been cleared in advance. Yu Qingyu communicated with the outskirts through thought. The demon lord and his lady are in position. Let us commence. Understood, replied the outer envoy, promptly relaying the order to his subordinates. Proceed. Upon receiving the command, the dark guards swiftly ignited the fuses in their hands. In an instant, brilliant bursts of light surged skyward, blooming into vibrant fireworks against the obsidian night. The dazzling spectacle illuminated much of the dark expanse, harmonizing beautifully with the twinkling stars above, creating a splendid display. As Qi Yuan had foretold, the fireworks festival was indeed a sight to behold. Luo Ruing, holding Luo Hongya, gazed quietly at the resplendent fireworks and the countless lights of homes below. The serene and peaceful ambience was a sensation she had never experienced in the celestial realm. Suddenly, she felt that the ephemeral warmth of human life was not inferior to the lofty pursuits of immortality sought by many in the heavenly world. Nestled in her embrace, Luo Hongya turned his head, joy radiating from his eyes as he beheld the night sky, filled with fireworks and stars, his gaze reflecting the bursting colors of the display. Ning Yuchen had intended to admonish Yu Qingyu for her meddling, but seeing his wife and child so enraptured, he decided against it. At that moment, others in the city also took notice of the fireworks painting the sky, halting in their tracks to gaze upward. Some quickly registered the anomaly, expressing confusion. Wait, why has the fireworks festival started early? Indeed, why wasn't anyone informed? Realizing what was happening, the crowd hurriedly gathered their families and made their way towards the hillside where Ning Yuchen stood. However, Yu Qingyu was determined not to allow anyone to intrude upon the special moment between the demon lord and his lady. A mysterious fog began to rise at the base of the hill, ensnaring those who entered it and causing them to lose their bearings. No matter the direction they took, escape was impossible. Even the cultivators attempting to fly away on their swords found themselves thwarted. The mist seemed boundless, an impenetrable barrier. She sought to create an ideal moment for the demon lord and his beloved to connect. Seeing that Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing remained merely holding hands and gazing into the distance without progressing further, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but frown slightly. She took it upon herself to telepathically suggest, Demon Lord, you might consider taking a step further with your lady. Such matters are best guided by the atmosphere. With someone watching from behind, how could there be any such atmosphere? Ning Yuchen retorted, exasperated. Although the ambience created by the serene moonlight was indeed delightful at this moment, the presence of several glaring lights behind her dampened any enthusiasm. Realizing this, Yuchen swiftly turned her head, her expression cold as she commanded Meng Niu and the others. You three are quite a hindrance. Depart at once. I am addressing you. Ning Yuchen could hardly contain himself as he nearly roared through his thoughts. Yuchen possesses no self-awareness whatsoever. Yuchen face expressed disbelief, as if she had not anticipated that Ning Yuchen was referring to her. The subordinates comprehended the situation. In order to afford Ning Yuchen and Luo Ring some private time together, Yuchen wisely led Meng Niu and the others away quietly. Finally, they had left. Ning Yuchen took Luo Ring's hand, and they settled together on the lawn, their arms entwined, silently gazing at the blooming fireworks. While this was intended to create an intimate moment for the two, Luo Hongye still nestled in Luo Ring's embrace. With a child present, no matter how splendid the atmosphere, they could not indulge in anything further. Nevertheless, the three of them sitting together in such a serene manner to appreciate the fireworks was not without its own charm. At the very least, he found great pleasure in it. Not far away, Yuchen and Meng Niu, along with the others, peeked out from the grass. Yuchen furrowed her brow slightly, her expression pensive. Why had the scene she anticipated not yet unfolded? Was the ambience still insufficient? Chapter 77. Murder and arson are our true vocations. As Yuchen pondered how to further enhance the ambience for the esteemed demon lord and his lady, she was abruptly interrupted by a message from her covert sentinels. Lord Left Guardian, individuals are approaching the Qi family. Ever since Ning Yuchen entrusted the Qi Yuan with the recipe for the immortal refining pill, Yuchen had been secretly dispatching personnel to protect the Qi family. According to the demon lord's foresight, it was only a matter of time before the Jiang family could no longer remain passive. Indeed, the demon lord's predictions proved accurate. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that her reverie was disturbed. Yuchen delicate features turned icy, her regal and ethereal demeanor resembling that of an empress who held dominion over life and death. Before she could articulate her commands, another transmission from Yulian, responsible for igniting fireworks on the outskirts, reached her. Lord Left Guardian, there are also numerous pests converging on the Qi family from the outside. Furthermore, someone appears to be heading towards the demon lord's direction. Should we eliminate them all? Eradicate those pests entirely. They must not disturb the demon lord and his lady's rendezvous. Leave the individual approaching the demon lord to me. Qi family, Qi Huan and Quang Qiu, you two will handle the rest. Remember to leave one or two for questioning. Let the others vanish without a trace. The remaining personnel are to cleanse the city of all other pests. And be mindful, do not create any noise, lest it disrupt the demon lord and his lady. Yuchen calmly issued her orders to all her subordinates within the city. Instantly, all those disguised and lurking in the city received her commands, their eyes gleaming with a cold, bloodthirsty light. After days of masquerading as mere mortals, they were finally able to stretch their limbs. The true essence of their existence lay in murder and mayhem. Many commanders from the demon realm, alongside the sentinels and figures like Quang Qiu and Qi Huan, adorned their faces with sinister grins. It would perhaps prove challenging for the Left Guardian to permit any survivors. At the barbecue stall, Yi Tianxin's gaze was colder than ever. He would not allow anyone to intrude upon the demon lord and the princess's delightful meeting. Commence a temporary closure. Yi Tianxin, Quang Qiu, and Qi Huan promptly hung signs declaring a halt to business on their stalls, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, those standing before the stalls found the proprietors had mysteriously disappeared, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Where did the owner go? Meanwhile, Luo Ring sat on the lawn holding Luo Hongye, occasionally stealing glances at Ning Yuchen beside her. The fireworks illuminating the night sky allowed her to clearly discern Ning Yuchen's elegant, yet composed profile. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was indeed quite handsome. Even among the celestial beings, he would be considered a paragon of beauty. With a hint of hesitation, Luo Ring stealthily reached into her embrace, grasping a gift she had meticulously prepared over the past few days. Ning Yuchen immediately sensed the peculiar demeanor of Luo Ring and, filled with curiosity, turned to her with a smile, inquiring, "My dear, what troubles you? Why do you gaze upon me so intently?" And no, it's nothing under Ning Yuchen's questioning. Luo Ring realized that she had been staring a tad too intently, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze, vehemently denying any implications. The object she had been clutching in her hand suddenly seemed too awkward to reveal. Ning Yuchen noticed her hand delving into her bosom as if seeking something. And just as he was about to inquire further, his gaze sharpened. Not far away, someone was approaching him, and Luo Ruiying it appeared that they had come specifically to confront them. The Jiang family could no longer restrain themselves. Their impatience exceeded his expectations. To choose such a moment, on the day of the festival, was indeed a calculated move. He had intended to allow the Jiang family a few more days to celebrate the new year, but it seemed that was no longer necessary simultaneously. Ning Yuchen received a transmission from Yu Qingyu. My lord of demons, there are those who intend to act against you and the chief family. I shall resolve this matter forthwith. After much contemplation, Yu Qingyu understood that Ning Yuchen had likely sensed the brewing conflict. Thus she took the initiative to report the situation to him. After all, it was her duty as the leader of the demon realm. Your priority is to eliminate those pests completely, ensuring they do not disturb Ruiying and the child. I shall personally visit shortly. While entrusting everything to Yu Qingyu would guarantee a flawless resolution, Ning Yuchen resolved to pay a visit to the Jiang family himself. There was someone he absolutely needed to confront. Yu Qingyu was taken aback by Ning Yuchen's decision to intervene personally, her expression momentarily frozen, her heart swelling with anger, regret, and self-reproach. As the leader of the demon realm, it was a dereliction of her duty that the Lord of Demons had to take matters into his own hands. Had she been more proactive in arranging for the pests to be dealt with, Ning Yuchen would not have had to notice them and intervene personally. It was all due to those wretched pests that the Lord of Demons had to leave the side of his wife and the little princess, disrupting their rendezvous. She vowed that those pests would deeply regret their actions this night. With a countenance as cold as frost, Yu Qingyu struggled to contain the fury and murderous intent swelling within her. She feared that if she did not restrain herself, she might obliterate the entire city of Nanli in a fit of rage. The trio of Meng Niu, who followed closely behind Yu Qingyu, instinctively sensed her terrifying aura of malice, rendering them utterly paralyzed with fear, prostrate on the ground. They had never encountered such a dreadful presence. Merely being near her made them feel as though they were suffocating. You three, follow me. Yu Qingyu coldly commanded as she vanished in an instant. Yes, Meng Niu and the others replied, but upon lifting their heads, Yu Qingyu had already disappeared without a trace. Where did she go? My lord, we cannot keep up with your speed. The trio lamented, their eyes wide with disbelief at her sudden disappearance. This seems to place them in a bit of a predicament. In order to prevent Yu Qingyu from perceiving their ineffectiveness, Meng Niu and his companions hastily exerted their utmost efforts to pursue. Upon sensing the stirrings of his subordinates within the city, Ning Yuchen gradually rose to his feet. What is it? Luo Ruiying inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It is nothing. I suddenly recalled that I had forgotten to purchase something. Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. My dear, you should take Yi home first. I shall return shortly. What is it that you have forgotten to buy? Perhaps I should go instead? You can take Yi home, Luo Ruiying asked, still cradling Luo Hongya in her arms. With her cultivation, acquiring any item would merely take an instant. There is no need to trouble you, my dear. I have some matters to attend to along the way, so you should obediently return home with Yi. Ning Yuchen gently urged as he cupped Luo Ruiying's face. Very well. Her cheeks flushed slightly under the glow of the fireworks. Luo Ruiying did not press further. However, she felt somewhat dissatisfied by Ning Yuchen's manner, as if he were soothing a child. As she turned to leave, cradling Luo Hongya, she absent-mindedly touched her bosom, suddenly recalling that there was something she had yet to give Ning Yuchen. But when she glanced back, she found that Ning Yuchen's figure had already vanished. Has he departed so swiftly? Chapter 78. The consequence of disturbing the great demon lord and his lady. In the stillness of the night, the city of Nanli appeared deceptively tranquil, its bustling festivities masking the undercurrents of turmoil and lurking peril. Disciples of the Sacred Lotus sect began to converge upon the residences of Ning Yuchen and the chief family, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Yet, as they navigated the crowded streets, shadows abruptly materialized beneath their feet, or sinister figures emerged from darkened alleys, dragging them into the abyss. Those ensnared by the shadows were oblivious to their fate, vanishing from existence without uttering a single cry. Others, while traversing a desolate alley, found themselves swiftly accosted by phantoms that slashed at their throats, leaving them lifeless before they could even glimpse their assailants. Their eyes widened in shock as they collapsed to the ground, their bodies subsequently pulled into the darkness, the evidence of their existence meticulously erased as if nothing had transpired. Gradually, some disciples of the Sacred Lotus sect began to sense the anomaly. What had begun as a gathering of a dozen individuals dwindled to solitude upon a backward glance. Where had they gone? One disciple stood frozen in place, terror etched upon his face as he anxiously scanned his surroundings. In the next instant, shadows coiled around him, dragging him into the void. Bystanders remained oblivious to his disappearance, the street continuing to revel in its cacophony. Meanwhile, another faction of airborne disciples from the Sacred Lotus sect abruptly halted mid-flight. Before them stood a breathtaking maiden, her hair a fiery red, and her eyes a striking blend of crimson and azure. "Who are you?" the leading elder of the Sacred Lotus sect demanded, his voice laced with authority. The maiden, Yin Lily, smiled playfully. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you will soon become nothing more than a corpse." The elder's expression shifted from shock to fury as he bellowed, "Arrogant! No one in Southern Province dares to speak to the Sacred Lotus sect in such a manner. Kill her." At his command, dozens of disciples surged towards Yin Lily. She remained poised, merely snapping her fingers. In an instant, flames engulfed the entire contingent, including the elder himself. They were unable to emit even a single agonized scream before their souls were extinguished, their bodies reduced to ashen bones. With her formidable powers, she could have effortlessly reduced them to mere dust, but she deliberately tempered her flames, opting to leave behind a stark reminder of their demise. Collecting ornamental skeletons is one of her few hobbies. It has been quite some time since she last engaged in this craft. Yet her skill in crafting skeletons has thankfully not diminished. Although the dozens of skeletons she has produced are undeniably inferior, mere refuse among refuse, they will suffice to fill the bone mountain. Alas, had it not been for the decree from the left protector forbidding any significant disturbances, she would have relished the opportunity to listen to the anguished wails of these individuals as they were slowly incinerated. That would have undoubtedly been the most exquisite symphony. Meanwhile, near the courtyard of Ning Yuchen, the members of the Holy Lotus sect, who had arrived ahead of time, lay in wait around the courtyard, anticipating the arrival of others to converge. However, as time passed beyond their planned schedule, they still found themselves without the sight of their companions. The leading elder furrowed his brow deeply and reprimanded a disciple beside him. "Did you not say that the others were already on their way? Where are they after all this time?" I do not know," the disciple stammered in reply. He had indeed received word that the others would soon arrive to join the operation. Who could have anticipated that they would be so delayed? "This is a direct order from the sect leader. How dare you be so negligent with such a crucial matter? Once this is accomplished, I will not be lenient." The elder commanded harshly, "Go and urge them to gather here at once." "Yes," the disciple responded, turning to leave in search of the others when a chilling voice echoed from the dark alley behind him. "There is no need. I have already brought them to you." "Who is it?" the leading elder exclaimed in shock, spinning around with a face full of astonishment and wariness. Despite his peak cultivation at the celestial level, he had failed to detect the approach of someone from behind. Night God slowly emerged from the shadows, holding several severed heads in his hand. His expression icy as he regarded the members of the Holy Lotus sect. He tossed the heads at their feet, and as they looked down, their faces turned pale with terror. Those severed heads unmistakably belonged to the very companions they had been anxiously awaiting. Each of them was an elder of celestial cultivation, yet they had perished in utter silence. Who on earth is this person? The leading elder, now devoid of his earlier bravado, trembled as he asked, What is your identity? Why have you chosen to strike against our Holy Lotus sect? You have offended those whom you should not have." Night God stepped forward, closing the distance to stand before them, slowly raising his hand towards the group, his gaze as frigid as that of a specter surveying the dead. The elder of the Holy Lotus sect, gripped by terror, attempted to flee, only to find himself paralyzed by fear. As he meticulously recalled Night God's earlier words, an epiphany struck the elder, deepening his dread. Could it be that the person he mentioned as one not to be offended was indeed this family? Does the leader truly comprehend the magnitude of the individuals she has offended? At this moment, the elder of the Sacred Lotus sect feels utterly despondent. Desperate to confront the leader song, Yin regarding whom they were instructed to target. Why provoke such formidable beings? They are simply not entities that the Sacred Lotus sect can afford to antagonize. Perish, the night sky god uttered coolly to the members of the Sacred Lotus sect. Wait a moment. The elder of the Sacred Lotus sect attempted to clarify the misunderstanding, yet along with over a dozen disciples, they were engulfed by a dark, lustrous beam of light. In the shadowy alley, a streak of darkness flashed. Once the light dissipated, the scene was left immaculate, devoid of any trace. The audacity to act against the esteemed demon lord and the young princess is a grave error. To perish in such a manner is, in fact, a tremendous grace bestowed upon you. The night sky god remarked indifferently into the void. Were it not for the desire to spare the demon lord from disturbance, he would never have allowed these insignificant beings to meet such an easy demise. Outside the city of Nanli, hundreds of elite disciples from the Sacred Lotus sect soared through the skies towards the capital. They had remained in a state of readiness outside the city, and upon receiving Song Yan's command to enter and annihilate the Qi family, they promptly set forth. Awaiting them on their path stood Yu Lian, flanked by several shadowy attendants. Do not engage, Yu Lian instructed her companions, slowly resting her hand upon the hilt of her long blade. The hundreds of Sacred Lotus sect disciples in the sky observed Yu Lian with a mix of confusion and caution. A glint of cold light flickered in Yu Lian's eyes as the blade's edge subtly emerged from its sheath. Without any visible motion, thousands of silver rays swept past the members of the Sacred Lotus sect. In the next moment, every single disciple in the sky was dismembered. Blood and severed limbs rained down from the heavens, resembling a torrential downpour of crimson. This is the fate that befalls those who disturb the esteemed demon lord and his lady. Chapter 79. Wake up! Outside the Qi family mansion, the Red Lotus Saint Envoy Wang Xian and the Green Lotus Saint Envoy Chao Yu led a group of disciples from the Holy Lotus sect. Having arrived near the Qi family residence, gazing at the mansion, brightly lit and filled with the warmth of family reunion, they could hear the cheerful sounds of celebration from within. A cruel smirk involuntarily crept onto their lips. How ignorant these mortals are. Soon, the entire Qi family would vanish from this world, and this would be their final moment of happiness. However, they would graciously escort everyone to another realm for a reunion. As Wang Xian and Chao Yu exchanged glances, raising their hands to command an assault on the Qi family, the air around them suddenly twisted, revealing figures cloaked in darkness emerging from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, they realized that they were surrounded by dozens of these mysterious individuals, their powers indiscernible to Wang Xian and Chao Yu. A wave of terror washed over them. Who were these people? How did they know of their intentions towards the Qi family? When did the Qi family acquire such formidable protection? This was intolerable. They needed to report this matter to the sect leader immediately. Chao Yu, we must separate and retreat at once. It is imperative that we inform the sect leader. Wang Xian whispered urgently to Chao Yu. Turning to look at her companion, she was startled to see a golden halo encircling Chao Yu's neck. Chao Yu, your neck. Wang Xian exclaimed in alarm. Chao Yu looked down and noticed the halo, but before she could comprehend its nature, it suddenly constricted. She couldn't muster any resistance as the halo severed her neck as easily as slicing through tofu. Her head fell to the ground, a look of shock frozen on her face, while her body remained upright, blood gushing from the severed neck. Drops of crimson splattered onto Wang Xian's face and clothes, inducing a scream that was about to escape her lips. However, before she could utter a sound, a towering figure stood before her, coldly observing her. A massive hand enveloped her head, making it appear diminutive in comparison. It is late. You mustn't disturb the others nearby, the figure, known as the Mad Prisoner, murmured as he held Wang Xian firmly. At that moment, even if she wished to scream, fear had rendered her voiceless. From the shadows, Qi Huan emerged, her alluring figure twisting sensuously as she spun a halo on her finger like a hula hoop, her face adorned with an expression of ecstatic delight. Inhaling deeply the metallic scent of blood in the air, her cheeks flushed with a rapturous glow, she caressed her face, her grin widening. Oh, how intoxicating this aroma is. What to do? I find myself unable to contain my excitement. Ah, the frenzied captive. The frenzied captive cast a disapproving glance at Qi Huan, who was on the verge of ecstasy, and voiced her dissatisfaction, saying, "The left guardian instructed us to leave one or two alive for questioning. Did you have to act so rashly? There are still plenty of people here. Chi Huan, indifferent, turned her gaze towards the members of the Holy Lotus sect, who stood frozen in fear, and mockingly inquired, "Tell me, who among you is the leader? Confess, and you shall be rewarded." "Why, yes, it's her." The members of the Holy Lotus sect trembled as they pointed at the lifeless body of Chao Yu on the ground. "Chi Huan, the frenzied captive." "What now?" "I accidentally killed the leader among them." Chi Huan's enchanting demeanor vanished in an instant. Her expression transformed into one of utter panic as she turned to the frenzied captive. Typically, the leader would possess the most knowledge, and yet she had been unable to restrain herself and had killed the very person they needed. To them, these insignificant beings were as easily crushed as bugs, incapable of discerning who was the leader. If the Left Guardian learned of this, her fate would be sealed. The frenzied captive grinned, a look of malicious glee spreading across her face. "Well, it wasn't me who did the killing." Seeing the frenzied captive's insufferable expression, Chi Huan's anger flared, and she pointed accusingly at her, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. Why didn't you stop me in the first place?" "Huh, you're blaming me. Wasn't it you who couldn't hold back, you old hag?" The frenzied captive retorted, her voice laced with indignation. The surrounding dark guards dared not interject. "Old hag, how dare you insult me?" Chi Huan fumed, though she knew it was her fault for acting first. Still, didn't the frenzied captive bear some responsibility? "Huh, now you're getting angry." The frenzied captive's temper flared, and she turned to confront Chi Huan. Unyielding, Chi Huan summoned radiant halos that encircled her arms. Were it not for their current mission and the specific instructions from Yu Qingyu to maintain their disguises without causing a ruckus in the city, they would have already been at each other's throats. The one you are holding is also our esteemed envoy." A trembling disciple of the Holy Lotus sect timidly reminded them. Upon hearing this, both the frenzied captive and Chi Huan paused, their quarrel momentarily forgotten, replaced by a cruel yet joyful smile. "Is that so? Thank you ever so much. It seems you are of no further use to us." Upon hearing this, the members of the Holy Lotus sect felt a chilling wave wash over them, a palpable aura of death closing in. A golden halo expanded rapidly, flashing past the members before contracting and returning to the tip of Chi Huan's finger. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Holy Lotus sect disciples found their bodies severed from their heads. The frenzied captive extended his arm, opening his palm, and a claw-like, translucent giant hand materialized above the remaining individuals. With a gentle squeeze, all of them were instantly reduced to a puddle of blood. Both he and Chi Huan were consumed by an exhilarating bloodlust. Had it not been for Yu Qingyu's command to leave one or two alive, they would have succumbed to their urges long ago. After dispatching the last of their foes, the frenzied captive intended to leave with Wang Xian, but he suddenly sensed an unsettling stillness from the person in his grasp. Hastily, he released his hold, only to discover that Wang Xian's eyes were wide open, devoid of any life. She had been frightfully scared to death. In that moment, both he and Chi Huan stood frozen, exchanging glances of disbelief. As realization dawned upon them, their expressions morphed into sheer terror. It was over. They had annihilated everyone else, and now the sole survivor had succumbed to fright. How were they to return and explain this? "Hey, wake up," he implored, shaking Wang Xian's collar vigorously. His hands occasionally struck her face in a desperate attempt to rouse her. This marked the first time that Chi Huan and the frenzied captive felt such profound fear over having inadvertently caused someone's demise. Chapter 80. You may consider me as his mother in the heart of Nanli City, within the office of the Dean of Nanli Academy. A mature and composed middle-aged man sat at the table, his fingers interlaced, his expression grave. He was Xia Jia, the esteemed Dean of Nanli Academy. Before him stood a striking woman, her demeanor equally serious as she reported the urgent situation unfolding in Nanli City. Dean, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, has personally arrived in Nanli City, accompanied by 2 holy envoys and hundreds of elite disciples from the sect. Each one of them is a distinguished member of the Holy Lotus sect. Reports indicate that Song Yan has departed from the Jiang family, and the disciples within the city have commenced their actions. It is feared that the Jiang family intends to leverage the Holy Lotus sect to strike against the Qi family and a woman named Luo Ruiying. Upon hearing this, Xia Jia's brow furrowed, his expression laden with concern. The inevitable had finally arrived. Upon learning of the Qi family's unexpected triumph over the Jiang family in the commercial competition, he felt a mixture of joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from the Jiang family's loss of control over the majority of the commercial associations in Nanli City, which would curtail their previous unchecked monopolistic behavior. His trepidation arose from the Jiang family's backing by the Holy Lotus sect. Should they inform the sect, both the Qi family and the woman representing them would be in peril. Recently, the Qi family had introduced the Immortal Refinement pill, effectively undermining the Jiang family's foundation, pressing them into a corner. He had anticipated that it would not be long before the Jiang family would alert the Holy Lotus sect to act. Yet, he did not expect it to happen so swiftly, especially during the auspicious New Year festival. This was the very scenario he dreaded most. Tonight would likely witness a tempest of bloodshed. The Holy Lotus sect would not spare the Qi family and that household. As the Nanli Academy bore the responsibility of maintaining peace and order within the city, how could he, as the dean, stand idly by while the Qi family and that household faced annihilation? Yet, he was well aware that he was no match for Song Yan. Any intervention on his part would plunge the Nanli Academy into peril. To turn a blind eye, however, was beyond his moral capacity. The establishment of Nanli Academy within the city was not solely to cultivate exceptional cultivators, but also to safeguard Nanli City. To allow the Holy Lotus sect to act with impunity within these walls would render the existence of the Academy meaningless. Linya, summon all members of the Academy immediately. Have them rush to protect the Qi family and that household. I shall personally seek an audience with Song Yan, Xia Jia instructed Linya after a moment of contemplation. If Han Guangji from the Treasure Merchant Association were still in the city, they could have collaborated against Song Yan. However, the Jiang family had evidently seized the opportunity of Han Guangji's departure from Nanli City to strike. Alone, he would find it challenging to contend with Song Yan. Thus, he could only strive to negotiate with her. Otherwise, should a confrontation arise between him and Song Yan in Nanli City, it would inevitably affect the innocent citizens. Understood. I will gather everyone at once. Dean, please exercise caution. I have heard that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect has already reached the pinnacle of divine realm cultivation. Linya nodded and, after issuing a reminder to Xiaju, promptly began to arrange personnel. A moment's delay might place the Qi family and that clan in peril. Under the night sky of Nanli City, Song Yan personally led a group of disciples from the Holy Lotus sect, hastening towards the reported location of Luo Ruiying. Meanwhile, a stunningly ethereal silhouette awaited them in the sky, exuding an air of quiet anticipation. Yu Qingyo's icy, deep-set eyes scrutinized Song Yan and her companions. Song Yan halted abruptly, her brow furrowed in concentration as she regarded Yu Qingyo. This woman was inscrutable. Is she from Nanli Academy? Prior to the operation, Song Yan had predicted that the greatest obstacle would likely be Nanli Academy itself. With Dean Xiaju also possessing divine realm cultivation, she certainly could not be underestimated. Yet, Song Yan had never heard of this woman appearing at Nanli Academy. Who are you? Song Yan inquired coldly, her voice laced with challenge. Are you the mastermind behind them? Are those people in the city your followers? Ignoring Song Yan's questions, Yu Qingyu coldly responded, let it burst. Huh. Song Yan's expression shifted to one of confusion, uncomprehending of Yu Qingyo's intentions. However, the next moment, she heard her disciples behind her making strange noises. Turning to look, her countenance shifted to one of sheer shock. The disciples trailing her suddenly began to swell, their bodies inflating grotesquely like balloons. Their faces contorted in agony as they desperately reached out towards Song Yan, pleading, Leader, please, save us. Before she could react, dozens of her disciples erupted like balloons, blood and flesh showering the night sky like a grotesque firework display. Song Yan stood frozen, her face pale with horror, disbelief flooding her gaze as she turned to Yu Qingyu. In that moment, her previous bravado evaporated, leaving only terror in its wake. What have you done to my disciples? She shrieked, pointing accusingly at Yu Qingyu. She had not witnessed any incantation or the slightest flicker of spiritual energy from her. With merely a word, Yu Qingyu had annihilated her most elite disciples. After over 3 centuries of cultivation, she had never encountered such a method. At that moment, Meng Niu and the others had just arrived behind Yu Qingyu, witnessing the horrific scene of blood and flesh scattering, their faces turning ashen. Even those who frequently engage in fierce battles within the demonic realm forest have never witnessed such a scene of brutal carnage. Yu Qingyu gracefully traverses the void, slowly approaching Song Yan. Despite her composed demeanor and the absence of any discernible aura, an unprecedented and overwhelming pressure inexplicably envelopes Song Yan. Do not underestimate me. I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Transforming her fear into fury, Song Yan channels her energy into a spell. Yet, Yuchen merely states, twist. In the next instant, Song Yan's arms begin to contort and rotate in an erratic manner, the sound of shattering bones ringing out with a chilling clarity. Her hand bones protrude grotesquely. Meng Niu and the others stand nearby, grimacing in sympathy as they feel an echo of her agony. The excruciating pain contorts Song Yan's features, leaving only boundless terror etched upon her face. Tears cascade uncontrollably from her eyes as she desperately questions Yuchen. Who are you really? Yuchen steps before Song Yan, finally addressing her query. I am merely a servant of the Supreme Exalted One. Of course, you may also regard me as his mother. Chapter 81. Why not embrace such a beautiful opportunity? The attendant, mother. Song Yan found herself utterly bewildered by Yuchen's words, assuming she was merely toying with her. Who would dare to refer to themselves as the mother of their own master? Then, you must pay the price for the decision you made tonight. I shall make you aware of the consequences of disturbing the esteemed demon lord and his lady. The cost of interrupting my enjoyment shall be severe. Yuchen's expression turned icy, her deep, dark eyes transforming into a mesmerizing emerald green. Overwhelmed by an abyss of fear, Song Yan decisively fled without hesitation. Yet, how could she possibly escape Yuchen's grasp? As she ran in terror, she cast a glance over her shoulder. By the time she turned back, Yuchen had silently appeared right before her. It seems I should first render your legs useless. Twisted. Wait. Upon hearing Yuchen's voice, Song Yan's face drained of color, and she pleaded for mercy. However, as soon as Yuchen's words fell, her legs were seized by an uncontrollable force, twisting and breaking against her will. The sound of bones shattering echoed ominously. The terror in her heart combined with the excruciating pain resulted in Song Yan weeping profusely, releasing a heart-wrenching wail. Too loud, be silent, Yuchen remarked with disdain. Her voice calm, yet filled with revulsion. Song Yan's mouth clamped shut against her will, unable to open, only able to utter muffled cries of desperation. Her face a portrait of pleading. She could not comprehend the nature of the person she had provoked. Who was this woman, and from whence did she come? With her peak divine cultivation, and with the martial god temple already destroyed, no one in Southern State should pose a threat to her. Tonight's plan should have been foolproof. Yet, why had the situation devolved into chaos? Yuchen's emerald gaze bore into Song Yan, causing her to feel momentarily disoriented. In the next instant, an invisible force began to brutally strip away her hands, scalp, and every inch of her skin. Beneath the skin came flesh, followed by bone. As her entire being was gradually torn apart, the excruciating agony rendered Song Yan's existence a living hell, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Strangely, her mind remained remarkably lucid, acutely aware of the agonizing sensation of her skin being peeled away. Powerless to resist, she trembled violently, her eyes glazing over. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, convinced she must be dead, a moment of clarity washed over her. Aside from her broken hands and feet, she bore no other wounds. The horrors she had just experienced felt like a nightmarish illusion. Yet, the despair and pain of witnessing her own gradual dismemberment were indelibly etched into her memory. The sensation was profoundly authentic. She was undeniably correct in her feelings. What on earth is happening? Song Yan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as she raised a bewildered gaze towards Yuchen, who smiled gently and began to elucidate. Do you perceive it? Your body will be gradually stripped away in this illusion of consciousness, and the agony will be indistinguishable from genuine experience. But fear not, your true self will incur no tangible harm. This process will persist in a relentless cycle until I choose to terminate it. Upon hearing this, Song Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and the terror etched across her face intensified. She desperately prostrated herself, pleading for mercy, even welcoming death as a release from the unbearable torment. The thought of experiencing the horrifying sensation of being stripped again and again, while her true self remained unscathed, was utterly terrifying. Such a punishment was beyond what any human could endure. Yuchen paid no heed to Song Yan's anguished pleas. her expression cold, yet smiling as she looked down upon her. Soon, the next cycle of stripping commenced. To an outside observer, apart from her broken limbs, nothing else seemed amiss with Song Yan's body. Not even a single wound was visible. Yet, her face was contorted in agony, tears streaming down as she writhed in midair, resembling a person driven mad. In that moment, she was experiencing a horror that most individuals could only endure once in a lifetime. Typically, one would succumb to pain or excessive blood loss before reaching such extremes, but not her. She would endure the entire ordeal from start to finish, only to begin anew once more. Meng Niu and his companions stood frozen nearby, paralyzed by the sight of Song Yan, who was convulsing and howling silently, their bodies trembling in fear. In comparison, this woman was far more terrifying than any adult. Even in death, an adult would usually find a swift end, with suffering lasting but a fleeting moment, while this woman would not. What are you still dawdling for? Take her with me to the Jiang family, and inform me of everything that transpired during the time the demon lord and his lady entered the city. Yuchen commanded, her brow slightly knitted as she addressed Meng Niu and his companions. Although these three demons possessed ancient bloodlines, their cultivation levels were woefully inadequate. They were weak to the point of being almost laughable. It remained a mystery why the demon lord chose to keep them close. Had it not been for the apparent fondness the little princess held for them, and the demon lord's orders, she would have scarcely tolerated their presence. Why yes. Upon hearing Yu Qingyo's directive, Meng Niu and his companions hastily approached, trembling as they lifted the still convulsing Song Yan to follow behind Yu Qingyo. The trio recounted in meticulous detail everything that had transpired in the city alongside Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. They mentioned how Jiang Li of the Jiang family had provoked Ning Yuchen and spoken disrespectfully to Luo Ruiying. Yu Qingyo's expression grew increasingly frosty. The Jiang family. How dare they speak disrespectfully to the demon lord and his lady? Very well. Within the residence of the Jiang family, hundreds of monks and guards congregated, their figures filling every corner of the estate. Each guard, adorned in armor and cloaked, meticulously selected an array of weapons. These individuals were the formidable warriors that the Jiang family had tirelessly nurtured and recruited from various sources over the years. Now, the moment had arrived for them to prove their worth. Although the leader of the Holy Lotus sect and two of its saints were personally intervening, he felt an unwavering confidence. However, how could he possibly miss the night of the Qi family's downfall? Thus, Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming resolved to summon everyone in the household to join forces with the Holy Lotus sect and storm the Qi family. Not a single one shall remain. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for responding to my call. After we eradicate the Qi family this night, the Jiang family shall not neglect those present. Jiang Zhen expressed his sincere appreciation as he stood in the courtyard addressing the gathered crowd. The onlookers were all invigorated, brandishing their weapons and responding with fervor. Fear not. Master Jiang, this night, we shall ensure the Qi family vanishes from existence. Indeed, the Jiang family has treated us well over the years. It is high time we repay Master Jiang. They awaited but a single command from Master Jiang to plunge into the Qi family's domain. The crowd was electrified, harboring no trepidation whatsoever. They had already heard that the Holy Lotus sect had taken action on behalf of the Jiang family, and they merely sought to partake in the fray. Perhaps, upon success, they could garner a favor from the Jiang family and receive substantial rewards in return. Such an enticing opportunity was too good to resist. Chapter 82. This woman is simply a devil. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming gazed at the spirited crowd, their long-suppressed emotions finally liberated at that moment, their faces adorned with a long-lost smile. What if the Merchant Guild's competition was won by the Jiang family? What significance did the elixir of refining immortals hold against the Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid? After tonight, Nali City would remain under the dominion of the Jiang family. The Qi family was destined to be overshadowed by the Jiang family. It seemed I have arrived at just the right moment. As the Jiang residence was engulfed in jubilation, a sudden, ethereal voice resonated from the heavens above. The crowd looked up in confusion, only to behold a breathtakingly beautiful figure standing beneath the hazy night sky. Following her were two men and a woman, one of whom appeared to be carrying another person on his shoulder. May I inquire as to your identity? Jiang Zhen furrowed his brow and stepped forward to ask. Unfazed by such insignificant beings, Yu Qingyu merely waved her hand, signaling Meng Niu to discard the unconscious Song Yan. Meng Niu, not daring to hesitate, swiftly seized Song Yan and hurled her towards the center of the Jiang residence. Song Yan plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily into the courtyard. The crowd, filled with confusion, quickly gathered around to investigate. Upon seeing her, they were struck dumb in horror. There lay Song Yan, barely alive and convulsing, her face a haunting blend of terror, regret, and despair, with dried tear streaks clearly visible at the corners of her eyes. Even more shocking was the sight of her limbs, grotesquely twisted and broken, exposing her bones and flesh in a gruesome display. Some of the more timid onlookers were so frightened that their legs gave way, causing them to stagger backward. Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. "Leader, what happened to you? Please, say something." The crowd gasped in shock, rushing forward to assess Song Yan's injuries. They could hardly believe that anyone in Southern State could inflict such grievous harm upon the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Since the disappearance of the Martial God Hall, the Holy Lotus sect had become the most formidable force in Southern State. Jiang Zhan, upon witnessing Song Yan's condition, was rendered speechless in utter shock. How could this be? Wasn't she supposed to eliminate that woman? How did she return in such a pitiful state? As the crowd turned their gaze towards Yu Qingyu and her companions, their eyes were filled with both bewilderment and terror. Yu Qingyu coldly surveyed the assembly beneath her, issuing a command to Meng Niu and the others. "Go, eliminate all the insignificant insects except for the Jiang father and son." "Understood," Meng Niu and the others replied, immediately leaping down into the Jiang residence. The Jiang family members drew their swords, their expressions wary as they watched Meng Niu and his companions. Meng Niu grinned widely, revealing a charming and sunny smile, as he brandished a crimson battle axe. The axe swung with blinding speed, and in an instant, those standing in the front row were severed at the waist. Blood gushed forth, painting the scene in a macabre spectacle. Blood stained the crimson battle axe, absorbed by the weapon, emanating a dim scarlet glow. Were it not for the need to maintain discretion, Meng Niu would have relished the opportunity to lay waste to the entire Jiang family with a single stroke. Kaisei wielded her serpent sword, her form moving through the crowd like a swift serpent. Wherever she passed, the bodies of the onlookers were cleaved open. The members of the Jiang family barely caught a glimpse of her figure. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan donned resplendent gauntlets, unleashing a powerful punch that cut through the air, the fierce gale resembling a whirlwind sweeping over the Jiang family. Without exception, all who stood in its path were utterly obliterated. In the blink of an eye, countless members of the Jiang family met their demise. Faced with Meng Niu and his companions, the Jiang family had no room for resistance. Only the terror of scattering in all directions. A trace of pride flickered across the faces of Meng Niu and his companions. At last, after a long absence, they once again felt the essence of what it meant to be demon kings. Since following Ning Yuchen, they had nearly forgotten that they were once the most formidable demon kings of the Demon Realm forest. During this time, they had almost come to see themselves as mere pets. No, they were even more obedient than pets. Pets could occasionally act willful and refuse to heed their masters, but they dared not. Yet, even as Meng Niu and his companions ruthlessly eliminated the Jiang family, Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. "Is this how you serve the Demon Lord?" With a delicate step, Yu Qingyu descended from the heavens, addressing Meng Niu and his group with displeasure as they continued their massacre of the Jiang family. The trio paused, bewildered and fearful, casting confused glances at Yu Qingyu, uncertain of what they had done wrong. But they did not dare question her. "Since you three have been taken in by the Demon Lord, you are now considered part of my Demon Realm. As members of my Demon Realm, you must show no mercy to our enemies." Yu Qingyu reprimanded coldly. Meng Niu and his companions stood in bewilderment. Were their actions just now truly considered merciful? They had been quite brutal. "I instructed you to eliminate them, but not to kill them outright. Your method of slaying them with a single stroke allowed them to feel no pain whatsoever. That was a gift to them. Those who offend my Demon Realm must endure endless suffering and torment, struggling in regret and despair until their last breath." Yu Qingyu's expression turned frigid, her eyes glinting with an icy light, a terrifying smile twisting her exquisite features into something chilling. Meng Niu and his companions stood frozen, exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. "Very well, let me demonstrate our methods to you." The moonlight cast a serene glow as Yuchenyo's gaze fell upon Jiang Ming, who cowered in fear behind the crowd. She spoke softly, "End your own life. Bear witness to your own demise amidst anguish and regret." As her words lingered in the air, Jiang Ming felt an unsettling force take control of his body. "What? My hands, no, they disobey me. What have you done to me? Someone please, save me," he cried in terror, his hands moving against his will to grasp a short sword lying on the ground. Under the horrified and trembling eyes of the onlookers, Jiang Ming began to plunge the sword into various parts of his own body, starting with his arm, then his thigh, and finally carving into his abdomen. His chilling wails echoed throughout the Jiang residence, a visage of pure fear and suffering etched upon his face, until his abdomen was entirely torn open, and he succumbed to terror and death. A profound silence enveloped the scene, Jiang Ming's anguished cries resonating in the minds of all present, leaving them in a state of shock. Even those who had practiced for years were reduced to a paralyzing fear. Yet, Yuchenyo observed with a serene smile, her demeanor one of quiet admiration. In that moment, a single thought unified the hearts of all. This woman is nothing short of a demon. Chapter 83. Yes? It is you. Meng Niu and his companions were momentarily paralyzed with fear. They prided themselves on their countless acts of violence and cruelty. Yet compared to the ethereal Yuchenyo, they were indeed tender-hearted. The remaining members of the Jiang family were utterly terrified, scarcely daring to confront Yuchenyo, hastily scattering in all directions. Naively, they believed that fleeing would grant them a chance, but as they leaped into the air, shadowy figures emerged silently from the void, mercilessly cutting down those who soared above. No one knew from whence these specters came or when they had lain in wait. In despair, the crowd huddled together, realizing they had nowhere left to flee. "Who is the head of the Jiang family?" Yuchenyo inquired, her every movement exuding grace and poise as she approached the throng. Without hesitation, they thrust Jiang Zhan, who had been cowering at the back, forward. "As senior, you seek the Jiang family. He is the head." Yes. "We have no connection to him. We implore you, show mercy and spare us." "Senior, I am but a casual visitor, merely here for a meal. The Jiang family is steeped in sin. How about this? We will eradicate the entire Jiang clan for you if you spare us. Would that suffice?" The crowd wailed in desperation, hoping beyond hope that Yuchenyo would grant them clemency. Some even proposed the chance of survival in exchange for the complete annihilation of the Jiang household. Others nodded in agreement, lamenting that had the Jiang family not provoked such formidable foes, they would not find themselves in this perilous situation tonight. To sacrifice themselves for the Jiang family was hardly worthwhile. Jiang Zhan turned back, incredulous, gazing at the crowd. Just moments ago, they had clamored to pledge their loyalty to the Jiang family, yet now they spoke of annihilating it entirely. These individuals had not hesitated to curry favor during the Jiang family's days of glory, benefiting handsomely from their patronage. "I require only Jiang Zhan and Jiang Li," Yuchenyo stated coolly. The crowd understood her intent and swiftly dragged out Jiang Li, who lay amidst several women, forcibly tossing him beside Jiang Zhan. Even as the Jiang family faced imminent obliteration, and Jiang Li was rendered partially paralyzed, he remained blissfully engrossed in his indulgences, oblivious to the calamity befalling his family. The mournful wails within the estate fell on deaf ears, as Jiang Li, disheveled and cast to the ground, let out a pained cry, his already disabled legs protesting against the rough treatment. You traitors! How dare you treat me this way? I am the eldest son of the Jiang family. Do you wish for death? I shall summon someone to behead you. Help! Help!" Clearly, Jiang Li had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The crowd observed him silently, filled with a mixture of sympathy and indignation. Jiang Li soon sensed something amiss, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He then discovered that the courtyard was strewn with remnants and blood, countless severed limbs lying in pools of crimson. His greatest reliance, his father, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhan, knelt trembling on the ground. "Old fool, what has happened to you?" Jiang Li called out to Jiang Zhan, but received no response. Noticing someone approaching from behind, Jiang Li turned to see the ethereal beauty of Yuchenyo, her cold and exquisite visage gazing down at him with serene eyes. How beautiful! Jiang Li's immediate reaction was one of admiration for Yuchenyo's appearance. And unbeknownst to him, a lascivious glint flickered in his eyes, his lips curving into a grin. truly deserving of being the most contemptible of ants. Yuqingyu, observing Jiang Li's foolish demeanor, felt an overwhelming disgust within her heart, yet a knowing smile graced her lips. We have brought you the Jiang father and son you requested. Esteemed one. The remaining individuals trembled as they pleaded with Yuqingyu. Well done. You may leave now, Yuqingyu replied with a light laugh. Thank you, esteemed one. The crowd's faces instantly lit up with joy. However, they soon heard Yuqingyu speak again. As a consequence for your obedience, I shall ensure your departure is not so painful. You shall turn upon one another. Esteemed one, wait. You promised you would. A terrified individual stepped forward to plead, only to be abruptly silenced as a long blade pierced through his chest from behind. You. The man turned in confusion to the one who had struck him, only to see that person shaking their head in desperation, exclaiming, No, it wasn't me. I couldn't control my hand. Just as those words left his lips, the assailant was also stabbed by several others wielding blades. In an instant, the throng of individuals was engulfed in a brutal melee, each one insisting that they were not the aggressor, pleading for the others to cease. Everyone desired to halt, yet they found it utterly impossible. The air was filled with anguished cries and wails, blood spilling forth in torrents. Before long, only one individual remained standing amidst the multitude of corpses, his body impaled by numerous blades, drenched in blood. Yet, his hands remained uncontrollably gripping the long knife as it slid across his own throat. Thus, the last person fell into the pool of blood. Jiang Li was utterly petrified by this scene, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he finally comprehended the terror of the woman before him. No, please don't kill me. Whatever you desire, the Jiang family will grant you. Jiang Li began to desperately plead with Yuqingyu. Rest assured, the Supreme Demon Lord wishes to see you. I have no intention of killing you yet, Yuqingyu replied coolly. Had it not been for the Demon Lord's specific summons, she would have already succumbed to the urge to eliminate Jiang Li. Due to his previous disrespectful words towards the esteemed Lord of Demons and his lady, and the audacity he displayed in casting her such a glance, he deserved to perish 1,000 times over. The title of Lord of Demons. Jiang Zhen and his son murmured this name, momentarily unable to ascertain its significance. When had their Jiang family ever provoked such a formidable figure? Just as the father and son of the Jiang family were engulfed in confusion, Ning Yuchen gracefully descended from the heavens. Surrounding him, hundreds of shadowy guards emerged from the darkness, placing their hands over their hearts and bowing in unison, reverently proclaiming, Lord of Demons. Yuqingyu elegantly stepped aside, placing her hand over her heart and slightly bowing, softly calling out, Lord of Demons. As for Ming Niu and the others, they had already obediently prostrated themselves upon the ground. Pets should possess the awareness befitting their status. Ning Yuchen slowly traversed past the throng of shadowy guards and approached Jiang Li and Jiang Zhen. Upon raising their heads to gaze upon him, their expressions transformed into one of astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. Indeed, it is you. Chapter 84. Defeated, yet not completely vanquished, Jiang Zhen was taken aback, raising his head in shock, his trembling finger pointing at Ning Yuchen. You are that woman's husband. He never anticipated that the one who effortlessly vanquished the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, and brought ruin upon the Jiang family overnight, would be the husband of that woman. This individual, aside from his handsome and refined appearance, possessed no other remarkable traits. Upon first encountering Ning Yuchen, Jiang Zhen had scarcely paid him any heed. Jiang Li also lifted his gaze toward Ning Yuchen, his expression one of disbelief. The once ridiculed pretty boy he had scorned was now the revered demon lord spoken of by this assembly. Yuqingyu, observing the audacity of the Jiang father and son to raise their heads and meet Ning Yuchen's gaze, furrowed her brows and coldly rebuked. The demon lord is not someone of your insignificant status who can be gazed upon directly. Kneel. At her command, both Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li instantly fell to their knees, their heads bowed, utterly immobilized, unable even to lift their gazes. The demon lord has not granted you permission to speak. You insignificant creatures have no right to utter a word. Yuqingyu was thoroughly displeased with the disrespectful attitude of the Jiang family. Were it not for the presence of the demon lord, she would have long made them experience a fate worse than death. It seems your astonishment at my arrival is quite palpable, Ning Yuchen remarked coldly, looking down upon Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li. He had specifically come to impart upon them the gravity of their transgression. He also intended to rectify matters left unresolved in the presence of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. The disrespect you showed to my wife, along with the offense against me, must be accounted for. Ning Yuchen extended his hand toward Jiang Li, who instantly felt his limbs contorting and compressing, gradually morphing his body into a grotesque sphere. "Ah, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Father, save me. It hurts so much." Jiang Li cried out, desperately pleading for mercy. While turning to his father, who knelt beside him, Jiang Zhen trembled, his eyes filled with terror, utterly indifferent to Jiang Li's plight. In fact, he loathed his incompetent son at that moment. Were it not for him, the Jiang family might not have fallen to such depths today. Decades of hard-earned legacy were being obliterated because of this worthless child. After compressing Jiang Li nearly into a spherical form, Ning Yuchen released his grip, opting not to end his life just yet. Instead, he wished for Jiang Li to endure the agony of his contorted and fractured body. Ever since Jiang Li had provoked him in front of Luo Ruiying, Ning Yuchen had longed to eliminate him with a single strike. Allowing him to linger a bit longer served the purpose of letting him witness the downfall of the Jiang family. Now, having altered his initial decision, he chose not to hasten Jiang Li's demise. Let him wallow in regret and despair for a while longer. Ning Yuchen's gaze momentarily shifted towards Jiang Zhen, who was prostrated on the ground. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. "I have heard that you specifically notified the St. Lotus sect of your intentions to kill my wife, even going so far as to proclaim that you would spare no one." Upon hearing Ning Yuchen's words, Jiang Zhen's pupils constricted sharply, and despair overwhelmed him. He was acutely aware of all the scheming and preparations he had orchestrated in his home over the past few days. Realizing his imminent demise was certain and likely to be excruciating, he found a strange sense of tranquility within. The fate of the Jiang family in Nanli City seemed irrevocably sealed against such a formidable opponent. "My lord, may I be permitted to ask you a few questions?" Jiang Zhen implored from his kneeling position. "A mere insect dares to question the demon lord?" Yu Qingyu retorted, her brows furrowing, her voice cold. The terrifying pressure she exuded caused Jiang Zhen to cough up a mouthful of blood, as if his very insides were being crushed. Ning Yuchen raised his arm, gesturing for Yu Qingyu to withdraw her oppressive aura, and addressed Jiang Zhen with indifference. "Speak, so that you may die with clarity." "Thank you, my lord. I only wish to know if the healing spirit liquid and the refining immortal pills of the Qi family were bestowed upon them by you." Jiang Zhen, weakened and pale, mustered the strength to inquire. Before his end, he was determined to uncover the truth behind the sudden emergence of these two formulas in the Qi family. Otherwise, he would die unsatisfied. He believed his acumen in commerce rivaled that of the Qi family, if not surpassed it. During his time serving them, he had genuinely dedicated himself to their interests, managing a particular street. Under his stewardship, the street's trade guild had prospered, yielding profits that multiplied several-fold. Yet, he received neither recognition nor reward from the Qi family, only reprimands and accusations. His keen insight had identified a rare herb that would soon become scarce, leading him to preemptively acquire it in bulk, thus monopolizing its supply and inflating prices exponentially. This very success had drawn numerous complaints against him, resulting in further scorn from the Qi family, whose philosophy favored benefiting the public over seeking high profits, an ideology that starkly contradicted his own. Subsequently, when the St. Lotus sect approached the Qi family, seeking to leverage their influence over Nanli City, they were met with rejection. Seizing the opportunity, he proactively reached out to the sect, and with their aid, he had forged the present-day Jiang family. He was convinced that he should not be outdone by the Qi family. His principles were sound, for was commerce not meant to generate profit? Ning Yuchen was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Zhen's inquiry. The man's face was etched with an obsession to know the truth. Indeed, the healing spirit liquid and the refining immortal pills of the Qi family were both granted by me. Is that so? Then I have not truly lost to the Qi family. A look of bittersweet relief spread across Jiang Zhen's wretched visage. Finally, he implored Ning Yuchen. "My lord, I am fully aware that even if I plead for mercy, you shall not spare me. I only wish for you to grant my son and me a swift end, having witnessed the myriad of excruciating deaths within the residence." Jiang Zhen could not claim to be unafraid. That would be a falsehood. He was but an ordinary man, one who had merely endured the trials of physical refinement. How could he not tremble with fear? Especially now, upon seeing the figure of Yuchen, he found himself shivering uncontrollably, suffocated by dread. Beside him, Zhongli, writhing in agony, heard Jiang Zhen's words and, disregarding his own suffering, cried out in a terrified rage, "You old wretch! If you must die, do so alone. I desire to live. I beseech you, spare me. If this old fool perishes, I shall become the head of the Jiang family. I will give you anything you desire, as long as you allow me to live." Observing Zhang Li's current state, Jiang Zhen's countenance turned ashen, his heart heavy with despair. Yet he felt an unexpected sense of resignation. With such a brood among them, it was evident that, whether tonight or another day, the Jiang family would inevitably face destruction. In a certain light, the Qi family had certainly outmaneuvered him. Chapter 85. He was indeed too kind. I could grant you a swift death, but him, that is out of the question. In light of Jiang Zhen's apparent remnants of dignity, Ning Yuchen, in a rare display of mercy, permitted him the opportunity for a quick demise, casting a dagger at his feet. As for Zhongli, he would not be so easily spared. The moment he set his sights on Luo Ruiying, it was clear that he would not be afforded a painless end. Jiang Zhen cast a final glance at Zhang Li, who was still writhing in agony, and slowly picked up the dagger from the ground. Without further hesitation, he plunged it into his own chest. This calamity was all Zhang Li's doing. At this juncture, it was entirely of his own making. As a father, he undoubtedly failed, yet he had done all that he could for him. With a swift stab to his heart, Jiang Zhen collapsed, lifeless. Zhang Li, witnessing this, was consumed by terror, howling in desperation for mercy. "Please, spare me. I will give you the entirety of the Jiang family. I desire nothing more. Just let me live." Ning Yuchen regarded Zhang Li with disdainful indifference. Did he still not grasp the gravity of the situation? His obliteration of the Jiang family was not motivated by their meager possessions. Such paltry wealth, tossed into his demon palace, would be deemed a nuisance. What he sought was the price for offending him. Ning Yuchen slowly raised his hand, preparing to compress Zhang Li into a disc. Just as he began, Zhang Li emitted a series of wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. To Ning Yuchen's surprise, Yuchen suddenly interjected, "Lord Demon Sovereign, might you spare his life?" Why? Ning Yuchen halted his action, turning back with a perplexed expression. It was not in his memory of Yuchen to exhibit such compassion for mere insects. In her eyes, the majority of the 6 realms were akin to such lowly creatures. Amongst all in the demon realm, he considered himself the most merciful and direct in his dealings, especially in comparison to other subordinates with varied proclivities. Yuchen's cold, beautiful gaze settled on Zhang Li, a terrifying smile gracing her lips as she explained, "Lord Demon Sovereign, this man has not only offended you, but has also shown disrespect to the lady. To simply kill him would be too lenient a fate. Instead, might I propose that you allow me to deliver him to the Demon Realm's execution palace?" The execution palace, as the name suggests, was inhabited by those specifically tasked with executions and interrogations. Their methods of punishment were exceptionally brutal and horrific, reaching unprecedented levels of terror. Even beings from the celestial realm would tremble at the mere mention of the execution palace. Many would rather face death, their souls extinguished, than be captured and subjected to interrogation in the demon realm, for they possessed innumerable ways to make one endure a fate worse than death, ensuring survival whilst inflicting endless torment. The wails and cries for death emanating from within the execution palace had never ceased. Those who were captured within its confines never emerged again. Even the most resolute will succumb to pleading for release after a single day within those walls. It is a place that even Ning Yuchen found repulsive upon merely surveying its confines. The execution palace of the demon realm was established in ancient times and has been perpetuated by successive demon lords ever since. Ning Yuchen had repeatedly advocated for its abolition, yet faced vehement opposition from numerous demon gods and subordinates. They unanimously believed that the existence of the execution palace served as a formidable deterrent to those harboring ill intentions within the demon realm, ensuring that those who offended the demon lord received their due punishment. Given the inherent chaos of the demon realm and the fact that he had recently ascended to the pinnacle of power, it was indeed necessary to instill fear among the dissenting demon kings. Thus, the execution palace remained intact. It was only after his departure from the demon realm that he ceased to concern himself with it entirely. Had it not been for Yu Qingyu's mention, he might have forgotten the execution palace altogether. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yuchen nodded in assent to Yu Qingyu's proposal. Very well, I entrust this to you. Yes, I assure you, I will not disappoint you, Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu responded joyfully. Shall I provide you with regular reports on the execution results? Ning Yuchen, upon hearing her eagerness to update him on the proceedings, hastily waved his hand in refusal. That will not be necessary. I fear I would lose my appetite upon witnessing them. Understood, my lord, she replied, her demeanor still bright. Yu Qingyu then approached Jiang Li and instructed her shadowy attendants. Take him to the execution palace and inform the palace master, Tian Xing, that this insignificant creature has offended the demon lord and his consort. He should know what to do. And remember to tell him that I want him to remain alive. If he happens to perish, he shall be the next to face execution. Yes. The two shadowy attendants immediately dragged Jiang Li into the rift they had torn in the fabric of reality. Where are you taking me? Let go of me. Jiang Li stammered in fear, struggling in vain against their grip, resembling a feeble chick as he was whisked away into the void. What awaited him was a brand new and exhilarating chapter of existence. With the matter concerning the Jiang family resolved, Ning Yuchen turned to hasten homeward, eager to find warmth beside his wife. Before departing, he caught sight of Song Yan, convulsing on the ground, her pupils dilated and her expression vacant and numb. At that moment, she had just endured another harrowing experience of being stripped bare, locking eyes with Ning Yuchen in a desperate plea, silently wishing for a swift end to her suffering. Ning Yuchen immediately recognized that Yu Qingyu had once again employed her ocular technique, condemning her to a cycle of torment worse than death. Who is she? The esteemed demon lord. This individual is named Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, who attempted to harm the lady tonight, and is also the hidden support of the Jiang family. I have already dealt with all the insignificant creatures within and beyond the city. Yu Qingyu replied softly. Ning Yuchen hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and in an instant, Song Yan vanished into nothingness, granting her a swift conclusion. In the past, he might not have allowed such an easy end for Song Yan. However, after spending time with Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, he showed mercy by granting Song Yan a quick resolution. After all, he did not wish for his precious daughter and wife to perceive him as excessively cruel. Alas, he truly was too kind-hearted. Yu Qingyu did not anticipate that Ning Yuchen would directly conclude Song Yan's fate, yet she respected the demon lord's every decision and praised him profusely, saying, Truly, you are the demon lord. Your benevolence is unparalleled throughout the demon realm. Enough, enough. You are responsible for ensuring everything is handled discreetly. I do not wish for any significant disturbances tomorrow. Ning Yuchen waved his hand nonchalantly, eager to vanish from sight. Yu Qingyu remained to direct everyone in erasing all traces. Just then, another message arrived. Left Guardian, more individuals are approaching. Chapter 86. The snow tonight seems to be colder than in previous years. Are there more ants arriving? Yu Qingyu furrowed her brows slightly, her expression betraying her displeasure. The influx of these pests was beginning to test her patience. Who were they? It appeared they were individuals from the Nanli Academy in the capital of Nanli City. An undercover attendant inquired with certainty, Lord Left Protector, should we eliminate them all? There's no need. Hold your actions for now. Leave those individuals to me. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qingyu commanded everyone. Prior to arriving in Nanli City, she had already gathered substantial intelligence about everything concerning the capital. As the institution responsible for training cultivators and maintaining order within the city, Nanli Academy had likely detected the unusual activities of the night, although it would be simpler to eradicate the academy along with the others. Since the Lord Demon Sovereign expressed a desire to avoid unnecessary disturbances, she reluctantly decided against it. The sudden disappearance of Nanli Academy would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar, potentially causing undue complications for the Demon Sovereign. Thus, she resolved to handle the matter personally. After delegating the situation at the Jiang residence to her subordinates, Yu Qingyu donned a mask and vanished in an instant. Under the cloak of night, Xia Jia led a small group swiftly toward the Jiang residence. Yet a look of confusion crossed his face. According to the information he had received, the Holy Lotus sect had mobilized all its members, but along the way, he had encountered not a single trace of them. The city remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any signs of chaos. Strangely, it appeared as if the entire Holy Lotus sect had silently vanished. His spies stationed throughout the city had uncovered no evidence of the sect's presence. This was indeed perplexing, to the extent that he was at a loss regarding the current intentions of the Holy Lotus sect. Just as Xia Jia, filled with doubt, was nearing the Jiang estate, a masked figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Who might you be? Xia Jia squinted, unable to discern any aura emanating from the figure, and cautiously inquired. You are Xia Jia, the head of Nanli Academy, correct? Yuchen spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed. That is I. May I ask who you are, and why you impede my way? Xia Jia questioned, frowning slightly, instinctively perceiving her as an agent of the Holy Lotus sect sent to obstruct him. Humph. Obstruct you? Do not jest. I could eliminate you in the blink of an eye. The only reason you are still alive is due to the compassion of the Supreme Lord, who has chosen to spare you. Upon hearing Xia Jia assume she was there to hinder him, Yuchen scoffed derisively. There were but a handful of individuals across the 6 realms who could merit her interference. The ant before her was rather overestimating his own significance. Xia Jia's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing her words. Though he would not dare to claim his prowess, with his divine cultivation, he ranks among the foremost powerful beings in South State, if not the entire world. Except for Wu Kuang of the Martial God Temple and Song Yen of the Sacred Lotus sect, he feels he is virtually unmatched. Yet, this enigmatic woman before him speaks with such arrogance, asserting that taking his life would merely be a matter of an instant. And who, pray tell, is this supreme being she refers to? Could it possibly not be a member of the Sacred Lotus sect? Before Xia Jia could voice his inquiries, Yuchen continued in a calm tone. I have come solely to inform you. If your concerns pertain to the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect, you may return. I have ensured their obliteration from this world. What? The Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect have been annihilated. Xia Jia and his companions were instantly struck with disbelief, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. They were all too aware of the might of the Sacred Lotus sect, hence their trepidation. Ever since the Martial God Temple vanished from South State, the Sacred Lotus sect had reigned supreme, virtually invincible. Yet here she claimed to have eradicated them. It had barely been half an hour since he received word of the Sacred Lotus sect's movements, and they had already been completely destroyed. Such swiftness cast doubt upon the veracity of her claims. Nevertheless, the absence of any trace of the Sacred Lotus sect in the city left Xia Jia feeling an inexplicable chill, compelling him to accept the words of this mysterious woman. Tomorrow, you shall learn of the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect's disappearance from this world. This serves as a minor retribution for their affront to the Supreme Being, Yuchen stated coldly. At this moment, Xia Jia felt an overwhelming chill envelop him, a sense of trepidation consuming him. Even in the presence of Song Yen, he had never encountered such a paralyzing fear. He could scarcely fathom whom the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect had offended to provoke such annihilation. Understand and depart. While I have yet to change my mind and act against you, Yuchen delivered her final edict to Xia Jia coldly. Despite his fear, Xia Jia summoned his courage to inquire. May I ask, who is this supreme being? Humph. A mere insect seeks to know the name of the supreme being? The supreme being despises disturbances. You would do well to refrain from probing into matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, the next to face calamity may be Southly Academy. With that, Yuchen's form became ethereal, vanishing without a trace. Xia Jia, still reeling from shock, remained rooted in place, unable to regain his composure. When had such a terrifying force infiltrated Southly City, and he had been completely oblivious? Soon after, Xia Jia received news that the Qi family and others throughout the city were safe, confirming that the Sacred Lotus sect had indeed been wholly vanquished. The rapidity of events left him momentarily speechless. Just then, the night sky began to shower down soft, feather-like snowflakes, blanketing the city in white. Xia Jia shivered involuntarily, a chill coursing through him. Tonight's snow seems to be far colder than in previous years. Xia Jia immediately commanded all members of the Nanli Academy to retreat, instructing them to disregard the safety of the Qi family in that household, and to refrain from any further investigations, treating this night as if nothing had transpired. After departing from Xia Jia, Yuchen did not return to Ning Yuchen's side immediately. Instead, she made her way directly to the headquarters of the Holy Lotus sect. She had no intention of concealing her presence and entered the sect with an air of dignity. The last remaining Golden Lotus saint, stationed at the Holy Lotus sect, swiftly flew to block her path. Who dares to intrude upon the Holy Lotus sect? Without even a glance, Yuchen replied indifferently. In the next moment, the Golden Lotus Saint was torn asunder, meeting a gruesome demise on the spot. The remaining disciples of the Holy Lotus sect stood in shock, their faces etched with fear and astonishment. Their second-in-command, the Golden Lotus Saint, had perished with but a single utterance. Yuchen, unwilling to squander any more time on these insignificant creatures, softly intoned, destruction, obliteration, with a deafening roar. The vast expanse of the Holy Lotus sect erupted from its core, violent waves and residual force consuming all in their path, with the shock waves extending for miles. Beneath Yuchen's feet, the Holy Lotus sect was reduced to an unfathomable abyss. After this night, the Holy Lotus sect would vanish from the world. Chapter 87. My dear, please guide me in the days to come. As night deepened, snow began to fall gently. The streets, once bustling with life, now saw people choosing to return home, leaving the dimly lit avenues sparse with shadows and enveloped in tranquility. Luo Ruiying stood at the street's edge, cradling Luo Hongya, gazing into the distance. After parting ways with Ning Yuchen, she did not immediately head home, but opted to wait on this solitary path leading back, hoping to present the carefully prepared gift to him during the New Year's festival. Luo Hongya, having followed her for quite some time, had fallen asleep in her arms. Ning Yuchen had initially intended to sneak back home, but upon seeing Luo Ruiying waiting for him in the snow, he wondered why she had not returned home, braving the cold just to wait for him. A subtle smile graced his lips as he quietly approached from around the corner, feigning a return from the marketplace. My dear, you have returned, he said. Did you not say you were going to buy something? Luo Ruiying felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon seeing him. She had sensed something unusual in the city that night and regretted allowing Ning Yuchen to leave her side alone. As a mere mortal amidst so many cultivators, he could easily find himself in peril. Her waiting was not solely to present the gift, but also out of concern for his safety. If he did not return soon, she would have to search for him herself. However, upon noticing that he returned empty-handed, her heart filled with curiosity. After all, he had claimed he was going to purchase something. Ning Yuchen paused, suddenly recalling that he had used the excuse of shopping but had bought nothing at all. Under Luo Ruiying's inquisitive gaze, he explained, I arrived just as they were closing. Closing? On such a lively day? She questioned, perplexed, though her mind did not linger on it. Indeed, perhaps the owner took their family out to enjoy the festivities, he suggested, and Luo Ruiying found his reasoning quite plausible. It was not uncommon for business owners to temporarily close shop during such a vibrant festival. All right, my dear, it is chilly outside. Let us hasten home, Ning Yuchen said, taking her arm to lead her away. At that moment, Luo Ruiying suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Wait, I have something for you. Ning Yuchen halted, his face lighting up with anticipation as he looked at her. He had sensed she had something to share before he left, and now it appeared she had prepared a gift for him. Feeling increasingly bashful under his expectant gaze, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before retrieving a beautiful, fluffy silvery scarf from her arms and presenting it to him. Initially, her intention was to knit a sweater for Ning Yuchen, similar to the one she crafted for Luo Hongya. However, as she began the project, she found it less than aesthetically pleasing. Unlike Luo Hongya, who was merely a child and could wear anything, Ning Yuchen required something more refined. A plain, solid-colored sweater seemed far too mundane to present. Consequently, she made a spontaneous decision to transform the sweater into a scarf, intending to gift it to him during the New Year's festival that night. Ning Yuchen cradled the scarf in his hands, his face radiating delight. The scarf felt wonderfully warm against his skin. He had assumed that in the past few days, Luo Ruiying had been preoccupied with knitting a sweater for Luo Hongya to prepare for the winter, not realizing she had also made a scarf specifically for him. How wonderful my wife is. Thank you, my beloved. He stepped closer, enveloping Luo Ruiying in his embrace, his arms encircling her delicate waist. A faint blush adorned Luo Ruiying's cheeks, but fortunately, she was still holding Luo Hongya, preventing their bodies from pressing too closely together. All right, let us head home, she said, her face slightly flushed. Seeing that Ning Yuchen genuinely seemed pleased with her gift brought her immense joy. This was the first time she had ever given a gift to someone outside of her family. My dear, I have a request. I wonder if you could grant it. Ning Yuchen did not release her, but instead gazed intently into her eyes. With children nearby during the festivities and the interruption from the Holy Lotus sect while admiring the fireworks, this rare moment alone was one he wished to cherish. What is it? Luo Ruiying inquired, her curiosity piqued. It was unusual for Ning Yuchen to make such earnest requests of her. He smiled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Luo Ruiying's face instantly flushed crimson, her expression wavering as she glanced around, then shyly asked, "And now?" "Here?" "Indeed." Ning Yuchen replied with a smile, solemnly nodding his head. After confirming that the surroundings were quiet and devoid of onlookers, she hesitantly called out, "Husband." Indeed, Ning Yuchen's request was for her to address him as husband directly, although she had done so a few times in front of others. Saying it face-to-face in such an intimate moment was a first, and it felt somewhat daunting. For reasons unknown, Ning Yuchen expressed a desire to hear her say it once more. Since there was no one around, she tentatively attempted to utter the words. Upon being softly called by the bashful Luo Ruiying, Ning Yuchen experienced an overwhelming surge of joy within his heart, gazing at her breathtakingly beautiful and shy visage. He could not resist the urge to cradle her delicate face in his hands, leaning in slightly. Luo Ruiying felt a flutter of excitement in her heart, inexplicably becoming increasingly nervous. She subtly sensed the implications of this moment, slowly closing her eyes, her crimson lips gently tilting upward. Although she had once contemplated vengeance for the loss of her innocence, she had never truly harbored resentment towards Ning Yuchen. After all, it was a decision made under her own coercion. Over the course of their time together, she had come to realize that this man possessed redeeming qualities. He treated both her and their child with great care and responsibility. Thus they had begun to forge a happy life as a family of three. Gradually, she found herself devoid of regret for surrendering her body that night. She cherished this life. Having already devoted herself to him and given birth to their child, she had come to recognize him as her one and only husband in this lifetime. "My dear, I humbly seek your guidance for the rest of my days," Ning Yuchen whispered, his fingers gliding over Luo Ruiying's tender, fair cheek, leaving behind a heartfelt declaration before leaning in to kiss her enticing cherry lips. A soft, enchanting sigh escaped her lips as their mouths gently met, their tongues intertwining in a passionate embrace. This marked the first time they shared a kiss, both fully aware and immersed in their feelings. At that moment, a captivating blush adorned Luo Ruiying's cheeks. As their lips reluctantly parted, she gazed at Ning Yuchen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with bashfulness and longing, softly nodding in response to his previous confession. Chapter 88. Absolutely no peculiarities. As Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying basked in an enchanting atmosphere, heads began to peek out from the other side of the alley, arranged in a row, each pair of eyes transfixed. They exclaimed, "They're kissing. The Lord of Demons and his lady are kissing. Such a momentous occasion must be documented. Quickly, notify the Left Guardian. Her plan has succeeded. Where are the fireworks? Hurry, prepare the fireworks team." The members of the night sky god were even more exhilarated than Ning Yuchen, their faces alight with joy as they hastily issued commands. How could such a splendid ambience exist without the accompaniment of fireworks? Unbeknownst to Luo Ruiying, the crowd from the demon realm had turned their backs to her and were spotted by Ning Yuchen, startling him. How could these rascals be trailing him so stealthily? He glared menacingly at the peeping members of the night sky god, causing them to retract their heads in fright and retreat. Yet, within moments, they re-emerged, cautiously peeking out once more. "What's wrong?" Luo Ruiying inquired. Noticing Ning Yuchen's apparent panic, his previous fierce gaze now replaced by a look of concern. Just as she was about to turn her head in the direction of his gaze, Ning Yuchen gently cupped her face with his hands, redirecting her attention. He absolutely could not allow his wife to discover those mischief makers. Under Luo Ruiying's puzzled gaze, Ning Yuchen, without uttering a word, leaned down to kiss her luscious, ruby-red lips once more. "MMM. MMM." Luo Ruiying was momentarily taken aback, her form tensing slightly, yet she gradually relaxed, responding with her tender, inexperienced tongue against Ning Yuchen's. At that precise moment, a burst of flame shot into the night sky, illuminating the darkness with a dazzling display of fireworks. The citizens of Nanli City could not help but gaze curiously out of their windows at the vibrant fireworks against the night sky. How strange. Why were there fireworks at this hour? Could it be that there were two displays tonight? Regardless, Enjoying another spectacle from the comfort of home was quite delightful. As the splendid fireworks erupted in succession, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying held each other tightly, sharing passionate kisses. Time slipped away unnoticed until they reluctantly parted. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes sparkled with a rare tenderness and shy allure, rendering her irresistibly charming. Ning Yuchen found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, they caught sight of Luo Hongye, who had been peacefully slumbering in Luo Ruiying's arms, now awake and gazing at them with bright, curious eyes. The child. How did she wake up? When did she awaken? Was it the sound of the fireworks that stirred her? If so, did she witness what they had just done? Luo Ruiying's graceful neck and cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her head in embarrassment. During a moment of intimacy between the couple, they were unexpectedly interrupted by their child, resulting in an exceedingly awkward situation. You're awake. Ning Yuchen managed a somewhat embarrassed smile towards Luo Hongye. Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? Luo Hongye inquired with innocent curiosity. This question made Luo Ruiying feel even more embarrassed. Ah, your father is just playing a game with your mother. Ning Yuchen earnestly explained. They needed to find a way to gloss over it. The child was still young and shouldn't know too much. Play games. I want to play too. I want to play games with Daddy and Mommy. Luo Hongye exclaimed excitedly, tilting her little head. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying exchanged awkward glances, and each gently kissed Luo Hongye's adorable cheeks. It's your turn now, Luo Hongye said, her little face beaming with joy as she returned the gesture with a kiss on each of their cheeks. The couple shared a gentle smile, taking each other's hands as they made their way back home. Let's go home, Luo Hongye chimed in her sweet, childish voice. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the night heavenly gods watched with expressions of relief, their hearts swelling with emotion as they covered their mouths, tears glistening in their eyes. Oh, how wonderful! With the demon lord and his lady enjoying such a harmonious relationship, perhaps it won't be long before they welcome a second little prince or princess. Later that night, after soothing Luo Hongye back to sleep, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen lay down together on the bed. This time, Luo Hongye was not nestled between them, but rather, Luo Ruiying lay on her side, cradled in Ning Yuchen's embrace. Without a child between them, Ning Yuchen could easily wrap his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist, pressing against her back. The child is still asleep. You mustn't do anything strange. Luo Ruiying, with her back turned to him, felt her cheeks flush. Yet she did not refuse. Rest assured, my dear, it's simply the cold that prompts me to want to hold you close while we sleep. I would never do anything strange. Ning Yuchen whispered reassuringly in her ear. Seizing the pleasant atmosphere of the night, he felt it was an opportune moment to deepen their connection. Being able to hold her while they slept was indeed a rare opportunity. Luo Ruiying's back was not only warm but also carried a delightful, faint fragrance that he found utterly enchanting. As she sensed that Ning Yuchen genuinely intended only to embrace her in slumber, she gradually relaxed. Hearing his explanation regarding the cold, she deliberately shifted her posture slightly backward, instinctively pressing her delicate form against his chest. With her body temperature, it must be quite warm. Yet, nestled in a man's embrace like a delicate bird, Luo Ruiying experienced an extraordinary sensation within her heart. She never anticipated that one day she would find herself resting in the arms of a man, feeling as though she were under his protection, akin to an ordinary woman. Moreover, he was but a mortal. My husband, if there comes a day when I am no longer here, you must promise me to raise our child with utmost care. Allow her to live as a simple, unassuming child. Luo Ruiying tenderly caressed the sleeping Luo Hongye in her arms, tilting her head back gently against Ning Yuchen's chest as she spoke. She cherished this period of life, yet the more she cherished it, the more fear enveloped her, fear of suddenly losing it all. The celestial realm might still be searching for the whereabouts of her and her daughter, and she was deeply concerned about involving Ning Yuchen in their plight. Furthermore, she was merely sustaining a false heart to prolong her life, uncertain of how long this fabricated heart could endure. She even contemplated the idea of leaving alone and entrusting her child to Ning Yuchen, perhaps to divert the attention of the celestial realm. Yet, she found it exceedingly difficult to part with her child and the life she currently cherished. Ning Yuchen sensed that Luo Ruiying appeared somewhat disheartened, tightening his embrace around her waist and softly saying, My dear, do not let your thoughts wander astray. I am here for you. As long as I am by your side, neither you nor our child shall come to harm. No one can hurt you again. Hearing Ning Yuchen's words, Luo Ruiying's heart quivered slightly, and she discreetly revealed a charming, reassuring smile. It was remarkable how a mere mortal dared to claim he would protect her and their child, a being of celestial stature. Yet, rather than feeling resentment, her heart brimmed with joy. His words were more than sufficient. Feeling secure in Ning Yuchen's embrace, Luo Ruiying gradually succumbed to slumber. However, it wasn't long before she suddenly opened her eyes wide, displaying a playful, bashful expression as she shot a fierce glance at the sleeping Ning Yuchen behind her. How could this man, while asleep, be so restless with his feet and hands? Chapter 89. Evidently, the opponent's strength is extraordinary. The following morning, a shocking revelation swept through the entirety of Nanli City. In a single night, every individual associated with the Jiang family mysteriously vanished. The residence stood desolate, devoid of any trace or presence. Speculation arose that the Jiang family, aware of their untenable situation in Nanli City, had stealthily relocated under the cover of darkness. However, this theory was swiftly dismissed by others. Almost all of the family's belongings remained untouched, presenting no signs of a hasty departure. Considering that the Jiang family, along with their guards and attendants, numbered at least several hundred, the notion that they could quietly exit the city overnight without anyone noticing seemed implausible. Some suggested that the Qi family must have some hidden forces supporting them, which enabled them to eliminate the Jiang family overnight. Yet, this conjecture was viewed as even more absurd, with most treating it as a mere jest. If the Qi family had such formidable backing, would they have endured decades of suppression by the Jiang family? Moreover, it was crucial to remember that the Jiang family was backed by the Holy Lotus sect, the most powerful force in the southern province following the inexplicable disappearance of the martial god temple. Who could possibly contend with the Holy Lotus sect that stood behind the Jiang family? The mysterious disappearance of the Jiang family became a topic of fervent discussion throughout Nanli City, shrouded in intrigue. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Ning Yuchen resided, he and the Luo family were gathered harmoniously for breakfast. Unlike her usual routine of being fed by Luo Ruiying or Ning Yuchen, Luo Hongye sat independently beside Ning Yuchen. On her other side was Yu Qingyu, who delicately spoon-fed Luo Hongye with care. Upon witnessing the little princess consume the porridge she offered, a satisfied and heartwarming smile graced Yu Qingyu's typically serene visage. The little princess had eaten the food she prepared. This moment filled her with profound emotion, marking a radiant addition to her experience in the demon realm. She was determined to embrace her responsibilities as the leader of the demon realm, nurturing the little princess as if she were her own granddaughter. Luo Ruiying observed Yu Qingyu with quiet curiosity. Since her arrival, she found herself inexplicably drawn to her. Beyond her impeccable grace and elegance, Yu Qingyu exhibited a remarkable diligence and reliability, managing the household with exceptional organization. She treated Yu Qingyu with profound respect and courtesy. While her affection for Luo Hongye was unmistakable, it was evident that she had a particular fondness for caring for children. Whenever the opportunity arose to tend to a child, she appeared genuinely excited and willing, as though she cherished the prospect of nurturing them as her own. Elder sister Yu, I still want more, Luo Hongye pleaded, leaning toward Yu Qingyu with an open mouth. With delight, Yu Qingyu fed the porridge into Luo Hongye's mouth and then gently wiped her lips with a handkerchief. The little princess was still growing and needed to eat well. In the future, she is destined to become someone as formidable as the esteemed demon lord. Perhaps in the days to come, she should prepare some exquisite medicinal dishes for the little princess or procure some divine beast meat for nourishment. Just as Yu Qingyu pondered over the dietary plans for Luo Hongye, a knock resounded through the courtyard. Undoubtedly, it could only be Qi Yuan, aside from her. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, little Yi Yi. Upon entering the house, Qi Yuan greeted Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying before joyfully rushing to Luo Hongye, as was her custom, to gently pinch the adorable, chubby cheeks of the little one. No matter how many times she witnessed it, little Yi Yi was simply too charming. That soft, delightful face was utterly irresistible. However, Qi Yuan soon sensed a chilling gaze fixed upon her from behind, causing her hair to stand on end. Turning her head, she found it was indeed Yu Qingyu, her eyes icy, as she delicately crushed the spoon in her grasp into fragments. This beautiful older sister is far too terrifying. Did she just crush the spoon with one hand while glaring at me? Is this something an ordinary maid could achieve? This must be a threat. Surely it must be. Qi Yuan's complexion turned pale with fright. Even now, she could not comprehend why Yu Qingyu harbored such animosity towards her. Yu Qingyu, suppressing the murderous intent within, silently transmitted a query to Ning Yuchen. Demon Lord, may I eliminate her? You've asked this question previously. Rejected. Ning Yuchen replied, exasperated. If everyone who dared to pinch his daughter's cheeks were to be eliminated, what chaos would ensue? Meanwhile, Meng Niu and the others observed Qi Yuan with a mix of envy and admiration from a distance. This woman was truly fortunate. Not only could she boldly pinch the little princess's cheeks, but she also remained unscathed, especially considering Yu Qingyu's murderous intent had already been directed at her. Miss Qi, please join us, Luo Ruiying said with a smile, patting the empty seat beside her. Qi Yuan immediately scampered to sit beside Luo Ruiying, daring not to meet Yu Qingyu's gaze. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, she felt as though this beautiful older sister wished to end her life. Once seated, Qi Yuan steadied herself and, with a serious expression, addressed Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, you may not be aware, but there has been a significant incident in the city. Last night, the Zhang family seemed to have vanished into thin air, completely disappearing from Nanli City. Even the people of Nanli Academy claim they cannot investigate this matter. While she felt a sense of relief regarding the disappearance of the Zhang family, the situation was undeniably bizarre. Hundreds from the vast Zhang family vanished overnight, without a single sound to be heard. It is worth noting that these days are filled with festival celebrations, with crowds bustling about the city, yet no one has spotted any trace of the Zhang family. From what she understood of the Zhang family, they did not seem like the type to willingly abandon their home. The Zhang family has disappeared. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying displayed a look of astonishment. And that is not all, Sister Luo, Qi Yuan continued with a lingering sense of trepidation. It is said that the Holy Lotus sect was obliterated overnight. That sect was the foremost power in Southern State following the martial god temple. The recent peculiar occurrences in Southern State had become increasingly alarming. First, it was the martial god temple, and now the Zhang family along with the Holy Lotus sect. To this day, no one knows who was behind these attacks. Luo Ruiying's expression grew pensive. She held little interest in the Zhang family. Were it not for Zhang Li provoking her, she would have turned a blind eye to their actions. It was only out of disdain for the Zhang family's conduct that she intervened to assist the Qi family in securing victory in the commerce competition. In her heart, she had already resolved that should the Zhang family dare to provoke her again, she would ensure their utter annihilation. However, it appeared that someone had acted before her. The ability to cause the entire Zhang family to vanish overnight without her noticing indicated that this adversary possessed extraordinary strength. Chapter 90. How did she know? Luo Ruiying had an unsettling feeling that there lurked a mysterious force within the city, one that she had yet to perceive. She fervently hoped that this entity would not entangle itself with her affairs. For now, all she desired was to live a simple and tranquil life with her family. Noticing the furrowed brow and worried expression on Luo Ruiying's face, Ning Yuchen gently grasped her hand, offering her a charming smile. A sense of inexplicable reassurance washed over Luo Ruiying, and she reciprocated with a faint smile. Qi Yuan had been quietly observing the interaction between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen. Seeing their hands intertwined beneath the table, she could not help but display an ant-like smile. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but it seemed that the bond between Sister Luo and Brother Ning had grown even stronger. To preserve the delightful ambience, Qi Yuan refrained from mentioning any distressing or fearsome topics and instead inquired, "By the way, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, did you attend the fireworks festival last night?" "Yes, we did. It was truly beautiful, a sight to behold," Luo Ruiying replied with a nod, feeling grateful to Qi Yuan for suggesting she attend the event. "Did you perhaps go up the hillside?" Qi Yuan asked curiously. Yes. Was it the wrong place?" Luo Ruiying responded, her brow furrowing in confusion. Unable to fathom Qi Yuan's question, as the hillside was known to be the prime location for viewing the fireworks. However, it seemed that there had been no spectators last night. Noticing Luo Ruiying's perplexity, Qi Yuan clenched her delicate fist, indignantly explaining, "Sister Luo, you chose the right place." But for some unknown reason, the fireworks festival was unexpectedly moved up. The person responsible for igniting the fireworks was discovered fast asleep in the thicket early in the morning. with no recollection of the events that transpired. To add to the frustration, the entrance to the hillside had been ensnared by a fog formation laid by some mischief maker. As a result, no one could ascend. Some individuals were trapped in the mist throughout the night, only to be found exhausted at the foot of the mountain by dawn. Now, many cultivators in the city are searching for that prankster. Because of the fog last night, not a single soul managed to reach the hillside to witness the fireworks. "I can't believe you actually made it up there," Qi Yuan exclaimed, her surprise evident. Upon reflection, she considered that perhaps Sister Luo's formidable strength allowed her to navigate through the fog. Intrigued by the identity of the prankster, Luo Ruiying's gaze instinctively drifted towards Yuqingyu. "Last night, it was she who informed me that the fireworks festival had been moved up. How did she come to know this?" Yuqingyu sat gracefully in her seat, delicately lifting her teacup to take a sip, presenting an air of indifference as if it had nothing to do with her. Only Ning Yuchen understood that she was undoubtedly behind it all. "Father." The well-fed Luo Hongya promptly nestled into Ning Yuchen's embrace from the chair beside him, adjusting her position comfortably. Ning Yuchen affectionately wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her adorable little head. The child's head was round and smooth, fitting perfectly under his touch. Luo Hongya squinted her eyes in delight, thoroughly enjoying the moment. It was only in the company of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying that she displayed such a joyful expression. Through their time together, Qi Yuan observed that Luo Hongya seemed to always linger by the sides of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, displaying an extreme apprehension towards strangers and a reluctance to bond with others, let alone playing with peers. Even she had to rely on the allure of delicacies and prolonged companionship to gradually earn Luo Hongya's affection. It seemed that Luo Hongya was overly dependent on Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen, Luo's sister, Ning brother, after the new year. The annual enrollment day at Nanli Academy will soon arrive. Apart from specialized cultivation classes, Nanli Academy also offers classes for young children and dedicated preschool programs. Should we enroll little Yi Yi as well? Qi Yuan pondered for a moment before suddenly suggesting. Nanli Academy is one of the most prestigious institutions in the southern prefecture, featuring classes tailored for young children that would be suitable for someone as young as Luo Hongya. Upon hearing the proposal to send Luo Hongya to preschool, both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting hesitation. They were well aware of Luo Hongya's fondness for being close to them, her dependency somewhat excessive. However, this was also tied to her past experiences. She had spent her early years either hiding in various corners or locked away in dark dungeons, never having contact with others. With a lack of security and reliance, it was natural for her to be averse to strangers. Thus, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying doted on her so tenderly. Although they cherished Luo Hongya's attachment, they also hoped that she would engage more with others and learn about the world. After all, what parent does not wish for their child to become more outgoing and lively? Regarding Qi Yuan's suggestion, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying were indeed giving it serious consideration. However, the thought of sending Luo Hongya away to school, away from their side, made them feel reluctant and anxious as parents, especially for Luo Ruiying. She felt a twinge of panic whenever Luo Hongya was out of her sight. The prospect of being apart from her for an extended period was simply unbearable. Therefore, both she and Ning Yuchen needed to weigh Qi Yuan's proposal with great care. Qi Yuan discerned the concerns and reluctance in Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying's expressions, and with a reassuring smile, she declared, "Sister Luo, Brother Ning, there is no need for your worries. I too shall enroll in the Southly Academy, and I will take good care of little Yi Yi while there." However, her words were met with disdainful glances from Yuqingyu. How could this mere insect dare to claim the responsibility of safeguarding their precious little princess of the demon realm? Yuqingyu's contemptuous gaze was unmistakable, and Qi Yuan immediately sensed it. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but this beautiful older sister seemed to regard her with an expression akin to that of observing a bug. A sudden wave of self-doubt washed over her. "Miss Qi, if you intend to join the Southly Academy, do you not plan to take over the family business?" Upon hearing Qi Yuan's intention to enroll, Luo Ruiying inquired curiously. Qi Yuan straightened her posture, her eyes filled with resolve as she responded. "Thanks to Sister Luo and Brother Ning, the Qi family is thriving. Even if I were not needed, it would pose no issue. Moreover, due to Brother Ning's support, I am now able to resume my cultivation. Thus, I wish to pursue my childhood dream of becoming a formidable practitioner, much like Sister Luo." Previously, due due to her meridians being damaged. Her path of cultivation had been fraught with difficulties. However, now that her meridians had fully recovered, she was determined to join the Southly Academy and pursue her path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation may not be devoid of challenges, but Miss Qi must persevere. Sensing Qi Yuan's genuine determination and passion, Luo Ruiying offered her encouragement with a smile. Qi Yuan's talent was not lacking. If she could maintain her perseverance, she might indeed achieve great things in the future. Chapter 91. Could it all be a misunderstanding on her part? In the skies above Nali City, a graceful and enchanting woman, resembling a divine rainbow, glided across the heavens, casting her gaze upon the bustling crowds below. The woman's visage bore a striking resemblance to Luo Ruiying, with her fair complexion and exquisite beauty. Yet her long hair cascaded in an extraordinary blend of black and white hues. Could this be the place? Luo Ruixing clutched a fragment of a broken sword, peering down at the vast expanse of Nali City, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Would her sister truly reside here? After Ning Yuchen's visit to the Luo Divine Palace, Luo Tianya had a vague premonition that something might have befallen his daughter, Luo Ruiying. Consequently, he dispatched her younger sister, Luo Ruixing, to seek her out. The shard she held was a small piece broken from the family's divine sword, the Luo God Sword. This fragment possessed the ability to sense the whereabouts of the sword's true form. The closer she drew to the sword, the more the shard would emit a faint glow, guiding her steps as if it were a beacon. While in the celestial realm, the shard remained dormant. But upon her clandestine return to the mortal realm, it responded with vigor. Relying on this fragment, Luo Ruixing first ventured to a quaint cottage nestled within the forest. After a thorough inspection, she confirmed that someone had indeed lived there, as remnants of the Luo god's aura lingered on the ground. She deduced that Luo Ruiying must have resided there for some time, but the signs suggested a hasty departure, likely due to some peril encountered. Fearing for her sister's safety, Luo Ruixing continued her search, guided by the shard, until she reached the skies above Nali City. At this moment, the fragment pulsed with increased brilliance, confirming her belief that her sister, Luo Ruiying, was likely within the city. Grasping the shard tightly, Luo Ruixing descended into the city, resolutely continuing her search. Unbeknownst to her, as she entered the city, shadows began to emerge from the void above, encircling her. Celestial King's cultivation. They are beings from the celestial realm. To kill? The demon lord has decreed that all celestial beings must be closely monitored and reported promptly. For now, hold your hand. With that, several shadows twisted and vanished back into the void. Qi Yuan lingered at Ning Yuchen's home for a while, playing with Luo Hongya before eventually rising to depart. The primary reason for her departure was the oppressive gaze of Yu Qingyu, which made her feel as if she were sitting on needles, discomfort coursing through her. She sensed that remaining any longer could threaten her very life. After Qi Yuan's departure, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying pondered whether they should enroll Luo Hongya in a school, allowing her to interact and play with peers. However, with several days remaining before the Nali Academy commenced its classes, they had ample time to deliberate further. At that moment, both Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu received a simultaneous transmission from their shadowy attendants. Master Demon Lord, Master Left Guardian, beings from the celestial realm have appeared. She seems to be heading in your direction. Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cold sharpness flashing through their gazes. The ancient recluses of the celestial realm could no longer contain themselves and had sent someone over? Ning Yuchen mused. If that were the case, it would be most fortuitous. He was eager to inquire about the forces behind them. He had been troubled by the absence of a means to confront those who had taken his wife's heart. He would reclaim it one day. Master Demon Lord, allow me to handle this, Yu Qingyu volunteered. She was already aware of Luo Ruiying's loss of her heart in the celestial realm and her subsequent flight back to the human world with Luo Hongya. If the individuals pursuing the master and the little princess were indeed those whom the Demon Lord spoke of, she would show them no mercy. An attack on the Demon Lord's wife and little princess would be tantamount to declaring war against the entire demon realm. There could be no room for leniency in such matters. Go, but ensure they are brought back alive, Ning Yuchen commanded. Casting a sharp glance at Yu Qingyu as he conveyed his thoughts, he was concerned that Yu Qingyu might act too decisively and eliminate them outright. With a faint smile, Yu Qingyu stood and bowed to Luo Ruiying, claiming she was going out to procure some ingredients before departing. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow in confusion as she watched Yu Qingyu's retreating figure. Hadn't they just stocked up on provisions a few days ago? Why was she off to shop again so soon? Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that there had been some unspoken understanding between Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu moments ago. It felt as though they were keeping something from her. "My dear, is something the matter?" Ning Yuchen inquired, his curiosity piqued by Luo Ruiying's contemplative expression. Could this young lady have sensed something amiss? "No, it's nothing," Luo Ruiying replied slowly, shaking her head. She felt too embarrassed to voice her concerns. Wouldn't he that imply distrust towards Ning Yuchen? She firmly believed he was not that kind of person. Surely, it was just her misinterpretation. What could he possibly be hiding from her? There could be nothing unusual between Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu, right? Meanwhile, on the streets of Nanli City, Luo Xinxin, guided by the fragment of her broken sword, made her way step by step towards the courtyard where Ning Yuchen resided. Sensing the pull of the fragment growing stronger, her heart leaped with joy. It seemed her sister was nearby. However, in the next moment, Luo Xinxin abruptly halted, her expression turning grave as she scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. At some point, the lively sounds that had filled the air had vanished, and the bustling street was now eerily deserted. The nearby streets lay desolate and hauntingly silent, yet it felt as though dozens of eyes were fixated upon her. So engrossed was she in the fragment of the broken sword that she had failed to notice anything amiss. In an instant, Luo Ruixin, a cultivator at the Celestial King realm, felt a chill run down her spine. The figure of Yu Qingyu slowly approached from the street ahead. Observing this, Luo Ruixin tightened her grip on the celestial sword at her waist, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. She could not discern the cultivation level of the woman before her. There was not the slightest hint of spiritual energy emanating from her. Could it be that the opponent's prowess far surpassed her own, or was she simply well concealed? Yu Qingyu regarded Luo Ruixin with a cold gaze, preparing to speak when she suddenly noticed the spiritual energy radiating from Luo Ruixin, a result of her excessive tension. This aura bore a striking resemblance to that of her lady. Upon closer inspection, the celestial woman bore a resemblance to her lady as well. Could she possibly be a member of her lady's family? Yu Qingyu swiftly deduced Luo Ruixin's identity and felt a wave of relief for not having spoken too soon. She immediately communicated telepathically to dismiss all lurking demon gods in the vicinity and then bestowed upon Luo Ruixin a gentle and humble smile akin to that of a maid. Luo Ruixin suddenly sensed the chilling aura dissipate, and the terrifying presence that had loomed over her vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qingyu had also vanished without a trace, and the street was once again bustling with people. The sense of crisis she had just felt seemed as though it had never existed. Could it be that she had misunderstood everything? Chapter 92. This is my child. A few minutes after Yu Qingyu stepped out, she returned home carrying a bag of ingredients. Having used the excuse of purchasing food, she visited the neighboring residence of Yi Tianshan to casually acquire some provisions, ensuring that her return would not arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion. As a vendor of barbecued delicacies, Ye's household was naturally well stocked with prepared ingredients. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, who were playing in the courtyard, were somewhat surprised by Yu Qingyu's swift return. "You're back so soon from your shopping?" "Indeed, my lady. These ingredients were pre-ordered. I merely went to collect them," Yu Qingyu explained with a casual yet reasonable excuse. "I see," Luo Ruiying responded without further suspicion. However, Ning Yuchen was aware that Yu Qingyu had not actually gone shopping. He inquired curiously through a subtle transmission. "Has it been resolved?" "Not yet, my lord. The other party seems to be affiliated with the lady," Yu Qingyu clarified. Concerned that the individual might be someone Luo Ruiying recognized, she prudently refrained from taking action. Upon hearing that the individual could potentially be a relative of Luo Ruiying, Ning Yuchen's curiosity was piqued. Has someone from the Luo Divine Hall approached? While Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu exchanged hushed communications, Luo Ruiying discreetly observed the two. It was indeed not her imagination. There was a faint yet palpable exchange of glances between Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu. What could they be discussing that warranted secrecy from her? For reasons unknown, Luo Ruiying felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, as if a stone were lodged within. She hastily shook her head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts that plagued her mind. How could she, so unlike herself, indulge in such sentimental musings? At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the courtyard. Kaisei stepped forward to open it. revealing Luo Ruxin standing at the threshold, wielding a fragment of a broken sword. "May I inquire whom you seek?" Kaisei asked politely. Upon seeing that the person who answered the door was not Luo Ruing, Luo Ruxin couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Could it be that I have knocked at the wrong door? But then again, how could my sister possibly reside in such a humble abode? Just as Luo Ruxin prepared to turn away, she was spotted by Luo Ruing, who was in the courtyard. Luo Ruing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ruxin? Sister, is that really you?" Luo Ruxin's face brightened with joy as she rushed into the house, leaping into Luo Ruing's embrace, nuzzling her cheek against her chest like a child seeking affection. Ning Yuchen, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. That embrace should have been his with the child. Yet, he was even more astonished to learn that his wife had a sister. Wasn't this his sister-in-law? After their intimate moment, Luo Ruxin lifted her head from Luo Ruing's embrace, scrutinizing her sister, whom she had not seen for nearly 2 centuries. Observing Luo Ruing's once resplendent silver hair, now replaced by an ordinary mass of black locks, Luo Ruxin furrowed her brow, unable to conceal her anger. "Sister, what happened to your hair? How could this be?" The most pronounced characteristic of the Luo family's ancestral bloodline is the transformation of black hair into silver. The purer the bloodline, the denser the silver strands. Luo Ruing was the first in her family to fully awaken the ancient Luo deity's bloodline since antiquity, possessing the natural silver hair that all family members envied. She was revered as the embodiment of the purest talent since the dawn of creation and had ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor in just over a century. Yet now, that dazzling silver mane had turned into mundane black hair, signifying that her Luo deity bloodline could no longer sustain even her basic divine form. Gently stroking the black hair at the nape of her neck, Luo Ruing spoke with a calm demeanor. "Many things have transpired. I can no longer maintain the form of the Luo deity." Regarding her inability to uphold her divine stature and her diminishing powers, Luo Ruing felt no profound confusion. Rather, she found solace in having departed from that life, embracing the rarity of an ordinary existence, just as she had wished. "Sister, after leaving the family, what on earth happened to you? Why are you hiding in this wretched place?" Upon hearing that Luo Ruing could no longer sustain her divine form, Luo Ruxin's ire surged. She could hardly believe that her once admired sister, revered in the celestial realm like a radiant star, had fallen to such a state. Just over a century ago, she had heard that her sister had been bestowed the title of the Luo deity empress in the heavenly realm. In disbelief, Luo Ruxin grasped Luo Ruing's wrist, and her expression instantly turned ashen. "Your celestial essence is gone. Your spirit is gone. Sister, what has happened to your body?" "Well, as you can see, I am now merely a practitioner at the level of a mortal," Luo Ruing replied, withdrawing her arm with a teasing nonchalance. "You have surpassed me now." Luo Ruxin, however, was far from amused. Her face turned icy, and a murderous intent flickered in her eyes as she demanded, "Sister, tell me, who did this to you? I will kill them." Luo Ruing had always been her idol, the driving force behind her relentless pursuit of cultivation and her most cherished sister. Now, witnessing her beloved sister being so heartlessly wronged, how could she not feel wrath? Though she had longed to surpass her sister, it would never be at the cost of such indignity. All right, calm down. Otherwise, you might just destroy my home." Luo Ruing interjected with a hint of amusement, trying to quell the storm of emotions. With a gentle smile, Luo Ruing embraced Luo Ruxin, seeking to soothe her emotions. She softly whispered in her ear, "You need not worry about my affairs. Am I not quite well? As for what has transpired, it would be best if you refrain from asking any further. Let us pretend you know nothing. Even if you were to discover the truth, it may not bode well for either you or the Luo family." "But sister, you," Luo Ruxin protested, her curiosity piqued, only to be silenced by Luo Ruing's slender finger pressed against her lips. Luo Ruing adopted a serious demeanor, exuding an air of unassailable authority. Though her cultivation was presently limited to the heavenly realm, she remained, unequivocally, her sister. "I understand, sister." Luo Ruxin conceded with a resigned nod. She recognized that Luo Ruing was undoubtedly acting to protect their family. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to such depths. Nor would she have shunned a return to the celestial realm of the Luo family. Yet, as many questions swirled in her mind, Luo Ruxin's attention was suddenly captured by a petite girl, as delicate as a doll, hiding shyly behind Luo Ruiying, clutching her leg. What an adorable little girl. Upon closer inspection, she bore a resemblance to her sister's childhood self. The shy demeanor was utterly charming. Sister, whose child is this? Luo Ruixin inquired curiously. Pointing at the girl, Luo Hongya, nestled at Luo Ruiying's feet. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she gathered Luo Hongya into her embrace, bashfully introducing her. This is my child. Chapter 93. He is your brother-in-law. Luo Ruixin gasped in astonishment, her expression frozen in disbelief. The revelation was utterly shocking to her. She had never anticipated that not only would she see her sister, but also her sister's daughter. After more than 2 centuries apart, her sister had even become a mother. This was all too sudden for her to accept. Her beloved sister had married. But who was this man? Who was this despicable scoundrel? Luo Ruixin, filled with indignation, demanded answers. In her eyes, no one in this world was worthy of her beautiful, powerful, and tender-hearted sister. Luo Ruiying's face flushed with embarrassment as she linked her arm with Ning Yuchen, pulling him close. Ruixin, allow me to introduce you. This is my husband, Ning Yuchen. Hello. Ning Yuchen greeted amicably, a smile gracing his features. Although she had just referred to him as a scoundrel, he was, after all, her sister's husband. Luo Ruixin's gaze shifted to Ning Yuchen, her astonishment deepening. Though she had noticed him upon entering, she had failed to perceive any trace of spiritual energy emanating from him, instinctively dismissing him as a mere servant. The reality that this man was her sister's husband, her brother-in-law, was utterly bewildering. Luo Ruixin scrutinized Ning Yuchen intently, her expression revealing her disdain, even harboring a hint of hostility. It was this wretched man who had sullied her beloved sister. Unforgivable. While he was not lacking in good looks, comparable to the men of the celestial realm, she could discern no other remarkable qualities about him. He appeared overly refined, resembling someone weak and fragile. With no evident cultivation, he seemed like an ordinary mortal. How could such a person be worthy of her sister? Sister, you chose to marry a man like this? Luo Ruixin pointed at Ning Yuchen with blatant contempt. Ning Yuchen. Ning Yuchen was at a loss for words. Did he truly appear so inadequate? Hearing him belittled, Yu Qingyu, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown. The lord of the demon realm was exceptionally powerful and admirable. The number of women in the demon realm eager to bear his child could circle the realm several times. How dare this ignorant and short-sighted woman slander the lord? Were it not for her being the lord's sister-in-law, she would never let her off so easily. Ruixin, you are being utterly disrespectful. He is your brother-in-law. Apologize to him at once. Seeing Luo Ruixin's blatant rudeness, Luo Ruiying frowned, her expression displeased as she reprimanded her. With her sister's commanding presence, Luo Ruixin shrank back, too intimidated to retort. Reluctantly gazing at Ning Yuchen, she murmured, I apologize. After uttering these words, Luo Ruixin crossed her arms and shot a fierce glare at Ning Yuchen. It was all his fault. He had caused her to be reprimanded by her sister. Husband, my sister did not mean it. Please do not take it to heart. Luo Ruiying, concerned that Ning Yuchen might take Luo Ruixin's words to heart, offered her own apology on her behalf. It is of no consequence, Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. He could discern that Luo Ruixin's actions were not entirely unintentional. She clearly treated him as an adversary. With a disdainful snort, Luo Ruixin averted her gaze from Ning Yuchen and began to survey the courtyard and the interior surroundings. The dilapidated walls, the worn-out furniture and decorations, the shabby abode. In truth, the items within the courtyard and home were largely brand new. But to Luo Ruixin, who had long resided in the celestial realm, everything appeared to be in a state of disrepair. How could my sister live in such a rundown place? This man is certainly unworthy of her. If I were her husband, she would dwell in a residence far more luxurious and beautiful than the celestial palace. Luo Ruixin silently attributed the poor living conditions to Ning Yuchen. Soon, her attention shifted to Kai Se and the 3 individuals standing beside Luo Ruiying. At first glance, she sensed something unusual about them. She faintly detected an ethereal aura emanating from Kai Se and the others, which did not seem entirely human. Upon closer inspection, however, she found nothing amiss. Had she perhaps misjudged? With a scrutinizing gaze, Luo Ruixin approached the trio, examining them from head to toe and even sniffing the air curiously. Odd. She truly found no further abnormalities. Luo Ruxin, they are attendants brought by my husband. You must not be disrespectful, Luo Ruing admonished, watching her sister's peculiar antics with a sigh. This behavior was uncharacteristic of her. What had changed today? Miss, hello. The trio of Kai Sei broke into a nervous sweat, forcing a timid smile. Unlike Luo Ruing and her sister, Luo Ruxin possessed genuine cultivation at the level of a celestial king. Her prowess surpassed theirs, and one misstep could expose them. Should they be discovered, their fate would be sealed. Ultimately, Luo Ruxin could not discern any discrepancies in the trio and decided to dismiss her earlier impression as a mere mistake. In terms of their appearance and demeanor, they could indeed pass as her sister's attendants. Turning her gaze once more towards the moon Xingyu mentioned by Luo Ruing, Luo Ruxin instinctively altered her expression and found her hand gripping the celestial sword at her waist. It was her, the woman she had just encountered outside. It turns out she is also a maid in her sister's household. Moon Xingyu's demeanor was cold, yet she maintained a courteous bow towards Luo Ruxin. I have met Miss Luo. Upon noticing the absence of any aura or spiritual energy around Moon Xingyu, Luo Ruxin gradually relaxed her grip on the hilt of her sword. As a dignified celestial king of the Immortal Realm, how could she be intimidated by a mere maid? How absurd. Given her cultivation level, few, even in the entirety of the human world, could rival her. She had indeed been overly cautious. However, the woman's beauty and grace were truly remarkable. How could such a woman be merely a servant? Even Luo Ruxin, at first glance, found herself captivated by the subtle aura that emanated from Moon Xingyu. After scanning the courtyard and the interior, Luo Ruxin's gaze returned to the child, Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ruing's arms. Although she harbored numerous grievances against Ning Yuchen, believing him unworthy of her sister, she genuinely adored the child, especially since Luo Hongye bore a striking resemblance to her sister during her childhood. Truly, the same endearing cuteness as her sister when she was young. Little darling, what is your name? Luo Ruxin inquired with a warm and affectionate smile as she leaned closer to Luo Hongye's face. However, her seemingly flawless greeting frightened Luo Hongye, who shrank back into Luo Ruing's embrace, not daring to respond. Luo Ruxin was instantly petrified, her smile frozen on her face. Could it be that she was disliked? Chapter 94. This man is deplorable. Do not be afraid, my dear, for she is your aunt. Observing Luo Hongye's evident reluctance towards Luo Ruxin, Luo Ruing gently patted her back, speaking softly. Aunt. Luo Hongye timidly turned her head, whispering the word before burying her face deeper into Luo Ruing's embrace. It was clear she was still resistant to being held by Luo Ruxin. In an instant, Luo Ruxin felt as though she had plummeted into despair. It seemed she was genuinely disliked. Why? Was she truly that fearsome? Luo Ruing was equally curious. Although Luo Hongye did display some shyness, she had never behaved this way around kind-hearted individuals. For instance, she had been comfortable with Qi Yuan and even allowed Yu Qinyu to hold her during their first meeting. Why, then, was she unwilling to embrace her own sister? What's the matter, Hongye? Are you afraid of your aunt? Luo Ruing gently inquired of the child nestled in her arms, while Luo Ruxin looked on, filled with concern, awaiting the response. Luo Hongye lifted her gaze, shaking her head softly, and replied in a gentle tone, Aunt does not like Daddy, and I do not like those who speak ill of him. I do not like Aunt. Her words stunned everyone present. It was unexpected that the child, despite her young age, had already grasped so much. The realization that she had perceived this was like a dagger piercing Luo Ruxin's heart. It hurt deeply. She was truly disliked by her adorable niece. Ning Yuchen, unaware that Luo Hongye's aversion stemmed from Luo Ruxin's discourteousness towards him, felt a surge of joy, his face breaking into a smile. His precious daughter was indeed perceptive. Come here, Hongye, let Daddy hold you. Ning Yuchen reached out towards Luo Hongye, who obediently extended her arms and nestled into his embrace. This scene was particularly striking to Luo Ruxin, who naturally interpreted it as Ning Yuchen flaunting his affection in front of her. The child favored him and not her. How infuriating. This mere mortal dared to provoke her. It was all his fault that she was now disliked by Hongye. Luo Ruxin silently added this grievance to her list against Ning Yuchen, feeling increasingly discontented with him. Since we are here, let us stay for dinner tonight. Noticing Luo Ruxin still harbored animosity towards Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruing sighed in resignation and led her sister to the dining hall. Please have a seat for a moment. I shall prepare dinner. Prepare dinner? Sister, how can you engage in such mundane tasks reserved for ordinary housewives? Luo Ruxin exclaimed, astonished and expressing her strong disapproval at the thought of Luo Ruing cooking. Individuals from the celestial realm, such as them, partake of the ethereal spring waters and consume divine fruits and nectar. How could they, akin to ordinary women, engage in the mundane task of cooking and be stained by the soot of the hearth? Luo Ruing turned her head and smiled gently, simply stating, I am but a woman now, what is amiss with that? With that, she proceeded towards the kitchen. Yuchen gazed at Luo Ruxin for a moment before silently following her into the kitchen to lend a hand. What is the matter with this maid? It feels as though she is glaring at me. It was the first time Luo Ruxin had encountered such a gaze from a servant, leaving her with a peculiar feeling. How dare she? It was only when Luo Ruing entered the kitchen that Luo Ruxin, with a complex heart, returned to her seat. Her sister had indeed changed, transformed into what seemed to be an ordinary woman. Is this the life her sister yearned for? While Luo Ruxin inwardly opposed her sister's choice to cook as a common woman would, she also harbored a deep desire to personally savor her sister's culinary skills. She had never tasted a dish crafted by her sister's hands before. Kai say, prepare a pot of fine tea, and perhaps some pastries and fruits. Ning Yuchen instructed, cradling Luo Hongya upon his lap while addressing Kai Sei and the other two attendants. They nodded in acquiescence and gradually exited the hall to prepare. Luo Ruxin, however, spoke in a haughty tone, there is no need for that. My tastes are rather discerning. I doubt your tea and pastries would suit my palate. So keep them for yourselves. Such mundane delicacies could hardly find their way to her lips. What exquisite fare could her sister and little Yi eat while accompanying this man? The more Luo Ruxin pondered, the angrier she became. Thus, she retrieved an array of celestial fruits and delicacies from her celestial ring, sweeping her hand to display them all upon the table beside Ning Yuchen. With a confident demeanor, she proclaimed, you should try mine instead. You may never have the chance to taste such delights again in your lifetime. To indulge in these pastries is to partake in the blessings bestowed by my sister and her child. Ning Yuchen cast a glance at the array of pastries and fruits, unable to suppress a smile. Were these not merely the most commonplace celestial fruits and pastries? In the demon realm, they wouldn't even qualify to be presented before him. Noticing the suppressed laughter on Ning Yuchen's face, Luo Ruxin furrowed her brows in irritation. What does this fellow mean? Why does it feel as if he is mocking her? Truly an ignorant mortal. Does he not realize how many people in the mortal realm could only dream of tasting such delights in their lifetime? Little Yi, why not try your aunt's pastries and see if they are to your liking? Luo Ruxin suddenly adopted a beaming expression as she turned her attention to Luo Hongya. Filled with anticipation, she hoped to win back Luo Hongya's affection through the offerings of food. Being disliked by her niece was utterly unacceptable. After all, she was her sister's daughter, and thus, she too was a daughter to her. The large, innocent eyes of Luo Hongya glanced at the delicacies on the table before shifting upward to meet Ning Yuchen's gaze, seemingly inquiring if she might indulge. With a warm smile, Ning Yuchen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongya's hair and gently replied, since it's a gesture from your aunt, why not give it a try? Luo Hongya's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly seized a piece of cake and took a bite. So how is it, little Yi? Luo Ruxin asked with a blend of anticipation and anxiety. It's delicious, Luo Hongya exclaimed with joy. Splendid. A satisfied smile graced Luo Ruxin's face, her heart swelling with pride. Indeed, winning the child's affection would begin with winning her palate. She was convinced that after tasting the delicacies from the celestial realm, little Yi would no longer desire anything else. In time, little Yi would naturally gravitate toward her, allowing her to reclaim the child from that man's embrace. Little Yi, is this not the most delectable treat you've ever had? If you tell your aunt that you like it, I will prepare more for you in the future. Luo Ruxin said, her face beaming with joy. However, Luo Hongya paused, then decisively shook her head. What I love most are grilled sausages. Grilled sausages? Luo Ruxin exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. She could hardly fathom that the pastries and fruits she had brought from the celestial realm paled in comparison to a mere grilled sausage. How could this be possible? Defeated by a simple sausage, Luo Ruxin felt a profound sense of dismay. How could the exquisite pastries and fruits from the celestial realm be overshadowed by such trivial fare? It must be that this man had long fed the child such unhealthy foods, leading to a distortion in her taste buds. It had to be so. Luo Ruxin silently attributed this misfortune to Ning Yuchen. This man was truly reprehensible. Chapter 95. Not delicious at all. Luo Ruxin glared fiercely at Ning Yuchen, leaving him perplexed and at a loss, unsure of what transgression he had committed to provoke his younger sister-in-law. Just then, Kai Sei and the others arrived, bringing tea and pastries to Luo Ruxin's table. "Miss, please enjoy." Luo Ruxin had already resolved to take a couple of bites before mercilessly disparaging the offerings he had prepared. She intended to make him uncomfortable. Turning her head, she reached out to sample the delicacies on the table, only to pause in shock, her hand suspended in midair. Before her lay an array of exotic fruits, crystal grapes, ruby fruits, jade melons, and many celestial fruits she had seldom encountered. How could he possess such an abundance of divine fruits? It was inconceivable. The cultivation and preservation of celestial fruits require exceptionally stringent conditions, even in the mortal realm. There might not be a place capable of growing them. Surely, they must merely resemble those divine fruits. She could not be fooled. Luo Ruxin picked up a sparkling crystal grape, its lustrous sheen revealing the flowing essence of the celestial fruit within. She instinctively swallowed, then tossed the grape into her mouth. As her delicate teeth gently bit down, the rich, sweet essence burst forth, flooding her palate with an intoxicating fragrance. Delicious. Without a doubt, this was authentic crystal grape. Moreover, it was the first time she had encountered such plump and sweet crystal grapes. A look of indulgent delight inadvertently crossed her face. But upon noticing Ning Yuchen's amused gaze, she quickly masked her enjoyment, adopting a stern expression. That was close. She almost lost sight of her objective. She was meant to critique him, to launch a scathing attack, not to revel in pleasure. Luo Ruxin popped another crystal grape into her mouth, and then reached for a pastry, taking a delicate bite. Given the quality of pastries in the mortal realm, how could they possibly compare to those from the celestial realm? However, as she bit down, her eyes instantly lit up, and a look of astonishment graced her features. This is also delightful. The flavor was so unique, as if it blended various herbs and some unknown meat. Yet, the taste was exquisite. With a single bite, warmth enveloped her body, leaving a lingering fragrance on her palate. How infuriating! How could his pastries surpass those from the celestial realm? Luo Ruxin glared at Ning Yuchen defiantly, shoving more pastries into her mouth. Ning Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle. These pastries had been meticulously prepared by Yuqingyu for Luo Hongya, infused with various rare celestial herbs, not only delicious but also beneficial for physical growth. Even Luo Ruxin couldn't help but praise them. Luo Ruxin, despite devouring her food ravenously, wore an expression of undeniable dissatisfaction. Suddenly, she perceived a charming side to her sister-in-law, though it paled in comparison to the adorableness of his wife and children. "If you fancy it, take your time, there is plenty more at home," Ning Yuchen kindly reminded her, concerned that Luo Ruxin might choke. After shoving another mouthful in, she scowled defiantly. "Who enjoys this? It's utterly unpalatable." Ning Yuchen remained speechless. No sooner had she spoken than she began to choke, quickly raising her cup of tea to gulp it down. Once she finished, she exhaled deeply and shot a fierce glare at Ning Yuchen, convinced he had purposely engaged her in conversation to cause her distress. Clearly, he harbored malicious intent. As the fragrant tea lingered on her palate, Luo Ruxin paused, then poured herself another cup to savor. This tea is exquisite. Far superior to what I had at home." She marveled at how everything he prepared, from pastries to fruits to tea, was delightful, leaving her unable to find fault and vehemently disparage him. She was certain these delicacies were the handiwork of her sister. How could an ordinary man possibly produce such wonders? With that conviction, she indulged with renewed vigor. Seated in Ning Yuchen's embrace, Luo Hongya watched Luo Ruxin with keen curiosity. "Auntie can eat a lot, even more than Yi." Before long, Luo Ruxin personally entered the kitchen and prepared a sumptuous feast. Joy filled her heart at the prospect of reuniting with family after a long time apart. With the assistance of Yuqingyu, the dishes were elegantly arranged on the table, and the chopsticks and bowls were set. "Ruxin, you must try the food made by mortals." Luo Ruxin beckoned her to sit and taste. Although Luo Ruxin had already consumed a considerable amount of pastries and tea, the thought that these dishes were crafted by her sister spurred her to devour them eagerly. "Delicious. No wonder it's made by my sister. It's simply delightful." Such culinary skills wasted on a certain man. While feasting, she couldn't help but undermine Ning Yuchen. Ruxin. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows, her displeasure evident. She could easily discern that Luo Ruxin was mocking Ning Yuchen. Though he was family, she would not tolerate such disparagement of her husband. I understand. Sister Luo Ruxin quickly acquiesced, sensing Luo Ruiying's genuine anger, feeling unjustly treated. How could her sister raise her voice at her for the sake of this man? Ning Yuchen, however, remained unfazed. A gentle smile gracing his face as he occasionally fed Luo Hongye and served Luo Ruiying. Yet, sitting beside Ning Yuchen, Yuqingyu was less than pleased. With poised grace, she remarked, Miss Luo, my young master is also quite skilled in the culinary arts, and the lady of the house appreciates his efforts. What do you mean by wasted? Moreover, the dishes you have just savored were all prepared by me. It brings me great joy that they suit your palate. Luo Ruxin was rendered speechless, caught off guard, and left in an awkward silence. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but find the situation amusing and delicately picked up a piece of her own dish to place it into Luo Ruxin's bowl. As Luo Ruxin reveled in the delight of being served by Luo Ruiying, she soon witnessed Luo Ruiying offering the same gesture to Ning Yuchen. My dear husband, do try this. Ning Yuchen opened his mouth to accept the morsel lovingly fed to him by his wife, then casually picked up some food to offer to Luo Ruiying. My beloved, you should indulge as well. With Luo Ruxin beside them, Luo Ruiying felt a touch of bashfulness, yet she couldn't allow Ning Yuchen to hold the food indefinitely. So she lifted her cheek and parted her lips to take a bite. The intimacy of their actions was not lost on Luo Ruxin, who found herself frozen in place at the table, chopsticks in hand. Her most admired sister now resembled an innocent maiden, sharing tender moments of feeding with a man. They appeared as a devoted couple, deeply in love. Sitting beside Luo Ruiying, Luo Ruxin suddenly felt superfluous. Meanwhile, Meng Miao and Yuqingyu, seated at the table, were already accustomed to such displays. Sister, I want some too. Luo Ruxin, no longer willing to let Luo Ruiying serve Ning Yuchen, leaned across the table and snatched the food from Luo Ruiying's chopsticks. She was determined to reclaim her sister and child from this man's grasp. Chapter 96. She could not accept it. As night fell and dinner was concluded, everyone gathered in the hall. In her fervent desire to reclaim her beloved sister, Luo Ruxin deliberately positioned herself between Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying by moving a chair, thus denying them any opportunity for interaction. Like a playful child, she clung to Luo Ruiying's waist, nestling against her as she expressed her affection, citing their long separation as a reason for her behavior. Moreover, she occasionally cast provocative glances at Ning Yuchen, a triumphant expression gracing her features, as if to proclaim, Look, sister is mine. Ning Yuchen, holding Luo Hongye in his arms, could only smile wryly at the unfolding scene, utterly unprepared for the day when his sister-in-law would vie for his affection. What a peculiar situation this was. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying wore an expression of both helplessness and indulgence. Ruxin, you are no longer a child. Why do you still act so childishly? Despite Luo Ruxin being several centuries old, her temperament remained as it was in her youth, full of playful affection. After all, she would always be the younger sister. Luo Ruxin tightened her embrace around Luo Ruiying's waist and said in a soft voice, unwilling to release her hold. It had indeed been a long while since they had seen each other, so Luo Ruiying chose to indulge her sister's whims this time. Just then, Yuqingyu entered the hall and slightly bowed, saying, Young master, madam, the water in the bath has been heated. A bath? Upon hearing that their home had a bath, Luo Ruxin's eyes lit up as she lifted her head from Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying smiled gently and nodded. Your husband has prepared this bath at home. Ruxin, you should give it a try. The thought that Ning Yuchen had created this bath for the purpose of bathing together with her and their child caused a faint blush to rise on Luo Ruiying's cheeks. Unaware of her sister's embarrassment, Luo Ruxin exclaimed excitedly, That's wonderful. I haven't bathed with you for such a long time. Shall we bathe together, sister, and little Yi? What do you say, little Yi? With that, she turned her eager gaze towards the obediently seated Luo Hongye in Ning Yuchen's embrace. Her intention was not merely to reclaim her sister, but also to garner the affection of her sister's child. Luo Hongye's small face displayed a hint of discontent as she murmured, Yi wants to bathe with daddy and mommy. That is not permissible. Little Yi, do you understand that boys and girls cannot bathe together? Luo Ruxin was taken aback by Luo Hongye's unexpected statement, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she rushed to explain. However, what followed from Luo Hongye left Luo Ruxin utterly stunned. But Yi has always bathed with daddy and mommy. Sister, is that true? Luo Ruxin's face reflected her disbelief as she turned to look at Luo Ruing. With a flushed face, Luo Ruing lowered her head. Even without words, her gesture served as a tacit acknowledgement of the reality. Her dearest sister was unexpectedly bathing with a man. She could not accept this. Xiao Yi, would you like to bathe with Annie instead? Luo Ruxin extended her hands to Luo Hongye with a hopeful expression. The innocent Luo Hongye blinked her large eyes and curiously inquired, does Annie also want to bathe with Yi and with father and mother? No. Luo Ruxin quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushed, and corrected, it is Yi with Andy, and your mother. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongye clung tightly to Ning Yuchen and resolutely declared, no. Yi wants to bathe with father and mother. Luo Ruxin. Once again rejected by Luo Hongye, Luo Ruxin felt a heavy blow to her heart, lowering her head in disappointment. She found herself outmatched by that man. Yi, how about tonight you bathe with mother and Annie? Seeing this, Luo Ruing had no choice but to personally attempt to persuade Luo Hongye. She was certainly going to bathe the child, but if Luo Ruxin wished to join, Ning Yuchen would definitely not be included, even if Luo Ruxin was willing. She herself was not. Luo Hongye pouted, her face filled with displeasure. Ning Yuchen gently patted Luo Hongye's little head and softly said, be good, Yi. Tonight, bathe with mother and auntie, all right? Next time, father will take you to bathe. Though he begrudgingly relinquished the opportunity to bathe with his wife and child, the child still required her mother to assist. After all, Luo Ruxin and Luo Ruing had not seen each other for quite some time. Tonight, he would reluctantly allow them this chance to bathe together. Although Luo Hongye remained somewhat unwilling, she obediently nodded, allowing Luo Ruing to cradle her as they entered the bathroom. Yu Qingyu was quite displeased with the disturbance caused by the demon lord and his wife bathing together. However, given that the other party was the wife's dear sister, she chose to let it be. Soon, the sounds of laughter and playful banter echoed from the bathroom. Sister, your figure is truly amazing. After giving birth to little Yi, you seem to be even more beautiful than before. I envy you so much. If I were your husband, I would be the happiest man alive. What are you talking about? Don't touch. What does it matter, sister? You can touch me too. Behave yourself. Ning Yuchen. Sitting in the hall, Ning Yuchen could hear every sound from the bathroom as clearly as if he were right there. If he were to blame anyone, it would be his exceptionally keen hearing. He could even imagine the flustered and angry expression on his wife's face. One was a celestial realm cultivator, and the other was a fairy king. Couldn't they arrange a soundproof barrier? This was far too careless. Beside Ning Yuchen, Yu Qingyu glanced at him, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips as she handed him a towel, saying lightly, Demon Lord, you have a nosebleed. Ning Yuchen. Is that so? Perhaps I have been feeling a bit irritable lately. With a hint of embarrassment, Ning Yuchen took the handkerchief and dabbed at his nose, forcing an explanation. Yu Qingyu, fully aware of the underlying truth, chose to remain discreet as a servant should, and replied in accordance with Ning Yuchen's words. I shall prepare some soothing herbal soup for the esteemed demon lord tomorrow. Thank you for your trouble. After a while, Luo Ruing and her companions returned to the hall from the bathing chamber. Luo Ruing's damp, jet black hair cascaded elegantly down her back. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush, reminiscent of a radiant lotus emerging from the water. No matter how many times he beheld his wife fresh from her bath, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Ning Yuchen silently admired Luo Ruing's exquisite features and graceful figure, while Luo Ruxin, sensing his gaze, stepped directly in front of him. In front of Ning Yuchen, she playfully embraced Luo Ruing's arm and said, Sister, may I sleep with you tonight? Luo Ruing's expression faltered, her eyes shifting towards Ning Yuchen. Ever since their fateful meeting, she had always shared her bed with him while carrying their child. Chapter 97. What of mortals? Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen was immediately displeased. He had rarely relinquished the opportunity to bathe with his wife. And now Luo Ruxin was attempting to usurp even the rare occasion of sharing the same bed with her for an entire night. Sister, it has been so long since we last met. There is much I wish to share with you, Luo Ruxin said, clutching Luo Ruying's arm with a hopeful expression. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Ruying shyly glanced at Ning Yuchen and proposed, "Husband, could you perhaps sleep in another room tonight? It is a rare chance to reunite with family, and I would like to reminisce with Luo Ruxin." Moreover, she had some matters to discuss with her sister as well. Although she felt somewhat guilty towards Ning Yuchen, she decided that it was necessary to temporarily inconvenience him. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities for them to share the same bed in the future. "My dear." Ning Yuchen's face fell at the thought of being asked to sleep elsewhere, his expression one of reluctance and grievance as he gazed longingly at Luo Ruying. The evening hours were the moments he cherished most, and now he was to relinquish them. It seemed that this sister-in-law was resolutely determined to cause him trouble. Luo Ruxin, hiding behind Luo Ruying, wore a triumphant expression as she observed Ning Yuchen. He felt a surge of anger. If she were not his sister-in-law, he would certainly make her pay for this. Seeing Ning Yuchen's almost pitiable gaze, Luo Ruying felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She recognized the unfairness of the situation and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Husband, in a few days, I shall send her back. Please endure for the time being. I will make it up to you afterward. Make it up to me." Upon hearing the phrase from Luo Ruying, Ning Yuchen's eyes brightened immediately, and without hesitation, he replied, "Wife, rest assured, I am not so petty. You two sisters may sleep together tonight." Luo Ruying. Seeing the rapid shift in Ning Yuchen's demeanor, Luo Ruying regretted having spoken too soon. He had just been so unwilling, but now that the words had been spoken, she could not retract them. In the room, Luo Ruxin could hardly contain her excitement as she sprawled on the bed, greedily inhaling the scent of the bedding, her face alight with bliss. The fragrance of my sister. After all this time, I can finally sleep beside her again and enjoy her scent. Now, do not engage in such peculiar antics," Luo Ruying said, seated at the edge of the bed, her hair neatly arranged as she looked at her sister rolling about with the bedding. How could this child never grow up? Yet, seeing her unchanged from childhood brought a warmth to Luo Ruying's heart. This evening, to prevent Ning Yuchen from feeling lonely, and because she had some matters to discuss with Luo Ruxin, she decided to let Ning Yuchen take their child with him. At this moment, the sounds of Ning Yuchen playfully entertaining the child could be heard from the adjacent room, filled with laughter and joy. "We can fly? Hee. Daddy is so amazing." Upon hearing the delightful sounds, Luo Ruying's exquisite visage broke into an enchanting smile. How could he? Even when it was nearly bedtime, he still played with the child. Observing her sister's blissful expression, Luo Ruxin, with a disgruntled demeanor, lay on the bed with her face resting in her hands. She had initially intended to spend the night alongside her sister and the child, leaving that man to languish alone in his empty quarters. However, her sister insisted that Xiao Yi should sleep with that man. The child, too, expressed a desire to keep Daddy from being alone. The child's endearing and sensible nature compelled her to reluctantly concede. "Sister, may I ask you a question?" Luo Ruxin inquired, gazing at her sister's graceful silhouette. What question?" Luo Ruying turned to respond. "Why did you choose that man?" Luo Ruxin asked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Given her sister's esteemed status, even within the celestial realm, what kind of man could she not have? Since childhood, her sister had been renowned throughout the fairy domain for her uniquely shimmering silver hair and breathtaking beauty. Moreover, due to her exceptional cultivation talent, countless suitors from various powerful factions had sought her hand in marriage. She simply could not fathom why her sister would choose a man who was lacking in all respects except for his appearance. Upon being posed this question, Luo Ruying's face flushed crimson, momentarily rendering her speechless. Strictly speaking, it was not she who chose Ning Yuchen. Rather, at that time, she found herself with no options available. Yet, that was a truth she found difficult to articulate. If her sister were to discover that she had been forced into a union with Ning Yuchen, her temperamental nature would surely incite her to demand vengeance against him. He is quite nice," Luo Ruying stammered, her cheeks still flushed. Quite nice? In what way is that guy nice?" Luo Ruxin probed, her curiosity piqued. Her sister's response was far too ambiguous. Furthermore, why did her face seem to grow increasingly red? How suspicious. "Sister, why are you blushing? Is it? Perhaps I just soaked too long in the bath," Luo Ruying replied, covering her heated cheeks. It was all this girl's fault for making her recall such peculiar things. "Sister, You still haven't explained what exactly is commendable about that man. Luo Ruxin persisted, unconvinced that a mere mortal could possess any quality worthy of her sister's affection. That is your brother-in-law. Do not refer to him in such a manner. It is exceedingly rude. Luo Ruing scolded, playfully striking Luo Ruxin on the head. Soon after, her expression turned contemplative as she reminisced about her time spent with Ning Yuchen, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Though he is merely a mortal, he is indeed a person of great responsibility and gentle nature. He treats both me and the children with utmost kindness. Do not underestimate your brother-in-law. His family has seemingly been in the medical profession for generations, possessing exceptional skills. Moreover, he is quite adept at caring for others and bringing joy to the children. However, dear sister, he is just a mortal. As Luo Ruing fervently enumerated Ning Yuchen's virtues, Luo Ruxin hastily interjected. While many of those merits sounded commendable, they were, in essence, all rather commonplace. The crux of the matter is, how could a mere mortal possibly protect her sister? It is rare to hear of love blooming between mortals and cultivators. The chasm between mortals and cultivators is vast, marked by disparities in status, cultivation level, and lifespan. Mortals have fleeting lives, rarely exceeding a century, which is considered long-lived. After 100 years, that man would pass away, and knowing her sister as she does, it is certain that she would never embrace another. Would that not mean she would be destined to live as a widow for the rest of her days? This is precisely why she vehemently opposed Ning Yuchen becoming her brother-in-law. Aside from the fact that he would take away her dearest sister, there is also the matter of compatibility. Luo Ruing understood the concerns that plagued Luo Ruxin and smiled serenely. What does it matter that he is immortal? As long as he is someone worthy of a lifelong commitment, that is sufficient. One day, when you find someone you truly cherish, you will comprehend this. Chapter 98. The little secret between Knight and Father. Does Ru Xian have someone she likes? Upon hearing the profound words of Luo Ruing, Luo Ru Xian couldn't help but furrow her brows in retort. Luo Ruing was taken aback by her response, but soon her expression brightened with joy. Really? You already have someone you like? Yes, I do. I like my sister, Luo Ru Xian mischievously said, wrapping her arms around Luo Ruying's waist and sticking out her tongue. Luo Ruing could only roll her eyes in disappointment at Luo Ru Xian's teasing. She had hoped someone had finally taken an interest in the girl, only to find herself disappointed. After tidying her hair, Luo Ruing reclined on the bed, gazing solemnly at the ceiling, her expression turning serious as she asked, Ru Xian, you haven't told anyone about finding me, have you? Not yet, sister, Luo Ru Xian replied. That's good. You mustn't share any news about me with anyone. Even if someone from the celestial realm suddenly seeks you out, you must pretend you know nothing. Luo Ruing warned with a grave expression. The truth was, while she was elated that Luo Ru Xian had found her, she couldn't shake off a sense of trepidation. If those individuals discovered her whereabouts, it would not only endanger her and the child, but also put the entire Luo family at risk. Seeing the seriousness in Luo Ruying's demeanor, Luo Ru Xian ceased her playful antics and asked earnestly, is there truly no one I can tell, not even Father? Indeed. Do not tell Father either. Act as if you have never found me. Please hand over the fragment of the celestial sword you possess. Luo Ruing extended her hand towards Luo Ru Xian, requesting the piece of the Luo divine sword. If that fragment fell into the wrong hands, they would surely seek her out, and it would be most prudent for her to keep it secure. Without hesitation, Luo Ru Xian surrendered the shard to her sister, her expression tinged with sorrow as she asked, Sister, can you really not tell me what is happening? Perhaps I could help. Luo Ru Xian understood that everything Luo Ruing did, including the request to keep her whereabouts a secret and her intention not to return to the celestial realm, was all for the sake of protecting her and the Luo family. Yet, witnessing her sister bear such burdens alone and live in hiding among mortals filled her with immense sadness. Luo Ruing smiled gently, shaking her head slowly, and drew Luo Ru Xian into her embrace. Ru Xian, please refrain from asking further. Stay here for a few days, and then return obediently. Remember my words, do not tell anyone. I understand, sister. Luo Ru Xian replied, hugging her tightly. She silently vowed to diligently cultivate her skills upon her return. In the present day, her cultivation at the Celestial King level remains remarkably insignificant within the celestial realm, rendering her unable to safeguard her sister. In the adjacent room, Ning Yuchen effortlessly lifted Luo Hongye into the air, allowing her to float freely. Only in the absence of Luo Ruiying did he dare to whimsically employ a few simple and amusing tricks to entertain the child. Initially, as she floated in midair, Luo Hongye felt a tinge of fear. However, with Ning Yuchen's guiding hand, she gradually found solace. Eventually, when Ning Yuchen released his grip, Luo Hongye was no longer afraid. Her adorable, delicate face was filled with curiosity as she gazed around. "Daddy, Yi can fly too." "Indeed, our little Yi is wonderful. Daddy, let us play something fun. Yi must hold on tightly to you." Ning Yuchen floated before Luo Hongye, turning his back to her, allowing her to cling to his neck as she perched upon him, soaring through the air. Daddy is amazing," Luo Hongye exclaimed joyfully, embracing Ning Yuchen's neck. "Humph, Daddy has even more impressive tricks. Do you wish to see Yi?" Ning Yuchen feigned profundity. "I want to see." This instantly piqued Luo Hongye's interest, and she responded eagerly. Ning Yuchen halted, clenching his fists before her in midair. Under Luo Hongye's curious gaze, he conjured a fluffy toy ball from thin air. Luo Hongye's large, adorable eyes widened in astonishment as she leaned forward, seemingly eager to discover the origin of the ball. With a gentle grip, Ning Yuchen closed his hand, and when he opened it again, the ball had vanished. "Daddy, where's the ball?" Luo Hongye inquired, puzzled. Ning Yuchen smiled faintly, extending his other hand. "Tada! The ball is right here." "Oh." Luo Hongye tilted her head, gazing in wonder at the ball in Ning Yuchen's other hand. For a moment, her little mind struggled to comprehend how the ball had reappeared in his other hand. Ning Yuchen offered the ball to Luo Hongye and once again clenched his hands, saying, "Yi, what would you like to see now?" "Daddy will grant your wish." Yi wants to see a little bird," Luo Hongye replied, her face brimming with anticipation. "Not a problem. The little bird is now in Daddy's hands. Can you guess which hand the little bird is hiding in?" Ning Yuchen extended his clenched hands before Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye furrowed her brow, pondering for a long while, but unable to discern, she adorably admitted, "Daddy, Yi can't tell, it's all right. Yi, just choose one. Daddy believes you can guess it," Ning Yuchen encouraged with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hongye pointed to the right hand. "Then I choose this one." With a soft chime, "Congratulations to Yi for making the right choice." As Ning Yuchen smiled gently, an array of ethereal, luminescent spirit birds, formed from condensed spiritual energy, soared from his outstretched palm. The resplendent birds encircled Luo Hongye, illuminating the entire room. The space had been previously sealed off from spiritual energy by Ning Yuchen, ensuring that there was no risk of being detected by Luo Ruiying next door. Luo Hongye gazed in wonder at the spirit birds beside her, her mouth slightly agape in delight. "Do you like them, Yi?" "I do," Luo Hongye responded, her smile resembling a crescent moon, radiating joy. Observing the innocent and adorable expression on his child's face, Ning Yuchen felt a sense of fulfillment, embracing her warmly. "Yi, let's keep tonight's events a secret from your mother, shall we?" Luo Hongye nodded eagerly, understanding that this was a cherished secret between her and her father. Without needing explicit reminders from Ning Yuchen, her prior experience had made her perceptive to his intentions. "My precious daughter is indeed clever," he thought, relieved that he need not fabricate further excuses. Ning Yuchen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's hair when he faintly heard murmurs from the adjacent room. He then guided her to the wall, pressing their ears against it. With a curious expression, Luo Hongye mimicked her father, leaning closely to the wall as well. The father and daughter stood side by side, eyes wide, exchanging glances filled with wonder. Chapter 99. Inhumanly Extravagant. The following morning, after a night devoid of the presence of Luo Hongye, Luo Ruiying eagerly embraced her. Until the late hours of the previous night, she had been able to hear the playful banter between Ning Yuchen and Luo Hongye, which piqued her curiosity. "Hongye, what were you and father playing last night?" she inquired. "Father took me flying," Luo Hongye replied, still brimming with joy from the previous night's adventures. Although she had played until exhaustion claimed her, the happiness lingered. "Flying? Father lifted you into the air?" Luo Ruiying asked, her brow furrowing in perplexity. Ning Yuchen quickly gestured for silence beside Luo Hongye. It was then that Luo Hongye recalled her promise not to disclose their secret, and she hastily shook her head. "This is our little secret. I promised father I wouldn't tell, not even to mother." Luo Ruiying asked, her curiosity piqued. Father said I can't tell mother. Luo Hongyan nodded innocently. Is that so? Luo Ruiying cast a meaningful glance at Ning Yuchen, who found himself momentarily disarmed by the child's innocence and sincerity. Fortunately, it did not arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion. Contemplating, Luo Ruiying surmised that perhaps Ning Yuchen had lifted the child into the air, allowing her to imagine she was flying. Yet, she could not fathom why Ning Yuchen insisted that Luo Hongye keep it a secret, even from her. Sister, I am ready, let us go. At that moment, Luo Ruixin emerged from her room, immediately linking her arm with Luo Ruiying's. As the New Year festivities were still ongoing, Luo Ruiying planned to take Luo Ruixin into the city to experience the vibrant atmosphere and the warmth of human connection. My dear husband, will you accompany us? Luo Ruiying inquired, glancing at Ning Yuchen. Since my wife has spoken, I shall certainly accompany you. Ning Yuchen responded with a smile, then turned his gaze to Luo Ruixin beside Luo Ruiying, revealing a subtle smile. This provocative smile caused Luo Ruixin to frown slightly, convinced that he was deliberately interrupting her chance to enjoy a moment alone with her sister. With Ming Niu and the others remaining behind to guard the house, Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu joined Luo Ruiying and Luo Ruixin for their outing. As Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongye, they strolled down the street, with Luo Ruixin and Ning Yuchen flanking her on either side, while Yu Qingyu silently trailed behind. Before long, they caught a whiff of an alluring aroma wafting through the air, grilled delicacies. Both Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying were quite familiar with this enticing scent, yet it was Luo Ruixin's first encounter, prompting her to curiously sniff the air. What is that fragrance? It smells delightful. There's a barbecue stall here that serves wonderful food. Let me take you to try it, Luo Ruiying said, leading Luo Ruixin towards the stall where the night god was situated. At present, the barbecue stall of the night god is indeed the finest culinary delight she has ever encountered in the mortal realm. Even now, the child cannot help but reminisce about it. A barbecue stall? What could possibly be appealing about mere mortal food? Luo Ruixin scoffed disdainfully. Since we are here, why not give it a try? You might find it to your liking, Luo Ruiying suggested with a smile, tugging at her sister's arm. Before long, they arrived at the very stall where the night god had once presided. The sight before them left everyone momentarily astonished and speechless. A throng of people, predominantly women, surrounded the stall in a sea of humanity, with the queue stretching far beyond the eye could see. The night goddess barbecue stall had become renowned throughout the entire southernly city, with all who had tasted the offerings proclaiming their excellence. Many high-ranking officials and wealthy young gentlemen were drawn to it with eager anticipation. The stall's immense popularity stemmed not only from the night god's meticulous culinary skills and secret recipes, but also from his strikingly aloof and indifferent demeanor. The image of a dignified and courteous barbecue stall owner effortlessly attracted countless young ladies and married women to gaze upon him. Rumor had it that in recent days, numerous women had offered exorbitant sums to keep him as their consort, all of which he had resolutely declined. This gave rise to a legend in the city, a handsome, aloof man who preferred to vend barbecues daily rather than be kept by a wealthy matron. Such noble and unyielding character was widely lauded by the populace. Luo Ruixin was taken aback by this spectacle. She never imagined that a humble barbecue stall could wield such allure. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how long they would have to wait in this lengthy queue. Sister, it seems rather crowded, doesn't it? Indeed, Luo Ruiying replied with a hint of regret. At this rate, by the time we reach the front, it might well be dark. My dear, leave it to me, Ning Yuchen said with a gentle smile, confidently striding to the front of the line, approaching the next individual in line. Would you kindly allow me to take this spot? Huh. You can't be serious about skipping the queue. The man waiting in line looked displeased, preparing to refuse Ning Yuchen. However, Ning Yuchen produced a small bag of gemstones that clinked together audibly, capturing the man's attention. The man's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. That little bag alone could ensure a lifetime of comfort. What were you about to say? Ning Yuchen inquired playfully, swaying the bag of gems in his hand, casually extracting one before tossing it back in, extending the bag towards the man. The man, wary yet eager, reached out to accept it, his face breaking into a beaming smile more radiant than a flower in bloom. This position was reserved just for you, esteemed sir. Upon your arrival, I shall take my leave. The man bowed slightly, gracefully vacating his spot, and then swiftly vanished from sight. The rest of the crowd in line gazed at Ning Yuchen in astonishment. Such extravagance for merely a position. It was utterly, astonishingly lavish. Ning Yuchen turned with a smile and waved at Luo Ruiying and the others. "My dear, it's taken care of." Luo Ruiying responded with a disapproving glare at Ning Yuchen. "It was just for a position. Such expenditure is excessive. It's merely a trifle, of no consequence." Ning Yuchen chuckled, gently nudging Luo Ruiying's shoulder. To him, those precious gems were insignificant. As long as he could bring joy to his wife and children, he was indifferent to the cost. However, Luo Ruiying's next remark caused Ning Yuchen to pause, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I recall that you entrusted all your money to me previously. Where did these funds come from?" Luo Ruiying narrowed her beautiful eyes, fixing her gaze upon Ning Yuchen. In that moment, he felt as though he had been caught hiding a secret stash, an inexplicable sense of pressure enveloping him. Chapter 100. As you like it. Luo Ruiying stood nearby, observing Ning Yuchen with a gleeful smirk. Yuchen stepped forward, slightly bowing as she spoke. "Madam, this money is what I brought for the young master from home." So that's the case. Luo Ruiying harbored no further doubts. Her inquiry about the source of Ning Yuchen's funds was not rooted in a desire to chastise him for concealing private savings. Rather, it stemmed from pure curiosity regarding how he had so casually produced such a substantial sum. In fact, she would rather he not entrust all his wealth to her for safekeeping while she herself was devoid of funds. There would inevitably be occasions when she would require money while out and about. Should Ning Yuchen later request some from her, it would surely invite ridicule from the neighbors. "My husband, do you have any other funds on you?" "None." Ning Yuchen, unaware of Luo Ruiying's thoughts, firmly replied, assuming she was intent on inspecting for hidden savings. "Then please keep these spirit stones," Luo Ruiying insisted. "They will be useful when we are out." With a roll of her eyes at Ning Yuchen, she retrieved a pouch of spirit stones from her pocket and handed it to him. In the grand city of Nanli, where cultivators coexisted with commoners, spirit stones, gold, silver, and jewels were all interchangeable, readily exchanged at any moment. Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of reproach towards Ning Yuchen for having squandered all his money just to secure a spot for a barbecue. It took a considerable family fortune to be so reckless with money. However, with the Qi family sending a substantial monthly allowance of spirit stones, there was little cause for concern. My dear Ning Yuchen could not resist embracing Luo Ruiying. He had not anticipated that she was not upset about him hiding private funds, but rather worried that he might not have enough money to spend. "My wife is truly gentle and considerate." With so many people around, a blush crept across Luo Ruiying's cheeks. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying pouted in dissatisfaction, wishing she could interject and separate the two. How dare he openly embrace her sister? "All right, let us quickly buy some things and then explore elsewhere," Luo Ruiying said, her face still flushed. Reluctantly, Ning Yuchen released her from his embrace, taking her hand as they approached the stall of Yi Tianxin. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Yi Tianxin greeted them with elegance and courtesy, recommending, "We have recently launched new products, including grilled rice cakes and grilled pancakes, available for free tasting." "You have new products?" Ning Yuchen asked, astonished. What began as a mere guise to blend into the city had serendipitously transformed him into the owner of the most popular barbecue stall in town. As if that were not enough, Yi Tianxin was genuinely managing it with great dedication, even introducing a new menu. Ning Yuchen found himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin his complaints. Perhaps he would simply voice 2 grievances about everything, and furthermore, request 2 of each item. "Oh, and none of them should be spicy." "Good customer, please hold on," Knight Tianxin replied, receiving the command, and immediately commenced the barbecue preparations, his expression remarkably focused, his hands moving with the speed of shadows. This was an honor, as it was a feast meant for the esteemed demon lord and his family. It was both a privilege and a formidable challenge. This time, he aimed to exert 1,000% of his strength, as he could not afford to disappoint the demon lord, his lady, and the little princess. Ning Yuchen stood silently before the stall, observing the industrious Knight Tianxin, internally questioning. "It's merely barbecuing. Why take it so seriously?" Luo Ruiying, too, found herself captivated by the figure of Knight Tianxin. The vendor, strikingly beautiful yet austere, was merely selling barbecue? Moreover, his technique was swift and his focus unwavering. "All right, esteemed guest," he announced gracefully, and shortly thereafter, he elegantly served all the barbecued delicacies. Ning Yuchen handed a grilled sausage to Luo Hongye and then distributed the remaining barbecue to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying primarily wished for Luo Ruxin to also experience the flavors of the mortal realm. So she took the grilled rice cake from her hand and offered it to Luo Ruxin. Luo Ruxin frowned slightly, gazing at the grilled rice cake with a look of disdain, clearly not inclined to try it. After all, food from the mortal world often contained impurities. How delightful could it possibly be? Yet, as she inhaled the enticing aroma of the grilled rice cake and caught the encouraging gaze of Luo Ruiying, she resolved to take a bite. Just one bite would suffice. Upon biting into the rice cake, a long, soft, sticky strand stretched from her mouth, and her eyes immediately lit up. Delicious, truly delicious. Luo Ruxin marveled at the grilled rice cake in her hand, astonished by its exquisite flavor. Such delicacies existed in the mortal realm. Within just a few bites, she had devoured the entire rice cake, her gaze inadvertently drifting back to the poised and austere knight Tianxian standing at the stall. This mortal was not only handsome, but also possessed remarkable culinary skills. What a pity he was still just a mortal. Indeed, the flavors are quite commendable, aren't they? Luo Ruiying inquired with a subtle smile. She was well aware of her sister's voracious appetite and could tell from her expression that she was thoroughly enjoying the treat. Well, it's passable, Luo Ruxin replied stubbornly, refusing to admit outright her delight, for doing so would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Noting Luo Ruxin's stubbornness, Luo Ruiying merely smiled in silence and offered a skewer of grilled leeks to Ning Yuchen. Darling, you should give it a try as well. Just as Ning Yuchen was about to take a bite, Luo Ruxin, quicker on the uptake, opened her mouth wide and devoured the leeks in one go. Sister, I wish to try that too, she proclaimed, chewing while casting a triumphant and teasing glance at Ning Yuchen. As long as she is present, there shall never be an opportunity for my sister to engage intimately with this man. Ning Yuchen paid little heed to it, for there was no need to create animosity with his own sister-in-law. However, as they strolled together down the street, Luo Ruxin incessantly devised various excuses to obstruct his interactions with Luo Ruiying. Whenever Luo Ruiying attempted to offer him something to eat, Luo Ruxin would swiftly claim it for herself. Even if he sought to feed Luo Ruiying, Luo Ruxin would exclaim, "Brother-in-law, I too wish to partake," and devour it in one bite. When they sat together on a bench to rest, Luo Ruxin audaciously positioned herself between him and Luo Ruiying, which made Ning Yuchen yearn to teach this mischievous sister-in-law a lesson. In contrast to Ning Yuchen's restraint, Yu Qingyu could no longer tolerate the situation. Were it not for the fact that Luo Ruxin was the sister-in-law of the demon lord, she would have devised 1,000 ways to make her disappear. Nevertheless, even without resorting to force, she would not allow Luo Ruxin to continue interrupting the interactions between the demon lord and his lady. My lady, these are the fruits I have just purchased. You may enjoy them with the young master, Yu Qingyu said as she presented a bowl of neatly cut fruit. Just as Luo Ruiying was about to take it, Luo Ruxin snatched it away and consumed it all in one go, tilting her head back as she devoured it. Thank you. How did you know I was craving fruit? Luo Ruxin exclaimed, belching contentedly with a beaming smile. There would be no opportunity for my sister and that man. Yu Qingyu's cool visage revealed a hint of the same smug expression she had donned earlier, as she replied with a faint smile, "You're welcome. I am glad you enjoyed it." Chapter 101. This must not happen again. Luo Ruxin wore a puzzled expression as she gazed at the profound smile on Yu Qingyu's face, a sense of foreboding washing over her. In the next moment, her complexion shifted dramatically. Her abdomen felt tumultuous, as if a storm were raging within. This fruit, there must be something amiss. Yet, as a celestial king, ordinary poisons should have no effect on her. How could it cause such discomfort? Luo Ruxin clutched her stomach, casting a fierce glare at Yu Qingyu and Ning Yuchen. This maid must have colluded with that man to deliberately ensnare her. Ruxin, what's wrong? You look unwell. Luo Ruiying noticed her sister's pallor and inquired with concern. It's nothing, sister. I just need to step away for a moment. Luo Ruxin gritted her teeth, determined to endure, but the turmoil in her abdomen intensified, and she could no longer bear it, vanishing from her spot in an instant. Luo Ruiying was taken aback. Although she was unaware of Luo Ruxin's current cultivation level, she was certain it was considerable. How could mere food from the mortal realm upset her stomach? It seemed she would need to restrict Yucheng's diet in the future. Ning Yuchen immediately discerned that Yucheng had tampered with the fruit and reproached her telepathically. Qingyu, she is my sister-in-law. How could you poison her? It is my fault for acting without the Lord Demon's permission. I humbly request your punishment. Yucheng sincerely admitted her wrongdoing. Yet her tone and demeanor bore no trace of remorse or guilt. Ning Yuchen maintained a smile throughout, saying with feigned reluctance, very well, very well. Let this be the last time. Of course, Yucheng replied with a smile. Before long, Luo Ruxin returned, clutching her abdomen, her complexion notably paler than before. Are you all right? Luo Ruing asked, unable to hide her worry. I'm fine. Luo Ruxin insisted, forcing the words out. No matter what, she would remain by her sister's side to prevent that man from approaching her. However, her stomach suddenly let out a series of gurgling sounds. Luo Ruxin's expression changed once more, and she cradled her abdomen, swiftly turning to leave again. Sister, I need to step away once more. Luo Ruiying. Ning Yuchen. Qingyu, what exactly did you administer? Ning Yuchen couldn't help but inquire out of curiosity. This was the second time a celestial king had rushed to the restroom to report to the Lord Demon. I merely administered a packet of laxative soul-breaking powder. Yucheng replied nonchalantly. Ning Yuchen was left in shock, staring incredulously at Yucheng. The bowel-cleansing elixir. Just half a packet of this potion could keep the celestial king confined to the restroom for an entire day. Consuming the whole packet seems to be an intention to ensure that Luo Ruxin never emerges from the lavatory. He even harbors a tinge of concern regarding Luo Ruxin's well-being. Luo Ruiying discreetly cast her gaze towards Ning Yuchen and Yucheng, her brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. There lingered a sense that they were concealing something from her. Naturally, Luo Ruiying's scrutiny did not evade Ning Yuchen's notice. With a smile, he turned to her and inquired, My dear, is something amiss? It seemed to him that his wife had been casting glances at him with increasing frequency. Why was that? It's nothing. Luo Ruiying gradually shook her head, continuing to cradle Luo Hongya while awaiting Luo Ruxin's return. They waited for over half an hour without a sight of her. Luo Ruiying contemplated searching for Luo Ruxin, yet she was uncertain of her whereabouts and resigned to continue waiting. During this interval, Ning Yuchen relished the uninterrupted companionship with Luo Ruiying. Since her hands were occupied with holding Luo Hongya, she did not decline the morsels of food Ning Yuchen offered her. Occasionally, Luo Hongya would also receive a bite or two, and the trio seated on the bench radiated warmth and joy, evoking envy from many passers-by. Yucheng, standing nearby, wore a faint smile. This was the sight she had longed to witness. The absence of superfluous individuals was indeed a blessing. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying were seated in a square, surrounded not only by couples, but also by children frolicking about. Numerous cultivators from Nanli Academy were present, supervising the playful youngsters. Just then, Su Yi, clad in the attire of Nanli Academy, arrived leading a group of children into the square. Come, little ones. Hold on tight to your sister's hand. Su Yi grasped the hands of the children, guiding them as they engaged in games. As students of Nanli Academy, their duties occasionally included patrolling the streets of Nanli City to maintain order, and at times, they were responsible for taking the kindergarten children from the academy out to play. Su Yi rather enjoyed this responsibility, relishing the time spent playing with the children and often volunteering to assist with their care. Nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, Luo Hongya gazed silently at the group of children engaged in their games. Noticing this, Ning Yuchen leaned down to ask, Hongya, would you like to play with them? After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongya shook her head and nestled closer into Luo Ruiying's arms. All she wanted was her father and mother. Luo Ruiying tenderly caressed the delicate back of Luo Hongya. Both she and Ning Yuchen discerned that their child did not dislike playing with others. She was simply fearful. Su Yi, while supervising the children, noticed Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying seated on the bench and approached them with a smile. Hello, Senior Luo. I am Sui, an apprentice cultivator from Nanli Academy. Greetings. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying politely responded. Su Yi became acquainted with Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying through the competition between the Qi and Zhang families. Luo Ruiying, representing the Qi family, had emerged victorious in the contest, a fact that was now widely acknowledged throughout the city. This enchanting woman, renowned for her extraordinary beauty and profound cultivation, was indeed as formidable and captivating as the rumors suggested. Su Yi had often heard Qi Yuan speak of both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen. Originally intending to exchange pleasantries and depart, Su Yi's attention was drawn to Luo Hongya, nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace. His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "What an adorable child!" Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying exchanged subtle smiles. Su Yi was far from the first to commend their offspring. The charming visage of Luo Hongya had already reached a level of universal adoration. "May I inquire, Luo Xianpei, how old is your child this year?" Su Yi ventured to ask. "She is 2 years old," Luo Ruiying replied with a smile. "2? Quite young indeed," Su Yi remarked, surprised to learn that Luo Hongya was merely 2 years of age. Her bright, clear eyes radiated intelligence, and her charm was undeniable. "Luo Xianpei, in a short while, it will be the enrollment period for our Nanli Academy. I wonder if you and your husband have considered sending your child there? Should your child possess any aptitude for cultivation, Nanli Academy would waive all fees and provide utmost support in her development." Chapter 102. The sister truly misjudged this man. "Thank you. I will discuss it with my husband," Luo Ruiying said with a smile. Upon noticing a group of children playing nearby, she contemplated whether she should enroll her child in Nanli Academy to facilitate more interaction with peers. "I shall not intrude upon your family any longer, Lord Luo." Su Yi politely bowed and departed, continuing to lead the children in their frolics. Almost all the children gathered around Su Yi, clearly enamored by him. Luo Ruiying felt reassured that she could entrust her child to his care. Ning Yuchen was also pondering the idea of sending his child to the kindergarten at Nanli Academy. His interest in the academy did not stem from its educational prowess. Rather, he simply wished for his child to engage with other children of similar age. In terms of nurturing his child, Nanli Academy hardly held the qualifications. Whether he or any random individual from the demon realm could provide a superior education was beyond question. As for the so-called cultivation resources, he dismissed their significance. He lacked for nothing in that regard. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying sat on a bench, accompanying Luo Hongya as they awaited Luo Ruxin's return. Hours passed in their wait. Just as Luo Ruiying was about to rise in concern for her sister, Luo Ruxin finally reappeared before them. At that moment, Luo Ruxin appeared utterly exhausted, her complexion pale and wan, as if her very spirit were waning. "Ruxin, what has happened to you?" Luo Ruiying hurriedly approached, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine, sister," Luo Ruxin stubbornly replied. Having been the victim of a laxative, enduring several hours of discomfort, she found herself unable to voice the truth. If this were to be revealed, her reputation as a celestial queen would be irreparably tarnished. Moreover, even if she confessed that Yuchinyu had drugged her, her sister might not believe it. That woman would certainly deny any accusations. Luo Ruxin glared fiercely at Ning Yuchen and Yuchinyu. She harbored grave suspicions that Ning Yuchen had orchestrated Yuchinyu's actions to separate her from her sister. That detestable man. Suddenly, her stomach churned, and Luo Ruxin's expression shifted dramatically as she bent over and slowly turned to leave. "Sister, I need to step away for a moment." Luo Ruiying. Ning Yuchen. It appeared that Qinyu had indeed gone a bit overboard. Subsequently, the utterly spent Luo Ruxin could no longer continue her shopping and returned home, where she spent the night under Luo Ruiying's care. In the late hours of the night, Ning Yuchen gently stroked the forehead of the slumbering Luo Hongya, quietly admiring her serene and adorable visage. After ensuring her blankets were properly arranged, he stepped outside to the courtyard. "Lord Demon Sovereign, why are you still awake at such a late hour?" Yuchinyu appeared silently, like a wraith, from behind Ning Yuchen. He had long since grown accustomed to her presence. As soon as he makes any movement, Yuchinyu will perceive it and silently appear by his side. Sometimes, when he sneaks out for a stroll in the demon realm at night, she always catches him. He begins to suspect that she never sleeps and constantly watches over him. Ning Yuchen turned to glance at Yuchinyu, as he had matters to discuss with her, and inquired, "Qinyu, what are your thoughts on sending the child to Nanli Academy for education?" Yuchinyu's ability to govern the entire demon realm relies not only on her extraordinary powers, but also on her astute decision-making and wisdom. It was prudent to seek her opinion. After a moment's contemplation, Yuchinyu replied, "That depends on your and your wife's intentions for the little princess. Personally, I believe Nanli Academy lacks the qualifications to educate her. However, it could serve as a suitable place for her amusement." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen's expression turned contemplative. Yu Qingyo's views were largely in alignment with his own. Yet, the mere thought of sending the child away, even for a brief period, filled him with unease and reluctance. Yu Qingyu discerned his inner thoughts and spoke. If you are concerned about the little princess, I can arrange for her to be accompanied at Nanli Academy, replacing everyone there. Should you wish for someone to keep her company, I can have someone disguise themselves as a child to entertain her. I assure you, she will be absolutely safe. That won't be necessary. Ning Yuchen rejected the proposal without hesitation, understanding that while Yu Qingyo's suggestion was well-meaning, it rendered his intent to send the child to Nanli Academy entirely meaningless. If everyone in the academy were his people, even those playing with the child disguised as servants from the demon realm, what significance would that hold? It would be better to keep the child by his side. From what I gather, it is permissible for attendants to accompany children at Nanli Academy's preschool. I can personally attend to the little princess's needs, Yu Qingyu said with hopeful anticipation, placing a hand on her chest. Ning Yuchen pondered for a moment and found this to be a reasonable idea. With Yu Qingyu by her side, he could indeed feel reassured. Yet, he couldn't shake off the feeling that this might be her true intention. Keeping her close to Luo Hongye made him wary that she might spoil the child even more than he and Luo Ruing would. Meanwhile, just a wall away, a pair of ears pressed closely against the wall. When Luo Ruxin awoke, feeling a bit unwell, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Ning Yuchen seemingly engaged in conversation. Thus, she concealed her presence and quietly leaned against the wall to eavesdrop. Upon hearing their exchange, Luo Ruxin's expression shifted in surprise. To her astonishment, the voice belonged to none other than the personal maid of Ning Yuchen, the enchanting Yu Qingyu. The two were clandestinely meeting in the dead of night. Upon closer scrutiny, it appeared they were discussing matters concerning the young lady, Zayai. It seemed that this woman intended to usurp her sister's child. This despicable man, who had gained her sister's unwavering trust, dared to betray her so egregiously while plotting to seize her sister's offspring. She would not permit such treachery. She vowed to annihilate him. Lo Ruoxin, who had arrived only to eavesdrop, caught the tail end of Yu Qingyo's words and misinterpreted them, believing Yu Qingyu sought to replace Luo Ruing in caring for Luo Hongye, causing her face to pale with fury. Her sister had truly misjudged this man. Enraged, Lo Ruoxin prepared to confront Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu, but hesitated abruptly. Even if she were to act now and present them before her sister, they would undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing. The most prudent course of action would be to allow her sister to witness the true nature of this vile man for herself. Thus, her sister would inevitably feel disillusioned and choose to part ways with him. At last, she would unveil his true visage. Lo Ruoxin smiled with satisfaction, swearing to expose this man's deceitful facade before Luo Ruing. However, before she could do so, she needed to attend to her personal needs. After Lo Ruoxin departed, Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu simultaneously glanced towards her previous hiding spot. They had sensed her presence the moment she arrived. As their conversation revolved around nothing scandalous, they had no reason to conceal their words. It was perplexing why this sister-in-law would stealthily approach to eavesdrop in the dead of night. Observing Lo Ruoxin retreating to the restroom, Ning Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle and advised Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, prepare a soothing herbal concoction for her digestion tomorrow. Chapter 103. The brother-in-law has strayed. In the early morning, Ning Yuchen and his family gathered around the table as usual, preparing to enjoy breakfast. As soon as he took his seat, he felt a palpable hostility directed at him. Looking up, he was met with the hostile gaze of Luo Ruxin, her face a mask of animosity. This hostility was exponentially more intense than before, even hinting at a murderous intent. Ning Yuchen was utterly perplexed. Why did his sister-in-law seem to harbor such increasing animosity towards him? Could it be related to the incident from yesterday? The only thing he could think of was the unfortunate episode that had left her confined to the restroom for nearly an entire day. Perhaps that was the source of her ire. Luo Ruxin, observing the well-behaved Luo Hongye nestled in Ning Yuchen's embrace, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. How could a child be entrusted to such a man? Come to your aunt, little knight. Let me feed you, she called. Her previous warm smile now replaced with a forced cheerfulness as she beckoned to Luo Hongye. No. Luo Hongye promptly rejected her, shifting closer to Ning Yuchen. This simple refusal pierced Luo Ruxin's heart, leaving her hands suspended in the air. Why was she so unappealing to the child? She blamed Ning Yuchen for this. The innocent child must have been beguiled by his sweet words. It had to be that way. Luo Ruxin's glare intensified, further bewildering Ning Yuchen. Why was it his fault that the child preferred to stay with him? At that moment, Yuqingyu approached the table with bowls and chopsticks, arranging them meticulously. While her movements appeared casual for the others, she treated Ning Yuchen's setting with utmost care. Previously, she had paid little attention, but after last night's unexpected revelation, Luo Ruxin scrutinized the interactions between Ning Yuchen and Yuqingyu with keen interest. Yuqingyu's seemingly respectful demeanor towards Ning Yuchen struck Luo Ruxin as particularly intimate. "Young master, this is a nourishing pear and pork rib soup," Yuqingyu announced, serving a steaming bowl of broth before him. In Luo Ruxin's eyes, this act was glaringly inappropriate. How dare this woman serve him soup so openly? Though Yuqingyu's behavior conformed to that of a maid, her demeanor exuded an audacious casualness. Unlike typical maids who exhibited a sense of fear or trepidation towards their masters, this woman displayed none of that. She boldly placed the soup before him without seeking permission and conversed freely, devoid of any hint of fear. This certainly did not align with the expected conduct of a mere maid. Coupled with Yuqingyu's ethereal beauty and aloof demeanor, Luo Ruxin felt she could definitively conclude that the relationship between Yuqingyu and Ning Yuchen was anything but ordinary. Indeed, the words I overheard last night were not mistaken. This woman and that man are conspiring to usurp her sister's position and take her sister's child. Luo Ruxin clasped her hands beneath her chin, gazing at Ning Yuchen with an expression that suggested she had seen through everything. What she needed to do next was to unmask this man's hypocrisy before her sister, compelling her to recognize his true nature and abandon any feelings for him. However, should she expose them in front of her sister, they would likely deny it. Even if they were to admit it, her sister would probably find it hard to accept. This matter is of great significance. She must find an opportunity to secretly inform her sister. As Luo Ruxin drifted into her thoughts, Yuqingyu, with evident reluctance, placed a pot of yam and red date soup before her. Were it not for the command of the demon lord, she would have paid no heed to Luo Ruxin. "Miss Luo, this is the stomach-nourishing soup that the young master specifically instructed me to prepare for you." Luo Ruxin glanced at the bowl of soup before her, astonished. He had indeed prepared this nourishing soup for her. No, this must be a trick. Who knows what he has added to it? He undoubtedly intends to harm her again. She would never fall for it again. Only commoners would require such concoctions. I certainly do not need it. With a disdainful gesture, Luo Ruxin pushed the yam and red date soup aside, crossing her arms defiantly as she spoke. Luo Ruxin picked up a spoon, tasted it, and then personally scooped some soup to feed Luo Ruxin. The flavor was delightful, quite palatable. "Since it was specially prepared for you, you should give it a try." Luo Ruxin initially intended to refuse, but facing her beloved sister feeding her, she found it impossible to decline. After much internal struggle, she opened her mouth and took in both the soup and the spoon. "Just a single taste, and if it feels wrong, I will spit it out immediately." As the soup slid down her throat, Luo Ruxin's eyes immediately brightened. It was delicious. How infuriating. This woman's culinary skills are exceptional. Reluctantly glancing at Yuqingyu, Luo Ruxin silently pulled the pushed-aside soup back in front of her and began to sip it spoonful by spoonful, momentarily forgetting all about Ning Yuchen and Yuqingyu. It was not until she finished her breakfast that Luo Ruxin suddenly recalled this important matter. Seizing the moment when Yuqingyu went to wash the dishes and Ning Yuchen was playing with Luo Hongya, Luo Ruxin discreetly sent a message to Luo Ruxin. "Sister, come here for a moment. I have something very important to tell you." Having said this, Luo Ruxin stealthily made her way into the inner courtyard. Luo Ruxin, puzzled, followed her. What could be so important? "Ruxin, what is it that you wish to convey?" Luo Ruxin inquired as she approached Luo Ruxin, who was waiting in the inner courtyard. Luo Ruxin hesitated repeatedly, stepping closer to her sister, grasping her shoulders with a serious and solemn demeanor, and declared, "Sister, this news may be rather harsh for you. Yet, as your sister, I must convey it. You must promise me not to feel sorrowful upon hearing it." The very thought of revealing such a cruel truth to Luo Ruxin fills her heart with immense reluctance. If she were to uncover the man's true nature and subsequently feel disillusioned, it would undoubtedly wound her heart. However, she must inform her sister. It is imperative that Luo Ruxin learns the truth now, rather than later, remaining oblivious and enduring unjust suffering. Upon perceiving the gravity and solemnity in Luo Ruxin's expression, Luo Ruiying's heart skipped a beat, filled with apprehension. What could it possibly be? Could there be some calamity at home? No, there is nothing amiss at home. Luo Ruixin quickly reassured. Then what is the matter? Luo Ruiying inquired, perplexed. Aside from the affairs concerning the Luo Shrine, she could scarcely fathom what else could be of such paramount importance. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruixin prepared herself and, with a serious demeanor, gazed at Luo Ring before speaking. Sister, brother-in-law has been unfaithful. Chapter 104. Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Luo Ruiying blinked in a daze, her expression one of disbelief, even questioning whether she had misheard. Are you saying that Yuchen has been unfaithful? Indeed. Luo Ruixin nodded solemnly. With whom? Luo Ruiying inquired, perplexed. Other than the past 2 nights. Yuchen had been by her side at all times. How could she not have noticed the supposed infidelity that Luo Ruixin spoke of? That woman. The personal maid who has always been by his side. Luo Ruixin stated earnestly. Luo Ruiying paused for a moment, then could not help but cover her mouth and let out a melodious laugh. Oh dear sister, why are you laughing? It seemed as though Luo Ruiying did not believe her words, and Luo Ruixin grew anxious. You must not speak carelessly. Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Qing Yu is merely his personal maid, nothing more. Luo Ruiying gently tapped Luo Ruixin. Sister, you place too much trust in him. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Sister, you are unaware that a personal maid in this world does not merely attend to daily needs. Especially for those from affluent families, their personal maids often are responsible for warming the bed. Luo Ruixin's expression turned grave, her words heavy with meaning. These were things she had heard from others, yet they were likely to be true. At her words, Luo Ruiying's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of worry and panic crossing her face. Yet deep down, she still believed that there was no such relationship between Ning Yuchen and Yuchen. Seizing the moment, Luo Ruixin continued, Sister, have you not noticed how overly familiar that man is with that woman? She is exceptionally beautiful, certainly not an ordinary personal maid. Luo Ruixin's words struck a chord with Luo Ruiying. She had always thought that Yuchen's appearance was strikingly exceptional. Certainly not the demeanor one would expect from an ordinary maid. Moreover, in her recent discreet observations, she had indeed noticed a subtle connection in the glances exchanged between Ning Yuchen and Yuchen. Yuchen treated Ning Yuchen with remarkable respect. Often, without him uttering a word, she would have everything he needed prepared, appearing to understand him well. Furthermore, Ning Yuchen seemed to place great trust in Yuchen, entrusting her with nearly all domestic matters, with Meng Niu, Kai Se, and Bai Yuan all adhering to her management. The accumulation of these signs began to stir doubt in Luo Ruiying's heart, even though she had always held a deep trust in Ning Yuchen. Nevertheless, without substantial evidence, she still leaned towards believing in him. Moreover, on the eve of the New Year festival, he had just confessed his feelings to her. Luo Xian, your brother-in-law may simply have a closer relationship with Qing Yu, but that is no reason for you to speak so recklessly. Luo Ruiying steadied herself and firmly addressed Luo Ruixin. She understood that her sister had long harbored discontent towards Ning Yuchen, perhaps stemming from her own biases. How could she trust only her sister's side of the story? Sister, what I say is the truth. Feeling wronged and distrusted, Luo Ruixin spoke with both grievance and urgency. She could not comprehend why her sister would rather believe that man than her. Witnessing Luo Ruiying's unwavering faith in Ning Yuchen only solidified Luo Ruixin's resolve to unveil the true nature of Ning Yuchen and rescue her sister. She could not allow that man to deceive her gentle and caring sister any longer. Sister, last night when I got up, I saw that man and that woman secretly meeting in the courtyard. They might be plotting to take away your child. Luo Ruiying gasped in shock, but quickly regained her composure, firmly rebutting, Impossible. Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Alas, sister, I know it's hard for you to believe, but I speak only the truth. If you do not trust me, come, let me show you. Seeing Luo Ruiying still choose to believe in Ning Yuchen, in a moment of desperation, Luo Ruixin took her hand and led her back to the hall. In the outer courtyard, Luo Hong Yi was joyfully shaping snow into various whimsical food forms. Ning Yuchen knelt beside her, assisting, while Yuchen stood behind him. Her hands delicately clasped over her abdomen, maintaining her poised demeanor as always. With a serene smile illuminating her exquisite face, she gazed at Luo Hong Yi with affectionate eyes. Sister, look. That maid is particularly fond of little Yi, always by her side. Her expression is quite unusual. It's as if she regards little Yi as her own child. Luo Ruxin whispered urgently into Luo Ruying's ear. Luo Ruying felt her previously steadfast heart waver once more at Luo Ruxin's words. Indeed, since Yu Qingyu's arrival, she had sensed something amiss. Yu Qingyu was exceedingly attentive to the child, so meticulous in her care. Reflecting on it, Ning Yuchen had seemed quite anxious when Yu Qingyu first arrived. Sister, such a disloyal man is unworthy of your trust. Allow me to expose them, and then we can leave with the child. I can remain in the human realm, taking responsibility for you and the child. Luo Ruxin pressed her palm to her chest, her expression solemn. Luo Ruying shot a glance at Luo Ruxin, wondering what nonsense this girl was spouting. Until there was concrete evidence, she would not permit such unfounded claims. Without first-hand experience or definitive proof, Luo Ruying remained skeptical of Luo Ruxin's assertions. During this period, her interactions with Ning Yuchen were not fabricated. She could genuinely feel his affections. She refused to believe that it was all a mere illusion. Seeing that Luo Ruying remained unconvinced, Luo Ruxin let out a resigned sigh. Her sister was undoubtedly emotionally invested, but was too afraid to confront the reality. It was all that detestable man's fault. Although Luo Ruying maintained her skepticism, once the seeds of doubt were sown, her heart began to waver, and her inner tranquility was shattered. At that moment, her mind was a tangled mess, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing the seemingly mundane exchanges between Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu only deepened her inexplicable discomfort. What if it were true? How should she respond? And what about the child? Subsequently, Luo Ruying was plagued by various questions, her brow furrowed, her concentration completely lost. Ning Yuchen also noticed her unusual demeanor that day, his expression etched with concern. "My dear, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" he inquired softly as he approached her. Luo Ruying gazed at Ning Yuchen, hesitating to respond. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "Husband, could you please come inside with me?" Chapter 105. The young master will be heartbroken within the confines of the bedroom. Luo Ruying settled onto the bed, followed closely by Ning Yuchen, who took her hand gently, his voice laced with concern. "My dear, what troubles you?" Luo Ruying hesitated, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Ning Yuchen, as she earnestly inquired, "Husband, may I ask you, are you concealing something from me?" Ning Yuchen was taken aback, a shock coursing through him. Why would his wife pose such a question? Could it be that she has sensed something amiss? Her peculiar demeanor today certainly suggested something unusual. Yet, if she had indeed uncovered his identity as the demon lord of the demon realm, she would not be so composed in their conversation. What could it possibly be? His mind raced, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to feign ignorance. "My dear, what are you talking about? I have nothing to hide from you." Luo Ruying scrutinized Ning Yuchen intently, her brows furrowing slightly. His momentary hesitation and the subtle shift in his expression were enough to raise her suspicions. It appeared he indeed had secrets he was unwilling to share. Could it be true? In disbelief, Luo Ruying gently pressed her lips together, her heart in turmoil. She feared that if she continued to pry, she might unearth a truth she was not prepared to confront. What would she do then? A brief silence enveloped the room. Ning Yuchen was anxiously speculating whether Luo Ruying had truly discerned his identity, while she grappled with whether to pursue her inquiry further. After much deliberation, she finally spoke again. "Husband, please tell me the truth. Is there a special relationship between you and Qingyu?" Upon uttering these words, Luo Ruying felt an overwhelming sense of tension and unease. After weighing her options, she decided it was better to seek clarity rather than dwell in her own anxieties. Perhaps everything was merely a misunderstanding. Ning Yuchen felt his heart leap into his throat at her question, a mix of shock and anxiety flashing in his eyes. Unlike her earlier vague inquiry about whether he was hiding something, this was a direct confrontation regarding his relationship with Yu Qingyu. It seemed she had indeed sensed the underlying connection between them. Was she attempting to provide him an opportunity to confess? No wonder she had been observing him and Yu Qingyu with such scrutiny lately. But how had she discovered this? Ning Yuchen was perplexed, unable to comprehend where he had faltered, leading Luo Ruying to suspect his true identity. Should he come clean and seek her forgiveness? Ning Yuchen hesitated, uncertain if Luo Ruying had genuinely uncovered his secret and was testing him to elicit a confession. It appears that one has already grasped the entirety of the situation. Observing Ning Yuchen's hesitant demeanor, Luo Ruiying felt increasingly certain that he indeed shared a unique bond with Yuqingyu. In an instant, a profound discomfort settled in her chest. She bit her crimson lip tightly, her eyes inexplicably glistening with unshed tears. "My dear, why are you crying?" Ning Yuchen, noticing the glimmer of tears in Luo Ruiying's eyes, instantly panicked. He enveloped her tightly in his embrace, softly whispering an apology near her ear. "My dear, I did not intend to keep anything from you. Please do not weep." After lying quietly in his arms for a moment, Luo Ruiying gently extricated herself from his embrace and, without uttering a word, rose to leave the room. Ning Yuchen wished to follow, but was halted by her words. "Husband, please do not follow me for now. I wish to be alone." Ning Yuchen was at a loss, silently returning to sit by the bedside. Once Luo Ruiying exited the room, he began to ponder whether he should reveal everything honestly. After leaving the room, Luo Ruiying delicately wiped away her tears and returned to the hall. "Sister." Luo Xinxin immediately noticed the redness in Luo Ruiying's eyes and felt a pang of regret for having disclosed the matter to her. It was disheartening to see her sister shed tears for that man. Luo Ruiying raised her hand to halt Luo Xinxin, her gaze drifting toward Yuqingyu, who was accompanied by Luo Hongya, and said softly, "Qingyu, I suddenly wish to bathe. Will you accompany me, just the two of us?" Contemplating deeply, she resolved to speak with Yuqingyu. "As you wish, my lady." Yuqingyu immediately acquiesced, turning to prepare the bathing water. When the bathroom was enveloped in a steamy haze, Luo Ruiying shed her garments and slowly sank into the warm water. Yuqingyu stood respectfully outside the bathing pool. "You should join me in the bath." Luo Ruiying managed to muster a faint smile as she spoke to Yuqingyu. "As you wish, my lady." Yuqingyu replied respectfully, promptly shedding her clothing, revealing skin as pure and alluring as moonlight, and stepped gracefully into the bathing pool. Even Luo Ruiying could not help but admire Yuqingyu's slender, flawless figure for a few moments. Her skin appeared no less exquisite. It was no wonder she was his personal attendant. "My lady, is something amiss?" Yuqingyu, noticing Luo Ruiying's unwavering gaze upon her, inquired with curiosity. "No, it's nothing." Luo Ruiying gently shook her head, her mind swirling with thoughts on how best to initiate their conversation. Yuqingyu approached Luo Ruiying and said, "My lady, may I assist you by rubbing your back?" "Yes, that would be appreciated." Luo Ruiying did not refuse and silently turned her back. As the serene and attentive Yuqingyu gently wiped her back, Luo Ruiying remained silent for a moment before tentatively inquiring, "Qingyu, do you have feelings for Yuchen?" "Indeed," came the prompt reply. "He is the one I hold in the highest esteem, my most revered master." Yuqingyu answered almost without hesitation, her face adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of calmness devoid of any anxiety or tension. This resolute response left Luo Ruiying quite astonished. She had anticipated that Yuqingyu might deny or obscure her feelings in her presence. "Have you ever considered becoming his wife?" A pang of anguish surged within Luo Ruiying's heart as she posed this question. She had contemplated this scenario, recognizing that Yuqingyu had been by Ning Yuchen's side long before her, and that her own encounter with him was merely a coincidence. If Yuqingyu were to acknowledge such intentions, she would facilitate their union, entrust the child to her, and then depart on her own. Upon hearing these words, Yuqingyu paused, her expression momentarily taken aback, her hands involuntarily halting as she asked in astonishment, "Madam, what are you saying?" "I am merely the master's personal maid. In the master's heart, you are irreplaceable. Please refrain from uttering such sentiments in front of him. It would surely sadden him." Chapter 106. Indeed, it is as such. Luo Ruiying never anticipated that Yuqingyu would directly and emphatically reject her. "Qingyu, do you truly harbor no special feelings for him?" "You may speak candidly." The invitation for a private bath was merely a pretext for conversation, or so Luo Ruiying believed. After a moment of contemplation, Yuqingyu responded, "Though I am uncertain as to why you pose such a question, your directness compels me to answer honestly. I do, in fact, possess certain special sentiments for the young master." Could it be? Is she about to confess? Luo Ruiying's palms clenched in nervous tension, her heart fluttering anxiously. She awaited Yuqingyu's elaboration, convinced that a revelation was forthcoming. "Madam, the young master has been under my care since childhood. I have watched him grow step by step. Although I serve as his personal maid, In my heart, he is akin to my own child. Forgive my boldness, but since you are the young master's wife, you hold a revered position in my eyes, akin to that of a daughter-in-law. Thus, I would prefer you refrain from making such statements. Yu Qingyo's hand gently caressed her chest, her expression one of pride, her words imbued with affection and tenderness. This left Luo Ruiying momentarily bewildered. Child, daughter-in-law. Luo Ruiying turned in astonishment to gaze at Yu Qingyo. The nature of their relationship was indeed peculiar, yet it diverged from her preconceived notions of a special bond. Yes, the young master is like a child to me, Yu Qingyo affirmed with great pride. So, does that imply you and he do not share that kind of relationship? Luo Ruiying queried, stunned. Had she been mistaken all along? What do you mean, madam? Yu Qingyo asked, perplexed. From the outset, Luo Ruiying had been posing odd inquiries. And no, it's nothing. Luo Ruiying hastily shook her head. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, turning back to submerge half her head in the water, unable to meet Yu Qingyo's gaze any longer. How mortifying. She had completely misconstrued the situation. It turned out that Yu Qingyo regarded Ning Yuchen as her own child, which explained the apparent lack of formality between them. It also elucidated why Yu Qingyo exhibited both respect and a nurturing affection towards him. Her love for Ning Yuchen seemed to resemble that of a motheress. As for Luo Hongye, her perpetual benevolence and joy could be attributed to Yu Qingyo perceiving her as a granddaughter rather than a child, contrary to Luo Ruiying's suspicions. In this moment, Luo Ruiying was engulfed in humiliation, nearly submerging her entire head in the bathwater. Soon, she must sincerely apologize to her husband. Yu Qingyo observed Luo Ruiying's peculiar behavior and seemed to comprehend the unique relationship she had previously alluded to. Madam, I assure you, the young master has never laid a hand on any woman besides you. Countless women have sought to win his affection, yet he has never cast them a second glance. In my eyes, you are extraordinarily fortunate. While assisting Luo Ruiying in untangling her hair, Yu Qingyo spoke with a gentle smile. Luo Ruiying silently submerged half her face in the bathwater, already contemplating how to express her contrition to Ning Yuchen. In the hall, Luo Ruixin anxiously awaited her sister's emergence. Although this outcome was harsh for her sister, it was ultimately for the best. Discovering that man's true nature in advance would allow her sister to leave him sooner, sparing her from the pain of discovering the truth too late. Afterward, she could remain by her sister's side, taking on the responsibility of raising little Yi. As Luo Ruixin envisioned their future life as a family of three, she caught sight of Luo Ruiying hastily exiting the bathroom, still damp and with her long black hair dripping. Sister, Luo Ruixin affectionately called out, only to be met with a fierce glare from Luo Ruiying. If it weren't for this girl, she wouldn't have created such a significant misunderstanding. She should never have trusted her. Ruixin, come to my room later. Luo Ruiying left those words in haste as she rushed into the inner courtyard. Luo Ruixin felt a sense of foreboding. The unfolding events seemed to diverge from her expectations. In the bedroom, after Luo Ruiying had departed, Ning Yuchen remained seated on the edge of the bed, deep in contemplation. He reasoned that since Luo Ruiying had already sensed something amiss, he should no longer continue to conceal the truth. Perhaps she had been waiting for him to take the initiative to confess. From what he observed, Luo Ruiying did not appear overly angry. Rather, she seemed more saddened. By taking the step to confess, she might forgive him for hiding his identity. All right, it was settled. Ning Yuchen resolved to reveal everything to her upon her return. Just then, the door creaked open, and a still damp Luo Ruiying entered, her countenance tinged with shame. Unable to meet Ning Yuchen's gaze, wife, Ning Yuchen, seeing Luo Ruiying return, hurriedly approached her, his expression earnest as he began, wife, the truth is, my relationship with Qingyu is, I already know. It was I who wronged you, my husband. I am sorry. I never realized that you regarded Qingyu as a mother figure. It was my misunderstanding. Before Ning Yuchen could finish his sentence, Luo Ruiying interrupted him, her beautiful eyes locking onto his as she offered her apology. Ning Yuchen wore a perplexed expression, momentarily at a loss to comprehend the unfolding events. When had he ever regarded Yu Qingyu as a maternal figure? How was it that he remained oblivious to this? The abruptness of the situation was quite overwhelming. Moreover, did his wife truly remain unaware of his true identity? Could it be otherwise? Observing Ning Yuchen's dazed demeanor, Luo Ruiying inquired with curiosity. Ah, yes, that's precisely it. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ning Yuchen earnestly affirmed. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as she had not genuinely uncovered his identity, it was a relief. He would inquire later about what had transpired with Yuchen. What exactly had she confided to Luo Ruiying? With the misunderstanding resolved, Ning Yuchen's anxious heart was finally at ease. The weight that had burdened Luo Ruiying's chest had also dissipated, leaving her in a much lighter mood. The two exchanged quiet glances, their eyes locked. Fresh from her bath, Luo Ruiying's complexion was flushed, her hair still damp and glistening, while her cherry-red gown clung to her form, resembling a radiant lotus emerging from the water. My dear. Ning Yuchen felt an involuntary stir within him as he reached out to embrace her waist, drawing her into his arms and gently caressing her delicate back. Husband, my hair is still wet. Luo Ruiying nestled against Ning Yuchen's chest, her face adorned with a shy blush. A sense of inexplicable joy welled up within her. Chapter 107. Young Master, have you finished? Allow me to dry you, my dear. Ning Yuchen gently guided Luo Ruiying to sit before the dressing table, taking a towel to dry her damp hair. Luo Ruiying quietly gazed into the copper mirror, allowing Ning Yuchen to tenderly caress her locks, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thankfully, the concerns that had plagued her did not come to pass. From the outset, she should not have placed her trust in that girl, Ruxin. It nearly led her to a misunderstanding. Husband, if you share such a connection with Qingyu, it would have been perfectly acceptable to inform me sooner. I do not mind. There is no need for concealment. As she closed her eyes, reveling in Ning Yuchen's ministrations, she spoke softly. Had Ning Yuchen disclosed this earlier, she would have avoided the misapprehension. I understand, my dear. Ning Yuchen could only manage a somewhat awkward smile in response. In truth, he still did not fully comprehend Luo Ruiying's words. He did not share that so-called mother-son relationship with Yuchen at all. However, seeing that Luo Ruiying seemed to harbor no further doubts, he chose not to elaborate. After all, further explanations might inadvertently provoke unnecessary suspicion. What mattered was that the misunderstanding had been cleared, and his wife remained by his side. My dear, your hair is dry now. You may remove your damp garments for the time being. Allow me to help you dry your body as well. After drying and tidying her hair, Ning Yuchen smiled brightly as he prepared to wipe her body. No need for that. I can manage on my own. Luo Ruiying's face flushed, and she hastily declined. Yet, Ning Yuchen had already begun, easing away her dress to dry her back. Luo Ruiying's back was smooth and slender, as pristine as flawless jade, revealing a hint of rosy hue. The scars from her previous injuries had fully healed. Ning Yuchen stared in a daze, unable to resist gently gliding his hand over her delicate back. Luo Ruiying instantly stiffened, her complexion deepening in crimson, and she exclaimed softly, Husband, I thought you were just drying my back. Your hands. I am drying your back, my dear. Of course, I must use my hands for that. Ning Yuchen replied with unabashed shamelessness. Luo Ruiying's cheeks reddened further, her lips pressed together in a delicate pout. How can one justify wandering hands on another's back while claiming to merely be drying it? Having just cleared her misunderstanding, she found herself reluctant to express her displeasure. My dear, all done. I shall assist you with the front. I can manage the front myself. My dear, do not be shy. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely wishing to dry you quickly to prevent you from catching a chill. I shall not catch a chill. Just keep your hands to yourself. The room echoed with the playful banter between Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, occasionally punctuated by her gentle reprimands. In the serene moonlight, Yuchen held Luo Hongye's hand as they stood outside the house, a gentle smile gracing her face. Observing the seemingly deepening affection between the demon lord and his lady, she felt a sense of relief. Sister Yu, what are father and mother doing? Luo Hongye inquired, gazing up at Yuchen with innocent curiosity. Miss, the young master is amusing the lady, Yuchen replied with a slight smile, crouching down to her level. Can I go find father and mother now? Luo Hongye pointed towards the room, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Miss, it is not quite appropriate at the moment. How about we wait a little while before visiting the young master and the lady? I can take you to make some delicious treats, all right? Yuchen gently cradled Luo Hongye in her arms, her voice soothing. It would be unwise to interrupt the demon lord and his lady as they nurture their bond. All right, I would like to eat roasted sausages, grilled rice cakes, and raw candy water. Upon hearing about food, Luo Hongye excitedly listed an array of delicacies. Consuming too much of those may upset the lady, Yu Qingyu cautioned. Luo Hongye's cherubic face fell into a dilemma. I don't want to make mother angry. Then I shall just have some fruit. Observing the little girl, torn between her desires and her consideration, Yu Qingyu could no longer contain her affectionate smile, reminiscent of a doting aunt. Her lips curved upwards uncontrollably. Truly, she is the child of the demon lord, my little princess of the demon realm, so understanding and adorable. Yu Qingyu embraced Luo Hongye tightly, her voice soft and indulgent as she whispered in her ear, "It's all right, dear. If you crave it, I shall secretly prepare it just for you." Just as Yu Qingyu and Luo Hongye were stealthily snacking in the kitchen, a voice emerged from behind them. "Qingyu, Hongye, what are you up to?" Ning Yuchen had approached unnoticed, his hand resting on his waist. The little rascal's grip can be quite painful. "Father." Luo Hongye swiftly shoved a cookie into her mouth and eagerly reached out to embrace Ning Yuchen. He lifted her into his arms, affectionately stroking his darling daughter. "How can one sneak treats and then stuff their mouth in front of me? Oh dear, young master, have you finished?" Yu Qingyu expressed a hint of regret upon seeing Ning Yuchen emerge so soon, understanding that her hopes for a prolonged moment with the child had been dashed. "What do you mean by finished? I actually have something to ask you. What did you say to Ruing?" Ning Yuchen shot a questioning glance at Yu Qingyu. "The lady appears to suspect that you and I are too close. Thus, I explained to her that you were raised by me, and I have always regarded you as my own child. Nothing more," Yu Qingyu replied, her demeanor calm and composed, a smile gracing her lips. Ning Yuchen suddenly came to a realization. It dawned upon him that Luo Ruiying's suspicions were not directed at his true identity or that of Yu Qingyu. Rather, it was the apparent closeness of his relationship with Yu Qingyu that raised her doubts regarding their connection. What a close call it was. He had almost been prepared to confess everything himself. "Although your explanation was quite adept, I must request that you find a different rationale next time," he said helplessly after clarifying the situation. It was rather ironic that Yu Qingyu, whose actual age was only slightly older than his, had already assumed the role of his mother. Admittedly, her nagging and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a maternal figure. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying emerged from her room, donned in a fresh outfit, adjusting her collar, her face still flushed. Outside, Luo Ruixin remained utterly perplexed about what had transpired. Why did it seem as if her sister was neither heartbroken nor angry? It appeared that her sister had reconciled with that man. Could it be that she had genuinely misjudged the situation? Luo Ruixin noticed that after Luo Ruiying's conversation with Yu Qingyu, her expression had shifted, losing the previous concern and sadness. Just moments ago, they had been flirting within the room, an indication that separation was far from their intentions. This could only imply that she had indeed misinterpreted the circumstances. As Luo Ruixin turned to discreetly leave, she was suddenly met with the indignant voice of Luo Ruiying from behind. "Ruixin, what is the matter?" Luo Ruixin turned around with an awkward smile. "Come in." Unbeknownst to her, Luo Ruiying had silently approached from behind, and upon seeing Luo Ruixin's attempt to sneak away, her expression transformed into one of anger as she silently retreated back into the room. Luo Ruixin, with her heart racing, cautiously stepped into the room. In the next moment, cries of pain and pleas for mercy echoed from within. "Ah, sister, it hurts. Please, don't hit me. I was wrong." Chapter 108. Perhaps it truly exists, brother-in-law. I apologize. I misjudged you. After receiving a thorough reprimand from Luo Ruiying, Luo Ruixin approached Yi Bufan, rubbing her slightly aching posterior as she bowed in contrition. Luo Ruiying had conveyed all the details to her. That night, Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu were merely discussing sending Luo Hongye to the kindergarten at Nanli Academy, with Yu Qingyu taking charge of the child. The notions of infidelity and betrayal were entirely based on her one-sided interpretation and baseless conjectures. As Luo Ruiying finished admonishing Luo Ruixin, she brought her before Ning Yuchen to properly apologize. Ning Yuchen, having heard the tale, recognized that the entire misunderstanding stemmed from Luo Ruixin's clandestine eavesdropping the previous night. This blunder nearly compelled him to reveal his true identity and confess everything. Although Ning Yuchen found the situation somewhat amusing, he still chose to forgive Luo Ruixin and even spoke a few kind words on her behalf. "My dear, do not hold any ill will towards Ruixin. She did not mean any harm." Luo Ruixin nodded earnestly, replying, "Sister, I truly recognize my mistake." "That is good to hear. However, refrain from making baseless claims in the future, Luo Ruiying admonished sternly. She hoped Luo Ruxin would cease underestimating Ning Yuchen due to his mortal status, even going so far as to slander him. I understand, Luo Ruxin replied, her expression one of pitiful grievance, before turning and leaving the house in a huff. Luo Ruiying watched her sister depart, shaking her head slowly. This girl remains as she was in her childhood. I wonder when she will mature. After leaving home, Luo Ruxin strolled alone through the streets, coincidentally passing by the stall of Night God. At this moment, Night God's stall had undergone yet another round of upgrades. The original small cart had been replaced with a larger one, now featuring a row of seats in front, reminiscent of a bar counter. Patrons could enjoy watching his superb grilling techniques while ordering and dining. A canopy had been erected at the stall, providing ample tables and chairs. In his quest to create dishes that would delight Luo Hongya, Night God frequently experimented with new recipes and improved formulations. His barbecued delicacies had become so delectable that every patron lingered longingly after tasting them. Daily, a steady stream of customers flocked to him, to the extent that it became overcrowded. Among the myriad demons concealed within Nanli City, Night God was undoubtedly the most dedicated and earnest. Luo Ruxin found herself irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma once more, silently altering her course to join the queue and take a seat at the stall. Night God naturally recognized the woman who had been in the presence of the demon lord during their last encounter, his esteemed sister-in-law, the demon lord's sister-in-law. Thus, he treated Luo Ruxin with extra courtesy and respect, elegantly polishing a wine glass as he inquired, "Esteemed guest, may I take your order?" Luo Ruxin never anticipated that in just a day's absence, this barbecue stall would have introduced a service for alcoholic beverages. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the proprietor possessed a unique blend of elegance and aloofness. No matter how many times she gazed upon him, he hardly resembled a mere barbecue vendor. Perhaps it was her imagination, but he seemed to exhibit an extraordinary warmth towards her, more so than to others. "Please bring me your finest barbecue and a jug of your strongest liquor," Luo Ruxin exclaimed, her mood rather dismal. The reasons for her melancholy were not solely due to a reprimand from her beloved sister, but also the impending separation from her sister in a few days, which weighed heavily on her heart. Deep down, she yearned to voice her desire to remain by Luo Ruiying's side, yet she knew her sister would never permit it. If she were to vanish as well, her father would undoubtedly be consumed with worry. Furthermore, from the misunderstanding she had caused, she was convinced that her sister truly cherished that man. Remaining in this situation would merely render her a third wheel. Noticing the sorrow etched on Luo Ruxin's face, Yi Tianxin ventured to inquire, "May I ask, young lady, what troubles you?" Nothing. Luo Ruxin had intended to avoid excessive interaction with a mortal. Yet after a brief moment of hesitation, she found herself daring to ask, "Do you believe that a union between mortals and practitioners can truly find happiness?" "I believe it is possible. As long as there is love between both parties, even beings from different realms can love one another. How much more so for mortals and practitioners?" Yi Tianxin replied nonchalantly, while continuing to tend to the barbecue. Luo Ruxin was momentarily taken aback by his response, before bursting into laughter. She had thought her assertion about the absurdity of a mortal and a practitioner marrying was outlandish enough, yet Yi Tianxin's words surpassed her expectations. "Allow me to enlighten you. Since time immemorial, celestial beings and demons have been arch-enemies, and there has never been a pair of them who became husband and wife," she declared, waving her hand in jest. Her earlier gloom had dissipated, replaced by amusement at Yi Tianxin's naivety. "Oh, how blissfully ignorant and innocent you are, dear mortal," he mused. "Perhaps there truly exists such a bond, my lady," Yi Tianxin said with a smile, leaning closer to Luo Ruxin. The usually stoic visage of Yi Tianxin transformed into one of captivating charm as he broke into a rare smile, leaving many women present, who had come merely to catch a glimpse of his cold demeanor, spellbound. Even Luo Ruxin felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heart racing. Why is he so close to me? Could he possibly have feelings for me? From the outset, his exceptional attention and warmth towards her had indeed raised suspicions. Was it possible that when he spoke of the union between mortals and practitioners, it was directed specifically at her? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks reddened even more. Regrettably, he was merely a mortal. However, just as Luo Ruxin was lost in her musings, Yi Tianxian interrupted her thoughts. Your skewers and liquor are ready, my lady. The celestial being, Yi Tian, presented the meticulously prepared barbecue before Luo Ruxin, accompanied by a flask of exceptionally fragrant wine. The aroma was inviting, devoid of any harshness typically associated with potent spirits. Instead, it exuded a rich and sweet fragrance that imparted a gentle intoxication. Captivated by this unique scent, Luo Ruxin curiously poured a small dish and took a sip. The taste was a delightful blend of sweetness and richness, lingering tantalizingly on her palate. To her astonishment, a mere sip rendered her slightly tipsy. This was utterly remarkable. She had never regarded earthly wines with any significance. In her estimation, the drinks of the mortal realm paled in comparison to the waters of the celestial realm. Yet, the flavor caught her completely off guard, illuminating her senses. This is exquisite. What kind of wine is this? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she pointed at the wine jar. My lady, this wine is called Drunken Dreamland, Yi Tian replied with confidence. It is sourced from the demon realm, and it is rarely accessible to ordinary folk. I offered it to you out of respect, given your relation to the esteemed demon lord. How much of this wine do you have left? I wish to purchase it all, Luo Ruxin declared, her enthusiasm evident. She envisioned returning to share it with her sister. It had been ages since she last witnessed her sister's adorable drunken antics. Who would have thought that this fellow not only possessed remarkable grilling skills, but also looked quite handsome and provided such delightful wine? Chapter 109. I shall not fail her. As time swiftly passed, several days went by. To Ning Yuchen's surprise, Luo Ruxin no longer made every effort to disturb his interactions with Luo Ruiying, instead exhibiting an unusually obedient demeanor. It seemed that after being reprimanded by Luo Ruiying, she had finally learned her lesson. This evening marked the final night of the New Year festival, with everyone gathered together in joyous celebration. Luo Ruiying and Yu Qingyu descended from the hall, presenting a splendid array of dishes. Luo Hongya sat on a chair, swinging her legs gleefully. Yu Qingyu frequently picked food from the table and fed it to Luo Hongya, demonstrating a level of affection that surpassed even that of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. Observing this scene, Luo Ruiying felt no discomfort. Rather, she was filled with delight. Little Yi, your aunt has brought you your favorite grilled sausage. Do try it, Luo Ruxin exclaimed, presenting the sausage she had purchased from the night god. In recent days, she had often visited the night god, and upon learning that Luo Hongya adored his barbecues, she made a special effort to bring home the sausage to win the child's affection. She certainly did not wish to be disliked by her niece any longer. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongya opened her mouth wide and took a bite, beaming. Thank you, Auntie. Witnessing Luo Hongya finally accept her offering filled Luo Ruxin with joy, her heart blossoming with happiness. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a knowing smile. Sister, I've brought back some fine wine for you to taste, Luo Ruxin cheerfully announced, producing a bottle of Drunken Dreamland that she had acquired from the night god days prior. Placing it on the table for all to sample. You all enjoy it. I shall abstain, Luo Ruiying replied, her expression slightly troubled as she declined. Ah, sister, you still cannot hold your liquor, can you? It is a rare and joyous occasion. Just have a little, Luo Ruxin teased, her eyes narrowing with mischief as she offered the wine dish to Luo Ruiying. She was well aware of her sister's poor tolerance for alcohol, a truth that had persisted since their childhood. Without the aid of her internal spiritual power to suppress the effects of the drink, it often took just one cup for Luo Ruiying to become intoxicated. Yet, she was eager to witness her sister's inebriated state. My dear, can you truly not drink? Ning Yuchen inquired, astonished to learn of Luo Ruiying's inability to handle alcohol. After all, she had once possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor. Luo Ruiying, feeling a touch of embarrassment, nodded gently. Despite having once been the empress of the Immortal Realm, she found herself unable to withstand alcohol, needing to rely on her spiritual power to mitigate its effects during feasts. Then allow me to drink in your stead, Ning Yuchen offered, planning to take the wine dish from Luo Ruxin. However, this time, Luo Ruiying proactively accepted the wine dish herself. In light of the rare and lively atmosphere today, she decided to indulge in a modest sip. After all, the wines of the mortal realm lacked the potency of those from the celestial domain, so it should pose no issue for her. Luo Ruiying swiftly finished the cup of dreamland elixir, only to find herself yearning for more as she set down the empty dish. To her astonishment, It was her first encounter with such a sweet and fragrant wine. Yet, there was an odd sensation of lightheadedness creeping in. Am I intoxicated? In the next moment, Luo Ruiying felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Her mind clouded, and her head struck the table with a resounding thud. The abruptness of her collapse left the onlookers utterly astonished. My lady, Ning Yuchen hurriedly assisted Luo Ruiying, only to discover that she had partaken of the renowned Dreamland elixir from the demon realm. This particular brew was notorious for its strength, being one of the most precious and celebrated wines of that realm. It was no wonder that after just a small dish, Luo Ruiying succumbed to its effects. At that moment, her face bore a charming, tipsy smile, her enchanting eyes slightly dazed, and her cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue. Husband, Luo Ruiying leaned against Ning Yuchen's shoulder, exhaling the fragrant essence of intoxication, her words drifting like a sweet caress into his ears. To his surprise, his inebriated wife was quite affectionate. Luo Xinqin also did not anticipate her sister's swift descent into drunkenness. She had thought her sister's capacity for alcohol had improved just a tad. However, this was precisely to her delight, for it allowed her to witness once more her sister's alluringly intoxicated demeanor. Brother-in-law, isn't my sister utterly charming and adorable when she's drunk? Luo Xinqin teased, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she addressed Ning Yuchen. Did you intentionally get your sister drunk? Ning Yuchen asked, a blend of amusement and exasperation evident in his tone. It was clear that Luo Xinqin was well aware of her sister's limits, yet still encouraged her to drink. How else could you behold my sister's captivating and endearing side if I didn't? Luo Xinqin presented an argument that left Ning Yuchen with no room for rebuttal. Indeed, he found himself grateful to Luo Xinqin. Well done, little sister-in-law. Ning Yuchen swiftly shifted his stance, silently giving her a thumbs up. Luo Xinqin reciprocated the gesture, and in that moment, a silent understanding blossomed between them. This marked a subtle acknowledgement from Luo Xinqin of Ning Yuchen as her brother-in-law, mending the rift of the past. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, my sister is a true heartthrob. In the past, suitors from the celestial realm would line up to pursue her. You must cherish her dearly. Should I ever discover that you have wronged her, I will not let you off easily. Luo Xinqin, having imbibed her fair share of wine, issued a fierce warning to Ning Yuchen. In recent days, she had been discreetly observing the bond between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen, noting the warmth that permeated their home. Apart from being a mere mortal, Ning Yuchen had no discernible flaws, treating her sister and the children with genuine kindness. She could tell that her sister genuinely cherished this man. Otherwise, she would not have borne him a child. With this understanding, she felt there was no need to dissuade her sister, and she could safely entrust her to this brother-in-law. Ning Yuchen noticed that Luo Ruixin was worried about Luo Ruiyan, and this concern had always been present. This was also why, despite Luo Ruixin misunderstanding him, he harbored no anger towards her. Rest assured, I will not let her down, Ning Yuchen said with a light smile, giving Luo Ruixin a solemn promise. This brief statement left Luo Ruixin momentarily taken aback, only to break into a gentle smile soon after. She suddenly felt her sister was right. Brother-in-law, I entrust my sister to you. I must return now and shall not disturb you and my sister any longer. Slowly, Luo Ruixin stood from the table. Are you not waiting for Ruiyan to wake before you leave? Ning Yuchen attempted to persuade her to stay. Luo Ruixin looked at Luo Ruiyan, who was leaning against Ning Yuchen, and shook her head with a smile. No, I fear I would be reluctant to depart then. Farewell, brother-in-law. Little Yi Yi. Your aunt is leaving now. Before departing, Luo Ruixin happily rubbed the cheek of Luo Hongya. However, as she prepared to leave gracefully, she unfortunately slipped and fell face first into the snow. Ning Yuchen and the others. How unfortunate. She embarrassingly stumbled at the last moment. It was all due to that excessive drinking, which left her feeling a bit dizzy. Luo Ruixin feigned nonchalance as she got back up, brushing the snow off her clothes. And in an instant, she vanished from in front of Ning Yuchen and the others. This was also to showcase her prowess as a celestial queen. Surely, it would leave him in awe. She believed that he would think twice before bullying her sister again. With such confidence and pride, Luo Ruixin left. Chapter 110. The sleepless night in the depths of night. Nanli City remained resplendent with lights, bustling with the vibrant sounds of revelry, while the night sky occasionally burst forth with brilliant fireworks. In stark contrast to the city's exuberance, A secluded courtyard nestled in the corner exuded a serene tranquility. Following the conclusion of the banquet, Ning Yuchen found himself tasked with caring for the inebriated Luo Ruiying, thus entrusting Luo Hongye to the attentive care of Yu Qingyu, imparting upon her methods to soothe the child to sleep. Yu Qingyu accepted without hesitation, her anticipation palpable, though initially reluctant. Luo Hongye acquiesced upon learning that her father would attend to her mother. Ning Yuchen gently cradled the inebriated Luo Ruiying, intending to place her upon the soft couch. Yet, she clung tightly to his neck, unwilling to let go. "Husband, do not leave," murmured the dazed Luo Ruiying, nestled in his embrace, resembling a young girl seeking affection. "My dear, I shall not depart. Will you kindly release your hold?" Ning Yuchen, unable to set her down, sat at the edge of the bed, softly coaxing her as one would a child. No. Water. I want water." Luo Ruiying shook her head, maintaining her grip. "My dear, as you hold me so tightly, I cannot pour you any water. Will you please loosen your embrace?" He gently reassured her, patting her delicate back. Yet, Luo Ruiying remained unyielding, her arms steadfast around his neck. With a blend of helplessness and affection, Ning Yuchen smiled, lifting her to the table, cradling her in his arms while he poured a glass of clear water with one hand. "Here, my dear, drink." He raised the cup to her lips. In her dazed state, she instinctively opened her mouth and drank. Once quenched, her head tilted again, resting against Ning Yuchen's chest, drifting into a half-sleep. How troublesome, nearly asleep yet clinging so tightly, he mused as he returned to the soft couch, lying down together with her. Luo Ruiying nestled against his chest. Ning Yuchen gently removed the hairpin that held her dark, lustrous hair, which cascaded down like a waterfall. With her hair fully unfurled, Luo Ruiying's demeanor transformed, exuding a newfound grace and warmth. Regaining his composure, Ning Yuchen loosened the ribbon at her waist and delicately stripped away her outer garments. At this moment, Luo Ruiying cooperatively lifted her hands, facilitating his task with ease. A delicate figure, clad only in a snug bodice, lay almost bare in his embrace. Her skin as white as snow. Luo Ruiying's gentle form radiated warmth and elegance, her curves exquisitely enchanting, with the skin on her chest particularly fair and refined. Ning Yuchen could distinctly feel the soft, yielding sensation pressing against his chest, and as he lowered his gaze, a glimpse of her enchanting beauty became apparent. He had intended merely to remove her outer garments to help her slumber more peacefully, yet it turned into a considerable trial and torment for him. To cradle such a captivating and alluring body in his arms was undeniably stirring, especially considering that she was his wife. "My beloved," Ning Yuchen gazed, entranced, into Luo Ruiying's mesmerizing eyes and the blush of her cheeks, which resembled a sunset's glow. No matter how many beautiful women he had encountered, it was Luo Ruiying who stirred his heart most profoundly. In his eyes, she was the most exquisite woman in the world. Whenever he reflected on how Luo Ruiying bore their child, Luo Hongye, and single-handedly nurtured the little one through hardships, ultimately seeking refuge in his arms, a wave of tender affection surged within him. Those 10 years had indeed been arduous for her. Ning Yuchen gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her face, tucking them behind her ear, his palm caressing her jade-like cheek with tenderness. Luo Ruiying seemed to revel in Ning Yuchen's affection, nuzzling her cheek against his hand like a playful kitten. His wife, in her inebriated state, appeared particularly enchanting and endearing. Yet, he mused, once she regained her senses, she would likely feel quite bashful about this moment. A smile involuntarily graced his lips as he contemplated this. Luo Ruiying lifted her captivating crimson gaze towards him. After drinking some water, her mind had cleared a fraction, though only slightly. At this moment, she felt as if she were adrift in a dream, her thoughts hazy and her body light. Ning Yuchen remained quietly entranced by her rare beauty, and as their eyes met, they found themselves irresistibly drawing closer, her heart fluttering with emotion. Eventually, unable to resist, Ning Yuchen gently pressed his lips against her enticing mouth, kissing the soft, cherry-red petals. As their passionate kiss deepened, Luo Ruiying let out a sweet, alluring sigh, her beautiful eyes growing increasingly dreamy as they fluttered shut. Surely, this must be a dream. Instinctively, Luo Ruiying's delicate teeth closed lightly, but in her current state of blissful stupor, her body felt feeble, and her lips parted effortlessly. their tender tongues entwined, savoring each other's essence. In her dazed state, Luo Ruiying clung tighter to Ning Yuchen, her slender, delicate feet caressing his thigh, softly murmuring, "Husband, mm." The two lost themselves in their kiss, lingering until they reluctantly parted from each other's enticing lips, with Ning Yuchen breathing lightly, caught in the enchantment of the moment. At this moment, Ning Yuchen found himself consumed by a fervent desire and passion, embracing the alluring figure nestled in his arms, overwhelmed by an impulse to cherish her tenderly. However, when he lowered his gaze, he discovered that Luo Ring had already succumbed to slumber upon his chest, her breath steady, her sleeping visage adorned with a rosy, sweet charm. A blissful smile of contentment graced her face, radiating tranquility and happiness. Ning Yuchen thought to himself, this little one has fallen asleep just like that. Gazing at the enchanting beauty in his embrace, he could not help but feel a pang of disappointment, letting out a gentle sigh as he caressed her delicate back and cheek. It was a rare occasion without the child nearby, the atmosphere charged with warmth. Yet at this crucial moment, she had drifted into a deep sleep. Alas, since she was asleep, he would have to let it be. Nevertheless, witnessing her in such a blissfully entranced state brought him immense satisfaction. "My dear, good night," he murmured, placing a soft kiss upon Luo Ruiying's forehead. He then pulled up the covers to envelop her and delicately drew the gauzy curtains on either side of the bed. Beneath the veil, two indistinct forms lay entwined, embracing one another in slumber. Soon, the serene room was filled with the rhythmic counting of sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 1,001 sheep. Alas, it was all this little one's fault, for he found himself unable to sleep. Chapter 111. Returning to your family the following morning, Luo Ruiying's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she drowsily opened her eyes. With her gaze hazy, she caught a glimpse of Ning Yuchen beneath her. Her still somewhat muddled mind did not ponder much. She shifted her body slightly, nestling once more against Ning Yuchen's chest, seeking a more comfortable position to close her eyes again. After a moment, Luo Ruiying's mind began to clear, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at the closed eyelids of Ning Yuchen beneath her. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the flimsy garment she wore, and her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Hastily, she covered her exposed chest and scrambled to sit up, her face a portrait of astonishment and embarrassment. How could she have fallen asleep on Ning Yuchen like this? What had transpired the previous night? She recalled drinking, becoming intoxicated, and subsequently losing consciousness. The events that followed were a blur. She vaguely remembered Ning Yuchen carrying her back to the room, offering her some water, and then assisting her in removing her outer garments. As she contemplated the subsequent occurrences, her face burned with shame. Could it be that last night was not merely a dream? She had not only kissed Ning Yuchen, but had also spent the whole night in his embrace, clad in such minimal attire. Whether anything further had transpired, she could not recall at all. As Luo Ruiying's thoughts wandered, two arms encircled her delicate waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. "Ah!" she instinctively exclaimed, nearly reacting in alarm. Upon recognizing it was Ning Yuchen who had awakened, her mind flickered back to fragmented memories from the night before, and she could not help but blush. "My dear, you are awake?" Ning Yuchen smiled warmly as he held her close. In truth, he had been awake for some time, but feigned sleep, reluctant to release the warmth of her soft form from his grasp. His wife's bashful demeanor was undeniably enchanting. "Did you help me remove my clothes last night?" Luo Ruiying inquired shyly, her bashfulness radiating charm. "Indeed, I was concerned that you might not be comfortable while sleeping," Ning Yuchen explained with a smile. "Then, you did not do anything else, did you?" Luo Ruiying asked, her voice dripping with shyness. What might my dear be implying?" Ning Yuchen feigned ignorance, a playful smile on his lips. Luo Ruiying bit her lip, casting a playful glare at Ning Yuchen. Given that she still wore her undergarment, it seemed nothing had occurred last night. However, clad only in such scant attire beside Ning Yuchen, her figure was provocatively outlined, leaving her feeling exceedingly bashful. Attempting to rise from the bed, Luo Ruiying turned, only to find herself firmly embraced by Ning Yuchen once more. "Husband, it is quite late," she murmured shyly. "It is still early, my dear. Let us lie here a while longer," Ning Yuchen whispered gently against her smooth, delicate back. Such a splendid opportunity for intimacy. How could one easily let it slip away? "I still need to prepare breakfast for the child." Luo Ruiying found yet another excuse. However, Ning Yuchen was already prepared. I have already entrusted Qin Yu to prepare everything for the child. Luo Ruiying, feeling helpless, resigned herself to remaining in Ning Yuchen's embrace. Since the child is rarely away, she decided to indulge in this moment. After all, she had been sending him to sleep next door for several days and had promised to make it up to him. Luo Ruiying gently bit her red lips and gradually shifted her body, pressing herself closer into Ning Yuchen's arms. Ning Yuchen was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated his wife to be so proactive, and his heart swelled with joy. My dear, Lu Xian left last night. Ning Yuchen contentedly held Luo Ruiying, whispering the news of Lu Xian's departure into her ear. She has already left. That girl truly, after getting me drunk. She just left without a word. Luo Ruiying turned her head in surprise, her tone slightly reproachful, her expression tinged with melancholy. After such a long time apart, their reunion only lasted a few fleeting days. Perhaps they would never meet again. Ning Yuchen could distinctly sense the sorrow radiating from the beautiful woman in his arms and tightened his embrace, softly saying, "Do not be sad, my dear. In the future, I will take you back to your family, and you will be able to see Lu Xian again." Husband, do you even know where my family is? Luo Ruiying replied with a playful smile directed at Ning Yuchen. Of course, my dear, you are a celestial being descended from the heavens. So your family must be in the celestial realm, Ning Yuchen replied leisurely. Luo Ruiying was taken aback to find that Ning Yuchen had, indeed, guessed correctly. Since you know I come from the celestial realm, how dare you say you will take me back to my family? Indeed, perhaps soon, I will be able to take you and the child back, Ning Yuchen stated with unwavering conviction. If it weren't for the need to conceal his identity, he could easily whisk his wife and child away in an instant. Luo Ruiying listened to Ning Yuchen's words, feeling he was merely comforting her with empty promises. Yet, she did not find it displeasing. Despite knowing it was unlikely, she still smiled and replied, "Very well. I shall wait for the day you take me back to my family. Husband, you shall see, my dear," Ning Yuchen softly reassured her, his cheek brushing against Luo Ruiying's. The two were intimately entwined in a tender embrace. Seizing the moment alone, Ning Yuchen also revealed his plans regarding Luo Hongya attending the South Li Academy's kindergarten. "My dear, I intend to send Yi to the kindergarten at South Li Academy. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan have both learned some martial arts, so they, along with Kai Se and Qin Yu, can take turns accompanying the child. What do you think?" This was merely a superficial expression of his intentions to Luo Ruiying. In truth, there are many who will silently protect Luo Hongya. Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment before gently nodding in agreement with her husband's words. Although her heart ached at the thought of parting with her child, she resolved to endure this for the sake of allowing her child to engage with the outside world. Moreover, the time spent at the nursery would only last 2 or 3 hours at most, and soon enough, the child would return to her side. The Nanli Academy is renowned not only in the southern region, but throughout the world as a prestigious institution for cultivators. Within its walls, a multitude of gifted practitioners congregate, granting her a measure of reassurance. Should her worries persist, she could always visit her child. Just as Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying were embracing each other tenderly, an adorable little head gently pushed open the door and peeked inside. A pair of bright, clear eyes curiously gazed at the parents still nestled in bed. Luo Ruiying immediately noticed Luo Hongya's stealthy arrival and was startled into an upright position, her face flushing crimson. "Yay, you're here, mother. Your face is so red." Luo Hongya approached the bedside, concern etched on his features. "Ye need not worry. Mother is quite well," Luo Ruiying replied, extending her arms to gather Luo Hongya into her embrace. At that moment, her smooth, delicate back was barely concealed by 2 slender strings tied to her bodice, leaving her form nearly exposed before Ning Yuchen. He could not resist the temptation to let his fingers lightly trace the elegant curve of her spine. Luo Ruiying stiffened as if jolted by electricity, quickly turning her head to cast a playful yet reproachful glare at Ning Yuchen. "You rascal, the child is still here." Ning Yuchen wore a mischievous grin, reveling in the unexpected sensitivity of his wife's body. Chapter 112. The relationship between the demon lord and his daughter in the celestial realm. At the hall of the goddess of Luo, a cheerful voice echoed, "Father, I am back." Before her figure appeared, the voice of Luo Ruixin had already reached the grand hall. Upon her entrance, she discovered that the hall was filled to capacity. Her father, The Lord of the Hall, sat at the center, while a gathering of elders from both the direct and collateral lines of the Luo family occupied one side. Opposite them were several mysterious guests, their expressions haughty and their aura imposing. Luo Ruxin recognized a few of them as the individuals who had taken her beloved sister, Luo Ruiying, away long ago. Though their affiliations within the celestial domains remained unclear, one thing was certain. The power they represented was formidable, a force that the Luo family could never provoke. Deep down, Luo Ruxin harbored a strong disdain for these people, not only for abducting her sister for hundreds of years, but also for their condescending and aloof demeanor, which was particularly repugnant. Upon seeing Luo Ruxin return at such an inopportune moment, Luo Tianya could not help but frown slightly. He was determined that the matter of her descent to search for Luo Ruiying must remain concealed from these guests. Ruxin, how dare you be so rude? Do you not see that we have esteemed guests in the hall? Stop your nonsense and leave at once. Luo Tianya admonished her sternly, his tone betraying no emotion. Yes. Father, a mere exchange of glances conveyed the unspoken message between them, prompting Luo Ruxin to turn promptly, ready to depart. Just then, one of the men seated nearby suddenly called out, "Wait." Both Luo Tianya and Luo Ruxin felt their hearts leap into their throats. The elegantly poised man stood and approached Luo Ruxin, circling her as he appraised her and remarked, "That once unruly girl has now blossomed into a graceful beauty. Though perhaps lacking in talent, her appearance rivals that of your elder daughter, Lord of the Hall. You are indeed fortunate. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Daoshinming." Luo Tianya replied with a polite smile, yet his heart was filled with displeasure. Daoshinming's unwavering gaze on Luo Ruxin raised alarm bells in his mind. He feared that this man might harbor intentions towards his daughter. However, as the leader of a sect, he could not afford to display any dissatisfaction, for the individuals before him likely surpassed the 9 great powers of the celestial realm. It was said that Daoshinming was merely an ordinary steward of their family, yet he possessed the cultivation of a celestial sovereign. Moreover, the realms of those accompanying him were indiscernible, likely equal to or greater than Daoshinming's. Such a formidable force was beyond the capabilities of the small Luo Hall to challenge. "May I inquire where the celestial maiden has been during her absence?" Daoshinming asked with a smile directed at Luo Ruxin. "I ventured on a distant journey, exploring the various celestial domains and admiring the breathtaking scenery," Luo Ruxin replied with composure, internally harboring a strong aversion towards Daoshinming. This fellow pales in comparison to the proprietor of that barbecue stall in the human realm, lacking both charm and grace. Yet he dares to scrutinize her with a gaze reminiscent of one appraising merchandise. Now he seeks to uncover her whereabouts, presumably in pursuit of her sister. How naive. Luo Tianya hastened to concur, saying, "Forgive me for the jest, esteemed master of all laws. My daughter has always been quite the mischievous spirit, lacking in scholarly pursuits. Often neglecting her cultivation, she has stealthily slipped away while I was otherwise engaged." With that, Luo Tianya bellowed once more at Luo Ruxin, "Ruxin, why do you not promptly devote yourself to your training? Behold your current level of cultivation. You have fallen behind others." "Yes, father," Luo Ruxin replied, her expression one of feigned injury as she silently exited the grand hall. Meanwhile, a man seated quietly to the side, savoring his tea, cast a meaningful glance at the departing Luo Ruxin. With a discreet flick of his finger, a single silver strand of her hair floated silently into his palm. Dao Tianming chose not to call her back, silently returning to his seat. "Master Luo, shall we proceed? Your daughter, Luo Ruiying, possesses talents far surpassing the ordinary, which has greatly pleased our Taoist sect. We have high hopes for her and are committed to nurturing her into a formidable presence as the Luo god Immortal Emperor. Yet she shows no gratitude, having harmed several elders of my family and vanished into the lower realms. How shall we address this matter?" Dao Tianming furrowed his brow, exerting pressure on Luo Tianya, his aura of an immortal exuding forcefully, rendering the elders of the Luo god temple nearly breathless with trepidation. Before Luo Tianya could respond, the already terrified elders of the Luo family hastily interjected with angry reproaches. "Is this truly the case? Please, esteemed lords, temper your wrath. This is a fault of our Luo god temple, which has produced a thankless wretch like Luo Ruiying. We shall do our utmost to compensate for your losses. It is an honor to serve under your esteemed leadership, Yet that girl lacks all sense of appreciation. Gazing upon the elders of the Luo family as they incessantly chastised Luo Ring, Luo Tianya, despite his internal struggle to remain composed, could not help but furrow his brow in disappointment. If they were merely feigning this behavior, it would be one thing, but their sincerity was evident. He had once heard of a mysterious force offering abundant resources to take Luo Ruiying away, and they had all rejoiced, congratulating him, proclaiming that her presence was a divine blessing for the Luo family. Now, upon hearing of an offense against the Taoist sect, they were ready to utter such words for self-preservation. It was no wonder the Luo family was in decline. Luo Tianya felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and anger towards the elders of his family, his heart heavy with sorrow. Master Luo, what is your perspective? Dao Tianming inquired, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he regarded the true authority, Luo Tianya, awaiting his response. Luo Tianya, without hesitation, rose and bowed respectfully to Dao Tianming, saying, Esteemed sirs, it is indeed a failure on my part as a father to allow my daughter to commit such a disrespectful act. The Luo Divine Palace shall exert every effort to locate her. Should any news arise, or should she be apprehended, we will certainly deliver her to you for your judgment. Very well. I hope the Luo Divine Palace honors its word. Should there be any deception, you are well aware of the consequences. Dao Tianming warned coldly, and then, accompanied by the others, they silently departed from the Luo Divine Palace. Alas, it is over. How could that girl Ruiying have acted in such a manner? Is she not seeking to doom our Luo family? Last time, we incurred the wrath of the demon sovereign in the Immortal Realm, and now we have provoked the Taoist immortals. Tianya, you must not show favoritism towards your daughter at this moment. Yes, we must swiftly capture her and hand her over. Once Dao Tianming and the others left, the elders of the Luo family, their faces marked with despair, began to reproach Luo Ruiying. Luo Tianya, suppressing the fury within his heart, shouted at them, Enough. You all may leave. I will not protect my daughter, yet you expect me to shield you lot. No one knows her better than I do. Ruiying is certainly not an ungrateful child. There must be more to this situation. Coupled with the recent visit from the demon sovereign, claiming that my daughter is being hunted, I know this matter is far from simple. Regardless, I will never surrender my daughter. Yet one thing eludes me. What connection does the demon sovereign have with her? Chapter 113. Allow me to handle this. Upon witnessing Luo Tianya's fury, the elders of the Luo family dared not utter another word and promptly vacated the grand hall. The vast, empty space was left with only Luo Tianya seated at its center. Come forth, my dear girl. You have not left since the beginning, have you? Luo Tianya said, gently rubbing his aching forehead as he addressed the large column beside him. Hidden behind it was a secret passage, protected by a barrier that thwarted ordinary spiritual perception. His certainty that Luo Ruixin was concealed there stemmed from his profound understanding of his beloved daughter. As anticipated, no sooner had he spoken than Luo Ruixin stealthily emerged from behind the column, sheepishly scratching her head. I knew I couldn't deceive you, father. Those old codgers at home are truly shameless. They actually suggested handing over my sister. Such spineless individuals, utterly devoid of dignity. The mere thought of her family's betrayal ignited a flame of indignation within Luo Ruixin. When her sister, Luo Ruiying, was still alive, her extraordinary talent had garnered the family's high hopes, leading them to surround her with flattery and care. Now, however, they displayed a despicable subservience, eager to distance themselves from her sister. Father, may I go deal with those old men? I shall disguise myself so they won't recognize me, Luo Ruixin declared, shaking her fist in anger. Now sit down obediently. Regardless of their behavior, they are still your uncles and the family elders. How can you be so disrespectful? Luo Tianya gently tapped her on the head, exasperation evident in his voice. This child, so lacking in propriety. With her anger unabated, Luo Ruixin pouted, holding her head in defiance. Yet after a moment of silence, Luo Tianya spoke again. Your strength is still lacking. Allow me to handle this matter. Luo Ruixin, Father, you're chiding me. A mischievous smile crept across her face, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Indeed, her father remained protective of her sister. All right, speak. Were you able to locate Ruiying during your descent? Luo Tianya inquired earnestly. His foremost concern was the safety of Luo Ruiying. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Ruixin beamed and shook her head. No, I haven't seen my sister at all. Luo Tianya. Seeing the radiant smile on Luo Ruxin's face, Luo Tianya realized she was lying. However, the fact that even he, her father, was kept in the dark indicated that Ruiying had likely instructed her to do so. The joy reflected in Ruxin's smile suggested that Ruiying was likely unharmed. A weight lifted from Luo Tianya's heart, and he ceased his inquiries, nodding with a smile. Not finding her is for the best. The unspoken understanding lingered between father and daughter. By the way, father, I brought you a little gift. Oh, when did my dear daughter become so considerate? Luo Tianya jestingly remarked. What do you mean, father? I have always been quite filial. With a defiant huff, Luo Ruxin retrieved the well-preserved barbecue and the unfinished wine she had brought back from her celestial abode. You actually enjoy such mundane food? Luo Tianya expressed his surprise as he gazed at the barbecue before him. It's delicious. Father, do take a taste. Perhaps you will like it too. I specifically brought this back for you. As she savored her share, she nudged the barbecue towards Luo Tianya. Very well, I shall indulge just this once. Luo Tianya, unable to resist his daughter's earnestness, picked up a skewer and took a bite. After all, he did not wish to disappoint her. To his astonishment, it was extraordinarily delectable. Could it be that after consuming the ethereal nectars and celestial fruits of the Immortal Realm, a change in flavor had rendered this earthly fare particularly delightful? As Luo Tianya reached out for another piece of barbecue, Luo Ruxin turned away, leaving his hand awkwardly suspended in midair. I shall leave the rest for mother. Farewell, father. Luo Tianya shook his head in vexation. This girl, she only offers a taste to her father. Meanwhile, after departing from the Luo temple, the once haughty Dao Tianming immediately bowed respectfully to the silent man beside him. Dao Xian Laozu. It seems that Luo Ruiying has truly not returned to the Luo temple. They also appear to be unaware of her whereabouts. Shall I send someone to the mortal realm to seek her out? While Luo Tianya and the others may have been oblivious, that woman undoubtedly knew. Dao Xian Zhangjue gazed ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. Luo Ruxin, in her attempts to deceive me, is still rather inexperienced. Though she has concealed herself well, I can still detect the faint traces of her mortal essence. Realizing that the woman in question was indeed Luo Ruxin, Dao Tianming was immediately filled with indignation. That wretched girl dares to deceive Dao Xian Laozu. I shall return and bring her here for a rigorous interrogation. Let us see what she reveals. With that, he prepared to turn back and confront Luo Ruxin. However, Dao Xian Zhangjue raised a hand to stop him. There is no need. Even if you were to torture her to death, she might reveal nothing. He then opened his palm to reveal a single silver strand of hair. With a gentle breath, the silver strand floated in the air, transforming into an exquisite silver bird. This bird will traverse every place that woman has visited. Simply send someone to follow it. Yes, truly, Dao Xian Laozu, your wisdom is unparalleled. Dao Tianming bowed slightly, filled with admiration. Such flattery was nothing new to Dao Xian Zhangjue. His heart remained unperturbed. There is no need for further discourse. That esteemed individual has already requested my assistance in procuring someone. You must swiftly arrange for this. Remember, should you uncover any information, promptly inform me without taking any independent action. I intend to summon the celestial ancestor to intervene. The Taoist immortal, Dao Xian Changju, commanded with unwavering authority. Following Luo Ruiying's descent into the mortal realm, he had grown disinclined to act personally. Instead, dispatching an avatar into the human and demon realms to direct certain individuals to act on his behalf. He initially believed that these individuals would have no trouble subduing the severely injured Luo Ruiying and retrieving the child, yet to his astonishment, they all vanished without a trace. When he next descended into the human realm as an avatar, the four major sects of the human realm had been utterly reduced to rubble. Coupled with the prior panic instigated by the resurgence of the demon sovereign, he had taken the initiative to inquire about Luo Ruiying, gradually piecing together the troubling truth. Upon hearing that Dao Xian Changju intended to summon the celestial ancestor, Dao Tianming was immediately struck with terror. The celestial ancestor's family had remained in seclusion for nearly a millennium. Was it truly necessary to invoke their presence merely to capture the gravely wounded and fugitive Luo Ruiying? Nevertheless, the urgency of the situation, compounded by the fact that the esteemed individual was demanding assistance, left no room for delay. Dao Tianming dared not utter another word and promptly transformed into a divine rainbow, vanishing at the edges of the celestial realm. Chapter 114. Oh no. They are coming to capture me again. Outside the gates of Nanli Academy, a vast throng of individuals has gathered today for the Academy's Unified Enrollment Day. Among the crowd are those aspiring to cultivate and become practitioners, alongside parents bringing their children to register for the preschool. The Nanli Academy is not merely a place for children to play and be cared for. It also fosters an interest in cultivation and encourages enthusiasm, laying a solid foundation for their future endeavors. Many parents, eager for their children to engage with cultivation earlier than their peers, have specifically sent their young ones to Nanli Academy. Each year, during the Academy's admissions, numerous people from beyond Nanli City travel great distances to attend, underscoring the Academy's esteemed reputation throughout the southern province. When Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying arrived at the Academy gates with their child, they were taken aback by the sea of people before them. The turnout for registration was indeed staggering. Luo Hongye was equally astonished by the multitude. Many recognized Luo Ruiying, who had previously represented the Qi family in a business competition, showcasing her prowess as a formidable practitioner capable of vanquishing beings of divine realms with a single strike. And now she was a respected guest of the Qi family. Those familiar with Luo Ruiying greeted her warmly, offering smiles and salutations. Out of courtesy, Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Luo Hongye, nestled in her mother's embrace, felt uncomfortable under the watchful gazes of the crowd and buried her face deeper into Luo Ruiying's arms. In response, Luo Ruiying gently caressed her small back, reassuring her that there was nothing to fear. Aside from those registering to join Nanli Academy, numerous small vendors had set up stalls on either side of the bustling crowd, having arrived early to await the influx of patrons. Each enrollment period lasts several days, drawing throngs of people to the Academy gates, presenting a rare opportunity for the vendors to profit. The liveliness of the occasion rivaled that of the New Year celebrations, often resulting in considerable earnings. As Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye and stood in line with Ning Yuchen, a burly man at a nearby stall suddenly offered a lollipop, grinning as he inquired, "Madam, free candy. Would you like to give one to your child?" "Oh, thank you." Luo Ruiying instinctively accepted the lollipop and looked up at the stall owner, her brow furrowing slightly. This vendor seemed increasingly familiar. He was the one who sold toys at the market last time. Reflecting on this, she recalled the amiable, robust man before her. How curious that he had transitioned from selling toys to selling candy in just a few days. Ning Yuchen was equally surprised. What an odd fellow. Why abandon toys for candy? Before he could send a message to inquire further, Luo Ruiying took the initiative to ask, "I remember you. Weren't you selling toys before? You even gifted my child several." Due to exceedingly poor service, he was ordered to cease operations and prohibited from selling. The boisterous individual scratched his head awkwardly, embarrassment evident on his face, yet inside, he felt elated that Luo Ruiying still remembered him. Luo Ruiying. Ning Yuchen. Luo Ruiying found it perplexing. Despite his imposing stature that might appear intimidating, she perceived his service as quite amiable, devoid of any malice. He was warm and welcoming towards both her and her child. How could he have been reprimanded for poor service? Just as she was about to inquire further, a group of patrolling city guards spotted the boisterous man and swiftly approached. Upon noticing them, he muttered irritably, "Damn it. Here they come to catch me again. No matter where I go, they'll follow. Damn." With that, he hastily packed his belongings from the carpet, flashed a friendly smile at Luo Ruiying, and then vanished in a blur. If it weren't for his desire to avoid causing trouble for the Demon Lord, he would have crushed these insignificant pests without a second thought. The city guards, seeing him flee, quickly pursued. "Don't run. Stop. Capture him." Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying watched the retreating figure of the boisterous man along with the guards, momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that conducting business was not as easy as it seemed. Luo Ruiying glanced at the lollipop in her hand, unwrapped it, and handed it to the little Luo Hongye in her arms. The lollipop was nearly the size of half of Luo Hongye's face, and the child accepted it with both hands, only able to nibble on the top portion. With the lollipop in her mouth and her rosy lips pursed, Luo Hongye looked particularly adorable. Those around could not help but steal glances at the petite and charming Luo Hongye, marveling in their hearts. This child is truly as lovely as a celestial being. She is bound to grow into a stunning beauty, rivaling even her mother. Ning Gij, Luo Jieje. In the crowd, Qi Yuan instantly recognized the figures of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, waving her hand joyfully as she dashed towards them. I haven't seen you for several days, little Yi. I missed you so much. You've grown even cuter over the past few days. Aside from celebrating the new year with her family, Qi Yuan had been busy preparing for the entrance examinations to Nanli Academy. Having not seen Luo Hongye for several days, she couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her chubby cheeks once more. Qi Jiejia. Luo Hongye called softly. Ah, such a good girl. Little Yi, could you share a bite of your candy with your sister? Qi Yuan teased, playfully coaxing Luo Hongye. Reluctantly, Luo Hongye glanced at the lollipop in her hand and, with a hint of reluctance, offered it to Qi Yuan. Just as Qi Yuan was about to bend down to take a bite, she suddenly felt the chilling, bone-piercing gaze of Yu Qingyu, who was following closely behind Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. After several days apart, this sister seemed even more fearsome. She had an ominous feeling that if she took that bite, her life would be at stake. Never mind. It would be better for her not to eat after all. With a hint of disappointment, Qi Yuan retracted her mouth and turned her gaze towards Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, inquiring with a smile, "Are you, Brother Ning and Sister Luo, here to enroll the children in the South Li Academy's kindergarten?" Luo Ruiying nodded in affirmation. "Then Sister Luo, please follow me. I will guide you to the registration. I have acquaintances here," Qi Yuan declared with a proud and confident demeanor. The Qi family was indeed the largest benefactor of the South Li Academy, supplying various necessities. As such, they enjoyed the privilege of bypassing the queue and entering directly for registration. Qi Yuan led Ning Yuchen and the others into the inner courtyard of the South Li Academy, where numerous lengthy queues were formed in front of designated booths. After scanning the area, she quickly located the spot for kindergarten registration and brought Ning Yuchen and the others to her acquaintance. Sui. Qi Yuan? Upon seeing Qi Yuan, Sui couldn't help but tease. "Why aren't you registering for the assessment and instead loitering in front of my kindergarten? What? Do you wish to attend classes here as well?" Sui and Qi Yuan had been close friends since childhood, having made a pact to become righteous cultivators together. However, due to Qi Yuan's childhood injury, she was unable to practice, leaving only Sui to enroll at the South Li Academy. Yet, even with their separation, their bond remained unbroken. When she heard that Qi Yuan's meridians had fully recovered and she could embark on her cultivation journey once more, Sui felt genuinely happy for her friend. Chapter 115. Nightly, yet my precious. In response to Sui's playful banter, Qi Yuan smiled and clarified, "It is not me. I brought Brother Ning and Sister Luo with me." "Oh, Lord Luo has arrived." Upon hearing that Luo Ruiying was present, Sui's face lit up with delight. She held a deep admiration for Luo Ruiying, who had the prowess to slay a celestial being with a single stroke, much like Qi Yuan. The last time she had approached to strike up a conversation, she was captivated by the charming and delicate features of Luo Hongye, and she had eagerly anticipated the chance to see her again today. Standing up, Sui turned her gaze towards Qi Yuan's back and spotted the approaching Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. "Lord Luo, you have come." Sui joyfully greeted them. Whether out of admiration or respect for Luo Ruiying's celestial cultivation, she felt it was only proper for Nanli Academy to treat her with the utmost reverence. "There is no need to call me Lord Luo. If you do not mind, you may address me as Sister Luo, just like Qi Yuan does." Luo Ruiying responded with a gentle smile. Although she was known in the celestial realm as the Divine Empress Luo, she now wished to embrace a more mundane life and did not desire to be addressed as Lord any longer. Hearing that she could affectionately call Luo Ruiying's sister, Sui responded with delight. "Yes, Sister Luo. Sister Luo, did you bring your child to enroll in the preschool at Nanli Academy?" Sui inquired as she guided Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen to the registration desk. "Yes, thank you for your assistance," Luo Ruiying replied with a slight nod. "Wonderful. Sister Luo, rest assured that we at Nanli Academy will not disappoint you and Mr. Ning. I promise to take great care of your child. You only need to fill out this form with your and your child's information. As you are a celestial cultivator, there will be no fees involved." Sui exclaimed as she eagerly presented the registration book to Luo Ruiying. A child of a celestial cultivator would undoubtedly possess exceptional talent. Having them join Nanli Academy could potentially herald the emergence of another extraordinary genius. Sui had recommended that Luo Hongye enroll in Nanli Academy not only because of her genuine fondness for children, but also for this very reason. As Luo Ruiying filled out the information, Luo Hongye suddenly clutched her mother's garment tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, her little face appearing pitiful. This scene startled everyone present. What's wrong, Hongya? Luo Ruiying asked, her face filled with concern as she quickly embraced Luo Hongya and gently inquired. Since giving birth to Luo Hongya, the child had lived in constant trepidation, often hiding in shadows, yet she had rarely cried, always obedient and well-behaved. The only time she had wept was when she was forcibly taken away and confined in a dark prison. This was the second time Luo Ruiying had witnessed her daughter cry, and her heart ached with worry. What troubles you, dear child? Can you share it with your mother and father? As a concerned father, Ning Yuchen was also anxious, for it was the first time he had witnessed his child weep. Yu Qingyu and Qi Yuan hurriedly gathered around, each offering gentle words of comfort. Miss, what is wrong? Please do not cry, little Yi Yi. Sister will buy you some delicious treats shortly, all right? Luo Ruiying, with a tender expression, gently wiped away the tears on Luo Hongya's cheeks. Ning Yuchen, standing behind, softly caressed her petite round head to soothe her. Luo Hongya ceased her crying, gazing pitifully at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen with her big watery eyes, full of innocence. Father, mother, do you no longer want Yi? Are you going to sell me away? I promise to be good and not eat snacks anymore. Please do not abandon me, father and mother. With that, Luo Hongya extended her lollipop toward them. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying exchanged glances, torn between laughter and tears, yet their hearts were filled with compassion. Luo Ruiying embraced Luo Hongya tightly, resting her cheek against the child's little face, and softly reassured her, Silly child, you are beloved by both your mother and father. How could we ever part with you? Why would Yi think that father and mother would abandon her? Ning Yuchen gently inquired as he lifted Luo Hongya into his arms, stroking her delicate back. Luo Hongya pointed her tiny finger toward the registration book on the stall's table. The others turned their gaze to the book and realized that the child believed they intended to sell her and leave her in someone else's care. Yi, this is only to allow you to attend school and play with other children. Your father and mother would never forsake you, Ning Yuchen explained with a soft chuckle, feeling a twinge of guilt for the misunderstanding that had caused her distress. Is it true? Father would not deceive Yi, would he? Luo Hongya asked, her eyes glistening with innocence. Ning Yuchen affectionately patted her little head and returned the lollipop to her mouth. Of course it is true. You are my precious Yi, and no one can take you away. Su Yi and Qi Yuan quickly chimed in. Exactly. Little Yi, do not worry. Your father and mother could never bear to part with you. They simply wish for you to play with your sister and other children. I only want to be with father and mother. Luo Hongya murmured softly while nestled in Ning Yuchen's embrace, savoring her lollipop. Father and mother will always stay by your side. But is it all right if you also play with other children? Ning Yuchen lovingly looked at Luo Hongya. She gazed back at him, pondering, before slowly nodding her head. Yi will be good. Ning Yuchen praised her, gently rubbing her little face. The tension among the gathered crowd gradually dissipated. It is indeed common for a child to feel a profound sense of insecurity and to cry when separated from their parents for the first time. Like Luo Hongya, who has long grappled with feelings of insecurity, her heart has become increasingly reliant on Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. However, it is precisely due to her obedient and understanding nature, combined with Ning Yuchen's assurances and affection, that Luo Hongya consented to the arrangement. Luo Ruiying gazed at Ning Yuchen, who was cradling Luo Hongya in his arms, and a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a charming and content expression. She couldn't help but feel grateful that the child's father was indeed him. Miss Su, I have completed the form, Luo Ruiying said, handing the filled registration book back to Su Yi. After Su Yi glanced over it and found no issues, she tucked the book away and placed a piece of deep, lustrous black stone on the table. Sister Luo, the next step requires us to have Xiao Yi place her palm on the heavenly machine stone. I will assist her in assessing her cultivation talent. Chapter 116. Unintentional nightly encounters. The celestial stone, as its name suggests, is a mystical gem capable of perceiving the secrets of the heavens. By placing a hand upon the celestial stone, it radiates a brilliant light. With the stone's assistance, the tester gathers the essence of heaven and earth, channeling it within, allowing the innate spiritual energy to circulate throughout the body before ultimately infusing it back into the stone. The intensity of the light signifies the individual's affinity for the celestial energy. The more radiant it is, the more refined the individual's constitution and meridians, indicating minimal loss of innate energy during circulation. This implies a future of unimpeded cultivation and exceptional talent. Come now, little Yi, place your hand here. Su Yi gently urged, smiling at Luo Hongya. Ning Yuchen held Luo Hongya as they approached the celestial stone. The young girl extended her delicate hand, following Su Yi's instructions, and pressed it slowly against the stone. A crowd had gathered, their attention fully captivated, each person filled with curiosity. What kind of talent would the child of a transcendent being like Luo Ruiying, who could effortlessly slay deities, possess? Some speculated that her gifts would far surpass those of ordinary mortals, while others conjectured that her talent might be rather mundane. The reasoning was simple. Despite Luo Ruiying's unparalleled prowess evidenced by her ability to vanquish deities, she had what a mere mortal, leading to the possibility that her offspring might not inherit the remarkable lineage, instead possessing only an ordinary talent. Luo Hongya's hair bore no trace of silver, prompting Luo Ruiying to believe that her child had not inherited the celestial bloodline of the Luo clan. Nevertheless, she remained indifferent to what talents Luo Hongya might possess. Ultimately, she considered her child to be her own, and that was sufficient. In fact, she secretly hoped that Luo Hongya would lack significant cultivation abilities, finding joy in a simple, mortal existence. Yet, one thing puzzled her. It is generally expected that offspring inherit the finest traits from their parents' bloodlines, with the potential for a complete awakening of such gifts. Much like herself. However, there seemed to be no indication of the Luo celestial lineage within Luo Hongya, who instead possessed the lustrous black hair and deep, enchanting eyes reminiscent of Ning Yuchen. It was indeed strange, considering Ning Yuchen was merely a mortal. As Luo Hongya's hand made contact with the celestial stone, the ambient spiritual energy in the air began to gently converge within her. The energy flowed like delicate threads, and the stone's glow was not particularly intense, suggesting her talent could only be deemed moderately above average. Disappointed murmurs rippled through the onlookers, who shook their heads in dismay, lamenting that Luo Hongya had indeed not inherited her mother's formidable gifts. Alas, being with a mortal surely has its drawbacks, they mused. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen, however, remained unconcerned. Just as they prepared to lift Luo Hongya's hand from the celestial stone, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the air. Suddenly, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth surged wildly into Luo Hongya's petite form from all directions. Her small body resembled a spiraling vortex, absorbing all the spiritual power within her grasp. The Tianji stone in her hand erupted into a soaring pillar of violet light that pierced the heavens. The onlookers were instantly taken aback in astonishment. The purple clouds of the celestial realm. This phenomenon was a rare celestial omen that had scarcely graced the world for centuries. It was said that those who could summon the purple clouds would find their cultivation as effortless as walking on flat ground, ascending to greatness with a single step. Throughout the ages, only a handful of individuals had been recorded to evoke such a phenomenon. Yet, here they were witnessing it during the admission test at the Naley Academy's kindergarten. However, this was just the beginning. The spiritual energies continued to pour into Luo Hongya without any sign of abating. Her youthful visage bore no hint of discomfort, appearing adorably bewildered. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the violet radiance gradually transformed into a resplendent golden glow. The dazzling golden light was so bright that those present could scarcely open their eyes. Xiegua, the head of Naley Academy, along with other highly skilled instructors, immediately sensed this extraordinary event and rushed to the entrance of the academy. Upon witnessing the transformation of the purple radiance into brilliant golden light, a kaleidoscope of hues enveloped the sky above, leaving everyone, including Xiegua, utterly speechless in awe. What an extraordinary celestial omen this was. Having cultivated for over 400 years, he had never even heard of such a tale as the purple clouds transforming into golden light. What kind of unparalleled talent could invoke such a miraculous phenomenon? Soon, the Tianji stone could no longer withstand the influx of spiritual power and shattered instantaneously. The golden radiance began to dissipate, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Yet, aside from Ning Yuchen and Yuchinyu, no one else noticed. At the moment the Tianji stone shattered, the base of the soaring golden light had gradually darkened into a deeper shade of ebony and violet. Fortunately, the Tianji stone had shattered before it could bear the full brunt. Otherwise, it would have summoned malevolent spirits from the abyss. Luo Hongya, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding, looked at the broken Tianji stone in her hand, and turned to Ning Yuchen with concern. Father, did I accidentally break the stone? It wasn't on purpose. The crowd was left speechless, gazing at Luo Hongye with astonished envy. They had never before witnessed anyone capable of shattering the Tianji stone with sheer spiritual energy. This child's potential was boundless. Forget about breaking the Tianji stone. If she were to slap the headmaster, Xiegua, right in front of him, he would still greet her with a smile, begging her to stay. It's all right, my dear. The stone was simply of poor quality. It's not our little Hongye's fault. Ning Yuchen comforted, gently stroking Luo Hongye's head. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan and Su Yi, who had been rendered speechless by the spectacle, finally regained their composure, filled with delight. How impressive, little Hongye! You will surely become extraordinarily powerful in the future. At that time, one must not forget about me, dear sister. In contrast to the joy radiating from others, Luo Ruiying wore a countenance overshadowed by sorrow. The child seemed to have perfectly inherited her bloodline, though whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. If it were within her power, she would prefer the child to possess no extraordinary talents, leading a life of unremarkable simplicity. Xiagua, the esteemed head of Nanli Academy, approached Luo Ruiying with a group of lecturers, bowing courteously as he greeted her. I am Xiagua, the principal of Nanli Academy. It is an honor to meet you. Fairy Luo, your politeness is appreciated, Principal Nanli, Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle nod. May I inquire if you intend for your child to enroll in our kindergarten at Nanli Academy? Xiagua asked with eager anticipation, his gaze fixed on Luo Hongye. Luo Ruiying affirmed with a nod. The child is still young, and I hope she can interact and play with her peers. Rest assured, Nanli Academy will provide the finest treatment, the utmost sincerity, and dedicate ourselves entirely to nurturing your child. Xiagua pledged earnestly, bowing again. It would be an immense honor for such a prodigious talent to remain at their academy. There is no need for such formality, Principal Nanli. I entrust my child to your care with the simple hope that she will find joy within your institution. As for her cultivation, she is still young, and I wish for her to make her own decisions in due course, Luo Ruiying remarked, glancing at Luo Hongye nestled in Ning Yuchen's embrace. Speaking softly with a tender smile, her sole desire was to witness her child's joyful growth. The pursuit of cultivation was of little concern to her. Should the child express interest, she would not hinder her. Conversely, if she lacked enthusiasm, she would not impose. Xiagua and all present were taken aback by Luo Ruiying's words. Most would hasten to instruct a child gifted with such extraordinary talents, eager to set her upon the path of immortality and alter her fate. Yet, Luo Ruiying chose to grant her child the freedom to choose. Chapter 117. A gentle embrace from a husband. Nightfall returned the warmth of a family of 3 after Luo Ruixing departed. Luo Hongye lay contentedly in the middle, while Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying positioned themselves on either side, encircling their child as they often did. Father, mother, must I really go to school? Luo Hongye asked reluctantly, peeking out from under the covers with her small hands gripping the blanket. Oh, my dear, school is truly delightful. You will meet many new friends, play games with them, and there will be older sisters like Qi Jie to look after you, Luo Ruiying reassured softly, propping her chin on one hand while gently stroking the blanket covering Luo Hongye. She sensed her child's hesitation to leave their side, a sentiment she shared, yet understood the necessity of her daughter's socialization. Do not worry, my dear. Tomorrow, both father and mother will accompany you, Ning Yuchen added soothingly. Though Luo Hongye's little face still bore a trace of reluctance, she nodded obediently. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruiying seized the opportunity, while Luo Hongye was still awake, to inquire, what do you wish to become when you grow up, my dear? Earlier that morning, the commotion at Nanli Academy had been quite remarkable, even revealing a spectacle of golden light and clouds that Luo Ruiying had never witnessed before. It suggested that her child's talent might surpass her own. She wished for her daughter to choose her own path. Mother, what is a cultivator? Luo Hongye tilted her head, her innocent eyes filled with confusion. Luo Ruiying's expression faltered, uncertain how to respond. Should she explain that a cultivator seeks immortality and transcends the mortal realm? Such concepts might be too profound for a 2-year-old. Just as she grappled with her thoughts, Ning Yuchen interjected with a smile. A cultivator, my dear, is someone who can soar through the skies and perform incredible feats. Much like your mother. Oh, can they? Like father, make many beautiful little birds? Luo Hongye's bright eyes sparkled with excitement as she curiously inquired. Of course they can. Haraha. Ning Yuchen sweat nervously, offering an awkward smile. When he glanced up, he found Luo Ruying's beautiful eyes filled with curiosity directed at him. Oh, my husband, can they really create beautiful little birds? Hee, my dear, it's merely a little trick to amuse children. Ning Yuchen explained sheepishly. Luo Ruying understood, thinking he referred to origami birds, and chose not to press further. Allowing children to cherish a touch of innocent romance is indeed a blessing. Ning Yuchen observed that Luo Ruying seemed to have cast aside her doubts, which brought him a sense of relief. He swiftly diverted the conversation, asking, how about it? Yi, do you aspire to be as formidable as your mother? Luo Ruying remained silent, gazing intently at Luo Hongye, awaiting her response. The little girl, with her adorable visage, pondered seriously for a moment before turning to Ning Yuchen with a question. Father, if Yi becomes as strong as mother, can she protect you and mother from those wicked people? The moment the words escaped her lips, both Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruying were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. They could hardly fathom that a mere 2-year-old could articulate such profound thoughts. Deeply touched, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruying instinctively enveloped Luo Hongye in their arms, pressing their faces against hers and gently assuring, indeed, Yi will surely grow to surpass both father and mother in strength. But until that day comes, father and mother will safeguard you. All you need to do is remain joyful every day. Yes, then I have made up my mind. I shall become a powerful person like mother. No bad people shall bully father and mother. Luo Hongye exclaimed, joyfully nuzzling against Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruying's cheeks. Brimming with happiness, Luo Ruying felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that began to trickle down her cheeks. In an effort to shield her child from worry, she swiftly turned away, discreetly wiping away her tears. The child's understanding nature tugged at her heartstrings. Soon, under the protective embrace of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruying, Luo Hongye peacefully drifted into slumber. With a heart full of affection, Luo Ruying tenderly caressed her petite form, one hand gently brushing away the remnants of tears still clinging to her face. Lifting her gaze, she met Ning Yuchen's warm, affectionate smile as he regarded her with tenderness. My dear, thank you. For what? Luo Ruying inquired with a hint of confusion. Thank you for bringing Yi into my life. Ning Yuchen replied with a gentle smile. In the dimly lit room, a soft blush crept across Luo Ruying's cheeks, and she shyly cast a glance at Ning Yuchen. She believed the shadows concealed her embarrassment from him, unaware that he had already taken in every detail, including her graceful figure and alluring curves, which were undeniably captivating. Her bashful demeanor was utterly charming to Ning Yuchen. Feeling a stirring in his heart, he reached over his sleeping daughter, drawing Luo Ruying closer, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist. What are you doing? The child is still asleep. You mustn't be so reckless. Luo Ruying exclaimed in a panic, her voice barely above a whisper. My dear, you are unjustly accusing me. When have I ever acted recklessly? Ning Yuchen replied, feigning innocence. If he were truly reckless, he would have taken action that drunken night long ago. He is, after all, a man of integrity. So, what do you intend to do now? Luo Ruying glared at Ning Yuchen as she inquired. At that moment, Ning Yuchen's hands were still wrapped around her waist. My only desire is to embrace my beloved wife. Is that permissible? Ning Yuchen asked in a gentle tone. Luo Ruying. Luo Ruying felt unable to refuse, so she reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but only an embrace, mind you. Indeed, I shall only hold you, and I assure you I shall not engage in any other peculiar activities. Ning Yuchen promptly nodded in agreement. It was then that Luo Ruying felt reassured, allowing Ning Yuchen to encircle her form as she closed her eyes. In the next moment, Luo Ruying's delicate face twitched slightly, and the darkened room was filled with her petulant voice of discontent. Husband, your hand has wandered to the wrong place. My apologies, dear wife. It is too dark for me to see. Luo Ruying. Chapter 118. Indeed, my husband harbors this dream early the next morning. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruying arrived at the South Lee Academy's kindergarten, cradling Luo Hongye in their arms. As it was their first time bringing their child to the school, a tinge of apprehension lingered in their hearts, prompting them to accompany her. The kindergarten was situated in a quiet corner on the eastern side of Southly Academy. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of children's laughter and chatter. The older children frolicked about, while the younger ones, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar environment, cried aloud. The apprentices in charge of caring for the children at the academy were utterly overwhelmed. Among them was Su-yi, who knelt down, preoccupied with soothing the newly arrived youngsters. Upon catching sight of Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen, he promptly stood and approached them, greeting them warmly. "Sister Luo, Mr. Ning, you've arrived. You can leave little Yi in my care. I shall look after her diligently." With a smile, Sui extended his hand toward Luo Hongya. "Come, little Yi. Would you like to play with your big sister?" Luo Hongya, feeling shy, nestled deeper into Luo Ruiying's embrace, revealing only a fraction of her face to gaze at Sui. Luo Ruiying gently caressed Luo Hongya's back, apologetically saying, "She is quite timid. Would it be permissible for us to stay with her today?" "Of course," Sui replied after a brief pause, beaming. Typically, parents were not allowed to accompany their children, as it might foster dependency. However, Luo Hongya was an extraordinary talent, a prodigious gem of the ages. The academy's director, Xiaogua, had personally decreed that any request from the Luo family would be accommodated to the fullest extent possible. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying followed Su-yi to a small clearing in front of the kindergarten. The area was already filled with a number of playful children, most of whom were around 4 or 5 years old. Some were accompanied by attendants, while others were left to their own devices within the kindergarten. After finding a spot to sit with Luo Hongya, Sui stepped forward to address the children. "Clap, clap, clap. Welcome to South Lee Academy. My name is Sui, but you can call me Sister Su. Today, I will be your guide for playtime, all right?" As Sui clapped her hands, the boisterous children quieted down considerably. Seizing the moment, she donned a warm and friendly smile, addressing the well-behaved children seated before her. "Now that we're going to play, let us get to know each other first. How about everyone introduces themselves to me?" Upon completion of her words, the elder sister rewarded her with a piece of candy. Su-yi smiled, taking out a bag of candies and playfully waving it in front of the children. The sight of the sweets instantly ignited enthusiasm among the little ones, prompting them to eagerly introduce themselves. Me. I am Chunling. What a delightful name, Chunling. What do you cherish the most?" Sui inquired, crouching down before the little girl named Chunling. "My favorite is rabbits. They are simply adorable," Chunling replied with a grin. "Oh, rabbits," Sui exclaimed, clasping her hands together before slowly opening them once more. A small rabbit, formed from ethereal energy, materialized in her palms. This enchanting spectacle captivated the attention of all the children present, who gathered around Su-yi with curious eyes. Sister Su, how did you do that? It's amazing. Please tell us." The child nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, Luo Hongya, was also observing Su-yi intently. Upon witnessing the luminous rabbit in her hands, her bright eyes sparkled with wonder. However, unlike the other children, she was astonished that Su-yi could conjure small animals just like her father. Yet, compared to the little birds created by her father, this rabbit seemed less exquisite and lacked movement. Her father was indeed more impressive. "Father, that sister can also transform into small animals." Luo Hongya curiously pointed at the rabbit in Su-yi's hands. "Yes, indeed." Ning Yuchen, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, discreetly gestured for Luo Hongya to remain silent. It was only then that Luo Hongya recalled the little secret she had promised her father and promptly covered her mouth with a compliant expression. Luo Ruiying observed her daughter with curiosity, then glanced at Ning Yuchen, whose demeanor resembled that of a guilty thief. She couldn't shake the feeling that this father-daughter pair was hiding something from her. Nevertheless, noticing that Luo Hongya was intrigued by the rabbit in Su-yi's hands yet hesitant to approach, she discreetly crafted a rabbit of her own and placed it into her daughter's hands. In contrast to Su-yi's delicate, flickering rabbit, Luo Ruiying's creation was more exquisite and lifelike, practically dancing in Luo Hongya's grasp. If not for the ethereal glow of spiritual energy, it would have been indistinguishable from a real creature. Luo Hongya gazed in awe, her little face beaming with joy as she cradled the rabbit in her arms. Mother can also transform animals, just like father. Meanwhile, the other children continued with their introductions. "I am Wang Fugui, and my greatest love is money. It can buy so many wonderful things. I am Yoda, and my favorite is eating." It's my turn. I am Ning Yuchen, and I adore women. My dream is to marry many wives in the future. A small child, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly raised his hand to express his lifelong ambition. Such thoughts at such a tender age. Sui approached Ning Yuchen, gently tapping a finger. Truly, today's youth are increasingly precocious. Sitting in the back, Luo Ruiying could not help but cover her mouth, emitting a series of melodious, silvery laughs. This child is destined for greatness. Ning Yuchen also couldn't help but exclaim. His words were not spoken lightly. The young lad named Ning Yuchen indeed possessed remarkable talent and potential. Should he encounter the right opportunities, ascending to the celestial realm is not out of the question. However, Ning Yuchen's remark sounded quite different in Luo Ruiying's ears. What? Is my husband envious? Or does he harbor dreams akin to that child's? Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed meaningfully at Ning Yuchen, inquiring. This was indeed a perilous question. Yet, Ning Yuchen suddenly felt a playful urge to tease Luo Ruiying and, with a light chuckle, jested, Yes, indeed, I possess such a dream. I almost had 3,000 beauties in my harem. 3,000 beauties. You desire 3,000 of them. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's complexion shifted, her chest rising and falling with indignation, her silver teeth clenched tightly, resembling an agitated kitten. She had merely jested, testing him. How dare he mention 3,000 beauties? Not even the emperors of the mortal realm could indulge in such frivolity. Chapter 119. No beauty compares to my beloved. What is it, my dear? Do you doubt my capabilities? As Ning Yuchen observed the adorable yet furious expression on Luo Ruiying's face, he couldn't help but tease her further. It is quite a rarity to witness my wife in a fit of jealousy. It possesses a certain charm. Oh, since my husband is so formidable, why not hasten to declare a harem? With your status and wealth, I suspect many young ladies would willingly seek your favor. I could even assist you in discerning their worth. As she spoke, Luo Ruiying's words were laced with barely contained anger, each syllable enunciated through gritted teeth. Her hand stealthily found its way to Ning Yuchen's waist, delivering a sharp pinch to his flesh. Ning Yuchen dared not employ his spiritual powers for defense. The sudden pain altered his expression, causing him to twist his body while biting down hard on his teeth. It appeared that this little lady was genuinely upset. Her grip was indeed quite painful. Standing behind the pair, Yuchen observed the entire scene, unable to suppress a sigh. The demon lord truly seemed oblivious to the complexities of a woman's heart. It appears I must prepare some ointment for his wounds tonight, as well as lay out a proper bedding for him. My dear, are you truly angry? Ning Yuchen rubbed his pained waist and leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, his voice laced with sweetness. Luo Ruiying, huffing in indignation, turned her head away and replied coolly, Of course not. Why would I be angry? Throughout history, men have taken multiple wives. Should my husband wish for such, I wouldn't voice any objections. Ning Yuchen could easily discern that her words were merely expressions of vexation. The last misunderstanding he had with Yuchen had nearly caused her to leave his side in sorrow. If he were to truly take a concubine, this little vinegar jar might never allow him back into her bed again. Men may have their 3 wives and 4 concubines, but I have already been firmly tethered to my beloved. A gentle smile graced Ning Yuchen's face as he leaned against Luo Ruiying's shoulder. Instantly, her heart raced like a startled deer, yet remnants of her annoyance lingered as she cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, Oh, am I truly so capable as to bind my husband and make you forsake your harem of 30,000 beauties? Of course, no beauty can compare to my beloved. Ning Yuchen wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. The warmth of his breath and tender words sent a flush from her neck to her ears, causing her to glare at him playfully, though her anger had dissipated entirely. Why you still won't let go? This is a place of learning for children. Yuchen silently observed the flirtation between Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, a smile of contentment gracing her features. She suddenly felt she may have underestimated her own demon lord. Perhaps he is not as clueless about women as she once thought. In front of the children, Sui took note of every interaction between Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, his cheeks subtly tinged with crimson. I had long heard of the profound affection shared between Sister Luo and Mr. Ning, despite the distinction between cultivators and mortals. Today, upon witnessing their bond firsthand, I found it to be undeniably true. Soon, The last child surrounding Su Yi completed their self-introduction and joyfully received a piece of candy. Among all the children, only Luo Hongya, still nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, had yet to introduce herself. Ning Yuchen could not help but regard Su Yi with newfound admiration. With just a few words and a little candy as enticement, she had already familiarized herself with nearly all the children on her first day, winning the affection of many. With a mere flick of her wrist, she sparked the children's interest in cultivation, demonstrating her evident skill and genuine fondness for guiding them. Su Yi gradually approached Luo Ring, crouching down to softly address the little one in her arms. "Little Yi, it's your turn now. Could you please introduce yourself to everyone?" Luo Hongya hesitated, clutching onto Luo Ruiying's garment, while Luo Ruiying gently stroked her back, offering an encouraging gaze. Bolstered by this support, Luo Hongya finally summoned her courage. Looking towards Su Yi and the other children, and timidly spoke, My name is Luo Hongya. What I love the most is Daddy and Mommy." Su Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words. Then a soft smile graced her lips as she produced 2 pieces of candy. Handing them to Luo Hongya while praising her, "Our little Yi is truly affectionate and sensible. Here, let me reward you with an extra one." Having spent considerable time caring for children, it was her first encounter with a 2-year-old expressing such a sentiment regarding their parents. This was the finest response she had ever heard. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying were equally astonished and delighted. They had anticipated the child to mention something related to food or drink. Behind them, Yuqingyu could no longer hold back her tears, silently moved by the little princess's obedience and understanding. Truly, she was worthy of being the child of the demon lord. Luo Hongya carefully took the candy with her tiny hands, her big eyes sparkling with joy. Following this, Su Yi began to engage the children in various games, such as lively word recognition and building blocks. Luo Hongya gazed on with wide-eyed curiosity as Su Yi led the children in play. However, when invited by Su Yi and the others to join, she shook her head, unwilling to leave Luo Ruiying's side. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. As long as they were present, the child would not part from them. Ning Yuchen tugged at Luo Ruiying's sleeve and quietly whispered his suggestion in her ear. A flicker of concern crossed Luo Ruiying's face, but she ultimately nodded in agreement. Then, she gently spoke to Luo Hongya in her arms. "Yi, Daddy and Mommy need to step away for a moment. Will you be a good girl and wait here for a while? I want to go with you." Luo Hongya replied, her expression anxious as she grasped Luo Ruiying's garment. Luo Ruiying nearly succumbed to her heart's desire, but managed to hold firm in her resolve. "Every night. You are currently in class and should not wander about. Do not worry. Father and Mother will return shortly, my dear." Luo Ruiying gently placed Luo Hongya down from her arms, then exchanged a glance with Ning Yuchen before rising slowly to depart. Yuqingyu cast a reluctant glance at Luo Hongya before following suit. Luo Hongya sat quietly, gazing vacantly at the figures of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying as they disappeared from her sight, obediently perched on her chair, swinging her little legs. Once Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying were out of Luo Hongya's view, they discreetly concealed themselves nearby to observe her. They harbored a deep hope that the child would engage with others in play. However, Luo Hongya occasionally glanced toward the direction from which Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying had departed, as if she were eagerly anticipating their return. After approximately 3 or 4 minutes, a sense of unease crept across Luo Hongya's small face. She leaped from her chair, standing in place with a bewildered and helpless expression, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if on the verge of bursting into tears at any moment. Chapter 120. Father and Mother would never abandon Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, who had been hiding nearby, felt a pang of compassion. They could scarcely bear to see their precious child in tears. "Young master and madam, the child is still young. There is no need to rush," observed Yuqingyu, who, as the grandmother, could no longer contain her emotions upon witnessing the helpless and pitiful figure of Luo Hongya. Luo Ruiying also believed that it was rather premature to expect the child to integrate with others at this moment. "Husband," Luo Ruiying said softly, her heart melting. "Yes, let us return to our child," Ning Yuchen replied, fully aware of Luo Ruiying's intentions. He too had long since softened. Even if the child later expressed a desire to remain by their side and forego school, he would not mind. He could not bear to see his beloved daughter in sorrow. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. With his capabilities, He could undoubtedly protect her for life. Just as Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying were about to step out, Su Yi had already noticed Luo Hongyi on the verge of tears and approached her, squatting down to take her hand. "Little Yi, what troubles you?" she inquired gently. "Father and mother have left," Luo Hongyi replied, her voice filled with sorrow. "Little Yi, your father and mother may have temporarily stepped away for some matters. There is no need to worry. Before they return, why not join your sister and other friends to play some games?" Su Yi offered, her smile warm and comforting. She had caught sight of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying lurking not far off and understood their intentions. Their presence likely hindered Luo Hongyi from engaging with her and the other children. Luo Hongyi lowered her head, still uncertain, her heart filled with apprehension towards unfamiliar faces. Just then, the clever little rabbit, which she had been secretly cradling in her hands, sprang forth. Luo Hongyi quickly chased after the rabbit and scooped it back into her embrace. "What a nimble and adorable rabbit," Sui exclaimed, deliberately raising her voice to praise it. Her words instantly attracted the attention of other children nearby, who gathered around Luo Hongyi. Observing the playful rabbit, the curious children exclaimed with envy, "What a cute rabbit. It looks so real. It moved. Can I touch it?" Surrounded suddenly, Luo Hongyi appeared a bit timid, yet, seeing the eager faces of the crowd, she mustered her courage and opened her hands to share her little rabbit with everyone. "Wow, how amazing. It feels so soft. Did you make this yourself?" The children clamored around, each taking turns to touch the rabbit. As Luo Hongyi's initial shyness began to fade, she responded to their inquiries. "It was given to me by mother." "Wow, your mother is so impressive. I yearn for it as well. May I offer something in exchange?" As Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying observed Luo Hongyi gradually integrating with others, they simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Taking the first step is often the most arduous. With Luo Hongyi now willing to engage in conversation, they felt reassured. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying chose not to rush out, but rather gazed quietly as Luo Hongyi played with the other children. Once Luo Hongyi overcame her timidity and fully immersed herself in play, only then did Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen leisurely step forward. "Father, mother." Upon spotting Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying, Luo Hongyi dashed over with her little steps, nearly stumbling from her haste. Fortunately, Luo Ruiying swiftly extended her hand to catch her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Careful, little one, don't run so fast." "Yes. Mother and father, please don't leave me behind," Luo Hongyi whispered softly while tightly clutching Luo Ruiying. Hearing her words, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying felt an overwhelming warmth in their hearts, instinctively caressing Luo Hongyi's small head and back with affection. "Rest assured, father and mother would never abandon you." Su Yi led the other children gradually towards Luo Ruiying, and upon witnessing the tender scene of the three together, his first thought was of a celestial couple. Not only was the child sensible and obedient, but the parental affection displayed by Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying was also palpable, overflowing with love for their child. It was the first time she had seen a parent so devoted, staying close to their child throughout. Luo Ruiying looked at the approaching children and smiled, inquiring gently to Luo Hongyi nestled in her arms. "Is this your new friend?" "Yes, my new friends. Everyone loves the little bunny that mother made." Luo Hongyi joyfully nodded, pointing to the spirit rabbit being cradled by others. "Is that so? Would you all like me to make one for each of you?" Luo Ruiying asked with a light, warm smile, squatting down before the gathered children. As soon as the words left her lips, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly rushing forward and exclaiming, "I want one. I want one. Mother Yi, may I have a koi? I want a gold ingot. I want a beautiful lady, and I want a handsome rooster." All right, Luo Ruiying chuckled, agreeing to all their requests. In no time, she had crafted their desired spirit figures, instantly winning the hearts of all the children. "All right, no more trouble for Mother Yi. Now, let us all say thank you to Mother Yi." Su Yi guided the children step by step. "Thank you, Mother Yi," with their cherished spirit figures in hand. The children obediently and sweetly shouted in unison. "Sister Luo, I apologize for the trouble I caused you," Su Yi said with great embarrassment. Guiding children and bringing joy to them is her duty, yet it has resulted in inconveniencing Luo Ruiying. "It's quite all right. I find it rather delightful," Luo Ruiying replied with a smile, waving her hand. "Being surrounded by the children feels rather pleasant." Su Yi bowed slightly again in apology and led the children off to continue their playful activities. Encouraged by the exchanged glances between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen, Luo Hongya also joined in the merriment. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying stood quietly by, gazing at the scene, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. After all, it should be perfectly acceptable for Yuchen and the others to bring the children to the academy for lessons. More than an hour later, the day's lessons concluded amid the children's playful antics. Accompanied by their attendants or parents, the children bid farewell to Su Yi and the others. Ning Yuchen cradled Luo Hongya in his arms and, together with Luo Ruiying, expressed their gratitude to Su Yi. Thank you very much, Miss Su, for today. Without your intentional guidance, it would have been challenging for Luo Hongya to integrate with the other children. Not at all. It is my duty as an apprentice of Nanli Academy. I truly enjoy spending time with the children, Su Yi replied with a smile. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying exchanged appreciative smiles as they gently embraced Luo Hongya and began to depart. Unlike the other children who took carriages, they strolled hand in hand, leisurely making their way home. After 2 hours of play, the child nestled comfortably in her father's embrace and peacefully closed her eyes. Standing at the academy's entrance, Su Yi gazed enviously at the departing figures of Ning Yuchen's family. Chapter 121. Let this serve as an additional compensation. The following day, Mother is leaving again. Luo Hongya, cradled in the embrace of Yuchen, waved cheerfully at Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. After yesterday's classes at the South Li Academy, Luo Hongya had grown less resistant to attending school. Now, even without the constant presence of Ning Yuchen or Luo Ruiying, she could diligently complete 2 hours of lessons, after which she would be accompanied home by either Yuchen or Kai Se. Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying stood silently at the gate, watching as Yuchen carried Luo Hongya away. Though their intention was to lessen the child's dependence on them, the thought of their little one being away stirred a deep sense of reluctance in both parents. Once the child departed, the spacious courtyard fell into a hushed stillness. Do not worry, my dear. Qingyu and the others will take good care of Hongya, Ning Yuchen reassured Luo Ruiying, who still wore a worried expression upon returning to the courtyard. He had already arranged for several covert guards to watch over Luo Hongya, including those disguised as residents near the academy. Furthermore, with Yuchen by her side, her safety was undoubtedly assured. Luo Ruiying nodded, yet without Luo Hongya nearby, she felt an inexplicable void, as if something was missing. The silence was unsettling, and she found herself unaccustomed to it. Ning Yuchen, noticing the longing in Luo Ruiying's heart, smiled gently and shifted closer to her side. Their shoulders soon leaned against one another. He could distinctly perceive the faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from Luo Ruiying, a scent that was utterly intoxicating. Husband, what are you up to? Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yuchen with a wary expression, sensing some ulterior motive behind his demeanor. The absence of their child only heightened her suspicions. Ahem, I simply felt a bit cold. Ning Yuchen seized the opportunity to provide an excuse as the courtyard was graced with a gentle snowfall. However, the mischievous grin that adorned his face made it difficult for Luo Ruiying to take him seriously. If you are cold, you can return indoors for a while, she suggested. But the bed feels so much colder without you there. Ning Yuchen feigned a shiver, playfully closing his eyes and smiling softly. Luo Ruiying pondered, perplexed by his words. What did he mean by the bed not being warm without her? Was he not trying to express his desire for her presence? She found herself momentarily speechless at his unexpected reasoning. Husband, where is the scarf I gifted you? Why aren't you wearing it? She inquired, eyeing Ning Yuchen's bare neck. Since presenting him with the scarf she had painstakingly woven, she had yet to see him don it. In his heart, he could not help but wonder if the scarf was poorly knitted, which is why he would rather endure the cold than wear it. How could that be? The scarf crafted by his beloved was exquisite. How could he possibly dislike it? He had always cherished that scarf. Ning Yuchen opened his eyes and gazed at Luo Ruiying, resolutely asserting that it was the very first scarf his wife had woven for him with her own hands, and he had never dared to wear it. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying found herself both amused and exasperated. Who would choose to endure the cold rather than don a scarf? Husband, I gifted you the scarf to keep you warm. If you do not wear it, it would be a waste. Should it become damaged later, I shall simply knit you another one. Since Luo Ruiying had put it so plainly, Ning Yuchen reluctantly retrieved the pristine, fluffy scarf from his bosom and wrapped it around his neck. Noticing that he had not secured it tightly enough, Luo Ruiying gently smiled, embodying the image of a devoted wife, and reached out to adjust the scarf for him. Ning Yuchen smiled contentedly, leaning against her fragrant shoulder, and softly spoke, "Beloved? Yes? I recall you mentioning that you would compensate me." "Compensate? Did I ever say such a thing?" Luo Ruiying feigned ignorance, her expression slightly flustered. Did you merely deceive me that day?" Ning Yuchen's face fell. Disappointment etched upon it. Luo Ruiying, cheeks flushed, hastily clarified, "Well, that night, did I not already compensate you?" "When was that? How come I am unaware?" Ning Yuchen asked in astonishment, puzzled as to how he could have missed such an opportunity. Luo Ruiying, her face aglow, continued, "It was the night I got drunk. You held me throughout the night, did you not? That does not count. You were merely under my care." Ning Yuchen retorted with conviction. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, that night had been a time when Ning Yuchen had looked after her, reportedly sacrificing his sleep entirely for her sake. "Then, what compensation do you desire, dear husband? But let it be known, it must not be excessive." Luo Ruiying conceded, her heart racing with trepidation, uncertain of what kind of request Ning Yuchen might make, especially with no one else around. Ning Yuchen pondered for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he leaned to one side and simply collapsed onto Luo Ruiying's lap. Though her knees appeared delicate, they were surprisingly soft and inviting to rest upon. Husband, what are you doing?" Luo Ruiying gasped, taken aback by his sudden descent upon her knees. "I have decided what I desire as compensation. I wish to take a nap beside you." "Is that too much to ask?" Ning Yuchen closed his eyes, comfortably settling himself on her lap. Seizing the rare opportunity to be alone with his wife while the child is away, he contemplated making bolder requests. However, after much thought, he decided to indulge in the simple pleasure of resting his head upon her lap. Such tranquil moments shared between husband and wife held their own charm. To her surprise, Luo Ruiying did not anticipate Ning Yuchen's desire to sleep with his head resting on her knees. She had expected him to voice more audacious demands. Nevertheless, since his request was modest, she acquiesced. Yet, she knew that resting in the living room could lead to a chill. A subtle smile, barely perceptible, graced her lips as she retrieved a blanket and draped it over Ning Yuchen. Observing the gentle rise and fall of his chest as he succumbed to slumber, Luo Ruiying found herself lowering her gaze, stealthily admiring his exquisite and serene visage. Her delicate fingers, as green as jade, caressed his face with utmost care. Suddenly, an irresistible urge compelled her to lean down, her enticing lips brushing softly against his cheek. This was the compensation she had initially intended to offer Ning Yuchen, albeit unexpectedly transformed into this moment of intimacy. After this tender act, a flush of embarrassment colored Luo Ruiying's cheeks as she covered her mouth and glanced around furtively, relieved that no one had noticed. She resolved to consider this an additional form of recompense. Chapter 122. Mother says to be a good child. Every night at the Naley Academy's preschool, snowflakes danced gently outside, while the classroom was filled with the delightful sounds of laughter and play. The children frolicked joyously, yet Luo Hongya sat quietly and obediently at her desk. Although she was the youngest in the class, she exuded an air of wisdom and maturity. Despite her tranquil demeanor, her curious gaze could not help but observe the joyful commotion around her. Yu Qingyu, standing beside Luo Hongya, felt a pang of tenderness at her restraint. "Miss, it's perfectly all right to be a little mischievous and noisy now," she whispered soothingly in Luo Hongya's ear. "But mother says I must be a good child every night." Luo Hongya replied, lifting her small head to gaze at Yu Qingyu with innocent eyes. In her childhood, to prevent Luo Hongya from being discovered, Luo Ruiying had gently advised her to behave like a good child. This advice had been etched in her heart ever since, shaping her quiet and obedient nature. Only in the presence of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying did she occasionally display a hint of defiance. Little did she know that her mother was merely concerned about her being taken away, and it was not a prohibition against playfulness. On the contrary, Luo Ruiying longed to witness a more vivacious and spirited Luo Hongya, which was precisely why she enrolled her in the preschool, to encourage her to make friends. Yu Qingyu understood the intentions of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. Thus, she gently reassured her, "It's all right, Mississippi. The young master and madam will not hold it against you." "But I don't know what to do." Luo Hongya's small face fell, as she had rarely initiated interaction with others. Watching the children around her engage in playful antics, she felt utterly at a loss on how to join them. "Dear miss, You simply need to express what you wish to say. With your intelligence and beauty, you will surely succeed, Yuchen encouraged her. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongye looked at the group of children playing with snow brought in from outside. Summoning her courage, she took small, tentative steps toward them and boldly spoke. Yay, I want to play too. May I join? Here, I brought this snow for you all. The innocent-hearted children had no reason to refuse Luo Hongye, and they eagerly welcomed her into their midst. Drawing upon her fondness for building snowmen at home, she quickly crafted a few adorable and miniature treats in front of her new friends. Wow, Hongye, you're amazing. These are so lifelike. Yuchen stood by, her face radiating warmth and pride as she watched Luo Hongye. Behind her, Meng Niu and the others could not help but shed tears of emotion. At home, they felt as if they were walking on thin ice, yet nothing brought them greater joy than playing alongside Luo Hongye. In the company of children, they felt free from excessive worries, allowing themselves to relax and enjoy the simple pleasures of play. Luo Hongye consistently addressed them as brother and sister, treating them as integral members of her household, which deeply moved them. Witnessing the young lady now able to play with others filled their hearts with immense joy. When Sui returned from outside and beheld this scene, a smile of delight graced her face, although she feigned reproach as she instructed, "Little ones, you mustn't bring snow into the classroom to play. If it melts, the classroom will be awash with water." Sui produced warm towels she had prepared in advance, distributing them to each child to warm their icy little hands. Yuchen gently clasped Luo Hongye's small hand through the towel, and in an instant, the frigid hand became warm. "All right, children, let us resume our lessons," Sui announced. "Sister Su has a question for you. Did you enjoy the little animals and trinkets that Yin Yang made for you yesterday?" She clapped her hands, addressing the children in the classroom. After teaching them literacy in the first half of the lesson, it was time to cultivate their interest in cultivation. "Yes," the children responded almost without hesitation, their voices rising in unison. "Do you wish to learn?" Sui smiled and further enticed them. The children's interest was immediately piqued. "Yes, I want to learn this. Is Sister Su going to teach us how to mold rabbits today?" "Indeed. However, we must start with the basics to eventually create beautiful rabbits," Sui replied as she descended from the platform, distributing a foundational guide to each child in their seats. Luo Hongye's curious eyes fixated on the paper before her. Yuchen glanced over and observed that it was merely a basic and ordinary set of breathing techniques for harnessing spiritual energy, so she paid it no mind. The other children toyed with the paper, their faces contorted in confusion, completely unable to comprehend the text. Given their age, it was entirely normal for them not to recognize many characters. Sui had never anticipated that the children would fully understand. Her intention was merely to leave an impression. She then stood at the front and demonstrated personally. "Little ones, if you wish to mold a little rabbit, you must learn to manipulate spiritual energy. Spiritual energy nurtures all things and is hidden within the world, omnipresent. To control spiritual energy, one must first be able to absorb it from the environment. Observe. This is spiritual energy," Sui explained, her fingers gliding through the air, trailing a long, transparent, ethereal azure rainbow of light. The children watched in awe, utterly captivated. Although spiritual energy permeates the universe, it is generally imperceptible to us. Thus, we must absorb it into ourselves before we can transform it for our use, Sui noted, seizing the moment to further engage the children's interest. "Children, pay attention. Sister Su will demonstrate how to absorb spiritual energy. Close your eyes and attune your heart to the ethereal spirits that drift around you. Attempt to guide the spiritual energy into your being, allowing it to flow through your meridians, and then concentrate the energy in your lower abdomen, your dantian." Sui gently shut her eyes, and the wisps of spiritual energy around her began to coalesce, gradually flowing into her body. The children could only observe the glimmers of light merging with Sui, utterly oblivious to what was truly occurring. They scarcely remembered what Sui had said, only sensing that it seemed quite extraordinary. After concluding her demonstration, Sui opened her eyes and cheerfully encouraged, "All right, children, it is now your turn to give it a try. Follow the instructions Sister Su just shared with you." The children's curiosity was piqued, and they eagerly embraced the challenge. The group of youngsters in the classroom promptly closed their eyes, attempting to absorb the spirits of heaven and earth as Sui had taught them. However, it wasn't long before the children began to furrow their brows, their expressions turning glum. Some even wore looks of profound consternation, akin to struggling with constipation. This is so difficult. Chapter 123. What happened to her every night? Ah, it's so difficult. Why can't I feel anything at all? Is there really spiritual energy? If I want to squeeze the little rabbit, must I first learn this? Where is this spiritual energy? Come forth and embrace me. The children within the classroom were each employing their own methods to comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as expounded by Su-yi. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they felt not even a trace of sensation, let alone the ability to draw in spiritual energy. Su-yi, with a gentle smile, roamed among the children, surveying them. It is entirely normal for children of their age to perceive no spiritual energy at all. Cultivation is inherently a challenging endeavor. Even the most fundamental breathing techniques for absorbing spiritual energy often require several months of diligent practice to attain any awareness of it. To truly breathe in and harness the energy, one must invest even more time. Her primary aim now was to kindle the children's competitive spirit, urging them to strive earnestly in their attempts. I can feel it. As Su-yi passed by Ning Yuchen, she noticed him with his eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, his expression one of intense struggle. Upon hearing him declare that he felt something, Su-yi was taken aback, halting her steps to scrutinize him closely. Could it be that he was already capable of sensing the spiritual energy surrounding him? When she first succeeded in perceiving the energy, it had taken her nearly 3 months. Yet this child had only been at it for a few minutes. Might he be a prodigious talent rivaling Luo Hongya? Are you truly feeling it? Su-yi inquired earnestly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, I can feel it. It's about to come out, Ning Yuchen replied, still with his eyes closed. A sudden muffled sound echoed throughout the classroom as all eyes turned towards him. A look of sheer contentment and relief spread across Ning Yuchen's face. Ah, I finally let it out. What a relief. The crowd collectively gasped. You child. Even the gentle Su-yi could not help but raise her hand to gently tap Ning Yuchen's head. She had been so hopeful, only for it to result in the release of gas. How disappointing. The children sitting beside Ning Yuchen hastily moved their desks away from him. Ning Yuchen, looking quite innocent, protested, why is everyone moving so far away? They say loud farts are not stinky, and stinky farts are silent. My fart has no odor whatsoever. If you don't believe me, take a whiff. There is not a hint of smell. As soon as Ning Yuchen uttered these words, the surrounding children displayed expressions of disdain and promptly distanced themselves even further. Just as all eyes were on Ning Yuchen, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged wildly towards a single direction. Both Yuchen and Su-yi instantly sensed the anomaly nearby and turned to investigate its source. Before her sat the petite figure of Luo Hongya, serenely seated with her eyes tightly shut, as the surrounding ethereal energies surged fervently into her being. The spiritual force coalesced visibly, akin to vast torrents rushing forth. How could this be possible? Such immense spiritual energy was beyond her capabilities. This was utterly terrifying. Was this child truly attempting to harness spiritual energy for the very first time? Su-yi stood frozen in astonishment, paralyzed by uncertainty, while Yuchen bore an expression of sheer terror, her face etched with concern. The method of absorbing spiritual energy was alarmingly perilous. With Luo Hongya's diminutive form, she would soon be unable to withstand it. Before Yuchen could take action, Luo Hongya, immersed in the vortex of spiritual energy, suddenly furrowed her delicate brows, her visage betraying signs of anguish. The celestial energies she absorbed began to transform into radiant gold and deep violet hues. These two distinct forces intertwined, surging into Luo Hongya's body. Was this the aura of demonic energy? Su-yi's expression turned to one of shock. Despite her low cultivation level, she distinctly perceived the peculiar energy mingling with the golden spiritual force, clearly the essence of demonic spirits. The pure, golden celestial aura and the ominous, dark demonic essence have historically been incapable of coalescing. Why were they both manifesting within Luo Hongya? If this continued, even if she did not perish from the overwhelming absorption of energy, the clash of these two forces would surely devastate her fragile form. Little Yi, awaken. Cease this at once. Su-yi attempted to extend her arm to rouse Luo Hongya, but Yuchen urgently interjected. Yet it was too late. The moment Su-yi reached out, she was violently repelled by the entwined torrents of energy, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mingniu, Kaisei, Bai Yuan. Now, you three, evacuate everyone else from this place immediately. Yu Qingyu commanded coldly to Meng Niu and the others. The situation was dire. Yes, the trio, not daring to delay, swiftly waved their hands, extricating everyone, including the fallen Su Yi, from the classroom. Meanwhile, the spiraling golden celestial energy and dark violet demonic force surrounding Luo Hongye had already shattered the classroom's roof, spiraling skyward. If this continued, her body would undoubtedly be unable to endure. Yu Qingyu plunged into the vortex of energy, reaching out to press her hand gently upon Luo Hongye's small head. Instantly, the overwhelming mixed energies surged into her own body. Yu Qingyu absorbed the spiritual force at a pace far exceeding that of Luo Hongye. Once the energy within Luo Hongye began to stabilize, Yu Qingyu softly intoned, "Disperse." With that command, Luo Hongye immediately ceased her absorption of the ethereal energies. Her pallid face collapsing into Yu Qingyu's embrace, unconscious. Yu Qingyu gazed down at Luo Hongye with a blend of guilt and affection. She should have foreseen it. The little princess, possessing the bloodlines of both the demon lord and the celestial clan, would inevitably encounter such consequences once she embarked on her cultivation journey. Yet, she never anticipated that the mere act of breathing in the essence of the spirit could yield such a terrifying phenomenon. The convergence and fusion of celestial and demonic energies clearly manifested the legendary celestial demonic body. The little princess might very well be the first in the world since ancient times to be born with such a body. It seems that the bloodline of the celestial clan is rather extraordinary as well. Yu Qingyu gazed at her right arm, slightly scorched and burned, and couldn't help but reflect. It had been an eternity since she last sustained an injury. Forcing the golden celestial essence into her body had indeed left burns on her arm. Just then, several figures dashed across the sky. Upon witnessing the almost completely devastated kindergarten, Xia Guo and the multitude of instructors from Nanli Academy were left in a state of bewilderment and shock. What on earth had transpired? They instantly sensed a terrifying demonic aura and rushed over upon hearing the commotion from the kindergarten. Yet, what they found was only Yu Qingyu standing amidst the ruins, cradling Luo Hongye. For some inexplicable reason, Xia Guo felt a sense of déjà vu when gazing at Yu Qingyu's poised stature and ethereal beauty. "May I inquire what just transpired?" Xia Guo, recognizing Yu Qingyu as a maid from the Luo family, descended gracefully and inquired politely. Just as Yu Qingyu pondered how to respond, a graceful figure swiftly descended from the sky. Upon seeing the pale and unconscious Luo Hongye in Yu Qingyu's embrace, Luo Ruiying's expression shifted drastically, and she hurriedly rushed to stand before Yu Qingyu. What happened to her? Night, what has happened? Chapter 124. As long as my husband is here, the child will be safe. Time rewinds to an earlier moment. Ning Yuchen, who was resting with his head on Luo Ruiying's knees, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the sky above Nanli Academy. A formidable amalgamation of celestial and demonic energies wafted through the heavens. Luo Ruiying perceived this ominous aura as well, her gaze drawn to the direction of Nanli Academy. Instinctively, she rose, her heart heavy with an unshakable sense of unease. "Husband, wait here. I shall go and investigate." With this brief declaration, Luo Ruiying transformed into a radiant streak and soared towards Nanli Academy. Ning Yuchen yearned to follow, to uncover the truth. Yet he chose to remain at home to avoid arousing suspicion. Before long, Luo Ruiying descended from the sky. Panic etched across her features as she cradled Luo Hongye in her arms. The child lay unconscious, her delicate face as pale as parchment, her breath alarmingly erratic. Ning Yuchen's expression shifted to one of horror as he rushed forward to examine her. "My dear, what has happened to Yi? I do not know. I must conduct a more thorough examination," Luo Ruiying replied, her anxiety palpable. Swiftly, she carried Luo Hongye back to their chamber, laying her gently upon the bed and checking her pulse. Within Luo Hongye's body, the meridians were in disarray, as celestial and demonic energies roamed freely, clashing with one another in a fierce struggle. Fortunately, it appeared that someone had preemptively shielded her meridians. Otherwise, her fragile form might have been torn asunder by the titanic forces at play. Undeniably, the celestial energy within Luo Hongye was a manifestation of her inherited bloodline talent. But from whence had the demonic energy originated? Both celestial and demonic energies belong to the spectrum of spiritual forces, representing a refinement of ordinary energy, imbued with far greater purity. However, demonic energy predominantly emerged from the demon realm, and its presence in the human realm was exceedingly rare, even scarcer than celestial energy. The transformation of ordinary spiritual energy into demonic energy was a formidable task, typically achievable only by those from the demon realm or practitioners of demonic arts. According to the accounts from other children at the academy, when Su-yi had them practice the technique of inhaling spiritual energy, celestial and demonic forces had suddenly surged into Luo Hongye's body. Luo Ruiying was baffled. How could such a simple practice invoke the influx of demonic energy? Even with her bloodline talent, she should have been drawing in celestial energies. Even more perplexing was the fact that, for most practitioners, demonic energy acted as a slow-acting poison, gradually eroding the body and mind. Yet, the demonic energy within Luo Hongye bore no intent to harm. Its affinity was remarkably potent. The turmoil within her was solely due to the incompatibility of the celestial and demonic forces, as if they were vying for dominance over her body. This conflict resulted in Luo Hongye's agonized expression, her complexion wan, her life hanging by a thread. Luo Ruiying endeavored to channel her spiritual energy into Luo Hongye's body, aiming to expel the accumulated demonic spirits within her. However, this intricate process demanded her utmost concentration. A momentary lapse could inflict irreversible harm upon Luo Hongye's fragile form. As Luo Ruiying's spiritual energy first permeated Luo Hongye's being, the demonic spirits stirred, sensing the intrusion and becoming agitated. Luo Hongye's delicate visage contorted in distress, issuing soft, pained whimpers. Startled, Luo Ruiying immediately retracted her energy, refraining from further attempts. Given Luo Hongye's diminutive and vulnerable physique, she could scarcely endure any disturbance. Yet, in this dire situation, Luo Ruiying found herself bereft of alternative remedies. Anxious and restless, she could only sit helplessly by Luo Hongye's side. What shall I do, my beloved husband? Turning her gaze to Ning Yuchen, who stood nearby, her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting her profound helplessness. Luo Hongye was her child, a piece of her very being. After enduring a decade of hardship in the celestial realm, they had finally begun to savor a semblance of ordinary happiness, only to be confronted with such adversity, and she was powerless to change it. A wave of guilt and regret swept over Luo Ruiying. Observing the once mighty empress of the celestial realm reveal such vulnerability before him, Ning Yuchen felt a pang of compassion and embraced her, drawing her face to his chest, soothingly murmuring, "My dear, all shall be well. Have you forgotten that I possess some skill in healing? While I am here, our child shall be safe." At his reassuring words, Luo Ruiying's anxious heart found slight solace, and she nodded in affirmation, rising to make way for him. During their time at the Southern Departure Academy, Xiaogua had also attempted to rid Luo Hongye of her demonic spirits, yet to no avail. Now, their last hope rested solely upon Ning Yuchen. He settled beside the bed, grasping Luo Hongye's pulse and gradually closing his eyes. Moments later, his brow furrowed in concentration. The affinity between the celestial and demonic energies within Luo Hongye was extraordinarily potent, each refusing to yield to the other. The optimal solution would be to eliminate either the celestial or the demonic energy from her body, yet this was a daunting endeavor. Although he possessed the ability to achieve this without harming Luo Hongye, it would merely serve as a temporary fix, incapable of eradicating the issue entirely. As long as Luo Hongye attempted to draw in spiritual energy again, the celestial and demonic forces would inevitably surge back into her body. To avert such a scenario, she would have to forsake the path of cultivation for her entire life. But how could he allow this? Especially considering that the child had expressed her desire to become a formidable practitioner to protect him and Luo Ruiying? With a quiet resolve, Ning Yuchen began to gently regulate the chaotic spiritual energy within Luo Hongye, allowing her breath to gradually stabilize. When he withdrew his hand and opened his eyes, Luo Ruiying, who had been anxiously waiting by his side, eagerly inquired, "My husband, what is the outcome?" "Do not worry, my dear. There is no longer any danger during the night," Ning Yuchen said with a gentle smile, offering his reassurance. "Is that truly the case?" Luo Ruiying exclaimed in disbelief, hastily grasping Luo Hongye's pulse once more. Just as Ning Yuchen had mentioned, Luo Hongye's pulse had become considerably steadier compared to before, no longer tumultuously thrumming within her body. However, the residual presence of both celestial and demonic energies lingered within her, indicating that while the immediate threat to her life had abated, she was not yet entirely out of peril. Nevertheless, this in itself was an impressive feat. How had he managed to achieve this? She had merely stood beside Ning Yuchen, observing him monitor Luo Hongye's pulse, yet her own spiritual energy had inexplicably stabilized, a capability that both she and Xiaogua had found elusive. Although Luo Ring was filled with curiosity, her heart brimmed more with relief and joy as she tightly held Luo Hongye's delicate hand, yearning for her to awaken soon. Ning Yuchen offered a slight smile before gradually exiting the room. Yuqingyu had long been standing outside, waiting quietly. Ning Yuchen's expression turned serious, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze upon Yuqingyu. Speak, what exactly transpired? Chapter 125. My dear, do not worry. I am here to protect you. It is entirely my oversight. I have been by the young lady's side, and yet such an incident has occurred. Yuqingyu placed her hand upon her chest, slightly bowed, and spoke with profound remorse and regret. It is a rare privilege that the esteemed demon lord and his lady placed their trust in her, entrusting the little princess entirely to her care, only for this unfortunate event to transpire. Even if Ning Yuchen does not pursue the matter, she finds it difficult to forgive herself. Were it not for the presence of Luo Ring in the room at this moment, according to the customs of the demon realm, she would have offered her heart in atonement right then and there. I do not hold you to blame. I merely wish to understand what transpired. Ning Yuchen's expression was one of grave displeasure, his gaze icy, yet he was not reproaching Yuqingyu. He understood her well. If it were within her power, she would never allow Luo Hongye to come to any harm. This understanding was precisely why he felt assured in entrusting the child to her care. Now that Luo Hongye's life was nearly forfeit, something must have gone awry. Yuqingyu recounted to Ning Yuchen all that had transpired at the academy that day. It was merely a fundamental exercise of breath and spirit summoning that had awakened the bloodline within Luo Hongye, nearly costing her life. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen realized the gravity of the situation. He glanced back at the room, then quietly stepped outside with Yuqingyu. Their ensuing conversation could not reach Luo Ruing's ears. Esteemed demon lord, the little princess has perfectly inherited your and the lady's bloodline and talents. She is the first child since ancient times to possess a celestial demon physique from birth. Upon arriving at the residence, Yuqingyu spoke with solemnity, boldly presenting her conjecture. A celestial demon physique. Ning Yuchen furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. Since the ancient era, celestial and demonic essences have been two disparate and incompatible forms of spiritual energy. Yet, some have endeavored to cultivate both celestial and demonic paths simultaneously. This is due to the ancient lore that proclaims those who master both can attain limitless potential, transcending boundaries and constraints. However, the vast majority of individuals who attempt this suffer catastrophic conflicts between the celestial and demonic energies within them, leading to either untimely demise or stagnation in their cultivation, ultimately passing away in regret. Even those who succeed in becoming dual cultivators, despite achieving fleeting glory, cannot escape the fate of eventual downfall. All dual cultivators in existence, without exception, have traversed arduous trials and acquired certain fortuitous opportunities before being fortunate enough to cultivate both celestial and demonic paths. In contrast, Luo Hongye's situation is entirely unique. She possesses an almost perfect affinity for both celestial and demonic energies from the moment of her birth, a naturally born celestial demon physique. She is the first child in over 100 millennia to be bestowed with such a gift from birth. This presents an immense opportunity for Luo Hongye, but also a deadly peril. If the conflict between the celestial and demonic energies within her cannot be resolved, she will inevitably face a grim fate. Ning Yuchen pinched the bridge of his nose, deep in thought as he pondered a solution. As the moonlight cast a serene glow, Yuqingyu stepped forward earnestly and said, "My lord demon sovereign, it is said that in the southern region of the Immortal Realm, there exists an ancient spirit tree that has thrived for hundreds of thousands of years, containing the purest and gentlest essence of celestial sap. Similarly, within the abyssal well of the demon realm, the most refined crystallized demonic essence has gathered. If we could merge these two elements and administer them to the young princess, It may enhance her celestial demonic constitution, allowing her to harmoniously embrace both the celestial and demonic essences. This method was gleaned from an ancient tome she had encountered, written by a practitioner skilled in both celestial and demonic cultivation. By combining the most exquisite and gentle celestial essence with the demonic essence, and then introducing it into her body, it was conceivable that the two could coexist without conflict. Ning Yuchen pondered Yu Qingyo's proposal carefully. This indeed appeared to be their only recourse. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. After a moment's reflection, Ning Yuchen nodded in agreement. The longer they delayed, the more discomfort the child would endure. He could not afford to wait any longer. Then, my lord demon sovereign, I shall procure these two items. Yu Qingyo's beautiful eyes narrowed with determination as she volunteered for the task. Having caused such distress to Luo Hongye, she was intent on making amends for her oversight. However, Ning Yuchen shook his head. No, you stay here to care for Yi. I will go. It was not that he doubted Yu Qingyo's capabilities. He was certain she could accomplish it, but he believed he could achieve it more swiftly. My lord demon sovereign, do you truly wish for me to remain here to attend to the madam and the young princess? Yu Qingyu asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. She had prepared to atone for her error and return to the demon realm, yet to her surprise, the demon sovereign still entrusted her with the care of the young princess and the madam. Ning Yuchen smiled gently and glanced at Yu Qingyo's right arm, uttering words that touched her profoundly. It is your presence that brings me the greatest reassurance. Is your arm all right? Though Yu Qingyu maintained her usual composure, Ning Yuchen perceptively noticed the burn on her arm. For this alone, he could not hold her accountable. Yu Qingyu looked at her right arm, offering a soft smile as she replied, it is merely a minor injury, nothing of concern. This little wound will not affect me in the slightest. That is good to hear. I shall speak with Ru Ying. I leave the rest in your capable hands. With these words, Ning Yuchen turned and returned indoors. Yu Qingyu gently placed her hand on her chest, a faint smile gracing her lips as she bowed slightly in acknowledgement. I understand. Inside the chamber, as Ning Yuchen entered, he heard Luo Ruiying anxiously call out, husband, come quickly. Yi has awakened. Ning Yuchen's face lit up with joy as he hurried to the bedside. Lying on the bed, Luo Hongye appeared considerably better, yet her delicate face remained pale and her expression was one of weakness. Yeyue. Luo Ruiying grasped Luo Hongye's small hand tightly, calling out gently. Luo Hongye turned her head, her eyes gazing at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen beside her, weakly and innocently asking, Mother, Father, what is wrong with Yeyue? Yeyue feels so much pain. It's all right, Yeyue, the pain will soon subside. Luo Ruiying's face displayed concern as her palm tenderly caressed Luo Hongye's chest, enveloping her petite body with gentle spiritual energy. Yet, tears betrayed her as they flowed from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Mother, you are crying. Did Yeyue do something wrong? Please don't cry. Mother, Yeyue will be a good child. Luo Hongye murmured softly. In her innocent naivety, she believed she might have caused her mother sorrow. Mother isn't crying. She is simply overjoyed. Luo Ruiying wiped away her tears, forcing a smile as she spoke. Ning Yuchen settled beside the bed, extending his hand to tenderly stroke Luo Hongye's cheek and reassuringly patted Luo Ruiying's head, easing her worries. Do not fret, my dear. Everything shall be well with me here. Chapter 126. This opportunity is granted to you only once with reddened eyes. Luo Ruiying gazed earnestly at Ning Yuchen and nodded solemnly. Strangely enough, the former empress of the celestial realm, now possessing celestial prowess, felt a sense of security under his gentle touch. My dear, I shall venture out to procure some medicinal herbs and return shortly. Ning Yuchen tenderly caressed Luo Hongye, who lay upon the bed, before preparing to depart. Husband, what herbs do you require? Allow me to accompany you. Luo Ruiying offered, rising with determination. Her elevated cultivation allowed her to gather the needed herbs with greater efficiency. Even if they were unavailable in the city, she could soar into the demon domain forest or other cities to seek them out. My dear, the herbs I need are rather elusive, and you may not be familiar with them. I shall handle it myself, Ning Yuchen replied with a gentle smile. He understood that Luo Ruiying wished to expedite the gathering of the herbs personally. Yet both the sap of the celestial spirit tree and the pure crystals of demon essence required journeys to the celestial and demon realms. With her remaining cultivation, it would be impossible for her to undertake such travels. Even if she could, he could not disclose it to her. Upon hearing Ning Yuchen's words, Luo Ruiying glanced back at the frail Luo Hongye resting on the bed, her heart heavy with the thought of leaving the child behind. Reluctantly, she acquiesced and entrusted the task of gathering herbs to Ning Yuchen. Take care on your journey, my husband. Return swiftly. Indeed, my dear, wait patiently at home. I shall return shortly. Ning Yuchen replied with a faint smile, turning to exit the chamber. Once a sufficient distance away, Ning Yuchen's expression shifted, and with a delicate tap of his toes, he transformed into a radiant streak of light, soaring into the heavens. Celestial Realm. South Ing Celestial Domain. A dark purple streak of light pierced through the Ascension Gate, racing across the sky of the Celestial Realm like a shooting star. The guards stationed at the South Ing Celestial Domain's Ascension Gate were still trying to comprehend the situation when the dark streak vanished from their sight without a trace. They had not even glimpsed the figure's visage. Yet, the terrifying and fierce aura of the demon realm was unmistakable, sending chills down their spines. Undoubtedly, a being from the demon realm had forcefully breached the celestial realm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the guards immediately struck the celestial gate bell. Boom, boom, boom. The ethereal, resounding chimes echoed throughout the South Ing Celestial Domain, ringing incessantly. All the celestial beings within the domain heard the clarion call, a harbinger of the demon clan's invasion, and they collectively gazed skyward. An invasion by the demon clan? Who could possibly have the audacity to intrude upon the celestial realm? Confusion reigned in the hearts of the people of the South Ing Celestial Domain. Aside from the recent rumors of the demon lord's return in the Eastern Immortal Domain, the last incursion of the demon race into the Immortal Realm dates back over a century to the war of immortals and demons. Regardless, the demon race's audacity to invade the Immortal Realm is a blatant provocation. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. It is imperative that the demon's actions within the Immortal Realm be met with resistance. The inhabitants of the Southern Ocean Immortal Domain soared into the sky, commencing their search for the demon intruder. Soon, they caught sight of Ning Yuchen, transforming into streaks of divine light in pursuit. There, after him. Seize him. Impossible. He is too swift. We cannot keep up. This speed must be at least at the level of an immortal sovereign. I suspect it is even greater. The denizens of the Southern Ocean Immortal Domain attempted to chase Ning Yuchen, yet the dark streak of light vanished before their eyes, leaving them grasping at nothing but air. Ning Yuchen, pressed for time in his quest to locate the ancient immortal spirit tree, had no leisure to engage with them. Nevertheless, a few audacious souls dared to obstruct his path. The master of Penglai Immortal Island, Penglai Fuxing, led the various island masters and elders of Penglai Immortal Island to encircle him. Wretched fiend of the demon realm, how dare you trespass into our Southern Ocean Immortal Domain? Reveal yourself and surrender. Penglai Fuxing hovered in the air, casting forth an immortal sword. The sword transformed into a swift streak of light, racing like lightning, as the void of the immortal realm was momentarily torn asunder by its brilliance. The sword light bore down upon Ning Yuchen. The followers surrounding Penglai Fuxing wore expressions of calm assurance, their demeanor haughty. As the foremost immortal of the Southern Ocean Immortal Domain, Penglai Fuxing had reached the immortal emperor level over a millennium ago. With his prowess, capturing a mere demon would be effortless, especially with several other island masters and elders of equal might present. The odds were stacked with the Southern Ocean Immortal Domain's most formidable warriors. Just as the crowd contemplated whether Penglai Fuxing would conclude the matter with a single stroke, they were taken aback to witness that the formidable sword light was effortlessly pinched between two slender fingers. The expressions of the onlookers shifted in shock. Although it was evident that Penglai Fuxing had not exerted his full strength, the power of that strike was sufficient to rend the heavens. How could he have merely caught it so effortlessly? Penglai Fuxing could not help but furrow his brow in bewilderment. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ning Yuchen stepped forth from the enveloping mists of darkness, revealing his true visage. With an expression of icy disdain, he regarded the gathered figures, and with a slight exertion of his fingers, the immortal sword was snapped in twain with a crisp sound. Grasping the broken sword, he effortlessly crushed it into fragments with a mere squeeze. In the ethereal realm of Pengling, all eyes were fixated on Ning Yuchen, their expressions shifting from initial haughty admiration to sheer astonishment, and then from astonishment to palpable dread. Although his appearance bore slight differences from the demonic sovereign they had encountered over a century ago, there was no denying that this man before them was indeed the supreme ruler of the demon realm. The frigid, disdainful gaze that dismissed all around him, coupled with an air of superiority that seemed to scorn the very existence of the world, rekindled the terror they had felt upon their first meeting with him long ago. Why had this harbinger of death returned to the celestial realm? Had he not recently visited the far eastern celestial domain? What purpose brought him now to the southern Ing celestial domain? Upon witnessing Ning Yuchen, many in the southern Ing celestial domain found themselves trembling uncontrollably, their pupils dilating in fear. It has been ages since anyone has dared to address me as such, Ning Yuchen said, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the gathered crowd. It appears you possess quite the audacity. Are you prepared to obstruct me? I shall grant you but a single opportunity. Answer me. His mere words, delivered with an imposing presence, rendered the assembly of the most formidable celestial emperors in the southern Ing celestial domain utterly speechless. Not a soul dared to utter a word. The master of the southern Ing domain stuttered, I suddenly recollect that the coal in my home is still burning. I must make haste to attend to it. Farewell. With sweat pouring down his brow, and without a moment's hesitation, he bowed to Ning Yuchen and fled at full speed from the gathering. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their thoughts rife with disbelief. For heaven's sake, is there even coal burning in the celestial realm? This fellow should have at least concocted a more plausible excuse. Chapter 127. Remember, do not provoke the demon lord. The lord of Punlai Island. My mother's birthday banquet is today. I shall not linger any longer. Another individual hurriedly uttered these words before turning into a divine rainbow and soaring away. As one after another sought excuses to escape, the remaining crowd could hardly stay. Had they known that the figure was the legendary demon god supreme, they would never have dared to come. Lord of Punlai Island. My wife is calling me home for dinner. Please continue your conversation. Lord of Punlai Island. I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Upon hearing this, I too sense a slight discomfort. Wait for me. I suddenly perceive a shift in my realm, and I must enter seclusion immediately. Farewell. Punlai Fushing. Before long, nearly 1,000 individuals had fled, leaving only a mere 100 from Punlai Island. Such disloyalty. Upon seeing the demon lord, each fled with greater haste than the last. Punlai Fushing could not help but silently curse the fleeing crowd. Were it not for the sake of reputation, he too would have been the first to escape. Punlai Island bears the duty of guarding the South Ing Fairy Island. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. A young lad, witnessing the other island lords hastily concocting excuses to flee, could not help but furrow his brow and scornfully declare, what a bunch of cowards. Just a while ago, they boasted of their might before our ancestors. Yet, upon encountering a being from the demon realm, they scatter like frightened mice. They have utterly disgraced our South Ing Fairy clan. The others surrounding Punlai Haoyun were not the least bit offended by his derisive words, for he was blissfully unaware of the true power of the demon lord, having never witnessed the cataclysmic battle between the celestial and demonic realms over a century ago. His navet was somewhat excusable. They bore him no ill will. It is merely a demon realm supreme. Grandfather, allow me to confront him. Punlai Haoyun's gaze was fixed intently upon Ning Yuchen as he eagerly implored Punlai Fushing. He exuded an audacious spirit, akin to a young calf unafraid of tigers. However, as soon as Punlai Haoyun took a step forward, Punlai Fushing swiftly pulled him back, covering his mouth with one hand and leaning close to his face, making a gesture for silence. His expression was one of terror as he whispered urgently, "What nonsense! Are you out of your mind? Just days ago, the demon lord obliterated half of the heavenly Dao imperial palace with a single slap. The esteemed Daoist Changrong of that palace, who had reached the level of celestial emperor, could not withstand even a single blow from the demon lord. He nearly met his end. You, lacking even the cultivation of a celestial emperor, dare to approach the demon lord. I wouldn't even dare. If you truly went forth, you would likely not even comprehend how you perished." This was the first time Punlai Haoyun had witnessed such fear etched upon his ancestor's face, leaving him dumbfounded and rooted in place, too intimidated to act recklessly. In the ethereal realm of Punlai, the venerable Punlai Fushing respectfully bowed to Ning Yuchen, exclaiming, "I am Punlai Fushing from the Immortal Isle of Punlai. It is an honor to meet the demon sovereign. In these times, our two races, The celestial and the demonic coexist in peace, remaining unperturbed by one another. May I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed visit to our celestial domain? Ning Yuchen cast a cold gaze upon Panglai Fuxing and queried, "Where is the celestial spirit tree?" Upon hearing its name, Panglai Fuxing and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of concern. Although the celestial spirit tree resided in the vast southern region of the Immortal Realm, its roots had spread across the entirety of the celestial plane over the course of hundreds of thousands of years. To the celestial realm, the celestial spirit tree held significance akin to that of the dragon vein sought by emperors in the mortal realm. It was not to be trifled with lightly. The sudden return of the demon sovereign, seeking the existence of this sacred tree, incited an atmosphere of vigilance and trepidation among them. Was the demon's sovereign intent on destroying the celestial spirit tree? A palpable silence enveloped the group as they pondered the implications. Ning Yuchen, unwilling to squander further time, coldly asserted, "If you choose not to speak, I shall seek it myself. However, I fear that soon the 9 great domains of the celestial realm may dwindle to merely 8. His words were laden with unspoken threats. Should he embark on this quest, the fate of the southern Ing domain could be dire, perhaps even leading to its obliteration. After a brief moment of hesitation, Panglai Fuxing gestured towards a direction behind him, saying, "The celestial spirit tree lies 100,000 miles in that direction, amidst a gorge." "Paternal ancestor!" exclaimed Panglai Haoyun and the others in alarm. "How could you divulge the location of the celestial spirit tree to the demon sovereign?" Yet, Panglai Fuxing raised his hand to silence them, motioning for restraint. With no other recourse, they fell silent. Having acquired the information, Ning Yuchen departed, transforming into a shadowy streak that vanished before their eyes. Once he had left, Panglai Haoyun, perplexed, questioned, "Paternal ancestor, are we truly untroubled by revealing the location of the celestial spirit tree to the demon sovereign?" Panglai Fuxing, watching Ning Yuchen's retreating figure, exhaled deeply, as if deflating like a balloon. He has finally departed. Throughout their encounter, he had maintained the utmost vigilance, his nerves taut under the oppressive aura of the demon sovereign. Facing Ning Yuchen instilled a profound sense of crisis, a threat that transcended even the might of an immortal emperor. "Haoyun, it is not a matter of choice. I was compelled to inform the demon sovereign. Should he take action, the southern Ing domain may well face a calamity of unprecedented proportions." Panglai Fuxing warned, shaking his head, his heart still heavy with unease. Haoyun, upon hearing this, was left in a state of shock, his expression one of disbelief. In his mind, the venerable ancestor was at the pinnacle of immortal emperor prowess, capable of anything. Wherever one goes, they are revered and admired by the masses, yet they remain in trepidation of the demon sovereign. Panglai Haoyun incredulously inquired, "How could this be? Ancestor, are you not a match for that demon sovereign?" Panglai Fuxing, with a sidelong glance at his naive descendant, a look of uncertainty crossed his face, unsure of how to respond. "You, my boy, might be overestimating my capabilities. What if we unite with the various factions of the other celestial realms? If that demon sovereign dares to strike, the other realms will surely come to our aid. The 9 great celestial realms together should not fear him. He stands alone." Panglai Haoyun continued to argue passionately, his words filled with indignation. Still perplexed as to why his ancestor harbored such fear of the demon sovereign, Panglai Fuxing looked at his ignorant and innocent descendant, shaking his head with a smile. "You are still too young. If a confrontation were to arise with the demon sovereign, do you truly believe the other 8 celestial realms would come to our aid? They would likely be the first to flee. Even if they did come, our combined strength may not suffice to match the demon sovereign." "Surely not, ancestor. Over a century ago, during the war of celestials and demons, did we not successfully repel the demon race and safeguard the celestial realm?" Panglai Haoyun exclaimed, shaken and incredulous. Panglai Fuxing let out a soft sigh and replied pensively, "That was merely a fade crafted by our celestial realm to preserve its dignity. In truth, the entire celestial realm was on the brink of collapse, and it was the demon sovereign who led his forces to retreat voluntarily. Remember, do not provoke the demon sovereign." Panglai Haoyun. Chapter 128. All who cross beneath the shadow shall perish in the South Ing fairy domain, within the depths of the ancient tree gorge. A chasm of unfathomable depth lay densely filled with branches and vines. Towering trees rose majestically from the chasm's abyss, reaching towards the heavens, as if this interminable chasm had been forcibly carved by the lush, towering woodlands. After a brief yet swift flight, Ning Yuchen soon arrived above the gorge of the celestial spirit ancient trees. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but the endless, undulating mountains and verdant, lush forests stretching as far as the eye could see. Ning Yuchen was convinced that Penglai Fuxing would not dare deceive him. The celestial spirit ancient trees must be nearby. Gently closing his eyes, his consciousness rippled outwards like a stone cast into a lake, spreading far and wide. Wherever his awareness reached, the sights of birds and beasts filled his vision, and the faint sounds of chirping and rustling entered his ears. Soon, he detected the faint wisps of celestial energy permeating the dense gorge. So it was here. Without hesitation, Ning Yuchen transformed into a dark divine rainbow and plunged into the thick gorge. Wherever he went, any obstructing branches or vines were incinerated by the surrounding demonic mist. In an instant, he arrived before a radiant rift of secret realms. The rift emanated a subtle, pure celestial aura. Undoubtedly, the celestial spirit ancient tree was concealed within this rift. Ning Yuchen reached out his hand, only to be thwarted by a powerful, translucent golden barrier. This barrier was entirely composed of pure celestial energy, serving as a nemesis to demonic spirits. However, similarly, demonic spirits were the nemesis of celestial energies. The two forces, akin to light and darkness, counterbalanced each other. Whichever was stronger would vanquish the other. With a cold glint in his eyes, Ning Yuchen summoned the demonic energy. His palms cloaked in a layer of dark, resplendent claws. The claws effortlessly pierced through the golden barrier, and with a firm grip, the entire barrier shattered like glass. This barrier was no match for him. Just as Ning Yuchen positioned his hands behind him, preparing to step into the dimensional rift, a massive serpent, glistening with iridescent scales and measuring 100 feet in length, suddenly emerged from the depths of the gorge, opening its gaping maw to strike at him. With a disdainful glance, Ning Yuchen grasped the serpent's vital point, and with a crushing grip, he obliterated it. The head of the seven-colored celestial serpent was severed, tumbling into the gorge below. A mere seven-colored celestial serpent at the early stage of the celestial emperor dares to seek its demise. Ning Yuchen looked derisively at the fallen carcass of the serpent. However, at that moment, the ground beneath the gorge and the nearby mountains began to tremble violently, as though the earth itself were about to split asunder. From afar, all the celestial and divine beasts within a radius of several 100,000 miles began rushing towards Ning Yuchen. Among them were many ancient beasts of celestial emperor cultivation. It seemed they were the guardians tasked with protecting the celestial spirit ancient tree. Since they sought death, he would oblige. Come forth. Ning Yuchen was unwilling to squander another second dealing with these pests, and he coldly summoned forth his power. As his voice echoed, the shadows beneath his feet unfurled like a barrier, enveloping an expanse of 1,000 miles. From within the shadows, a colossal arm of a towering demon surged forth. A gigantic kunpung, a divine bird of immense proportions, appeared minuscule before the giant hand, which effortlessly crushed it into a mist of blood in midair. Then, another demon emerged from the shadows, its entire form composed of pitch-black rock, flames of obsidian raging upon its surface. It unleashed a torrent of black flames, 100 feet long, towards the myriad celestial and divine beasts before it. All those touched by the black flames wailed in agony, swiftly transforming into mere bones. Yet, this was not the end. The various apostles and demons continued to crawl out from the shadows, annihilating all living beings within 100 miles of that darkness. Countless spirit-eating insects blotted out the sky, swirling like a dark cloud above. Any celestial or divine beast that drew near was enveloped in an instant, reduced to nothing but ash and bone. Moreover, several mysterious figures cloaked in black robes, their features obscured, soared from the shadows. Their movements were as erratic as dark clouds. Yet with a mere gesture, they unleashed devastating celestial spells of cataclysmic power. Even celestial beasts of emperor rank, if touched, would suffer grievous injuries and plummet to the ground. This overwhelming surge of demonic energy did not go unnoticed. Not only the southern sea celestial domain perceived it, but even nearby celestial realms felt its dreadful presence. Countless powerful beings, in seclusion, were startled, hastily breaking their meditative states to rush towards the source of this terror. Could it be that the demon realm was once again launching an assault? Tens of thousands of celestial warriors, trembling with fear, gathered over 300 miles away from the shadows cast by Ning Yuchen, daring not to approach recklessly. With the presence of the flame demon, wind demon, and innumerable spirit-eating insects, alongside countless demonic beasts and several formidable figures whose prowess rivaled that of celestial emperors, the peril of venturing too close was immense. Upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, it became abundantly clear to all that this was undoubtedly the work of the demon lord of the abyss, the night demon. Only he possessed the power to summon such a vast assembly of apostles and demons single-handedly. Most alarmingly, the number of his demonic apostles lurking within the shadows was unknown, with whispers suggesting that any being he killed and devoured would become an apostle under his command. Many of those demons and apostles were said to be of equal or greater strength than those present. The mere glimpse of a single arm, extending over 1,000 feet, belonged to the demon lord's formidable manifestation. Thus far, no one had ever witnessed the full form of this manifestation. Even this solitary arm was enough to instill a profound sense of dread among those gathered. One should remember, this was merely an arm that had been revealed. Anyone who dared to cross beneath the shadows would meet their demise. Ning Yuchen sensed the continuous arrival of numerous celestial beings. He coldly commanded the apostles and demons emerging from his shadow. Upon receiving the order, the apostles and demons stood still as if in a state of readiness, their gazes fixed intently on the surrounding crowd and the celestial beasts. The celestial and divine beasts, not lacking in intelligence, were taken aback by the sight of their fallen brethren, who had been utterly slaughtered ahead of them, causing them to retreat in terror. Some even fled in all directions. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard, quietly stepping back, unless a few reclusive ancestral figures from the celestial realm joined forces. It seemed unlikely that anyone could contend with the demon lord. This was a sentiment deeply felt by all present who had experienced the last battle between the celestial and demonic forces. They could only silently pray that the demon lord would refrain from harming the ancient celestial tree. Chapter 129. Ning Yuchen's sincerity. Ning Yuchen disregarded the crowd and swiftly entered the fissure of the secret realm. A blinding light enveloped him, and in an instant, he felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different world. Before him lay a lush landscape, dominated by an endless expanse of verdant grass. At the forefront of this scene stood an ancient tree, towering majestically towards the heavens, its summit obscured from view even when one gazed upward. Although the tree appeared to be within reach, it was, in fact, separated by thousands of miles. Its immense size created an illusion, making it seem as though it were merely a stone's throw away. In a heartbeat, Ning Yuchen found himself near the ethereal tree, gradually approaching it. Surrounding him were scattered motes of celestial essence, shimmering like snowflakes, subtly suppressing the traces of demonic energy that clung to him. Beneath the ancient tree sat a young man clad in emerald robes, his hair a cascade of verdant tresses. As Ning Yuchen drew closer, Yi Shuang slowly opened his luminous eyes, rising gracefully with a smile as he walked towards Ning Yuchen. It had been ages since anyone had dared to trespass into the secret realm of the celestial tree. I am Yi Shuang, the guardian of the celestial tree. I know not who you are, but no one is permitted to enter this sacred space. Should you choose to leave now, I shall consider this matter closed. I have come solely to procure a drop of the celestial tree's sap, Ning Yuchen replied, halting in his tracks and gazing at Yi Shuang with calm resolve. The sap of the celestial tree is the essence of the celestial realm, condensed over a millennium into a single drop. Its rarity is beyond measure. Even if the celestial tree were willing, as its guardian, I would never consent. If you desire the sap, you must first defeat me, Yi Shuang proclaimed, his demeanor imbued with pride and defiance. No sooner had he spoken than Ning Yuchen swung his arm, revealing a dark, translucent demonic arm that struck Yi Shuang with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air like a shooting star, blood gushing forth as he was flung over 100 miles away. Upon landing, he skidded across the ground, leaving a deep furrow in his wake. Ning Yuchen spared him not a second glance, his arm returning gracefully to his side as he strode purposefully towards the celestial tree. Yi Shuang lay on the ground, feeling the fractures in his celestial bones, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the sky, momentarily questioning his existence. How could it be that, despite being at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm, he had nearly been struck down by a single blow? Who, then, was this formidable figure? He had merely taken on the role of guardian for the celestial tree, secluding himself for a few centuries. Yet the world outside had undergone such profound transformations. With no further interruptions, Ning Yuchen swiftly approached the base of the celestial tree. In its proximity, his figure appeared remarkably diminutive, akin to a mere speck of dust. Ning Yuchen was profoundly awestruck by the magnificent presence of the ancient spirit tree. Truly, it was a being that had endured since the primordial era. He had come today solely to beseech a few drops of the tree's ethereal sap for his daughter, hoping for the ancient spirit tree's benevolence. Being in a position of need, Ning Yuchen cautiously addressed the tree with unexpected politeness. Having existed for several 100,000 years, the ancient spirit tree had undoubtedly cultivated a degree of sentience, and Ning Yuchen was confident that it could comprehend his words. Yet, the tree remained utterly unresponsive, its branches swaying gently, as if it had not heard him at all. Ning Yuchen's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his displeasure. He had never been fond of being disregarded, especially when time was of the essence. Without further ado, he clasped his hands together, resembling a blade, and thrust his palm directly into the massive trunk of the ancient spirit tree. When he withdrew his hand, a fissure marred the surface of the tree. Yet no sap flowed forth, not even a single drop. It became evident to Ning Yuchen that procuring the tree's essence was no simple endeavor. He now understood why Panlai Fuxing had so readily divulged the tree's location. Obtaining the sap required the ancient spirit tree's acknowledgement and consent, which he suspected it would not grant to him, the demon sovereign. Very well, then. Ning Yuchen's eyes darkened to a deep violet, his gaze icy and penetrating. A terrifying aura erupted from within him like a tempest, swirling around his form. The verdant plains beneath him fractured instantaneously, and the entire secret realm trembled and began to collapse. With arms wide open, he tore through the void behind him, summoning two colossal demonic arms. The mere movement of these arms rendered the ethereal fabric of the secret realm as fragile as paper, tearing it apart. Yu Shuang, lying on the ground, felt the overwhelming presence of demonic energy, causing her body to tremble and weaken. Despite her grievous injuries, she desperately crawled away from the splitting earth. Heavens! How terrifying is this demon sovereign! His power far exceeds that of an immortal emperor. Since his polite overtures were disregarded, Ning Yuchen resolved to take matters into his own hands. He was determined to uproot the tree and extract its essence as one would extract juice from sugarcane. With an icy demeanor, he commanded the colossal demonic arms behind him. They encircled the ancient spirit tree, beginning to exert pressure. The tree emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds under the strain. Wait. I'll give it to you. A voice, ethereal and resonant, suddenly interjected, pleading for mercy. Ning Yuchen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he raised his arm, causing the demonic entity behind him to gradually release its grip on the ancient fairy tree, retracting into the void. The speaker remained hidden, yet Ning Yuchen surmised it was the ancient fairy tree, pleading for mercy. From the fissure pierced by Ning Yuchen, a stream of glistening golden sap began to flow forth. It seemed that his sincerity had indeed touched the ancient fairy tree. Ning Yuchen retrieved a jade vial and filled it to the brim at the opening of the crack. Before contentedly stowing it away, he offered a gentle smile to the ancient fairy tree and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift." With that, Ning Yuchen chose not to linger, vanishing in an instant from before the ancient fairy tree, departing the secret realm. After his departure, a delicate and enchanting feminine figure gradually materialized amidst the lush branches above the ancient fairy tree. The woman, her face etched with fear and lingering trepidation, instinctively placed a hand over her majestic chest. Having cultivated in the celestial realm for hundreds of thousands of years, evolving from a mere seedling into the present ancient fairy tree, she had never before felt such a terrifying sense of peril. She harbored no doubt that Ning Yuchen possessed the capability to uproot her entirely and extract her sap. Chapter 130. You should know that I can achieve it. In the demon realm, at the abyssal well, Ning Yuchenling stood high in the sky, gazing down upon an immense, bottomless pit as dark as an endless chasm. This circular aperture spanned a diameter of thousands of miles, its jagged edges resembling the gaping maw of a serrated abyss. capable of devouring all that exists. Occasionally, faint growls and the howling of winds echoed from within the shadowy cavern. After a century, he had returned to the demon realm once more, this time to the most perilous location within it, the Abyssal Well. It was said that a powerful demon, once at the level of an immortal emperor, had fallen into the Abyssal Well and had never emerged again. Even the proud and fearless demons generally hesitated to descend into such a treacherous abyss. Yet, for Ning Yuchen, this was not a concern. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged downwards into the Abyssal Well like a free-falling star. Upon entering the chasm, he immediately felt a formidable force pulling him deeper into the void. His descent was rapid, accelerating beyond his own maximum speed. However, after a considerable time, he still felt no indication of reaching the bottom, merely continuing to plunge into the abyss as if it were infinite. Looking up, the light from the chasm's opening had long vanished. Surrounding him was only an endless expanse of darkness. In the depths of this gloom, he could distinctly see numerous grotesque beasts and distorted demons lurking about, all baring their teeth and fixating their predatory gazes upon him. These creatures, long corrupted by the abyss's influence, had lost their minds and devolved into monstrosities of the demon realm. The deeper he descended, the more powerful the beasts and demons became. Soon, Ning Yuchen found himself completely enveloped by an array of these creatures. No matter how he fell, he was surrounded on all sides by a throng of beasts and demons. Some, unable to contain themselves, began to pursue him actively. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ning Yuchen made no move to attack. Instead, he coldly bellowed, "What? Do you not recognize me? Begone!" At his command, all the beasts and demons froze momentarily, retracting their necks and retreating into the shadows. Typically, those creatures, long subjected to the corrupting influence of the abyss, were mindless and fearless, driven purely by instinct. Yet, before Ning Yuchen, they displayed an unusual obedience, retreating at a single reprimand. This was also due to the fact that Ning Yuchen was not a novice to the Abyssal Well. In his quest for enlightenment, Ning Yuchen had plunged into the abyss for several decades. The beasts and demons of this realm were all too familiar with his ruthless methods, their fear of him etched deep within their instincts. With the absence of their disturbances, he accelerated his descent into the depths. The further he fell, the more he felt the chilling winds and the rich, pure aura of demonic essence wafting around him. After a prolonged descent, his feet finally touched the bottom of the abyss. As his toes grazed the ground, a faint sound akin to water splashing echoed, revealing a surface seemingly cloaked in a shallow layer of liquid. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness where not even a hand could be seen, silence enveloping the atmosphere. In this void, his consciousness could not extend, and not a single beast or demon was in sight. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ning Yuchen aimlessly began his search for the demonic essence crystals. Yet, within his mind, a series of deep, seductive whispers resonated, attempting to lure him into the clutches of his inner demons. Demon Lord, you are the Demon Lord, supreme of the demon realm. As the Demon Lord, you should lead our kind to conquer the 6 realms, claiming them as your own. The lands of the 6 realms belong to the demon clan. All who are not of our kin shall become slaves. Yes, you speak the truth. We shall speak of this when I am inclined. Unperturbed by the demonic voices echoing in his mind, Ning Yuchen merely acknowledged them dismissively, his gaze firmly fixed on the ground in search of the crystals. Such trifling temptations were all too familiar to him, and they held no sway over his heart. Perhaps sensing that power and ambition could not stir Ning Yuchen's spirit, the abyss conjured another method of persuasion. Suddenly, delicate silhouettes glimmered in the pitch-black depths. Ethereal figures of enchanting women began to dance gracefully around him, clad in sheer silks that accentuated their exquisite beauty. Their alabaster skin shimmered in the dim light as their alluring forms swayed enticingly. Is this supposed to be seduction? With such looks, they pale in comparison to my wife. Ning Yuchen remained unfazed, his eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, a sharp silver light extinguished the visions of all the stunning women surrounding him. Just as he prepared to move forward, a breathtaking figure materialized before him once more. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to find Luo Ruing standing before him. She gazed at him with an expression of disappointment and sorrow, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, her lips trembling as she softly questioned, "Husband, is there something you are hiding from me?" Why do you deceive me and our child? My dear Ning Yuchen instinctively sought to explain, but soon realized that this was merely a deceptive illusion conjured by the abyss to ensnare his mind, and he promptly fell silent. When Luo Ruiying perceived that Ning Yuchen offered no explanation, her expression grew increasingly sorrowful. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she pointed at him, rebuking, You are the demon lord. You have been deceiving me all along. You toyed with my emotions. How foolish of me and the child to have placed our trust in you. Each of these words struck Ning Yuchen's heart like sharp swords, tightening the grip of anguish within him. For this scene was precisely what he feared most might come to pass in the future. The abyssal well peered into his soul, manifesting this very moment. Just as Ning Yuchen was momentarily lost in thought, Luo Ruiying suddenly vanished before him. In the next heartbeat, an ethereal, translucent sword pierced through his chest from behind. Husband, since you are the demon lord, then perish. I am the empress of the celestial realm, and our factions are irreconcilable. Although there was no tangible harm to his chest, the sword felt as though it had truly pierced his heart, inflicting a pang of sorrow. Begone! Ning Yuchen's expression turned frigid, and with a thunderous roar, the unleashed demonic energy reverberated, causing the entire abyssal well to tremble. Miles away, the rocky walls began to crack, with boulders crumbling and falling. Countless beasts and demons, hiding beneath the abyssal well, scrambled desperately to escape its depths. So, you are the abyssal well. Should you dare to show me these illusory deceptions again, believe that I shall bury you forever. You ought to know that I am capable of such a feat. Chapter 131. That fellow is merely handsome. Even Ning Yuchen, whose will was unwavering, could not suppress his anger. Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya were his Achilles heel, and he would never allow anyone to touch them, let alone disturb his mind in such a manner. Following Ning Yuchen's furious outburst, the abyss well fell silent once more, becoming considerably more subdued, ceasing to echo any voices or conjure illusions in his mind. At this moment, Ning Yuchen lost his patience in slowly searching for the demonic spirit crystals. With a slight frown, he opened his palm, and the black mist of demonic energy surged and coalesced in his hand. In no time, a slender, exquisite demonic sword materialized. Raising the sword high, he swung it casually, and in an instant, a 1,000-foot beam of sword light plunged into the depths of the abyss well, its radiance stretching for miles. The ground beneath Ning Yuchen cracked open, and a dark purple glow erupted from the deep chasm, illuminating the surroundings. Indeed, all was concealed beneath. As he gazed down, he beheld numerous dark purple, luminous demonic spirit crystals densely embedded within the rocky walls at the bottom. Their abundance resembled a dark purple aurora, illuminating the entirety of the abyss well's depths. Extending his hand, the most plump and pristine demonic spirit crystal detached from the rock wall, soaring into his palm. Thus, he had gathered all the required celestial tree sap and demonic spirit crystals. Without lingering any longer, he forcefully stepped forth, transforming into a divine rainbow that shot upwards towards the abyss well's surface. The power of this leap nearly shattered the very bottom of the abyss well. The earth within a 1,000-mile radius trembled in response. Descending into the abyss well was easy, but ascending posed a great challenge. Regardless of whether one was going down or up, it felt as if countless invisible hands were clutching at one's feet, intent on keeping one eternally ensnared within the abyss well. The sensation intensified the higher one soared, as if more hands were grasping at one's legs, making the ascent increasingly arduous. This was also a reason why many beasts and demonic beings were compelled to remain within the abyss well. They simply could not escape. Yet, for Ning Yuchen, such constraints were but an illusion, having no impact whatsoever. He soared upward like a magnificent dark rainbow, unimpeded by any obstacles. At this moment, he was eager to return home to cure his daughter. There was no way he would allow anything to delay him. Meanwhile, shortly after Ning Yuchen's departure, a cloaked figure entered the capital of Nanli City, carrying a birdcage in hand. Within the cage was a delicate and beautiful silver bird, flapping its wings restlessly, attempting to fly towards a specific direction in the city. Following closely behind him were two similarly cloaked attendants. It seemed this was the place. The man raised his head, revealing a proud and defiant expression beneath his hood. It was none other than Dao Tianming, the Taoist who had previously visited the Luo Shrine. He personally led 2 disciples down to the mortal realm in search of the whereabouts of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. During this time, he first followed the guidance of the silver bird and discovered a wooden cabin within the demon domain forest. There, he discerned faint traces indicating that Luo Ruiying had indeed taken refuge there. Subsequently, he followed the silver bird's direction and arrived at the capital of Nanli City, situated over 100 miles to the east of the forest. Upon reaching Nanli City, the silver bird's reactions intensified, suggesting that Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya were likely hiding somewhere within the city. If he could personally bring them back to the celestial realm, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Perhaps he might even gain the favor of his ancestral celestial being and encounter fortuitous opportunities to transcend to the realm of Celestial Emperor. The mere thought of this caused a smile to play upon Dao Shiming's lips as he eagerly entered the city, carrying the birdcage. Once inside the city, Dao Shiming sensed an inexplicable oddity. It felt as though numerous gazes converged upon him in that fleeting moment. He carefully scanned the bustling crowd around him, but found nothing unusual. A sense of curiosity stirred within him. Could it be mere illusion? Hey, do you two feel anything strange? Dao Shiming furrowed his brow and inquired of his 2 disciples behind him. They exchanged glances and shook their heads. We don't sense anything unusual, Master. Is that so? Perhaps I am being overly cautious, Dao Shiming chuckled self-deprecatingly. If even he, a celestial being, could perceive nothing amiss, what could his disciples of the Celestial Emperor family possibly notice? It was rather foolish of him to ask them. Moreover, what could possibly warrant his vigilance in such a trivial place like Nanli City? Even if he were to obliterate the entire city, it would require but a mere flick of his finger. If someone were indeed watching him from the shadows, he would have certainly noticed. Putting aside his thoughts, Dao Shiming strode confidently down the streets of Nanli City with the silver bird in hand. Unbeknownst to him, hundreds of eyes among the passers-by, street vendors, patrons in taverns, and playful children were already fixated on him from the shadows. As he continued his unperceived journey, he happened upon a tavern where numerous cultivators were engaged in lively discussions, prompting him to pause. With the Jiang family gone, it is undeniable that the Qi family has emerged as the foremost merchant in Nanli City. Isn't that splendid? Under the Qi family's jurisdiction, whether it be materials from fierce beasts or celestial herbs, the prices are exceedingly fair. This is all thanks to the efforts of Fairy Luo, who secured victory for the Qi family in the merchant competition. As they spoke of Fairy Luo, they extolled her beauty, grace, and formidable cultivation. Her daughter is remarkable as well. Not only is she charmingly adorable, but her innate talent is truly unparalleled throughout history. Indeed, did you witness the day of enrollment at Nali Academy? My heavens, the skies were ablaze with purple energy and golden hues. After decades of cultivation, I have never beheld such a spectacle. It seems likely that one might ascend to the celestial realm with such ease. How we envy this marvel. Yet, I find myself envying even more the humble husband of Fairy Luo, a mere mortal who has captured her affection and fathered such a charming and extraordinarily gifted daughter. If I could trade a century of my lifespan for such fortune, I would gladly do so. That fellow is merely a handsome face, and yet he seems to monopolize all the blessings. Mentioning Ning Yuchen ignites feelings of envy and indignation among the crowd, casting a pall of silence. Why have they not encountered such fortune? One individual hastily covered another's mouth, whispering, "Hush, speak not too freely. It is said that Fairy Luo is quite protective of her mortal husband. Such words must not reach her ears. It would be wise to refrain from speaking ill of him. I have heard that those who dare to slander him mysteriously vanished the following day." Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of fear, promptly sealing their lips, unwilling to utter another word. They were indeed familiar with this unsettling rumor. Curiously, it has been noted that anyone who whispers disparaging remarks about Ning Yuchen or speaks inappropriately of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya simply disappears without a trace the next day. Quite terrifying. Chapter 132. I shall go out and deal with the insects, humph, Lady Luo. It seems you truly are hiding here. Dao Tianming listened to the whispers emanating from the tavern beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. With her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary prowess, accompanied by a young girl, there was no doubt, it was indeed Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. However, he had never anticipated that the once revered goddess of Luo, who stood above all, had surrendered herself to a mere mortal. Truly, She has descended into the mundane world, both body and spirit corrupted. Had he known this day would come, why had she resisted marrying that esteemed gentleman so fiercely? Dao Tianming could not help but shake his head slowly, feeling a deep sense of regret and pity for Luo Ruiying's union with an ordinary man. The ethereal beauty of the goddess of Luo was known far and wide in the celestial realm. When she became an empress, she commanded both authority and grace, treating others with kindness, earning the adoration of countless souls. Many admired and revered Luo Ruiying, including several ancient beings who had cultivated for millennia. Yet now, she willingly chose to marry a mortal. What a tragic waste. The Taoist ancestor had once remarked that Luo Ruiying was of no further use to the Taoist family. Her life and death inconsequential. Should she not be retrieved, she could be disposed of without hesitation. However, Luo Hongye must be brought back unharmed. This implied that Luo Ruiying could be left to his disposal, perhaps even kept as a prized possession, akin to a caged bird for his amusement. The mere thought of the once majestic goddess of Luo becoming his plaything ignited an indescribable excitement within Dao Tianming. She was, after all, a deity to many in the celestial realm. It seemed fortune was favoring him. Let us proceed. Dao Tianming, without further hesitation, swiftly led his two companions in pursuit of the silver bird, seeking the hiding place of Luo Ruiying. The rumors of disappearance discussed by those in the tavern had long been cast aside from his mind. As a revered celestial lord, what did he have to fear? In the entirety of the human realm, how many could truly match his strength? The two disciples trailing behind exchanged glances. Realizing Dao Tianming's intent to act independently in capturing Luo Ruiying, one hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and speaking. Esteemed steward, the ancestor instructed us to merely trace the whereabouts of the goddess of Luo and report back immediately. We must not act impulsively. If we strike without caution, could it not go against the ancestor's wishes? Dao Tianming frowned, his expression darkening. What? Do you seek to use the ancestor to intimidate me? And no, I would not dare. The disciple replied, his head bowed in respect, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Humph, the ancestor is far too cautious. Without her celestial bones and exquisite heart, can she still be called the goddess of Luo? She is but a small cultivator, her strength beneath even that of the celestial realm. Each of you could easily subdue her. Why should we harbor any fears? Two disciples of the family exchanged glances in silence, rendered speechless by the words spoken. Indeed, Luo Ruiying was no longer the formidable goddess empress of Europe, and they seemed to have no need to await further instructions from their ancestor. The primary objective was to escort Luo Hongye back to the celestial realm, as per the wishes of that esteemed individual. If you were to assist me in bringing the girl back, it would surely be a remarkable achievement. Not only would the ancestor not reproach us, but you could also expect rewards for your efforts. Do you intend to let such an opportunity slip away before your very eyes? Dao Tianming continued to entice the two. Why summon the reclusive celestial ancestor for a mere empress of the Luo clan, who barely possesses the cultivation of a heavenly immortal? Now that they had located her, he could not afford to miss this chance to shine and claim credit. Upon hearing of the rewards, the two disciples were swayed by Dao Tianming's words. After a moment of hesitation, they resolutely declared, "We shall comply with the arrangements of the esteemed steward." Excellent. Remember, stay close to me, and you shall not lack for benefits, Dao Tianming replied with a satisfied smile, turning to stride confidently towards the residence of Luo Ruiying. Within the confines of the residence, Luo Ruiying remained steadfastly by the bedside, tending to Luo Hongye with a face full of affection and concern. Whenever a frown of pain marred Luo Hongye's delicate features, she would promptly channel her gentle spiritual energy to alleviate the discomfort. Yu also stayed by Luo Ruiying's side, occasionally bringing fresh water and towels to help wipe the sweat from Luo Hongye's brow. As Yu exited the room with a basin of clean water, a shadowy figure emerged from the dark corner of the courtyard. The shadowy attendant clasped a hand to their chest, bowing slightly with respect. Left Protector, what is it? I have instructed that unless there is something urgent, you are not to appear in the residence. Yu frowned slightly, her expression displeased. If the mistress were to notice, it would be quite troublesome. The shadowy attendant trembled slightly, kneeling on one knee. I apologize, Left Protector, but I truly have urgent matters to report. It is of great significance and not suitable for telepathic communication. What is it? Upon hearing that it was something important, Yu Qingyu ceased her reprimand and inquired directly. The shadowy attendant promptly relayed the intelligence gathered by the city's scouts. Left Protector, individuals from the Celestial Realm have entered the city. 1 Celestial Sovereign and 2 Celestial Emperors. They are currently heading in the direction of the Mistress. From their conversation, it seems they intend to take the Mistress and the young princess. At this revelation, Yu Qingyu's expression hardened, her beautiful eyes narrowing as the basin of water in her hands shattered into splinters. So, the individuals the demon sovereign spoke of have finally arrived. What impeccable timing! As she was in a rather foul mood at the moment, the Lord of Demons instructed her to remain here to care for the lady and the young princess. And this time she must not allow even the slightest error. Keep a close watch on them. Ensure that Yi Tian and his companions are obstructed so as not to disturb the lady and the young princess. Do not act hastily until I arrive. Understood. The shadowy attendant responded and swiftly vanished into the darkness. After leisurely preparing a basin of clear water to bring into the room, Yu Qingyu slightly bowed to Luo Ruiying and said, "Madam, it seems there are pests approaching the house. I shall step outside to deal with them to avoid disturbing you and the young miss." Pests. It is winter now, the season with the fewest insects. She had not observed any signs of mosquitoes or pests in the house. Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of confusion but nodded in agreement, expressing her gratitude. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Her mind was solely focused on Luo Hongya, leaving her no time to consider anything else. Yu Qingyu slowly exited the room, having instructed Kai Se and the others to diligently care for the lady and the young princess. And then she made her way towards the direction of Dao Tianming and his companions. Chapter 133. Unfortunately, they do not know me well enough. In the heart of Nanli City, Dao Tianming, accompanied by 2 disciples of his clan, made his way toward the residence of Luo Ruiying. As they traversed a narrow alley, a barbecue cart unexpectedly appeared before them, effectively blocking their path. The cart was pushed by a strikingly handsome man, his long hair cascading almost to the ground, and his expression exuding an air of cold elegance. Dao Tianming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the man known as Yi Tianxin from head to toe. He sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Yet, in terms of mortal appearance and demeanor, he was remarkably exceptional, perhaps even surpassing Dao Tianming himself. What was most peculiar was that this individual had deliberately positioned the cart at the end of the alley, clearly intending to obstruct their passage. Soon, the figures of Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan emerged from behind Dao Tianming, while others loomed over them from the rooftops on either side of the alley. Surrounded? Could this possibly be a robbery among mortals? Dao Tianming remained unfazed, a smile creeping into his heart. He never expected to encounter a situation of being robbed by mortals during his descent to the lower realms. How amusing. Master Steward, should we take action against them? The 2 disciples inquired nonchalantly. In their eyes, Yi Tianxin and his companions were mere ants, easily crushed without a second thought. Let us relish this rare amusement. Dao Tianming raised his hand to halt the 2, turning his gaze toward Yi Tianxin with an air of haughty arrogance. Do you insignificant insects comprehend whom you are facing? If you sever an arm and crawl away, I might be inclined to pardon your rudeness this time. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Moments later, Kuang Qiu and his companions erupted into fits of laughter, nearly choking on their mirth. Ha ha ha, did he just call us insects? This is the first time we've been referred to as ants by a bug. How adorably naive. I almost want to keep one as a pet. Qi Huan, with amusement dancing in her eyes, regarded Dao Tianming with a smile. It had been ages since she encountered someone so foolishly charming from the Celestial Realm. If given the chance, she genuinely contemplated keeping him as a pet, even jokingly suggesting that if he perished, she would have his bones fashioned into a decorative piece. Yuan Lily, equally intrigued, chimed in with her own jest. Even the usually stoic Yi Tianxin could not suppress a smirk, revealing a trace of disdain. The cacophony of mockery and derision fell upon Dao Tianming's ears, grating against his pride. As a revered celestial being and steward of the Dao family, he had never endured such humiliation. These oblivious insects dared to treat his final act of mercy as a jest. Then let them not blame him for his ruthlessness. You insignificant insects, perish, Dao Tianming commanded, raising his arm to impose pressure upon Yi Tianxin and his companions. The intangible pressure emanating from within enveloped the night sky divine beings in an instant. Merely the slight exertion of his might was sufficient to reduce these ignorant mortals before him to mere pulp. The terrifying force caused the walls to tremble and crack. Yet the night sky divine beings stood unfazed, gazing at him as one would at a jester. How could this be possible? Dao Tianming and his companions were struck with disbelief, their faces a canvas of shock. Even under the constraints of the mortal realm, with his celestial cultivation, it should be effortless for him to crush mere ants. Why were they unharmed? A mortal body could not possibly withstand his overwhelming might. Even those of celestial caliber within the mortal realm should not remain unscathed. Their ability to disregard his exerted pressure could only indicate that they were not mere mortals. Yet, he could discern no trace of their cultivation levels. This could only mean Dao Tianming's expression grew increasingly horrified as a thought dawned upon him. Could it be that their powers surpassed his? In the mortal realm, anyone who breaks through to the celestial immortal stage ascends to the celestial realm, typically not lingering long in the mortal world. And here they were, gathered specifically to confront him, their cultivation levels extraordinary. You are of the demon clan. Dao Tianming gasped in terror. The two disciples behind him were immediately shaken by the revelation. They had been surrounded by the demon clan. It seems they were not foolish beyond redemption, one remarked with a mocking grin. The others revealed menacing, savage smiles, their gleaming white teeth resembling fangs that sent chills down the spine. Had it not been for the orders of Yuchen, they would have eagerly torn them apart. Such a fearsome smile unmistakably marked them as members of the demon clan. Terror surged within Dao Tianming as he furtively scanned his surroundings, seeking a means of escape. In that moment, he realized that the initial sense of unease was not merely an illusion. Yet, he could not fathom why the demon clan would gather in this southerly city. Moreover, each of them was extraordinary, as if they had long awaited his arrival. Steward, what shall we do? The two disciples timidly inquired of Dao Tianming. They were all too aware of the demon clan's cruelty. Just as Dao Tianming pondered his next move, an ethereal and exquisite figure gracefully emerged from the end of the alley. Upon the arrival of Yuchen, the night sky divine beings retreated to the sides, placing their hands over their hearts, bowing slightly, and respectfully declaring, "We pay our respects to the left guardian." Left guardian? At the sound of the night sky divine beings addressing Yuchen, Dao Tianming's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes trembling as they fell upon her. Over the past few centuries, he had heard whispers of the new demon lord and her two guardians within the demon realm. Among them, the left guardian, who also served as the supreme commander of the demon realm, was known across both the celestial and demonic realms as the death god of words. Once she spoke, one as fate was no longer theirs to decide. Even the desire for death would become a mere fantasy. She is a woman who instills terror and dread in countless souls. You all, quickly cover your ears. Dao Tianming, a seasoned attendant of the Dao family, swiftly suppressed his sense of hearing and shouted to the two disciples behind him. The two disciples, not daring to hesitate, promptly covered their ears as well. "Humph. It seems you are familiar with me. Unfortunately, you do not know me well enough." Yuchen let out a cold hum, her serene visage breaking into a chilling smile as she spoke. Twist. As her words fell, the two disciples beside Dao Tianming found their bodies contorting and twisting several hundred times in an instant. Their bones crackled ominously, transforming their forms into a spiraled and elongated helix. Blood incessantly seeped from the grotesque spirals. The nightmarish visage, now grotesquely distorted, faced Dao Tianming directly, with bulging eyes seemingly fixated upon him. Even after centuries of cultivation and having witnessed countless gruesome corpses, Dao Tianming could not help but be startled by this scene. His legs trembling involuntarily. A memory surged back to him. During the battle between immortals and demons over a century ago, this woman possessed the ability to annihilate tens of thousands of celestial soldiers with but a single utterance. Her terror rivaled that of the demon lord. Chapter 134. An additional guest in the execution palace. The concept of word spirit entails delivering psychological suggestions through spoken language, captivating the hearts of individuals, commanding the myriad elements and laws of the world, while disregarding all rules and constraints. Even if one were to destroy their ears, sealing off their mind and consciousness, it would prove futile. Yuchen, poised and graceful, elucidated softly whilst advancing step by step towards Dao Tianming. In Dao Tianming's perception, the elegant demeanor and ethereal beauty of Yu Qingyu gradually resembled that of a harbinger of death as she approached. Each sound of her footsteps sent tremors through his heart, leaving his legs weak with trepidation. How infuriating! He, a dignified celestial lord of the Immortal Realm, with boundless potential and a long road ahead, could not possibly succumb in such a manner. As Yu Qingyu drew ever closer, a flicker of determination crossed Dao Tianming's countenance. Without hesitation, he cast off the celestial ring adorning his finger. The ring spun through the air before erupting with a thunderous explosion, capable of containing the essence of all things. The celestial ring was indeed a formidable artifact. The detonation of such a celestial-grade treasure bore enough power to flatten an entire town. Even a grand city like Nanli would suffer at least half its destruction. Moreover, the ring housed numerous celestial weapons and countless spirit stones and elixirs, amplifying its destructive potential immensely. At the very instant of the explosion, as the force had yet to diffuse, Yu Qingyu gently raised her arm towards the epicenter and uttered calmly, "Return to stillness." In an instant, the terrifying celestial energy at the explosion's core came to a halt, as if time itself had frozen. The next moment, the expanding blast gradually contracted and coalesced, dissipating as though nothing had transpired. The damaged walls and ground of the alleyway restored to their original state at the command of Yu Qingyu's invocation of restoration. Everything appeared as if it had never occurred. Through her actions, Yu Qingyu illustrated to Dao Tianming the true essence of the power of word spirit, the ability to command the universe and its laws, unbound by any constraints. She embodied the dominion of the heavens and earth. However, once the chaos subsided, Dao Tianming had vanished without a trace. No longer could his presence or aura be sensed. He escaped. The expressions of the night god and his companions shifted to one of shock, as they began to unleash their divine senses to seek out Dao Tianming's whereabouts. He must have employed some means to conceal his presence and flee amidst the explosion of the celestial ring. At that moment, Dao Tianming, cloaked in a shroud of illusion, had already ascended into the skies. Witnessing how Yu Qingyu had effortlessly neutralized his explosive strategy with mere words, without causing any disturbance within the city, he once again felt the gravity of her formidable nature. Yet, he was still the one who had outmaneuvered her. He had successfully evaded capture. The enchanted garment he wore not only concealed his form and transformed into myriad illusions, but also severed all traces of his aura from divine senses. He had relied upon this very garment to escape countless life-or-death pursuits. This was his final means of survival. Yu Qingyu, unperturbed, gazed skyward. A sense of unease suddenly surged within Dao Tianming. Just as he had feared, Yu Qingyu spoke again with a dispassionate tone. "Descend." As her words fell, it felt as though several mighty mountains had been pressed upon him, causing him to plummet from the skies. Even the birds above Nanli City all fell to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Dao Tianming embedded himself into the earth, his face a mask of disbelief. Could this woman, despite being unable to see him, wield such influence over him? Dao Tianming removed his illusory cicada garment, desperately attempting to flee into the distance once more. Yet this time, the night god would not grant him any opportunity. Dark halos materialized in the void surrounding the night god, and from within these halos, beams of light shot forth, piercing through Dao Tianming's limbs. Accompanied by his agonizing cries, Dao Tianming fell from the sky, reduced to a mere puppet. The enormous hand of the mad prisoner casually grasped his entire face, lifting him before Yu Qingyu as if he were a mere chick, hoisted high. The once respected immortal master was now stained with blood, his complexion pale, his severed limbs incessantly oozing crimson, a truly pitiful sight. "Speak, who are you? Who sent you?" Yu Qingyu inquired coolly. Dao Tianming gazed weakly at Yu Qingyu, his heart like ashes, yet he gritted his teeth defiantly and proclaimed, "You wish for me to divulge the truth? Impossible. If you have the guts, just kill me. One day, my celestial realm will trample your demon realm, leaving no filthy demon clan alive. Left protector, crush him." In response to Dao Tianming's provocation, Yu Qingyu remained unfazed, her expression devoid of emotion. It was the mad prisoner who seethed with rage, demanding to crush this insect in his grasp. However, without Yu Qingyu's permission, he dared not act. Of course, Yu Qingyu would not allow the mad prisoner to kill Dao Tianming so easily. Not only did she wish to extract information about the forces behind him, but even in death, she would not permit him such a swift end. A cruel smile graced Yuchenyo's lips as she called out, "Shadow guards." Present. Two shadowy figures materialized beside her, standing respectfully at her sides. "Take this man to the Demon Realm's punishment palace. Inform Tianqing that we have an additional guest in the VIP area. Once he has confessed everything, do not kill him." Yuchenyo instructed with a serene smile. Upon hearing the words Demon Realm's punishment palace, Dao Tianming's face turned even paler, his body trembling uncontrollably. Entering the punishment palace meant enduring the most brutal and excruciating torments imaginable. A lifetime of suffering without the release of death. "Wait, I will speak. I am the steward of the Dao clan from the Beiming celestial domain. This descent into the netherworld is a mandate from the venerable ancestor to locate a mother and daughter duo named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. I, from the celestial realm, harbor no desire to engage in conflict with the demon realm. If you would only grant me my freedom, I assure you that this matter shall be regarded as though it never transpired. Furthermore, I implore you to overlook the incident involving the demise of two disciples from the Taoist family." Dao Tianming, in a state of sheer terror, divulged every detail to Yuchenyo and fervently beseeched for his release. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the defiance he had exhibited moments earlier, underscoring the formidable deterrent that the execution palace of the demon realm exerts upon celestial beings. "Taoist family," Yuchenyo murmured softly, committing the name to memory. Under the hopeful gaze of Dao Tianming, she offered a slight smile and nonchalantly gestured, commanding, "Take him away." "Wait, I've told you everything. I speak the truth." The dark-clad attendants seized Dao Tianming by the collar, gradually stepping into the warped void. Dao Tianming, filled with dread, desperately pleaded and struggled. Yuchenyo regarded him with a faint smile and remarked coolly, "I never promised that revealing the truth would grant you mercy in utter despair." Dao Tianming fell into a stupor until he was entirely drawn into the abyss. Chapter 135. A father who reluctantly partakes in nightly slumber under the gentle embrace of Luo Ruiying's ethereal energy. Luo Hongya succumbed to a fleeting yet tranquil slumber. However, it was not long before her delicate brows furrowed, as if haunted by a nightmare, and she abruptly opened her spirited eyes. "What troubles you, Yi? Are you in pain again?" Luo Ruiying inquired tenderly, caressing Luo Hongya's chest with a heart full of concern. With mother here, Yi feels no pain." Luo Hongya replied obediently, shaking her head before hesitantly asking, "Mother, have I caused you and father any trouble?" Luo Ruiying's expression faltered for a moment, her hand gently brushing against Luo Hongya's small face as she softly reassured, "How could you think that, my dear? Your presence brings the utmost joy and happiness to both your father and me. Promise me you won't say such things again, all right?" "Yi understands." Luo Hongya replied obediently, lying quietly upon the bed. After a brief silence, she turned her head and asked, "Mother, where has father gone? Is he not sleeping with us tonight?" "Father has gone to fetch some delicious treats for you. He will return shortly to keep you company while you sleep." Luo Ruiying managed a faint smile, her heart yearning for Ning Yuchen's swift return while simultaneously fearing the arrival of disheartening news. At that moment, Qi Yuan rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. "Sister Luo, how is little Yi?" she exclaimed upon entering the room. Qi Yuan held a sincere affection for Luo Hongya, treating her as if she were her own younger sister. The news of Luo Hongya's sudden distress in the Southly Academy had left her deeply anxious. "The situation is somewhat stable for now," Luo Ruiying replied, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. The implication was crystal clear: stability did not equate to safety, and the threat to life loomed ever present. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan, her heart heavy with sorrow, approached the bedside to check on the ailing Luo Hongya. "Little Yi." "Sister Qi," Luo Hongya managed to muster a faint yet endearing smile, her small face appearing weak and pale. This sight only deepened Qi Yuan's compassion. At merely 2 years of age, such a gentle and understanding child should not have to endure such suffering. "Sister Luo, I have summoned all the renowned physicians in the city. Allow them to examine little Yi." Qi Yuan turned to Luo Ruiying, determination in her voice. Luo Ruiying nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Qi. At this point, I am willing to pursue any glimmer of hope." "Quickly, doctors, please come in." With Luo Ruiying's consent, Qi Yuan ushered in the dozen or so physicians waiting outside. One by one, they approached Luo Hongye to take her pulse and assess her condition, while Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan anxiously stood by. Doctor, no matter what medicinal herbs you require, my family can procure them all. Please feel free to express your needs. A contingent of physicians nodded in agreement and began to take turns diagnosing. However, each doctor who approached to check the pulse wore a grave expression, furrowing their brows in unison, before rising slowly to shake their heads. Some even bluntly stated that the affliction was a confluence of two incompatible spirits, disrupting the meridians and the dantian, with no remedy available. They warned that Luo Hongye might not survive even 20 more years, even if she refrained from any cultivation throughout her life. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's heart tightened, her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Qi Yuan was so enraged that she nearly expelled all the doctors from the room. Pa, a bunch of quacks. Sister Luo, do not heed their words. They must be charlatans, spouting nonsense. Qi Yuan comforted Luo Ruiying, feeling some regret for bringing these inept doctors. It was only then that she recalled Ning Yuchen was a descendant of renowned healers, a divine physician skilled in saving lives, and she hastily inquired, by the way, Sister Luo, where is Brother Ning? Where has he gone? He said he needed to prepare the medicinal herbs and temporarily left. Luo Ruiying replied weakly. Now, their only remaining hope rested with Ning Yuchen. Husband. Luo Ruiying silently prayed, calling out inwardly. This was the first time she had so deeply relied on a man. As if in response to her heartfelt yearning, Ning Yuchen's voice suddenly resonated from outside the room. My dear, I have returned. With an ethereal grace, Ning Yuchen entered the room, offering Luo Ruiying a soft and reassuring smile. For reasons unknown, the sight of his smile brought her a profound sense of peace. Husband, Brother Ning, have you found the necessary herbs? Do you need me to summon others to assist in the search? Qi Yuan eagerly approached with a hopeful expression. Luo Ruiying gazed at Ning Yuchen with anticipation, instinctively tightening her grip, her heart racing to its utmost. Ning Yuchen gently nodded. A wave of relief washed over both Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan, their faces lighting up with joy. My dear, Miss Qi, please wait outside for a moment. I will prepare some medicine for the child, Ning Yuchen instructed them. The essence of the celestial spirit tree and the magic spirit crystal might be unfamiliar to Qi Yuan, but Luo Ruiying would undoubtedly recognize them. This was something that could not be presented in her presence. Although a trace of unease lingered in Luo Ruiying's heart, she ultimately followed Qi Yuan obediently out of the room. Inside remained only Ning Yuchen and the ailing Luo Hongye, who lay on the bed. Ning Yuchen sat at the bedside, tenderly caressing Luo Hongye's delicate face. The young girl grasped Ning Yuchen's hands with her small ones, her big eyes gazing at him in wonder, before suddenly asking, Daddy, is Ye going to leave Daddy and Mommy? From just now, she had been secretly listening to the doctor's conversation. Though she was quite young, she seemed to grasp some understanding. This prompted her to pose such a question to Ning Yuchen. Ning Yuchen felt a jolt in his heart and immediately embraced Luo Hongye, gently patting her back while softly saying, How could that be? With Daddy here, our dear Yi will never go anywhere. Daddy will be here to watch Yi grow up and play all sorts of delightful games. Really? Yi won't leave Mommy and Daddy? Luo Hongye asked with her adorable, wide eyes, already glistening with unshed tears. Of course not. Daddy could never bear to part with our sweet and sensible Yi. Ning Yuchen affectionately pinched Luo Hongye's tender little face. He then took out the essence of the celestial spirit tree and the demon spirit crystal. Pouring the essence over the crystal, a wisp of ethereal flame ignited in his palm, refining and merging the two. In just a moment, the pure essence of the celestial spirit tree melded into the demon spirit crystal, and the entire crystal began to gradually dissolve. The golden brilliance of the celestial spirit intertwined with the dark purple of the demon spirit, the two liquids merging seamlessly, ultimately coalescing into a dark golden luminescence, shimmering with specks of golden light within the celestial demon essence. Chapter 136. As long as the child is well. Father, what is this? Luo Hongye's lively eyes reflected the dazzling radiance emitted by the celestial and demonic essence, her small face brimming with curiosity. Little one, this is a delightful treat that your father has brought back for you. Ning Yuchen gently flicked his fingers, causing the essence to swirl through the air like a roller coaster. Luo Hongye stared in awe, her mouth slightly agape, utterly captivated. It wasn't until the essence settled completely into a porcelain bowl that Luo Hongya clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed, "Father, it's so amazing. I want to play too. Please teach me later. First, let's have you drink your medicine, shall we?" Ning Yuchen affectionately stroked Luo Hongya's delicate nose and brought the bowl to her lips. The little one obediently cradled the bowl and began to drink. After taking a large gulp, she paused, looking up at Ning Yuchen with a slight pout and a disappointed expression. "Father, it doesn't taste good." Ning Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Luo Hongya's hair as he coaxed, "Sweetheart, this is a rare treasure that only a few can ever taste. After you drink this, you will grow up healthy alongside your father and mother. Later, I will get you other delicious treats. If I drink this, can I stay with you and mother forever?" Luo Hongya's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Ning Yuchen. "Yes, I promise." Ning Yuchen gently caressed the back of her smooth little head, nodding earnestly. With newfound determination, Luo Hongya grasped the bowl and drank deeply. To prove her obedience, she presented the empty bowl to Ning Yuchen, declaring, "Father, I finished it. I'm so good." Ning Yuchen encouraged her by rubbing her little cheeks. Luo Hongya tilted her head back, revealing a crescent moon smile, but suddenly felt a wave of profound fatigue wash over her. Her eyelids felt unusually heavy and closed against her will. "Father, I think I'm a bit sleepy. Can you stay with me while I sleep?" Her voice grew faint, and before she could finish, her little head tilted as she nestled into Ning Yuchen's embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Even in sleep, Luo Hongya clung to Ning Yuchen's arm. "Sleep well, my dear. Father will always be by your side." Ning Yuchen pressed his lips gently to her forehead, carefully placing her on the bed, tucking her in snugly, and gazing intently at her enchanting sleeping face. Though he had successfully found the essence of the celestial spirit tree and the crystal of the demonic spirit, refining them into the celestial demonic essence for his child, the ancient texts could only offer so much assurance. The true efficacy of this remedy remained an enigma. At this moment, as he sat beside Luo Hongya, Ning Yuchen felt an unprecedented tension within his heart. This situation is infinitely more nerve-wracking than sending him to conquer the celestial realm. After consuming the celestial demon elixir, Luo Hongya lay quietly on the bed, her entire body beginning to emanate a soft, ethereal glow. The elixir coursed through her being, causing the meridians within to surface beneath her skin, their luminescence crystal clear, as a harmonious blend of celestial and demonic energies enveloped her surroundings. After a considerable period, the glow gradually diminished, and tranquility returned. Ning Yuchen swiftly checked Luo Hongya's pulse, his consciousness probing into her body to assess her condition. The previously incompatible celestial and demonic energies had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented flow of golden dark energy coursing through her meridians. Even her bones had been refined by the elixir, now shimmering with a dark golden hue. It truly merged. The anxiety that had gripped Ning Yuchen's heart finally eased, and a smile of delight emerged on his face. Luo Hongya, inheriting the bloodline and essence of Luo Ruiying and himself, had now undergone the most pristine refinement of celestial and demonic energies, experiencing yet another metamorphosis. She had become the world's singular and genuine embodiment of both celestial and demonic forces. From this moment forth, her cultivation would face no hindrances. Whether celestial or demonic, both could coexist within her. His precious daughter might one day surpass even him in achievement. "My husband, is it done?" Outside, Luo Ruiying, unable to contain her anticipation, knocked on the door and inquired. Just moments ago, she had sensed an indescribable and peculiar energy emanating from within the room. After half a day of silence, her heart grew increasingly anxious. Were it not for the concern of disturbing Ning Yuchen, she would have entered long ago. "My dear, it is ready. You may come in." Ning Yuchen's voice, tinged with a gentle smile, resonated from within. Luo Ruiying eagerly pushed open the door and hurried to the bedside. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Luo Hongya, her heart raced as she asked, "My husband, how is she?" "She is perfectly fine, my dear. The child is merely asleep," Ning Yuchen replied, his face adorned with a charming, radiant smile. "Really, truly." Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying rushed to the bedside and grasped Luo Hongya's small hand, meticulously examining her condition. To her astonishment, the celestial and demonic energies had vanished. replaced instead by a flowing dark golden energy suffusing her meridians. The essence of this energy was even more robust and pure than that of the celestial and demonic forces. From its aura, it appeared to be the result of their harmonious fusion. Yet, it was well known that celestial and demonic energies were inherently antagonistic. Never had she heard of such a coexistence. What kind of miraculous herbs had Ning Yuchen brought back to achieve such an extraordinary effect? My husband, how did you manage this? Luo Ruiying could no longer contain her curiosity. Ning Yuchen felt a sudden jolt in his heart and hastily began to explain. My dear wife, this is actually derived from an ancient tome passed down through my family. I observed that your condition bears a striking resemblance to what is recorded in this ancient text, and thus I sought out several medicinal herbs as prescribed within its pages. Admittedly, I was unfamiliar with these herbs, but after scouring the apothecaries throughout the city, I finally managed to procure them. Luo Ruiying gazed intently at Ning Yuchen, her expression a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Could it truly be that an ancient text from the mortal realm contained prescriptions and ingredients that amalgamate celestial and demonic essences? Such a notion seemed rather far-fetched. Yet, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Perhaps it is indeed possible? At that moment, Yuchen, who had been out tending to the pests, returned. Ning Yuchen quickly gestured towards her, continuing, "If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Qingyu. It was she who enlightened me. Is that so?" Luo Ruiying turned to Yuchen with a questioning gaze. Yuchen nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, my lady. There is an ancient text in our household that describes a condition remarkably similar to that of the young lady. It was I who informed the young master. Thank you ever so much, Qingyu." Luo Ruiying offered a grateful smile to Yuchen, choosing not to further question the authenticity or origin of the ancient tome. For now, the most important thing was that the child was safe. Chapter 137. Because my husband likes it. Upon witnessing that Luo Hongye was truly out of danger, Qi Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Wonderful, Sister Luo? Little Yi is fine. I knew it. Such a well-behaved and adorable child would certainly be all right." "Indeed. I must thank you, Miss Qi," Luo Ruiying replied with a grateful smile. To ensure Luo Hongye's recovery, she had gone to great lengths to summon all the esteemed physicians in the city. Although their efforts had not yielded significant results, the sentiment alone filled Luo Ruiying with appreciation. Waving her hand dismissively, Qi Yuan placed her palm over her heart and assured, "My Qi family is deeply indebted to Sister Luo and Brother Ning. This small matter is nothing at all. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Please, do not stand on ceremony." As the day was growing late, she decided to take her leave. Casting a glance at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen, who were vigilantly watching over Luo Hongye, Qi Yuan smiled gently and took her leave with great tact. "Once little Yi recovers, I shall bring her some delicacies. Master, madam, please rest early. I shall take my leave now." After Qi Yuan departed, Yuchen lingered in the room for a moment, hesitating before she slightly bowed and chose to excuse herself. The little princess had just emerged from a perilous situation, and it was imperative for the demon lord and his wife to remain by her side. As for the matters concerning the Taoist immortal family, it could wait until tomorrow to inform the demon lord. Once Yuchen exited, only Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying remained in the chamber. Earlier, his sole focus had been on hastily procuring the divine tree sap and demon essence to heal his beloved daughter, leaving little room for further contemplation. Now that the crisis had passed, Ning Yuchen suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. While he had managed to barely scrape by in finding a remedy for Luo Hongye, he was perplexed as to why her mere act of inhaling spiritual energy had triggered the demonic essence to invade her body. This was a troubling riddle. It was likely that his wife had begun to harbor suspicions. Stealing a furtive glance at Luo Ruiying, he pondered how he might explain himself if she were to question him. Perhaps he should seize this opportunity to lay everything bare. He had entertained this notion before. The last time he had been misunderstood by Luo Ruixin, the thought of confessing his true identity to Luo Ruiying had crossed his mind. Yet, after the illusions conjured by the abyssal well, he now found himself wavering. What if revealing the truth led to dire consequences? Just as Ning Yuchen hesitated, Luo Ruiying suddenly called out, "Husband." "Ah, yes. What is it, my dear?" Ning Yuchen responded hastily, his heart racing at the thought of being interrogated. However, to his surprise, Luo Ruiying did not pose any questions or express any doubts. Instead, She gazed at him with her enchanting eyes, revealing a captivating smile that could charm the heavens. Thank you. If Ning Yuchen truly finds himself at a loss, she is unsure of what to do. Ning Yuchen was taken aback that Luo Ruiying did not doubt him. Instead, she expressed her gratitude. His expression softened, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he embraced her. My dear, why thank your husband? Every night, she is my daughter. This is what a husband ought to do, he murmured softly against her ear. Luo Ruiying, her cheek pressed against Ning Yuchen's chest, smiled slightly as she wrapped her arms around his waist, peacefully closing her eyes. With one arm cradling his slumbering daughter, Luo Hongye, and the other embracing his beloved wife, he lay in the center of the bed. There was no greater joy than holding both his precious daughter and cherished wife while they slept. Moreover, it seemed that his wife harbored no suspicions regarding the demonic spirit within the child. Perhaps it was her overwhelming concern for their child that made her forget. Ning Yuchen speculated within his heart. Yet, such thoughts were trivial now. As long as Luo Ruiying did not mention it, he would not seek trouble for himself, thus avoiding the need for excuses or explanations. As Ning Yuchen comfortably closed his eyes, Luo Ruiying, resting upon his arm, slightly lifted her beautiful eyes, quietly studying his face with a contemplative expression. Her cherry lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak. But after a moment's hesitation, she silently closed her mouth, choosing instead to rest in his embrace. This moment felt just right. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Ning Yuchen awoke first, immediately glancing at Luo Hongye, who lay on the inner side of the bed. The little one clutched his arm, her petite form curled up, her sleeping face tranquil and serene, resembling a finely crafted cotton doll, utterly adorable. Ning Yuchen smiled with reassurance, his gaze shifting to Luo Ruiying, who rested her head on his other arm. He had let them nestle against him all night, not daring to move an inch. Luo Ruiying, nestled in his embrace, bore an exquisite and peaceful expression, her delicate nose and cherry lips, her skin fairer than snow. With her 3,000 strands of ink-black hair cascading over her shoulders like silk, exuded an air of graceful intellect and beauty. If one did not know better, one would never guess she was a mother of a 2-year-old. Ning Yuchen gently reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, allowing him to better admire her unparalleled beauty. In the past, any slight movement would rouse Luo Ruiying, but this time, she remained undisturbed, peacefully asleep. Surely, it was the fatigue from protecting Luo Hongye that had worn her out. Ning Yuchen gazed at her fair and rosy cheeks, unable to resist gently poking them with his finger. Her skin was smooth and delicate, wonderfully elastic. The faint imprint left by his touch would soon return to normal. Ning Yuchen found great amusement in this. Husband, what are you doing? Unbeknownst to her, Luo Ruiying had already opened her beautiful eyes, gazing intently at him. Meanwhile, Ning Yuchen's fingers continued to gently poke her cheek. As you can see, my dear, I am merely poking your face, he said with a faint smile, unabashed by the playful intrusion. Then why do you insist on poking my face? Luo Ruiying questioned, casting a disapproving glance at Ning Yuchen, clearly perplexed by his antics. In response, Ning Yuchen lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. Their eyes locked in an intimate gaze. Because I like you, he confessed. At this simple declaration, a delicate blush crept upon Luo Ruiying's cheeks, leaving her momentarily speechless, unable to muster a retort. Who would enjoy poking someone's face while they are asleep? She thought, her face now adorned with a charmingly bashful allure reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Ning Yuchen's heart stirred at her beauty, prompting him to lean in closer. Luo Ruiying, her cheeks flushed, showed no signs of resistance, tilting her head back and extending her graceful neck. Chapter 138. The grandmother who cherishes Luo Hongye like a granddaughter. As Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen's lips drew closer, the atmosphere grew increasingly flirtatious and enchanting. At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, Luo Ruiying caught sight of a cute, petite head peeking from behind Ning Yuchen. Those big, innocent eyes blinked curiously at her. Night, night. Luo Ruiying hurriedly pushed Ning Yuchen away, sitting up from the bed to look at Luo Hongye, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ning Yuchen, disappointed, turned his head and realized that Luo Hongye had, unbeknownst to him, awakened and was now perched on his back. This little one always seemed to wake at the most opportune moments. Luo Hongye blinked her eyes innocently and asked in a soft voice, "Are Daddy and Mommy playing the kissing game again?" No, not at all, Yi." Mommy is merely playing a game of who can blink first with your daddy, Luo Ruiying explained, slightly flustered as she embraced Luo Hongya. Last time, their affectionate display had been caught by the child, and they had managed to pass it off as a game. This time, they had nearly been caught again. How embarrassing. Luo Hongya sat obediently in her embrace, her cherubic face radiating cuteness, and she did not seem overly suspicious. Luo Ruiying quickly changed the subject, her concern palpable. Yi, do you still feel any discomfort in your body? Yes. Luo Hongya pondered for a moment before nodding her little head. Where do you feel unwell? Both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen felt a pang of anxiety and leaned in, worried. Could there be another issue with her health? Luo Hongya patted her small belly, her mouth forming a little crescent as she pitifully replied, Yi is hungry. Luo Ruiying. Ning Yuchen. Exchanging glances, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen could not help but display expressions of exasperated amusement. This little one truly had a knack for causing them unnecessary worry, only to reveal that she was simply hungry. However, it had indeed been since noon the previous day that the child had eaten, so it was no wonder her stomach was growling. Mommy will prepare something for you right away, Luo Ruiying said indulgently as she picked up Luo Hongya and rose to prepare breakfast. Just then, the melodious voice of Yuchen resonated from outside the room. Young master, madam, breakfast is all ready. Thank you so much. Luo Ruiying expressed her gratitude to Yuchen, who always managed to have everything prepared precisely when needed, her meticulousness ensuring the household ran smoothly. Occasionally, when urged to take a break, she would refuse, insisting that it was her duty to serve her and the young lady. With Ning Yuchen's assistance, Luo Ruiying tidied her attire and, cradling Luo Hongya, made her way to the dining table in the hall. The table was already laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, all of which were Luo Hongya's favorites. Upon being cradled, Luo Hongya's mouth slightly parted, and the corners of her lips nearly dripped with saliva. Witnessing Luo Hongya's return to her previous innocent and charming demeanor, Yuchen and Meng Niu could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over them, almost moved to tears. The young lady appeared even more enchanting than before, which was truly delightful. My lady, do try this, is it delicious? And this one too. Yuchen sat beside Luo Hongya, persistently feeding her morsels. With every bite Luo Hongya consumed, Yuchen's smile grew brighter. At times, Meng Niu and the others couldn't help but question whether the tender and affectionate Yuchen before them was indeed the same person they encountered at the Jiang residence. The contrast was simply too stark. Ning Yuchen, observing Yuchen immersed in feeding Luo Hongya, wore an expression of helplessness. This was indeed a level of pampering that surpassed even his own towards his wife. Qingyu, do not let Yi overindulge. What are you saying, young master? The young lady is still growing. Of course, she should eat more. Yuchen retorted with righteous fervor, then continued to scoop another spoonful towards Luo Hongya's mouth. In both their home and the demon realm, only Yuchen dared to speak to Ning Yuchen in such a manner. Luo Hongya, regardless of the quantity, eagerly opened her petite mouth and devoured the food, her little feet joyfully swinging. After being refined by the elixir of immortals and demons, the child's appetite seemed to have blossomed even more than before. Since learning of the special relationship between Yuchen and Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruiying's mindset had subtly shifted, allowing her to indulge in pampering Luo Hongya, for she indeed cherished Luo Hongya as her beloved granddaughter. After being fed once more, Luo Hongya suddenly recalled something, glancing outside. Her large eyes turned towards Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. Daddy, Mommy, Yi should go to school. Does Yi wish to attend school? It is perfectly acceptable to rest for a few more days, Ning Yuchen replied with a smile. Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement. At present, the child's happiness and health were of paramount importance. The question of schooling seemed less significant. Keeping the child close was quite agreeable as well. Luo Hongya hesitated for a moment, pouting her small lips in distress. Yi wants to be near Daddy and Mommy. Then it is settled. Yi shall rest at home today. I will go to the school to excuse you. Ning Yuchen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongya's little head. But Yi promised to help Sister Chun build a snowman yesterday. Luo Hongya lamented, upon witnessing his child gradually blending in with the other children. The old father Ning Yuchen felt an immense sense of comfort and joy. With a smile, he said, Today, your father and mother shall accompany you to the academy, so you can be by our side and meet your friends. Given that Luo Hongye had just recovered and her body had undergone the tempering of the celestial and demonic essence, he and Luo Ruiying were indeed reluctant to let her out of their sight. Is that all right? Luo Hongye's eyes widened with anticipation as she gazed at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded. Yay! Luo Hongye exclaimed, raising her hands in delight. After finishing breakfast, Ning Yuchen carried Luo Hongye, accompanied by Luo Ruiying, to the kindergarten at Nanli Academy. Upon their arrival, the other children immediately gathered around Luo Hongye. Are you all right? You fainted yesterday, and even the principal came, which frightened us all. I thought you wouldn't come today since Sister Su isn't here. Ning Yuchen gently set Luo Hongye down, allowing her to join the other children, while he and Luo Ruiying stood aside, feeling gratified. Having heard that Luo Hongye had returned safely, Xia Jia rushed over to meet Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. Greetings, Fairy Luo and Mr. Ning. Even towards the mortal Ning Yuchen, Xia Jia was exceedingly courteous in her greeting. Director Xia, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying replied with a slight nod. I apologize for the trouble my child caused at Nanli Academy yesterday. I shall compensate for all losses incurred. Such losses are inconsequential. However, has your daughter fully recovered? Xia Jia inquired, his gaze fixed on Luo Hongye, who was joyfully building a snowman with the other children. He could not help but express his astonishment. Just yesterday, he had personally checked Luo Hongye's pulse, and with her being a dual entity of celestial and demonic spirits, her condition had seemed quite dire. Yet now, she was bouncing around with vitality, and there was an indescribable, unique aura about her. This was truly remarkable. Chapter 139. It is often said to me by men, thank you, Dean Xia, for your concern. The child is no longer in danger. Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile. However, Xia Guo was profoundly astonished. After discovering that Luo Hongye possessed both celestial and demonic essences, he took the liberty to consult many ancient texts, learning that Luo Hongye might very well be the fabled body of both celestial and demon. He was left in utter disbelief. Such a phenomenon had never before graced this world. Yet, after his initial shock, he could not help but feel a lingering regret. Luo Hongye was still very young. Her talent had already stirred the heavens, causing the celestial mechanism stone to shatter, suggesting an immeasurable future on the path of immortality. Alas, how cruel was fate, for Luo Hongye was indeed a rare being, a body of both celestial and demon. However, after lamenting for an entire night, he was suddenly informed the next day that Luo Hongye was fine. This was a matter he had never encountered before. May I inquire how Miss Luo achieved this? Xia Guo could not restrain his curiosity and asked. Luo Ruiying smiled and cast her gaze upon her husband, Ning Yuchen. My husband comes from a lineage of healers, and our family happens to possess records of remedies for such ailments. Xia Guo followed Luo Ruiying's gaze and observed Ning Yuchen closely for the first time. Previously, he had not paid much heed to the existence of this mortal, but upon this closer inspection, he realized there was something extraordinary about him. His stature was upright and graceful, his countenance exceptionally handsome, often adorned with a humble and charming smile, emanating an air of calm composure and steadiness. Even when faced with a celestial being like himself, he maintained a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. Such a presence was exceedingly rare among mortals. Typically, those who encountered him either felt intimidated or expressed reverence. It was nearly unheard of for someone like Ning Yuchen to meet his gaze directly. Truly, as expected of the husband of Miss Luo, he possessed remarkable qualities. The fact that his family could harbor remedies for healing the body of both celestial and demon was nothing short of remarkable. After cultivating for so long, he had never heard of any means to cure such a being. Since Mr. Ning hails from a lineage of healers, he must possess exceptional medical skills. I happen to have an unsolicited favor I wish to ask of you, Mr. Ning. Xia Guo spoke to Ning Yuchen with utmost courtesy. Please feel free to ask, Dean Xia, Ning Yuchen replied. Yesterday, one of our disciples, named Su Yi, was unfortunately affected and is grievously injured, currently bedridden. Despite consulting the most renowned physicians in the city, there has been no improvement. Even I find myself powerless in this situation. I would like to request your esteemed assistance in diagnosing him. Xia Guo earnestly implored. Yesterday, for reasons unknown, Luo Hongye had unwittingly allowed a demonic essence to invade her body, and in a moment of desperation, Su Yi rashly reached out to touch her. While his injuries were not severe, he too fell victim to the invasion of the demonic essence. Despite exhausting all methods and remedies, his condition remained stubbornly unresolved. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying realized why she had not seen Su Yi. It was because he was still incapacitated by his injuries. She turned to her husband, Ning Yuchen, seeking his assistance. Her impression of Su Yi remained quite favorable. She treated children with utmost kindness and gentleness, offering heartfelt guidance. Feeling somewhat guilty for Su Yi's injury sustained while protecting the child, she believed it was only right to visit him. Thus, she requested Director Xia to lead the way. Ning Yuchen accepted with a smile, having already heard from Yuqingyu about the circumstances. Since Su Yi was injured while defending Luo Hongya, he could not simply stand by. Even without Xia's suggestion, he intended to visit Su Yi, as it was one of the purposes for bringing the child to Nanli Academy that day. Please follow me, he urged. Under Xia's guidance, Ning Yuchen and his companions arrived at the residence prepared for disciples within Nanli Academy. The compound was an intricate maze of pathways, with neatly arranged individual rooms, each designated for the disciples' dedicated cultivation. As they traversed the courtyard, the disciples of Nanli Academy greeted them respectfully with polite bows. Many among them cast curious glances at Ning Yuchen and his group. Throughout the journey, Xia couldn't help but steal furtive glances at Yuqingyu, who maintained a composed demeanor, silently trailing behind Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying without uttering a word. For some reason, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this woman. Her beauty and grace were simply beyond reproach. How could such a remarkable woman merely be a maid? Director Xia, is there something on my face? Yuqingyu inquired with a light laugh, having sensed Xia's covert scrutiny from the outset. I wonder if we have crossed paths before. Xia replied, caught off guard by her perceptiveness. Perhaps. Many men have expressed similar sentiments to me, she responded, a hint of a charming smile gracing her exquisite features. Her demeanor both dignified and courteous. My apologies. Perhaps I misjudged, Xia stammered, awkwardly averting his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes again. A subtle smile crept onto Luo Ruiying's lips, as she noted the irony in Yuqingyu's words, when she mentioned that many men had approached her with such remarks. Xia's questions seemed to echo their advances, leading to an amusing misunderstanding. As the esteemed director of Nanli Academy, a formidable figure in Nanzhou, being mistaken for flirting with a maid was indeed embarrassing, prompting Xia to refrain from further conversation with Yuqingyu. A cultivator of the heavenly god realm found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Yuqingyu. Ning Yuchen, standing nearby, merely smiled, saying nothing. Xia was still too naive in his attempts to uncover Yuqingyu's background. Soon, the trio arrived outside Su Yi's room. As they approached, they heard Qi Yuan's voice from within. Wait a moment, I'll go find Brother Ning to help you. Brother Ning is truly remarkable. There is certainly no cause for concern. In a flurry, Qi Yuan hastily flung open the door, colliding directly with the approaching Din Xia. Din Xia, Qi Yuan stammered, quickly bowing in greeting. She had finally realized her aspiration of becoming a disciple at Nanli Academy, adorned in the academy's apprentice attire. At that moment, she was sneaking out of class to visit Su Yi, and she had been caught red-handed by the dean. It was impossible to remain composed. However, as Qi Yuan lifted her gaze, she spotted Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying beside Din Xia, and her face instantly brightened. Ignoring Din Xia completely, she rushed to Ning Yuchen's side, exclaiming with fervor, Sister Luo, Brother Ning. Din Xia, with his hand raised in a gesture of salutation, found himself awkwardly frozen in midair. He understood the close bond between Qi Yuan and Su Yi, and her absence from class to visit was entirely justifiable. He had no intention of reprimanding her. Yet, to be so blatantly disregarded was indeed a blow to his pride. Little did he realize that in Qi Yuan's eyes, he, the esteemed dean of Nanli, paled in significance compared to Ning Yuchen. Chapter 140. Who exactly is he? Brother Ning, I was just about to seek you out, Qi Yuan said, leaning closer to Ning Yuchen with an expression full of hope. My friend is gravely injured. Could you possibly assist her? Do not worry. That is precisely why I have come, Ning Yuchen replied with a smile, walking past Qi Yuan and directly entering Su Yi's room. Given Ning Yuchen's assurance, Luo Ruiying and the others had no choice but to remain outside and wait. Inside the room, Su Yi, her complexion slightly pale, leaned against the headboard. Upon seeing Ning Yuchen enter, she forced a smile and greeted him. Mr. Ning, I apologize for the trouble. It is of no consequence. You are suffering due to my family's Ye's injuries, so it is only right that I come to check on you, Ning Yuchen said as he approached the bedside. Then I shall entrust my care to you, Mr. Ning. Sui nodded and extended her delicate arm. Ning Yuchen gently pressed his fingers against her pulse, closing his eyes. Sui's injuries were not severe. One could nearly say she was already on the mend. However, a portion of demonic energy had invaded her body, causing a disruption in her meridians, preventing her spiritual energy from circulating freely. Compared to Luo Hongye's condition, dispelling the demonic energy from Su Yi's body was exceedingly simple for Ning Yuchen. He intended to provide Su Yi with an opportunity. As Ning Yuchen remained silent, Su Yi's expression gradually dimmed, her hopes dwindling. She had already seen numerous renowned doctors, all of whom were at a loss, and she had nearly surrendered. Though a flicker of hope remained for Ning Yuchen, she had prepared herself for the harsh reality that her cultivation might never progress again. She could remain at Nanli Academy as a teacher. Mr. Ning, it is sufficient. You need not. Su Yi began to speak, but her expression suddenly shifted in astonishment. She felt the chaotic demonic energy within her coalesce as if responding to some unseen call, gathering together completely. Moreover, the demonic energy traversing her meridians did not harm her in the slightest. How was he able to manipulate the demonic energy? And how could he control the spiritual energy so meticulously? No, he is merely a mortal, not the husband of Sister Luo. Is he? Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Ning Yuchen beside her. Before long, the scattered demonic energy throughout her body converged above her dantian, forming a pitch-black demonic core that shimmered with a radiant glow. Moreover, Su Yi felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy filling her dantian, which suddenly expanded, allowing the vast spiritual energy to circulate throughout her body, breaking open the long-accumulated spiritual apertures. As a wave of spiritual energy rippled through Su Yi's body, she felt her entire being filled with vitality, akin to the soothing effects of a gentle massage. Unable to resist, she closed her eyes and let out a soft sigh of contentment. Outside the room, Luo Ring and the others were momentarily startled by the emanating spiritual energy, their expressions shifting with surprise. Before they could voice their confusion, they were met with the faint sound of a delicate moan coming from within the room. What could possibly be happening in there? The group exchanged glances, each harboring the same question in their minds. Luo Ruiying, particularly intrigued, furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on the door. What on earth is he doing in there? Why does he always emit such peculiar sounds when treating women? This had occurred when he treated Qi Yuan as well. If it weren't for Xiaoguo and the others being present, she would have been unable to resist the urge to peek through the window like last time. Qi Yuan, noticing Luo Ruiying's frown, quickly interjected to explain Ning Yuchen's actions. Sister Luo, please don't worry. Perhaps Brother Ning is merely administering acupuncture to my friend and accidentally caused her some discomfort. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Qi Yuan instinctively covered her mouth. Why does this explanation feel somewhat off? The more I say, the stranger it seems. What should I do? Sister Luo appears to be growing increasingly displeased. Inside the room, as the spiritual energy gradually settled, Su Yi slowly opened her eyes. Her complexion had returned to a rosy hue, and she looked considerably more vibrant. Have I broken through? I have entered the celestial spirit realm. Su Yi gazed at her hands in disbelief, feeling the abundant flow of spiritual energy coursing through her being. The long-standing bottleneck had vanished entirely. This was undoubtedly a sign of a breakthrough in cultivation. How do you feel? Ning Yuchen inquired with a smile, observing Su Yi closely. Mr. Ning, no, Senior Ning. How did you accomplish this? Su Yi looked up at Ning Yuchen, her expression one of astonishment. She was certain that the person before her was no ordinary mortal. How could anyone capable of gathering magic spirits and aiding her in her cultivation breakthrough be merely a commoner? He must be a distinguished master. I merely helped Miss Su clear her meridians and provided a prescription for her to take. As for the breakthrough, it was simply the opportune moment for Miss Su, who had been stuck at her bottleneck for quite some time, to advance, Ning Yuchen stated calmly. Su Yi's expression reflected her confusion. Yet she quickly grasped the essence of Ning Yuchen's words. He wished to keep the earlier events from the others and was guiding her on how to respond. Understanding, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Ning. Mr. Ning. She promptly stood, respectfully cupping her hands in appreciation. Ning Yuchen nodded in approval. This girl is quite perceptive, effortlessly grasping the meaning he sought to convey. Miss Su, do you have any wishes? Ning Yuchen suddenly inquired. Wishes? Su Yi's expression was pensive, perplexed by Ning Yuchen's sudden inquiry. Indeed, aspirations, whether it be ascension to immortality or the acquisition of countless spirit stones and treasures, or something else entirely, are all valid. Ning Yuchen spoke with confidence and grandeur. Su Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. With my aptitude, I dare not indulge in the fantasy of becoming an immortal. As for spirit stones and treasures, they are but external possessions, and I possess little interest in them. If I were to articulate a wish, it would be to reach a height akin to that of thee, to mentor and nurture more outstanding disciples for the world. The brilliance in Su Yi's eyes was unmistakable, his resolve unwavering. This wish might seem overly simple to Ning Yuchen, yet it held considerable weight. Ning Yuchen stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment, then casually retrieved a tome from his celestial ring and tossed it into Su Yi's hands. In that case, consider this celestial scripture a gift. As long as you are diligent in your cultivation, surpassing Dean Nonli will be well within your grasp. As for how far you can go, that depends on your own fortune. The celestial sword immortal scripture. Su Yi gazed in astonishment at the scripture in his hands, softly murmuring to himself. The scripture radiated with ethereal brilliance, and merely gazing upon it sent waves of profound energy cascading through his consciousness, leaving him in a state of rapture. This was likely a scripture of celestial rank. Such celestial scriptures are exceedingly rare in the world, and he had just carelessly bestowed one upon her. Who exactly is he? Chapter 141. Such a charming lady. It turns out that the mortal husband, who has always been by Sister Luo's side and envied by countless people, is actually a reclusive senior. Even Sister Luo and Dean Xia were unaware of this. Thus, the true force behind the rise of the Qi family and the disappearance of the Jiang family may very well be the person before her. Su Yi faintly sensed something, her hands cradling the celestial scripture, and her gaze towards Ning Yuchen grew increasingly reverent. Yet, she did not comprehend why Ning Yuchen was bestowing such kindness upon her. Mr. Ning, I am deeply humbled. Why have you gifted me this celestial scripture? If it is merely due to my connection with Luo Hongya, then having already healed the demonic spirit within me and assisting my cultivation breakthrough would surely suffice. Bestowing upon me this Tianyuan celestial scripture is truly overwhelming. Presenting you with the celestial scripture is merely a token of gratitude for your care of my Yi. If it does not please you, I can readily exchange it for something else. Just voice your desire, and I shall strive to fulfill it, Ning Yuchen replied. Seated with one hand supporting his chin, a gentle smile gracing his lips, radiating a profound confidence and pride. Su Yi could not help but be entranced. At that moment, Ning Yuchen exuded an imperial aura, reminiscent of a sovereign ruling over all. Even if she were to request dominance over Nanzhou, she truly believed that this person could accomplish it. No wonder he is the husband of Sister Luo. He is indeed extraordinary. Thank you, Mr. Ning. This gift is more than sufficient. Su Yi could no longer bear the weight of further generosity from him. She refrained from further protest, holding the celestial scripture with a bow of gratitude. Perhaps this was the fabled celestial fortune that one could encounter but not seek. Ning Yuchen said no more. Having resolved the matter, he prepared to take his leave. He had faith that Su Yi, with her intelligence, would know what to say henceforth. As Ning Yuchen made to depart, Su Yi hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Mr. Ning, may I ask if I may impart the Tianyuan sword celestial scripture to others in the future? I have already gifted you that celestial scripture, so it naturally belongs to you. You may decide for yourself without needing to consult me. Ning Yuchen waved his hand, affirming her inquiry. Su Yi understood. Upon hearing this, her face lit up with joy. Her eyes sparkled as they beheld the Tianyuan celestial scripture nestled in her arms. In a century hence, a sect that would astonish the world would emerge in Nanzhou, the Tianyuan sword sect. Sect Master Su Yi would gather disciples from all walks of life, nurturing a host of renowned students. Even upon reaching the cultivation level sufficient for ascension to the celestial realm, she chose to remain in the mortal world to teach her disciples and develop her sect. Thus, she became celebrated and respected throughout the world, known by all. Of course, these are tales for another time. Before leaving the room, Ning Yuchen turned back to Su Yi and cautioned, by the way, I have helped you consolidate the demonic spirit within you into a pill and placed it in your dantian. It has not been directly eradicated. Though the general populace may find it challenging to harness the essence of the demonic spirit, it remains one of the purest forms of spiritual energy in existence, imbued with extraordinary potency. Given your current level of cultivation, it is not yet advisable for you to attempt its refinement. In due time, as you gradually refine this energy, it will significantly enhance your cultivation progress. However, it is imperative to remember not to rush the process. Sui acknowledged this and vowed to adhere to Mr. Ning's teachings. She bowed respectfully once more. Ning Yuchen not only alleviated the threat of the demonic spirit within her, but also assisted her in breaking through her cultivation barriers, bestowing upon her celestial techniques and aiding in the condensation of spiritual elixirs. She found herself at a loss for words in expressing her gratitude. Outside, the others continued to wait patiently for Ning Yuchen to emerge. After Su Yi's soft exclamation from within, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Anxiety began to mount among the onlookers as they pondered what could possibly be happening inside, and why no further sounds were heard. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and Ning Yuchen stepped out, meeting the intense gazes of Qi Yuan and the others. With a gentle smile, he reassured them, all is well now. With just a few more days of rest, Miss Su will be fully recovered. Is that truly the case? How wonderful! Qi Yuan exclaimed, her joy palpable. Xiaogua let out a sigh of relief, regarding Ning Yuchen with newfound respect. It was astonishing that while other esteemed physicians had been at a loss, he had indeed found a remedy for Sui. What method had he employed? Curiosity welled up within Xiaogua, sensing an air of mystery surrounding this seemingly ordinary man. At that moment, Sui appeared at the doorway. Her complexion was radiant, vibrant with life, a striking contrast to her previous frail state. She seemed entirely unharmed. Sui, are you all right? Qi Yuan inquired, rushing forward to embrace her. Yes, thanks to Mr. Ning, I am perfectly fine now, Sui replied, casting a grateful smile towards Ning Yuchen. That is truly splendid. How did you manage it, Brother Ning? Qi Yuan asked with keen interest. Mr. Ning helped me to clear the meridians within my body, effectively dispersing the residual demonic spirit, which allowed me to break through to a new realm. Sui explained with a serene smile. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow lightly, her keen gaze shifting between Ning Yuchen and Sui. She couldn't shake the feeling that Sui's demeanor towards Ning Yuchen had become markedly more respectful. While it was likely a result of her recovery, her intuition suggested that there was more to the story than met the eye. She had been intent on eavesdropping on the happenings inside, yet had heard nothing, which struck her as peculiar. What, indeed, had transpired within those four walls? Ning Yuchen, noticing Luo Ruiying's discontented scrutiny, felt a twinge of confusion. He reflected on the events, perplexed as to what might have caused her displeasure. Had he not merely entered to tend to Su Yi's ailment? Could it be due to my prolonged absence? My dear wife, have I erred in some way? Ning Yuchen humbly inquired as he leaned closer to Luo Ruiying. Not at all. It was truly splendid of you to tend to Miss Su, she replied, her tone nonchalant. Yet, I wonder what you were up to inside. A fleeting glance at Ning Yuchen revealed a hint of jealousy in her words, or so he thought. To his astonishment, the former empress of the celestial realm seemed to embody the petulance of a young girl, though he could not find it in himself to dislike her. Indeed, such a wife was quite endearing. My dear, I was merely attending to Miss Su's ailment. I assure you, there was nothing peculiar about it. Ning Yuchen explained with a cheerful smile, positioning himself closely beside Luo Ruiying. How can I be certain you're not concealing something from me? She retorted, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her words laden with significance. With that, Luo Ruiying turned on her heel to depart. Just as Ning Yuchen stood there, pondering the meaning of her words, she halted, casting a playful glance back at him and extending her hand with a smile. I was merely jesting, come along. Oh, I'm coming, my dear. Ning Yuchen hastily caught up and took her hand, relieved, for he had feared that she might have sensed something amiss. Chapter 142. She appears to be only 2 years old. On the way back to the Naley Academy's preschool, Ning Yuchen occasionally cast sidelong glances, discreetly observing the exquisite profile of Luo Ruiying beside him. Luo Ruiying maintained her usual demeanor, her beautiful eyes fixated ahead, her comportment unchanged from before. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. She genuinely seemed to harbor no suspicions. As Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying approached the preschool, A female disciple responsible for supervising the children that day rushed anxiously to Xiaogua, breathlessly pointing towards the direction of the preschool and exclaiming, "Director, something is amiss. That child, Yi, is not quite right." Upon hearing this, both Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruing were taken aback, hastening towards the preschool. Could it be that the child's health was still in jeopardy? Xiaogua and other instructors from the Nali Academy also hurried to the scene. Upon their arrival, they beheld the petite and adorable Luo Hongya standing in the center of an open space, surrounded by a golden aura of celestial spirits and a swirling mass of dark demonic energy that continuously flowed into her being. The other children who had been playing with her had been taken away by others, leaving no one daring to approach her. Luo Hongya appeared bewildered, standing in place and glancing around, occasionally reaching out her tiny hands to touch the flowing spiritual energy around her. The ethereal essence moved like a gentle stream, gliding through her fingertips. Yi. Without hesitation, Luo Ruing rushed to Luo Hongya's side, immediately assessing her condition. Compared to the last time, the spiritual energy entering Luo Hongya's body was remarkably gentle and benign, causing her no harm whatsoever. It resembled the ordinary absorption of natural spiritual energy by cultivators. However, the energy coalescing around her was not only pure, but also overwhelmingly dense. It seemed as if the spiritual energy from miles around the Nali Academy was being drawn into her. Xiaogua and the other instructors stood in stunned silence, witnessing how the child could unconsciously absorb the natural spiritual energy to the extent of manifesting it as a flowing stream. Her sensitivity and affinity for spiritual energy were truly extraordinary. Luo Hongya's small face bore a look of confusion, completely unaware of her surroundings or what was transpiring. Meanwhile, her cultivation level appeared to ascend without any apparent limits. She had reached the spirit communication stage. This child was already considered a cultivator. The spiritual energy within her continued to surge upward. The spirit mastery stage. Such rapid progression was astonishing. When I transitioned from the spirit communication stage to the spirit mastery stage, it had taken me over a month. Yet this child, it seemed she had no intention of pausing. Wasn't this a bit excessive? She must only be 2 years old. Until her realm advanced to the martial spirit stage, Luo Hongya's surrounding spiritual energy gradually became sparse and thin, causing her cultivation to come to a halt. It was not that her realm could not progress, but rather that the spiritual energy of the surrounding world had been depleted. While other children had yet to master even the most fundamental technique of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, she had already made several breakthroughs. The instructors at Nanli Academy were left astonished, questioning their own lives. This child, in a mere few minutes, had surpassed their decades of cultivation. It is crucial to note that this was not even her formal training, but merely the act of absorbing the world's spiritual energy. In contrast to the shock experienced by the others at Nanli Academy, Yuchinyu wore a serene smile. To her, this was entirely expected. The little princess had inherited the bloodline of both the demon lord and his lady, a being incomparable to ordinary talents. She believed that before long, the little princess would grow to become a demon lord who gazes down upon the world. Perhaps it was time to begin preparing for the little princess's future development. This was truly exhilarating and filled with anticipation. She could hardly wait to witness that day. After examining Luo Hongya's body, Luo Ruing confirmed that the child was merely unconsciously absorbing spiritual energy, which put her at ease. However, witnessing Luo Hongya's ability to break through several realms unconsciously left her deeply shocked. The child's talent was indeed astonishing. Considering that the spiritual energy in the human realm was already relatively thin, it was remarkable that Luo Hongya could extract such pure energy under these circumstances. If she were in a place with more abundant spiritual energy, or even in the celestial realm, who could say how far her cultivation would have progressed? "Mother, what is this?" Luo Hongya asked curiously, her wide eyes gazing at the flowing spiritual energy between her fingers, attempting to grasp it in her palm, yet failing to do so. This is called spiritual energy. All things in heaven and earth possess spirit. Everything is born from nature, and upon death, returns to the universe, transforming into the spirit of the world that nourishes all living things, endlessly perpetuating life, Luo Ruing explained, gently taking Luo Hongya's small hand. Luo Hongya tilted her head, her adorable face deep in thought, genuinely attempting to comprehend her mother's words. It is all right if you do not understand right now, my dear. Let me first teach you how to make this spiritual energy disappear or appear, shall we? Luo Ruiying said with a smile, soothing the child. If the little one continued to absorb the spiritual energy in this fertile land of Nanli Academy, it would not be long before she completely depleted it. Luo Hongya nodded enthusiastically, intrigued by the shimmering, flowing spiritual energy beside her. All right, close your eyes, dear, and feel your little belly. Do you see anything? Luo Ruiying instructed, her delicate finger pressing on Luo Hongya's abdomen, guiding her step by step. I see a vast ocean, the water sparkling brightly. So many glimmering streams from the sky flow into the sea, Luo Hongya said with a smile, her eyes still closed. The ocean? Upon hearing these words, Luo Ruiying was taken aback. This child's dantian was indeed a vast spiritual ocean. The water cascading from the heavens must be spiritual energy. Could it be possible to prevent this water from flowing into the sea? Luo Ruiying inquired with a smile. Let us give it a try, Luo Hongya said, attempting to hold her breath and calm the surging spiritual ocean, bringing it to a state of tranquility. The spiritual energy surrounding her gradually dissipated. I did it. Mother. Luo Hongya opened her eyes, joyfully reporting to Luo Ruiying. To her, it felt like they were simply indulging in a delightful little game together. You are truly remarkable, Luo Ruiying praised, gently ruffling Luo Hongya's hair. Thus, the child had seemingly mastered the ability to absorb spiritual energy into her body. Ning Yuchen approached Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya with a smile. Thankfully, the child merely struggled with controlling her absorption of spiritual energy, nearly causing concern for both him and Luo Ruiying. They had feared that something serious had transpired. As the spiritual energy settled, the astonished crowd from Nanjia Academy regained their composure, eagerly approaching to congratulate Luo Ruiying. Indeed, your child, Fairy Luo, possesses a celestial grace. Ascending to immortality in the future seems all but guaranteed. Unlike my child, who at the age of 2 could only make a mess. My son, Junjun, is of a similar age as Hongya. Perhaps they could become good friends. I wonder what you think of my child, Fairy Luo. He is quite handsome, and his aptitude is notably commendable. Faced with the enthusiastic congratulations of the crowd, Luo Ruiying could only respond with a wry smile. Chapter 143. Truly my precious daughter, so clever and bright in the evening, within the confines of her chamber. Mother, what are we about to do? Luo Hongya sat on the bed with her short legs spread out, her petite frame slightly leaning forward, her curious little face gazing at the 4 items laid before her. From left to right, there was a piece of paper, a teacup, a wooden plaque, and a gold ingot. Yay, Mother wishes to play a game with you, Luo Ruiying said with a gentle smile, seated in front of Luo Hongya. The reason for this game was that Luo Hongya had now reached the realm of martial spirit. Despite her physical age of merely 2 years, her physical prowess had already surpassed that of ordinary children. Typically, practitioners enhance their control over spiritual power through gradual cultivation. But Luo Hongya, being so young and having experienced a sudden leap in her cultivation level, found it difficult to manage her strength with ease. With her martial spirit capabilities, even an average adult might struggle to withstand her punch, and should she inadvertently lose control while playing with other children, it could lead to grave consequences. Thus, it was imperative for her mother to teach her how to harness her power effectively. Yes, I want to play, Luo Hongya exclaimed joyfully upon hearing it was a game. Ning Yuchen sat at the table with a stern expression, pouring himself a cup of tea while quietly observing Luo Ruiying as she guided Luo Hongya. Whenever she educated her child, a radiant glow of maternal affection illuminated Luo Ruiying's face, strikingly beautiful in its warmth. This was a stark contrast to her previous coy and playful demeanor. Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yuchen's unwavering gaze, which made her feel as though she were being seen through. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and she shot him a fierce glare. It's not as if you haven't seen it before, so why are you staring at me like that? After composing herself, Luo Ruiying chose to disregard Ning Yuchen's unabashed gaze, allowing a soft smile to grace her lips as she pointed at the gold ingot. Yay, why don't you try to pick up this gold ingot first? Oh, Luo Hongya replied, extending her tiny hand to grasp the gold ingot. However, her small hand struggled to even budge it. Furrowing her delicate brows in frustration, she attempted to lift the ingot with both hands. Yet, regardless of her efforts, The heavy ingot remained immovable. Weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds, it was nearly impossible for a 2-year-old to lift. "Mother, I can't lift it." Luo Hongya pouted after several attempts, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "That's all right, Ye. Why don't you try channeling your spiritual energy into your arms?" Luo Ruiying suggested gently. "Channel my spiritual energy into my arms." Luo Hongya's little face looked puzzled, struggling to comprehend her mother's instructions. "Yes. It's like drawing the shimmering water you see in your belly into your arms." Luo Ruiying smiled, pointing to Luo Hongya's little tummy. Previously, she had taught Luo Hongya how to probe the spiritual sea within her dantian using her consciousness. Now, it was a matter of whether she could apply it. Luo Hongya attempted to draw upon the spiritual energy in her sea of consciousness as instructed by Luo Ruiying. The energy flowed through her meridians and spread across her delicate, fair arms, emanating a palpable aura of spiritual power from her tiny hands. Remarkably, on her very first attempt, she succeeded. Moreover, her manipulation of the spiritual energy was remarkably fluid, with scarcely a trace of excess energy diffusing elsewhere in her body. When she lifted the gold ingot again, it was as effortless as a breeze. She raised it high with ease. "Mother, I did it!" Luo Hongya exclaimed joyfully while showcasing the gold ingot. Although she could not fathom why, it felt astonishingly light, almost weightless. "You're amazing. Why not try squeezing this wooden plaque?" suggested Luo Ruiying, pointing to a plaque before her. Luo Hongya obediently set down the gold ingot and reached for the plaque, only to have it shatter in her grasp without any exertion. "Oh no. Mother, I broke it," she lamented, looking up at Luo Ruiying with teary eyes at the sight of the broken plaque. "It's all right. Just be careful next time not to break it. Come, let us try again," Luo Ruiying comforted her, gently patting Luo Hongya's head before placing a new plaque in front of her. This time, Luo Hongya focused intently, her little face serious as she carefully picked up the plaque after a moment of concentration. Both Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying observed the noticeable reduction in the flow of spiritual energy in her small hands. When she lifted the plaque again, it remained intact. In just a few different attempts, Luo Hongya had inadvertently grasped the art of controlling the flow of spiritual energy within her. For a child of merely 2 years, such an achievement was indeed formidable. "Mother, I did it again," Luo Hongya exclaimed, holding up the plaque with delight. "Yes, you're truly remarkable," Luo Ruiying praised, affectionately ruffling Luo Hongya's hair. "Now let us see if you can lift this cup." As Luo Ruiying continued to present various objects for Luo Hongya to try, the young girl gradually reached a level of proficiency in manipulating her internal spiritual energy. Whether lifting heavier items or delicate, fragile objects, she no longer caused any damage. Ning Yuchen watched with a proud smile, filled with satisfaction. "Indeed, my precious daughter is exceptionally bright, even more so than I was at her age. Of course, this is also due to my wife's exceptional guidance." Just as Ning Yuchen was immersed in observing the bond between Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Yuchen. "Your Excellency, I apologize for disturbing your rest with your lady. I have matters to report. I'm on my way." Whatever warranted a direct report from Yuchen was undoubtedly of significant importance. Ning Yuchen slowly rose, offering a gentle smile to Luo Ruiying as he spoke. "My dear, I shall take a stroll and return shortly." "Do come back soon," Luo Ruiying replied with a nod, refraining from further inquiry, merely imparting a note of concern. However, the moment the door closed behind Ning Yuchen as he departed the room, Luo Ruiying, seated upon the bed, turned her beautiful gaze towards the door once more. Chapter 144. The First Demon Realm Conference in the Human World in the outskirts of Nanli City. The forest lay enveloped in a serene and somber stillness, with the gentle moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting ethereal shadows upon the ground. Yuchen, with her dignified and elegant demeanor, stood bathed in the silvery glow, her tranquil yet indifferent visage fixed ahead. Surrounding her were dark silhouettes rising from the depths of the woods, representatives of the demon realm including the night god, various demon deities, legion commanders, and leaders of the shadow guards, all awaiting the proceedings in silence. Even Ming Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se had arrived at this gathering. Each individual present was a high-ranking member of the demon realm, with the lowest among them possessing the cultivation of an immortal sovereign. The trio of celestial beings felt exceedingly out of place within the assembly, scarcely believing they were fortunate enough to attend such a significant meeting. Clutching together, Meng Niu and her companions sought refuge in a corner, shyly nodding towards the nearby demon lords as a form of greeting. However, the expressions of those around them ranged from fierce to utterly indifferent, instilling a sense of dread in the trio. They could not help but yearn for the comfort of home. The demon lord would soon grace them with his presence. Having summoned everyone for the customary meeting to discuss various issues and opinions that had arisen during this period, Yu surveyed the crowd with her enchanting gaze and spoke softly, every so often. I convene a discussion akin to the demon deity meetings to grasp the specific circumstances of the demon realm in Nanli City. This marks the inaugural demon realm conference held in the human world. Left Protector, what shall we do if we run out of beef balls? Inquired a youthful man with a sunlit appearance, his short hair framing a face that radiated vitality as he cradled a long spear in his hands. This individual was Luocha, the seventh demon deity of the realm, who currently held the position of a humble meat shop owner in the city, specializing in handmade beef balls. His culinary prowess had garnered him immense popularity, with his delectably chewy beef balls quickly vanishing from the stall each day, second only to the night goddess barbecue stand in terms of business. If the supply runs low, contact the chief family to handle the provisions. Both the young princess and the lady have praised your beef balls for their exquisite taste. You must ensure a consistent supply, Yuchen admonished Luocha with a stern glance. Really? Then I shall reach out to the chief family immediately. Luocha responded, invigorated by the thought of the princess and the lady's endorsement, clenching his fists in excitement. Envious glances were cast upon him by the others in attendance, for it was indeed a rare honor to receive the favor of both the lady and the young princess. With Luocha's lead, others from the demon realm began to voice their own thoughts and inquiries. Left Protector, may I change my identity and sell food as well? Certainly. Great Left Guardian, may I embrace the little princess? Absolutely not. And a kiss? Still a no? Great Left Guardian, I also wish to serve the lady and the little princess. Rejected. I desire the hair of the little princess and the lady. Denied. Great Left Guardian, what should I do if I cannot remember the myriad of rules in the human realm? Learn them. Great Left Guardian. What was I going to ask? Are you inquiring about something? If you cannot recall, refrain from asking. Next, Yuchen shot a disgruntled glare at the crowd of speakers. The questions posed were either exceedingly simple or rather peculiar. Nonetheless, she had grown accustomed to it. While handling various matters in the demon realm, she was often inundated with an array of bizarre inquiries. Sometimes, even the loss of an item warranted a report to her, and if it rained, they would mention it too. There were even petitions asking what the demon lord favored to eat. At this moment, Kuang Qiu raised his hand and bellowed. Great Left Guardian, what should I do if I want to kill someone? He could no longer contain himself. As a formidable demon general, he was constantly paraded about the city by the patrolling guards. He longed to squash them all into oblivion. Endure it. Do you wish to trouble the demon lord? Yuchen's cold gaze fixed upon Kuang Qiu, reproaching him sharply. Behave yourself. If you are unsure of what to do, learn from the night god. Should you dare to disrupt the demon lord's affairs, I will ensure your disappearance. Yes, Great Left Guardian. Noticing the impending wrath of Yuchen, Kuang Qiu quickly withdrew his head, obediently retreating behind the crowd. The onlookers gazed at the silent night god, who leaned quietly to the side. His barbecue stall was greatly favored by the little princess and had been visited multiple times by the demon lord and the lady. This was an honor unmatched by anyone else. Meng Niu and her companions squatted in a corner, quietly listening to the discussions among the denizens of the demon realm, their eyes darting back and forth. This meeting in the demon realm was somewhat different from what they had imagined. They even felt as though they could contribute a word or two. However, after contemplating, they ultimately restrained themselves. There was no place for pets to speak here. Shadow, is there something amiss in the demon realm? After attending to the trifles of Nanli City, Yuchen directed her beautiful gaze toward a shadowy figure in the darkness. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked entirely in black, its visage obscured. This individual was the leader of the shadow attendants, the right guardian of the demon lord. Hailing from the shadow clan of the demon realm. Born as a mere shadow, it was incapable of speech, devoid of a face, and without any defined gender. Despite being the right guardian of the demon lord, its true power remained a mystery, for no one had ever witnessed its capabilities. The only certainty is its ability to conceal itself and traverse through the shadows, capable of assuming the appearance of any individual, perfectly mimicking their demeanor and voice. Indistinguishable from the real person. Before departing from the demon realm, Yuchen had entrusted it with the task of lurking within, gathering intelligence, and monitoring all those restless souls. The purpose of summoning it this time was to ascertain the current state of the demon realm in her absence alongside the demon lord. The shadow knelt on one knee, presenting a letter with both hands to Yuchen. Unable to speak, it resorted to inscribing the intelligence on the paper as a means of reporting. As Yuchen received the letter, her beautiful eyes swiftly scanned its contents, and a smirk of derision crept onto her lips. Humph, with the demon lord absent, it seems that some foolish insects cannot contain themselves any longer. With a flick of her hand, she conjured a wisp of ghostly fire that consumed the letter entirely, her gaze glinting with a cold radiance. Lord Left Guardian, do you require me to return to the demon realm to eliminate those insects? Knight Tianxian inquired, his demeanor remarkably calm and composed, as though he were asking about the simplest of matters. Those surrounding them bore expressions of eager anticipation, their eyes glimmering with a sinister delight. Upon Yuchen's command, they would swiftly return to eradicate the disobedient insects. In a corner, Meng Niu and his companions trembled under the chilling aura exuded by the denizens of the demon realm, huddling closely together. Indeed, this was the familiar sensation they had come to know. However, there is no need. The safety of the young princess and the lady is of utmost importance. Those insects cannot stir any significant turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, Yuchen replied coolly, since Daoshiming has located Nali City, perhaps the Taoist family is already aware of the whereabouts of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. The safety of the young princess and the lady takes precedence above all. Right now, it is imperative to first address the matters concerning the Taoist family. Chapter 145. How remarkable father is, even mother is unaware. After Yuchen had concluded her trivial tasks, Ning Yuchen descended gracefully from the horizon. Upon his arrival, the gathered crowd respectfully bowed and greeted him, addressing him as Lord Demon Sovereign. The shadow, upon spotting Ning Yuchen, swiftly transformed into a dark silhouette, entwining itself around him in an affectionate manner, reminiscent of a pet's greeting to its master. Ning Yuchen reached out to caress the shadow, then turned his gaze towards Yuchen and inquired, "Speak, what is the matter?" Lord Demon Sovereign, after your departure yesterday, a group arrived from the Immortal Realm, seemingly those pursuing the madam and the little princess, Yuchen reported calmly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Oh, they could no longer restrain themselves? They must have discovered who they are. Indeed, Lord Demon Sovereign, the individual claimed to be from the Taoist family of the Beiming Immortal Domain, a hidden lineage within the Immortal Realm, Yuchen replied, a glint of frost illuminating her eyes, the murderous intent radiating from her being. With your permission, we shall immediately mobilize the demon army to obliterate those ants in the Immortal Realm, exclaimed the members of the Night Sky Divine, their expressions contorted with fervor and malice. Hundreds of blood-red eyes gleamed ominously in the darkness. Luo Ruiying, the madam of the demon realm, and Luo Hongya, the little princess, had been targeted. Such an affront was an undeniable provocation and humiliation to the entire demon realm. This transgression was utterly unforgivable. Should the war between the immortals and demons be reignited, they would rend the Taoist family to shreds, ensuring the entire immortal realm understood the dire consequences of offending their kind. Humph, the Taoist family. Ning Yuchen murmured softly, a wicked smile curling at his lips as he silently etched the name of the Taoist family into his memory. He had yet to reclaim his wife's celestial bones and heart. Though he yearned for a life of tranquility away from bloodshed, should they provoke him, he would show no mercy. Qingyu, have the execution palace extract the Taoist family's specific location from that individual. It is time we paid them a proper visit. At Ning Yuchen's words, the members of Night Sky Divine could not contain their excitement, their lips curling into eager smiles, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Meng Niu and his companions huddled on the ground, trembling in fear, swallowing hard, appearing pitiful and helpless. They dreaded that among the fervent crowd, someone might lose restraint and eliminate them for sport. In contrast to the others' enthusiasm, Yuchen maintained a more rational demeanor. As the supreme leader of the demon realm, her considerations were broader and more comprehensive. Lord Demon Sovereign, Should the war between the immortals and demons reignite, those old geezers from the divine realm will surely meddle again. Then we shall deal with those immortal relics as well, Ning Yuchen declared. Surely, there is no one in the demon realm who fears them. Ning Yuchen wore a smile at the corners of his lips, his face radiating confidence and pride. His tone was notably light, yet his words brimmed with the unrestrained arrogance of the supreme ruler of the demon realm. I shall faithfully follow the demon lord. We shall trample the celestial realm. We shall obliterate those wretched insects of the divine realm. The excitement of those present surged as they echoed his fervent cries. Meng Niu and his companions, witnessing the fervor, clenched their fists and quietly joined in the chant, feeling compelled to participate in the spirited atmosphere. Indeed, how could they stand aside in such a moment? As the supreme demon lord of our realm, Yuchen revealed a stunning smile, her hand gently brushing her chest in reverence. I shall heed the demon lord's decree. Within the confines of the residence, after Ning Yuchen's departure, Luo Ruiying commenced teaching Luo Hongye the intricate art of manipulating spiritual energy. With a delicate wave of her fingers, for objects from the bedside floated gracefully into the air, swirling around in tandem with her gestures. Luo Hongye stood in awe, pointing at the floating items, exclaiming, "It's flying. How is that possible?" "It's quite simple, my dear Yi," Luo Ruiying replied. "As long as you focus and learn diligently, you too can achieve this." Noticing Luo Hongye's keen interest, she gently beckoned, causing the sitting girl to rise slowly from the bed, her body suspended in midair. Luo Hongye instinctively reached out her hands towards Luo Ruiying, a hint of panic in her eyes. With a soft smile, Luo Ruiying took her little hands, guiding her into the air. Feeling the support, Luo Hongye quickly relaxed, unable to contain her joy as she exclaimed, "Mother is just as amazing as father." Mother is just like father? Luo Ruiying arched her brow, looking curiously at Luo Hongye. Since the moment Luo Hongye mentioned playing with Ning Yuchen, she had sensed something peculiar. Realizing she had let something slip, Luo Hongye quickly sealed her lips and innocently shook her head. Unbeknownst to her, this only heightened Luo Ruiying's suspicion. "Is it that Yi does not wish to share with mother?" Luo Ruiying inquired. This is a little secret between Yi and father. Yi promised father that she wouldn't tell." Luo Hongye replied, her small face scrunching in distress. "Not even to mother?" Luo Ruiying leaned closer, pressing for answers. Father said not to." Luo Hongye pouted, nodding slightly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying sighed softly, her hand brushing her cheek, her expression tinged with sadness. "Yi no longer loves mother." With that, she cast a furtive glance at Luo Hongye. In a flurry, Luo Hongye responded, "Yi loves mother. Yi loves mother the most." She quickly added, Yi loves father the most too. Yi loves both mother and father." The child was on the verge of tears, and Luo Ruiying felt a surge of emotion as she pulled Luo Hongye into her embrace, gently coaxing. "Can you share with mother the little secret you have with father? I assure you, mother will not reveal it to him. This will become a little secret among mother, you and father." Luo Hongye tilted her little head, pondering in distress. Although father had instructed her not to tell mother, she was reluctant to keep secrets from her. Yet, if she confided in mother alone, father surely wouldn't be angry with her. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongye ultimately decided to share with Luo Ruiying the enchanting evening when Ning Yuchen had taken her soaring through the sky, as well as the wondrous magic trick of conjuring numerous beautiful birds from his palm. Luo Ruiying attempted to mimic the act, creating many birds that soared in the air, and then turned to Luo Hongye for confirmation. "Is this how father did it?" "Yes." Luo Hongye innocently nodded. Luo Ruiying's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "Is that so? Father is truly remarkable, and mother was unaware of it." Chapter 146. "Tonight, my lord, you shall sleep on the floor. My dear, your husband has returned." Ning Yuchen exclaimed eagerly as he pushed the door open after the meeting. Aside from bathing, nothing delighted him more than sharing the warmth of the bed with his wife and child each evening. However, upon entering the room, he was immediately taken aback. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere within was decidedly amiss. Luo Ruiying sat at the edge of the bed, her knees together, leaning slightly, arms crossed, her delicate brows furrowed. She resembled a wife awaiting her husband's explanation for a late return, ready to demand answers. Yet, he had informed her beforehand. She had even consented to it. Could it be that his return was simply too late? Luo Hongya sat beside her sister, her knees drawn up, her small face reflecting guilt as she looked at Ning Yuchen, as if she had committed some wrongdoing. My dear. Ning Yuchen offered an awkward smile, attempting to approach Luo Ruiying. Stay right there. Luo Ruiying raised her gaze, her brow slightly knitted, and spoke firmly. Ning Yuchen immediately halted, obediently standing in place. Surely, returning a bit late wasn't sufficient cause for such anger. The room fell into a brief silence before Luo Ruiying suddenly broke into a smile and addressed Ning Yuchen. Husband, I have prepared a gift for you. A gift? What occasion is it today, my dear? Ning Yuchen, seeing her smile and hearing of a gift, assumed she had merely been jesting earlier, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he boldly stepped forward once more. Stop. I have not permitted you to move yet. Luo Ruiying's voice turned stern once again. Ning Yuchen froze, his foot midair, obediently retracting it back down. Something was amiss. It seemed that his wife was genuinely upset this evening. Ning Yuchen was puzzled. As far as he recalled, he hadn't done anything to provoke her displeasure. They had exchanged pleasantries before he left. Luo Ruiying retrieved a washboard from behind her and tossed it at Ning Yuchen's feet. My dear, this is the gift you prepared for me? Ning Yuchen gazed down at the washboard in confusion. What was it meant for? Luo Ruiying then clarified his bewilderment. Husband, I have heard that when a husband wrongs his wife, he must kneel on a washboard. Did you know that? Ning Yuchen. Winky face, it seems there is indeed such a saying, my dear. At that moment, Ning Yuchen broke into a cold sweat. The implication could not be clearer. She intended for him to kneel. The mighty demon lord, who had been imperious before his subordinates, was to kneel on a washboard upon returning home. My dear, may I inquire where I have erred? Ning Yuchen looked at Luo Ruiying earnestly. He truly did not understand his mistake. Luo Ruiying hesitated, biting her lip before finally stating, You returned too late. Did I not ask you to return earlier? But, my dear wife, it is still not yet the third watch. Ning Yuchen attempted to justify himself. He never anticipated that returning late would warrant kneeling on a washboard. This was not the behavior one would expect from a typically gentle and considerate wife. Luo Ruiying seemed to find his excuse rather flimsy. Yet she turned her head defiantly and asserted, The third watch is indeed quite late. Every night, Yuan has been clamoring to wait for your return to sleep. Luo Hongya looked up at Luo Ruiying, her adorable little face filled with confusion. But, mother, Yuan did not say anything. Upon realizing that it was his child and wife who were waiting for him to return together for the night's rest, Ning Yuchen found solace in accepting the situation. Perhaps he had been away a tad too long, causing worry for his wife and child. In that case, if kneeling was the price to pay, so be it. All right, my dear wife, I acknowledge my fault. Ning Yuchen readily admitted his mistake and positioned the washboard on the ground. Just as he was about to kneel, Luo Ruiying suddenly waved her arm, sending the washboard flying. Forget it. This time, I shall forgive you. She knew full well that this man could kneel on the washboard all night without suffering any real pain. Yet, her heart softened in the end. My dear. Ning Yuchen was so touched, he nearly shed tears. Indeed, his wife remained as gentle and caring as ever, unwilling to let him kneel on the washboard. Thank you for your understanding, my dear. I shall return early from now on. As the hour grew late, he suggested, Let us retire for the night. With open arms, Ning Yuchen prepared to embrace and kiss Luo Ruiying. However, she maintained her stern expression, pressing her palm firmly against one side of his face, restraining him before her. My dear. Ning Yuchen pouted in confusion. The punishment of the washboard may be waived, but I did not say there would be no other penalties. Tonight, my husband, you shall sleep on the floor, Luo Ruiying stated matter-of-factly. Having spoken, she turned and tossed the bedding she had prepared onto the ground. Yuan. It is time for bed. Luo Ruiying lowered the bed curtains and, cradling Luo Hongya, nestled into the covers, leaving only a side profile in view. Ning Yuchen stood frozen in place, gazing at the bedding beneath his feet, and after a moment's hesitation, ventured, My dear, perhaps I should still opt to kneel on the washboard. Could you allow me to return to the bed? I fear the cold. Initially, Luo Ruiying had been wavering on whether to permit Ning Yuchen back to the bed, but upon hearing his mention of fearing the cold, her anger flared, causing her chest to rise and fall with agitation. Without turning back, she fiercely retorted, If your knees were to suffer from kneeling, it would not be good. The weather has not been so cold these past few days. Tonight, My husband shall endure sleeping on the floor. Sensing that his wife seemed increasingly irate, he pondered, why? Ning Yuchen let out a soft sigh, silently unwrapping the bedding and spreading the mattress on the floor before lying down. This was the first time in history that he had ever slept on the floor. Staring blankly at the ceiling, his emotions were profoundly complicated. Such a rare experience added to his turmoil. Suddenly, Luo Hongye climbed down from the bed and draped a small blanket over Ning Yuchen. He was deeply touched. Upon hearing him express his fear of the cold, the child had instinctively fetched the blanket. How wonderful it was. Truly, she was his precious daughter, his little warm garment. Luo Hongye squatted beside Ning Yuchen, her voice filled with guilt as she softly murmured, "I'm sorry, father. It's Night's fault for causing you trouble." Huh. Ning Yuchen was utterly bewildered. Before he could inquire further, Luo Hongye had already burrowed back into her bed. What did the child mean by that? After lying quietly for an hour, Ning Yuchen increasingly felt that this situation was unacceptable. As the demon lord of the demon realm, how could he humbly sleep on the floor? He had to reassert his authority and solidify his position within the family, making it clear to this little girl who truly held dominion over their household. Otherwise, how could he bear it in the future? Ning Yuchen rose and approached the bedside, quietly asking the back of Luo Ring, "My dear, I was wrong. May I return to the bed to sleep? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your implicit consent." With that, Ning Yuchen gave Luo Ring no chance to respond and directly burrowed under the covers, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and pressing against her warm back. Indeed, sleeping on the bed was far more comfortable. Meanwhile, in another room, Yuchen sat by the window, her beautiful eyes gazing towards the room where Ning Yuchen resided. She slowly shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly murmured, "The bond between the lady and the demon lord is truly remarkable. Only the lady could elicit such treatment from the demon lord in this world." Chapter 147. To spare myself the trouble of seeking you out. 2 tranquil days passed. During this brief interval, the astonishing news of Luo Hongye's meteoric rise, from a mere novice to a prodigious talent in the martial spirit realm, spread like wildfire across the land. It was not only in the southern states. Other regions and provinces also caught wind of her extraordinary abilities. Consequently, a steady stream of visitors began to arrive at the doorstep, creating an atmosphere akin to a bustling marketplace. Some came merely to ingratiate themselves and forge connections, while others were eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary beauty. There were even those who brazenly arrived with betrothal gifts, seeking to solidify engagements. The child was but 2 years old, yet many factions were impatient to arrange a marriage, claiming it would secure a bond that would protect their lineage for generations to come. Even more audacious were those who, emboldened by their familial standing, attempted to forcefully claim her as their own. Naturally, these individuals, along with their families, ultimately vanished without a trace from the world. Others seeking engagement met the same fate, being unceremoniously cast out by Ning Yuchen, along with their gifts. What a jest! His precious daughter was merely 2 years of age, and these ruffians dared to covet her. The fact that he had not obliterated their existence was a testament to his immense mercy. Yet, despite this, the tide of suitors and factions eager to woo or align themselves with Luo Hongye continued unabated. "Mr. Ning, I am Wang Batian from the Sword Dominance Heavenly Palace of Central State. It is said that your daughter possesses unparalleled talent, a rarity in this world. Our Sword Dominance Heavenly Palace is the foremost sect in Central State. No, in the entire realm. If your daughter joins us, I, Wang Batian, will take her as my personal disciple and impart my knowledge without reservation. Under my tutelage, your daughter is destined to break through to the celestial realm and ascend to the heavens." At the entrance of the estate, a middle-aged man with a resolute expression and imposing demeanor, accompanied by a retinue from the Sword Dominance Heavenly Palace, approached Ning Yuchen. Ning Yuchen regarded Wang Batian with palpable impatience, looking at him as though he were a fool. Did this man truly believe his daughter required such instruction? Who did he think he was? Today's insects truly lacked even the slightest self-awareness. For the past 2 days, Yi had been attending classes at the South Lee Academy, accompanied by Meng Niu and his companions. Early that morning, his wife expressed a desire to go out and shop, and he had initially intended to accompany her. However, Luo Ruiying insisted that he remain at home to handle the incessant stream of visitors. Although he had managed to return to bed that night, and the subsequent days unfolded as usual, he sensed a subtle shift. It appeared Luo Ruiying was intentionally avoiding him. Even when he extended apologies, she merely replied, "I'm not angry." Yet it was evident she still harbored some resentment. Why was that? Ning Yuchen pondered this question over the past 2 days. Surely, returning home a little late was not sufficient reason for such prolonged displeasure. His mind was already in turmoil, and now he was burdened with fending off relentless suitors knocking at the door, or those who sought to take his daughter as an apprentice. He had lost count of how many had come. At present, with his wife and child absent and no one else nearby, Wang Batian contemplated the notion of erasing these individuals from existence. As he observed Ning Yuchen's prolonged silence, a look of contemplation crossed his face, leading him to believe he had subtly swayed Ning's resolve, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. He promptly clapped his hands and commanded, "Bring it forth." A group of disciples immediately carried forth dozens of heavy chests, depositing them before Ning Yuchen. Upon opening the chests, a brilliant light erupted forth, revealing an abundance of gold, silver, jewels, and jade artifacts within. "What say you, Mr. Ning? If your daughter joins my Ba Jian Tiangong, these treasures will all be yours. My Ba Jian Tiangong can ensure you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity." With a soft sigh, Ning Yuchen acquiesced, "Very well. Mr. Ning, you have agreed." Wang Batian's eyes widened in elation. "Your desire for my daughter to join Ba Jian Tiangong is acceptable, but I have one condition." "What condition? Please speak, and my Ba Jian Tiangong shall comply," Wang Batian readily affirmed. With the 4 great sects obliterated, Ba Jian Tiangong now stood as the unrivaled leader among sects. There was nothing beyond their capabilities. Ning Yuchen smiled faintly and pointed to himself. "As long as you can defeat me, no. As long as you can touch me, I shall concede." Wang Batian and his entourage were taken aback, then erupted into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Ning, you truly have a penchant for jest. If I were to strike, you might not even survive." They exchanged disdainful glances at Ning Yuchen, who was unaware that the illustrious Luo Hongye's father was merely an ordinary mortal. How dare he challenge the master of Ba Jian Tiangong? It was an act of sheer folly. Wang Batian, at the pinnacle of divine cultivation, could likely defeat even Xia Gua, the head of Nanli Academy, in mere exchanges. A mere mortal challenging Ba Jian Tiangong was preposterous. I am not jesting. If the master of Ba Jian can touch me, I shall acknowledge that Ba Jian Tiangong possesses true strength and agree to send my daughter there. However, this contest may cost you your life. Do consider this carefully, Ning Yuchen remarked lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Seeing Ning Yuchen's calm and confident demeanor, Wang Batian inexplicably felt a flicker of trepidation. Could it be that he was intimidated by a mere mortal? This was an unfamiliar sensation for him. As Wang Batian prepared to respond, a sudden and thunderous bolt of lightning descended from the clear sky, striking the very residence of Ning Yuchen. The resounding thunder echoed throughout the entirety of Nanli City. In an instant, the lightning reduced Ning Yuchen's abode to ashes, leaving behind only a massive crater. In an instant, the inhabitants of the Celestial Sword Palace were engulfed by heavenly lightning, leaving only the formidable Wang Batian, who possessed the divine realm, alive. All others were reduced to ashes. Wang Batian lay on the ground, gravely injured, his expression a portrait of sheer terror. What in the world has transpired? Why did such a fearsome celestial thunderbolt descend without warning? He himself had nearly been obliterated by the lightning. Who could be behind this? Yet, what left Wang Batian even more astonished and bewildered was the sight of Ning Yuchen, standing unfazed at the epicenter of the heavenly wrath. With his hands clasped behind his back and an unruffled demeanor, Ning Yuchen appeared as calm as a serene lake, untouched even by the slightest injury. Not a single hair singed. Who was this remarkable figure? Who could withstand such a devastating bolt and emerge unscathed? Wang Batian's eyes widened in disbelief. As if he had encountered a specter, Ning Yuchen furrowed his brow slightly and gazed up towards the celestial horizon, where resplendent golden rays illuminated the emergence of ethereal celestial gates. Several majestic gates, standing atop the clouds, gradually opened, and celestial beings wrapped in divine light descended before the astonished onlookers of Nanli City. The ethereal elegance and flowing robes of these celestial beings evoked awe and reverence among the crowd. Observing the arrival of these celestial beings, A cold smirk crept across Ning Yuchen's lips. Humph, I hadn't even sought you out, yet you have come knocking at my door. Excellent. This saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Chapter 148. The Night Sky Deity. Greetings, madam. In a certain apothecary in the capital of Nanli City, Luo Ruiying approached the elderly physician with courtesy, inquiring, "Excuse me, esteemed doctor, has my husband visited your apothecary in recent days to procure any medicinal herbs?" "Ah, Miss Luo, your husband has not graced my apothecary with his presence these past few days, nor has he ever visited," the old doctor replied with a warm smile. Luo Ruiying's beauty and prowess were already well known throughout Nanli City, further amplified by the recent rumors surrounding the unparalleled beauty of Luo Hongya. It seemed that no one was unfamiliar with the Luo family. Is that so? Thank you for the information. Upon hearing that Ning Yuchen had never come to the apothecary, Luo Ruiying's expression turned contemplative, and she nodded in gratitude. Having already searched through most of the renowned apothecaries in Nanli City, she was told repeatedly that Ning Yuchen had never appeared. "He has deceived me." Luo Ruiying slowly exited the apothecary, her gaze lowered as she wandered pensively down the street. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of lightning jolted her back to reality. Like others on the street, she looked up towards the direction from which the thunder descended, only to discover it was her own residence. Her pupils constricted in shock. "Husband!" Luo Ruiying's heart raced with urgency as she leaped into the air, hastening homeward. At that moment, celestial gates opened in the sky, and figures of divine beings descended from the heavens. "They have finally come for me." Luo Ruiying's brow furrowed, her expression unusually solemn as she continued her swift journey home. This display left no doubt that it was a summons directed at her. "Divine Empress Luo, it has been a long time." An elderly man draped in a brownish-yellow celestial robe, adorned with a long beard and a celestial symbol between his brows, descended gracefully before Luo Ruiying. Elder Yinjian. Upon recognizing the old man, Luo Ruiying's heart sank, as if plunged into an icy abyss. The elder before her was one of the 6 grand elders of the Taoist celestial sect, a figure of celestial emperor caliber. She had not anticipated that to eliminate her, the Taoist sect would brazenly breach celestial decrees and descend en masse to the mortal realm. Even an elder of such high standing had come personally. Despite knowing the futility of her resistance, Luo Ruiying's expression remained resolute as she drew the Luo divine sword, ready to confront Elder Yinjian. "Ha ha, you are indeed the former divine Empress Luo. Even with your current cultivation at the celestial realm, you dare to challenge me?" Elder Yinjian chuckled, stroking his beard. "Do you think that one of our sect's stewards and 2 family disciples could be vanquished by you, the divine Empress? If that were the case, it would truly mean that we have underestimated you." With a smile that bore no regard for Luo Ruiying, Elder Yinjian displayed his profound cultivation and the extraordinary celestial arts that would easily suffice to deal with a practitioner at the celestial realm. Despite the limitations imposed by the mortal world, as long as he desires, he could effortlessly crush Luo Ruiying with a mere hand. "I have never encountered any steward or disciple from the Taoist family. If the Taoist sect wishes to take my life, they need only to act directly." Without seeking such pretexts, Luo Ruiying pointed her sword towards Dao Xian Yinjian, declaring in a stern voice. Dao Xian Yinjian chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Now that they had descended into the mortal realm, the disappearance of Dao Tianming and those 2 family disciples had become less significant. What truly mattered was locating Luo Ruiying and her daughter. "Luo Shun, Empress of the Gods, at this juncture, I still advise you to surrender the child. The Taoist sect desires that child. If you hand over the child, I can persuade that esteemed individual to abandon the pursuit of your life. Afterward, whether you wish to remain in the mortal realm or seek refuge elsewhere, the Taoist sect shall take no further interest. You need not live in hiding any longer. What say you?" Dao Xian Yinjian extended his hand, offering the last shred of mercy from the Taoist sect to Luo Ruiying. "You may have the child, but only over my dead body." Luo Ruiying's eyes gleamed with intensity, and her entire being radiated with a resplendent aura of spiritual power. Behind her, a magnificent and resplendent goddess clad in celestial armor materialized. "Humph, obstinate and unyielding. If that is the case, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship. By killing you, the Taoist sect can easily retrieve that girl from the city. Your decision not only proves futile but will also lead to the demise of millions of mortals within this city because of you." With a thunderous roar, Dao Xian Yanjian unleashed his formidable brown spiritual energy. The overwhelming force utterly suppressed Luo Ruiying, as if mountains were pressing down upon her shoulders. Cold sweat trickled down Luo Ruiying's forehead as she was compelled to thrust her celestial sword into the void, struggling to maintain her stance against the pressure. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. She possessed no means to retaliate. Merely enduring the spiritual pressure had reached her limits. Luo Ruiying gritted her silver teeth. Engulfed with despair, her beautiful eyes gazing toward the distant estate of Ning Yuchen. I wonder if he is safe. What is happening with the child? Luo Shun, Empress of the Gods, farewell. I shall collect your soul. Dao Xian Yanjian casually tossed a small stone, which suddenly expanded midair, transforming into a massive rock hurtling towards Luo Ruiying. Should this colossal celestial stone strike the ground, it would claim the lives of at least tens of thousands in Nanli City. From the beginning, the Taoist sect had no intention of sparing anyone in the city. Their plan was to erase Nanli City from the maps entirely. With all her might, Luo Ruiying bore the spiritual pressure and lifted her celestial sword, preparing to confront the impending doom of the celestial stone. Presumptuous. Had you been at your peak once, I might have had my reservations, but the current Luo Shan, Empress of the Gods, is merely a title without substance. Dao Xian Yanjian thrust his palm forward, accelerating the descent of the celestial stone towards Luo Ruiying. Just as the celestial stone was about to strike Luo Ruiying, and she braced herself for a desperate struggle, a vibrant beam of light suddenly shot up from the ground, instantly reducing the celestial stone to ashes. The beam pierced through the stone and narrowly grazed Dao Xianyan, almost claiming his life. What? Dao Xianyan was taken aback, his expression one of shock and disbelief as he gazed at the ground. Luo Ruiying, equally perplexed, turned her head to trace the source of the light. This beam, infused with the aura of the demonic spirit, the night god, still clad in his barbecue stall apron, gracefully ascended into the sky, stepping with elegance to stand beside Luo Ruiying. The spiritual pressure enveloping her was entirely nullified by the night god. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment as she stared at the night god beside her. Wasn't he the owner of that barbecue stall with the delicious food? She often took her children there. The night god paid no heed to Dao Xianyan. Instead, he placed a hand over his chest, bowed slightly toward Luo Ruiying, and respectfully declared, I am the commander of the first legion of the demon realm, the first demon god, night god, at your service, madam. Chapter 149. They are also beings of the demon realm. The demon generals of the demon realm? Luo Ruiying was taken aback. She never anticipated that the owner of the barbecue stall she frequented was actually a demon general. Yet, why would a demon general treat her with such courtesy? It is rumored that the goddess Luo has allied with the demon clan, and it seems there is indeed some truth to it. Having narrowly escaped annihilation, Dao Xianyan was filled with both fear and anger. No wonder the family had repeatedly failed to eliminate Luo Ruiying, even going so far as to seek guidance from the immortal ancestor. It turns out they had the support of the demon clan behind them. He had almost let his guard down. However, at that moment, Luo Ruiying was even more perplexed than Dao Xianyan. While she recognized Yi Tianxin, she was completely unaware that he was the first demon god in disguise, nor did she comprehend why he would intervene to protect her. Immortal technique, celestial meteor shower. Dao Xianyan formed seals with his hands, and suddenly, countless enormous meteors broke through the clouds from the heavens, ablaze with fierce flames, descending upon Yi Tianxin and Luo Ruiying like a meteor shower. Each of those colossal meteors was capable of inflicting catastrophic damage upon the entire Nanli City. The people below in Nanli City were engulfed in terror, scattering in all directions. Those who could fly hastily summoned their magical artifacts and swords to escape into the skies. Yet, with the appearance of several celestial gates above, Nanli City was already enveloped by a barrier, trapping the millions within like birds in a cage. As they gazed at the multitude of swiftly falling meteors, Yi Tianxin remained unfazed, his expression tranquil, while hundreds of halos emerged behind him. Each halo emitted brilliant beams of colorful light. In the blink of an eye, the countless meteors were entirely devoured by the magical force, leaving not even a grain of sand behind. Cursed demon clan. Dao Xianyan widened his eyes in disbelief. unable to accept that his devastating celestial technique was so effortlessly neutralized by Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin regarded Dao Xianyan with a cold gaze, slowly raising his arm to aim at him. Annihilate. As his words fell, a massive magical formation appeared in his palm, projecting a beam that sliced through the air. The beam cleaved the sky as if it were a sharp blade, splitting it in two. Dao Xianyan was alarmed and hastily executed another celestial seal. Countless celestial stones coalesced before him, compressing and condensing, ultimately forming a celestial rock shield to block the impending attack. Though the shield appeared insubstantial, it had compressed and accumulated hundreds of thousands of celestial stones within. However, the magical force easily pierced through the celestial rock shield, directly penetrating half of Dao Xianyan's body, causing it to vanish. Dao Xianyan clutched his nearly obliterated celestial form, wailing in agony. Even the slightest brush with the edge of that beam would lead to utter annihilation. Such a terrifying power. Standing behind Yi Tianxin, Luo Ruiying gazed in astonishment at the dreadful celestial technique he wielded. Even the formidable defenses of the Taoist Immortal Rock are rendered utterly ineffectual in the presence of this demonic entity. The gaze of Taoist Immortal Rock towards the night sky deity is fraught with trepidation and fear. How can this demon clan possess such overwhelming strength? They, the Taoist immortals, have merely remained hidden in the celestial realm for a millennium, and yet, has the demon clan risen to such heights? The scale of the celestial demon war over a century ago was relatively modest, as the demon clan withdrew midway. And most of the hidden families in the celestial realm did not even participate, Taoist immortal family included. Little did they know that, centuries prior, after the ascendance of a new demon sovereign to the zenith of the demon realm, all the demon gods were supplanted by his newly appointed demon gods. The demon realm of today bears no resemblance to its former self. Feng Ming, Huiyan Mukue, why do you not lend your aid to this old man? Taoist Immortal Rock roared to the heavens, fully aware he was no match for the night sky deity. The elder's predicament is indeed disheartening. It appears that he has aged significantly, wounded so gravely by a mere demon clan. If this were to spread, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the Taoist immortal family. Two men and a woman descended slowly from the clouds, their expressions laden with mockery as they gazed at the severely injured Taoist Immortal Rock. This descent into the lower realms was regarded as a rare excursion following their emergence from seclusion, with neither the human realm nor the demon realm holding any significance for them. They even perceived Taoist Immortal Long's plea for the celestial ancestors' intervention as a trivial overreaction. Feng Ming, Huiyan Mukue. Upon seeing the three figures, Luo Ruiying's countenance grew increasingly grave. Is it possible that the Taoist immortal family has summoned all 6 of the esteemed elders of celestial arts? Faced with the 4 elders of the Taoist immortal family, what ought to be done now? Enough of the idle chatter. Quickly join forces with me to eradicate this demonic scourge. Taoist Immortal Rock bellowed, suppressing his agony, having nearly been obliterated in public, losing not only face but also suffering a severe injury to his cultivation that would take centuries to mend. Taoist Immortal Rock's animosity towards the night sky deity reached its zenith. This descent into the lower realms was an important mission bestowed by the celestial ancestor upon Taoist Feng Ming, Taoist Huiyan, and Taoist Mukue, who dared not err and resolved to unite their strength against the night sky deity. As the 3 of them dove towards the night sky deity, suddenly, a shadow rushed towards them at an astonishing speed, even swifter than their own. Taoist Feng Ming and the others were taken aback and hastily evaded. Yet, upon regaining their balance, they discovered various fine scratches adorning their bodies. Taoist Feng Ming touched his cheek, only to find a vivid crimson staining his fingers. Blood trickled slowly from the wound on his face. As they gazed intently, they realized that the source of their injuries was merely a mass of black hair. A woman, her face entirely obscured by long, flowing hair, radiating a sinister aura, stood atop this shroud of hair. Could it be that she, too, possesses the cultivation of a celestial sovereign? The ethereal figure of Dao Xianfeng Ming commanded an immediate recognition among the onlookers, their instincts affirming that her prowess surpassed that of any present. Luo Ruiying, too, discerned the identity of the somber woman before her. Was she not the peculiar seller of wigs encountered on the street? From the outset, Luo had found her presence unsettling. Cloaked in cascading hair that concealed her visage, the woman seldom uttered a word, quietly stationed at her stall peddling wigs. Little did she anticipate that this enigmatic figure hailed from the demon realm. Yet the unfolding spectacle was far from over. With fingers twirling a golden halo, the radiant Qi Huan gracefully descended beside Luo Ruiying, a broad grin illuminating her features, brimming with excitement. She seemed to relish the unfolding drama, her thoughts evidently drifting towards the prospect of acquiring some remarkable skulls. In tandem, Yin Lily materialized from the opposite direction, hovering in the air. The scene escalated as various stall owners and passers-by began to levitate, their expressions twisted into grotesque, bloodthirsty visages as they cast their predatory gazes upon Dao, Xianfeng Ming, and her companions. Each individual exuded a palpable aura of terror, steeped in the essence of malevolent spirits. The jeweler, the young performer frequently seen showcasing her talents on the streets, the butcher selling beef balls. Even children were present among them. They too were denizens of the demon realm. Noticing Luo Ruiying's astonished gaze, Yin Lily playfully winked at her. Meanwhile, the previously pursued madman, a chaotic figure, erupted with joy, his form swelling as he stomped his foot, launching himself skyward like a meteor, bellowing, "Ha! Insects of the celestial realm! I've waited long for this." His thunderous impact reverberated through the very foundations of Nanli City, causing the entire city to tremble. The city guards, momentarily stunned, found themselves collapsing to the ground, their expressions a mix of bewilderment as they beheld the madman soaring into the heavens. In that instant, disbelief washed over them as they grappled with the identity of the person they had pursued relentlessly over the past few days. Chapter 150. So she is also. As more and more demons emerged, Dao Xianfeng Ming and the others were increasingly astonished. Could it be that the demons had anticipated their arrival and lay in wait for them? At that moment, anger surged within Dao Xianyan, who could hardly dwell on such thoughts. With a sweep of his arm, he commanded the disciples of Dao Xian to take action. No matter how numerous the demons may be, they are naught but ants. Disciples of Dao Xian, heed my call. In the name of the celestial clan, eradicate the demons. What if there were more demons? This time, they had brought forth the elite disciples of Dao Xian to lead the charge. It was the perfect opportunity to capture the demons in one fell swoop. The transgression against celestial rules had provided them with a splendid excuse. With Dao Xianyan's command, a multitude of Dao Xian disciples descended from the heavens, wielding various magical treasures. The sky was ablaze with celestial light, dazzling and resplendent. The cultivators within Nanli City, upon witnessing the spectacle, were filled with terror and scattered in all directions. This was a battalion of immortals descending to vanquish the demons. The ground trembled, and the heavens quaked. A mere ripple could spell calamity, and they might not even comprehend their demise. Within Nanli City, amidst the cultivators, there were many mortals. The members of Nanli Academy busied themselves evacuating the populace from the streets. Linya, striving to gather everyone within the Academy's protective formation, urged for the activation of the Academy's defensive celestial array. Xiaju stood amidst the crowd, overwhelmed by despair at the unfolding scene. Even the Academy's protective formation might not withstand a single strike from these immortals. Yet, there was little he could do but accept fate. Yes, Principal. Quickly, ensure everyone enters Nanli Academy. Upon receiving the command, Linya promptly directed the Academy's members to assist in the evacuation of the city's inhabitants. Xiaju raised his head, gazing at the confrontation between the celestial and demonic forces above, his heart filled with profound shock. A battle between the celestial and demon races in the human realm. Such a sight was a rarity in a millennium. Even if he perished in the chaos, it would not be in vain. He simply could not fathom that so many demons lurked within Nanli City. Were these immortals truly here solely for the purpose of exterminating demons? As Xiaju stood in a daze, a colossal fireball plummeted towards him. The disciples of Dao Xian unleashed a torrent of various celestial spells upon the night sky deities. Many of these spells rained down into Nanli City, showing no regard for the other inhabitants. Behind Xiaju were countless fleeing citizens and disciples of Nanli Academy. He had no means to evade. Xiaju shielded Linya behind him, prepared to sacrifice himself to intercept the oncoming strike. However, a strikingly elegant figure suddenly appeared before him, wielding a long blade that was significantly longer than that of others. Before he could even discern the woman's drawing motion, A flash of silver light sliced through the air, cleaving the fireball in two. She was also a demon. Yet why was she helping them? Thank you very much, esteemed elder. Despite the fact that the other party belongs to the demonic race, it is undeniable that they saved them all. Xiaoguo mustered the courage to express gratitude with cupped hands. Yu Lian turned her head, her expression devoid of warmth, appearing exceedingly cold and indifferent. Xiaoguo and the disciples of Nanli Academy were filled with trepidation, fearing that she might strike them down at any moment. To their surprise, Yu Lian did not attack. Instead, she coldly stated, "Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in mere ants. It is the left guardian who has instructed me to protect you." With that, Yu Lian grasped the hilt of her sword, standing resolutely before the group, ignoring them thereafter. The left guardian. Xiaoguo wore a puzzled expression. Why would the left guardian of the demon realm save them? Just then, Yu Qingyu appeared gracefully, stepping through the void, and walked over to stand beside Luo Ruiying. Upon seeing Yu Qingyu's arrival, the members of the Night Celestial clan respectfully turned and bowed, addressing her. Left guardian. It is she. She is the left guardian of the demon realm? Upon witnessing Yu Qingyu, Xiaoguo's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. In that moment, he finally confirmed that the mysterious woman he had encountered that night was indeed her. The strange disappearance of the Jiang family was also the doing of the demon race. The left guardian. Luo Ruiying was equally taken aback by Yu Qingyu's arrival. So she is also the lady. Yu Qingyu, as always, respectfully inclined her body slightly towards Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying wore a wry smile, her emotions tangled and complex. The very person who had lived by her side all along was also of the demon race. This meant that indeed, she had been the only one kept in the dark throughout. My lady, I wish for you to know that we are all here at the young master's behest to protect you and the young miss. Yu Qingyu understood that Luo Ruiying must be feeling disoriented and confused, yet she merely smiled faintly, refraining from offering excessive explanations. No amount of her words could compare to an explanation directly from the demon lord himself. At that moment, Luo Ruiying's heart felt like a tangled mass of threads. However, her primary concern was the safety of Luo Hongya. No matter what, she needed to bring the child back first. Everything else could wait. Qingyu, I entrust this task to you. Luo Ruiying said to Yu Qingyu. Leave everything to me, my lady. Yu Qingyu replied with a gentle smile, placing a hand on her chest and bowing slightly. Luo Ruiying was the lady of the demon realm and also the daughter-in-law in Yu Qingyu's heart. Thus, she treated her with the same reverence she would show to the demon lord. Luo Ruiying nodded gratefully and soared towards Nanli Academy. You shall not escape. A colossal claw, formed entirely from solidified rock, reached out towards Luo Ruiying as she attempted to depart. Escape? Does the lady of the demon realm need to flee before you mere ants? Ridiculous. Crumble and shatter. In the serene twilight, Yu Qingyu stood amidst the celestial rocks. Her gaze as cold as frost, laced with disdain and mockery towards Luo Ruiying. With a mere command from her lips, the colossal arm of the celestial rock shattered into fragments in an instant. The Taoist Xianyan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the extent of Yu Qingyu's actions, when a chilling voice pierced through the air once more. Rip, my body. What have you done to me? As the words fell, the entire form of Taoist Xianyan seemed to be inexorably torn apart by an unseen force. Blood and remnants scattered across the sky. Taoist Feng Ming and the other disciples of the Taoist sect stood in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. One of the 6 esteemed elders of the Taoist sect had perished in such a harrowing manner. The gruesome wails echoed within their minds, instilling a paralyzing terror that rendered them immobile. A disciple recognized Yu Qingyu, their face paling in horror as they stammered, She is the Grim Reaper of the word spirits from the demon realm. The Grim Reaper of the word spirits. Why is she here? Upon hearing the name of the Grim Reaper, the disciples of the Taoist sect turned ashen, for they were not entirely oblivious to the rumors circulating in the celestial realm. Despite the elder's seclusion, among the tales, aside from the newly risen demon lord of the demon realm, the most notorious was indeed this Grim Reaper of the word spirits. Chapter 151, Spare None. Do not panic. The celestial ancestor stands with you. Today marks the day when our Taoist sect shall eradicate the demonic clan and establish our renown in the celestial realm. Fellow disciples, Follow me as we vanquish the vile demons." Taoist Hua Yin bellowed passionately to the throng of disciples behind him. As members of the illustrious Taoist family, one of the most esteemed lineages in the celestial realm, how could they be intimidated by the demonic forces? Leading the charge, Taoist Hua Yin wielded the celestial fire cauldron, soaring forward towards Yuchen. Seeing Elder Hua Yin take the initiative, the other disciples wasted no time and followed suit. Yuchen regarded the approaching Taoists with an icy demeanor, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke indifferently, as retribution for disturbing the esteemed demon lord and his consort. "You shall all perish. Attack. Leave none alive." As her words fell, the space around the Taoist disciples distorted, and dark scythes emerged from the warped void, slicing through the air like the grim reaper's blades. Caught off guard, many disciples were ensnared by the scythes, dragged into the abyss. Some were even pierced through, their bodies severed as they met their demise. Elder Hua Yin and the others were taken aback, swiftly halting their advance and attempting to evade the oncoming scythes. Shadowy figures wielding scythes emerged from the dark, dragging the lifeless bodies of Taoist disciples into the void. An overwhelming multitude of these shadows surrounded the Taoist group, and the demons lurking within Nali City revealed themselves, filling the skies with their ominous presence. There were at least tens of thousands. Even more terrifying was the realization that the demonic beings present were formidable. The weakest among them possessed the cultivation of celestial emperors, while many others were celestial lords and celestial sovereigns. In stark contrast, the Taoist sect numbered but a few thousand. As fear crept into their hearts, the Taoist disciples found themselves contemplating retreat. The demonic forces had long been prepared, leaving the Taoists with no chance of victory. Just as Yuchen was about to pronounce judgment upon Taoist Feng Ming and his companions, Yi Tianxin suddenly bowed and implored, "Left Protector, these mere ants do not require your intervention. Allow us to handle them. I believe my companions share my eagerness to serve the demon lord and his consort." Kong Qiu and other demon deities looked upon Yuchen with eager anticipation, each brimming with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, a wicked smile graced Yuchen's face as she nodded in agreement. "Very well, do not tarnish the reputation of our demonic realm." Although she could have commanded the immediate execution of Taoist Feng Ming and his followers, she acquiesced to Yi Tianxin's request. The demons, being inherently bloodthirsty and combative, had endured a period of restraint while hiding in Nali City, which was indeed a considerable concession. This occasion shall be deemed a reward, allowing them to unleash their true nature. With the approval of Yuchen, the mad prisoner, his visage twisted with ferocity, became enveloped in demonic energy, and with an ecstatic roar, he soared into the sky. As the demonic energy dissipated, his form grew even more colossal and imposing, his body adorned with spiked demonic armor and massive, terrifying claws began to materialize from his hands. As he charged into the ranks of the Taoist sect, wherever his claws struck, flesh and blood were scattered, leaving devastation in their wake. Several disciples of the immortal sovereigns could not withstand even a single swipe of his ordinary claws. "Ha! Insects of the immortal realm, come, play with me." The mad prisoner licked the blood from his claws, his crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gaze as he laughed at the Taoist sect's crowd. This scene had already sent shivers of terror through them. How rare it is to have the chance to revel in combat. Do leave some for me. Once again, several golden rings sliced through the air among the Taoist disciples. Before they could even react, their heads suddenly rolled from their necks. Qi Huan's delicate visage flushed with excitement, her hands and surroundings alight with dozens of golden rings, casting a discontented glance at the mad prisoner. How infuriating! Several Taoist disciples roared in anger, brandishing their celestial swords, only to discover, unbeknownst to them, that golden rings had ensnared their necks. Snap! Qi Huan snapped her fingers, causing the rings to constrict, and in an instant, those Taoist disciples were decapitated, blood gushing forth. "You claim I kill excessively, you wretched woman. Yet your toll surpasses mine. I cannot be outdone." The mad prisoner, seething with rage, defiantly plunged once more into the throng of the Taoist sect. Others joined the fray, wildly slaughtering the Taoists. With only a few thousand elite disciples, the Taoist sect stood no chance against the tens of thousands of frenzied, bloodthirsty demons. They were barely enough to be divided among the demonic horde. The Taoist disciples fought valiantly, but were met with overwhelming force. each demon's prowess equal to their own, resulting in a relentless massacre. The skies above were drenched in blood, and the air was filled with heart-wrenching cries of despair. Ah, stop, cease this. Wait, I surrender. Ah, no, there are too many demons. Elders Fengming, Huiyan, and Mu Kuei, what shall we do now? Where is the immortal ancestor? Quickly summon the immortal ancestor. The trio of Taoist Fengming were profoundly horrified by the scene before them. They had encountered demons before. During the last battle between the immortals and demons, they had faced them. Although the demons were equally brutal and bloodthirsty then, their strength was on par with the immortal clan, resulting in a stalemate. Yet now, it was a one-sided slaughter. If this continues, the elite of the Taoist sect will perish in the mortal realm. Retreat. Return to the immortal realm. Taoist Mu Kuei immediately bellowed the command. Upon hearing the order, the disciples of the Taoist sect hurriedly fled toward the celestial gate standing high above the clouds. The celestial gate resembled a transmission array of the immortal realm. Once one entered, they could return directly to the heavenly domain. Night God gazed at the fleeing Taoist families, arms wide open, as hundreds of colossal formations emerged behind him. The formations hovered beside him, unfolding like a magnificent pair of radiant wings. Each array emitted a brilliant beam of light that pierced through the clouds of the 9 heavens. In an instant, the celestial gate towering above the clouds was shattered by the beams. Since they dared to strike against the lady, they shall all remain. Night God coldly addressed the Taoist families. Should even one of them escape, he and the assembled demonic beings would owe their lives as penance. With the celestial gate destroyed, the swift return to the immortal realm was thwarted, and the barrier enveloping Southly City had transformed into a prison for the Taoist families. The members of Taoist Fengming were astounded, staring in disbelief at Night God. How could he dare to unleash the power to annihilate the celestial gate in the mortal realm? Unafraid of the backlash from the heavenly Tao? Soon, a terrifying celestial lightning struck down towards Night God without warning. He did not even glance, raising his hand. He shot forth a beam of demonic annihilation. The clash between the demonic energy and the celestial lightning tore the void asunder, shaking the sky into fissures. Yet, Night God stood unscathed, serene in the air. The Taoist Fengming members were left dumbfounded. This individual had actually withstood the backlash of the heavenly Tao's lightning. Who was he? Chapter 152. Excuse me, this is my young lady. At the Naley Academy's preschool, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Wow, Ye is so amazing. How did you do that? Can you teach me too? I want to learn. Before a captivated audience of children, Luo Hongye effortlessly demonstrated her ability to manipulate spiritual energy, levitating various objects into the air. The children watched in awe as she even managed to gracefully lift her petite form off the ground, though she only floated a short distance, fearful of falling from a greater height. Nonetheless, her display evoked admiration and envy among her peers, who gathered around her, chattering animatedly. Intrigued by the spectacle, Su Yi stood nearby with a smile of delight, marveling at Luo Hongye's extraordinary talent. A mere 2-year-old. Yet her cultivation level was already on par with his own. Who could say where their roles might reverse in the future? Such prodigious aptitude was indeed unparalleled. It was no wonder that visitors were flocking to pay their respects to Elder Ning and Sister Luo's family, some even proposing early betrothals. Given little Ye's future potential, one could only speculate what heights she might reach. Moreover, her innate charm and beauty were evident even at her tender age, captivating all who beheld her, including the female onlookers. While Luo Hongye frolicked with her young companions, Meng Niu and his 2 companions stood a short distance away, quietly observing. Typically, Yu Qingyu personally accompanied Luo Hongye, but she had been preoccupied these past 2 days with preparations for leading the demonic army back into the celestial realm. Thus, it was their turn to escort her to school. Seeing Luo Hongye integrate so well with the other children filled Kai Sei and his companions with both gratitude and emotion. Our young lady is becoming increasingly lively and charming, they remarked, filled with warmth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from behind them, startling the trio. Thunder? Is it going to rain? Meng Niu wondered, glancing up at the clear sky, puzzled. It seemed unlikely that a storm was brewing. Kai Sei, however, turned to see the source of the thunder, which ominously pointed towards their residence. A sense of foreboding washed over him. What on earth? Something's wrong. Quickly, protect the young lady. With an exasperated thump on Meng Niu's head, Kai Se exclaimed urgently. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan exchanged bewildered glances, still trying to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, celestial gates emerged amidst the clouds, and figures descended from these portals, immortals arriving on Earth. It was only then that Meng Niu and Bai Yuan reacted, swiftly moving to shield Luo Hongya. Su Yi was taken aback by their astonishing speed. What incredible swiftness! They were not ordinary individuals, were they? Miss, please do not stray from our side. Luo Hongya tilted her head, her innocent face brimming with confusion. Su Yi, noticing something amiss outside, quickly beckoned the children to follow her, heading south towards the center of the academy. Children, hurry, walk with Sister Su. A number of apprentices and instructors from Nanli Academy, some accompanying the dean, Xiaogua, to evacuate the citizens of Nanli City, while others remained to maintain order within the academy. Kai Se cradled Luo Hongya and followed Su Yi to the central square of Nanli Academy, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. Everyone was perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired. It was only when figures of celestial beings and demonic entities appeared in the sky that the realization dawned upon them. A celestial demonic battle was about to unfold in Nanli City. The sheer power of such a conflict was nothing to be trifled with. It could effortlessly shift mountains and drain the seas, wreaking havoc upon the world. Could Nanli Academy withstand such a force? Concern and terror etched the faces of the crowd. However, the entire Nanli City was enveloped in a barrier, leaving nowhere else to flee except within the confines of Nanli Academy. Kai Se, holding Luo Hongya, quietly melded into the throng alongside Meng Niu and Bai Yuan. Their sole responsibility was to ensure Luo Hongya's safety. Just then, a cold, detached voice suddenly echoed behind them. The moment they heard it, a chill ran down their spines as they sensed an imminent threat. A woman clad in an aquamarine celestial robe, adorned with a drop of azure blue water between her brows, was gazing intently at them from a distance. No, more precisely, she was fixated on the Luo Hongya and Kai Se's embrace. 3 demon beasts accompanying a child from the demonic realm seemed a rather absurd sight. Hand over that child, and I may spare your lives, Dao Xian Shui Miao commanded, extending her palm towards Kai Se and her companions. This woman was formidable. Undoubtedly, she surpassed them in strength. With just a glance, Kai Se and her companions recognized that the figure before them was not to be trifled with. What should they do? Resistance could lead to death. Kai Se glanced down at Luo Hongya in her arms, her heart torn with indecision. Luo Hongya tilted her small head, her large, lively eyes also fixated on the woman. Kai Se then turned to her companions, Meng Niu and Bai Yuan. Without the need for words, they seemed to reach an unspoken agreement and nodded in unison. Subsequently, Kai Se cautiously set Luo Hongya down. This was indeed the right choice. A most sagacious decision. The corners of Dao Xian Shui Miao's mouth curled upward, revealing a self-satisfied smile. Yet, in the next moment, her smile froze on her face. After placing Luo Hongya down, Kai Se had shielded her behind herself, refusing to hand her over. I'm sorry, but this is my young lady. You shall not have her. Kai Se's brow furrowed, her expression grave as she spoke sternly. Is that so? You have made the most foolish decision. I shall first eliminate you, and then take the child with me. Dao Xian Shui Miao's expression was fierce. She did not expect that mere 3 transformed celestial beasts would dare to defy her. Foolish bull. Silly ape. Kai Se seized the initiative, shouting sternly. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan unhesitatingly drew the celestial artifacts bestowed upon them by Ning Yuchen, swiftly leaping forward to stand before Dao Xian Shui Miao. A brilliant iron fist hurtled through the air, crashing heavily towards her face. I loathe being called a silly ape. I feel the same. Meng Niu soared high, wielding a massive crimson battle axe that descended with great force. Humph, you overestimate yourselves. Dao Xian Shui Miao remained poised, as torrents of water suddenly surged beneath her feet. The water enveloped her entire being, encasing her like a sphere of liquid. Meng Niu's battle axe and Bai Yuan's iron fist plunged into the water, their strongest strikes feeling as though they had struck upon cotton, utterly powerless. What? Meng Niu and Bai Yuan were astonished. In the next instant, the force of their own attacks suddenly rebounded upon them. The tremendous impact caused Meng Niu and Bai Yuan to spew blood, hurtling them hundreds of meters away, directly crashing through several buildings of the South Li Academy. Chapter 153. I still quite like my young lady. Humph. Even wielding a celestial artifact. It is merely a matter of degree. Dao Xian Shui Miao disdainfully cast a glance at the gravely injured Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, who had been sent sprawling. The crowd in the Southern Li Academy Square witnessed the formidable power of Dao Xian Shui Miao and instinctively distanced themselves from her and Kai Se. They were unaware of who Dao Xian Shui Miao truly was or how she had infiltrated their midst. They only knew that she seemed intent on seizing the child beside Kai Se. That child, none other than Luo Hongyi, had recently astonished the world with his extraordinary talent. Could it be that these celestial beings descended to the mortal realm solely to abduct this child? The crowd began to speculate quietly. The vast majority understood that it was futile to contend with the celestial realm and were unwilling to offend the immortals, thus they retreated, seeking to avoid confrontation. In the expansive square, only Kai Se stood protectively before Luo Hongyi, confronting Dao Xian Shui Miao, while the others had long since retreated to the periphery. So, have you resolved whether to surrender the child to this immortal? Dao Xian Shui Miao inquired haughtily, her gaze icy as she extended her palm in question once more. I reiterate, my young lady shall never be handed over to you. Kai Se responded fiercely, surveying the surroundings. Where were the shadowy guards who usually lurked by the young lady's side? Curiously, Lord Yu was also absent today. Most of the concealed denizens of the demon realm had been drawn away to another commotion. Otherwise, how could she be so brazen? She surely could not match Dao Xian Shui Miao in strength and could only strive to buy time. Celestial technique, Thousand Rains. With a delicate wave of her hand, Dao Xian Shui Miao unleashed a torrent of thousands of water droplets from the sphere encasing her. Kai Se braced herself, shielding the vulnerable Luo Hong Yi while wielding her serpent sword to fend off the onslaught. Yet, the sheer density of the droplets was overwhelming. Each droplet pierced her flesh with the ease of a sharp blade. Even those gathered behind Kai Se were not spared, cries of anguish echoing as casualties fell. Cough. Wheeze. As the rain of droplets ceased, Kai Se coughed blood, gasping for breath, her form swaying as she leaned against her serpent sword for support. At that moment, her body was riddled with wounds, drenched in her own blood. Wu, Sister Kai, Luo Hongyi, tears welling in his eyes, tugged at Kai Se's garment, calling out softly. Kai Se turned to glance at the child at her feet, forcing a meager smile before gritting her teeth, her gaze resolutely fixed on Dao Xian Shui Miao, still not willing to give up. Noticing Kai Se's determination to persist, Dao Xian Shui Miao furrowed her brow, once again snapping her fingers. Celestial technique, Water Dragon's Roar. 2 droplets soared forth, transforming in midair into 2 colossal dragons that roared as they lunged at Kai Se. At this moment, Kai Se was left with virtually no means of defense. Roar. Just as the 2 water dragons opened their gaping maws, poised to devour Kai Se, a furious roar erupted. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan revealed their half-demon forms, their colossal bodies shielding Kai Se and Luo Hongya. The massive water dragons clamped down on their shoulders, transformed into the chaotic magic bull and the titan ape. Meng Niu and Bai Yuan grit their teeth against the bloody wounds and forcibly tore the 2 water dragons apart. Demons. They are demons. Could it be that these are the demon kings from the demon domain forest? Such terrifying power. Those from Nanli Academy, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly stunned by the imposing presence of Meng Niu and Bai Yuan. How could the demon kings from the demon domain forest also appear here? Su Yi was equally astonished to discover that Kai Se, who often trailed behind Luo Hongya, was one of the demon kings from the demon domain forest. He never expected that with their celestial realm cultivation, Kai Se and his companions would be utterly powerless before Dao Xian Shui Miao. With your cultivation and ancient bloodline, you have already achieved an extraordinary status among mortals. It is not impossible to further advance and return to the demon realm. The path to immortality is bright. Why must you meet your demise here? Upon witnessing the shattering of his water dragon spell, Dao Xian Shui Miao was taken aback, yet he remained unfazed. At this moment, Meng Niu and his companions were merely at their wits' end. I wish to leave, but I dare not. Compared to you, I am far more afraid of that esteemed individual. Meng Niu muttered helplessly, a mournful expression on his face. The mere thought of Ning Yuchen made his legs weak. Moreover, he rather enjoyed his current life. Meng Niu glanced at Luo Hongya, who was hiding beneath Kai Se's feet. Even upon seeing Meng Niu and Bai Yuan's true beast forms, Luo Hongye displayed no fear. She understood that they were protecting her. Her small face etched with concern for the two. Meng Niu turned his head, once again raising the now larger crimson battle axe in his hand, and shouted angrily at Dao Xian Shui Miao. Moreover, I genuinely care for my lady. It is the first time I have been called Big Brother. If you wish to take her away, I cannot agree. Bai Yuan and Kai Sei exchanged surprised glances at Meng Niu, then broke into smiles. I, too, fear that esteemed individual and lord you. Therefore, if you wish to take her away, you must first slay us. Bai Yuan pounded his chest and roared at Dao Xian Shui Miao, revealing his sharp fangs. Su Yi stomped her foot, and, to everyone's astonishment, joined Meng Niu and Bai Yuan at their feet, drawing her sword and aiming it at Dao Xian Shui Miao. The others from Nanli Academy gasped in disbelief. Senior Sister Su Yi, is she mad? The opponent is a powerful being from the Immortal Realm. Isn't this courting death? Indeed, there is no need to sacrifice oneself for the demon race. Hearing the murmurs around her, Su Yi's expression remained resolute as she rebuked without turning back. Everyone, I am not assisting the demons. I am protecting Nanli Academy and safeguarding my students. This child is my apprentice from the Nanli Academy. How can I permit others to take her away at will? Moreover, she has already taken the lives of so many from our academy. Although our time together has been brief, Su Yi genuinely cherishes the understanding, obedient, and charming Luo Hongye. Taoist Xian Shui Miao, despite being a celestial being, shows no regard for the lives of others, starkly contrasting with the revered immortal who is supposed to rescue the world and vanquish evil. Given this, she would rather stand alongside Meng Niu and the others, ready to sacrifice herself to protect Luo Hongye. It is indeed surprising that Su Yi, merely at the celestial spirit realm, dares to confront Taoist Xian Shui Miao. Little bug, are you not afraid of death? Meng Niu questioned, glancing down at Su Yi. Su Yi looked up at Meng Niu with unwavering determination and replied, I am not called Little Bug. My name is Su Yi. Of course, I fear death. But I fear even more the inability to uphold the path within my heart. The other members of Nanli Academy exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant. Soon after, another joined Su Yi's side. It was Qi Yuan, who had only recently joined the academy. My family has received considerable support from Brother Ning and Sister Luo. If you wish to take away Xiao Yi, I will not allow it. Seeing this, the others from Nanli Academy stepped forward, standing firmly behind Meng Niu and his companions. With a newcomer boldly taking a stand, what reason did they have to cower in the shadows? Chapter 154. A night together with Mother Dao Xian Shui Miao could hardly fathom that she had become the target of scorn, nor could she believe that these cultivators, whom she regarded as mere ants, dared to oppose her. Anger and amusement mingled within her. Very well, if that is the case, I shall obliterate you all. With a fierce expression, Dao Xian Shui Miao extended her palm, and the water enveloping her swiftly transformed into streams that flowed down her arm into her hand, morphing into the shape of a celestial sword. As the waters receded, a turquoise sort of ethereal water appeared in her grasp. With a graceful step, she surged forward like a water arrow, her sword aimed at Meng Niu and his companions. They stood resolute, gripping their weapons tightly, prepared for a fight to the death. Just as Dao Xian Shui Miao drew near, a golden light descended from the heavens, revealing a stunning armored goddess who positioned herself before Meng Niu and the others. The sound of clashing swords rang in everyone's ears as Dao Xian Shui Miao staggered back several paces, stabilizing her form in disbelief as she gazed at her unexpected opponent. Her strike had been thwarted. The onlookers shared expressions of astonishment at the breathtaking figure before them, none other than Luo Ruiying, who had just arrived. Luo sister. Su Yi and Qi Yuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her. Luo Ruiying gently placed a hand on her chest and turned to them with a grateful smile. She then looked towards Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei, who were revealing their beastly forms, as well as the protective trio surrounding Luo Hongye. Having already encountered numerous hidden demon clans within the city, she was no longer surprised to see the true forms of Meng Niu and his companions. Madame Kai Sei and his companions cautiously greeted Luo Ruiying, their hearts racing at the thought of having inadvertently exposed their identities. They feared her potential disapproval. Luo Ruiying gazed at the bloodied forms of Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei, her voice soft and filled with gratitude as she said, "Thank you. Despite their beastly nature, they had fought valiantly to protect her daughter. The fact that they had endured against one of the 6 great magical arts of the Daoxian family, Daoxian Shui Miao, was commendable. Madam, the trio felt a wave of relief wash over them as Luo Ring not only refrained from scorn, but instead expressed her appreciation. Indeed, she was truly gentle. Mama. Wu upon seeing Luo Ruiying, Luo Hongya immediately burst into tears, fearfully running to her and clutching her leg. Fear not, my dear, for your mother is here. Everything will be all right. Luo Ruiying tenderly reassured her, affectionately stroking Luo Hongya's head. She understood that the Daoxian family had mobilized their forces solely for this child. Yet she would never relinquish her. The Empress of the Luo God. Truly a surprise. I did not expect that with your cultivation at the Celestial Realm, you could summon the Luo God Sword. However, it seems you can only wield it a few times. Daoist Elder Shui Miao gazed at Luo Ruiying with a mocking expression. Had it been the past, when Luo Ruiying's powers were at their zenith, she would never have dared to act so arrogantly. But now, having lost her exquisite heart and celestial bones, she was merely a cultivator at the Celestial Realm. In her feigned life, she could not possibly embody the grace of the Luo God. Even the Luo God Sword in her hand might not be wielded more than a few times. Elder Shui Miao, it has been quite some time. As for how many times I can summon the Luo God Sword, you may try it yourself. Luo Ruiying's expression turned solemn as she raised the Luo God Sword, pointing its blade directly at Daoist Elder Shui Miao. Her aura, though fearless, belied the fact that she had nearly exhausted her strength just to parry Elder Shui Miao's strike. Even her artificial heart was subtly shaken. Daoist Elder Shui Miao seemed to sense Luo Ruiying's struggle, a scornful smile creeping across her lips. Very well. Let me see just how formidable the current Empress of the Luo God truly is. Daoist Elder Shui Miao positioned her own sword before her, unleashing a torrent of rich azure, celestial energy. In an instant, towering columns of water surged around the South Li Academy, encircling Luo Ruiying and all those gathered in the central square. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt their hearts sink into despair. Before the might of a celestial being, they were utterly insignificant. Miss Su, Miss Qi, I will find an opportunity to create an opening. Please, take the children and flee. If possible, entrust them to my husband. Luo Ruiying's expression grew grave, her heart heavier than ever. Daoist Elder Shui Miao was genuinely serious now. None present could contend with her. Su, Yi, and Qi exchanged hesitant glances, attempting to speak, yet they could only nod solemnly in agreement. Little Luo Hongya clung tightly to Luo Ruiying's leg, her tear-streaked face a picture of distress. Wu, I want tea leave. I want to stay with mother. Be good, Hongya. At that moment, Luo Ruiying sought to comfort her daughter, hoping to persuade her to listen. This was the only course of action she could conceive. Suddenly, a resonant celestial voice echoed, striking deep into their souls. Shui Miao, wait. Upon hearing the voice, an unprecedented pressure engulfed everyone present, forcing them to the ground involuntarily. Only Luo Ruiying and Kai Se were able to barely maintain their stance, their hearts filled with astonishment. What an overwhelming presence. Upon recognizing the voice, Daoist Elder Shui Miao immediately ceased her incantation, respectfully turning to greet the young man who approached with measured steps. Yes, celestial ancestor, a man of strikingly ethereal appearance, with a physique as steady as a mountain and movements as light as the wind, walked gracefully past Daoxian Shui Miao, hands clasped behind his back, and approached Luo Ruiying and her companions. Upon seeing this figure, Luo Ruiying's delicate features paled, her expression filled with astonishment. The immortal ancestor. Could he truly be the immortal ancestor Dao Xian Tianhua, who has been in seclusion for a millennium, now personally descending to the mortal realm? In that instant, despair and helplessness enveloped Luo Ruiying. In the presence of Dao Xian Shui Miao, she might have had a slim chance of allowing Luo Hongyi to escape by risking her life. Yet, faced with Dao Xian Tianhua, such hope was utterly unfathomable. Before entering his century-long seclusion, Dao Xian Tianhua had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Upon emerging, one could only speculate the heights he had ascended to. Are you the empress of the Luo God, renowned as the reincarnation of the Luo God? Dao Xian Tianhua inquired, his gaze fixed on Luo Ruiying. Indeed, she replied firmly, gripping the Luo God immortal sword tightly. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Dao Xian Tianhua, her words resonating with conviction. Dao Xian Tian Hua scrutinized Luo Ruiying from head to toe. A look of appreciation mingled with regret flashing in his eyes as he shook his head. Yes, yes, it is indeed rare to maintain such unwavering composure before me. I have heard that you ascended to the Immortal Emperor realm in merely a century. Such talent is truly unparalleled in the entire Immortal Realm, deserving of the title of Luo God Reincarnation. Yet, alas, you have chosen the wrong path, aligning yourself with the demonic clan. What a pity! What a pity! Chapter 155. Indifference to your name as the celestial thunder descended. Ning Yuchen gazed at the celestial gate above and the Taoist disciples continuously descending amidst the ruins of his cherished abode. His brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor as frosty as winter's chill. This was his beloved home, a sanctuary filled with precious memories shared with his wife and children, now wantonly destroyed. Oh, is there truly someone capable of surviving beneath my heavenly thunder? In the skies above, a figure in a purple celestial robe, adorned with lightning runes between his brows, slowly descended. In his hand floated a violet orb, surrounded by swirling thunder, electric arcs crackling ominously, enveloping him entirely. A multitude of Taoist disciples encircled Ning Yuchen, trapping him in their midst. Taoist Luais, witnessing Ning Yuchen's unscathed presence at the heart of the thunderstorm, was taken aback and scrutinized him closely. There was no discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him, yet he had withstood his heavenly thunder spells. Although puzzled, as one of the 6 esteemed elders of the Taoist sect, he deemed Ning Yuchen unworthy of significant attention. He was the foremost among the 6 elders of the Taoist sect. Even among the celestial emperors, his prowess was unparalleled. Ning Yuchen fixed his cold gaze upon Taoist Luais and inquired icily, "Are you people from the Taoist sect?" With an air of haughty arrogance, Taoist Luais lifted his chin and proclaimed, "Humph, indeed. Listen well, you insignificant insect. I am one of the 6 esteemed elders of the Taoist sect." Taoist. But before he could finish, Ning Yuchen raised a hand and gently grasped the air. Suddenly, an enormous demonic hand emerged from the shadow beneath him. In an instant, the colossal hand crushed Taoist Luais, who was suspended in midair, into oblivion. As the hand retracted, only a puddle of blood remained. Ning Yuchen casually waved his hand, and the monstrous hand slowly retreated into the shadows. Slaying Taoist Luais was as effortless as squashing a buzzing mosquito. The proud faces of the Taoist disciples around him froze in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. Taoist Luais, one of the 6 esteemed elders, was a being of celestial emperor caliber, to be so effortlessly annihilated by this man before them. Who on earth is he? My apologies, Ning Yuchen remarked with chilling indifference. Your name holds no interest for me. Knowing you belong to the Taoist sect is sufficient. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as a cruel, yet captivating smile graced his lips while he regarded the remaining Taoist disciples. Upon seeing the sinister smile upon Ning Yuchen's face, some among the Taoist sect immediately recognized his identity. Such a fearsome smile, such terrifying prowess, and that demonic hand. He was the newly ascended Supreme Demon Lord of the Demon Realm, Yimachen. With the demise of Taoist Xian Luais, several members of the Taoist family recognized Ning Yuchen's identity and dared not linger for even a moment, swiftly scattering in all directions. It's the Demon Lord. Quickly, flee. Inform Lord Xinzu, the Demon Lord is here. Observing the panicked escape of the Taoist family, Ning Yuchen casually cast a glance and unleashed a pitch-black blade of light. The crescent moon blade sliced through the air, splitting the very dome of the sky as if it had been ripped apart. All those fleeing from the Taoist family found their waists severed in an instant, plummeting from the sky. In the next moment, dozens of heavenly Taoist lightning bolts descended relentlessly from above. The residual might of the heavenly Taoist lightning was terrifying enough to rend the void asunder, and the area surrounding the estate had long been reduced to ashes, leaving behind a bottomless pit. A shadowy black orb stood erect in the center of the pit. As the shadows receded, Ning Yuchen remained unscathed, standing there with an air of indifference. Wang Batian, severely injured and lying close to Ning Yuchen's feet, was also enveloped by the shadows, fortuitously spared from being consumed by the heavenly Taoist lightning. At this moment, Wang Batian wore a look of utter astonishment, his expression frozen as he gazed at Ning Yuchen. From the moment Taoist Xian Lui's and the group of Taoist disciples appeared, he had felt an unprecedented pressure. He was no match for any of the celestial beings from the realm of immortals. Yet those beings, who had only instilled fear and awe within him, were effortlessly slaughtered by this mortal he intended to challenge. They were celestial beings descended from the Immortal Realm. Ning Yuchen's speed in dispatching them was swifter than he could kill a mere chicken. Even more terrifying was that he had provoked the backlash of the heavenly Taoist lightning. And even more horrifying was the fact that he had endured dozens of heavenly Taoist lightning strikes and remained unscathed. He had never heard of anyone provoking the heavenly Taoist lightning's backlash, nor anyone surviving after enduring its onslaught. Who on earth was he? Ning Yuchen caught a glimpse of Wang Batian lying beneath him and smiled slightly, inquiring, "Lord Wang, are you still inclined to compete?" Wang Batian was taken aback, then shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle. Were it not for his grave injuries and weakened legs, he would have fled far from Ning Yuchen in an instant. Ning Yuchen chose to disregard Wang Batian, directing his gaze towards the heavens where the night goddess forces were engaged in a fierce battle. The sky was filled with the wails and moans of the Taoist family, blood and severed limbs continually raining down from above. The entire expanse of the sky was almost entirely populated by figures of the demon clan. Scattered Taoist disciples could only desperately wail and flee in every direction. It seemed everyone was caught up in the fray, thoroughly enjoying the chaos. Ning Yuchen then turned his attention to the distant South Li Academy, his expression slightly tightening. At that moment, several massive spirals of water columns rose around the South Li Academy. However, what Ning Yuchen truly cared about was not the several columns of water, but rather a different aura. The ancient beings of the celestial realm have also arrived. Upon sensing that Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye were both within the Southern Li Academy, Ning Yuchen vanished from his original position in an instant, hastening towards the academy, lingering in midair, quietly admiring the carnage. Yu Qingyu also took note of the sudden emergence of several water columns at Southern Li Academy. Gazing from afar, her brows furrowed, and her expression turned exceptionally cold. They are gone. The shadow guards assigned to protect Luo Hongye had completely lost contact. Moreover, a certain barrier had obstructed her perception, causing her to only now realize something was amiss. She had assumed that with several shadow guards surrounding Luo Hongye, any issues would be promptly communicated to her. Little did she know that she had underestimated her opponents. They had seized the opportunity to strike at the young princess while her attention was diverted. The lady is over there as well. No longer paying heed to this matter, Yu Qingyu vanished in an instant, also making her way towards Southern Li Academy. Chapter 156. How dare you make my little princess cry? In the central square of Nanli Academy, Dao Xian Tianhua expressed his regrets to Luo Ruiying before his gaze shifted to Luo Hongye, who was at her feet. Upon seeing Luo Hongye, Dao Xian Tianhua's eyes sparkled with surprise. This child truly possesses a natural celestial demon physique. After consuming the celestial demon essence, even without exerting any spiritual power, the pure and profound aura emanating from within Luo Hongye was undeniable. Fearful, Luo Hongye clutched tightly to Luo Ruiying's leg, timidly burying her face, exposing only half of her little visage, glaring at Dao Xian Tianhua with an innocent ferocity. Although it was their first meeting, anyone who bullied her mother was surely wicked. Luo Ruiying, with a tense and serious expression, shielded Luo Hongye with her own body. Dao Xian Tianhua slowly extended his palm, speaking calmly. If you obediently hand over the child and accompany me back to the celestial realm to face punishment, I can promise to spare everyone here. You know you stand no chance against me. I could eliminate you without lifting a finger. This is your final opportunity. Luo Ruiying cast a reluctant glance at Luo Hongye at her feet, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can return to the celestial realm to face punishment. But the child must remain here. You shall not harm my child. If that can be ensured, I willingly accept the consequences. Impossible. Dao Xian Tianhua unhesitatingly rejected her, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon Luo Ruiying. You seem to misunderstand. I am not negotiating with you, but issuing a command. The child must be taken away. In that case, I must refuse. No one shall take my child. Luo Ruiying's resolve was unwavering, her expression fiercely determined. Your stubbornness. Are you perhaps hoping for the demon clan to come to your aid? If so, you may abandon that hope. The demons concealed around this child have already been eradicated. The remaining demons will be dealt with subsequently. Dao Xian Tianhua scoffed disdainfully, standing firmly, his gaze sharpening as an oppressive force, capable of crushing everything before him, surged towards Luo Ruiying and her companions. The air distorted, and the ground cracked beneath the pressure. He had lost his patience. Since Luo Ruiying refused to return for punishment, he would execute her on the spot. Luo Ruiying raised the Luo Shen sword, golden celestial energy surging forth as she prepared to sacrifice herself to confront Dao Xian Tianhua. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from above. What audacity! Accompanying this voice was an immense, invisible pressure that completely overshadowed Dao Xian Tianhua's own. The overwhelming spiritual force caused a flicker of astonishment to cross Dao Xian Tianhua's otherwise impassive face, forcing him back several paces against the might of the pressure. Ning Yuchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his toes lightly grazing the ground as he descended slowly from the horizon. Husband. Luo Ruiying gazed intently at Ning Yuchen's retreating figure, which, though seemingly delicate, exuded an undeniable sense of security. Ning Yuchen turned around, gracing Luo Ruiying with a gentle, enchanting smile, and lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. My dear, while I am away, please do not indulge in foolishness. As his words fell, the tumultuous celestial energy surrounding Luo Ruiying instantly calmed. Luo Ruiying stared at Ning Yuchen, momentarily at a loss for words. The person she had spent countless days and nights with appeared so familiar, yet strangely distant. Qi Yuan and the others stood in shock, their eyes wide as they beheld Ning Yuchen. If they had not been mistaken, their elder brother had indeed descended from the heavens. Moreover, he had repelled the Taoist celestial Tianhua. Could this truly be the genteel and harmless Ning Yuchen they knew? Father. Wah. Luo Hongya, upon seeing Ning Yuchen, dashed from behind Luo Ruiying to his feet, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls, her sobs heart-wrenching. Do not cry, my little one. Ning Yuchen lovingly crouched down to embrace the petite Luo Hongya, gently patting her back to soothe her. Yu Qingyu also descended from the air, and upon witnessing the distressed Luo Hongya, her expression turned frosty, her beautiful eyes glaring menacingly at Taoist celestial Tianhua. How dare you make my little princess cry? She declared coldly, an unprecedented killing intent radiating from her. Twist. As her voice echoed, Taoist celestial Tianhua instantaneously sensed an unusual and ominous danger enveloping him. A mysterious, invisible force began to contort his celestial form. It was known that with his thousands of years of cultivation, his celestial body was impervious to fire and water, and even the most formidable weapons could barely harm him. Yet, inexplicably, an unseen force fractured the celestial bones within him. Humph, you shall not succeed. Taoist celestial Tianhua's expression hardened as he summoned his immense spiritual power to forcefully straighten his increasingly contorted limbs. It was as if he were forcibly correcting the very force that sought to distort his celestial body. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, Taoist celestial Tianhua gazed at Yu Qingyu with profound astonishment. From her, he sensed an exceptionally peculiar aura. Yu Qingyu emitted no detectable fluctuations of spiritual energy. It was not merely a case of hiding her power to the utmost. Rather, it felt as if a vortex of spiritual energy resided within her, unfathomably deep. Each word she uttered, though seemingly ordinary to an untrained ear, resonated with him in a way that shook his very essence. As if each syllable could invoke a shift in the laws of the universe and disrupt the natural order of the world. Merely speaking could unleash such formidable power. In that brief encounter, Taoist celestial Tianhua became acutely aware of the profound caution he must exercise towards Yu Qingyu. As Yu Qingyu observed Dao Xian Tianhua successfully liberating himself from the influence of her words, she felt a flicker of surprise. Ah, for centuries, apart from the demon lord, you are the second individual capable of breaking free from my linguistic enchantments. An absolute immortal. No, you are far too feeble. Perhaps a half-step absolute immortal? Yu Qingyu gazed at Dao Xian Tianhua, her voice imbued with a hint of disdain. At this, Dao Xian Tianhua finally lost his composure, his expression one of shock, followed by a tremor of indignation. Too weak. His half-step absolute immortal cultivation was indeed a rarity within the entire Immortal Realm, and yet, to be deemed weak by this woman. After a millennium of seclusion, the audacity of the current demon race is simply insufferable. Allow me to witness just how formidable the demon race has become, to possess such arrogance. A smirk of contempt graced Yu Qingyo's lips as she prepared to speak again, only to be interrupted by a hand that suddenly rested upon her shoulder. "Let me take over." Ning Yuchen lifted Luo Hongye and stood, his palm resting on Yu Qingyo's shoulder as he spoke. Yu Qingyu hesitated momentarily before slowly stepping aside, respectfully retreating. Though she yearned to personally handle Daoxian Tianhua to avenge her granddaughter, she recognized that the demon lord wished to take matters into his own hands. Thus, she relinquished this opportunity to him. Chapter 157. Have you contemplated your demise for making my precious daughter cry? Ning Yuchen gently wiped away the tears from Luo Hongye's cherubic face before turning and entrusting her to Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying received Luo Hongye with a hesitant expression, her heart brimming with unspoken questions, yet ultimately, all that escaped her lips was a simple caution: be careful. Amidst her confusion and ire, her predominant sentiment was concern for Ning Yuchen. The opponent was a celestial being of unparalleled prowess, a veritable paragon within the realm of immortals. Ning Yuchen offered a soft smile, reassuring her, "Do not fret, my dear. The rest shall be left to me." As Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongye, she gazed intently at Ning Yuchen's confident visage. Inexplicably, his words began to assuage her worries and anxieties. Gradually, Ning Yuchen turned, his demeanor shifting from tenderness to one of icy resolve as he fixed his gaze upon Daoxian Tianhua, exuding an aura of palpable malevolence. The overwhelming intent to kill seemed to suspend time itself, surrounding them with an oppressive darkness, rendering all present immobile, as if rooted in place by an unseen force. "You have made my precious daughter cry. Have you reflected on how you will meet your end?" Upon witnessing the formidable energy radiating from Ning Yuchen, Daoxian Tianhua could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment. The demonic essence emanating from Ning Yuchen was colossal, a seemingly endless tide that surged forth, causing shadows to tremble beneath his feet, akin to an abyss pouring forth malevolence. By mere virtue of this energy, he eclipsed even that woman. Death? It has been ages since I have heard that word. Daoxian Tianhua, despite his surprise at Ning Yuchen's display of power, remained undaunted, his countenance cold and proud. He too summoned a formidable celestial energy that swirled around him. Having spent a millennium in seclusion, he had approached the threshold of transcending into a being of absolute immortality, standing but a step away from divine ascendance. Not even the constraints of the mortal realm could bind him any longer. "You wish to witness the might of my demonic kin? I shall oblige you. Do not regret it." Ning Yuchen's expression was laced with disdain and contempt. This scornful demeanor sparked the ire of Dao Xian Shui Miao, who stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Yuchen, exclaiming, "A mere wretch from the demon realm dares to utter such arrogance. Today, as the celestial ancestor emerges from seclusion, it shall mark the day of your kind's annihilation." Ning Yuchen, uninterested in engaging in further discourse with Dao Xian Shui Miao, waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of dark smoke imbued with sparks toward him. Dao Xian Shui Miao, with a look of disdain, raised his hands to envelop himself in a protective water sphere. Meanwhile, Dao Xian Tianhua keenly sensed the impending danger and promptly summoned a celestial treasure to shield himself, a flag of the sea-devouring celestial flood dragon. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air as a colossal azure serpent, stretching dozens of feet, surged forth from the banner, coiling around him in an impenetrable embrace. Black smoke enveloped the azure dragon, igniting into a fierce, pitch-black flame in an instant. The anguished cries of the azure serpent filled the air, its scales rapidly melting away under the searing heat, followed by its skin, flesh, and bones. In mere moments, the azure serpent was entirely consumed by the black flames, leaving only a few flickering remnants of burning darkness on the ground. Such terrifying demonic fire. Dao Xian Tianhua, holding the shattered sea-controlling serpent banner, gazed solemnly at the residual black flames, a flicker of dread igniting within him. The demonic flames of the underworld could spread like wildfire, unquenchable and capable of incinerating all unless everything they touched was reduced to ashes. Otherwise, they would never extinguish. Even the soul would be annihilated in the process. This was a fearsome existence that could be fatal upon mere contact. Even in the entire demonic realm, those who could manipulate the demonic flames with ease were exceedingly few. Yet the person before him wielded the demonic fire as effortlessly as smoke. Ah, immortal ancestor, save me. Just as Taoist Xian Tianhua was still astonished by Ning Yuchen's prowess, the anguished wails of Taoist Shui Miao reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw that the water sphere enveloping Taoist Shui Miao had already been nearly incinerated, her body entwined in flickering black mist, engulfed in demonic flames. In despair, Taoist Shui Miao extended her arm towards Taoist Xian Tianhua. In the next moment, her arm along with her body was reduced to ash, dissipating like smoke in the gentle breeze. It was far too late for Taoist Xian Tianhua to intervene. The black flames had already eroded every inch of Taoist Shui Miao, and her fate was sealed. To witness the tragic demise of one of his sect's 6 esteemed elders before his eyes filled Taoist Xian Tianhua with indescribable rage. Such ruthless methods. With such power and audacity, you must be the newly emerged demon lord of the underworld, right? Upon my emergence from seclusion, I have already heard numerous tales about you. The supreme demon lord, the first in 10,000 years to unify the demon realm. Over a century ago, you led the demon army to invade our immortal realm, nearly turning the 9 great domains of our realm upside down. Recently, you have stormed our immortal realm multiple times, causing turmoil and distress among our people. Taoist Xian Tianhua's gaze sharpened as he recounted Ning Yuchen's legendary exploits one by one. Ning Yuchen appeared indifferent, yet the crowd behind him was far from calm. The demon lord of the underworld, the one who had always been regarded as a mere mortal, even labeled as someone relying on his good looks and living off Luo Ruiying, turned out to be the supreme ruler of the demon realm. The crowd looked at Ning Yuchen's silhouette, their expressions filled with disbelief. Yet having just witnessed Ning Yuchen's terrifying ability to effortlessly annihilate Taoist Shui Miao, they could not help but accept the truth. Even Su Yi, who had long recognized Ning Yuchen's extraordinary nature, stared in astonishment. Luo Ruiying's husband, it turns out, is the demon lord of the underworld. Luo Ruiying also gazed at Ning Yuchen from behind, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. Although she had harbored subtle doubts and suspicions during this period, and had vaguely guessed the identity of Ning Yuchen as a member of the demon clan, she never anticipated that he would be the demon lord of the demon realm. Demon lord, you shall be the first to witness my true strength upon my emergence. Upon confirming that Ning Yuchen was indeed the demon lord, Dao Tianhua no longer withheld his powers and resolved to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Once the demon lord perishes, chaos will surely engulf the demon realm once more. At that moment, perhaps he could decisively trample the demon realm from the celestial realm. Dao Xian Tianhua's eyes brimmed with celestial light, and his aura radiated like a beam of light soaring to the pinnacle of the heavens. Absolute celestial domain heaven and earth law realm. Dao Xian Tianhua cast forth a translucent celestial orb, his hands forming celestial seals as the essence of a certain domain spell permeated the air. The celestial orb floated in midair, exuding radiant celestial light. Upon closer inspection, the orb contained mountains, rivers, and seas, as if encapsulating an entire world within. Ning Yuchen seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, swiftly being absorbed into the celestial orb. Witnessing this, Dao Xian Tianhua smirked with satisfaction, his form transforming into a streak of light as he entered the celestial orb. Both Ning Yuchen and Dao Xian Tianhua vanished, leaving only the celestial orb suspended in the air. Luo Ruiying's expression shifted in shock, and she hurriedly tried to step forward, only to be restrained by Yuqinyu's hand. Madam, there is no need for concern. The demon lord entered willingly. Merely a half-step celestial. The demon lord shall emerge shortly, Yuqinyu said with a gentle smile. However, Luo Ruiying was astonished, her beautiful eyes widening. Merely a half-step celestial? Is it merely my illusion, or has Yuqinyu consistently dismissed Dao Xian Tianhua as insignificant? Then does that mean he is? Chapter 158. Is this all there is? In the celestial realm, Ning Yuchen stood suspended in midair, surveying the surroundings with a tranquil demeanor, savoring the exquisite scenery of this world. As he gazed out, verdant mountains and flourishing vegetation unfolded before his eyes, the distant hills rising majestically, cloaked in lush greenery. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying with it the subtle fragrances of the forest and earth. This realm, crafted by his own hands, bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to the outside world. save for the absence of living beings. What do you think of this realm I have created? The Taoist immortal Tianhua approached him, stepping lightly through the void, her face radiating pride and satisfaction. The so-called absolute immortal signifies a transcendence beyond the constraints of the immortal emperor, achieving divinity. At this pinnacle, the ability to shake the heavens, pluck the sun and moon, or forge a miniature world is but a matter of ease. The insights into the Tao, celestial arts, and even celestial weaponry reach an entirely different plane of understanding, allowing one to grasp the profound secrets of the absolute immortal domain. Typically, the absolute immortal domain manifests as the projection of a powerful being's consciousness. Within their own domain, an absolute immortal can wield extraordinary abilities, often augmented manyfold. In essence, within the absolute immortal domain, it is exceedingly difficult to vanquish such a formidable opponent. After dedicating a millennium, he merely brushed the threshold of the absolute immortal realm, gleaning fragments of profound wisdom. Yet, it was these insights that enabled him, as but a half-step absolute immortal, to successfully comprehend his own domain. Although it was through the aid of the celestial pearl that he managed to create this realm, Taoist immortal Tianhua felt a profound sense of fulfillment. To attain such enlightenment as a half-step absolute immortal is an achievement scarcely matched throughout the annals of history in the immortal realm. It was indeed a source of immense pride. Ning Yuchen's expression remained cold and disdainful as he raised his hand and beckoned to Taoist immortal Tianhua. Before I take action, feel free to demonstrate your abilities. Rarely encountering someone capable of manifesting the absolute immortal domain, he felt a flicker of interest. So arrogant even when faced with demise. Observing Ning Yuchen's audacity, Taoist immortal Tianhua's brows furrowed deeply, her hands clapping together with a resounding crack. In the next instant, two colossal stone hands erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Ning Yuchen in midair. Not only were the hands immense, but their speed was astonishing. With a thunderous crash, the sound of the rock hands colliding reverberated through the heavens and earth. Yet, this was not the end. With a mere flick of her wrist, dozens of towering mountains rose from behind her, crashing directly towards Ning Yuchen. A streak of black light flashed from her palm, cleaving the massive rock hands in twain. As Ning Yuchen emerged from the shattered palm, standing atop the severed hand, mountains rained down upon him from all directions. With one hand, he braced against the descending peaks, and with a firm grip, he crushed the entire mountain into dust. However, the mountains crashing down were overwhelmingly dense. Even the very earth beneath him was upheaved and hurled towards him. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of towering peaks fell relentlessly upon Ning Yuchen, completely submerging him once again. Huh! Dao Tianhua bellowed, clasping his palms together. The countless mountains suspended in midair began to compress and coalesce. Ultimately, they formed a solid sphere of rock encasing Ning Yuchen, suspended in the air. Heavenly immortals binding. From the realm of Dao Xian Tianhua, tens of thousands of celestial talismans were unleashed, swirling around the rock sphere like a flowing river, creating a formidable barrier. Demon sealing and evil extermination. To prevent Ning Yuchen from breaking free, Dao Xian Tianhua conjured dozens of celestial swords, transforming them into radiant sword rain that pierced into the sphere. The swords interconnected, forming a new sword array barrier. Only after accomplishing this did Dao Xian Tianhua withdraw his hands, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Success. This so-called demon sovereign is nothing but this. With billions of celestial rocks as the foundation and the suppression of myriad celestial talismans, coupled with his dozens of celestial swords wielding the demon sealing and evil extermination array, who could possibly escape? Demon sovereign, you shall remain in this realm of mine forever. Just as Dao Xian Tianhua's words fell, a series of cracking sounds echoed from the rock sphere. What? He is actually attempting to break free? Dao Xian Tianhua was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Ning Yuchen's astonishing speed in breaking free from his multiple barriers. With the suppression of myriad celestial talismans, he should have been constrained, unable to wield any celestial techniques. Could it be that tens of thousands of celestial talismans cannot contain the demonic spirit within him? In a flurry, Dao Xian Tianhua hastily formed celestial seals with his hands, causing fine sands to swirl upon the ground. The gathered sands enveloped the area, continuously mending the cracks appearing on the rock sphere, wrapping it once more. Yet, the myriad celestial talismans on the sphere suddenly ignited with dark, demonic flames. And in the next moment, the entire rock sphere exploded. Dozens of celestial swords shattered. Ning Yuchen re-emerged at the epicenter, casually brushing off the dust from his attire. A look of disdain upon his face as he languidly inquired, "Is this all you can muster? I must admit, I somewhat underestimated you. But do not become too complacent. This is merely the beginning." Dao Xian Tianhua's eyes trembled, and with a flick of his sleeve, he conjured a tempest of immense proportions. The whirlwind roared with thunder and lightning, a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. From the crumbling ground beneath Ning Yuchen, countless vines surged towards him. Ning Yuchen cast a casual glance downward, exhaling a puff of black smoke. Upon contact with the vines, the smoke ignited like gasoline meeting a spark, instantly engulfing the tendrils in roaring demonic flames. The inferno consumed the dense vines entirely. Standing amidst the flames, Ning Yuchen appeared as though he were bathed in fire. Facing the towering tempest surging towards him, he extended his arms into the void, causing the fabric of reality to tear apart behind him, from which emerged two colossal demonic arms. The arm of the demon god plunged directly into the tempest, as violent winds and thunder battered against it, yet left not a single mark. With a gesture of tearing, Ning Yuchen forcefully ripped apart the cyclone. The earth-shattering fury of the storm dissipated into the void. Daoist Xian Tianhua was struck with disbelief, his mouth agape in shock. How could this be possible? He was all too aware of the power of his celestial arts. Within this realm, their might was magnified countless times, and yet they were still torn apart by Ning Yuchen's hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A flicker of trepidation crept into Daoist Xian Tianhua's heart, and in a fit of rage, he once more summoned the celestial arts of heaven and earth. Towering tsunamis surged. Lightning shattered the void, and searing flames twisted in the air. Within this realm, he was the sovereign. Countless celestial techniques were at his command. It was not until Daoist Xian Tianhua had nearly ravaged this small world, leaving it in tatters, that the two hands of the demon god continued to shield Ning Yuchen. Unscathed and untouched, not even a layer of skin was shed from the demon god's arm. In stark contrast, Daoist Xian Tianhua was now nearly drained of spiritual energy, gasping for breath as he hovered in midair, muttering, "This is impossible." Slowly, Ning Yuchen stepped out from the palm of the demon god, his expression calm and composed as he gazed at Daoist Xian Tianhua. Are you finished? Then it is my turn now. Chapter 159. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Dao Xian Tianhua felt a tremor in his heart as he sought to flee, only to discover that his feet were immobile. A glance down revealed that, unbeknownst to him, the ground beneath was entirely shrouded in shadow, with numerous dark tendrils ensnaring his feet. As Ning Yuchen approached Dao Xian Tianhua step by step, he spoke. The shadows entwined around Dao Xian Tianhua as feet suddenly surged forth, unleashing countless slender, spear-like shadows that pierced through his entire being. "Ah!" Dao Xian Tianhua cried out in agony, his form resembling a porcupine, punctured and defenseless. Ning Yuchen stood before him, his brow furrowed, his expression icy and penetrating. Dao Xian Tianhua, filled with terror, had long abandoned his earlier arrogance and pride. He had believed that within this celestial realm, he was invincible and could easily contend with Ning Yuchen. However, he never anticipated that he would appear so powerless before him. After much contemplation, a single possibility emerged in his mind. Have you truly entered the realm of absolute immortal? Dao Xian Tianhua gazed at Ning Yuchen in disbelief. It was not mere pride. For nearly 10 millennia, neither the celestial nor demonic realms had seen anyone attain the status of absolute immortal. He had heard that Ning Yuchen had recently ascended to the rank of demon lord over a century ago, and he had never considered that Ning Yuchen's cultivation would reach such heights. After expending thousands of years to barely touch the threshold of absolute immortal, he had managed to take a half step into that realm. Yet, Ning Yuchen appeared to have achieved it without even a millennium of time, an extraordinary talent indeed. At this moment, Dao Xian Tianhua recognized the terror embodied in the newly appointed demon lord before him. Demon Lord, my Dao Xian clan is a member of the Celestial Judgment Hall. As the ancestral figure of the Dao Xian clan, should I perish, the celestial realm will undoubtedly pursue accountability. If you spare me, I swear by the heavens that I shall never again offend the demonic race. Dao Xian Tianhua came to terms with reality. He was no match for Ning Yuchen. Rather than sacrifice his thousands of years of cultivation in vain, he chose to seek peace. Are you begging for mercy? Ning Yuchen clasped his hands behind his back, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he inquired lightly. Reluctantly, Dao Xian Tianhua nodded. This was the first time in his life he had bowed to the demonic race. If you can spare me, whatever you desire, my Dao Xian clan shall certainly fulfill it. What I desire is but one thing. Ning Yuchen leaned closer to Dao Xian Tianhua. His fingers poised delicately as he spoke softly. What is it? Whatever you ask, I shall provide. Dao Xian Tianhua replied hastily without a moment's thought. Ning Yuchen smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. That is your life, and the lives of the entire Dao Xian clan. From the moment Dao Xian Tianhua had caused his beloved daughter to weep, he had harbored no intention of sparing him. Upon hearing this, Dao Xian Tianhua's complexion turned pale in an instant, transform into nourishment, and perish in the endless agony. Ning Yuchen murmured softly. In an instant, Dao Xian Tianhua was dragged from midair into the shadows of the earth, ensnared by the creeping darkness. The shadows engulfed him like a swamp, slowly consuming him bit by bit. What lay beyond the shadows was a realm he dared not contemplate. Gradually, ominous figures emerged from the darkness, various demonic entities peering forth. A myriad of bloodthirsty crimson eyes fixated upon him, drawing ever closer. Countless insects began to burrow into his body from the shadows, traversing within him, the soul-devouring worms. Dao Xian Tianhua's expression shifted to one of sheer terror upon witnessing the relentless tide of these creatures advancing towards him. He had encountered soul-devouring worms before, yet never in such staggering numbers, their density sending chills down his spine. These insects would gnaw through anything imbued with spiritual energy, whether human or any other object, leaving nothing but emptiness in their wake. With such a multitude of soul-devouring worms, his annihilation would occur in mere seconds. Throughout this torment, he could feel the worms burrowing into him from every direction, incessantly gnawing and crawling within. The piercing agony was already palpable. As more and more soul-devouring worms invaded his being, Dao Xian Tianhua, in desperation and terror, cried out to Ning Yuchen. Ah? Wait. Demon Lord, do you not desire to reclaim the celestial bones and heart from her? Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen descended from the sky, landing before Dao Xian Tianhua, and coldly reprimanded the surrounding demons and apostles. Stand down. The assembly of demons and apostles, visibly intimidated, retreated, merging back into the shadows, leaving only half a face still watching Dao Xian Tianhua with predatory intent, as if poised to feast at any moment. The billions of soul-devouring worms that had encircled Dao Xian Tianhua also slowly withdrew behind Ning Yuchen. The celestial bones and heart of my lady, are they within you? Ning Yuchen's gaze sharpened as he coldly inquired, looking down upon Dao Xian Tianhua. They are not within me. The soul-devouring worms wriggled out, and Dao Xian Tianhua felt a sense of relief as if spared from disaster, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped for breath. Ning Yuchen's displeasure was evident, feeling as though he had been deceived, as he slowly turned away and remarked indifferently, "He belongs to you. Do not consume him too swiftly." As these words fell, the soul-devouring worms and the multitude of demons and apostles surged once more towards Dao Xian Tianhua. Wait. Though her celestial bones and heart are not within me, I know where they reside. Dao Xian Tianhua nearly lost his wits in fright, urgently shouting. Ning Yuchen raised his arm, prompting a multitude of demonic deities and apostles to obediently come to a halt, their expressions filled with grievance as they cast their gazes upon him. After receiving a fierce glare from Ning Yuchen, the demonic beings once again complied and lay down submissively. "Speak," he commanded. "Where are my beloved celestial bones and heart?" He directed his inquiry at Dao Xian Tianhua. Observing Ning Yuchen's deep concern for Luo Ruiying's celestial bones and heart, Dao Xian Tianhua gradually gained confidence and boldly stipulated, "You must swear by the heavenly Tao to spare my life, and then I shall reveal it to you." "Humph. Ha!" Ning Yuchen erupted into raucous laughter, a sound that sent chills down Dao Xian Tianhua's spine. In the next instant, Ning Yuchen's hand grasped tightly around his face, lifting him effortlessly from the shadows with a chilling and severe expression. Flames of demonic fire ignited along his arm, inching toward his palm. The mere contact with any trace of this inferno would suffice to reduce him to ashes. It appears you are mistaken. You have no standing to negotiate with me. I possess countless methods to ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension. Even if I were to slay you directly, I could still traverse the celestial realm to reclaim the celestial bones and heart. Chapter 160. Whether they will let you go, I cannot say. As the demonic flames drew ever closer, Ning Yuchen appeared intent on extinguishing him without hesitation. Dao Xian Tianhua, feeling the urgency of the moment, hastily interjected. Her celestial bone and heart are in the hands of that esteemed individual. Ning Yuchen paused, the flames on his arm continuing to flicker ominously, his brow furrowing in inquiry. The searing flames now hovered perilously close to Dao Xian Tianhua, who gazed at the dancing inferno, wary of it inadvertently scorching his visage. That esteemed individual is a guest from the divine realm, visiting my Daoxian family. I only know he is a son of a deity from that realm. Beyond that, I am unaware. Dao Xian Tianhua spoke, his heart racing, locking eyes with Ning Yuchen. Her celestial bone and heart are also in that esteemed individual's possession. Ning Yuchen's brow slightly knitted, his expression contemplative. A son of a deity. For one to command such reverence from Dao Xian Tianhua, their status in the divine realm must indeed be formidable. It appeared that his wife had entangled herself with more than just the Daoxian family. However, this posed no concern for him. Noticing Ning Yuchen deep in thought, Dao Xian Tianhua seized the moment to plead earnestly, that esteemed individual remains within my Daoxian family. If the demon lord would spare me, I could personally retrieve and return them. With a disdainful smile curling at his lips, Ning Yuchen released Dao Xian Tianhua, casting him into the shadows. In light of your truthful response, I shall grant you your freedom, yet there is no need for you to bring anything back. Upon hearing this, Dao Xian Tianhua's face lit up with unrestrained joy, a profound sense of relief washing over him. However, before he could savor his fortune, he noticed Ning Yuchen's gaze shift, a wicked smile gracing his features as he continued. But whether they will let you go, I cannot say. What do you mean? A chill ran through Dao Xian Tianhua's heart, and he suddenly realized the shadows beneath him had ensnared his entire being. The soul-devouring insects surged forth like a relentless tide, a swarm of demonic entities clamoring to seize his limbs, gnawing at his celestial form. Ah, demon lord! The agony twisted Dao Xian Tianhua's face into a grotesque mask as he struggled desperately against his bonds. His voice hoarse from the desperate cries for mercy. Ning Yuchen stood before him, hands clasped behind his back, quietly reveling in the tragic finale of his torment. He had declared that the moment Dao Xian Tianhua brought sorrow to his precious daughter, he would not allow him to escape unscathed. To truly let him go would likely mean he would not return willingly. Even if he intended to bring back Luo Ruing's celestial bone and heart, it was unnecessary. He would soon retrieve his wife's celestial bone and heart himself, without requiring any assistance. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries that echoed throughout the realm, the celestial body of Dao Xian Tianhua was brutally torn apart, his form dismembered as thousands of soul-eating insects burrowed within him, devouring his essence, gradually enveloping his entire being. The sounds of his voice faded as the insects filled his mouth, rendering him utterly mute. Ning Yuchen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, Dao Xian Tianhua had actively pulled him into this celestial realm. Otherwise, such a scene would have been too much for his wife and children to bear. Before long, Dao Xian Tianhua's celestial form was completely consumed by the apostle demon god and the soul-eating insects, leaving not a trace behind. Only a fragment of his tormented spirit remained, trapped in the shadows. This fragment could be devoured by the shadows, transforming him into one of the apostles under their dominion. However, Ning Yuchen had no intention of allowing that. He merely confined Dao Xian Tianhua. Although devoid of a physical body, this fragment of spirit could still be sent to the execution palace. He believed the inhabitants of the execution palace would be eager to engage with him. With a mere thought, the shadows slowly dragged Dao Xian Tianhua's spirit into their depths, causing it to vanish. All the demon gods and apostles above the shadows obediently sank into the darkness as well. The shadows covering a vast expanse of land instantly contracted, reforming into a mere shadow beneath Ning Yuchen's feet. He gazed upwards towards the celestial realm, realizing that everything had been settled, and it was time to return. He felt no turmoil within after eliminating Dao Xian Tianhua. It was merely akin to swatting a few mosquitoes, not even enough to compel him to summon his true demonic form. Yet, as he prepared to return, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Given the current circumstances, it was impossible to conceal his identity. If he were to kneel and beg for forgiveness, would his wife grant him clemency? Outside the celestial realm, after Ning Yuchen and Dao Xian Tianhua entered the celestial orb, the Southernly Academy returned to a state of eerie calm. The crowd in the central plaza found themselves at a loss, exchanging bewildered glances. With Dao Xian Tianhua and others gone, they were replaced by an incessant influx of demons that filled the skies above the central plaza. The entire expanse above Southernly Academy was nearly consumed by the presence of the demonic horde. As for the Dao Xian family, aside from the barely alive Dao Xian Fengming and two others who continued to resist, the rest had perished. The demons were stained with blood, their faces adorned with frenzied, bloodthirsty grins, brandishing severed heads and dragging corpses, an oppressive aura that rendered the crowd breathless. This sensation was far more terrifying than facing Dao Xian Shui Miao. The late-arriving Xia Jiao and others looked up in horror at the countless demons hovering in the air, paralyzed by fear. Southernly City had fallen completely under demonic control, leaving them uncertain of what awaited them next. Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongya, stared blankly at the demons in the sky, her expression contemplative for a long time before shifting her worried gaze toward the celestial orb suspended in midair. Mother, where has father gone? Luo Hongya sat in Luo Ruiying's embrace, her vibrant eyes gazing worriedly up at her. In Luo Hongya's view, Ning Yuchen had suddenly vanished like a beam of light. Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongya's little head and replied softly, "Father has gone to fight the bad guys to protect you. Will father get hurt?" Luo Hongya asked, her small face filled with concern. Luo Ruiying was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Although Yu Qinyu had assured her that Ning Yuchen would return soon, she couldn't shake her worry about whether he might be injured, considering Dao Xian Tianhua was at the half-step to becoming an immortal level. "Do not fret, young miss. Young master will be just fine," Yu Qinyu said with a gentle smile, offering reassurance to Luo Hongya. "Really, sister Yu?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hongya eagerly leaned forward, her little head tilting in curiosity. Yu Qinyu nodded gently. A radiant smile akin to a crescent moon blossomed on Luo Hongya's face. Luo Ruiying's heart also eased a bit. The others present silently observed the interaction between Luo Ruiying and Yu Qinyu, holding their breath in reverence. No one else dared to converse so freely with the demonic clan, aside from Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. Estimating that the Lord of Demons matters should be nearing conclusion, and seeing that the prisoners were still engaging with Dao Xian Fengming and his companions, Yu Qinyu furrowed her brows and called out coldly from a distance, "What more do you intend to play at?" Chapter 161. Awaiting the return of the celestial ancestor, the demonic clan shall be annihilated in the distance. The resonant admonition of Yu Qinyu echoed, causing the hearts of the prisoners to tighten, their bodies involuntarily shuddering. The long-absent thrill of battle momentarily intoxicated them, leading to a lapse in caution. Before them stood Taoist Immortal Mu Kuei, tattered and bloodied, a picture of despair and terror, gasping for breath as she fixated on the duo of the mad captive and Qi Huan. Behind her, Qi Huan twirled several golden rings in her hands, her expression a blend of exhilaration and mockery. "Apologies, but the left protector has commanded it. I must escort you on your journey. I truly will miss you," she taunted. "Curse it! What manner of beings are these demons?" Mu Kuei silently screamed in her heart. The imposing figure before her, as robust as a mountain, rendered her every attempt at employing her celestial powers utterly futile. Neither his demonic armor nor his skin could be pierced, as if he were forged from the very bedrock itself, impervious to ordinary celestial arts. In stark contrast, his claws rampaged through the air, an unstoppable force that nearly eviscerated her with each strike, posing an extreme threat. His strength was terrifyingly immense, and his speed matched her own. The woman behind him was even more fearsome. The golden rings in her grasp, of unknown origin, could alter direction and size at will, launching assaults from all directions with tremendous power. She had witnessed the massive golden ring slice through the mountains, cleaving their peaks with a smooth, even edge. The memory of several Taoist disciples being decapitated in a state of unpreparedness haunted her thoughts. If such a force were to pass over her, it would effortlessly lead to her own demise. Merely defending against their onslaught had already drained her of nearly all her strength. And this was without factoring in the thousands of other demons yet to engage. Mu Kuei's gaze drifted longingly toward the distant South Li Academy, her eyes brimming with hope. With the Taoist clan's elite now decimated, their final hope rested solely on the celestial ancestor. If she could endure just a little longer upon the ancestor's return, these demons would surely be vanquished. You insects of the celestial realm, rest assured, I shall carve you open and cleanse you from within. The mad captive's countenance twisted into a grotesque grin, his aura of demonic energy intensifying, as if a fearsome beast were coalescing behind him. Had he truly not been serious until now? Mu Kuei's heart sank, unable to fathom that the mad captive had yet to unleash his full power. This mad captive is mine. Qi Huan's expression hardened as her golden rings split, multiplying from a handful to over 100 in an instant. The multitude of rings transformed into a blinding golden light, hurtling toward Mu Kuei with unrelenting speed. Humph! Whoever claims it first shall keep it. With a fierce stomp, the mad captive shattered the space beneath him, vanishing in a blur of afterimages. As the scene unfolded, the figure approached the Taoist immortal Mu Kuei, claws raised high, poised to deliver a fatal blow. The force of this strike could easily reduce Mu Kuei to mere pulp. How could I possibly succumb to the vile creatures of the demon clan? Unwilling to meet her demise so easily, Taoist immortal Mu Kuei roared defiantly, casting aside a branch and swiftly forming celestial seals with her hands. Celestial technique, manifestation of the divine tree. The branch erupted in a radiant display of ethereal light, illuminating the sky and momentarily blinding the frenzied captives, Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan. As the luminescence faded, the branch had transformed into a magnificent ancient tree, standing tall in the air. From the ancient tree, numerous massive vines surged forth, ensnaring and enveloping both Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan. The vines continued to stretch and grow across the horizon, giving rise to towering trees that swiftly formed a magnificent forest above the clouds. Even the onlookers within Nanli City gazed up in awe, rendered speechless. Is this the might of an immortal? Taoist immortal Mu Kuei, panting heavily, could not suppress a triumphant smile upon witnessing her foes ensnared by the vines. That branch she had cast was a precious gift obtained after a century of prayer beneath the celestial spirit ancient tree. The celestial spirit ancient tree harbored the purest essence of celestial energy, naturally capable of suppressing demonic spirits, making it the perfect tool to subdue these vile demons. She had underestimated her adversaries, thinking them easy prey. Yet, before she could relish her victory, the vines encasing Kuang Qiu were suddenly torn apart by a set of sharp claws. The claws methodically ripped through the layers of vines, revealing a half-manic face of Kuang Qiu grinning wickedly. Now this was getting interesting. Upon witnessing this, Taoist immortal Mu Kuei felt a chill run down her spine. Meanwhile, from behind her, several golden rings soared forth, instantly shredding the vines around Qi Huan into oblivion. The golden rings whirred like chainsaws, encircling Qi Huan in a rapid dance. Qi Huan, leisurely twirling the golden rings, gazed at Mu Kuei with a smirk. Why could the essence of the celestial spirit ancient tree not contain them? Taoist immortal Mu Kuei was struck dumb, engulfed by despair, overwhelmed by an unprecedented terror. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, she would prove no match for either Kuang Qiu or Qi Huan. Merely 1,000 years had passed, and the new generation of demons had reached such a terrifying level of power. Both Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan, unwilling to relinquish their prey to one another, attacked Mu Kuei almost simultaneously. Yet, Taoist immortal Mu Kuei refused to concede. She formed seals with her hands once more, urging the ancient tree to shield her. Just as the claws and golden rings were about to make contact with the ancient tree, a beam of light suddenly pierced the air. Taoist immortal Mu Kuei realized too late that the demon, Mo Yin, had approached, the light consuming both the ancient tree and her upper body. When the brilliance faded, all that remained of Taoist immortal Mu Kuei was her lower half, plummeting from the sky. What? The soon-to-be captured prey was snatched away, prompting both Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan to turn in displeasure towards Yi Tian Shun, voicing their grievances in indignation. Yi Tianxun, how dare you seize my prey? This is utterly outrageous. Yi Tianxun, suspended in midair, slowly lowered his arms, his expression as perpetually stern as ever. He replied with an air of detachment, "You two have been playing for far too long. The left guardian has instructed us to resolve this swiftly." Upon hearing Yi Tianxun invoke the name of Yu Qingyu, although Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan were filled with dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to swallow their indignation. In comparison to losing their prey, they feared inciting the wrath of the left guardian even more. Chapter 162. The Annihilation of the Daoist Clan. Meanwhile, beneath the city of Nanli, Daoist Huiyin was taken aback upon witnessing the demise of Daoist Mu Kuei at the hands of the night god. However, his own predicament was equally dire. "Where are you looking? Before you stands the most vivacious and adorable maiden from the demon realm. How can your gaze wander elsewhere?" As the words fell, a surge of crimson flames surged towards Daoist Huiyin. The searing fire distorted the very fabric of space, melting everything in its vicinity. Daoist Huiyin had no choice but to leap back, raising his celestial cauldron before him to absorb the flames entirely. "Humph, that wretched cauldron of yours is quite bothersome." Yin Lily, cradling a flickering flame in her hand, gazed at Daoist Huiyin with an expression of displeasure. "Humph, you foul spawn of the demon clan. Once I ensnare you within the Jiutianshuanhua cauldron, I shall surely refine you." The members of the Daoist clan had perished one after another, and Daoist Huiyin was already seething with rage. With the Jiutianshuanhua cauldron in his possession, he was confident in his ability to subdue Yin Lily. Although she was adept in fire-related celestial arts, her control and might would surely pale in comparison to his. How amusing. It has been quite some time since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. I am rather fond of you now. It is decided. I shall burn you into the most exquisite skeleton and add you to my collection." Yin Lily playfully winked at Daoist Huiyin, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Yet her words sent a chill down the spine. "Jiutianshuanhua cauldron, ignite." Daoist Huiyin furrowed his brow, one hand cradling the cauldron while the other channeled spiritual energy into it. As the cauldron opened, countless burning crimson celestial cords shot forth towards Yin Lily. Unfazed, Yin Lily's heterochromatic eyes ignited with crimson and icy blue flames. With a breath, she fused the two colors of flames in her palms, then gently blew upon them. The crimson blue flames danced in the wind, instantly freezing the advancing celestial cords, which then miraculously turned to ashes. Even the Jiutianshuanhua cauldron in Daoist Huiyin's grasp was directly frozen and melted. "What is this bizarre flame? It has utterly destroyed my Jiutianshuanhua cauldron." Daoist Huiyin exclaimed in shock. The crimson blue flames clung to his arms, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he felt a bone-chilling cold within him, while simultaneously experiencing a searing agony. The two starkly contrasting sensations gnawed at his body and consciousness, leaving him unable to discern whether he was too cold or too hot. His skin, flesh, and even his organs began to disintegrate, bit by bit. What have you done to me?" Daoist Huiyin, gradually melting away, could no longer stand, collapsing to his knees as he extended a trembling hand towards Yin Lily in a desperate inquiry. Yin Lily remained silent, merely squatting before him like a mischievous girl, her face brimming with anticipation as she quietly observed. Until the celestial fire of Daoist Xianhua completely transformed into a pool of blood, all that remained was a pair of snow-white, translucent celestial bones. Yin Lily extended her hand to gently lift the skull, tenderly caressing its forehead, her complexion flushed, revealing a smile of ecstatic admiration. Yet another masterpiece. Alas, it is still not the most perfect. If only I could collect the skull of the demon lord. No, just the thought of it sends a thrill through me. How embarrassing. With the demise of Daoist Xianmu and Daoist Xianhua, and the descent of thousands of Daoist practitioners to the mortal realm, only Daoist Fengming remains. Observing that the celestial ancestor had not yet returned, and with both Daoist Xianhua and Daoist Xianmu perished, Daoist Fengming, having seen none of the other 6 esteemed elders, dared not linger any longer. A singular thought consumed him: escape. Otherwise, his fate would mirror that of the others. Daoist Fengming swept aside the earth before him, hurling it toward Luosi. And with a mere movement, his form transformed into a swift breeze, vanishing in an instant. Among the 6 esteemed elders, his speed was unparalleled. even outpacing the lightning-fast Taoist Luais. As he made his escape, Luosi, known in the demon realm for her prowess, slowly raised her arm. Countless fine threads sprang forth from the desolate ground and the ruined houses around them. In battle, Luosi entwined her hair within the surrounding architecture and earth. The delicate strands were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, let alone those buried in the surroundings. The swirling strands sliced through the obstructing debris and neatly severed the houses like razor-sharp steel. Taoist Fengming had witnessed the might of Luosi's hair before. Upon seeing the encroaching strands, he hesitated not a moment, swiftly drawing his celestial sword to cleave through the surrounding threads. Yet, these strands seemed endless, continuously erupting from the ground and the vicinity. Luosi remained stationary, her hair growing longer and denser, almost engulfing her entire form. The fine strands extended infinitely, moving with astonishing speed. Intertwined, they formed a net that descended from all directions. Celestial technique, wind spiral. Taoist Fengming cast forth his sword, which whirled around him, conjuring a sharp tornado that severed all the encroaching threads. The fierce blades of wind shattered everything around them, including the very earth. Having briefly dealt with the obstructive threads, Taoist Fengming swiftly retracted his sword and dashed forward once more. However, this time he did not flee. He charged toward Luosi. He understood that if he did not eliminate Luosi first, he would never escape the endless strands. Just as Taoist Fengming surged toward Luosi, a pitch-black divine rainbow suddenly streaked behind him. What? Taoist Fengming sensed an imminent threat, instinctively turning to raise his sword in defense. The obsidian divine rainbow collided with the sword of the immortal blade, sending Dao Xian Fengming reeling backward for dozens of miles in an instant. Once he regained his composure and focused his gaze, he discovered that the dark divine rainbow was, in fact, a magnificent black halberd. The tip of the halberd pressed against the sword's blade, adorned with vivid engravings of demonic beasts and monsters from the netherworld, exuding an aura of chilling terror. Before Dao Xian Fengming could remove the halberd from the immortal blade, two sinister claws suddenly extended from it, seizing his arm. At that moment, the illustrations of beasts and demons on the halberd appeared to come to life, manifesting as spectral entities that bared their fangs and glared at him with malicious intent. The claw gripping his arm belonged to a ghastly specter with menacing fangs. Rascal, the seventh-ranked demon lord of the netherworld, approached slowly, followed by countless souls and malevolent spirits. The air was thick with the mournful wails of the tormented, and his footsteps resembled a procession of 100 demons. "Greetings," Rascal said, revealing a brilliant smile that radiated warmth as he introduced himself. He gestured towards the halberd ensnaring Dao Xian Fengming and added, "Oh, that is my old companion, the soul-devouring halberd. It seems to have taken quite a liking to you." "What nonsense!" Dao Xian Fengming felt utterly insulted. With a fierce roar, he summoned a tempestuous blade of wind beneath his feet, slicing through the surrounding spirits with ease. Just then, numerous strands emerged from the ground and his rear, piercing through his entire being. These delicate strands even penetrated the immortal blade in his grasp, binding him firmly in place. Dao Xian Fengming's face was a portrait of disbelief. The wind-leaving immortal sword he wielded was among the finest celestial artifacts, protected by the guardianship of the wind realm, and yet it was rendered helpless against mere strands. He had effortlessly severed those strands moments before. No, these strands were different from the earlier ones. Upon closer inspection, Dao Xian Fengming realized that the strands piercing his body were of a dark green sheen, entirely dissimilar to those that had pursued him earlier. The figure of Luosi, dragging a cascade of hair behind her, gradually approached from behind him. Her lengthy tresses tripped her up, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground with a resounding thud. Luosi, exasperated, rubbed her forehead, unable to bear the sight. After all, she was the fifth-ranked demon lord of the netherworld. How could she be so careless? Unfazed, Luosi gracefully rose from the ground, as if nothing had transpired. Although Dao Xian Fengming could not see what was behind him, he could hear the sound of her footsteps drawing nearer, rendering him utterly motionless. For any slight movement on his part would allow the penetrating strands to effortlessly shred him into countless pieces. Wait a moment. If you let me go, I will do anything you ask. I am an elder of the Daoxian family and hold considerable influence within. I could serve as an insider for the demon clan, which would undoubtedly be of assistance. Dao Xian Fengming implored the Rakshasa before him in desperation. The Rakshasa, appearing troubled, scratched his face and revealed an apologetic smile. I regret to inform you, but I would like to spare you. However, the command from the left guardian is to leave none of you alive. Dao Xian Fengming trembled involuntarily. In his eyes, the expression on the Rakshas's face distinctly resembled a terrifying grin filled with sinister anticipation. This individual had no intention of showing him mercy. Before Dao Xian Fengming could utter another plea for mercy, the figure behind him, Luo Si, lifted her pale, delicate fingers. The strands of hair entwined around her fingers seemed to exert a force that enveloped his entire being. In that moment, Dao Xian Fengming sensed the imminent arrival of death. In truth, his intuition proved correct, as Luo Si's slender fingers gently closed. Her hair sliced through Dao Xian Fengming's body as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, producing no sound and leaving no trace of blood. Dao Xian Fengming's gaze became vacant, and soon his entire form disintegrated into fragments that scattered across the ground. Observing the last remnant of Dao Xian Fengming's soul attempting to escape unnoticed, the Rakshasa smiled faintly and called out sharply, "Soul Devourer." The soul-devouring demon halberd seemed to come alive, revealing a maw filled with jagged teeth that swiftly tore apart and consumed Dao Xian Fengming's soul. Dao Xian Fengming's soul was engulfed in despair and wails as it was devoured, and the soul-devouring demon halberd returned to a state of tranquility once more. Chapter 163. How Remarkable is Father. With the demise of Dao Xianjia's last remaining elder, Dao Xian Fengming, tranquility enveloped the entirety of Nanli City. Knight Tianshun and his companions returned to report to Yuqingyu. Witnessing this, the members of Nanli Academy were engulfed in trepidation. The celestial beings of the Immortal Realm had perished, and Nanli City had completely fallen under the dominion of the demonic forces. Luo Ruing gazed in astonishment at Knight Tianshun and the others. Those she had previously interacted with were not only disguised as demons, but also possessed terrifying prowess. As one of the 6 esteemed elders of Dao Xianjia, she was acutely aware of their formidable strength. Even during her prime, vanquishing Dao Xian Fengming and his ilk would have required considerable effort. Yet, the likes of Kuang Qiu and his entourage had wrought near total annihilation upon them. Luo Ruying's heart was profoundly shaken, her beautiful eyes once again drawn to the celestial pearl at the center of the scene. He should be returning soon. Just then, the celestial pearl radiated a brilliant light, and a figure slowly emerged from within the glow. Luo Ruying, along with Su Yi and the others, held their breath, their gazes fixated on the figure stepping forth. Conversely, Yuqingyu and the denizens of the demon realm remained unperturbed. No one understood the might of their esteemed demon lord better than they did. The figure emerging was undoubtedly their magnificent, unparalleled sovereign. Amidst countless eager gazes, the strikingly handsome visage of Ning Yuchen materialized before them, standing tall and unblemished, devoid of any wounds. The members of Nanli Academy were left in awe upon witnessing Ning Yuchen's safe return. He truly came back, so swiftly. Moreover, he appeared exceedingly relaxed, not bearing any signs of conflict. At that moment, the doubts regarding Ning Yuchen's identity as the demon lord vanished entirely. Upon seeing him, Luo Ruing felt the weight in her heart lift, a serene smile gracing her exquisite features. He is unharmed. Yuqingyu and the myriad demons hovering in the air placed their hands upon their chests, slightly bowing in reverence, collectively exclaiming, "Demon Lord." The resounding shout echoed throughout Nanli City, compelling even the inhabitants to kneel in submission. Even Xiagua, possessing celestial god-level prowess, found his legs unable to resist the urge to bow, his body immobilized. This was, of course, due to Yuqingyu's subtle invocation of a command, ensuring the reverence of all. Previously, the demon lord had concealed his identity, and she had reluctantly excused the impudent behavior of those within the city. Now that the demon lord's identity was no longer a secret, there was no room for insolence before him. Without the demon lord's permission, how could mere mortals dare stand in his presence? Only Luo Ruing, as the lady of the demon realm, remained upright before Ning Yuchen. Realizing that everyone had knelt, she was reminded once more of Ning Yuchen's esteemed identity as the demon lord, the once mundane husband, who had been a constant companion. suddenly transformed into the formidable demon lord of the underworld, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, Luo Hongya harbored no extraneous thoughts. Upon seeing Ning Yuchen return, she eagerly extended her delicate little hand, calling out sweetly, "Daddy." Upon witnessing the child's outstretched arms yearning for a hug, Ning Yuchen's face broke into a tender smile. He stepped forward to take the child from Luo Ruiying's arms, cradling the petite and soft Luo Hongya, as if she were a cherished doll, radiating warmth. "Daddy, I was so worried about you." Luo Hongya nestled against Ning Yuchen's chest, lifting her small head to gaze up at him with her adorable, wide eyes. Ning Yuchen felt his heart melt at the sight. "What a precious and understanding daughter," he mused. "It is indeed my fault for causing you to worry. Look, Daddy is fine," he reassured her, gently stroking her little head with a soft chuckle. Luo Hongya scrutinized Ning Yuchen's body with serious intent, and upon confirming he was truly unharmed, she curiously inquired, "Then, what about that bad guy, Daddy?" "That bad guy has been defeated by Daddy," Ning Yuchen declared proudly, his nose held high. "Really?" she asked, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Of course. Daddy is formidable," he proclaimed, basking in her adoration. "Daddy is amazing," Luo Hongya exclaimed joyously, waving her small hands in excitement. Ning Yuchen wore a contented smile, savoring the moment. Suddenly, Su Yi and the others, kneeling on the ground, looked up and found themselves questioning Ning Yuchen's identity as the Demon Lord. Rumors painted the demons as grotesque and bloodthirsty beings, known for their penchant for devouring children. Yet, Ning Yuchen seemed to embody none of these traits. His face illuminated with satisfaction and joy at his child's praises. At that moment, Ning Yuchen recalled the celestial orb still behind him. He turned, extending his hand to grasp it, and the orb floated into his palm. "Hongya, this glass ball is a gift for you," he declared without hesitation, placing the orb into Luo Hongya's tiny hands. Before returning, Ning Yuchen had reset the landscapes of the realms, and within the orb, a breathtakingly beautiful scene of towering mountains and clear waters awaited. Luo Hongya's small hand struggled to encompass the orb, her big eyes blinking in wonder as she stared at the enchanting world contained within. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by Ning Yuchen's actions. The orb held a miniature universe, unparalleled and incomparable to any ordinary celestial artifact. To amuse a child, Ning Yuchen had casually presented this precious orb as if it were merely a toy for a 2-year-old to play with. Such an act seemed a gross misappropriation of a treasure. The onlookers could not help but feel a pang of regret. Had it been in their possession, they would have cherished it with utmost reverence. After ensuring the child's happiness, Ning Yuchen finally lifted his gaze towards Luo Ruiying. The two individuals locked eyes, and a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. The onlookers, including Yi Tianxun and others, could not help but observe Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying with bated breath. They were acutely aware that the Lady of the Demon Realm remained oblivious to the true identity of the Demon Lord. It appeared she still belonged to the Celestial Realm. Now that the identity of the Demon Lord has been revealed, what shall unfold next? Chapter 164. Rest assured, everything is fine, my dear. Ning Yuchen's gaze was fixed on Luo Ruiying as he softly called her name. Before he could continue his explanation, Luo Ruiying raised her hand to interrupt him. "Let us discuss this when we return home." Her expression remained serene, devoid of any visible emotions, leaving Ning Yuchen increasingly anxious. Could it be that she was genuinely upset? In stark contrast to Ning Yuchen's tension and the onlookers from the night sky god, Yu Qingyu wore a faint smile. After a fierce battle between celestial beings and demons, the entirety of Nanli City lay in ruins, a desolate landscape of shattered walls and broken remnants. The ground was marred by pits and deep fissures, a far cry from its former prosperity. Even the sky above Nanli City resembled a shattered glass, with gaping voids visible everywhere, presenting a rare and breathtaking sight in the mortal realm. The once magnificent Nanli City now clung to the remnants of the Nanli Academy, which had fortuitously escaped destruction thanks to the protective formation. The citizens and cultivators of Nanli City gathered around the academy, gazing mournfully at what was once a vibrant metropolis, now reduced to a desolate wasteland. Many had invested their lives into establishing homes here, and now their dreams lay in ruins. Witnessing the tragic scene of Nanli City, Luo Ruiying felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and guilt. The celestial beings had come specifically for her, and her presence had inadvertently brought calamity upon the city. The direction of her former residence was now merely a deep pit. Not only was returning home impossible, but her home had ceased to exist. Ning Yuchen observed Luo Ruying's dazed stare towards the direction of her home and turned to Yuchen. Without waiting for him to speak, she nodded slightly and began to ascend gently into the air under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Restoration, Yuchen declared, gazing down at the ruins of Nanli City, her lips parting as she intoned the words. As her voice resonated, it seemed as though the very laws of nature were stirred. An indescribable surge of spiritual energy rippled through Nanli City. The majority of the cultivators present felt only a faint sense of anomaly, unaware of what was transpiring until they heard the astonished exclamations of those nearby. Quick, look! The buildings are restoring. What sorcery is this? Is it a miracle? The crowd collectively raised their eyes, witnessing the chaotic dance of stones and foliage in the sky. The previously destroyed structures swiftly reformed. Uprooted plants began to sprout anew. The cracked earth mended, the shattered voids healed, and the deep pits were filled in an instant. In mere moments, the desolate Nanli City was rejuvenated, restored to its former splendor. There was no trace left of the terrifying celestial demon battle that had once ravaged it. This spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, truly a miracle. The crowd stood agape, utterly mesmerized. What an extraordinary and mystical technique this is. After accomplishing all of this, Yuchen gracefully descended from midair, continuing to stand quietly and reverently beside Luo Ruying. The crowd gazed at Yuchen with an unmistakable sense of reverence. Qi Yuan's heart was engulfed in shock, unable to find tranquility for an extended period. Who would have thought that this cold and distant maidservant was so formidable? Fortunately, it seemed she had no real intention of harming her. Luo Ruying was equally astonished. Although she had vaguely suspected that Yuchen possessed remarkable strength, she had not anticipated it to be so terrifying. To reach such a level while completely disregarding the constraints of the celestial laws of the human realm, her cultivation must surely be that of a legendary immortal. My dear, let us depart. We shall return home. Just as Luo Ruying was lost in her astonishment, Ning Yuchen smiled and extended his hand towards her. Without much hesitation, Luo Ruying slowly placed her hand into Ning Yuchen's palm. He gently clasped her delicate and soft hand, cradling the child in his other arm. Preparing to turn and leave, Xiaogua, summoning her courage, called out from behind, esteemed Lord Demon Master, what about us? All eyes in the gathering were fixated on Ning Yuchen, their hearts racing with trepidation. Their fates rested entirely in his hands. With tens of thousands of demon kin watching them with predatory intent, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. Ning Yuchen turned around, only then recalling the kneeling Xiaogua and the others. His attention had been solely on his wife and child, completely forgetting about them. My apologies, everyone. I have inadvertently disturbed you due to some personal matters. Please rest assured, everything is now resolved. If all is well, you may return to your respective homes. The gathering is dismissed. The crowd remained silent. Ning Yuchen wore a gentle smile as he waved his hand to the assembly. Had they not already been aware of his identity, they might have mistaken him for a kind and amiable ordinary person. Although Ning Yuchen assured them that all was well and they could return home, the crowd did not share this sentiment. With the demon master still present and surrounded by tens of thousands of demon kin, it certainly did not seem as if everything was fine. They were utterly terrified. Noticing that no one dared to move, Ning Yuchen acknowledged this and gestured towards the demon kin in the skies. You may all retreat as well. Yes. The demon kin slowly stepped into the distorted void and vanished. Ning Yuchen, meanwhile, led Luo Ruying away before the crowd. It was only when Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyo's figures had completely faded from their sight that the crowd realized they could finally move, trembling as they stood up, faces filled with disbelief. They were still alive. They were truly alive. The demon kin had indeed refrained from attacking them. In a moment of miraculous survival, the crowd could not help but embrace one another, overwhelmed with joy and tears. As Xiaji finally rose to his feet, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse once more. Fortunately, Linyu was there to support him. The daring words he had just uttered had drained him of nearly all his strength. Suddenly, delicate specks of white light began to descend from the sky. Was it snowing again? Xiaji instinctively looked up at the sky, painted with the hues of twilight. extending his hand to catch the falling luminescent dots. To his astonishment, he realized that it was not snowflakes descending, but ethereal streams of spiritual energy. The minuscule, shimmering particles cascaded down like fine snow. Thousands of powerful immortals had perished, transforming into radiant points of spiritual light, returning to the cosmos, resulting in a shower of spiritual snow. At that moment, the concentration of spiritual energy in Nanli City reached an unprecedented height. The inhabitants of Nanli City instinctively extended their hands to welcome the descending orbs of energy. Having never witnessed such a palpable richness of spiritual essence before, it was likely that soon, the name of Nanli City would reverberate throughout the world. Surviving a cataclysmic battle between celestial beings and demons was indeed a rare and legendary experience. Although Nanli City had come perilously close to destruction, it now appeared to be a fortuitous encounter with destiny. Chapter 165. Can her emotions be read on her face? As evening fell, the petite and adorable Luo Hongya sat in the courtyard, her delicate hands cradling a celestial pearl, her innocent, wide eyes gazing up with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation at the gathering of the night deities surrounding her. Upon returning home, Luo Ruiying expressed her desire to have a private conversation with Ning Yuchen, leading him back to their quarters and temporarily entrusting the child to Yu Qingyu's care. Naturally, Yu Qingyu was more than willing to oblige. No longer needing to conceal her identity, the night deities, along with the formidable and unpredictable Qihuan, joined the gathering in the courtyard, all eager to have a closer look at the little princess of the demon realm. Observing the almost pleading expressions on the faces of the night deities, Yu Qingyu permitted them to keep Luo Hongya company. Thus, with Yu Qingyu's consent, the night deities encircled Luo Hongya, scrutinizing her with delight. Gazing at the petite and exquisite figure of Luo Hongya, who resembled a porcelain doll, Qihuan could not help but break into a silly grin, eagerly extending her hands toward the child. "Hey, dear little princess, may Ani Qihuan have a hug?" Luo Hongya instinctively scooted back in fear. Qihuan's expression froze, her hands suspended awkwardly in the air, her heart sinking. Was the little princess truly frightened of her? She had been nothing but friendly. "Qihuan, you frightened the little princess," the night deity scolded, stepping forward with the flair of a magician, suddenly producing a mouth-watering grilled sausage from seemingly nowhere, which he presented to Luo Hongya. Upon sighting the sausage, Luo Hongya's eyes sparkled with delight as she reached out to accept it, taking a bite and revealing a joyful smile. The night deity's swift action elicited gasps of admiration from the onlookers, truly deserving of the praise from the left guardian. They marveled. It appeared he had been well prepared, ready with the little princess's favorite treats, instantly winning her affection. Not wanting to be outdone, the others swiftly joined the endeavor to amuse Luo Hongya. Quanqiu stepped forward, presenting a handful of candies with a rugged yet endearing smile. "Little princess, do you remember me? I'm the uncle who brought toys and sweets for Yi. Luo Hongya pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up, pointing at Quanqiu and exclaiming, "Yes. Ha! The little princess remembers me, Quanqiu." His heart soared with joy, and he boasted to those around him. To be called uncle and remembered by the little princess was an honor. The others looked on with envy, their expressions contorting with jealousy. Qihuan wished for nothing more than to silence Quanqiu's triumphant grin. It was infuriating. Unable to restrain herself, Luosha squeezed forward, pointing at herself and asking, "What about me? Little princess, do you remember me?" Luo Hongya tilted her little head, furrowing her brows as she gazed at Rasha, deep in thought. Noticing that Luo Hongya was taking her time to remember him, Rasha felt a twinge of disappointment. He then took out his magical spear and broke it into 2 pieces, mimicking the motion of someone chopping beef. The meat vendor. At that moment, Luo Hongya's little head finally sparked with recognition. Yay! Rasha, filled with exhilaration, leaped several meters into the air. The little princess remembered him. The others, too, began to engage Luo Hongya in a game of Guess Who, imitating their usual disguises to see if she could identify them. The sister who breathes fire. The sister with long hair. I still can't remember. The ones recognized beamed with joy, while those unrecognized retreated to the back of the crowd, awaiting their turn. Eventually, even Yu Lian, who had remained hidden without any disguise, approached Luo Hongya, hoping she might recognize her. Yu Lian, with her perpetually cold demeanor and expressionless face, was ill-suited for disguise and had always stayed in the shadows. Yet, deep down, she yearned for Luo Hongye to acknowledge her. However, even some familiar faces escaped Luo Hongye's memory, let alone someone she had never met. Luo Hongye looked at Yu Lian and slowly shook her head. Seeing this, Yu Lian said nothing, quietly turning away to find a corner in the crowd, sitting down with her knees hugged to her chest. Her typically impassive face betrayed a hint of despondency. The others, including the night god, were taken aback. It seems Yu Lian is quite disheartened, Qi Huan remarked. I can tell, Huang Xiu added, so she can express emotions on her face. Rasha commented. This is the first time I've seen it. Night god mused. Luo Hongye, assuming her failure to recognize Yu Lian had hurt her feelings, felt a pang of guilt and approached her with small steps. Sister, are you not happy? You can tell me your name, and I will remember you next time. Sister. Sister. The little princess called her sister. Yu Lian's face remained expressionless, yet her eyes sparkled with undeniable joy. Yu Lian, the night god, and the others were astounded. Seeing the usually stoic Yu Lian display emotions twice in a day is a rare sight indeed. Qi Huan noted. She seems quite happy, Huang Xiu remarked. Who would have thought her face could convey emotions? Rasha said in disbelief. Wait, haven't we just said all this? Yin Lily exclaimed. The little princess is truly adorable and kind. I want to pat her little head. I advise you to remain calm. Upon hearing Luo Hongye affectionately address Yu Lian as sister, Qi Huan could no longer remain seated and eagerly pressed forward, gazing at Luo Hongye with anticipation. Little princess, could you possibly call me Aunt Qi Huan? Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongye cheerfully responded with a sweet Aunt Qi Huan. This endearing title caused Qi Huan's heart to blossom with joy, her face illuminating with a blissful smile, nearly overwhelming her with the urge to embrace Luo Hongye and shower her with affection. However, upon regaining her composure, Qi Huan suddenly felt a twinge of unfairness. She had been called sister by Yu Lian while being addressed as aunt herself. After all, she was nearly the same age as Yu Lian. If only she had thought to have the little princess call her sister as well. Yu Qingyu stood quietly to the side, observing the celestial beings of the night god as they endeavored to amuse Luo Hongye, a faint smile gracing her lips. Truly, our little princess of the demon realm is delightfully charming. Chapter 166. She is simply tired, just taking a nap after a round of playful games. Luo Hongye began to realize that the night god and his companions were not malevolent beings. Gradually, she grew more familiar with them, shedding her initial fears. The night god and his entourage even took turns feeding her, bringing morsels of food to her lips. Luo Hongye sat on the ground, her feet spread out, adorably accepting the various delicacies as if she were a charming little creature being fed. Feeding the little princess of the demon realm was a privilege primarily reserved for the demon lord and his consort, with occasional allowances made for Yu Qingyu. However, witnessing Luo Hongye's sheer delight, Yu Qingyu chose to turn a blind eye, albeit just for today. Wow, the little princess has devoured the pear I held. If only she could grasp my fingers too, that would be even more delightful. Qi Huan skillfully peeled and sliced a celestial pear, offering pieces to Luo Hongye one by one. Upon seeing her eagerly consume the fruit, Qi Huan couldn't contain her excitement, covering her cheeks in glee. The little princess was simply too adorable. I can't hold back any longer. Lord Left Guardian, may I be so bold as to request a hug with the little princess? Qi Huan panted, her cheeks flushed with fervor as she implored Yu Qingyu. The others shared her eager anticipation. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qingyu coldly denied their request. Although the little princess had become less timid, it did not imply that anyone could hold her. Moreover, given Qi Huan and the others' fervent demeanor, which bordered on ravenous, she was reluctant to entrust the princess to their care. Of course, this decision was tinged with a hint of her own selfish desires. Allowing them to feed the princess was already a concession. The audacity to vie for the privilege of embracing her was out of the question. With Yu Qingyu's steadfast refusal, Qi Huan and the others displayed a pitiful, tearful expression. Pleading once more, how about a kiss instead? Absolutely not. Then may we poke the little princess's cheek? Not a chance. Lord Left Guardian, you are so selfish. We demand equal rights to cherish the little princess. After several relentless pleas met with unyielding rejection, Qi Huan pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Qingyu, clearly discerning her intent to monopolize Luo Hongye. This was blatant tyranny. The others nodded in agreement, mentally rallying behind Qi Huan. In response to their discontent, Yuqingyu raised her chin, her expression icy as she regarded them. And so what? Are you dissatisfied? The crowd swallowed hard, silently taking a step back. Turning around, Qi Huan realized she was left standing alone, her disdainful gaze sweeping over the others. These scoundrels truly lack any sense of loyalty. As the ethereal sound of Yuqingyu resonated, Qi Huan's form began to twist and spiral slowly. It hurts. My Lord Left Guardian, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Spare me my waist. It's going to break. Oh no. With a crisp crack, Qi Huan's body collapsed onto the ground. Luo Hongya sat dazedly, gazing up at the raucous crowd of Yuqingyu, her adorable little face brimming with confusion. Sister Yu, what happened to Aunt Qi Huan? Do not worry, my dear. She is merely fatigued, just taking a nap. Upon glancing at Luo Hongya, a gentle and kind smile graced Yuqingyu's face. The others, including Kuang Qiu, cast sympathetic glances at the motionless Qi Huan on the floor. It seemed she would take some time to recover. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, the long-haired Luo Si slowly approached Luo Hongya, with her face almost entirely concealed by her cascading locks. Luo Si rarely spoke, emanating a somber aura. Luo Hongya timidly looked up at Luo Si and called out, Sister Luo. Luo Si gradually crouched down, extending her pale and slender hand into her hair to retrieve a handful of deep green strands, placing them in a brocade box and offering it to Luo Hongya. Is this for me, Sister Luo? Luo Hongya asked innocently. Luo Si gave a slight nod. Thank you, Sister Luo, Luo Hongya replied joyfully as she accepted the brocade box. Curious, she reached out to touch the glossy green strands within. Luo Si quickly raised her hand to stop her, gently shaking her head and softly saying, dangerous. These strands can sever even a celestial sword. If you inadvertently touch them, it could cost you a finger. The onlookers, including Kuang Qiu, were astonished by the scene. Luo Si actually gifted her hair to another. Aside from the demon lord, the little princess must be the second recipient, right? Luo Si offering her hair symbolizes her willingness to serve. It is a prelude to her oath of loyalty to the little princess. How infuriating. She beat me to it. Perhaps it is merely a fondness for the little princess? Luo Hongya understood Luo Si's meaning and obediently closed the brocade box, cradling it in her hands. To express her gratitude, Luo Hongya stood up and took tiny steps back into the house. When she reemerged, she held a small handful of her own hair as a reciprocation to offer Luo Si. Sister Luo, I also give you some of my hair. Oh. Though her features were obscured by her hair, the excitement in Luo Si's voice was palpable. Luo Si eagerly extended her hand to retrieve a jade box, carefully placing the small handful of hair inside for safekeeping. Everyone could distinctly sense Luo Si's exhilaration and joy at that moment. For someone who cherished collecting hair, this was likely the finest gift she had ever received. Beside them, Yen Lily watched with envious eyes and eagerly approached Luo Hongya, her gaze filled with anticipation. Dear little sister Yi, may I also have a small gift from you? She inquired. Does Sister Yin wish for Yi's hair as well? Luo Hongya tilted her little head, posing the question. Yin Lily chuckled and shook her head, her expression gradually brightening as her gaze towards Luo Hongya became increasingly fervent. Sister doesn't desire little Yi's hair. Rather, Sister longs for yours. Before Yin Lily could finish her sentence, a hand firmly pressed down on her crown. Unbeknownst to her, Yuqingyu had silently appeared behind Yin Lily, her icy stare fixed upon her, exuding a chilling intent as she demanded, what do you wish to take from the little princess? And nothing at all. Ouch. That hurts. Please, Master Left Guardian. Be gentle. Feeling her skull begin to fracture, a combination of pleasure and agony flickered across Yin Lily's face. Observing this, the members of the night sky deities could not help but slowly shake their heads. This Yin Lily truly was something. Not only coveting the skull of the demon lord, but now she dared to set her sights on the little princess as well, right in front of the Left Guardian. No less. Truly, she was bringing this upon herself. Perhaps they could dig another pit to bury her alongside Qi Huan. Chapter 167. Your husband is the demon lord, yet he is also your spouse in the tranquil confines of the courtyard, within the sanctuary of their chamber. Luo Ruiying sat quietly at the edge of the bed, her beautiful eyes intently fixed upon Ning Yuchen. He, in turn, met her gaze with a serene demeanor. The two exchanged silent glances, enveloped in an exquisite atmosphere of unspoken understanding. Ning Yuchen's peripheral vision caught sight of the washboard that had been flung to the corner during the previous night. Under the curious gaze of Luo Ruiying, he gradually bent down to retrieve the washboard, placing it before him, and dutifully knelt upon it. "My husband, what are you doing?" Luo Ruiying inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Did you not say that when a husband errs in the mortal realm, he must kneel on the washboard?" Ning Yuchen replied earnestly, his expression sincere. Luo Ruiying was momentarily taken aback, but her composure soon gave way to laughter at Ning Yuchen's earnestness. Witnessing her amusement, a sense of relief washed over Ning Yuchen, and a joyful smile graced his features. It seemed that his beloved was not as angered as he had feared. "My husband, you are the exalted and noble demon lord. Such actions may compromise your esteemed status," Luo Ruiying remarked, suddenly aware of her own demeanor. She hastily covered her mouth, adopting a mock-serious expression, her lovely eyes gazing at him with an air of playful reproach. As she articulated the words demon lord, she enunciated each syllable with a touch of sulkiness, reminiscent of a petulant girlfriend feigning displeasure. Ning Yuchen was genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated this side of his wife. "My dear, you are mistaken. I am indeed the demon lord, yet I am also your husband," he asserted, swiftly moving to sit beside her. He gently grasped her delicate, smooth hand, his clear, deep eyes locking onto hers. Startled by his sudden proximity, Luo Ruiying's heart raced, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she quickly turned her head away, averting her gaze. It was as if her heartstrings had been lightly plucked, sending ripples of emotion coursing through her. Ning Yuchen had not expected her to blush so easily. "My dear, you remain as adorably shy as ever," he mused. "My dear, it was my fault for not revealing my identity as a member of the demon clan. I apologize. Are you still upset with me?" Ning Yuchen leaned in closer, his voice soft as he inquired about her feelings. With a faint sigh, Luo Ruiying cast a sidelong glance at him, then turned to meet his gaze, her crimson eyes steady. "In truth, I had already suspected your identity as a demon clan member." "Really?" Ning Yuchen exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "When did you come to this realization?" "Just 2 days ago," Luo Ruiying replied. 2 days ago. Ning Yuchen's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he carefully retraced his thoughts. 2 days prior marked the unfortunate incident involving the child, when he retrieved the essence of the ancient tree and the crystal of the demon spirit from the realms of immortals and demons. This implies that Luo Ruiying had indeed discerned the peculiar coexistence of both celestial and demonic energies within Luo Hongya. She merely chose not to mention it. Thus, the reason she made him sleep on the floor that night and her deliberate distance over the past 2 days were perhaps due to her realization of his true identity, rather than his late return from the city. Ning Yuchen suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Luo Ruiying gently furrowed her delicate brows, her cherry lips parting as she inquired, "Husband, that night you did not actually visit the apothecary in the city, did you?" "No," he replied. "The disappearance of the Jiang family was also orchestrated by you?" "Yes. The mysterious figure who saved me in the forest that day was you as well, wasn't he it?" Reflecting on the days spent with Ning Yuchen, Luo Ruiying felt a pang of regret for her oversight. How had she only just now deduced his identity? From the very beginning, he had been quite suspicious. Initially, she had no knowledge that the small cabin was nestled within the demon beast forest, assuming it to be merely an ordinary woodland. It was only later she learned it was a gathering place for demon beasts, yet she had neglected to question his identity. In hindsight, how could an ordinary mortal dwell alone in the depths of a forest teeming with demon beasts? The very act of rescuing her in the woods and instinctively reaching out to touch her was undoubtedly his doing. Upon realizing that Luo Ruiying had pieced everything together, Ning Yuchen could only offer an awkward smile and honestly confess, "It was indeed I." Hearing his admission, Luo Ruiying's brows knitted tightly as she pressed further. "So? Why keep this from me? My dear, you are the empress of the celestial realm, while I belong to the demon clan. Since time immemorial, the immortals and demons have been at odds. I feared that should my identity be revealed, you might strike me down." Ning Yuchen explained with a smile. "You? I? Do you truly perceive me as such? Moreover, how could I possibly overpower you?" Luo Ruiying retorted, her chest heaving with indignation, her hand instinctively trying to withdraw from his grasp. Yet Ning Yuchen tightened his hold on her hand, pulling her firmly into his embrace. Caught off guard, Luo Ruing found herself enveloped in his arms, and before she could break free, he held her slender waist tightly, his cheek brushing against her ear. I was merely jesting. In truth, I fear that you might leave my side upon discovering my true identity. I have long sought an opportunity to confess to you. As Luo Ruing rested against Ning Yuchen's chest, her palm pressed against it, sensing the subtle tremor beneath, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Was he nervous? Was he afraid of her departure? Listening to the tender whispers that caressed her ears, Luo Ruing's expression gradually softened, and the discontent and anger that had once filled her heart dissipated unknowingly. Husband, I have never contemplated leaving you. Luo Ruing pressed her cheek against Ning Yuchen's chest and wrapped her arms around his waist with a gentle determination. Ning Yuchen, taken aback by her words, felt a surge of joy and looked down at Luo Ruing in his embrace, inquiring, "My dear, do you truly not mind my identity as a member of the demon clan?" Lifting her head from his embrace, Luo Ruing's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she cast a coy glance at him before burying her face back into his chest, murmuring softly, "Did you not overcome that? Though you belong to the demon clan, you are still my husband. If I were to mind, I would have taken the children and left 2 days ago." Despite the ancient enmity between the celestial and demon clans, she could not ignore the tender moments they had shared during this time together. He may be of the demon clan, yet his love for her and their children was genuine. He had never caused them harm. Hence, what significance did his identity hold? She had intended to forsake her celestial identity to be with Ning Yuchen, whether mortal or demon, it mattered not to her. Moreover, on New Year's Eve, beneath the brilliant fireworks, she had already promised to accompany him for the rest of her life. Upon learning of Ning Yuchen's demon lineage, she had indeed felt a flicker of anger. Yet, it was not his identity as a demon that troubled her, but rather the fact that he had chosen to conceal it from her. It felt as though she was not trusted, and that was the true source of her ire. Chapter 168. I will never let you go. My beloved Ning Yuchen was deeply stirred by Luo Ruing's words, his hands tightening their embrace around her delicate form, his eyes reflecting the captivating beauty of her enchanting visage. He began to comprehend the depths of his infatuation with Luo Ruing. Indeed, his beloved was truly gentle and alluring. In that moment, he realized that his worries had been unfounded. The fears he harbored, born from the scene he witnessed in the abyss, were utterly baseless. Even upon learning of his identity as the demon lord, his wife would never turn against him. This was something he should have considered sooner. Luo Ruing's heart raced as she gazed into Ning Yuchen's eyes. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As Ning Yuchen leaned closer, his handsome face approaching hers, Luo Ruing felt a surge of nervous anticipation, yet offered no resistance, slowly closing her eyes. Their lips met, entwined in a passionate embrace, tongues dancing in a tender intertwining. Luo Ruing felt a delightful mix of anxiety and shyness, gradually succumbing to the intoxicating moment, her initial tension dissipating into sheer bliss. What remained was an enchanting entanglement of their souls. Time seemed to lose all meaning as their lips reluctantly parted, both gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Luo Ruing's cheeks were like blooming peach blossoms, her enchanting eyes sparkling with allure, her luscious lips glistening with a pearlescent sheen, exhaling warm, enticing breaths. The gentle rise and fall of her graceful bosom accompanied her soft sighs, a sight that left Ning Yuchen utterly mesmerized. My wife is so beautiful. Ning Yuchen could not help but caress Luo Ruing's cheek, his fingertips gliding over her skin as delicate as snow. Recalling their recent kiss, Luo Ruing felt her face flush even deeper with bashfulness. She had nearly lost her breath in that moment. Reflecting on Ning Yuchen's earlier anxiety over her potential departure filled her heart with joy. She tilted her alabaster neck, gazing at him softly, and whispered, "Husband." Ning Yuchen responded with a hint of curiosity. With a playful smile that lit up her face, Luo Ruing teased, "Husband, if I were to learn of your true identity and choose to leave with the child, what would you do?" Ning Yuchen furrowed his brow in contemplation, then suddenly relaxed with a charming smile, asserting in an unmistakable tone, "If my wife wishes to leave with the child, I will certainly bring both of you back. Even if it means resorting to force, I shall ensure you remain by my side." His declaration was not made in jest. Should such a situation arise, he would undoubtedly keep Luo Ruing and Luo Hongye close to him. So, was this your initial plan all along, husband? Luo Ruiying exclaimed. Her brows furrowed in discontent as she pouted at Ning Yuchen. Upon careful reflection, if this fellow truly proceeds as such, it appears she is utterly incapable of resistance. Indeed, who could defy the demon lord? Ning Yuchen smiled subtly, leaning closer to Luo Ruiying's ear, exhaling warm breath, and murmuring in a beguiling tone, "My dear, I shall never let you go." The warm breath accompanied by his words sent a gentle shiver through Luo Ruiying's delicate form, her cheeks blushing a deep crimson, and she glared fiercely at Ning Yuchen with her enchanting eyes. The innate nature of this demon lord is no longer concealed. Truly, he is the demon lord. Should I henceforth address you as demon lord, or continue to call you husband? Demon lord does sound appealing, but I still prefer to hear you referred to as husband. Can you call me that once more for my ears to relish, my dear? Ning Yuchen wrapped his arms around Luo Ruiying, drawing closer, his gaze fixed upon her as he chuckled lightly. Hadn't she already called him that numerous times before? Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks heat under his gaze, playfully rolling her eyes at him. I wish to hear it once more. May I, my dear? Ning Yuchen insisted. Inching closer, their foreheads nearly touching. All right, I understand. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed. She leaned slightly back, softly whispering, husband. As her words fell, Ning Yuchen suddenly pushed her down, turning to press atop her, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips as he gazed at her. Hearing his wife call him shyly, he could no longer contain himself. Luo Ruiying was momentarily stunned, her heart racing uncontrollably. Husband, MMM. As Luo Ruiying's delicate lips parted slightly, Ning Yuchen seized the moment to lean down and capture her lips with his own. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened in surprise, casting an indignant glance at him, yet gradually succumbing to the depths of the kiss. Her slender hands wrapping around his waist as she slowly closed her eyes. This fellow. The two lay entwined upon the bed, their bodies intertwined once more. Ning Yuchen's hands roamed freely over Luo Ruiying's exquisite form, eliciting a series of seductive, melodic sighs from her. Upon realizing the silk ribbon around her waist had come undone and her garments were slipping away, Luo Ruiying's eyes flew open, attempting to push Ning Yuchen away. But she was already rendered powerless, breathless. Husband, wait. I must go prepare dinner for Yi, she exclaimed, her face flushed in haste. Fear not, my dear. Dinner will be prepared by Qingyu for Yi, Ning Yuchen replied with a light chuckle. He was acutely aware of what his wife was contemplating. He would not grant her the chance to escape. I need to step out to buy something. Another day. I wish to rise and drink some water. Here, my dear, I have fetched it for you. Do you require my assistance in feeding you? Ning Yuchen extended his hand, and the water jug soared into his grasp. With a gentle gaze fixed upon Luo Ruiying, he softly declared, My beloved, I have promised that I shall never let you go. Luo Ruiying. Is it W? In that moment, Luo Ruiying was truly flustered. It dawned upon her that this fellow meant he would not let her escape tonight. Chapter 169. The Enchanting Beauty's Heart. How can it be disregarded? What to do? Luo Ruiying felt an overwhelming sense of tension, her face flushed and warm. She had an inkling of what was about to unfold. Renowned as a prodigious talent since childhood, she had devoted herself tirelessly to her family's legacy, having had minimal interactions with men, and thus remained rather naive regarding matters of love. Even though she was now a mother to a 2-year-old child, Ning Yuchen grasped Luo Ruiying's wrist, pinning it against the bed, pressing his body against hers, rendering her utterly immobile. Luo Ruiying felt a tumult of shame and anger, her cheeks aglow as she bit her cherry lips, casting a playful glare at Ning Yuchen. How infuriating! How could this man be so overbearing and unreasonable? Was this truly the essence of his demonic nature? Observing Luo Ruiying's flustered and indignant demeanor, Ning Yuchen felt a profound satisfaction. Even when she was angry, she appeared irresistibly charming. Since Luo Ruiying had not responded to his question about whether he should personally feed her water, Ning Yuchen assumed her silence was consent. He temporarily released her hands, took a sip from the water jug, and leaned down to offer her the liquid. At first, Luo Ruiying clenched her teeth in defiance, but moments later, her resolve crumbled as the sweet spring water poured into her mouth, accompanied by her delicate tongue. A trickle of water escaped from the corner of her lips, gently cascading down her cheek. The two became enraptured in each other's embrace and kisses. garments falling away from the bed in disarray. When they finally parted, it was unclear how much time had elapsed. Luo Ruiying's attire had long since slipped away, leaving her upper body barely concealed by a sheer bodice, every inch of her skin as smooth and white as pure cream. The flimsy garment could hardly conceal her exquisite figure, her alluring curves beckoning, the expanse of her fair bosom on full display. Luo Ruiying covered her chest with her hands, her blooming beauty radiating shyness, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion, casting a bashful glance at Ning Yuchen, resembling a delicate and helpless maiden as she softly murmured, "Husband, I have yet to bathe." "It matters not, my dear. In fact, you need not bathe at all," Ning Yuchen replied, his gaze already lost in her beauty. Unable to resist, he gently caressed a strand of her hair, inhaling its delicate fragrance, and bestowed a tender kiss upon it. Whether the hair he held or Luo Ruiying's nearly bare form, both exuded a subtle, intoxicating aroma that had lulled him to sleep every night since they first shared a bed. This fragrance possessed a certain enchantment, utterly captivating and addictive. As Ning Yuchen caressed her hair with a kiss, Luo Ruiying shyly turned her head away, as if bracing herself, and lay quietly upon the bed. Ning Yuchen wrapped his arms around her smooth, delicate waist, leaning close to her face, asking with deep affection, "My dear, may I?" Luo Ruiying cast a flirtatious glance at Ning Yuchen, pressed her crimson lips together, and shyly nodded in response, murmuring a soft At that moment of her acquiescence, Ning Yuchen could no longer contain himself and leaned down to capture her glistening, enticing lips with his own. He had long awaited this moment for her to give her consent in person. Husband. Luo Ruiying wrapped her arms around Ning Yuchen's neck, responding to his deep kiss with both shyness and affection. Recalling that night a decade ago, she felt a pang of nervousness and a hint of fear. Yet as she surrendered herself to Ning Yuchen once more, she bore no regrets. For he was her husband, the one to whom she had entrusted her life. Ning Yuchen's hands glided over Luo Ruiying's smooth, delicate back, his fingers deftly untying the slender ribbon that bound her. As the silk cord came undone, the only garment shielding her modesty slipped away and fell to the floor. When the last of her undergarments was gently removed, Luo Ruiying stood bare before him, her porcelain skin radiant as snow, completely exposed to Ning Yuchen's gaze. With her legs crossed and knees drawn, she shielded her chest with her arms, blushing so fiercely that she nearly buried her face in the pillow, resembling a lamb led to slaughter. Ning Yuchen could not help but be entranced. Momentarily lost in the sight before him, regaining his composure, he reached out and gently removed the hairpin from her head, allowing her lustrous black tresses to cascade like a waterfall beside her. Though her earlier silver hair had shone with brilliance, this cascade of ebony locks imbued her with a more enchanting, ethereal grace. Ning Yuchen, no longer hesitating, slowly loosened his belt and removed his robe, revealing a figure as pale as jade, with graceful contours before Luo Ruiying. Although she had seen him countless times during their shared baths, this moment caused her to momentarily lose her focus, stealing glances at him. Sensing her gaze upon him, Luo Ruiying quickly averted her eyes, her innocent action not escaping Ning Yuchen's notice. He could not help but smile, opening his arms wide to present himself. "If you like, my dear, you may gaze as long as you wish." Who says I like it? I don't. I really don't. Stop making wild claims, Luo Ruiying stammered, covering herself while hastily defending her stance. Indeed, my dear, Ning Yuchen replied with a smile, indulging her flustered denials. This only served to infuriate Luo Ruiying further. As she turned her head away in a huff, Ning Yuchen gently cupped her face in his hands, leaning closer to her, his gaze brimming with affection. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ruiying lowered her arms that shielded her modesty, embracing Ning Yuchen's neck and tilting her alabaster neck like a swan to kiss him. This was her first initiative to offer a kiss. After their parting embrace, Luo Ruiying's delicate visage blushed with shyness, resembling a ripe and tempting red apple. Emulating Ning Yuchen, she softly exhaled a fragrant breath of warmth beside his ear and murmured, "Husband, please cherish me." A decade ago, that fateful night, she had succumbed entirely to the intoxicating allure, losing her reason in the throes of passion. The specifics of those 3 days and nights remained a blur in her memory. It was only in the aftermath that she gradually recalled the wildness of that period, her body aching to the point of hindering her ability to walk normally. Consequently, she harbored a profound fear regarding intimacy. Now, as she once again offered her affection and devotion, she summoned immense courage within her heart. With such heartfelt devotion from a beauty, how could one not reciprocate? Ning Yuchen encircled Luo Ruiying's slender waist with one arm, while gently caressing her cheek with the other. Each tender stroke of his fingertips across her skin elicited a subtle tremor from her delicate form, her body instinctively tensing. This young woman, so evidently sensitive and anxious, still attempted to feign calmness. Ning Yuchen smiled indulgently, feeling an even deeper affection for her. Lost in the depths of passionate kisses and tender caresses, Luo Ruiying gradually succumbed to the moment, her enchanting eyes becoming misty and affectionate, her taut body slowly relaxing. The anxious turmoil within her heart dissipated amidst the fervor of love. As their lips entwined in a fervent kiss, their bodies became intimately intertwined. Soon, the room was filled with the melodious sounds of sweet whispers and harmonious notes, akin to the celestial music of the heavens. Chapter 170. The young master and the lady are merely sharing affection outside the courtyard, after a playful romp with the night celestial group. Luo Hongye found herself cradled in the embrace of Yuchen, patiently awaiting the return of Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying. With her adorable, wide eyes fixed on the direction of the back courtyard, she grew increasingly anxious as time passed without any sign of their arrival. "You sister, why haven't father and mother returned yet?" Luo Hongye inquired, her voice soft and pleading as she gazed up at Yuchen. Yuchen, equally perplexed, pondered aloud. "It has been over an hour since the demon lord and the lady entered. Surely, a conversation does not warrant such an extensive duration. Moreover, there is not a whisper of activity from the back courtyard." Feeling a twinge of unease, Yuchen instructed the night celestial group to remain in the main courtyard while she carried Luo Hongye toward the back. Upon entering, she immediately sensed an invisible barrier standing before her. Oh dear, Yuchen suddenly realized something, a smile of understanding gracing her lips. It seemed she had overthought the matter. The exchange between the demon lord and the lady appeared to be quite profound. How delightful! The demon lord has finally come to his senses. Nodding to herself, Yuchen felt an immense joy. This was the second happiest moment of her life, second only to the revelation of the existence of the little princess of the demon realm. Luo Hongye. Perhaps soon she would be able to cradle a little prince or princess in her arms once more. At this moment, it was crucial not to disturb the demon lord and the lady. "Miss, it seems the young master and the lady will be engaged in conversation for quite a while longer. I shall prepare dinner for you. Would you care to sleep with me tonight? I can tell you a story," Yuchen said with a radiant smile directed at the little one in her arms, her joy unabashedly illuminating her exquisite features. The progress in the relationship between the demon lord and the lady, coupled with the prospect of sharing a meal and a bath with the child, and the possibility of sleeping together, nothing could bring her greater happiness. Luo Hongye puckered her lips, her cherubic face betraying a hint of worry and guilt as she looked towards the sleeping quarters. "You sister, are father and mother arguing?" Though merely 2 years of age, Luo Hongye possessed remarkable intelligence, keenly sensing the subtle shifts in the dynamic between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen over the past few days. She felt that perhaps it was her failure to keep a secret for her father that had caused her mother to be upset with him, which left her feeling anxious and remorseful. Yuchen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's soft hair, soothing her with gentle words. "Do not fret, dear miss. The young master and the lady are not quarreling. They are simply, sharing their feelings." "Really?" Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with hope as she eagerly awaited confirmation. "Indeed, the young master and the lady share a love akin to that which you receive, and thus, they would never quarrel," Yuchen replied with a tender smile. Luo Hongye finally felt at ease, her delicate face blossoming into a radiant smile. After casting a glance at the sleeping quarters, Yuchen embraced Luo Hongye and turned to leave. "All right, let us not disturb the young master and the lady for the time being, shall we?" "All right," Luo Hongye replied cheerfully. "What would the young lady like to eat tonight?" It seems like Yi has had her fill. Then how about some porridge?" "Good." Yuchen returned to the courtyard with Luo Hongye. Upon seeing Yuchen's beaming smile, Yi Tianxin was momentarily stunned, left speechless in his place. "Why has the left guardian returned so soon? What about the demon lord and the lady?" "I do not know, but the left guardian appears to be particularly joyful. I have never seen the left guardian smile so happily before. It is quite alarming. As dawn broke, a gentle ray of warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Inside, garments lay scattered across the floor, creating a scene of disarray. The air was thick with a fragrant allure. Behind the gauzy curtains of the bed, two bare bodies lay entwined under the covers, closely embracing one another. Murmuring softly, Luo Ruiying nestled against Ning Yuchen's chest, her long lashes fluttering gently as she slowly opened her drowsy eyes. The moment she awoke, she was met with the strikingly handsome visage of Ning Yuchen in slumber. "Husband!" Luo Ruiying called out softly, her consciousness gradually sharpening as her beautiful eyes widened in realization. Looking down, she discovered that she was completely bare. Resting on Ning Yuchen's chest, her delicate form pressed closely against him. Memories of their passionate encounter flooded her mind, and Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she quickly buried her face in Ning Yuchen's embrace. How utterly embarrassing. Yet last night, Ning Yuchen had been exceptionally gentle and considerate, showering her with affection and tenderness, seemingly fearful of causing her any pain. Though there was still a slight discomfort, it was nowhere near as intense as before. Luo Ruiying gazed at the sleeping Ning Yuchen, her eyes brimming with affection. This time, it was she who had taken the initiative, fully aware of their intimacy. In doing so, she had truly surrendered everything to him. As Ning Yuchen remained in deep slumber, Luo Ruiying, wishing not to disturb him, supported herself on the bed, attempting to rise quietly. The slightest contact between their bodies made her sensitive form flush deeply, and she could not suppress a soft, enticing moan. Embarrassed, she hastily covered her mouth with her hand. How could she have made such a peculiar sound? Yet, with only one hand supporting her, she found it impossible to maintain her balance. Her weakened body giving way, Luo Ruiying's hand slipped, and she fell once more into Ning Yuchen's embrace. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened in shock. A wave of electrifying sensations coursing through her, rendering her utterly powerless. Fortunately, she had kept her mouth covered, suppressing any overly enticing sounds. Yet, how could such commotion fail to rouse Ning Yuchen? "Oh dear, my wife is so fervent this early in the morning." A mischievous smile crept across Ning Yuchen's face as he gazed at Luo Ruiying. He had an inkling that he sensed something in his dreams. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words, her face aflame with embarrassment, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. She hurriedly waved her hands in protest, exclaiming, "No, it's not what you think. I was merely getting up." Ning Yuchen remained silent, quietly admiring the flustered and bashful Luo Ruiying. Upon glancing down, Luo Ruiying realized her bosom was fully exposed. Laid bare before Ning Yuchen's gaze, he was staring, not even blinking. "Ah, don't look," she cried out, one arm shielding her chest while a delicate fist aimed at Ning Yuchen. He effortlessly caught her incoming fist, flipping her over and pinning her beneath him. "No need for explanations, my dear. I take great joy in your initiative. I told you it's not like that." Luo Ruiying pouted, her eyes brimming with tears of frustration. Having just emerged from a spring rain, her complexion was flushed, her beautiful eyes glistening, radiating an enchanting allure that rendered her breathtakingly exquisite. Ning Yuchen did not grant Luo Ruiying the opportunity to explain further, for he had already captured her enticing lips once more. "Wait, just a moment," she gasped, her eyes fluttering shut as she gradually succumbed to the moment. Soon, the room was once again filled with melodies and laughter, the air alive with the sounds of joy. Chapter 171. The young master and madam have worked hard after yet another fierce tempest of passion. Tranquility once again enveloped the room. Gazing at the weary and perspiring Luo Ruiying nestled in his arms, Ning Yuchen tenderly caressed her cheek, gently brushing aside a few strands of hair that clung to her face. Luo Ruiying, her delicate form bare, lay with her eyes closed, curled up like a kitten, contentedly nestled against Ning Yuchen, showing no intention of rising. She was utterly exhausted. Ning Yuchen smiled indulgently, content to hold Luo Ruiying as they lay upon the bed. He allowed her to drift back into a deep slumber without disturbing her. It was not until dusk that Luo Ruiying began to awaken slowly. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar, handsome face of her husband smiling down at her. "My dear, have you awoken?" "Humph." Luo Ruiying huffed playfully, casting a charming glance at Ning Yuchen before turning away and burrowing back into his embrace, completely resembling a petulant child reluctant to rise from her slumber. Although Ning Yuchen would have relished the idea of holding Luo Ring indefinitely, it seemed they had lingered in the room for quite some time. Continuing to remain there felt somewhat improper. "My dear, it is time to rise. It is nearly the hour of the dog." Ning Yuchen gently stroked Luo Ruiying's smooth and delicate form, teasing her as he spoke. "The hour of the dog." Startled by his words, Luo Ruiying swiftly covered herself and scrambled to her feet to glance out the window. Sure enough, the evening sky was painted a brilliant red with the setting sun. "Oh dear, why didn't you wake me sooner, husband?" Luo Ruiying exclaimed, hurriedly tossing aside the covers and hastily dressing, adjusting her appearance with urgency. They had been indoors for so long, it would be unwise to raise any suspicions. "I could not bear to disturb your peaceful slumber, my dear," Ning Yuchen replied, propping himself up on one elbow as he quietly enjoyed the sight of Luo Ruiying flustered as she prepared herself. He hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal that they had indeed spent a considerable amount of time in the room. "Husband, please help me with my hair." Once dressed, Luo Ruiying seated herself at the vanity, examining her reflection in the bronze mirror. Ning Yuchen chuckled softly and approached her from behind, skillfully arranging her hair into an elegant updo. As she watched him in the mirror, a charming and alluring smile graced Luo Ruiying's lips. Once fully adorned, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yuchen intertwined their fingers and stepped out of the room. Throughout their journey, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering how she would explain her late awakening. However, upon entering the courtyard, Luo Ruiying was met with the astonished gazes of Yu Qingyu and Meng Niu, who had fully recovered from his injuries. Yu Qingyu offered a gentle smile, respectfully addressing them. "Young master, madam." "Why young master, madam?" The three of Meng Niu hurriedly bowed and addressed her. Luo Ruiying gently nodded in acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Luo Hongya, who was nestled in Yu Qingyu's embrace. To her surprise, the child was pouting, her face adorned with a look of utter grievance as she gazed at her. "Knight, my dear, what troubles you?" Luo Ruiying asked, a hint of unease in her voice as she approached Luo Hongya. "Mother and father have been hiding in the room, neglecting me. I haven't seen them at all," Luo Hongya replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Realizing that the child yearned for their presence, Luo Ruiying felt a pang of guilt and enfolded Luo Hongya in her arms. "It is mother and father's fault. Today, mother is unwell, and father is busy taking care of her," she soothed, cradling Luo Hongya tenderly. "Is mother feeling better?" Upon hearing of Luo Ruiying's illness, Luo Hongya lifted her small face, concern etched across her features. Luo Ruiying was deeply touched, gently stroking the child's little head. "With you worrying for mother? I am perfectly fine now." "Really? Mother and father haven't come out for several days. I am so worried." Luo Hongya nestled closer, her little face glowing with relief. "I am sorry for making you worry," Luo Ruiying comforted, patting the petite back of Luo Hongya. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression shifted. "Several days. My dear, has mother truly been absent for so long?" Luo Ruiying stammered, her astonishment palpable as she questioned Luo Hongya. Luo Hongya nodded, counting on her tiny fingers. 1, 2, 3. "Mother and father have been in the room for 3 days now. Today marks the 4th. Luo Ruiying. "For days. I had no idea time had slipped away so swiftly. She had thought it was merely the passage of one night and morning. How utterly embarrassing." From her graceful neck to the tips of her ears, her entire visage flushed a radiant crimson. "Don't worry. I can explain. We simply lost track of time in conversation, and I was feeling unwell, which is why we stayed in for a bit longer." Luo Ruiying forced herself to remain calm, preparing her excuses in her mind. Yet, as she raised her gaze, she was met with the comforting smile and knowing look from Yu Qingyu, who regarded her with the warmth of a mother. "You both have worked hard. I shall prepare some soup to nourish you," Yu Qingyu said, before gracefully rising to head towards the kitchen. As she departed, she cast one last meaningful glance at Luo Ruiying, her smile laden with understanding. Luo Ruiying. Has she already discerned everything? It is over. She can no longer remain in this household. Embarrassed, Luo Ruiying covered her cheeks with her hands. Her face flushed with shyness as she turned to glare fiercely at Ning Yuchen. It's all his fault. It has already been 4 days. Yet no one has informed her. Ning Yuchen smiled faintly, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. This was not his fault. He only realized that a considerable amount of time had passed, without knowledge of the exact duration. Ning Yuchen turned his gaze toward Meng Niu and the other two, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "How are your injuries faring?" It was said that Meng Niu and his companions had risked their lives to protect Luo Hongye within the Southly Academy. Therefore, Ning Yuchen's tone towards them was considerably softer. However, suddenly being treated with such tenderness left Meng Niu and the others feeling somewhat unsettled. "Thank you for your concern. Young master, Lord Yu has already treated us. We are perfectly fine now," Kai Se replied, her voice trembling with trepidation. During these past few days, they had been anxious, fearing that Ning Yuchen would blame them for failing to protect the young princess. Fortunately, their worries proved to be unfounded. Ning Yuchen showed no intention of reproaching them. Rather, he praised, "That is good to hear. You all performed admirably this time." The trio of Meng Niu was taken aback by the unexpected commendation from the esteemed lord. They could hardly contain their emotions. Moved to tears by the recognition, Ning Yuchen and Luo Ruiying exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of Meng Niu and the others suddenly crying. What could have prompted such an outpouring of emotion? Chapter 172. Not moving, but returning home at the dining table, Luo Ruiying sat beside Ning Yuchen, and the family gathered together for a long-awaited meal. Yu Qingyu had meticulously prepared a lavish spread, even brewing a pot of rich and fragrant immortal chicken soup, which she presented before Luo Ruiying. "My lady, this is the broth made from Kuanping immortal chicken, excellent for nourishing the body. You must drink plenty," she urged. Thank you. Thank you. I truly appreciate your effort." Luo Ruiying gazed at the large pot brimming with various nourishing herbs and the savory chicken broth. Her cheeks slightly flushed. This broth had taken Yu Qingyu several hours to prepare specifically for her, and she felt it would be impolite to refuse. So she bowed her head in gratitude. "Here, my dear." Ning Yuchen, seated next to Luo Ruiying, took the initiative to scoop a spoonful of soup and offered it to her. Embarrassed in front of everyone, Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of shyness. However, Ning Yuchen's persistent smile and gentle gaze upon her as he held the spoon made it clear he intended to feed her personally. She was not a child. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ruiying reluctantly tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and slightly parted her lips to accept the soup. I want some too." In her embrace, Luo Hongye stretched her neck and opened her small mouth eagerly. Ning Yuchen, with a tender smile, scooped another spoonful, cooling it briefly before offering it to Luo Hongye. "How does it taste, my dear?" he inquired. "Yum. It's delicious," Luo Hongye exclaimed, her eyes squinting with joy. A bit of soup dribbled from the corner of her mouth. Gently, Luo Ruiying used a handkerchief to wipe the soup from Luo Hongye's lips. Yu Qingyu sat quietly beside them, holding a cup of tea, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she observed the scene. Meanwhile, Meng Niu and his companions were focused on their meals. Now that they no longer needed to disguise their identities, the food prepared by Yu Qingyu was no ordinary fare. It was crafted from celestial herbs and various divine beasts. The demon race inherently drew more spiritual energy from the celestial herbs or other immortal beasts, making these delicacies perfectly suited for them. Having performed admirably, Meng Niu and his companions were granted a rare indulgence by Yu Qingyu in recent days. She even provided them with extra portions of immortal beast meat daily. Caring for the little princess and the lady while nurturing 3 pets was hardly an inconvenience. "Qingyu, has anything notable occurred these past few days?" After feeding a few spoonfuls to Luo Hongye, Ning Yuchen turned to Yu Qingyu and inquired. Setting down her teacup, Yu Qingyu respectfully reported, "My lord, Director Xia from Nanli Academy visited recently, expressing a desire to speak with you. Additionally, Miss Qi and Miss Su have also come to pay their respects. Furthermore, numerous townsfolk have delivered various gifts for you, my lord. However, they were all rather inconsequential items, and I have politely declined on your behalf." Hearing this, Ning Yuchen pondered for a moment. He could surmise the reason why Xiagua had sought him out. However, he was quite taken aback that Su Yi and Qi Yuan dared to approach him after learning of his identity as the Demon Lord. "Qingyu, you shall visit Director Xia on my behalf. Assure him that there is no cause for concern. I have no intention of taking action against Nanli City. As for Miss Su and Miss Qi, please inform them to come tomorrow. I wish to see them one last time before we leave Nanli City." Ning Yuchen instructed Moon Qingyu. She nodded gently in compliance and promptly sent a message to the Qi and Su families. Listening to the exchange between Ning Yuchen and Moon Qingyu, Luo Ruing turned to him and asked, "My lord, are we to depart?" She understood that with Ning Yuchen's identity as the demon lord now exposed, they could no longer lead an ordinary life as before. Yet, she had not anticipated leaving so soon, and a sense of reluctance tugged at her heart. Luo Hongye also looked up with her small, adorable face filled with reluctance. "Father, are we moving again? I just made new friends." "No, my dear, we are not moving. We are going home. Father will take you and your mother back to the house where I once lived. If you ever wish to visit your friends here, Father can bring you back anytime." Ning Yuchen reassured, gently stroking Luo Hongye's smooth, round head. He felt a sense of joy seeing his child make new friends and grow more lively than before, as their purpose for joining the Southern Lee Academy's nursery had been fulfilled. "Is the house where you used to live the wooden one where we all stayed together?" Luo Hongye inquired curiously, thinking they might return to the little wooden cabin in the forest. Ning Yuchen smiled and shook his head, feigning mystery. "Not quite, my dear. We are going to a place a bit farther away. Do you wish to see where your father was born and raised?" "Yes, I want to see," Luo Hongye exclaimed, her curiosity piqued and filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruing immediately understood where Ning Yuchen was referring to. "Are you going back to the demon realm?" "Indeed. Did you not express a desire to visit my family?" Ning Yuchen nodded, smiling gently at Luo Ruing. She was taken aback, suddenly recalling that she had indeed mentioned wanting to visit her husband's family. However, at that time, she had been unaware of Ning Yuchen's identity as a member of the demon clan, nor did she know that his family resided in the demon realm. Speaking of the demon realm, she had only heard tales of it and had never ventured there herself. It was said to be a place where chaos reigned, teeming with bloodshed and death, akin to a hellish nightmare. She had even heard more than once that the demons were known to devour humans without leaving a trace of bones. Luo Ruing could not help but cast a furtive glance at Ning Yuchen and Yu Qingyu. They certainly did not resemble the terrifying figures she had imagined. She had encountered the deities of the night sky, and although they possessed somewhat peculiar personalities, they did not seem malevolent. Perhaps the demon realm was not as she had envisioned. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Luo Ruing regarding the demon realm. As she stole a glance at the handsome profile and gentle smile of Ning Yuchen, her cheeks betraying a hint of crimson. The demon race was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested. "My dear, what troubles you?" Ning Yuchen suddenly noticed the blush on Luo Ruing's face and inquired with concern. Why had his wife suddenly grown shy? "And no, it's nothing. Since we are to journey to the demon realm, I shall prepare myself." Luo Ruing lifted Luo Hongye and turned to return indoors, her face revealing a trace of anticipation. Ning Yuchen leaned his cheek on the table, quietly watching her retreat with the child. Initially, he had harbored some concern that Luo Ruing might be apprehensive about the demon realm and reluctant to accompany him. It seemed there was no need for worry after all.